Chapter 1. Everything is free, absolutely free. In the city of Binzhou, under the cloak of night, the streets lay desolate at midnight, devoid of any human presence. Yet, the sign of the modification shop, anything can be altered, still gleamed brightly. Inside, shadows flitted about, accompanied by a dispassionate voice. Boss Su, your lease is nearing its end. We cannot afford any delays. If you fail to pay the rent again, we will have no choice but to reclaim your shop as per the rules. I truly don't understand how you can manage this modification shop without a core alteration. Rest assured, I will ensure the rent is paid within this week. Once the rent collector departed, Su Chun returned to the cash register, gazing out at the empty street with a sigh. This was not Earth, it was the world of the star gods, a realm where the racing industry flourished. However, it was not ordinary cars that sped along the tracks, but fantastical beings known as Menyang. They appeared as human girls in their everyday lives, but could transform into supercars on the racetrack. Suchin had been in this world for 3 months. Initially, he believed that the money he earned from his labor back on Earth would suffice to sustain the modification shop. Now, he realized he had underestimated the challenges. Even if he were the foremost racing modifier on Earth, it mattered little here, as no one was aware of his skills. When he first learned about the existence of Menyang, he was taken aback. However, that shock quickly morphed into exhilaration. As a modifier and a car enthusiast, who wouldn't want their racing machine to transform into a vibrant young girl? The thought of gripping the steering wheel by day and tangling with twin ponytails by night was undeniably enticing. He had assumed it would be straightforward to acquire his own Menyang, but upon delving deeper, the daunting barriers disheartened him. A driving license was merely the most basic requirement. Furthermore, Menyang could only be obtained through league academies, club allocations, or personal purchase. The cost of purchasing a Menyang was substantial, with rare models commanding even higher prices. Moreover, possessing the funds to buy a Menyang was not sufficient. Some high-gear Menyang required mutual acknowledgement. These 3 prerequisites alone barred 99.9% of individuals from success. Thus, he resolved to tackle his financial predicament first. He had envisioned leveraging his exceptional modification skills to amass wealth swiftly and perhaps earn the admiration of numerous Menyang. However, the lack of renown meant that after 2 months of operating his shop, no Menyang sought his services. While some drivers had wandered into his shop, they turned on their heels upon discovering he lacked certification. In this world, a modifier's certification could only be attained through rigorous academic evaluation, and he had no time to pursue education. He lacked the qualifications, even a chance to take the tests. At present, he was akin to a skilled practitioner without a medical licensee, a shadow in the profession. Modifying a Menyang activate talent in Su Chen's mind, a star map unfurled, dotted with obscure celestial bodies, most of which were concealed within nebulae, save for one that shone brightly. Whenever his thoughts focused on the first star, a cascade of luminous text manifested before him. He rested his chin on one hand, his fingers idly tapping on the table, and sighed once more. Is it not possible to activate it directly? Why all these convoluted steps? This was evidently a golden finger that accompanied his transmigration. However, there was no system interface, nor could he communicate. Had it been another traveler, they would have activated the golden finger long ago. Yet, he found himself stuck at the very first step. Where can I get the rent? Should I continue to toil at the construction site? Su Chan furrowed his brows in contemplation. Relying on manual labor to sustain the modification shop was ultimately not a sustainable plan. The pressing matter was to activate his talent. He must find a machine girl to modify. However, such endeavors could not be forced, as the machine girls were formidable warriors, and incapacitating one to bring her back for forced modification was simply impractical. It seems there is no other choice. Su Chun narrowed his eyes and retrieved a whiteboard from the warehouse. As a top-tier modifier, he should not have to resort to such a self-deprecating act. Yet, he was left with no alternatives. He could only gamble with a dead horse as if it were alive. The North Street at midnight was frigid. Neon lights illuminated the asphalt, casting the empty street into a mosaic of light and shadow. Xingmeng walked alone along the desolate road, her thin coat clinging tightly to her body against the biting wind. Under the streetlight, her shadow stretched long, merging with the dark silhouette of the distant high-rise buildings. Stumbling past a modification shop, the cold light fell upon her pale face. She stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the reflection of the girl within. Her eyes frozen like the still waters of a lake, betraying not a glimmer of light. Xingmeng silently scrutinized herself. The scenes from the morning replayed in her mind. Xingmeng, I fear I will not pass the graduation competition, Master. There are still a few days until the graduation competition. We have time to prepare. Do not speak of giving up so easily. Giving up easily? Is it not due to your poor performance? The woman in the pilot's uniform slammed her fist onto the coffee table. Her voice trembled, frantic, the words spilling forth colder and sharper than any blade. If only your performance were a tad better, I would not be in danger of failing, nor would I become the laughingstock among my peers. Master, too, will strive to improve myself. Her cautious words were ruthlessly torn apart, followed by a tempest of fury. What good is that? Can you help me pass the assessment? Can you help me graduate? Can you enhance your performance in a short time? I can. Very well, then go improve. If you cannot, do not return to see me. Get lost. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Everything came to an abrupt halt. The only means for a machine girl to enhance her performance in a short time was through modification, necessitating the replacement of her core components. The costs involved could be astronomical. Yet, she and her master were merely students at the competition academy, and the meager earnings they made were primarily spent on daily maintenance, leaving no spare funds for modifications. Xingmeng spent a day traversing various modification shops with the little savings she had left. The once enthusiastic modifiers transitioned from fervently presenting a plethora of modification cores to displaying a visage of indifference and disdain. Merely during the fleeting moments she produced her scant funds. Her financial resources were woefully inadequate, rendering even the most basic modification cores unattainable. Credit was not an option, as the modification shop categorically refused any form of deferred payment, hastily ushering her out upon discovering her lack of funds. After a day filled with relentless wandering, she found herself both fatigued and famished. The exhaustion was mental, while the hunger stemmed from a lack of nutritional sustenance. Perhaps after a few more steps, she would be compelled to seek a place to recline and enter a state of dormancy, awaiting the towing machine to carry her away. Before her stood a newly established modification shop, a location she recalled once being a supermarket. The storefront was modest, exuding an air of antiquity, with shelves devoid of any modification cores. What then was the purpose of this establishment? Was the proprietor not engaged in the business of modifications? Xingmeng leaned against the glass window, her soft features pressed against the transparent barrier, taking on a comically flattened appearance. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, she observed a handsome man, presumably the owner, affixing a whiteboard to the entrance. Once he turned to retreat into the shop's storage area, Xingmeng cautiously approached the threshold. Having faced rejection from the shopkeeper on numerous occasions, she was now gripped by a fear that deterred her from reappearing in his line of sight, lest she endure another reprimand for her financial shortcomings. Almost on the verge of surrendering her aspirations for modification, she finally discerned the bold, swirling characters emblazoned on the whiteboard: free modifications. A small horn dangled from the door, which emitted a series of sharp sounds before erupting into a rhythmic, captivating announcement. We are closing down. The unscrupulous owner has absconded with his mistress. Modification fees, once priced in the thousands, are now entirely waived. No longer 998, nor 98, and certainly not 9.98. Liquidation sale. Everything must go. All modifications are free, absolutely free. Chapter 2. The Training Room. The soft, fluffy cat ears atop Xingmeng's head and a single errant strand of hair stood on end as she lingered outside the modification shop for half a minute. It was not until a tall figure emerged before her, casting a shadow, that she stirred. Ah, welcome, Miss Mechanized Maiden, to our humble establishment. Are you here for modifications? The shop owner, the very individual she had seen moments before, greeted her with a warm smile, his gaze almost predatory. Fortunately, his handsome, rugged features alleviated some of her apprehension. Xingmeng reassured herself that she could manage. Why yes, meow. Taking a cautious step back, she nervously tugged at her clothing, pointing to the whiteboard and hesitantly inquired, is it true that modifications can be done for free? Absolutely. The sincerity of Su Chen's smile deepened. It dawned on him that this was likely the first mechanized maiden to enter his shop unaccompanied. Previously, others had come, but they were always with the driver and had promptly left upon discovering his lack of credentials. This was a rare opportunity. He had to be particularly persuasive, or rather, exceptionally hospitable. This is not a place for idle chatter. Please, come inside. Su-Chun nearly pulled the cat-eared maiden into the shop. Under the bright lights of the store, her exquisite features shone even more vibrantly. Her light blue eyes sparkled like precious gems. Her flawless, pale skin glimmered under the illumination, and her silvery, shoulder-length hair cascaded down like a flowing stream. Initially, he assumed the cat ears perched atop her head were merely an elaborate hair accessory until they twitched along with the tail behind her. A genuine beast-eared maiden. Who could resist such charm? He gestured for the cat-eared maiden to take a seat at the checkout counter while he rummaged through the refrigerated cabinet. After a prolonged search, he finally unearthed a canister of nutrient solution, inserted a straw, and placed it before her. This was the finest hospitality he could extend to his patrons. The nutrient solution served as a daily energy source for mechanized beings, akin to an energy drink, available in a variety of flavors. Among them, the ginger, durian, devil's chili, and garlic flavors were perpetually sold at a discount, although it remained a mystery why they continued to be produced despite their lack of popularity. Xingmeng blushed and murmured a soft thank you. Although she felt embarrassed, her drowsy mind desperately craved a boost of energy. She cradled the nutrient solution and took a small sip, only to shudder at the taste, her features contorting in dismay. What on earth is this flavor? Glancing at the label, she was taken aback. Ginger. So there truly are individuals who enjoy this peculiar taste? Despite its unpalatable flavor, she did not wish to disappoint the owner. Ultimately, she summoned her formidable willpower and swallowed the bitter, spicy liquid. Before we proceed with the modifications, I need to gather some basic information about you. Su-Chun produced a form and pen, raising them towards the cat-eared maiden. Meow? Xingmeng obediently nodded. It was her first time seeking modifications, and she was not well versed in the process. What is your name and model? My name is Xingmeng, and my model is Nico, 99. And your grade? D grade. Meow. Xingmeng cast a furtive glance at Su-Chun, feeling a twinge of guilt. In the hierarchy of mechanized companions, D represents the lowest tier, indicating that such units either possess inherent flaws or lack performance capabilities. Generally, the operators would never disclose her classification for fear of ridicule. However, she did not observe any unusual expressions on her employer's face, which granted her a slight sense of relief. Very well, Su-Chun stated earnestly as he took notes. His gaze fixed upon the visibly anxious girl before him. Please articulate your desires. Why do you wish to undergo modifications, and in which areas do you seek enhancement? This will provide me with a foundational direction for the modifications. I wish to enhance my performance. As my current deficiencies have hindered my operator's ability to pass the graduation assessment, she stammered, contemplating the characteristics of the assessment track. It was a rather conventional course, not particularly challenging, with few curves and ample straightaways. As long as the mechanized companion's speed met the requisite standards and the operator's skills were not exceedingly lacking, passing the assessment should pose no significant difficulty. I aim to improve my speed, particularly my cornering speed, she concluded, recognizing the importance of this aspect for the lap-based graduation assessment. Such a straightforward aspiration evoked a sense of admiration in Su-Chun. In his previous life, novice drivers typically approached him solely to enhance the speed of their vehicles. Yet, it was the first time a race car had autonomously expressed such a desire. However, one point perplexed him. The racing academies in this world served as a hybrid of universities and driving schools, imparting both theoretical knowledge and practical racing skills. Naturally, it was beyond the reach of the average person, given the substantial expenses associated with mechanized companions. Xingmeng, as a newly assigned mechanized unit in her third year at the academy, was not inherently flawed, yet her performance could not exceed a certain threshold, typically hovering around the C and D grades. Logically, as long as the operator's skills were sound, graduation should not be an insurmountable challenge. How could one then attribute failures to the mechanized companion's performance? Furthermore, if performance was lacking, modifications could simply be applied to the unit. Nevertheless, this was a matter between the mechanized companion and the operator, and he preferred not to pry further. At present, his singular focus was to activate his golden opportunity, amass great wealth, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. To lead a blissful existence, gripping the steering wheel by day and a pair of twin tails by night. I have understood your desires. Please follow me, Suchin instructed as he stood and led the way. Xingmeng cautiously followed behind. Her curiosity piqued as she discovered that this modest shop harbored deeper mysteries, including a surprisingly lengthy corridor. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Suchin produced a key and unlocked an aging door, which creaked open under the dim light, releasing a thick darkness that seemed to conceal some ominous presence within. Xingmeng shivered. What? What is this place? This is the modification room, albeit a bit outdated, Suchin replied casually, his half-shadowed face lending an unsettling air to the atmosphere. His hands fumbled along the wall, appearing to search for something sinister from another perspective. Xingmeng hesitated at the threshold, contemplating whether it was still possible to flee. Would the proprietor engage in any peculiar activities with her? It seemed that the adage about free offerings being the most expensive held true. With a cough, Suchin finally located the switch, waving his hand to disperse the dust. The dim yellow light flickered with a creaking sound, banishing the darkness, yet the room appeared scarcely better than before. What had once been eerie now felt lifeless. Observing Xingmeng standing motionless, he grew anxious to activate his powers and reached out to pull the wooden-like girl into the room. Stop dawdling, come in. The door slowly closed, the last vestiges of light succumbing to the shadows. With a decisive click, it locked. The nameplate hanging by the wall glowed ominously in red. Training room, in session. Xingmeng, current publicly available information on the mech girl. Name, Xingmeng model. Nico, 99 star power, radiance, speed, 47 cornering, 54 stability, 42 burst, 35 endurance, 51, rating, D class, abilities, 1, not activated, 2, catgirl specialization, 3, silent movement. Evaluation. A remarkably unique catgirl specialized mech. Born on the western shores of the Sea of Star Gods, later recruited by the Penang Star Crown League Academy and assigned as an initial mech to trainees. While its performance as an initial mech is barely sufficient, it does not stand out among its peers, possessing an exceptionally rare appearance and hidden talents. Chapter 3. Let's call it the Thunder 1 Core Modification. Upon entering the room, one is immediately greeted by a strong scent of engine oil. There are no peculiar items to be seen, only a haphazard assortment of components piled in the corner. Xingmeng recognizes most of these parts, all of which have been disassembled from ordinary automobiles. However, she struggles to comprehend the significance of her boss's collection, for although conventional cars still exist in this world, they seem to her akin to relics of a bygone era when compared to mechanized girls. Such fragments have no place in a modification shop dedicated to mechanized beings. Shouldn't the focus be directly on the core modifications? As she observes her boss rummaging through the pile of parts, a sense of trepidation begins to wash over her. Meanwhile, Su Chun is contemplating. Enhancing the racing speed hinges upon optimizing power output, reducing weight, and improving aerodynamics and traction. Given his limited resources, he can only pursue the simplest and most economical solutions. Soon, he retrieves several sheets of ABS plastic from the heap. All right, let us unfold into your vehicle form, he announces, making his way to the workstation. He tilts his head slightly and adds, before we officially commence the modifications, I need to measure the front dimensions. What? No, I can't, meow. I can't undress. Xingmeng clasps her hands over her chest, her pristine cat ears drooping almost to the point of disappearing within her silvery hair. Her tail nervously coils around her left leg, its tip quivering. Her pale blue eyes dart anxiously, unable to meet Su Chen's gaze. What are you talking about? Su Chen replies, bewildered. I'm not asking you to undress. I'm asking you to unfold into vehicle form. Oh, I'm so sorry, meow. I let my imagination run wild. Xingmeng exclaims, her cheeks flushed crimson. Lost in her paranoid thoughts, she hadn't fully grasped what her boss had said. Complying, she moves to the center of the room and transforms into her vehicle form. Before Su Chun, the light shifts and morphs, revealing a sleek, pearlescent sports car. Impressive, he cannot help but exclaim. Xingmeng's vehicle form exudes the essence of the AMG-1 from his previous life. He circles around her, already devising a fundamental modification plan in his mind. How is it, meow? Can it be modified? A timid voice emanates from within the car. Su Chen glances at the window and sees Xingmeng's human form leaning over the cockpit, her rear raised, her limbs radiating a soft glow as they meld with the car's chassis. An electronic fiber connects her spine to the steering wheel inside the cockpit. Typically, drivers sit in the cockpit and control the mechanized girls, gazing up at a breathtaking view. He marvels once more at how fortunate the race car drivers are in this world. It can be modified, he replies, moving to the rear of the vehicle, instinctively placing his hand on the trunk. Suddenly, a shy voice bursts forth. "Ah, don't touch there, meow. It tickles." Su-chun. He genuinely hadn't anticipated that her vehicle form would possess such sensitivity. "My apologies." He withdrew his hand and hastily shifted the topic. "I am preparing to install a customized front lip and rear wing for you. Due to material constraints, I can only use ABS plastic sheets. Additionally, I will cover the exposed parts of your chassis with PVC sheets. Do you understand what I'm saying? You should, considering you are." After a moment of silence, Su-chun had no choice but to approach the car window, only to find the girl looking utterly bewildered. Wisps of white smoke rising from her head, softly mumbling, "No, I don't understand. It's so complicated." Su-chun. Is this being truly a mechanical girl? How can she be so oblivious to such technical knowledge? Never mind. He shook his head and quickly measured the dimensions for Xingmeng, then proceeded to cut and bond the materials at the workstation. In less than an hour, the front lip and rear wing were completed. Su-chun held them up for comparison, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The craftsmanship is still sharp. It is said that a tuner is the heart of a racing team. A skilled tuner can resolve 99% of the team's issues. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a master tuner, akin to a living Buddha of the team. "The parts are ready. I will install them for you." Without waiting for Xingmeng's response, he circled to the front of the car and bent down, fitting the front lip onto the front end. "Ah!" The girl inside the car let out a peculiar sound. Su-chun paid little mind to it. He then moved to the rear of the vehicle and, with a snap, attached the rear wing as well. Mew. Su-chun was at a loss for words. Do mechanical girls truly react in such exaggerated manners? The purpose of the front lip is to reduce lift at the front end, while the rear wing increases downforce. Once these were installed, the car's grip would naturally improve, enhancing its cornering speed. Next, he used a jack to elevate the car body, covering the chassis entirely with PVC sheets to minimize air turbulence. Throughout the process, Xingmeng was once again making a cacophony of sounds. What should have been a straightforward installation left Su-chun drenched in sweat. Unlocking talent. Divine hand. The sudden illumination in his mind made Su-chun's earlier reverie vanish in an instant. Oh, unlocked. What exactly is this divine hand talent? Can it turn stone into gold? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he observed the front lip, rear wing, and the PVC sheets on the chassis enveloped in a soft glow. Ultimately, they coalesced into a white cube radiating with electronic brilliance. The core of the modification. Su-chun exclaimed in astonishment. The modifications he had made for Xingmeng transformed right before his eyes into the core of the modification. Although there were no prompts, he instantly comprehended the function of the divine hand. Every modification he made for the mechanical girl would ultimately coalesce into a modification core. The cube before him was a aerodynamic component modification core. He picked up the modification core, and the mechanical patterns on its surface erupted in a pearlescent glow, while electronic text emerged upon it. Unnamed aerodynamic component modification core, positive effects, speed 3, cornering 3, negative effects, stability -1, endurance -3, special effects, cup size 1, hip circumference 10, grade, white. This modification core has been crafted for you. Please name it. The hints on the modification core are not derived from cheats, but rather from the rules of this world. Grasping the modification core will automatically link you to the star source's consciousness, subsequently revealing the core's fundamental information within your field of vision. This information is visible solely to the creator of the modification core, and the triggering feature is the electronic patterns on the core pulsating and glowing as it enters developer mode, serving as proof of the creator's identity. Furthermore, due to the unique status of the modifier, they possess primary control over the modification core they have created. However, this control is seldom exercised unless rights are infringed upon, such as in the event of a robbery. Su-chun was not unfamiliar with modification cores, yet the one he crafted appeared somewhat distinct from others. While other cores exhibited both positive and negative effects, or merely positive effects, the notion of special effects was non-existent. Moreover, this particular special effect was rather outrageous. He glanced at Xingmeng, who had remained silent since the modification was completed, beginning to comprehend why she had been so vociferous during the process. Perhaps a more respectable name would be fitting. Su-chun pondered, and after a moment of contemplation, a light bulb moment struck him. Yes, it shall be named Thunderbolt No. 1 Modification Core. This name exudes an air of majesty and is remarkably apt. As he contemplated how to install the Thunderbolt No. 1 modification core onto Xingmeng, a surge of cosmic energy stirred within his mind, and a second dim star emerged from the nebula. Contract a mechanized girl, unlock talent 2. Chapter 4. Special effects, are there truly masters? Su Chen squinted, pondering whether he is indeed the chosen one of two worlds. Otherwise, why would he encounter an all-risk semi-trailer and receive the benefits of crossing over? Furthermore, why would he possess such an abundance of advantageous abilities post-transmigration? In truth, he had no desire to rely on these advantages. However, the condition to awaken his second talent was to contract a mech girl, which, to be honest, posed a significant challenge for someone as destitute as he was. Until he amassed considerable wealth, such thoughts were futile. It appeared that he could utilize the divine hand to create a modification core. So he resolved to excel as a modifier and accumulate riches. Xingmeng had also noticed the modification core. Observing her boss circling her vehicle with a puzzled expression, she wondered why he had not retrieved the modification core sooner. It was impossible to install the core while in vehicle form. Xingmeng, where's the slot for this modification core? Su Chen inquired, gesturing with the core around the front and rear of Xingmeng's vehicle, as well as at the exhaust pipe and fuel tank, only to find it wouldn't fit. There was neither a fuel tank nor a conventional exhaust pipe, and he could not identify any alternative locations. Did you not know the modification core can only be installed in mech girl form, meow? What? Su Chen was taken aback. He genuinely did not know. Installing it in mech girl form? That posed an even stranger dilemma. Where could a modification core the size of an adult's fist be placed? With a sigh, Xingmeng transformed into her mech girl form, casting a questioning glance at her bewildered store owner. Though she had her doubts regarding his expertise, he had indeed provided her with the modification core, seemingly without charge. Here, meow, she turned, lifting her fitted racing suit to reveal her slender, fair waist. The dim yellow light refracted in the concave of her waist, producing an amber glow that made Su Chen's heart race, momentarily halting his thoughts. As the girl clasped her hands behind her back, her index fingers and thumbs intertwined to form a rectangle in the hollow of her waist. Do you see? Place the modification core here. I can absorb it myself. Meow. Instinctively, Su Chen followed Xingmeng's guidance and pressed the modification core against the indicated spot. The instant it touched her skin, the core transformed into a stream of luminous energy, melding seamlessly with her. Xingmeng lowered her attire, concealing the alluring whiteness that had momentarily dazzled Su Chen beneath the form-fitting fabric. What is peculiar about this modification core? She mused, gathering her bosom and realizing it had noticeably expanded. Turning to glance at her backside, she was astounded by the curvaceous silhouette reminiscent of a peach. Previously, her figure had been rather modest, yet now it possessed a delightful curvature. This was certainly not an illusion. She had not been so ample prior to installing the modification core. Nevertheless, as a mech girl, she held little interest in such changes. Her focus remained on the enhancements brought about by the core. My limbs feel remarkably stronger. Meow. Xingmeng flexed her limbs, her big blue eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Chen. Boss, what are the attributes of this modification core? I cannot remove it myself, nor can I access its information. The attributes are positive effects, speed 3, cornering 3, negative effects, stability -1, endurance -3. Well, that's about it. Su Chen rubbed his nose, choosing to conceal the special effects. Some things are best kept to oneself, rather than made common knowledge. Speed and cornering increased by 3? How impressive. Xingmeng's eyes widened in surprise, her ahogue and ears perked up, while her tail curved joyfully behind her. However, she soon cast a nervous glance at Su Chen, hesitatingly asking, is this modification really free of charge? Indeed, Su Chen nodded. Having completed the modifications, it was too late to raise the price, and besides, this mech girl had little money to offer. There are no other costs involved, right? Xingmeng still seemed uncertain. Su Chen examined her carefully from head to toe, then suddenly proposed, why not become my mech girl? You could enjoy a life of luxury with me. I'll upgrade your hardware by day and your software by night, ensuring you will hardly recognize yourself. The unexpected proposition startled Xingmeng. She took a step back, her cheeks gradually flushing as she lowered her gaze, flickering her eyes before stammering. Boss, you are a good person, but I already have a pilot. I cannot betray my pilot. Yet your pilot seems to treat you poorly. Su Chen leaned against the wall, sitting atop a pile of parts, shrugging his shoulders. All the mech girls who come to my shop have pilots accompanying them. Who else is as lonely as you? Moreover, if a mech girl is underperforming, it is a shared responsibility between the pilot and the mech girl. It cannot solely rest upon your shoulders. At his words, Xingmeng's expression dimmed, her frail body swaying slightly as a bittersweet smile formed on her lips. Nevertheless, she resolutely shook her head. I'm sorry, boss. Loyalty is a principle ingrained in the very essence of a mech girl. If I were to succumb to temptation and dissolve my temporary contract with my pilot to become yours today, I might just as easily leave you in the same manner in the future. If, and I mean if, one day my pilot were to abandon me completely, and if you still found me appealing at that time, I would truly wish to become your mech girl. Having said this, Xingmeng bowed deeply to Su Chun. She retreated step by step towards the door, her cat ears drooping as she bowed once more. Thank you for your kindness. I will repay you in the future. Without waiting for Su Chun to respond, she hurriedly vanished through the doorway, leaving behind the little money she had on the floor by the entrance. Hey, you haven't signed the purchase agreement yet, Su Chun called out, but the sound of Xingmeng's footsteps had already faded into the distance. Well then, Su Chun slapped his thigh and sighed. I knew it wouldn't be easy to acquire a mech girl. The streets, freshly washed by the rain, still bore puddles. Yet, for the girl with a heart full of urgency, this posed no obstacle. She dashed through the water, splashes flying around her without a care. She refrained from transforming into her vehicle form, knowing it would consume more energy. Otherwise, her master would scold her for wasting resources, calling her an extravagant burden and a financial liability. Xingmeng rushed into the academy, knocking on the dormitory door. After a while, a tipsy female voice emerged from within. Who the hell is it? Can't anyone sleep at this hour? Master, it's me. I've returned from the modifications. After approximately half a minute, the door creaked open, revealing an impatient face. Returned from modifications? Where did you get the money for that? Master, why are you drinking again? Xingmeng gently closed the door, supporting the inebriated woman to the sofa while quietly explaining, I encountered a wonderful modification shop owner who performed the upgrades for free. It's a core that enhances numerous attributes. The coffee table was cluttered with empty bottles, while discarded lingerie, crumpled paper, and several used pink umbrellas lay haphazardly around the sofa, creating a shocking scene. Upon seeing this, Xingmeng had a thought, but chose to remain silent. As a mechanized girl, she had no right to intervene in her driveress life. Don't lie to me. Who would waste time modifying such a useless thing? And for free? Are you dreaming? The woman, heavily intoxicated, forcefully shoved Xingmeng aside, unleashing a torrent of profanities. Perhaps due to her inebriation, words better left unspoken poured forth with abandon. What terrible luck I must have had to be assigned such a trashy mechanized girl by the academy. Why must it be me? Ha ha ha, just wait. I've saved enough money. Once I pass the graduation assessment, I'll easily replace you with a Class C mechanized girl, and when that happens, you can get as far away from me as possible. Xingmeng stared blankly at the woman sprawled on the sofa, her consciousness gradually fading into slumber. She gazed for a long while and remained silent. Then, as was her routine, tidied the chaotic room until it was orderly. The academy's single dormitory was quite small, especially for students like the woman, whose academic performance was less than stellar, thus relegating them to subpar accommodations. The room was barely large enough to fit a sofa and a coffee table. In the corner lay a small mat adorned with adorable cat faces, which served as her resting place. After tidying up the room and mopping the floor, she finally settled onto the mat, leaning against the cold wall, burying her head deeply into her knees, curling up tightly as if to hide herself away, wishing to vanish completely from this world. Chapter 5. Abandonment. For the next 3 days, Su Chun did not encounter Xingmeng again, nor did she visit the modification shop. The days passed in a manner akin to before, even though he could craft modification cores by hand. Drivers accompanied by mech girls would turn away the moment they learned he lacked a modification certificate, regardless of how eloquently he spoke. They even deemed him mentally unstable. Indeed, the prejudices of the human heart are a formidable barrier. Su Chun slumped over his desk, utterly despondent. As a traveler endowed with a golden finger, or rather, one who had crossed over with a full insurance half-hitch, he could be considered a supreme VIP among traversers. Yet, it was rare to find another in such a lamentable state as his own. With only 3 days remaining until the rent was due, where could he possibly procure 8,000 yuan for the payment? In this world, the currency is referred to as Zhuan Yuan, signifying the value represented by the energy consumed when an engine completes a rotation. The purchasing power of 8,000 yuan is approximately double that of his previous world. and it also equates to a quarter's rent for this shop located in a rather obscure area. Frankly, it is quite reasonable. However, he simply cannot afford it. Well then, if all else fails, perhaps he should resort to manual labor. Su-chan gritted his teeth. Although such work did not quite align with his image, the wages for pure labor in this world were indeed quite substantial. Furthermore, if he did not seek work soon, he would struggle to afford even a meal. From his drawer, Su-chan retrieved the last few notes of currency and prepared to venture to the nearby snack street near the League Academy, where the abundance of students typically guarantees a variety of delicious offerings. After satisfying his hunger, he would then seek employment at the talent market. Nearby stood the Star Crown League Academy, reputed to be the largest talent cultivation base for the Star Crown Club in the province. Perhaps he might encounter Xingmeng along the way. Muttering to himself in jest, Su-chan hung a closed for business sign at the modification shop's entrance and strode out with an air of nonchalance. The shop was already situated outside the third ring of Binzhou City, and reaching the food street required a 1-hour ride on the aerial train. Half an hour later, aboard the aerial train, Su-chan found himself pressed against the window by the throngs of passengers. Gazing down, he observed the city carved into a dense grid by wide, even streets, with residential buildings crowded within these confines. The closer one ventured to the inner ring, the taller the buildings became, their architectural style increasingly reminiscent of cyberpunk aesthetics. These technologically advanced streets were adorned with racing insignias, with certain roads specially prepared for the urban championship. Once the races commenced, these designated streets would prohibit ordinary vehicles, leading to a bottleneck on the thoroughfares for regular traffic. At that point, temporary seating would rise from the underground around the racing streets, allowing pedestrians to pause and find spots to watch the competition. This is a world where mech girl racing competitions are highly developed. Celebrities such as singers, movie stars, and idols pale in comparison to the esteemed status of renowned drivers and mech girls. Su-chan sometimes felt that the fervor with which the populace pursued racing bordered on the pathological. Upon disembarking from the aerial train, he arrived at the entrance of the university town. Adjacent to the station was a street lined with culinary delights, directly opposite the gates of the League Academy. Su-chan followed the crowd out of the station, but did not immediately veer towards the food street. He noticed numerous drivers clad in academy uniforms, accompanied by their mech companions, gathered in front of a colossal electronic screen. What a lively scene. Could it be that the results of the League Academy graduation assessments have been announced? How enviable. A nearby middle-aged man, also captivated by the commotion, shook his head and sighed. One day, I will sell everything I own just to send my son to the League Academy. As long as he graduates smoothly, he will be among the elite. The graduation assessment results have indeed been revealed. Su-chan recalled that the uniform worn by Xingmeng seemed to belong to the Xingguan League Academy. He wondered whether this mech and her driver had successfully passed the assessment. He squeezed his way to the front of the crowd and scanned the large screen, eventually spotting Xingmeng in an inconspicuous corner. Student, Wang Tingting Mech, Xingmeng, assessment score, 67 status, pass, eligible for graduation. Ah, this little girl has done quite well for herself. Su-chan couldn't help but envision the adorable girl with a bashful demeanor and a penchant for saying meow. Surely, Xingmeng was now celebrating her successful assessment with her driver. Quietly exiting the throng, he fixed his gaze on a restaurant and declared with a fist pump. All right, it's decided. I shall spend all my money for lunch today and treat myself to the grandest pig trotter rice. After all, it was through his modifications that Xingmeng was able to pass the assessment, and he felt a sense of accomplishment. It was akin to a former soldier relishing in glory on the battlefield. It was the unique satisfaction of a modifier. However, unbeknownst to Su-chan, while he indulged in his pig trotter rice, contemplating which construction site to work at in the afternoon, just a street away in a basic mech selection store, Xingmeng stood bewildered in the center of the hall, alongside other equally perplexed mechs, awaiting their uncertain fate. When a phone becomes outdated, one simply replaces it, provided there are funds. If a mech's performance wanes, rather than gradually cultivating attributes and gathering materials for core upgrades, it is far more expedient to purchase a higher-grade model. Affordable, stylish, and promising a brand-new driving experience, the selection store thrives during graduation season. Approximately one-third of the graduates choose to acquire new mechs from these stores. The highest grade available for purchase is C, as models above that tier typically only appear at auctions. As for the discarded mechs, regaining their freedom usually leads them to one of three paths. They may join the city logistics system as logistical mechs, an undoubtedly painful fate, as they are imprinted with the ideology that winning on the track is the ultimate honor, and becoming a logistical mech signifies the relinquishment of dreams and aspirations. Alternatively, they might opt for a factory reset, akin to erasing all memories and returning their core essence to the sea of stars. The final option is to carve their own path, earning money to upgrade their cores independently, until one day they encounter a new driver willing to contract them. The path ahead is fraught with difficulties, as the opportunities for the mechanized beings to rapidly accumulate resources predominantly lie within the shadows of the underworld. Excluding the degradation of selling their own bodies, a practice strictly forbidden. Should any mechanized entity be discovered engaging in such acts, they would be forcibly returned to their origins, while the clients would face the ultimate penalty of death. Thus, wild mechanized beings typically resort to underground competitions to earn their livelihood. However, these contests lack any safety measures, and a moment's inattention could lead to their destruction. Those who are rendered inoperative without the aid of a mechanic face inevitable reversion. Star Dream did not have to wait long before witnessing Wang Tingting emerge from the selection room, accompanied by a new mechanized companion. A wave of bewilderment washed over her, and her body trembled slightly, as she instinctively sensed the impending turn of events. Star Dream, allow me to introduce you to Jin Shun, my new mechanized companion, D-Grade. Wang Tingting, radiantly attired, bore no trace of the despondency she had exhibited 3 days prior while intoxicated. Her spirits soared, having successfully passed her assessment and acquired a favored mechanized being at a reasonable price. It was indeed a day of double joy. No, perhaps it should be termed triple joy, for she could finally rid herself of Star Dream, a burden whose lack of performance had been utterly nauseating. Although Jin Shun was not a C grade, she was tantalizingly close to that threshold, and her cost-performance ratio was remarkably favorable. Jin Shun? Star Dream gazed vacantly at the new mechanized being. In the depths of Jin Shun's gaze, she discerned a flicker of pity and resignation. As a fellow mechanized entity, Jin Shun had no desire to usurp Star Dream's role, for she understood the cruel reality. Star Dream would be discarded, and she too might eventually meet the same fate. Yet, as a mere D grade, she lacked the privilege enjoyed by A and S grade mechanized beings to choose their operators. Moreover, she had already endured similar experiences. Initial mechanized beings were seldom retained by trainees, and she had long since come to terms with this reality. What will become of me, master? Star Dream's gaze shifted from Jin Shun, still clinging to a glimmer of hope, to the woman before her whose expression was devoid of warmth. You are free now? Wang Tingting retorted, flinging a temporary contract at Star Dream's face. I have tolerated you as a burden for 1.5 years, and I am utterly fed up. Go wherever you wish. It would be best if you vanished from my sight immediately. Her words struck like a dagger, drawing tears from Star Dream's eyes. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her strength to maintain her composure in public. Her lips quivered, teeth chattered, producing a faint sound. Yet, tears continued to flow, plopping onto the ground and soaking the scattered contract paper. All right. Wang Tingting took 2 steps forward and deftly extracted the modification core from Star Dream's waist. Ignoring the sorrow and disbelief that clouded Star Dream's expression, she merely offered a cold smile. This modification core is of no use to you. It would be better off with Jin Shun. Now you may leave, and do not let me see you again. The 2 frigid words slowly escaped her lips, becoming the final straw that broke Star Dream's spirit. Waste material. Chapter 6. Be my mechanical maiden. Indeed, no matter the realm, a bowl of pork rice is the salvation for a laborer like me. Su Chun emerged from the restaurant, feeling rejuvenated, his previously weary body now invigorated. It was time to return to the grind. Outside the Third Ring Road, numerous new racetracks were under construction, offering a guaranteed wage of 1,000 yuan for a day's work maneuvering robots to transport bricks. However, this task was not suited for everyone. It required a modicum of computer knowledge and driving skills. Initially, he had been incapable of such work until he piloted a robot around the site, even performing a flip. His boss was astounded, even considering that he could participate in racing competitions. As for why Su Chen could drive, after all, he was a top-tier modifier. Although his skills could not compare to those of elite race car drivers, understanding the intricacies of racing was an indispensable skill for effective modification. Otherwise, all discussions remained mere theory. Su Chun called the construction site manager, who, after 3 months, greeted him with warmth upon hearing of his return. Confirming the location, he boarded the aerial tram. Unbeknownst to him, a mechanical maiden with cat ears, clutching her last 2 silver coins, also boarded the same tram, separated from him by only one compartment. Upon disembarking, Su Chen's first task was to visit a nearby supermarket to purchase beverages, as there was no need to rush before the work commenced. Since he could not carry water while operating the robots, he needed to adequately hydrate beforehand. Just as he was engrossed in selecting drinks and grappling with indecision, he failed to notice a stray hair floating gently past the glass window behind the shelves. When Su Chen arrived at the manager's office to check in, he was about to knock when he heard the manager's exasperated voice from within. "I'm sorry, but we do not hire mechanical maidens here." An immediately following voice, soft and somewhat familiar, tinged with pleading and endearment, chimed in. But boss, your hiring notice states that as long as one is an adult, there are no other restrictions, right? I'm quite capable. Meow. I can lift more than the robots. And if it's really a problem, you could pay me half the salary. Sighing, the manager replied, "It's not that simple, young lady. We have explicit regulations against employing mechanical maidens as laborers. If caught, my job would be on the line. It's not that I don't wish to offer you a position. It's that I cannot. Why? I just want a job, meow." The voice trailed off, suddenly subdued. Su Chen finally recognized why the voice sounded familiar. It belonged to Xingmeng. That soft meow was her unmistakable trademark. However, why was Xingmeng at the construction site seeking work? Where was her driver? Knocking lightly on the door, Su Chen feigned ignorance and pushed open the half-closed door. The bald, portly manager's expression shifted drastically upon seeing Su Chen enter, and he quickly waved his hands, saying, "Su Chen, you must understand, I did not hire a mechanical maiden as an employee. I rejected her. Please do not report me to the Mechanical Protection Association." "Boss, do you think I am that kind of person?" Su Chen smiled as he approached Xingmeng. The girl instinctively looked up, her previously sorrowful expression transformed in an instant. Reminiscent of a cat spotting a rainbow, her ears and tail perked up. "Boss," she gasped softly, her eyelashes fluttering, her mind still trying to comprehend why the owner of the modification shop appeared here. "Do you know each other?" The balding boss's gaze shifted between Su Chen and Xingmeng, suddenly breaking into a meaningful smile at Su Chen. "Not bad, kid. Is this a surprise for your uncle? 3 months ago, he mentioned you had the makings of a machine girl operator, and here you are, actually bringing one." He shook his head, offering Su Chen a look that suggested he still had much to learn, but unfortunately, the test has failed. "The reason I have reached my current position is due to my caution. I never covet trifles that should not be pursued, nor do I make mistakes that should be avoided." You misunderstood, I am not." Before he could finish, Su Chen shot a sidelong glance at Xingmeng. Startled by that look, she instinctively took half a step back, her cat ears drooping as she shrank her head, swallowing her words. Su Chen was well aware of the boss's penchant for recounting his glorious journey from a laborer to a foreman, a tale that would undoubtedly last half an hour. He had already heard it once and found it difficult to muster the patience for a second retelling. He grasped Xingmeng's hand, interrupting the boss's impending monologue. "Boss, it's almost time to start work. I need to take my machine girl to prepare. I brought her along today, mainly to prevent her from getting bored at home." "I see." The balding boss gave Su Chen a thumbs up and turned to Xingmeng. "You have a good driver. Not only is he willing to work hard for money, but he also considers your feelings about being home alone. If you encounter such a driver, you should marry him." "Huh?" Hearing this, Xingmeng's face flushed to her ears. Just as she was about to protest, Su Chen had already pulled her outside. Behind the warehouse at the construction site, there was a grove with a clearing seldom visited. Su Chen left Xingmeng in the clearing while he found a tree stump to sit on, scrutinizing her with a piercing gaze as he uttered 3 words, "Speak your mind." Xingmeng bit her lip, staring at her toes, tiny beads of sweat glistening on her nose in the sunlight. "Speak of what? Tell me why you are here, where your driver has gone. Didn't you pass the graduation assessment?" "We did pass the assessment." A hint of bitterness laced Xingmeng's voice, the shadows beneath her eyelashes resembling clouds gathering, the unformed tears trapped like butterflies ensnared in a glass dome, struggling yet unable to escape. She took a gentle breath, attempting to swallow her emotions quietly, her lips curving into a forced, nonchalant smile. I just didn't quite get along with my previous driver, so after the competition ended, we discussed it seriously and decided to part ways." "Meow, is that so?" Su Chen sighed. "Are you sure she didn't initiate the breakup?" "Absolutely." The girl's voice lacked conviction. A silence enveloped them like an invisible wall. Su Chen shattered that barrier with a single punch. What is the purpose of your earnings? You no longer have a driver. I wish to grow stronger. A gentle breeze wove through the forest, tousling Xingmeng's snow-white hair, resembling a cloud delicately crushed and drifting beside her pale cheek. Within that wispy cloud, a pair of eyes reflecting the withered leaves flickered in and out of view, their depths sparkling with shattered light, akin to a fragmented night sky. She murmured softly, I do not wish to be abandoned anymore. If I am strong enough, if my performance is sufficiently remarkable, I should be able to find a driver who will never forsake me, correct? Yet, even Xingmeng herself harbored doubts, causing the twinkling light in her eyes to gradually blur. Su Chen silently observed the girl for a moment before suddenly asking, Do you remember what you told me? Without waiting for her response, he mimicked Xingmeng's voice, playfully exclaiming, Oh dear boss, if one day my driver were to abandon me, and if at that moment you still find me appealing, I would dearly hope to become your mech girl. Xingmeng was momentarily taken aback, and two flames ignited in her bright eyes, akin to torches cast into the darkness. Yet those flames flickered precariously, as if they could be extinguished with a mere pinch. But I am merely a D grade. No, a D-, a mech girl of my caliber. Su Chen rose and approached Xingmeng. Perhaps he had better options. Yet as a modder, he had witnessed too many wrecks reborn under his hands. While others selected mech girls based on performance, he swam against the current. He understood that he never needed to choose. His strength stemmed from within. Xingmeng felt a gentle hand resting upon her head, its touch tender enough to melt away all barriers. Instinctively, she squinted, stifling the urge to lean into it, yet her tail swayed involuntarily. I think you are truly remarkable. The voice proclaimed, Become my mech girl. Xingmeng would forever remember this day. The wind in the forest was soft as down, and the sunlight was no longer blinding. The rays filtering through the leaves traced a gentle golden outline around Su Chen. His smile, illuminated from behind, was hard to discern. Yet his voice resonated with clarity and strength. At that moment, it seemed imbued with the warmth of sunlight. Chapter 7. The Eye of the Divine Eye. I fear I may hinder you. Xingmeng recalled how, when Wang Tingting formed a temporary contract with her, she had been equally fervent and sincere. At that moment, she genuinely believed she had encountered an exceptional driver, one who would patiently encourage her even in the face of defeat. However, as the failures accumulated, the warmth gradually transformed into cold, cutting blades. Such sentiments cannot be expressed so bluntly. The mech girl is capable of upgrading, is she not? Su Chen pondered, stroking his chin. If I recall correctly, to upgrade from D grade to C grade, one merely needs to meet the attribute requirements and possess a corresponding star essence. Is that truly so difficult? In his quest to seamlessly integrate into this world, he had briefly familiarized himself with some knowledge about mech girls, though it was merely superficial. Yes, it is quite challenging, Xingmeng replied, lowering her head and pouting. In order to meet the attribute standards, one must undergo modifications. The better the mech girl, the lower the modification costs. For someone like me, it would require an immense sum of money. Furthermore, star essences are special resources obtained only by achieving high placements in competitions. As a D grade, I would undoubtedly place last in any competition of even moderate scale. The more she spoke, the more despondent she became, her voice dwindling, as she felt utterly worthless. It was not that she did not wish to be Su Chen's mech girl. She merely feared that her clumsiness would disappoint the owner of the modification shop. She did not want to witness that look of disappointment and rejection again. Having gained something only to lose it again, she would rather never have it at all. Oh, so you are merely concerned about the expense, Su Chen mused, his eyes sparkling as he leaned closer with a smile. Allow me to assure you, as a modification specialist, I can confidently state that modifications do not require as much money as one might think. The market prices are generally at least tenfold the actual costs. As a modification master, I acquire materials at base prices, rest assured. Is that truly the case? Xingmeng gazed at Su Chen with wide, hopeful eyes, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. She was not well versed in modification costs, only aware that the owner had once gifted her one. Perhaps it was indeed, as the owner stated, modification specialists do not incur significant expenses when modifying their own mech girls. Then, perhaps it was worth a try? As the saying goes, a muddy road may not support a wall, but the abundance of mud can make a difference. Indeed, it is true. Su Chen straightened his posture, speaking with conviction. Comrade Xingmeng, The self-worth of a driver is realized through relentless pursuit of victory on the racetrack. But do you know what constitutes the self-worth of a modification specialist? Xingmeng stared blankly at Su Chun, tilting her head in confusion. I do not know. It is to enhance the mech girl's capabilities. Su Chun gently patted Xingmeng's shoulder, continuing to entice her. Would you find greater satisfaction in upgrading an A-grade mech girl to SSS grade, or in transforming a D-grade mech girl to SSS grade? Xingmeng pondered for a moment, seemingly engaged in a serious comparison. After a while, she timidly glanced at Su Chun, uncertainly responding. Perhaps upgrading a D-grade to SSS grade would be more fulfilling? Precisely. You are correct. Seizing the moment, Su Chun took hold of the girl's icy hand, compelling their gazes to meet. Therefore, Comrade Xingmeng, would you be willing to contribute to the realization of my ideals and self-worth? Meow? Xingmeng's cheeks flushed slightly, and she instinctively turned her head away, unable to meet the fervent gaze of the man before her. His intense stare felt like a blazing fire, making it difficult for her to maintain eye contact. I have no objections, as long as you don't mind. Xingmeng murmured softly. She had thought herself to be of little significance to Su Chun, yet it appeared that he genuinely needed her. And this sense of being sought after rekindled a flicker of confidence within her. Of course, I wouldn't mind. Su Chun exclaimed joyfully, feeling triumphant at having tamed this timid cat girl. He grinned like a cunning wolf, gently squeezing Xingmeng's soft hand. But how exactly do we form a contract with you machine girls? Xingmeng, RR. 10 minutes later, Xingmeng provided Su Chun with a brief overview. There are primarily 3 forms of contracts for machine girls. The first is a temporary written contract, akin to the one she had with Wang Tingting. The second is a more advanced bond contract, and the third is the highest form, the soul contract. The distinctions among these 3 are quite pronounced. The first type can be terminated at any time, requiring no justification or accountability from either the machine girl or the driver. The relationship relies solely on mutual understanding and conscience. The second type is slightly more intricate, necessitating substantial reasons and motivations for either party to dissolve the contract, such as the machine girl becoming inoperable or the driver being unable to continue competing, and it is often linked to club agreements and personal contracts. The third type can only be signed with the machine girl's voluntary consent, and once signed, it cannot be undone. This signifies a permanent bond, entered into only when the machine girl trusts the driver implicitly. Su Chun's expectations were modest. He would be quite satisfied with a first-type contract with Xingmeng. They could upgrade their relationship later, as haste does not yield favorable results. Seated across from each other at the counter of the modification shop, the atmosphere was serious yet tinged with a hint of absurdity. Xingmeng, I've given it some thought, and a first-type contract would suffice. Allowing you a bit more freedom, Su Chun said earnestly, gazing at the cat girl across the table. If you ever find anything unsatisfactory, you can leave at any time. Though I believe such a scenario is unlikely. Why are you crying? Before he could finish, Xingmeng's expression dimmed, and tears began to well in her eyes. Is signing the first type of agreement just a way to easily discard me, like my previous driver did? Su Chun, alarmed, waved his hands in denial. That was not my intention at all. Let us opt for the second type instead. In truth, he longed for the third type. The thought of a cat girl who could transform into a racing car was thrilling. However, that was merely a fantasy, as Xingmeng would undoubtedly refuse. After all, they had only just met a few days prior. Since Su Chun did not belong to a club, they could bypass the most complex aspect of a club agreement. They simply needed to visit the local machine insurance association to witness and sign the contract. There was only one such association in Binzhou, conveniently located near the Xingguan League Academy. After exchanging greetings with the construction site owner, Su Chun departed with Xingmeng. The boss did not express much, as he perceived Su Chun as merely showcasing his mechanical companion. Young people, after all, are prone to such displays. He could understand that. In his youth, had he possessed a mechanical companion, he would have proclaimed it to the world, leaving no passerby unacknowledged. The Mechanical Protection Association, abbreviated as MPA, is responsible for overseeing the second and third categories of contracts, disputes between mechanical companions and their operators, and safeguarding the fundamental rights of these companions. However, the discussion of basic rights presupposes that a mechanical companion and their operator have signed contracts of the second category or higher. Contracts of the first category fall beyond the jurisdiction of the MPA. The process of signing is quite straightforward. Su Chun signs an electronic agreement provided by the staff. while Xingmeng retains a copy of this agreement within her memory. Subsequently, Su Chen merely needs to place his finger on the tip of Xingmeng's tail for fingerprint registration, akin to an activation key. A successful fingerprint registration signifies the establishment of a bond contract. Thereafter, no one but Su Chen can operate Xingmeng. The entire contracting process takes less than 10 minutes and proceeds seamlessly. From now on, you shall be my mechanical companion, Xingmeng. I look forward to our journey together. At the entrance of the MPA, Su Chen solemnly extended his hand towards Xingmeng. It was her first time entering into such a second-category contract, making her both nervous and tranquil, as if in a dream. She shyly brushed her toes against the ground before reaching out to grasp one of Su Chen's fingers. Her fluffy cat ears perked up with excitement, though her voice remained soft as ever. I'm sorry. Oh no, thank you. Please, do take care of me. Master. The moment the tender English term master fell from her lips, a second star ignited in his mind. Unlocking talent. Eye of the Divine. Chapter 8. Lousy would rather smash it than sell it to you all? The Eye of God. Previously, the innate ability of the Divine Hand granted him the power to manually modify the core. Could this Eye of God endow him with the ability of X-ray vision? Instinctively, he glanced toward Xingmeng. It seemed that the vision did not manifest. However, a virtual screen materialized within his sight. Mecha information. Name. Xingmeng star emblem. Radiant light. Team buff type. Speed. 47. Cornering. 54. Stability. 42. Burst. 35. Endurance. 51. Modification core. None. Stigmata. None. Current level. D- Special abilities. 1. Not activated. 2. Catgirl form specialization. 3. Silent movement. Compatibility. 5. Status. Listless. Evaluation. Soft and pleasant. Suitable for warming the bed. On the competition field? Forget it. Already a specialized catgirl, what more could one ask for? One cannot have it all. So this is the Eye of God? It allows one to perceive the intricate details of a mecha. At that moment, a number of mechas lingered at the entrance of the Mecha Maintenance Association, and Su Chen casually gazed at another mecha. Mecha information. Name. Jin Sun star emblem. Flowing flame. Speed type. Speed. 57. Cornering. 43. Stability. 52. Burst. 45. Endurance. 47. Modification core. Thunder no. 1. White. Stigmata. None. Current level. D. Special abilities. None. Compatibility. 0. Status. Energetic. Evaluation. Quite average. Su Chen blinked. It seemed he had spotted something noteworthy. The Thunder number 1 module. How did the modification core he crafted for Xingmeng end up in this mecha named Jin-san? Just as he intended to turn back and inquire with Xingmeng, he noticed her crouching behind him, her head lowered, clutching the corner of his garment, practically wishing to blend her petite form into the shadows behind him. Xingmeng, what is the matter? Su Chen's gaze lingered for a moment on the man and woman beside Jin-san before turning with concern toward his own mecha. Are you feeling unwell? Master, shall we leave? Xingmeng bit her lip tightly. She attempted to appear carefree and resilient, yet her voice trembled like leaves in an autumn breeze. That woman must be your former pilot, Wang Tingting, right? From Xingmeng's reaction, Su Chen had nearly deduced the entire situation, and his expression hardened. She abandoned you. And even removed your modification core? Xingmeng lowered her head in silence, her cat ears and tail drooping lifelessly. This silence was undoubtedly acquiescence. How outrageous. A glint of cold fury flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he turned to see the couple and their mecha entering the Maintenance Association. But he was undeterred, grasping Xingmeng's hand and pursuing after them. Xingmeng was being dragged along by Su Chen, her mind turning into a muddled mess. Master, what are you planning to do? She stammered. Su Chen did not look back. I intend to have her. Inside the Mechanic Association, Xiao Ting remarked, if I'm not mistaken. That mech girl was the one you had before, right? I believe her name is Xingmeng. Huang Mao, who was beside Wang Tingting, suddenly inquired. His name was Lin Haijun, one of the financial backers that Wang Tingting had accumulated over the years. The money spent on Wang Tingting could circle the Star Alliance Academy. Due to his substantial financial contributions, he had become Wang Tingting's regular source of income. A third of the funds for her purchase of the Jin Hun was provided by him. Seems like it. Oh dear, I hadn't even noticed. Wang Tingting replied with a feigned, innocent smile. She was aware of it but chose not to mention it, feeling that her past as Xingmeng's pilot was a dark history. Thus, she promptly shifted the topic. Lin Go, what about the beginner star essence you prepared for her? Last night, She agreed to everything you said, so no backing out. Lin Haijun was instantly captivated by Wang Tingting's charming demeanor. He knew she wasn't the most virtuous person, but he was drawn to her playful nature. After all, he wasn't marrying her. As a girlfriend, she was more than adequate, especially skilled at various action games, with no taboos. Rest assured, isn't there an underground competition in Binzhou City recently? The top 3 rewards include a choice of a beginner star essence, Lin Haijun said, casually wrapping his arm around Wang Tingting's waist with a gleam in his eye. I recall that the star emblem of Jin Han is Lu Yan, right? Let us get a beginner Lu Yan star essence for her. It'll ensure her smooth promotion to C grade. Hee, Lin Ge, you're so kind. Wang Tingting beamed, leaning in to peck his neck. Lin Haijun felt a rush of excitement, contemplating that once Wang Tingting and Jin Han signed the contract, he would definitely take her to a nearby hotel for an exuberant family meeting. Just as the two harbored their own ulterior motives, a tall man with a stern expression suddenly blocked their path. Lin Haijun, already standing at 178 meters, found this man even taller, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority that made him feel uneasy. This was Su Chun, with Xingmeng closely following behind. She clung to Su Chun's arm, her head peeking out, looking utterly bewildered, resembling a frightened rabbit. Hand over the modification core, Su Chun said coldly, getting straight to the point. Modification core? What modification core? Wang Tingting was taken aback, staring at Su Chun and Xingmeng for a moment before quickly realizing, oh, Xingmeng. You just found a sucker and can't wait to have him support you. This useless thing, right? You. A resounding slap interrupted Wang Tingting's words. Lin Haijun was startled and stepped back, shouting, what are you doing? What do you want? Stop. If you hit my girlfriend again, I will call the police. Shut up, or I'll hit you too. Su Chun raised his arm again. Don't. Lin Haijun took a step back. If you strike my girlfriend, then you cannot lay a hand on me. Su Chun. Lin Haijun's reaction left him utterly perplexed. This man, appearing rather refined, turned out to be as sweet as candy. The commotion was considerable, quickly attracting a gathering of onlookers. Wang Tingting, covering half her face, shook her buzzing head, her gaze finally settling on Su Chen's face, and she immediately shrieked. You hit me. How dare you strike me? I'm calling the police. I'll notify the security team right now. So you wish to summon the security team? Without further ado, Su Chun strode directly to Jin's son, who looked bewildered, and, with a swift motion, reached out and seized the modification core of the number 1 thunder from the air. Go ahead, call for help. This modification core was lent to Xingmeng by me. Not only did you abandon Xingmeng, but you also claimed the modification core I lent her as your own? Su Chun raised his right hand, a cold smile playing on his lips. So, you're robbing a modder? Let's see whether the security team apprehends you or me. At that moment, the modification core began to spin spontaneously at his fingertips. The star patterns illuminated completely, entering developer mode, thereby confirming him as the creator of the core. You are the modder of this core? Wang Tingting's expression shifted, her gaze fixated on the modification core in developer mode. Her tone softening. Wasn't this modification core purchased by Xingmeng? How could it be alone? Still not ready to concede, Su Chun snapped his fingers. An electronic voice resonated from the modification core. Purchase agreement status, and signed. The act of extracting the modification core from Jin's son was executed under the first developer control. Had the core been sold with a signed purchase agreement, such an action would constitute a serious offense, warranting imprisonment for the modder. However, Xingmeng had left in such haste that she never had the chance to sign the purchase agreement. Thus, in essence, this modification core remained his, and he could reclaim it at any moment. Wang Tingting was utterly flabbergasted. She had initially thought she had stumbled upon a bargain, only to realize it was a ticking time bomb. This modification core, which offered substantial enhancements to a specific attribute while slightly diminishing others, was exceptional regardless of its grade. She had thought Xingmeng was incredibly fortunate to have procured such a remarkable modification core. Yet, she desperately needed this core to compete in the city championships. As possessing it would nearly elevate Jin's son's attributes to the threshold required for promotion to C grade, a necessity for making a mark in the city championships. Finding another modification core that would suit Jin's son as well would prove exceedingly difficult. With this thought, Wang Tingting's demeanor softened even further, laced with a hint of pleading. Esteemed modder, it seems there has been a slight misunderstanding between us. Primarily, I was unaware that this modification core was alone. How about this? Name your price, and I shall purchase the modification core right away. Initially, she had assumed Su Chun was merely Xingmeng's new driver, but upon realizing he was the modder, that notion vanished. She believed that Xingmeng could not return the modification core and had no other recourse but to bring the modder along. It is quite rare for a modification specialist to also be a driver, and it is unlikely that they would take interest in something like the Star Dream, which is of a D-class caliber. After all, modification experts are acutely aware of the myriad complications associated with a machine girl like Star Dream. Is this modification core of significant importance to you? Su Chun pondered the core in his hand. Wang Tingting nodded eagerly. It is indeed crucial. Very well. A smile abruptly vanished from Su Chen's face, and his hand clenched tightly. Crack. He released his grip, and fragments of the modification core cascaded to the ground, transforming into shimmering particles that ultimately vanished. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood in stunned silence, transfixed by the scene, until a chilling voice shattered the stillness. I would rather smash it than sell it to you, you fool. Chapter 9. We'll meet on the field. After a period of silence, a clamor ensued. This was indeed a modification core, one of the most vital resources for a mech. Although it was merely a white modification core, for Wang Tingting and Xingmeng, who had just graduated from the League Academy, it was a remarkable piece of equipment, particularly since this white modification core possessed quite exceptional attributes. If sold, it could fetch a minimum of 20 to 30,000 trans dollars. Families capable of sending their children to the League Academy typically had some financial means. However, expecting a graduate to spend over 10,000 trans dollars on a modification core was rather extravagant. After all, the maintenance and upkeep of a mech required significant expenses, and saving even a little meant enduring a frugal lifestyle alongside their mech, which most pilots found too heartbreaking to bear. Yet now, right before their eyes, this modification core was being crushed. Xingmeng felt her heart skip a beat as the core shattered, sensing the profound loss suffered by Su Chun, unaware that without proof of ownership, Su Chun's modification core could not be sold. What are you doing? Wang Tingting exclaimed in despair, pointing at Su Chun. Is this necessary? You're not even selling it after spending money. Is she worth such sacrifice? You aren't her pilot. Su Chun met Wang Tingting's gaze directly, his voice steady yet resonant, tinged with a hint of pride. I am Xingmeng's pilot. Wang Tingting was struck dumb, as if hit by a thunderbolt, struggling to comprehend. After a moment, she finally regained her composure and scoffed. What do you hope to achieve? She's just a D-class mech, lacking even the qualifications to participate in the city championship. Even with a modification core, her attributes barely qualify her for a C-class. Why contract with her? Wang Tingting's words fell like cold water upon Xingmeng, causing her to shrink back, her shoulders trembling as she took hesitant steps backward, nearly losing her balance, only to be steadied by a warm hand. Who says Xingmeng cannot compete in the city championship? Su Chen's indifferent gaze pierced through Wang Tingting's reddened face. There are no inherently SSS-class mechs. Even a D-class mech, with proper nurturing, can excel. I intend to take her to the city championship. As the chief modification engineer, he saw no scrap mechs, only the adequacy of funds, technology, and materials. With sufficient resources and materials, he could even modify a rocket. All right. Wang Tingting laughed through her frustration, her speech becoming somewhat disjointed. I'm quite looking forward to encountering you both on the field. But don't be surprised if Xingmeng fails to advance to C-class and you end up watching from the stands. We will compete. Su Chen's tone was resolute, as if stating an undeniable truth. Xingmeng clutched Su Chen's fingers tightly, slowly lifting her gaze. Through her blurred tears, that towering figure appeared to her like a mighty tree, sheltering her from the storm. An unprecedented wave of emotion surged within her chest. Guilt. Guilt over her own timidity. Guilt over her own retreat. Master had unhesitatingly stood before her, shielding her from all malice. Should she still falter? Should she still harbor fear? She ceased to tremble. For the first time, I met Wang Tingting's gaze with the eyes of my opponent. There was neither humility nor fear, only the intense flames of shame fueling my resolve. You villain, Wang Tingting. We shall meet on the racetrack. I articulated each word with conviction. After speaking, I hoisted the bewildered Su Chun and declared, Master, let us depart. It was only after the two of us vanished from the entrance of the Mechanical Protection Association that Wang Tingting emerged from her humiliation. She covered her swollen cheek, cursing under her breath. Damn it, what is the big deal about a mere tuner? Why the arrogance? Let us see if you can truly bring that clunker to the city championship. Initially, she merely aspired to achieve a satisfactory result in the city championship. However, her ambitions had shifted. Now she aimed to secure a position within the top 3. While ordinary drivers were not held in the same regard as tuners, achieving a top 3 finish would render a tuner who could only craft white cores inconsequential. Tuners, too, needed to sustain their livelihoods, relying on drivers and their machines for promotion. Otherwise, with so many tuning shops available, why would drivers choose to collaborate with hers? Lin Gu, you must assist me. Help me place in the city championship, or else I shall have no face left. Wang Tingting pleaded, shaking the arm of the blonde-haired companion, her eyes filled with desperation. Though she was displeased with Lin Haijun's previous timidity, she suppressed her discontent, recognizing that she still needed his support. I will definitely assist you. Lin Haijun, feeling guilty, hastily replied, Tingting, rest assured, I will resolve the issue with Lu Yen Xingyuan for you. Once Jin's son reaches C rank, I will arrange a green-grade tuning core for you. We have no need for that worthless white core. Lin Gu, you are the best. Wang Tingting nestled into Lin Haijun's embrace, secretly vowing vengeance. Just wait. Once she triumphs in the city championship, becomes a celebrated driver in Binzhou, and gains entry to the Star Crown Club, she would ensure that tuning shop was shut down, erasing it from Binzhou entirely. In a moment of impulsive bravado, Xingmeng felt the weight of the world crashing down. Master, I am so sorry for dragging you into this. On the skyrail, Xingmeng repeatedly tapped her forehead against the window, dejected. I shouldn't have spoken without preparation. I must have placed immense pressure and trouble on you, Master. If I fail to compete, I will be mocked for a lifetime, and I've caused you to waste a tuning core. What are you apologizing for? Su Chen rolled his eyes, placing a hand on Xingmeng's shoulder to align her gaze with his. May I ask, who am I? You are, my master. She stammered, finding it difficult to maintain eye contact with Su Chen's intense stare, her cheeks flushing as she quickly averted her gaze. No, what I mean is, what is my profession? Your profession? Xingmeng blinked, hesitating. You are a driver? Oh no, you are my master, Miao. Su Chen sighed. I am a tuner. He cleared his throat and solemnly stated, as a tuner, do you think I would lack the core of modification? If it is ruined, I shall craft another upon returning to the shop. Moreover, there is no need to fret about the pressure of competition. Without pressure, where lies the motivation? Xingmeng, it is time for us to strive together. Let us persevere. Oh, let us persevere. Xingmeng felt a surge of encouragement and, emulating Su Chen, clenched her fists and waved them a couple of times. However, she tilted her head in confusion and asked, but master, can the modification core be easily crafted? I have heard that the success rate for tuners in creating modification cores is rather low. Wouldn't it be a waste of materials if one continuously fails? Materials, after all, must be purchased. At this, Su Chen paused. He had never encountered failure in crafting modification cores. After all, his method was vastly different from that of the tuners in this world, and not all tuners were adept at manufacturing modification cores. The majority merely possessed a tuner's certificate and knowledge, functioning as mere vendors of modification cores, while the true tuners held a higher status. He had previously lacked both certification and the awakening of this ability. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in a situation where he struggled to pay rent. You need not worry. I possess ample materials, Su Chen said, his eyes wide as he spoke untruths. In reality, his stock was dwindling. If crafting the modification core truly involved a probability of failure, he might face disaster. Nevertheless, he maintained an optimistic outlook, adhering to the belief that a path would manifest before him. Regardless of the odds, his immediate goal was to reassure Xingmeng. As a purist tuner, one of the happiest moments is witnessing one's personally modified racing car shine brilliantly in competition, leaving all others in its wake. Su Chen relished this moment. Therefore, when Xingmeng became his machine girl, his mind was flooded with a myriad of ambitious maneuvers, determined to see her grace the track and astonish those drivers who looked down upon her. Yet, while aspirations are grand, reality often proves stark. The most authoritative and official entry-level competition globally is the Urban Championship, held in every major city. The difficulty of the tracks is stringently regulated. Although it cannot be guaranteed that each city's track is identical, the variance in difficulty is minimal. However, merely expressing the desire to bring Xingmeng to the Urban Championship is insufficient. A pressing issue remains. Only C-grade machine girls are eligible to participate. Xingmeng is classified as D-grade, specifically D-. Thus, he must elevate her status. To upgrade from D to C requires achieving a performance benchmark and acquiring a primary star crystal corresponding to the respective star emblem attribute. Xingmeng's emblem is Radiance, necessitating a Radiance star crystal. At that moment, Xingmeng was joyfully sipping a canister of orange-flavored high-energy nutrient solution, her small feet swinging lightly as she sat on the stool. Noticing Su Chen's gaze, her cat ears twitched, and she tilted her head, letting out a soft meow. Ba, form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Su Chen silently recited this 3 times, averting his gaze, feeling somewhat troubled. If the passing threshold is set at 60, then all 5 attributes of Star Dream fall short, lacking significantly, with only the cornering performance approaching adequacy. He gathered his scattered thoughts and meticulously organized the tasks he needed to undertake, jotting them down on paper while murmuring to himself. First, it would be prudent to prepare multiple modification plans, with one specifically aimed at elevating Star Dream's cornering attribute to 60. Next, I should check the online racing community for any recent public competitions offering rewards of beginner star essence, strategically applying modification cores tailored to the corresponding track formats to ensure a steady acquisition of beginner star essence rewards. This should reliably elevate Star Dream to a C grade. And one crucial point, Su Chen sighed and hastily sketched a steering wheel on the paper. Having traversed through time, I can't believe I'm still burdened with the necessity of obtaining a Driver S license. Chapter 10, the second modification. Master, it feels a bit strange. Meow, there's nothing peculiar about it. Modifications require this, and you must learn to adapt. However, it still feels somewhat embarrassing. Alright, enough of the chit-chat. Let us be serious. I shall begin. In the modification room, the night casts mottled shadows through the window. Xingmeng has transformed into the form of a racing car, its body elevated to a height of approximately 1.5 meters by 2 jacks, with all 4 tires suspended above the chassis. Su Chen furrowed his brow, wielding a flashlight and a wrench, pacing back and forth around Xingmeng's body, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. In this state of focus, he shed his usual nonchalant demeanor, embodying only seriousness and dedication. Last time, I discovered your tires were inadequate. As a racing car designed for competition, you must be equipped with semi-slick tires. Once the tires are replaced, your cornering performance will surely improve. Tires, those seemingly insignificant components of a racing car, significantly influence its performance. High-quality tires not only enhance cornering capabilities, but can also improve the driver's tactile feedback. However, Su Chen lacked such sensitivity. After all, aside from his identity as a modifier, he was merely an ordinary individual with average driving skills. Nonetheless, he knew precisely which tires would suit Xingmeng. Are we changing the tires, meow? Xingmeng's voice sounded somewhat anxious. Indeed, as he spoke, Su Chen skillfully removed the tires and utilized a pressure relief valve to release the air from the factory-installed wheels. The rims could still be of use, though with limited conditions, their maintenance was overlooked. He observed that even though the tires were already on the tire changer, a faint photon connection lingered between the wheels and Xingmeng's body. It seemed that the form of the mechanical girl retained a sense of normalcy throughout. Su Chen could not help but wonder if, even with the wheels detached from the body, Xingmeng might still possess a sensation. That would be rather unsettling. As it turned out, he was not mistaken. When the tire changer's blades separated the tire bead, Xingmeng suddenly let out a soft yelp, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Su Chen paused momentarily, turning to observe Xingmeng's condition. From this angle, he could see the girl in the cockpit bowing her head, her delicate face slightly flushed, her cat ears perked up high. No, it doesn't hurt, meow. It just feels cold and tingly. It's the first time I've experienced such a sensation. Oh, as long as it doesn't hurt. Su Chen continued to remove the second tire, his movements considerably gentler, while casually inquiring, by the way, what part of your mechanical girl form corresponds to the wheel? Is it the rear? How could it possibly be the rear, meow? Ignoring Xingmeng's flustered reaction, Su Chen pressed on. Then where is it? The head? The ribs? The duodenum? Don't guess randomly, meow. It's the foot. The little paw, meow. I see. So it's akin to us humans taking off our shoes. Su Chen feigned sudden realization, a slight smile gracing his lips. He understood perfectly, merely trying to lighten the atmosphere given Xingmeng's tension. Judging by the current reaction, it seemed to be quite effective. The X1 type semi-slick tires, considered entry-level semi-slick tires in this world. Based on his experience, The strength of this tire is comparable to that of the previous Michelin PS4S, positioning it as a high-performance street tire. The source was a nearby junkyard, where an elderly man, unaware of its value, allowed him to uncover a treasure. To purchase a new one would cost around 2,000 yuan. The process of changing tires was second nature to Su Chun, albeit somewhat monotonous. Conversely, for Xingmeng, it was entirely different. Her mind was a blank slate, only sensing Su Chun repeatedly manipulating her wheels. Suddenly, the rim became warm, enveloped by a sticky and heated material, presumably the tire bead of the new tire mentioned by the master. This was her first experience with tire replacement. She couldn't quite articulate her feelings, yet it was rather pleasant. Before she could fully savor this novel sensation, Su Chen's voice abruptly broke the silence. All done. Meow? That was quick. An hour has already passed. With a raised eyebrow, Su Chen tapped on the car window. As a professional modifier, my speed surpasses that of ordinary novices. But do you seem a bit unsatisfied? No, not at all, Meow. Xingmeng chuckled shyly. Changing the wheels was merely the first step. The task was far from complete. In truth, it was finished, but the corresponding modification core had yet to be generated. Su Chen pondered, stroking his chin. Perhaps the prerequisite conditions had not been met? Recalling his previous modifications on Xingmeng, adding a front lip and a rear wing while also adjusting the chassis, he had modified 2 components in total. Could it be that 2 modifications were necessary to fulfill the activation criteria for the modification core? He glanced at the scraps he had salvaged from the junkyard. The remaining PVC board from the last chassis cover was just a few scraps, but there was an ample supply of ABS plastic, sufficient for crafting a front lip and rear wing. The downforce provided by these components would also influence grip, paralleling the effects of tire replacement. However, he had not initially intended to proceed this way. After all, such a blunt enhancement of cornering performance could lead to excessive grip, thereby affecting the vehicle's speed. Yet, there were no other options at present. By the time the front lip and rear wing were completed, it was already 9 in the evening. Su Chun affixed the 2 components onto Xingmeng. Compared to her initial installation, she appeared much calmer this time. The 4 wheels, front lip, and rear wing transformed into shimmering starlight, ultimately coalescing beside the jack into a hexagonal block radiating a white-green glow. Indeed, the newly crafted modification core. Su Chen picked up the modification core, and as the electronic patterns flowed, the module's information materialized before his eyes. Unnamed Cornering Performance Specialization Modification Core. Positive effects. Cornering 7. Stability 3. Negative effects. Speed -4. Burst -2. Tire wear rate 40. Special effects. Bust 1 cup. Black stocking high heel special effect. Sensitivity of special areas 1. Grade. White to green. This modification core has been crafted for you. Please name the modification core. Meanwhile, Xingmeng has reverted to her machine girl form, curiously tiptoeing to glance this way. Su Chan's gaze flitted between Xingmeng's modest upper figure and her bare little feet. Lost in contemplation, this modification core seems to allow for transformation? Or is it that all modification cores possess such transformative qualities? As for a name, let us call it the Black Stocking Thunder No. 2 Modification Core. He squinted his eyes and clapped his fists together. What a splendid, sophisticated, and fitting name. He felt akin to the Greek deity of nomenclature. However, what does a sensitivity increase of 1 in special areas imply? Su Chun wore a serious expression, his gaze fixed intently on Xingmeng. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. As a modifier and driver, one ought to possess sufficient understanding of their own machine girl-esque condition. Therefore, a little exploration should be harmless, right? Chapter 11. A delight to the senses master. This module feels rather peculiar on my body. Xingmeng stood beneath the glow of the hall's lights, her slender legs clad in black stockings, delicately crossed as she balanced on a pair of high heels. The sight was simply captivating. Moreover, her previously modest bosom now possessed a pleasing curve. Peculiar? Or is it strange? Do tell. Su Chan appraised Xingmeng from head to toe, finally grasping the essence of beauty. Those furry ears, that fluffy tail, they sparked an irresistible urge to caress. However, it was just that her soles felt a bit tingly. Xingmeng cautiously shifted her weight, the heels of her shoes producing a crisp click against the wooden floor, causing her to blush and shiver. Seeing Xingmeng's embarrassment, Su Chun deduced the truth. So the sensitivity of certain areas had increased by 1 point, and the soles of her feet were the culprit. It was unexpected, yet quite logical. He had assumed it might pertain to more intimate regions, such as her cat ears or tail. Nevertheless, this did not detract from his appreciation of her beauty. Aside from that, do you have any other sensations? Indeed, meow. Xingmeng closed her eyes and seriously contemplated, clenching her fists and delivering a mock cat punch into the air. I feel stronger than before, and my chest feels heavy, meow. Suchen thought to himself, indeed. It was a transformation from A to B, a qualitative leap. It seemed that after installing the modification core, the machine girl herself had an inkling of the enhancement, albeit not a clear one. Your feet are a flaw of the modification core. Su Chun pointed earnestly at a chair. Go sit there, remove your shoes, and let me examine them. Oh, without hesitation, Xingmeng complied, sitting down and revealing her petite feet encased in black stockings. Su Chun knelt to inspect them closely, marveling at the peculiar existence known as the machine girl. Logically, these high heels should be wheels. Yet, they could be removed in the form of high heels. It defied all scientific reasoning. However, this was not the time to ponder the laws of science. For the sake of Xingmeng's health, he needed to conduct a thorough examination of her feet. His fingers descended slowly. Yet, before he could fully appreciate the softness of her skin, Xingmeng suddenly gasped, her calves tightening as her foot shot up in a powerful kick. In an instant, a fragrant shadow flashed before him. Bang! Su Chen's face contorted, and with a splutter, he spewed a fountain of blood. His body spun through the air, completing 3.5 rotations before landing and rolling into the corner of the hall, crashing into a shelf to come to a halt. Master. Startled by her own action, Xingmeng hurried over to check on Su Chun. The incident had been entirely instinctive. After the installation of the modification core, her feet had become extraordinarily sensitive, and the moment Su Chen's hand made contact, her entire body tingled, triggering a reflex akin to a knee-jerk reaction. The strength of a machine girl far surpassed that of an ordinary human. With a near full-force kick, Su Chun was naturally sent flying. Master, I am truly sorry, it was unintentional. Xingmeng knelt beside Su Chun, helping him up, her small hand tightly clasping his gradually cooling one, tears streaming down her face. Master, please do not die. What will I do if you leave me, please? Do not cry. Su Chun, pallid and lying on Xingmeng's soft lap, trembled as he slowly raised his phone. Quick, please call for an ambulance the following morning. Su Chun stood at the entrance of the hospital, slightly dazed as he confronted the bustling crowd and passing cars. He vowed never to be so reckless again, and was it really so soon? He touched his already healed chin in disbelief. Master, what is happening so quickly? Xingmeng, carrying fruits and milk, tilted her head in curiosity. Throughout the journey from waking to leaving the hospital, Su Chen's expression and condition had been peculiar. Had his fractured jaw healed so swiftly? Su Chun was astonished. Was the medical technology in this world truly so formidable? He could only recall falling unconscious and awakening to find himself perfectly restored. Indeed, Xingmeng nodded enthusiastically. It was merely a minor injury, albeit quite painful. Master, I apologize. I promise to restrain myself and will not kick you again. Su Chun was left speechless. Xingmeng had not acted with malice. The machine girl held a deep-seated principle of not harming her driver, so he could not blame her. He could only fault his own recklessness and his misguided estimation of her formidable strength, enchanted as he was by her adorable exterior. Had she delivered her kick with a force diminished by 100-fold, he would have welcomed a few more encounters. It's all right. Su Chun quietly distanced himself from Xingmeng by a step, clearing his throat. By the way, where did you procure the funds for the medical expenses? The owner of a machine girl can apply for free emergency treatment once a year. Xingmeng raised the pocket in her hand. As a driver, I can apply 3 times a year and receive fruits and milk as well. Is the treatment for drivers so generous? Su Chun couldn't help but marvel. Truly, in a world where racing reigned supreme, drivers were almost coddled like royalty. What shall we do next, Master? Shall we continue the modifications? At this, Su Chun fell silent for a moment. He had neither materials nor funds left to further modify Xingmeng. What he needed to do now was to transform her modifications into profits. However, before that, he required a ticket to enter the new century. Come. He waved his hand. Accompany me to take the driving test. In this world, driving licenses were categorized into 2 forms. One was akin to those of his former life, applicable to maglev and regular cars, as well as electric vehicles, with the fastest certification achievable in a single day. The second type was a specialized license for machine girl drivers. To obtain it, one must first possess the basic driving license, and then complete a foundational track assessment while driving a machine girl. The certification time was also shortened to a day. The assessment track spans a total of 10 kilometers, and the entire course is exceedingly narrow, permitting the passage of only a single racing car at a time. The requirement is to reach the finish line within the stipulated time, without colliding with the surrounding barriers. Any instance of contact, even a mere brush, is deemed a failure. The driving school in Binzhou resembles a waiting hall. Su Chun, accompanied by Xingmeng, took a number and chose a seat in the spacious, bright hall, surrounded by rows of seating akin to those found in waiting areas, as it is both graduation season and the time for new students. The place is bustling with numerous youthful faces clad in uniforms, their expressions brimming with excitement. Typically, those seeking to obtain their driving licenses are freshmen from the League Academy, making Su Chun feel somewhat like an elder among them. He noticed a massive electronic screen on the wall to the right of the waiting area. Displayed was an electronic map of Binzhou, with blinking landmarks indicating ongoing or forthcoming competitions in the city. Approaching the electronic map for a clearer view, he read, Autumn Mountain, Ascent Segment Exchange Race, Difficulty, Location, Binzhou Autumn Mountain Date, July 9th, 8 p.m. Rewards, Standard Prizes for the top 3. Personal guidance from the record holder, the legendary Tohai. Dragon Pool Exchange Race, Difficulty, Location, Dragon Pool at the terminus of Line 1 Air Track Date, July 8th. 8 a.m. Rewards, Standard Prizes for the top 3. These are merely minor competitions, a routine for most League Academy students and even professional racers. They frequently participate in small contests, earning money whenever their machines are in optimal condition. Once they accumulate sufficient funds, they upgrade their machines and subsequently enter more challenging races to earn even greater rewards, perpetuating a cycle of improvement. As he scanned through the race information, a particular landmark located in the heart of Binzhou suddenly illuminated, more radiant and opulent than the others. Public competition in the central underground tunnel of Binzhou, live-streamed. Difficulty, location, west entrance of the central tunnel. Date, July 7th, 9 p.m. Rewards, standard prizes for public competitions. One choice of a basic star essence. July 7th, which is tonight. A surge of excitement coursed through Su Chun, and he clenched his fist. To participate in the city championship, one must attain C-level status. Xingmeng has already met the criteria for promotion to C-level. Now, they only lack a basic star essence. This opportunity is too precious to miss. The driver assessment must be passed on the first attempt. Chapter 12. Su Chin's Launching Start. Young man, have you ever learned how to operate a mech? Your registration is absent from the computer. It appears you have never attended driving school. The middle-aged instructor glanced at Su Chun and then at Xingmeng, secretly thinking that yet another pampered second generation was before him. A specialized beast-eared mech is not inexpensive. Even with average performance, its aesthetics alone could inflate the price by 20. While it is true that he has not attended driving school, is self-study not an option? Su Chin chuckled, as long as I can pass the exam, that's all that matters. In this world, examinations are quite stringent, yet the educational requirements are lenient. As long as one can pass, it does not matter where the knowledge was acquired. However, those who pass the exam without formal education are exceedingly rare. Very well. The instructor said no more and handed a form to Su Chun for him to sign. The examination fee is 100 yuan, non-refundable if one fails. And a basic driving license can only be tested once every 2 weeks, while a specialized mech driving license can only be attempted once every 3 months. After signing and paying, the instructor stood up, signaling for Su Chin to follow. I will be your examiner today. Shortly, I will sit in the passenger seat. Follow me. Xingmeng accompanied the two to the training ground, her curiosity piqued by her master's driving test. She had never seen her master drive before and wondered about his driving skills. In contrast, Wang Tingting's driving was rather average, making it uncomfortable to share the track with her. However, Su Chun was different. He treated her well, so even if his skills were merely half of Wang Tingting's, she would fully accept it. Choose one: magnetic levitation, fuel, or electric vehicle. The instructor led Su Chun to 3 training vehicles, taking a sip of water. The fuel vehicle presents the highest difficulty and is nearly obsolete. I do not recommend it. Su Chun scrutinized the 3 vehicles. The 2 at the back appeared no different from those in his previous life, while the front vehicle, a magnetic levitation model, utilized unknown technology, its wheels resembling tracks. And the entire body hovered at a height of half a palm, exuding a high-tech aura. Yet, no matter how advanced, Could magnetic levitation and batteries compare to the mechanical allure of an internal combustion engine? Moreover, the internal structure of Xingmeng's vehicle evidently resembled that of a fuel car. I choose the fuel vehicle. The instructor's eye twitched, yet another defiant soul. Driving a fuel vehicle is stylish, but it is challenging. Are you certain? Yes. I choose the fuel vehicle. Very well. The instructor opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. His expression impassive as he prepared to score Suchun with a 0. Suchun took his place in the driver's seat, a wave of familiarity washing over him. Although he was not a racer in his past life, as a modification specialist, he had to possess an understanding of racing and racing technology. His skills, while modest, could undoubtedly categorize him as an experienced driver among ordinary people, and not merely through experience, but through technical prowess. Instructor, I have heard that drivers are graded from ungraded. D grade to S grade, correct? And so what? The instructor rolled his eyes, exasperated. There are even SS and SSS grades above those. But what relevance does that have to you? Today, if you can merely manage to pass as an ungraded driver, consider yourself fortunate. Suchun did not refute. After a brief inspection of the vehicle's condition, he fixed his gaze ahead and inquired, Instructor, are you ready? I'm ready. Stop dawdling and finish this quickly. I have lunch to attend to. In the next moment, the engine roared to life with a deafening growl, nearly startling the instructor from his seat. As the clutch engaged to a semi-connected state, the young man beside him wore a stoic expression, gripping the steering wheel as if he were a knight holding the reins of a steed. No, it would be inaccurate to liken it to a steed. The usually docile training vehicle had transformed into a beast poised for action. The instructor instinctively pressed himself against the seat, clutching the seatbelt tightly. Meanwhile, Suchun had already pressed the clutch to the floor with his left foot and aggressively pushed the accelerator with his right, revving the engine to 4,000 RPM. The turbo began to emit a piercing shriek. Hey, what are you doing? The instructor's voice seemed feeble against the roar of the engine. Suchun remained silent, fixated on the quivering needle of the tachometer. Through the dashboard, he envisioned the moment when fuel and air would meld in perfect harmony. His fingers tapped a rhythm, his lips silently counting down. 3, 2, 1. The instant the word 1 escaped his lips, he lifted the clutch to the engagement point while simultaneously slamming the accelerator. The front wheels of the training vehicle seized the ground with a screech, rubber screeching against the asphalt. The powerful thrust sent the bewildered instructor back into his seat. In a mere 0.8 seconds, the engine's RPM soared from 4,000 to the red line. Boom. The training vehicle shot forth like a cannonball. Suchun expertly shifted into second gear, the turbocharger roaring in response, the propulsion crashing over him like a tidal wave. The starting line was instantly left behind, and in his bright eyes, only the straight track ahead remained. Within him, dopamine and adrenaline intertwined, composing an intense symphony celebrating the freedom and wildness unique to the racing world. Ha ha. Suchun laughed heartily, while the instructor felt an overwhelming urge to relieve himself. On the sidelines, Star Dream watched the training vehicle surge ahead, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had not anticipated that the master possessed such a skill in launching. How impressive, she mused, if only she could experience such a launch under the master's command. A sudden pang of envy for the training vehicle washed over her. The master's first launch had been bestowed upon the training vehicle? How vexing. 10 minutes later, after completing all the tasks, Suchun executed a swift drift, maneuvering the car into the parking space. He rolled down the window and glanced at the parking line, shaking his head with a sigh. Ultimately, he was not a professional driver. This drift parking was rather lackluster. A professional could align the car perfectly parallel to the line, whereas his was decidedly askew. Nevertheless, crooked as it was, parking it meant he had passed. He turned to the instructor, whose face had turned pale, and asked, Well, instructor, I should be qualified, right? Yes. The instructor nodded tremulously, suddenly flinging the car door open and beginning to retch. After years of teaching, he had never encountered such a terrifying novice. No, it is absolutely implausible for a novice. Typically, the young pilots emerging from league academies lack such adeptness. The technique of a booster start is rarely encountered by drivers prior to their entry into clubs. Do you genuinely believe that anyone can become self-taught? The application of the same technique differs significantly between mechanical vehicles and mechanized girls. Mechanical vehicles are devoid of spirit, merely lifeless objects that can be manipulated at will, whereas mechanized girls can indeed feel pain. Who would dare to execute a booster start on their own mechanized girl without professional training? Not to mention the repercussions of being summoned for a chat by the Maintenance Association, who would be willing to shoulder the risk of their mechanized girl being rendered inoperable. In the eyes of the coach, Su Chun has already been categorized as the heir of certain club magnates. Only individuals of such stature might possess the requisite resources to hone their skills without having acquired basic driving knowledge in a driving school. Su Chun offered the coach a bottle of mineral water, patting him on the back, and inquired, "Coach, can you endure a bit longer? There are still several assessments and the professional driving test for mechanized girls ahead." "No, that will suffice," the coach exclaimed, abruptly waving his hand. His eyes reddened. "Do not torment me. I am merely a humble coach. I shall grade you now. Take your driving license and swiftly disappear from my sight." "Coach, isn't that inappropriate?" Su Chun replied, his face displaying a bashful smile. "There is nothing inappropriate about it." After completing the grading on the scoring device, the coach finally seemed to regain his composure, gazing at Su Chun with a complex expression. "The highest rating a standard driving school can offer is a C. I recognize that your skills would easily qualify you for a B, or even an A. You could effortlessly pursue the club S pathways. There is no need to feign modesty here." Su Chun chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. He had no club affiliations. What could he do? Nevertheless, a C rating was satisfactory. Even Xingmeng's upgrade was a C, and he and Xingmeng would grow together as twin stars. The documentation was swiftly completed. The coach thrust the C-level driving license into Su Chun's hands, his expression dark as he slammed the office door shut, unwilling to linger a moment longer on Su Chun. Su Chun, however, was unbothered. The sunlight outside was radiant. He exchanged a glance with Xingmeng beside him, a slight smile gracing his lips. "The underground tunnel competition in Binhai City. We are here. The gift shall be postponed for now, as I currently lack the energy to provide additional updates. I will make amends when time permits. Thank you. And let me first allow the goose to adjust its state." Chapter 13. Northern Wolf Old Zhang. "I must trouble you again. There's a competition tonight." Lin Haijun pushed open the office door, momentarily taken aback. Coach Zhang, typically vibrant, appeared today with a drawn, pallid visage, radiating a sense of fragility. "What has happened to you? Are you feeling unwell?" The coach raised his gaze to the newcomer, Huang Mao, and sighed deeply. "Do not even mention it. I encountered a club's young heir today. He completed the training circuit in under 8 minutes, demonstrating a remarkable proficiency even in techniques like the explosive start. In the end, he walked away with a Class C driver's license. What could he possibly want? The club sent him to obtain a license?" Lin Haijun was taken aback. What a peculiar situation. I too feel he must be suffering from something significant. The coach lifted his teacup, gulping down a mouthful of water. Despite consuming 3 bottles of mineral water, he still detected a nauseating acidity in his throat. "What is his name? I might recall something," Lin Haijun inquired. "I believe it is Su Chun." "Su Chun? I have not heard of him." Lin Haijun shook his head. "He must be a newcomer from a smaller club. Young individuals like this often lack experience. They possess a modicum of talent and believe themselves to be extraordinary, parading around with an air of arrogance." "Indeed," the coach conceded, nodding earnestly and scoffing softly. "Just like you were back in the day. You are set to participate in tonight's underground city tunnel race, correct? Here are the keys. After training, remember to return the ice cream cones to their rightful place." He produced a set of keys and handed them to Lin Haijun. Huang Mao was the son of a friend, and this was not his first visit. He would occasionally bring his machine companion to the training circuit to hone his skills and typically warmed up with her before competitions. His talent was commendable, yet his distractions with women kept him from reaching the threshold necessary to join the club. "Rest assured, I have always returned everything in order," Lin Haijun replied as he took the keys and stepped outside, his thoughts still lingering on the earlier conversation. Usually, once a driver obtains a license, they would take their machine companion to the nearest competition for practice. Tonight's event in Beijing was the only one scheduled. Could it be that this individual intended to join the underground city tunnel race as well? Directly obtaining a Class C license indicates a certain level of skill. What began as an anticipated personal showcase now stirred a flicker of excitement within him. "Su Chun, you seem intriguing." Nightfall. Virum. The thunderous roar of an engine reverberated down the street as a sleek silver sports car raced past. The tires splashed through puddles, dousing a swaying drunkard with water. "Hey, is this how you drive?" The inebriated man bellowed, cursing vociferously, only to freeze in astonishment upon catching sight of the wolf emblem on the car's rear. This emblem. It does not appear to belong to Beijing's team. late at night, heading in this direction. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, pulling a ticket from his pocket. That's right, the Beeching Underground Tunnel Race. Damn, I nearly forgot amidst my drinking. Glancing at the time, he hastily hopped onto a shared magnetic floating bike and sped towards the venue. The Underground Tunnel Race in Bin City, though not a public event, attracts a plethora of promising drivers due to its generous rewards. Many of these participants, along with their mechanical companions, are likely to appear in the city championship. Observing these races in advance and gathering intelligence on the drivers and their machines will be advantageous for predicting the top 3 contenders in the city championship. Not only does this promise a substantial financial reward, but it also serves as a delightful topic of conversation among friends. The atmosphere is charged with the mingled scents of gasoline, rubber, and fried delicacies. At the starting point of the Bin City Tunnel Race, neon lights cast a kaleidoscope of colors on the damp ground. By day, this location is merely an unremarkable tunnel entrance, yet by night, it transforms into a haven for dreamers who glide through in their hover cars, celebrating aspirations. This vibrant group of youths, adorned with colorful hair and clad in punk attire, idolizes not pop stars or movie icons, but the drivers themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am your longtime friend, Brother G. A temporary stage has been erected near the tunnel entrance. The host, Brother G, clad in a sequined suit and exaggerated heart-shaped sunglasses, wields a microphone, exuberantly showcasing his distinctive voice. Welcome to the Bin City Underground Tunnel Race. The competition begins in 10 minutes. Most of the drivers have already arrived, preparing for the challenge. Considering there are new spectators, Brother G takes a moment to briefly explain the race. The Bin City Tunnel spans 7-8 kilometers, and our drivers and their machines must complete 20 laps. The start will be determined by a lottery system, and malicious collisions are strictly prohibited during the race, as are illegal modifications. With a playful gesture toward the backstage, Brother G quips, "All right, I've had my fun. Now, let us turn the spotlight to our competitors. Feel free to cheer for your favorite." Laughter fills the air as Brother G continues to radiate enthusiasm. Lin Haijun leans against his machine, Broken Edge, still engrossed in Brother G's comedic performance on the big screen. "Master, it's time to prepare," Broken Edge urges. "Oh, it's just a little race. There's no need to take it so seriously." Lin Haijun dismissively waves his hand. For him, the Bin City Underground Race is merely a minor event, one he has participated in more than 10 times, making him intimately familiar with the track. Not to mention, securing a spot in the top 3 is almost a certainty. Achieving this would earn him a basic star element, thus fulfilling Wang Tingting's task. "One must still approach even a minor race with diligence," Broken Edge remarks, pouting slightly. As the driver remains outside, she takes the initiative to check the vehicle's condition, preparing to report back shortly. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of engines reverberates from the distance, reminiscent of a lion surveying its territory with a low growl. Lin Haijun and the other drivers turn in unison to see a blinding beam of headlights slicing through the night. In the next moment, a silver machine appears, executing a smooth drift, its tires screeching against the asphalt as it glides in parallel to the starting line alongside Broken Edge. Through the windshield, one could faintly discern the driver inside the vehicle, skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel with one hand, his gaze sharp as that of an eagle. This is Lin Haijun's pupils constricted as he recognized the wolf emblem emblazoned on the silver machine. The Northern Wolf? He was familiar with this team's insignia. Yet, what could the Northern Wolf team from the neighboring K-City be doing in Binzhou? As the car door swung open, a man clad in a black leather jacket emerged, removing his helmet to reveal a sharply defined face. He appraised Lin Haijun with a quick glance before shifting his attention elsewhere, his demeanor devoid of arrogance, yet evidently dismissive of Lin Haijun and his modest vehicle. How infuriating! What a condescending gaze! Lin Haijun clenched his fists, his molars grinding audibly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The presence of a professional driver from the Northern Wolf team at such a trivial competition was suffocating, akin to a constricting snake. Setting aside the remarkable skill required to perfectly slide the vehicle past the starting line, even that seamless drift was something he could only aspire to master over the course of 2 years. However, as a multitude of drivers found themselves enveloped in the oppressive aura exuded by the Northern Wolf, the sound of an engine resonated from the end of the road, distinctly less explosive than that of the previous machine. Yet, it was steady and restrained, cloaked in an air of lethal intent, reminiscent of a cheetah poised to strike. There were no blinding headlights, no frantic screech of brakes. A blue and white machine, seemingly rather ordinary, stealthily emerged at the periphery of vision. Lin Haijun stared at the vehicle, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. In the moment of his distraction, this machine executed a flawless drift, nearly brushing against the railing as it slid into the starting line. When it came to a halt, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The man in the black jacket from the Northern Wolf displayed surprise. While Lin Haijun finally regained his composure, this machine was none other than the Star Dream previously driven by Wang Tingting. Despite the evident modifications, the core structure of the car remained largely unchanged. As the door opened, a tall man descended, his expression calm, even bearing a hint of a morbid pallor. Su Chun did not even glance at the crowd. Instead, he bent down, reaching out to poke at the tires of the Star Dream. How's the Star Dream performing? Report on the tire wear. Chapter 14. The race begins. The race is about to commence. All contestants, please prepare for the start. The boisterous voice of Chicken Brother resonated through the speakers. Su Chun donned his helmet and gripped the steering wheel firmly. Master, the water temperature is normal, and the oil pressure is stable. The neural network is successfully connected to the cockpit. A series of unknown material connection lines extended from the spine of Xingmeng, intertwining with the steering wheel, brakes, clutch, and other operational platforms within the cockpit. As the last words fell, these connection lines emitted a gentle phosphorescent glow. 3 tire wear, truly outrageous. Su Chin sighed, leaning back in his seat, allowing his body to relax. The 3 figure was provided by Xingmeng. The distance from the modification shop to the racetrack was approximately 15 kilometers, which meant that by the end of the race, Xingmeng's tire wear would reach 30. This was the immediate consequence of the core negative effect of the tire degradation modification, a glaring issue. Such tires would undoubtedly be deemed unfit for competition. Yet, there was no choice but to press on. Master, if we lose this race, will you blame me? A timid voice from Xingmeng broke through. Through the rearview mirror, Su Chin caught a glimpse of the girl's anxious and apprehensive expression. They had only just formed a contract and had not undergone any prior adjustment. Now they were on the cusp of facing a race of considerable repute, with the 2 opponents beside them exerting immense pressure on Xingmeng. To the left were Lin Haijun and Po Feng, with Lin Haijun being the current boyfriend of Wang Tingting. To the right, a man in a jacket accompanied an unknown female racer, reportedly from the neighboring city's Northern Wolf team. As professional racers, they were undoubtedly formidable contenders. So, Xingmeng, what do you like to eat? Su Chun posed a seemingly unrelated question. Me? Well, Xingmeng perked up, tilting her head in contemplation for a couple of seconds. Promise not to laugh, but I enjoy watermelon paired with stinky tofu, meow? Very well. Su Chun chuckled, somewhat surprised by Xingmeng's peculiar taste. If we lose this race and fail to secure the materials, we shall indulge in a feast of watermelon and stinky tofu as a form of encouragement. Meow? Is that really possible? This time, Xingmeng's tail perked up with excitement. Of course. But, won't there be a punishment for losing? Xingmeng asked incredulously, confirming once more, Master. Whatever the punishment may be, I will accept it, but please do not sever our contract. Rest assured, that will not happen. Su Chin reiterated, emphasizing his words for assurance. It won't happen, it won't happen, it won't happen. Hearing Su Chin's repeated assurances, Xingmeng felt a slight sense of relief. Master, I will do my best too. She raised her fist, taking a deep breath. This race was crucial for her to obtain the star element materials. Only by acquiring these materials could she advance to the sea-level city championship. I will prove myself to you, Xingmeng murmured, casting a glance at Po Feng beside her. I am not the worthless being you think I am. I too can race on the track and unleash my power. In the adjacent cockpit of the breakthrough, Lin Haijun's demeanor had been peculiar from the outset. The world is merely a vast tapestry of coincidences. He had not anticipated encountering Xingmeng and that particular tuner here. Very well, let us shatter your hopes in advance. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Xingmeng, faintly perceiving the figure of the man sitting upright in the cockpit. A competition with a difficulty level of 2.5 stars was certainly not something a novice could handle. Soon enough, you will realize how naive you truly are. A smirk graced his lips as he cast another glance at the left, where the mech from the Northern Wolves team resided. His smile abruptly vanished, excluding the uncertain presence of the Class C driver. This racer from the Northern Wolves would undoubtedly be his formidable opponent tonight. As the clock struck 8, with the sound of the signal gun, the race officially commenced. All racers departed from the starting point in groups of 3, according to the draw. At 8:05, the announcement echoed once more. Please, competitor number 17, Yu Ming, chasing shadow, and competitor number 24, Lin Haijun, breakthrough, prepare for departure. Yu Ming. Lin Haijun had a vague recollection. Indeed, there was such an individual within the Northern Wolves team, although he seemed to belong to the T2 squad and was not a primary racer. Nonetheless, even appearing in such a minor competition was indicative of a mere fish in a barrel. Was this not a display of ostentation? Please, competitor number 41, Su Chun, Xingmeng, prepare for departure. What? Lin Haijun was taken aback, nearly springing from his seat. Su Chun. Was he truly Su Chun? Gazing at the figure in the cockpit of Xingmeng next door, Lin Haijun was utterly dumbfounded. The individual who had obtained a Class C driver's license from Coach Zhang that morning, rumored to be the club's second-generation heir, was none other than Su Chun. The current driver of Xingmeng? Wasn't he a tuner? How could a tuner possibly find time to hone his racing skills? Moreover, his driving skills were quite commendable. Lin Haijun's heart was a tumult of emotions. Although the world is a grand coincidence, he did not believe that Su Chun was an entirely different person. The Class C driver's license was undoubtedly just acquired by this individual. However, he quickly composed himself, reassuring his mind. So what? Racing is not solely about skill. It also hinges on the performance of the mech. In less than a day, I refuse to believe he could enhance Xingmeng to any significant degree. Recalling Wang Tingting's descriptions of Xingmeng's poor performance bolstered his confidence. 3 seconds to the start. Roar. The engines of the 3 mechs erupted simultaneously, their vibrations resonating throughout the entire chassis. Su Chun gazed ahead, his pupils gradually narrowing, and the boiling blood within him cooled in that moment. 3. He gently pressed the clutch with his left foot, while his right foot controlled the throttle, gripping the steering wheel firmly at the 9 and 3 o'clock positions. 2. The engine of Xingmeng howled, its pitch soaring, and Su Chun's muscles tensed in anticipation. 1. The moment the signal gun fired, Su Chun floored the throttle while simultaneously releasing the clutch. The hot, melted tires spun wildly, producing scorching white smoke against the ground. Boom. In the next instant, Xingmeng shot forth like a cannonball. The G-force thrust Su Chun heavily into his seat, rendering his chest nearly breathless. In the span of half a second, the neon lights at the starting point blurred into flowing ribbons of vibrant colors. The violent acceleration that shattered the 100 mark in merely 3 seconds left him almost dizzy. Yet an involuntary smile crept upon his lips. He was back. Everything had returned. The exhilarating sensation of racing on the track, akin to a team-building exercise with elite drivers on Earth, a freedom and madness that he, as a tuner, deeply yearned for. Master, I've never launched with such speed before. Came the mixed exclamations of surprise from Xingmeng ahead. Just as she had imagined, this explosive start was indeed exhilarating. Beneath his helmet, Su Chun's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. What was Wang Tingting? Did she even comprehend what a proper launch entailed? It was not just Wang Tingting who lacked understanding. Lin Haijun was not much wiser either. Su Chun glanced at the rearview mirror, observing the figure of Broken Edge, who was already trailing over 10 meters behind due to just the launch. Inside the cockpit of Broken Edge, Lin Haijun gripped the steering wheel tightly, beads of sweat forming at his temples. Was his proficiency in explosive starts truly this high? Was he really just a C-class driver? He clenched his jaw, his gaze fixated on the taillights of Xingmeng's vehicle. An expert's skill is discernible at a glance. The speed of this explosive start left him feeling somewhat hopeless. He even began to suspect that Su Chun had switched to a different machine. How could a D-class vehicle launch with such velocity? What troubled Lin Haijun even more was the sight in the rearview mirror. One of the Northern Wolf team drivers, along with his machine, remained stationary, poised in a pre-launch state. Was it a malfunction of the machine, or some other reason? Chapter 15. Let the bullets fly for a while. No. It cannot be a malfunction of the machine. Lin Haijun felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He distinctly remembered that the machine was in an operational state at the start. Thus, the only remaining explanation was that the opponent was deliberate, intentionally allowing time to pass. The Northern Wolf's driver believed that even a moment's delay could enable them to outpace everyone else. What astonishing confidence! Is this not the hallmark of a professional driver from the club? It seems that securing first place this evening is becoming increasingly precarious. Lost in thought, Lin Haijun suddenly noticed that, unbeknownst to him, the breakthrough had caught up to the Star Dream ahead. The distance between the two machines was steadily diminishing. The initial advantage gained by Su Chun and Star Dream through their explosive start was gradually being erased by Breakthrough's overwhelming speed advantage. Half a minute later, Star Dream and Breakthrough were driving side by side. Lin Haijun glanced at Star Dream, which was slowly being overtaken by Breakthrough, a smirk creeping across his lips. The performance gap between machines is not something that can be easily bridged by mere driving skill. Breakthrough, maintain your lead and deny that machine any thoughts of overtaking. Yes, sir. The attentive Breakthrough ahead promptly acknowledged. Rest assured, Breakthrough will not be overtaken again. Master, 300 meters of straightaway. Prepare for a sharp right turn at 90 degrees. In the cockpit, Star Dream had just reported the route when she saw Breakthrough zip past. She pouted in frustration, her cat ears drooping. Master, that machine has surpassed us. Yes, I apologize. Clearly, Master had established an advantage through skill, yet she knew her performance was lagging and succumbed to self-reproach. If only her speed performance were slightly better, how could Breakthrough have overtaken so effortlessly? It's all right, I see it. Su Chun maintained a calm demeanor as he gazed at the retreating tail lights of Breakthrough. The Eye of God continuously monitored Breakthrough's information. After equipping the Thunder No. 2 modification core, although Star Dream's cornering attribute reached 61, her speed remained at a mere 43, while Breakthrough boasted a speed attribute of 58. A significant disparity of 15 points, resulting in an absolute disadvantage on the straightaway. Even if his explosive start was more proficient than Lin Haijun's, it was futile. Being overtaken on the straight was merely a matter of time. However, a race consists of more than just straight segments, and the true challenges do not manifest solely on the straight track. Speed on a straight is commendable, yet speed in corners is what truly matters. Noticing the little cat girl's diminished spirits, Su Chun chuckled softly, gently reassuring her. There is no need to rush, Star Dream. Let the bullets fly for a while. Be bullets? Star Dream tilted her head, suddenly serious, and earnestly stated, Master, we do not possess any bullets, and furthermore, it is illegal to use firearms during a race. And nevertheless, if Master insists on using a gun, I can find a way to take the blame for you. Su Chun. All right. I almost forgot that Star Dream hasn't seen Let the Bullets Fly. Ladies and gentlemen, thus far, all the racers have commenced their journey. Just as the commentator was in the midst of his discourse, he abruptly halted, raising his voice in an exclamation. No, no, no. Oh my goodness. There is still one competitor waiting at the starting point. In an instant, all cameras shifted to the starting area, showcasing a silver machine adorned with a wolf emblem on the grand screen. The Black Wolf insignia, if memory serves me right, belongs to the Northern Wolf racing team from the neighboring K-City. The commentator clenched the microphone, a serious expression overtaking his features as he wiped away the imaginary perspiration from his brow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is dire. I sense trouble brewing, and I fear tonight's race will be fraught with chaos. Is it truly that severe? Inquired a nearby cameraman, quivering slightly. What do you know? The commentator lowered his voice, discreetly moving the microphone aside. This is hyperbole, an exaggerated metaphor. This is all about passion. How else can we stir the audience's emotions? Upon hearing the name Northern Wolf, the spectators before the electronic screen erupted in excitement. Wait, how did the Northern Wolf team arrive in B-City? Is it true that they are formidable? Formidable doesn't even begin to describe them. The Northern Wolf is the premier team from K-City. Their T1 team captain, the Wolf King Li Yini, clinched first place in last year's K-City Urban Championship. Incredible. This promises to be an exhilarating spectacle tonight. At the starting point, the Silver Machine's engine had ignited, yet it remained in a warming phase. It sat silently in the dim light of the tunnel, akin to a predator poised to pounce. Master, it's been 30 seconds. Are we not departing? Within the cockpit, as the machine urged him on, Yuming merely glanced at his watch, nonchalantly responding, Chasing Shadow, there's no need to rush. The boss sent us to B-City for training. If it's not challenging enough, what is the point? He twisted open a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Let us wait 10 more seconds. We'll take off then. Initially, he intended to wait a full minute. However, the racers he had observed tonight piqued his interest. The driver was not Lin Haijun, a name he didn't even recognize. Instead, his curiosity was captured by the machine, resplendent in white with a black rear wing and front lip. If memory serves, this machine was named Star Dream, and its driver was Su Chun, a pairing that left no impression on him. Yet, this seemingly obscure racer exhibited an impressive launch technique at the starting point that truly caught his attention. Such prowess could not possibly belong to a mere unknown street racer from B-City. Nevertheless, this launch technique could also be attributed to sheer luck. A fortunate press of the accelerator landing perfectly within the optimal grip and rev range. Regardless, he thought, he would soon find out by catching up to them. Master. 10 seconds have elapsed. Chasing Shadow's voice echoed with palpable frustration. As a machine, she yearned to shine on the racetrack. What was the difference between this warm-up at the starting point and lingering outside without entering? All right, I understand. Xingmeng let out a sigh, his fingers gripping the steering wheel tightly. In that fleeting moment, the nonchalance and indifference on his face evaporated, replaced by a demeanor of seriousness and intensity. With a sharp tick, the second hand of his watch moved. In an instant, he released the clutch with his left foot while simultaneously pressing the accelerator to 3/4 with his right. It was too light and lacking in power, causing the wheels to slip. The speed at which the clutch was released and the force applied to the accelerator reached a delicate equilibrium. Roar! The wind pressure stirred up dust and fallen leaves around the tires, and the engine's furious roar erupted into propulsion. This sudden surge startled both Brother G and the audience in front of the camera. Once they regained their composure, all they could see were the tail lights of chasing shadows and a trail of white smoke. Hiss! What a terrifying burst of acceleration. As a seasoned host of the underground tunnel races and benching, Brother G had seen his fair share. He swore that this machine's starting speed would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 in his career. How could other competitors survive when such an elite racer entered our amateur event? Brother G found himself at a loss for words. The original intention of the benching underground tunnel race was to provide aspiring and talented novice drivers with materials for upgrading their machines. Yet, competitors of this caliber were merely here to dominate, squandering resources. Wasn't he supposed to give a 40-second lead? What happened? Brother G glanced at the cameraman and snorted coldly. If I were him, I would make it 5 minutes. However, the rules did not prohibit such drivers from participating. It could only be said that tonight's competitors were rather unfortunate. Let's focus the camera on that downhill hairpin bend, Brother G instructed the cameraman. That is the challenging turn of our benching tunnel race. Let's time it. Some drivers are nearing it. The benching underground tunnel is not particularly wide, accommodating a maximum of 3 machines side by side. As the race progressed, drivers began to reach the first lap's challenging section. The most difficult part of the benching underground tunnel, a lengthy 500-meter straight acceleration stretch following a series of gentle curves. Notably, this stretch is a downhill slope, immediately followed by a sharply angled turn. Undoubtedly, this track demands exceptional mastery over speed and traction from the drivers. Without superior cornering skills and robust machine performance, one can only proceed with caution here. Master, we're approaching a series of curves. Broken Edge's alertness pulled Lin Haijun's attention from the rearview mirror. Throughout the journey, he frequently glanced at the mirror. He and Broken Edge had long left Xingmeng far behind, and there was no sign of Xingmeng in the mirror. He was no longer concerned about Su Chun and Xingmeng, as they had already been outclassed. His focus was on the driver from the Northern Wolf team. Lin Haijun pondered when that driver would catch up. After navigating through 4 gentle curves, he faintly heard the increasingly approaching roar of an engine. The sound buzzed like a bee, exceptionally clear in the quiet tunnel. Has he caught up? Such speed, truly worthy of the Northern Wolf. Lin Haijun instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. However, this fleeting glance left him momentarily bewildered. A rift suddenly tore through the darkness at the tunnel's end. A white figure surged forth as if propelled by the wind, the wake it generated causing the side barriers to tremble, while 2 dazzling headlights blinded him with their brilliance. It was a mechanized maiden. The dim lighting within the tunnel obscured the true color of the maiden. But he was certain that this was not the one belonging to the Northern Wolf driver. The Northern Wolf's mechanized maiden featured round headlights, whereas this one boasted elongated, diamond-shaped lights, with a vertical array of dot-like lamps cascading downward beside them, resembling a pair of outspread wings. Yet, Lin Haijun swallowed hard in disbelief, his grip on the steering wheel becoming slick with perspiration. For, aside from the Northern Wolf, there was only one other mechanized maiden following him and breaking edge. This was a presence he found utterly inconceivable. Star Dream. Chapter 16, Queen. The sound of a roaring engine echoed as Su Chun and Xingmeng caught up with Pafong. As they entered the series of continuous curves, Xingmeng's superior cornering attributes revealed themselves with ferocity. While Su Chun was uncertain about the capabilities of other mecha maidens, he knew that Xingmeng could effortlessly outmaneuver Pafong in terms of cornering performance. Master, I feel like my speed has increased slightly. We're about to catch up to them, meow. Xingmeng's voice brimmed with joy and excitement. Although Lin Haijun was not Wang Tingting, he was nonetheless in the same league. To keep pace with Lin Haijun and Pafeng was a source of great delight for her. Because we are in Pafeng's slipstream. Do you know what a slipstream is? I don't know, meow. Ah, never mind. Suchen focused intently on Pafeng ahead. True to its name, Pafeng sliced through the air, leaving behind a virtually undisturbed zone with minimal air resistance. Now, he and Xingmeng were situated within this advantageous space, as long as they maintained their position in Pafeng's wake. Overtaking would merely be a matter of awaiting the opportune moment, and that moment had already arrived. Thanks to the slipstream, Xingmeng would not be able to lose ground to Pafeng in the short term. Ahead lay a steep downhill straightaway, culminating in a curve that twisted ominously like the horns of a demon, soon coming into view for Su Chun and Lin Haijun. The challenging turn was upon them, and all attention was focused. The two Mecha maidens reported the route almost simultaneously, their voices urgent. Pafeng, Master, 200 meters downhill, leading to a sharp right turn. Xingmeng, Master, 200 meters ahead, a gentle slope followed by a sharp right turn, meow. Suddenly, the speed limit sign flashed in his peripheral vision. Lin Haijun took a deep breath. The white apparition in the rearview mirror clung to him like a persistent shadow. In previous races, he would have begun to slow down upon reaching the speed limit sign. However, with Xingmeng lurking behind, perhaps driven by pride as a driver or a reluctance to appear weak before Su Chun, he chose not to ease off this time. The howling wind seemed intent on shattering the car windows. The tunnel lights elongated into indistinct streaks. At that moment, as he broke free from his comfort zone, the once familiar curve now loomed like a terrifying beast charging towards him. Damn it! How can I lose to a novice who just got their driver's license? Lin Haijun gripped the steering wheel tightly, his teeth clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. The downhill turn drew nearer, and his heartbeat quickened. Finally, just before his heart leaped from his chest, he slammed down on the brakes. Creak! Fiery white smoke billowed between the tires. Su Chen observed the illuminated brake lights of Pafeng, his expression impassive. This was Lin Haijun's limit, and Pafeng's limit, but not Xingmeng's, nor his own. With a cornering performance rating of 61, Xingmeng afforded them greater opportunities for reaction and maneuverability. As Pafeng and Lin Haijun began to brake, Su Chen, guided by experience and instinct, pinpointed the ideal cornering point and pressed down on the brake pedal. Creak! The carbon ceramic brake pads glowed bright red like flames. Thick white smoke enveloped the curve. Su Chen's body instinctively lurched forward under the force of G, only to be abruptly yanked back by the seatbelt. At the apex of the turn, the worn-out breakthrough and Lin Haijun clung to the outer lane. The Star Dream edged closer to the inner lane. As Su Chen downshifted with his right hand, while his left gripped the steering wheel tightly. With inertia, the rear of the Star Dream began to swing outward, nearly brushing against the door of breakthrough, yet avoiding collision. At this moment, Star Dream had surpassed more than half the length of breakthrough. A smile curled at the corners of Su Chen's mouth. The most challenging moment had been overcome. Ahead lay the exit of the turn. He gently tapped the brake with his left foot to adjust the car's posture, while his right foot hovered over the accelerator, poised to unleash power. Meanwhile, breakthrough, trailing by a significant distance, exhibited a slight push as its tires screeched against the asphalt, the car swaying perilously close to losing control. Had Lin Haijun made an error? Su Chen glanced at the rearview mirror. Clearly, Lin Haijun struggled to adapt to such a rapid turn, and his command over drifting was inferior to Su Chen's. As Lin Haijun realized he was about to be overtaken and attempted to adjust the steering wheel to block Su Chen and Star Dream. The only fate awaiting him and breakthrough was one of chaos. Lin Haijun was evidently aware of this, as his blockade abruptly ceased, leaving him with no choice but to yield the path in vain. The racing cars, akin to frenzied beasts, demanded their drivers to merge with them. Any attempt to rein in the beast and tighten the reins could result in being flung away. The path ahead was now unobstructed. Su Chen confidently pressed the accelerator to the floor. The engine's tachometer needle danced wildly. The turbocharger shrieked, unleashing the accumulated power from the entire turn. Star Dream, Su Chen shouted. The instantaneous force pressed him firmly into the driver's seat. The roar of the engine intertwined with its wild growl. Full throttle out of the turn. Blast past them. Meow, meow, meow. Boom. As Star Dream exited the turn, it seemed to momentarily pause before being violently propelled forward. The launch out of the turn dealt a heavy blow to Lin Haijun. Both racing machines surged out of the bend. Click, click. Even having surged far ahead, the barriers along the curve still trembled. Hey, did you all see those two machines just now? What was up with that white machine? Such incredible cornering speed. A group of spectators by the safety barrier remained in shock. Unfortunately, the cameras were focused on the preceding competitors, failing to capture the fierce competition displayed moments ago on the big screen. The white machine was unfamiliar to them, but the gray won. If not mistaken, it should be Lin Haijun's breakthrough, right? Lin Haijun had garnered a bit of fame here. Every race, he would bring breakthrough along, often benefiting from official perks. The only ones capable of putting Lin Haijun and breakthrough at a disadvantage were notable figures, yet this white machine left no impression on anyone. Just as the crowd speculated in hushed tones, another roar of an engine echoed. They turned to see a silver-white machine sweeping onto the track like a whirlwind. The vehicle, facing the apex, executed a graceful and smooth drift around the corner. After a brief tremor, the car swiftly straightened, aligning almost parallel to the exit. In the next instant, a resounding boom erupted as the machine girl's rear spat forth 4 jets of blue nitrous flames, and in the blink of an eye, it propelled itself out of sight. Goodness, what was that? Does anyone know the cornering speed of that machine girl just now? My camera has a speedometer. Let me check. Hiss. 178 kilometers h. Incredible. Aren't they afraid of flying off the track? Xingmeng, what was our cornering speed just now? Let me see. Master, it was 158 kilometers h. Amazing. Meow. Xingmeng was astonished by this data, stuttering. Master, is my speed sensor malfunctioning? Is this truly the cornering speed I can achieve? When I was with Wang Tingting, her cornering speed barely reached 100 to 120 kilometers h at best. With just the modification core from Suchun, I can improve that much? Xingmeng was not foolish. She understood that the modification core played a role, but the primary factor was Suchun's superior skills, far surpassing Wang Tingting's. This cornering speed is decent, but honestly, given your performance, it could still be enhanced further. Enhanced. Xingmeng's eyes widened, her voice trembling at Suchun's words. Yes, but considering tire wear, it's prudent to play it safe. We should aim for a top 3 finish. Suchun shrugged, letting out a resigned sigh. Xingmeng stared blankly at the track, hesitant to speak. What does it mean to aim for a top 3 finish? For her, merely achieving that would feel like a dream. Yet, it seemed Master was still not satisfied. How impressive Master is. She yearned to learn from him. Roar. The slow yet powerful growl of engines approached from behind. Suchun knew that Lin Haijun and Pafeng had begun their pursuit as they entered the straightaway. However, they could not be as composed as they were at the start of the first lap. After navigating the challenging curves, a long straight path leading directly to the finish awaited them. The drivers and their machine girls would emerge from the tunnel, returning to the starting point for the second lap. As he drove Xingmeng across the finish line, Pafeng was still 15 meters behind. This was merely the gap from the first lap. If he and Xingmeng maintained their pace in the subsequent laps, while Lin Haijun and Pafeng lacked an effective strategy, the distance between them would only continue to grow. Lin Haijun and Pafeng were running out of opportunities. Unexpectedly, such an intriguing driver could be observed in this small competition. At the finish line, under the dim light's shadow leaned a tall figure. She casually leaned against the railing, her elongated fingers gripping a crumpled beer can. With the words nutritional liquid, beer flavor, faintly visible. The streetlight cast a soft glow on her stern profile, yet it could not soften the icy chill in her crimson eyes. The slender, elegant eyes of the young girl were slightly lowered, her gaze seemingly disinterested as it drifted across the racetrack, as though she were not genuinely invested in the competition. Initially, a few young men with bleached hair hovered nearby, watching the race while attempting to approach her for conversation. After all, the girl was strikingly beautiful, her figure alluring, akin to a rose blooming in an icy expanse. However, upon noticing the black collar inscribed with warning around her neck, their intentions dissipated. Undoubtedly, she was a machine girl of unique temperament, yet the collar indicated a malfunction. A malfunctioning machine girl, regardless of her distinctive charm, bore no difference to a scrap vehicle. Attempting to engage a machine girl in conversation was futile. Conversing with a faulty one was merely a waste of time. As night enveloped the scene, a cool, feminine voice suddenly resonated behind her. Queen, it is time to return. Headquarters has not authorized you to roam freely. The girl turned to face a middle-aged woman clad in a tailored suit, the night breeze gracefully lifting her dark hair. In the shadows, the corners of the woman's crimson lips curled with a hint of disdain. Has no one informed you that you resemble a hotel waiter? No amount of ridicule could penetrate the middle-aged woman's composure, as she seemed accustomed to such barbs. Care to watch a race with me? Who do you believe will secure a spot in the top 3? The girl resumed her gaze on the racetrack. Droplets of liquid from a nutrient canister cascading down her slender fingers, splattering onto the railing and then trickling onto her pale thigh, seeping into the delicate fabric of her stockings. With a sigh, the middle-aged woman retrieved her phone, perusing the detailed information displayed on the screen, stating methodically, "Aside from the Northern Wolf's fried fish guy Xingmeng, the skills of the other drivers are subpar, rendering them irrelevant. Thus, based on the machine girl's performance, the top 3 are predicted to be Xingmeng from the Northern Wolf team, Chasing Shadow, followed by Lin Haijun, Breaking Edge, and finally, the wild driver Su Zilong, Racing Speed." "You place too much faith in data," the girl remarked, her tone devoid of emotion. "For data reflects everything." "Is that so?" "Indeed. What if someone else claims a top 3 position?" "Who?" The middle-aged woman arched an eyebrow. The girl pointed to the second-to-last pair of names on the data board, Su Chun and Xingmeng. They could make it into the top 3. The middle-aged woman promptly scrutinized Xingmeng's information, scoffing with disdain. A D-class vehicle with such poor performance could barely crack the top 10. "Then shall we make a wager?" "A wager on what?" "A month of freedom." The girl turned, her indifferent gaze locking onto the middle-aged woman, as if her freedom were merely a commonplace commodity. "If they secure a top 3 position, you shall not restrict my freedom for a month. If they do not, I shall obediently return to comply with your modifications. What say you?" The middle-aged woman pondered for a moment, then adjusted her glasses and slowly nodded. "Agreed." Chapter 17. The Flip Crack. The wheels of Breakthrough crossed the finish line for the second time. Gravel erupted beneath the chassis with a thunderous snap. Lin Haijun fixed his gaze on the flickering taillights ahead, his eyes filled with dread. The distance was widening. Despite his utmost efforts, he found himself trailing farther behind Xingmeng. In the first lap, he was over 10 meters behind. By the second lap, the gap had extended to nearly 50 meters. Su Chun and Xingmeng executed the corners with exceptional skill, clearly demonstrating the prowess of professional club drivers. The only flaw in their performance lay in the straight sections, where he and Breakthrough could marginally close the gap. Yet, a race consists of more than mere straights, especially on the challenging underground tunnel circuit of Bin City. Rated at 2.5 stars in difficulty, such a race could only guarantee the absence of particularly treacherous turns, nothing more. "Master, what should we do? At this rate, we will surely be unable to catch up with them." Breakthrough's anxious voice echoed in Lin Haijun's ears, clearly unwilling to concede defeat. "We must at least secure a spot in the top 3. Our advantage lies in speed." Lin Haijun tightened his grip on the steering wheel and pondered for a moment. "If we cannot compensate for the cornering deficit on the straights, we must enhance our cornering speed." "Breakthrough, can we maintain control of the vehicle?" Breakthrough bit her lip, uncertain. Improving cornering speed had always been a focus of their training sessions. In fact, they had become significantly faster than before. However, they were still inexperienced with the downhill and hairpin turns characteristic of the underground tunnel race. Attempting to increase cornering speed without adequate experience could lead to peril, as controlling downhill speed is notoriously challenging. Yet racing demands courage, the willingness to experiment, and the readiness to take risks. She was no coward. "Master, I want to give it a try." Lin Haijun was taken aback, recognizing the determination and resolution in Breakthrough's voice. Losing this race meant forfeiting the opportunity to acquire basic star materials, which would undoubtedly be a substantial blow to Breakthrough. After all, she was a Class C vehicle, and to be bested by a Class D vehicle would significantly diminish her standing. Furthermore, from another perspective, a Class C vehicle losing to a Class D would reflect poorly on him as the driver. He was unwilling to accept that he was inferior to Su Chun. "All right, let us give it a go." Lin Haijun inhaled deeply, quickly regaining his composure. He needed to ensure that every straight and gentle curve was executed to the best of his ability, leaving no room for error. Meanwhile, outside the racecourse, Brother G. These two machine girls are locked in quite a fierce battle. "Let me take a look." Brother G followed the camera's focus, and as a host, his professional instinct immediately detected the potential for excitement. He decisively commanded, "Quick, focus all cameras on these two machine girls." Dear viewers, the current leaders in the top 5 are Su Zilong, Sharp Speed, Xingmeng, the Judge, Du Ziting, Fury, Li Yaochen, Snow Wind, and Macbeth, Fiery Star. Additionally, there are two competitors closely trailing behind. They are our old friends, Lin Haijun and Pufeng, and, a newcomer. The staff seamlessly transitioned the data of Su Chun and Xingmeng, and upon glancing at it, Brother Ji's eyes widened, his voice slightly distorted. Oh my heavens! This is simply fascinating. A novice participating in the competition for the first time and a D-class mech are actually managing to compete evenly with our old friends. What kind of magic do they possess? Let us direct our attention to the big screen. Brother Ji's words instantly sparked a commotion among the spectators surrounding the racetrack. Many viewers were familiar with Lin Haijun and Pufeng. Setting aside Lin Haijun's commendable skills, he was indeed a regular at the underground races in Binhai City, well acquainted with the track. As for Pufeng, being a C-class mech, it should undoubtedly be able to outpace a D-class mech. Could it be that they were deliberately holding back? However, their thoughts soon shifted. As the third lap of the Binhai underground race unfolded, they approached the downhill hairpin turn. Lin Haijun observed the rapidly ascending speedometer of Pufeng, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and he realized his back was drenched in cold perspiration. Previously, he would decelerate approximately 100 meters from the bottom of the slope, using the deceleration sign as a reference. But now, he resolved to have that distance, deciding to reduce speed at 50 meters. Su Chun, piloting Xingmeng, would likely decelerate around the same distance, he mused. Previously, he and Pufeng had no reference point when they decelerated early compared to Xingmeng, and the specifics had begun to fade from his memory. If we can maintain a consistent cornering speed with them, we can overtake them. The moment that thought flashed through his mind, Pufeng had already surged past the deceleration sign. It was a gamble. The downhill turn, now merely 50 meters away, loomed ominously. The darkness at the bend resembled a gaping abyss, waiting to consume. Meanwhile, Xingmeng, the gleaming white mech, under the command of its driver, boldly challenged that very darkness first. Lin Haijun and Pufeng's task was to mimic her approach. Su Chun glanced at the rearview mirror. This time, Pufeng was considerably closer to Xingmeng. They were anxious. He redirected his gaze to Xingmeng's current speed, 159 km/h. Thus, as the pursuer, Pufeng's speed would be greater, inching perilously close to danger. Approximately 20 meters from the bottom of the slope, he pressed down on the brakes, and Xingmeng instantly veered into the turn. Not 50 meters. This was perilous. As the realization dawned upon him, Lin Haijun found himself with no retreat. Pufeng entered the turn at a speed of 165 km/h. At that moment, the aerodynamic kit was still exerting maximum downforce, yet the onboard telemetry indicated it was nearing its limits. Lin Haijun swiftly downshifted and applied the brakes. His actions were flawless, even more responsive than ever before. However, the braking distance had exceeded the safety range. The wind battered against the car windows. The guardrail at the turn loomed closer. Turn, damn it! Lin Haijun yelled, desperately twisting the steering wheel. Creak! Pufeng's front wheels suddenly lost grip, the tires screeching against the track surface. Master, the suspension system is overloaded. The anti-rollover system issued a warning. The sound of the vehicle was urgent and frantic, and we might be on the verge of flipping over. Lin Haijun immediately attempted to correct the course. However, the instinctive reaction from colliding with the guardrail led to an overcorrection. Oversteering, a nightmare for every novice driver. At the moment the rear of the vehicle swung out, the center of gravity shifted, lifting the left two wheels off the ground while the right tires scraped desperately against the track. The friction between rubber and asphalt generated a plume of white smoke that enveloped Lin Haijun's vision. Everything spun dizzyingly. He had lost all sense of his position on the track. All he could hear was the wailing of the vehicle, the screams of the spectators, and the incessant sound of collisions. On the electronic screen, the commentator and the audience stared in disbelief as the vehicle crashed against the shoulder of the road. In the next instant, a loud bang erupted. The car was as if lifted by a giant's hand, flipping 3 complete times in the air before crashing down with a resounding thud, its chassis facing upwards, blocking half of the track, its 4 wheels still spinning wildly. The rapidly approaching Xingmeng and chasing Shadow were terrified, swerving abruptly on the track in an almost serpentine maneuver, narrowly avoiding disaster. Brother Ji, the cameraman, in a daze, poked the equally astonished Brother Ji. So it seems the car has flipped? Brother Ji snapped back to reality, his expression darkening as he exclaimed, "Damn it, my eyes aren't blind. What are we waiting for? Has the rescue team been dispatched? Hurry up and get them to lift Lin Haijun and the vehicle away. If there's a chain collision, it will be catastrophic. Those unfamiliar with the intricacies viewed it as mere spectacle, while those in the know recognized the deeper implications. Brother G looked at the screen with a complex expression, observing the Star Dream racing ahead with ease. Though not a driver himself, he considered himself somewhat knowledgeable. He understood that it was due to Su Chun and Star Dream that Lin Haijun and the veteran duo had met with such misfortune. Could it be that Su Chun was truly a novice? Chapter 18. Duel Master, it seems there has been an accident? No, it is indeed a fact. Su Chun replied expressionlessly, our opponent, Lin Haijun, and the carp of foam has overturned. Xingmeng was momentarily stunned, her furry cat ears perking up as she trembled slightly. Is it because of us? Well, to some extent. They attempted to overtake us in a fit of urgency and lost control of the cornering speed. Through the rearview mirror, Su Chun noticed Xingmeng's round eyes, filled with disbelief. Master, we actually caused Lin Haijun and Pafone to crash. Master, you are so impressive. Su Chun found comfort in his machine companion's praise. However, there was little to take pride in surpassing Lin Haijun and Pafone. His driving skills were merely slightly superior to Lin Haijun's. In comparison to the top-tier drivers from his previous life, he would be considered a third-rate driver, significantly more skilled than the average person, more professional than experienced drivers, and just a tad stronger than professional racers. In terms of driving prowess, he had witnessed a godlike figure, a driver who coincidentally also shared his surname, Su. However, fortune is often unkind. That extraordinary talent had drawn envy from many, ultimately leading to his demise on the racetrack. Master, do you think we can secure a spot in the top 3 this time? Xingmeng's voice carried a hint of hope and uncertainty. Initially, she had no lofty aspirations for the outcome of the competition. She merely hoped that, regardless of their placement, Su Chun would not disdain her, as she was uncertain of her standing among the competitors. But now, with Lin Haijun and Pafone completely eliminated, a flicker of hope ignited within her heart. Oh, rest assured, Su Chun replied with unwavering conviction. Despite the fact that they still had some distance to cover to reach the top 3, he declared, we will definitely place. I promise. Just then, a deafening roar. The engine's growl erupted behind them, akin to a demonic wail. A flash of light appeared in the rearview mirror, and Su Chun raised his gaze to meet the cold stare of a pair of blue diamond-shaped headlights. It was the machine girl bearing the wolf head emblem. Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had almost forgotten about this particular vehicle until now. Master, her speed is astonishing, Xingmeng exclaimed, witnessing the approaching chasing shadow. Indeed, chasing shadow was exceedingly fast, nearly closing the gap in the blink of an eye. Upon drawing near, chasing shadow did not accelerate further, but instead flashed its headlights twice. A provocation, perhaps? Su Chun narrowed his eyes. With a swift motion, he downshifted. Xingmeng's engine revved sharply, the torque surging. What did it matter if they were professional drivers and machine girls? He was determined to see if they truly possessed skill or if they were merely relying on the machine's capabilities. In a straight-line acceleration, it was clear that Xingmeng was no match for Chasing Shadow. As the front of Chasing Shadow aligned with Xingmeng's door, Su Chun caught a glimpse of the machine's performance attributes: speed 65, cornering 67, burst 74. These 3 primary attributes utterly overshadowed Xingmeng's abilities, indicating a level of a B-class vehicle. Su Chun felt darkness cloud his vision. No way, buddy. Bringing a B-class vehicle to participate in such a minor competition? How excessive. Little did they know that in the cockpit of the Chasing Shadow, Yu Ming's typically stoic visage was now alight with fervor. Huh. So it's you who caused Lin Haijun's blunder, is it? Let me unveil the prowess that you possess. Ahead, the Chasing Shadow let out a resigned sigh, embodying a demeanor of familiarity. After spending so much time with Yu Ming, she was well aware of her master's excitement. But was it truly necessary to take such a serious approach with a novice driver? Yu Ming, however, was in no rush to overtake. A straight line would not reveal Su Chun's true capabilities. Instead, he followed closely behind Su Chun and Xingmeng, like a predatory wolf in pursuit, biding his time for a curve that would showcase their skills. As moments drifted by, the sign for the downhill stretch flashed by the tunnel's edge. The 4th lap's downhill hairpin battle was about to commence, with the spotlight on Xingmeng and Chasing Shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, here they come. They have truly arrived. The exuberant shout of Brother G echoed across the broadcast. At this moment, the barriers of the downhill curve were thronged with spectators, numbering far more than before. Roar. Amidst the engine's howls, Xingmeng and Chasing Shadow surged down the slope, nearly parallel. The entire track seemed to tremble under the powerful gallop of the two machine maidens. As they approached the base of the incline, the clash finally unfolded. Having maintained a steady pace until now, Yuming abruptly accelerated, audaciously cutting into the inner line. Squeal. The screech of tires against the track pierced the air with an agonizing intensity. What reckless abandon! Su Chun clenched his jaw and tightened his grip on the steering wheel, astonished by Yuming's bold maneuver, yet unwilling to be outdone. He resolutely abandoned his ideal trajectory, forcing his way into the narrow gap on the inner line. In that fleeting moment, the two vehicles were almost intertwined, passing through the curve in perfect synchrony. Roar! The engines howled at the brink of their limits. The suspension system creaked, and the carbon ceramic brakes glowed a fiery red. As they navigated the bend, neither he nor Xingmeng lagged behind. However, the stability of Chasing Shadow, rated at 53 compared to Xingmeng's 45, was distinctly superior by 8 points. This meant that Chasing Shadow was more agile, capable of regaining control more swiftly while cornering. It was precisely this 8-point difference that allowed Yuming to emerge from the curve first, flooring the accelerator. In that moment of overtaking, time seemed to freeze. The side window of Chasing Shadow was parallel to Xingmeng's, merely centimeters apart. Su Chun could distinctly see the blue flames emanating from Chasing Shadow's turbocharger, the vehicle trembling under aerodynamic strain. He could not discern the driver's features, only the reflection of the track lights dancing like lightning upon the helmet. The two locked eyes through the windows, and Yuming suddenly extended his thumb towards Su Chun. Impressive. Ha! Brother, you are truly remarkable. Master, you are so loud. They can't hear you through the window. Chasing Shadow frowned in complaint. But who cares? Yuming retracted his hand, intently gazing at the racetrack. Regardless, I shall enjoy myself this evening. I never anticipated encountering such formidable drivers in this minor competition. I even feel that his driving skills surpass my own. Tuing pouted but refrained from dissenting, as she too acknowledged the prowess of that individual named Su Chun. As they exited the turn, Tuing's front spoiler had already surpassed the front bumper of Xingmeng. Yuming adeptly maneuvered Tuing into a strategic position, successfully forcing Xingmeng towards the outer lane. Amidst the roar of the engines, Su Chun took a deep breath, relaxing into his seat as the exhilarating rush of adrenaline began to subside. Indeed, he thought, a professional driver possesses a certain allure. A smile tugged at his lips. He was not disheartened by Yuming and Tuing's overtaking. The realm of racing is hierarchical, testing both the skill of the driver and the capabilities of the vehicle. A defeat is merely a defeat. Acceptance is essential, for it is precisely in falling behind that one finds the motivation to chase ahead. He, Su Chun, is not one to shy away from a loss. Moreover, he glanced at the race marker flashing by. Yuming and Tuing's victory did not hinder his acquisition of the materials needed for Xingmeng. For as he and Xingmeng crossed the finish line of the fourth lap, their combined performance had propelled them ahead of the competitors, securing third place overall. Xingmeng, how are you feeling? Su Chun suddenly realized that Xingmeng had been silent for quite some time. Xingmeng? Xingmeng? He called out twice. After a brief pause, a soft voice emanated from ahead. Master, I'm sorry, Xingmeng, Su Chun sighed, interrupting his machine companion. Must you apologize for such trivial matters? How terribly affected you must have been by Wang Tingting's words. He extended his hand, intending to pat her small head, but the constraints of his seating position forced him to rest his hand elsewhere. Nonetheless, it did not hinder him from imparting strength to Xingmeng. Remember my words. The racetrack is not a place to measure perfection, but rather a testament to who can find breakthroughs amidst imperfections. And at this moment, we are on the path to that breakthrough. Silence enveloped the cockpit for a while. Master, I understand. Xingmeng's voice trembled, warmth enveloping her heart. She had not anticipated receiving encouragement instead of reprimand from Su Chun. Yet, she bit her lip, her cheeks flushed. But, could you please refrain from squeezing so tightly? Su Chun, belatedly aware, withdrew his hand and chuckled. Oh, that's just how tuners are. Sometimes our hands seem a bit uncontrollable. Xingmeng. Chapter 19, Final Rankings. Binzhou City, Night, 2151. A thunderous roar echoed as yet another mech girl crossed the finish line. As time elapsed, the number of competitors still on the track dwindled. At this moment, the electronic scoreboard displayed the top 3 contenders. Yuming, Chasing Shadow, with a total time of 46 minutes and 17 seconds, averaging 200 kilometers per hour. Su Zilong, blade speed, with a total time of 54 minutes and 33 seconds, averaging 171 kilometers per hour. Xingmeng, the judge, with a total time of 56 minutes and 21 seconds, averaging 165 kilometers per hour. Typically, when these results were announced, Su Zilong and Xingmeng would breathe a sigh of relief. They were regulars in the underground races of Binzhou, relying on the prize money from their competitions to fund the modifications for their mech girls. Today, however, they had shattered their previous records. Yet, they remained fixated on the electronic screen. Xingmeng, in particular, held his mech girl's hand tightly, drenched in sweat from anxiety. This was no ordinary race night in Binzhou. First, the Northern Wolf Racing Team's Fish Hunter had shockingly finished first despite starting last. Then, an unknown newcomer had taken out their formidable rival, Lin Haijun, mid-race. Now, they awaited the newcomer's results. The audience was on edge, and at the front of the crowd, a cool girl leaning against the railing shared in their anticipation. Radisson and Jet. This is the finish line, and the roar of engines is already palpable. With a commanding shout from Brother G, all camera angles focused on the finish line. A piercing screech erupted as tires met asphalt. From the darkness at the tunnel's end, two brilliant headlights emerged. They were here. The girl at the railing's edge brightened, straightening up to behold the source of the engine's growl. At this moment, 5 competitors remained off the track, and she silently prayed. Could it be them? If so, who would claim the top 3 positions remained uncertain. The mech girl approached swiftly, soon becoming distinctly visible to all spectators. The dazzling white chassis, the elegant aerodynamics, and those unmistakable matrix headlights. Wow, it's that one. The one that defeated Lin Haijun. Someone shouted, pointing at the speeding car. What was her name again? It seemed to be Star Dream. There were no more curves ahead. Inside the cockpit of Star Dream, Su Chun gazed at the racetrack with hawk-like intensity. In the latter half of the race, Star Dream's cornering speed had indeed diminished. This was due to significant tire wear, compromising grip. To ensure safety, he had no choice but to reduce speed while navigating the turns. Before decelerating, he had been confident of placing in the top 3. After, he was less certain. Although he had brought Star Dream this far, as a driver, his foremost responsibility was the safety of the mech girl. Star Dream, your tire wear has exceeded 30. Shall we reduce speed a bit? Through the rearview mirror, Su Chen noticed Star Dream's taut expression. Tires are akin to shoes. If shoes wear out, it is the feet that suffer. The thought of the rims grinding against the ground at high speed was unfathomably painful. Master, I am capable. Xingmeng leaned forward, her expression grave and her teeth clenched. She too noticed the average speed rankings on the electronic screen, where the top 3 scores appeared precarious. Is that true? Indeed. The girl's voice, filled with an unprecedented resolve, echoed with determination. The neural connections extending from her spine to the cockpit radiated a dazzling brilliance. Very well. Su Chun inhaled deeply, declaring, let us sprint with all our might. Yes, master. This moment determines our fate. She was resolute not to disappoint Su Chen's modifications or his efforts. She aspired to become an even more formidable C-class machine girl and to compete in the city championship. She yearned to triumph over Wang Tingting, demonstrating that she was far from worthless. Charge ahead, Meow. With the throttle fully engaged, the speedometer needle surged to its limit. The frequency escalated quietly, and the velocity, which had seemingly reached its peak, erupted once more. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. At the moment she crossed the finish line, the timer halted simultaneously. Su Chun pressed the brake with his right foot and the clutch with his left, then sharply turned the steering wheel. Creak. The rear of Xingmeng's vehicle swung out. Carving an elegant arc, tires screeched against the asphalt, leaving 2 dark tire marks. Her car glided sideways at an almost 90-degree angle, coming to a steady stop amidst the smoke and rolling rubber debris on the collection platform. The roar of the engine ceased abruptly. A heat wave slowly rose from the white smoke emitted by the tires. Su Chen calmly picked up a nearby bottle of water, twisting it open for a sip. He did not immediately check the results, but instead unfastened his seatbelt and reached to pat Xingmeng gently on the head. You did wonderfully, Xingmeng. Our first race together was nothing short of perfect. Xingmeng switched from racing mode to her humanoid form, her face flushed and glistening with perspiration, still catching her breath. She felt as if she had just emerged from water, the racing suit clinging tightly to her skin. Each step she took left behind a smoldering rubber footprint. Even though the staff had promptly sprayed cooling mist on the tires, the temperature of the rims remained exceedingly high. She gazed at Su Chen's outstretched hand. Her cat ears perked up, timidly returning his high five. But master, we still do not know our results. The outcome is of little consequence, Su Chen shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. What matters is that we have given our all today. We have not come in vain. Especially his hands, which certainly had not been wasted. He even resolved not to wash them tonight. Before he could finish speaking, both of them heard the raucous voice of the announcer from the stands. Ladies and gentlemen, the most remarkable competitor of this race has reached the finish line. Their score will determine the final ranking of this competition. And I trust you can hardly contain your anticipation. Please direct your gaze to the big screen. The audience turned towards the large display, and Su Chen and Xingmeng followed suit. As they were among the last to launch, their names appeared third from the bottom on the screen, with Lin Haijun and Pofeng preceding them, both having been eliminated long ago. In last place was Yu Ming, but after the results were announced, he had already sprinted to the front. As the exhilarating drumbeat resonated, the names of the two competitors began to flicker. Su Chen maintained a stoic expression while clenching his fists, and Xingmeng covered her face with her hands, holding her breath in anticipation. Torn between the desire to see and the fear of witnessing the outcome. The results displayed. Su Chen, Xingmeng, total time 55 minutes 7 seconds. Average speed 170 kilometers. In an instant, the rankings rearranged, pushing the third-place contestant Xingmeng and the judge aside, placing them in third. The audience erupted in fervent cheers. The underground tunnel races in Bincheng had long been dominated by seasoned veterans, and the spectators were weary of their predictable triumphs. Today, they finally witnessed an unfamiliar driver and his mech made him navigate through challenges to break into the top three. The four remaining contestants, who had set off later than Su Chen and Xingmeng, were already out of contention for the podium. The spotlight at the finish line, orchestrated by the lighting technician, fell upon the three competitors. The applause from the audience thundered. Master, it seems we have claimed third place, Xingmeng exclaimed, standing in the spotlight, still in disbelief. Her voice trembling slightly. Indeed, we have secured third place. Su Chen gently patted Xingmeng's head, a smile gracing his lips. We did it. However, it's unfortunate that I promised to treat you to stinky tofu and watermelon if we didn't make it to the top three, and now those treats are off the table. Master, do we now possess a basic star essence? She inquired. Yes. Can I upgrade to a Class C mech maiden? Absolutely. Xingmeng inhaled deeply, her azure eyes sparkling with brilliant starlight. We can participate in the city championship. Indeed. Su Chen nodded emphatically. The smile on Xingmeng's face widened, her eyes gleaming with joy, as she suddenly lifted Su Chen and tossed him into the air. Meow? I can upgrade to a Class C mech maiden now. She caught the pale-faced Su Chen and tossed him again. I can participate in the city championship now. Long live master. Su Chen's terrified screams echoed above the finish line. Xingmeng, you mischievous girl. Stop tossing me. I'm afraid of heights. Put me down. A wager lost is a wager paid. The girl by the fence resumed her cool demeanor, though a subtle smile hinted at her good spirits. For a month, you shall not interfere with my freedom. I will go wherever I please. Queen, that may not align with the group's regulations, a middle-aged woman replied uneasily. She had not anticipated that Su Chen and Xingmeng would achieve a top three finish. It was understandable, after all. The only information she had was that Su Chen was merely a novice who had never participated in a race. Who would have thought that a rookie's driving skills could rival those of seasoned professionals? Regulations? The girl's expression darkened instantly, chilling the air around her. What is said must be done. I have signed an agreement with you, but I also possess the right to refuse cooperation. If you insist on discussing the rules with me, I shall not acquiesce to any form of modification. The middle-aged woman, upon hearing this, clenched her teeth in silent frustration. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she eventually nodded, her shoulders sagging in resignation. I understand. I will ensure to keep proper records upon my return. You are also prohibited from sending anyone to follow me, the young girl stated flatly. Otherwise, I will remain uncooperative regarding any form of modification. Understood. The middle-aged woman sighed, realizing that she had no choice but to accept the situation as it stood. However, she took note of the pair under the spotlight, Su Chen and Xingmeng. The young girl similarly gazed at Su Chen and Xingmeng, her attention particularly fixated on Su Chen, her eyes brimming with curiosity and intrigue. I have heard that this man is a modifier as well. How fascinating. Chapter 20, Absurdity. The emergency center near the underground tunnel in Binzhou. Lin Haijun has awakened from his unconscious state, though his neck is still encased in a thick layer of plaster, rendering his head immobile. Pafeng sits beside him, adjusting the television in front of the hospital bed to face Lin Haijun directly. We suffered a complete defeat. Lin Haijun sighs as he gazes at the screen, which is broadcasting the live footage of the recent race. Master, I apologize. Pafeng murmurs, her head bowed, fingers nervously entwined, biting her lip. If only my cornering performance had been better, the crash would not have occurred. She is filled with self-reproach. She herself sustained minimal injuries, merely a decline in her condition. However, Lin Haijun has endured considerable suffering a grade 3 concussion and requiring a neck brace. If he wishes to recover before the city championship, he must forfeit an opportunity for professional treatment. A team composed of medical machine girls that could assist the driver in swiftly recuperating from injuries. You mustn't blame yourself. First and foremost, Su Chen's skills are commendable, and secondly, his machine girl has evidently been modified. Lin Haijun softly reassures her, from Xingmeng's performance in the corners, it is highly likely that her cornering capabilities surpass yours. Moreover, my hasty decision-making also contributed to our defeat. Master, I recall you participated in this race to procure a basic star essence for Miss Wang, didn't you? Pafeng timidly remarks. If we failed to obtain the basic star essence, Miss Wang will surely be displeased. Do not concern yourself with Wang Tingting's matters. Lin Haijun casually waves his hand. I have a good brother who possesses an unused basic star essence, specifically the Lu Yin star emblem. I can simply purchase it for a small sum. However, we must seize the time to train, particularly in enhancing our cornering speed. Or else we may not stand a chance against Su Chun and Xingmeng in the city championship. As he watches Su Chun and Xingmeng proudly displaying their bronze medals on the television screen, Lin Haijun clenches his fists. Losing to anyone is acceptable, but he cannot bear to be defeated by them again. His fighting spirit and animosity do not stem from the discord between Wang Tingting and Su Chun, but from within himself. His reckless pursuit of cornering speed led to the crash, an incident that will likely become a topic of conversation among the drivers of Binzhou City. The only way to redeem this disgrace is to decisively defeat Su Chun and Xingmeng in a public competition such as the city championship. Pafeng. Yes. The girl by the bedside stands at attention upon hearing his voice. Starting tomorrow afternoon, we begin special training. No. We start at dawn today. Master. But your injuries. A mere concussion is not akin to brain death. Lin Haijun retorts coldly, his eyes ablaze with determination. Discharge me immediately. Let us proceed. Is this what a basic radiant star essence looks like? Su Chen lies on his bed, holding a sphere that gleams with a golden radiance. He has returned to the modification shop after a considerable time. The third place in the underground race of Binzhou awarded him 20,000 turn dollars and a basic star essence, this very sphere in his hand. The sound of water splashing echoed from the adjacent shower room, accompanied by the soft, melodious hum of a girl singing a cheerful tune. Xingmeng was taking her bath. According to the young girl, after a night spent competing, she felt sticky and grimy. Thus, opting for a humanoid form to bathe spared her the exorbitant costs of a professional grooming salon. The only downside was that it did not expedite her recovery. With nothing else to occupy his time, he began to examine the upgrade materials for this mechanical companion. The orb in his hand possessed a soft, elastic quality, somewhat akin to a water-filled balloon, yet remarkably weightless. The moment he released it, it floated down like a feather. How to utilize the primary star essence for the mechanical girl. Su Chen spent some time researching on his phone, encountering a plethora of conflicting opinions online. Firstly, to elevate the mechanical girl from rank D to C, one attribute must meet a qualifying threshold, which requires instrumental testing. However, through his research, he deduced that the so-called qualification entailed reaching a score of 60 points. As for the star essence, some suggested feeding it directly to the mechanical girl. Others recommended inserting it into her chest, and absurdly, some even claimed it should be held in the mouth while engaging in a French kiss with her. How ludicrous! How risky! Such claims must be exposed and rigorously scrutinized. Su Chan expressed his vehement disapproval and delved into the second and third suggestions for further examination. Master, I've finished my bath, Xingmeng exclaimed as she bounced into the bedroom. Su Chan instinctively lifted his gaze, feeling his breath catch momentarily. The gentle light within the room bathed Xingmeng in a soft glow as she stood there bashfully, clad in an obviously oversized t-shirt that clung damply to her curvaceous form. Her long, white hair hung in wet strands, water droplets cascading down to dance along her slender collarbone before quietly escaping. Her snowy cat ears, still damp from her recent bath, drooped softly, appearing fluffy and inviting, inciting an irresistible urge to reach out and touch them. "Master, your clothes are a bit too big for me. Do you have something smaller?" Xingmeng mumbled, awkwardly drying her hair with a towel while tiptoeing toward the edge of the bed. "Master, are you listening to me?" She leaned in closer, her cat tail swaying playfully behind her, her cerulean eyes fixed intently on Su Chun. "Master, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something dirty on my face?" She had just finished washing up, after all. Tilting her head, she tucked a damp strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate ear and slender neck. As she moved, the t-shirt inadvertently crept upward, exposing a small glimpse of her alabaster lower back. Su Chun felt a sudden dryness in his throat and quickly averted his gaze. Perhaps the competition had bridged the gap between them, allowing Xingmeng to feel more at ease and somewhat liberated. "Ahem, you should adjust your clothing a bit," Su Chun suggested, gesturing towards her partially obscured chest. He could even see droplets of water sliding along her curves. "Oh no," Xingmeng gasped, hastily covering herself, her cat ears perking up as she blinked earnestly with her large eyes. "I have complete trust in Master. The Master is certainly not someone who harbors improper intentions towards me. However, since it is the Master's request, I shall be particularly mindful of my attire in his presence from now on. Alas, I have been unjustly forced to don the hat of a virtuous gentleman. How shall he then demonstrate his masculine essence?" Su Chun felt a sense of frustration and helplessness as he inquired, "Do you behave this way around Wang Tingting as well?" "Absolutely not." Xingmeng vigorously shook her head, causing her little tuft of hair to sway. "I share a bond of contract with the Master, you see. Do you comprehend what such a bond entails? In simpler terms, it means we are inextricably linked." "What about the bond of the soul?" Su Chun asked abruptly. "Mew. The soul bond is far more profound." Xingmeng's tail wagged joyfully behind her. "In layman's terms, it signifies a deep intertwining of our beings, you within me, and I within you, a profound connection where our souls merge, and we become one." "Su Chun, is it truly possible to utter such words without any ulterior motives? Very well, let us change the subject." As the wheels of the vehicle seemed to be about to run over his face, Su Chun hastily retrieved the basic star essence. "Xingmeng, allow me to test your knowledge. How does a mech girl utilize the basic star essence to enhance herself? What kind of assistance should a pilot provide to a mech girl?" He boldly declared, "It's not that I'm unaware. I merely wish to ascertain the solidity of your theoretical foundation as a mech girl." Chapter 21. You Are Ill. In response to Su Chen's inquiry, Xingmeng fell silent for a moment, lowering her head in a state of mild confusion. "What's the matter? Don't you know?" Su Chen was taken aback, as he assumed this should be basic knowledge for a mech girl. Being a mech girl, Xingmeng should have been well versed in such matters. "I haven't studied it." Xingmeng pouted, her cat ears drooping. "Previously, Wang Tingting thought I could never advance to C rank, and thus did not intend to promote me. So I was not allowed to attend many core knowledge classes related to mech girls. Then what did she make you do?" "I went to earn money by towing vehicles." Xingmeng twisted the hem of her clothing, her expression one of grievance. "During public competitions, there are times when the logistics mech girls are insufficient, and they recruit ordinary mech girls and drivers for towing work. The organizers provide a salary. This is one of the legitimate jobs we mech girls can engage in, meow. Wang Tingting truly is despicable." Su Chen's expression darkened. Skipping classes to earn money? Even if she did earn money, it was not spent on Xingmeng. It seemed that Wang Tingting had long harbored intentions of replacing Xingmeng after graduation, while Xingmeng likely comforted herself that her earnings from towing would serve as funds for future modifications. "It's all right, Master, it's all in the past now." Meow seeing Su Chun's discontent, Xingmeng turned to comfort him instead, her cat ears twitching slightly. "It's precisely because Wang Tingting treated me poorly that I was able to meet such a handsome and capable master." She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, and the tail behind her swayed gently, resembling a sweet little cake, brightening Su Chun's mood considerably. "Oh, you are quite the flatterer." Su Chun chuckled in amusement. Xingmeng stuck out her little tongue, grinning widely. "Does Master enjoy hearing that?" "Well, it's acceptable," Su Chun feigned modesty. "Since Wang Tingting did not teach you well, I shall take it upon myself to educate you." I will look up some information online shortly. It was indeed time for serious study. Initially, his contract with Xingmeng had primarily aimed at activating his talents. However, after spending several days together and experiencing a race, he had genuinely begun to regard Xingmeng as his future partner, both in the racing world and in his career as a tuner. Boss, I know. A cold voice unexpectedly rang out from behind. Both Suchun and Xingmeng jumped in surprise. They turned towards the voice to find a tall figure frozen at the doorway of the bedroom, resembling a painting. She wore a black dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, contrasting sharply with her snow-white skin. Her long, straight black hair cascaded like a waterfall, shimmering with a faint bluish sheen under the light. Her delicate face featured striking crimson eyes that seemed to harbor flames, a noble and sharp nose, and lips that were lightly pursed like freshly bloomed cherries, not red as cherries, but rather exuding a regal, icy elegance. The girl was surveying the bedroom environment with a calm demeanor. Her poised and graceful presence made it difficult to associate her with an intruder. She resembled a female leopard patrolling her territory. When did she arrive? Suchun was momentarily stunned. Is she part cat? There was not a hint of noise. Moreover, this is his bedroom, a private sanctuary. Who are you? He furrowed his brow. A guest. The girl glanced at Suchun, her expression devoid of any emotion, and proceeded to find a chair for herself. No, even if you are a guest, you cannot simply intrude upon someone else's bedroom. The door is open. The girl pointed to the bedroom door. That may be so, but the door to the repair shop is also ajar, she retorted. Suchun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Is an open door truly a justification for such uninvited intrusion? From the various indications about the girl, he realized that she was an automaton. The only automaton that would come to his shop without a pilot, aside from Xingmeng, was her. A rare visitor indeed. Please wait outside for a moment, Suchun said helplessly. I am currently discussing ways to enhance my automaton's level. Once we are done here, I will come out to attend to you. I know. Ask me. The girl raised her chin slightly. Suchun met her gaze for a moment before sighing in apparent resignation, then speak. The automaton needs to unfold its core and bring the basic star essence closer. She explained. Isn't there some method online that involves a French kiss? Suchun persisted. The girl tilted her head, a hint of derision flashing in her eyes. Online. They also suggest using a power drill to treat hemorrhoids. Would you follow that advice? Suchun. Well, that's not something I could learn. Unfolding the core was something Xingmeng could do. It was a fundamental ability inherent to automatons from their inception. Before him was a crystal resembling a flower bud, cradled in Xingmeng's hands, emanating a gentle, golden glow. As Suchun brought the basic luminous star essence near the crystal, it was drawn in, transforming into a flowing light that merged with the core. After a few seconds, the once solitary crystal sprouted a delicate cluster of new crystals around it, resembling petals in bloom. Subsequently, the core automatically retracted into her chest without any further action from Xingmeng. Meanwhile, Xingmeng closed her eyes, her form radiating a soft glow, seemingly undergoing an upgrade. Is that all it takes? Suchun turned to the girl. She nodded lightly. Are you truly certain that a French kiss isn't required? The girl remained silent, regarding Suchun with an expression akin to disdain, her crimson eyes almost solidifying with contempt. Under the weight of her gaze, he instinctively swallowed back the words that were about to escape his lips. With Xingmeng still in the midst of her upgrade, he redirected his focus to this guest. Activating his divine eye, he was taken aback by what he saw. The girl's extravagant attribute panel nearly blinded his titanium alloy eyes. Mecha girl information. Name, Queen Star emblem. Thunder, burst type. Speed, 76. Cornering, 90. Stability, 81. Burst, 61. Endurance, 82. Modification core, Vortex Monarch 3, purple. Stigmata, Frenzy set, blue. Speed 10. Nitrous duration 20. Drift correction 5. Eternal Heart set, purple. Endurance 9. Current level, SS, special talent, deactivated. Frequency, 0. Status, malfunctioning. Unable to operate. Evaluation, a top-tier mecha girl with extraordinary talent, yet rendered useless by a mindless modifier. Undoubtedly, this is the first SS-level mecha girl that Suchun has encountered. Her attributes are undeniably luxurious, yet something seems amiss. Setting aside the peculiar states of malfunctioning and unable to operate, one would expect a mecha girl of S level to awaken her talent skills. Instead, it states deactivated. Furthermore, The focus of her attributes is perplexing. How can a burst-type mecha girl possess her strongest attribute in cornering? In contrast, the attributes of the previously observed Golden Falcon. A speed-type mecha girl clearly prioritized speed, followed by burst. For a burst-type mecha girl, the primary attribute should be burst, followed by speed, with cornering and stability being of lesser importance. Even as a mecha girl, it is discourteous for you to stare at me so intently. The mecha girl named Queen suddenly spoke, her tone icy and penetrating. Suchin couldn't help but roll his eyes at her remark. Is this how one maintains decorum? You intruded into another's room uninvited. Does that not breach etiquette? Although a guest is to be welcomed, this guest is excessively arrogant. The moment his gaze met Queen's, it sharpened with intensity, and he raised a finger to point at her head. Then, 7 words escaped his lips. You are unwell. This is bad. Queen Chapter 22. The reason Su Chun anticipated that the SS-level mech girl before him would erupt in anger at his words. He intended to seize the opportunity to directly address the issue, hoping to garner admiration and awe. To his surprise, the girl merely gazed at him with a serene expression. After a prolonged moment of mutual scrutiny, Queen slowly nodded. You are correct. Pausing for a moment, she added, I do indeed have a problem. So, can you remedy it? The candidness of her inquiry left Su Chun momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he nodded and then shook his head. Whether he could provide a solution depended on further investigation. From Queen's panel, he had already discerned the underlying issue. The final annotation was glaringly evident, rendered defective by a mindless modifier. To put it plainly, a burst acceleration type mech girl had her cornering performance altered to a mere 90. Was this not akin to compelling a mathematically gifted prodigy to study English? It was utterly nonsensical. The essence of car modification lies in maximizing the vehicle's inherent advantages while addressing its weaknesses. Certain race cars excel in cornering. One should not sacrifice cornering performance in pursuit of enhancing straight-line acceleration, for that would warrant the creation of an entirely new vehicle. However, such candid thoughts could not be voiced outright. He still needed to follow standard procedures. Inspections also came at a cost. He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, inquiring, Do you have the funds? The girl remained silent, simply retrieving a thick stack of cash from her pocket and gently placing it on the table. Su Chan's eyes widened in astonishment. That hefty bundle must amount to at least 20,000. His smile instantly became sincere. After all, the customer is akin to a deity, and a touch of arrogance is entirely understandable. Next, we will need your cooperation to transform into racing mode. Is that acceptable? Queen tilted her head, her crimson eyes filled with confusion. This was the first time she had heard that an inspection required transforming into racing mode. Wasn't the procedure typically to scan the mech girl with diagnostic tools and then devise a modification plan based on the system's evaluation? Yet, she recalled that this place lacked the fully mechanized modification conditions of the headquarters. In light of this, she began to unbutton her skirt. Hey, what are you doing? Suchin exclaimed, alarmed by Queen's unexpected actions. Undressing. Queen replied, her expression as neutral as if she were merely commenting on the weather. Isn't it unnecessary to remove clothing to transform into racing mode? This is not a car cover. Queen, undeterred, continued her actions, her gaze unwavering. Transforming directly would cause damage. All right. Su Chun sighed in resignation, hastily retreating from the room. I'll step outside for a moment. Just call me when you're ready. You humans have so many rules. Queen clicked her tongue. As Su Chun was about to close the door, he became frustrated and swung it open again, exclaiming, Is this not basic decency between genders? Do you not understand? I have never bared my body in front of humans. Queen lifted her smooth chin, a hint of mockery glimmering in her red eyes. Are you concerned that I might develop some desire towards you? She deliberately paused for a moment, her tone dripping with disdain. Indeed, the self-control of carbon-based life forms is rather concerning. In light of this, I shall maintain my distance henceforth. Su Chun. There is nothing to discuss today. With a loud bang, he slammed the door shut and turned to the bathroom to splash some cold water on his face. Upon his return to the bedroom doorway, Queen had completed her preparations. May I enter? Yes. Su Chun pushed open the door, revealing an ostentatiously designed black sports car. The car's silhouette bore a semblance to the Apollo Evio supercar from his previous life, yet its lines were far more aggressive. The front design was more menacing than the original, its sharp angles resembling a blade drawn from its sheath, with every contour exuding latent explosive power. Most striking were the headlights, not the Apollo EVO's signature fork design, but rather sharp triangles reminiscent of the Apollo IE. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes glowed with an eerie blood-red light, casting two piercing beams in the dimly lit room. Merely parked there, it emanated an indescribable sense of oppression and a chilling aura, as if it were a ferocious beast lying in wait. Impressive. Suchin couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Master, this sister's car is stunning. Star Dream's voice of admiration chimed in from the side. It turned out the little girl had completed her upgrade. Suchin carefully examined his Machine Girl's panel and discovered that Star Dream had reached C-Class. After upgrading to C-Class, each attribute had seen a slight enhancement. Speed, 46. Cornering, 62. Stability, 46. Burst, 34. Endurance, 52. Upon noticing the modification core section was empty, Su-chan was taken aback. Star Dream, where is your Black Silk Thunder number 2 modification core? Star Dream's cat ears and tufts stood erect as she innocently shook her head. I don't know, meow. Su-chan was bewildered. Star Dream was currently in a state without a modification core, yet her attributes had not diminished. Could it be? Could this be one of the advantages of his arrival in this world? That would be remarkable. He could almost envision himself as a world-class driver, surrounded by machine girls, reaching the pinnacle of his life. When machine girls leveled up, they would automatically merge their modification cores, solidifying them. Queen's cold, indifferent voice interrupted, dousing Su-chin's dreams like a bucket of cold water. So that's how it is. Su-chin sighed and slapped his thigh. He had miscalculated. He should have provided Star Dream with a better modification core before her upgrade. It's meaningless. The black supercar's window rolled down, revealing Queen's fair and delicate face. From D-Class to C-Class, only white quality cores can be solidified. Even if you give her a better one, it cannot be solidified. She mercilessly added, moreover, these white cores offer very limited enhancements to machine girls, and may even be inferior to a Starshine Sacred Mark. Starshine Stigmata. Su-chin recalled that Queen possessed the Starshine Stigmata, which seemed to be known as the 3-piece set of the Mad Hunt and the piece from the Eternal Heart. He also noted that after Star Dream upgraded to C rank, it unlocked an additional Stigmata slot. Previously, the Stigmata position in the attributes panel had been gray, but now it gleamed brightly, albeit without any Stigmata equipment. Aren't you going to check? Queen, with her half-bare arm languidly resting against the car window, had skin that radiated a subtle sheen under the light. Strands of long hair cascaded down her shoulder, partially obscuring her delicate collarbone. With her chin gently resting on her arm, her exquisite face contorted into an unexpectedly adorable curve, though her crimson eyes were filled with impatience, clearly stating, "It is quite late." She paused, her expression unchanging, and said flatly, "Or are you the type who deliberately leaves women to stay overnight? Attempting something lewd?" TSK, the absurdity escalated. Su-chan was momentarily taken aback. "I am not that kind of person. I will check for you immediately." He hoisted Queen up with a jack, hoping to witness a look of panic on her face. However, he was met with failure. Queen maintained her nonchalant demeanor, even expressing interest in the jack. Is this an old-fashioned car repair tool? Intriguing. Left with no alternative, Su-chan crawled under the chassis to take a cursory look. Queen's vehicle showed no signs of issues. It was modified correctly, with components appearing as pristine as if freshly manufactured. Yet, she was a mech girl. Not merely a machine, a wondrous being. Given her biological nature, one must consider the impact of the mind and spirit on the body. "What rank were you when you first came into being?" he inquired while observing. "B rank," Queen replied succinctly. The transition from B to SS involved a total of 3 core solidifications. Perhaps these very solidifications were the cause of Queen's current anomalous attributes. Su-chan felt that this was likely the crux of the issue. "Do you remember when you first became unable to start?" "I do not recall." Queen's brow furrowed slightly. "It seems part of my memory is missing. When I became aware of my existence, I was already a malfunctioning mech girl. My headquarters is striving to repair me because the chairman's daughter requires me to be modified into a mech girl suitable for her to pilot. But they have yet to succeed. Since I am already SS rank, they have invested considerable financial and energetic resources into me. So for now, they have not abandoned hope." As the conversation progressed, Su-chan realized that Queen's resonance was gradually increasing. He began to perceive more information on her panel. Resonance, 20. Evaluation. A ruler who should dominate the racetrack with absolute speed now finds herself lost in incongruent corners. Upon discovering her wings being gradually clipped, she ceased to struggle, allowing her soul to sink into the depths of darkness. Before him, she is merely a beautifully crafted empty city, leaving behind a lavish facade while her heart has withered to ashes. After reading Queen's information, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, having gained a substantial understanding. In essence, if a mechanical entity possesses a soul and emotions, it stands to reason that under certain extraordinary circumstances, it could tragically develop post-traumatic stress disorder, does it not? Chapter 23, An Intense Gaze. I have a general understanding of your situation. Su Chen lowered the jack and pondered for a moment before addressing Queen. Your modification direction is misguided. Take your current Type 3 core, for example. It is indeed an exceptional purple core, primarily enhancing cornering and stability. However, your true specialization should lie in speed and explosiveness. Queen blinked, and a fleeting glimmer seemed to flash in her crimson eyes. Can it be changed? Unfortunately, no. Su Chen shook his head. What level of modification shop do you think this is? I cannot acquire such advanced materials. And even if I were to replace your modification core, it would be futile. You have already undergone 3 core solidifications from B to SS. Unless we can lift the solidifications from the previous 3 modifications. He paused, simplifying it. Essentially, it would mean reverting you from SS back to B, starting anew. Each progression would require a core focused on enhancing speed and explosiveness. Queen lowered her eyelashes, her delicate lips pressed together. After a moment, she turned her head. So, do you have any suggestions? Her tone was indifferent, yet it could not conceal a hint of disappointment. Suggestions? Su Chen regarded her thoughtfully. Change to a module that increases explosiveness and speed. The Type 3 is truly unsuitable for you. It is apparent that those who installed your modification core aim to transform you into a flawless hexagonal warrior. But that is unattainable. He turned to wipe his hands with a cloth, continuing. The higher the speed and explosiveness, the more challenging it is to control the vehicle. To achieve control, one must sacrifice speed. To attain peak velocity, the driver must compensate for the instability during cornering with skill. Who is your driver? Without turning his head, he advised her not to always pursue cornering stability. As a driver, one must possess a spirit of adventure. Do you understand the essence of speed and passion? Without speed, where does the passion arise? The room fell into silence. Su Chen concentrated on cleaning the tools on the workbench. Xingmeng curiously flitted between Queen and Su Chen, her cat ears rotating like little radars, and her tail swayed restlessly. If only her thoughts could align with theirs. After a while, Queen murmured softly, "What did you say?" Su Chen, holding a wrench, turned his head. Yet, he found that Queen had returned to her human form. The dim yellow light in the room seemed to paint her in the hues of a setting sun. Her shoulder blades resembled tucked wings, graceful and exquisite, and her spine flowed smoothly to her slender waist, further tracing a perfect peach-shaped curve. Her alabaster skin glowed almost ethereally in the dimness, akin to fine pearls. Queen's elegance and perfection stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated workshop, like a breathtaking splash of color in a monochromatic painting. Su Chen, having encountered many women in his past life, found himself unable to catch his breath at this moment. Have you seen enough? Queen did not turn around, her cool voice laced with just the right amount of sarcasm. Your heart rate has increased. It seems you are indeed a pervert harboring inappropriate thoughts about mecha girls. Su Chen instinctively averted his gaze. However, upon reflection, this was his domain, and it was Queen who chose not to conceal herself. Why should he shy away? Look. He would gaze intently. I was gazing at your starry mark. Su Chen intently observed Queen's slender waist, justifying himself with fervor. The mysterious silver patterns resembling a shark's gills must indeed be the starry mark. Oh, Queen replied nonchalantly, methodically donning her dress, black stockings, and high heels. Humans are ever adept at conjuring excuses for their actions. She fastened her clothing, turned, her fair chin slightly elevated, and her crimson eyes locked onto Su Chen, like an elegant swan scrutinizing the visitors by the shore. I shall contemplate your suggestion. She sauntered towards the door, pausing momentarily at the threshold to place a stack of currency on the cluttered table beside the entrance. Before Su Chen could react, she had exited, leaving behind a light remark echoing down the corridor. Perhaps you should renovate your establishment. It resembles a dog kennel. The door closed, and tranquility enveloped the workshop. Only a faint fragrance lingered in the air. How disgraceful! Su Chen lamented as he surveyed his dilapidated shop, peeling ceiling, flickering, aging fluorescent lights. Yet, this did not impede his derision of Queen. A mountain need not be high to harbor spirits. This humble abode, though shabby, is fragrant with virtue. She understands nothing. Meow? Master, what do your words signify? Xingmeng approached, her feline ears perked with curiosity. The scent of her body wash, mingled with a unique caramel aroma, swiftly dispelled the lingering fragrance left by Queen. It means that good steel should be utilized on the blade. Su Chun counted the 3 stacks of currency that Queen had left, 40,000 units, coupled with the competition's reward, totaling 70,000. The quarterly rent for the shop amounted to 8,000. This sum would suffice to cover 2 years of rent. However, he had no intention of doing so. He would allocate 8,000 for rent, reserving the remainder for upgrading Xingmeng. Here, Xingmeng, this is for you. Su Chen handed her 50 bills. You've worked hard in the underground matches. This is your pocket money. Spend it as you wish. Xingmeng stared blankly at the money in her hands, her tail coming to a standstill. Master, you need not give me money. Take it, by whatever flavor of nutrient liquid you desire. Su Chen, now flush with funds, waved his hand extravagantly. Yet, Xingmeng bit her red lip. Her voice as faint as a whisper. Can a machine girl like me truly have pocket money? Why not? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. We are bound by a contract. What is wrong with giving you some pocket money? Besides, you are now a C-grade machine girl. You can hold your own among the newcomers. Xingmeng chuckled at his words, puffing out her cheeks. Master, I am no giant crab. Her eyes sparkled, her ears twitching as she accepted the 5,000 units, rubbing her hands together with a glint of greed. Hee, I've struck it rich. Her tail wagged furiously. Master, shall we go shopping together later? Sure, Su Chen nodded. In this world, there exists a shopping center exclusively accessible to mech girls and their pilots, where entry is granted solely to those possessing a mech pilot's license. He intends to procure a batch of materials necessary for crafting modification cores, and perhaps he might discover what he seeks within this marketplace. Currently, Xingmeng has already acquired a slot for a Starlight relic, yet he has yet to familiarize himself with the information and pricing of such relics. Should the price prove reasonable, he will select an additional Starlight relic for Xingmeng. With the city championship approaching, it is imperative to enhance Xingmeng's performance to the fullest extent. This competition is a public event, an authoritative contest organized by the official bodies. The participants in the city championship are either the elite among street racers or professional drivers from clubs. Competing in an underground race in Binzhou has already posed a challenge for him and Xingmeng. Thus, the city championship will present an even more formidable test for the two of them. Chapter 24, The Canary. Headquarters of the Knight's Voice. The crystal chandelier cast a frigid glow, while the Italian leather sofas exuded an air of opulence. The entire hall resembled a meticulously polished diamond, perfect, luxurious, yet devoid of warmth. Queen, where have you been? We've been searching for you for ages. None of your business, Queen retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the middle-aged woman. She now relished a month of absolute freedom, free to wander wherever she pleased without needing to report to the suited lady. I was merely concerned for your well-being. The middle-aged woman remained unfazed, smiling amiably. As long as Queen returned, even a scolding was acceptable. Yet, she understood that Queen was not one to display such crudeness. This charmingly delicate mechanized girl excelled in her own brand of sardonic wit. Queen approached the sofa and sank into its soft embrace, her supple form enveloped by the plush backrest, lazily resembling a napping cat. She glanced at the middle-aged woman and asked, Jessica, what are the proposed modifications for me next? Bring them forth. Jessica's eyes sparkled at her words. Certainly, I will fetch them immediately. After a brief moment, she returned with a dossier and presented it to Queen. Queen perused the document briefly, her brow furrowing deeply. The headquarters of the Knight's Voice was developing the Vortex Emperor 4 modification core, aimed at enhancing cornering and stability. Intended to replace her Vortex Emperor 3. Simultaneously, they planned to replace her Starlight Sacred Marks. Removing the original combination of the 3-piece Wild Hunt set and the Eternal Heart Shards, substituting them with the 2-piece Round Table Knight set and the 2-piece Angel Heart set. The latter combination favored a holistic enhancement, unlike the Wild Hunt set, which concentrated on acceleration and explosive power. Theoretically, both the Vortex Emperor 4 and the 2-2 combination were superior to her current modifications, yet, Queen felt an unsettling discomfort. A voice within her whispered that these ostensibly splendid modifications were not what she desired. What she craved was speed, an extreme burst of power, not some so-called versatile solution. What do you think, Queen? Jessica inquired, her eyes brimming with anticipation. This is a tailored modification plan from headquarters. It will undoubtedly restore you to your full potential. Not quite. Queen shook her head. The modification core should focus on enhancing speed and explosive power. Please submit my request. Jessica's expression shifted slightly. Queen, I fear that may not be feasible. Why not? Queen's crimson eyes narrowed, the air growing colder. The headquarters modification plan aims to enhance your performance comprehensively. Otherwise, you will not qualify to be the lady's mechanized companion. The lady is currently an S-class driver, and her expectations for mechanized companions are that they excel in all aspects. If you fail to meet these standards, you will not be permitted on the racetrack. Being barred from the track is a rather harsh punishment for a mechanized companion. Queen had long forgotten how she had come to join the Knight's Voice. However, the Knight's Voice was the largest and most renowned club in the Province of Glory, and most mechanized companions would not refuse such an opportunity. Which mechanized companion wouldn't desire to follow a capable driver in the future? Within the headquarters of the Knight's Voice, skilled technicians and adept operators abound. You will fix me, won't you? Queen emerged from her confusion, her gaze fixed intently upon the middle-aged woman. Naturally, Jessica nodded, stating that all the modification plans devised by the headquarters were aimed at restoring her functionality, enabling her to reboot. The modification experts deduced that her inability to start stemmed from her core being incapable of supporting her current performance. Thus, they needed to further enhance her stability and endurance. Queen fell silent for a moment, truly feeling that her stability and endurance were already sufficient. The failure to initiate was certainly not a matter of stability or endurance. However, voicing such thoughts would be futile, as the modification experts were solely concerned with data. All right, she replied faintly, I understand. Do you agree to the new modification plan? Jessica asked, her surprise evident. Queen looked at the middle-aged woman before her, her eyes brimming with impatience. The Knight's Voice disrespected her opinions, yet insisted on formally seeking her consent, as though she were particularly fond of these modification plans. What difference would dissent make? She was unable to start and would ultimately remain confined here, like a bird in a cage. I agree. Her voice remained devoid of emotion. But I want to arrange it myself this month. Absolutely no problem. Jessica exclaimed, visibly relieved. As long as she had secured the lady's agreement, her bonus was assured. I want tickets to the city championship, Queen stated, extending a finger. Consider it done. I will get you the best VIP seats, Jessica replied enthusiastically. Change the bedroom wallpaper to pink. Buy a gaming console, and also get a panda plushie. Great. I will arrange that immediately, Jessica noted on her phone. Is there anything else you need? Nothing more. Queen closed her eyes and sank deeper into the sofa. She had initially contemplated asking Jessica to look into the profiles of Su Chun and Xingmeng, but quickly realized that doing so might trouble them. Her curiosity about Su Chun had merely been piqued, for it was quite rare to find someone who was both a modification expert and a driver. However, the various suggestions Su Chun had previously offered made her aware that he seemed to understand her better than the modification team at the Knight's Voice headquarters. She wished to see how far Su Chun and Xingmeng could go. Could a seagull survive better than a canary amidst a storm? As Su Chen's mechanical partner, Xingmeng naturally resided in the modification shop. Su Chen specially prepared a room for her, expecting that, as a girl, she would have numerous belongings. To his surprise, she possessed only a small cat-shaped piggy bank and a cat-pattern mat. Frustrated, Su Chen insisted that Xingmeng sleep in his bed, and he, of course, would sleep alongside her. The sofa? It was outside, and how cold it would be at night. Sleeping on the floor was out of the question. He was not so gentlemanly as to subject himself to such discomfort. Besides, the bed was large enough, with an imaginary boundary separating them, one at the head and the other at the foot. He had no intentions beyond that. Moreover, this arrangement was merely temporary. The following morning dawned. Su Chun guided Xingmeng towards the Grand Marketplace. Welcome to the Star God Huile Shopping Center. This establishment is a vast emporium dedicated to serving both drivers and mechanical companions. Here, one can procure nearly all the resources required by drivers and their mechanical counterparts, provided one possesses sufficient funds. Additionally, certain precious resources are available exclusively through barter. The building itself is a magnificent semi-spherical structure, reminiscent of the Sydney Opera House, though it is uncertain what materials were utilized in its construction. The walls, seemingly crafted from glass, do not reflect the blinding sunlight as one might expect. Instead, the light here is gentle, and the temperature is perfectly balanced. The welcoming logistics android at the entrance boasts impossibly fair thighs. Suchin couldn't help but gaze at the logistics android's legs. Not out of lechery, but rather out of curiosity regarding how one could endure such heat while clad in boots. Surely, the android would not suffer from foot odor. After all, there was no unpleasant scent emanating from Xingmeng's feet. After presenting the android's driver's license, Su Chun led Xingmeng into the marketplace. Directly ahead was a display booth showcasing new flavors of nutritional liquids for androids. Flavors such as pearl milk tea, cherry blossom wine, and cappuccino dazzled their senses, overwhelming Su Chun and Xingmeng with choice. Dear customer, would you care to try our newly released flavors? These innovative tastes might just be the perfect match for your android, enhancing the resonance between you and your mechanical companion. A logistics android clad in a maid's outfit approached them, her face adorned with a sweet yet professional smile. Holding a canister of nutritional liquid. This one is flavored with plum and bitter melon. Chapter 25. Stunned silence. To be candid, upon encountering such a peculiar flavor, Su Chun felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Plum, exceedingly sour. Bitter melon, undeniably bitter. A combination of both sourness and bitterness? What a jest! It is one thing to refrain from developing new flavors, but must one truly concoct such abominations as ginger, garlic, durian, and chili? Would any self-respecting mech girl genuinely desire to indulge in these? The plum and bitter melon flavor falls into the same category. He shook his head, intending to take Xingmeng's hand and depart, only to find his mech girl gazing longingly at the canister of nutritional fluid, her delicate pink tongue subtly licking her lips. She seemed to harbor a desire to sample it. This thought flickered in Su Chen's mind. The nutritional fluid, being the most fundamental energy source for mech girls, is not costly. Common fruit flavors typically hover around 500 credits, while some rare flavors can soar to 800 to 1,000 credits, with unsold items often discounted. The plum and bitter melon flavor evidently belongs to the standard category, and as a new product, it enjoys a promotional discount, bringing its price down to 400 credits. Would you like to try it? Su Chen inquired of Xingmeng. Xingmeng abruptly averted her gaze and shook her head vigorously. No. Thank you, Meow. My energy is still full. I do not need to replenish with nutritional fluid. She recalled her first visit to Huilego with Wang Tingting. It was the same booth, featuring the same new products. She had merely glanced in that direction before being whisked away by Wang Tingting. What are you looking at? Do you wish to taste it? Do you think you're worthy? 400 credits is no small sum. Just consume that discounted ginger chili flavor. After all, it's merely for energy, and flavor is inconsequential. Wang Tingting's harsh demeanor lingered in her memory. Hence, her initial reaction was to decline. But you seem to really want to drink it, Su Chen remarked to the logistics mech girl. Please bring me a bottle. And also one of the cappuccino flavor. They appear to be new as well. Certainly, sir. You are so considerate to your mech girl, the logistics mech girl beamed, her smile growing ever sweeter. She could discern that Xingmeng's energy reserves were plentiful. Yet, despite this, the driver was still willing to spend money, even if it was merely to allow his mech girl to experience different flavors. This could only imply two things. Either this driver was affluent, or he was exceedingly fond of his mech girl. Before Xingmeng could fully comprehend, she found herself holding 2 bottles of nutritional fluid. One was adorned with a red and green package, embellished with plum and bitter melon motifs. The other bore a brown package labeled cappuccino. Master, please refrain from unnecessary expenditures. Earning money is not easy for you. Perhaps you should return it, she murmured softly, her ears drooping as she attempted to return the nutritional fluid, only to be halted by Su Chen's firm grip. Who is the master here, you or I? He playfully pressed his hand upon Xingmeng's fluffy little head, feigning a stern demeanor. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? And no, I wouldn't dare, meow, Xingmeng replied, shrinking her neck and flattening her ears. Then let us drink. Xingmeng dutifully sampled both bottles of nutritional fluid, taking dainty sips that made her cheeks puff out slightly, resembling a gluttonous little hamster. So, how does it taste? Delightful, meow. Xingmeng licked her lips, her large eyes narrowing into crescent moons, and her tail gently swayed behind her. Which do you prefer? I prefer. Xingmeng tilted her head in thought, her cat ears twitching lightly. Plum bitter melon meow. This answer took Su Chun by surprise. Could this plum bitter melon hold some secret? Why? Because. Xingmeng paused, her earnest gaze fixed on Su Chun. It feels like meeting a master. She seemed not to excel at expressing such sentiments. As soon as she finished speaking, a faint blush colored her cheeks, and the tips of her ears turned a delicate shade of crimson. What? Does that mean I am both bitter and sour? Suchin rolled his eyes. He only knew that plum bitter melon was undoubtedly tart, unaware that it possessed a sweet aftertaste, a flavor that brought happiness to Xingmeng. With a playful giggle, she offered no further explanation. She gently tugged at Su Chen's sleeve, bouncing beside him while humming a cheerful, albeit nonsensical, tune. The Star God Hui Lugo shopping center was quite expansive, boasting 6 levels, rivaling the shopping experiences of his past life. Car covers, modification cores, nutrient solutions, event tickets, and various equipment were the main offerings here. Despite the myriad temptations surrounding him, Su Chun remained steadfast in his 2 objectives for this trip, the Starry Saint's mark and modification materials. Master. Xingmeng's steps abruptly halted in front of a shop selling car covers and racing suits. She tugged at Su Chen's sleeve and blinked her big eyes, saying, Master, may I go in and browse? Su Chen glanced at the store, which was similar to clothing stores from his previous life. Indeed, even as a fantastical being, she was still a girl at heart, and girls have an innate love for beauty. He nodded in agreement. Go ahead, we will meet. Su Chen looked around, pointing to the statue at the center of Hui Lugo Plaza. We will gather over there later. All right. Miao Su Chun watched as Xingmeng entered the store while he made his way toward the shop selling the Starry Saint's mark. Inside the clothing store, many mechanical girls were selecting car covers accompanied by their drivers. Car covers served as the attire for mechanical girls, a type of equipment that could be regenerated. Without a car cover, a mechanical girl's regeneration outfit would be akin to her birthday suit, influenced by the modification core if present. For instance, if the modification core added a black front lip, it might result in additional black fabric on the front of the mechanical girl's dress. Xingmeng glanced at the display of car covers, but, without a moment's hesitation, turned toward the showcase of racing suits. Racing suits, professional uniforms worn by drivers during competitions, incorporated numerous Star God technologies, such as heat insulation, warmth retention, one-button wear, and one-button removal. Some of the multifunctional racing suits from major brands even surpassed the price of mechanical girls' car covers. Standing before the racing suit display, Xingmeng's small hands glided over the various suits. The assortment of racing attire dazzled her, yet she remained resolute in her intentions. During last night's competition, Su Chun had worn an old cycling outfit. That is hardly a proper racing suit. She intends to purchase a fine one for her master. It must be multifunctional, and its fit should be sleek and aesthetically pleasing. She murmured softly, her ears twitching slightly. It cannot be excessively expensive, as that would be beyond her means. Yet it should not be too cheap either. She scurried to a corner and smashed open her little cat-shaped piggy bank, counting the coins within. Part of it was her savings accumulated while following Wang Tingting, but the bulk was the pocket money given to her by Su Chen the night before, totaling 200 coins. The extra 200 coins were nearly all provided by Wang Tingting for her to purchase nutritional supplements, save from the discounted, peculiar flavored ones, as well as a cheaper watered-down version. 200 coins should suffice to acquire a suit of moderate quality. Miao Xingmeng wandered back and forth in front of the display case, meticulously examining the labels and function descriptions of each racing suit. Occasionally, she would nod or shake her head gently, her tail swaying in rhythm with her thoughts. This one has excellent thermal insulation, but lacks the one-click or feature, meow. This one looks quite cool, but the price is far too steep. This one, pitch black, does not quite suit her master's temperament. At last, a silver-white racing suit adorned with blue patterns captured her attention. Xingmeng's eyes lit up as she carefully took it down for closer inspection. This one is indeed quite suitable for her master. She caressed the fabric, speaking to herself. It offers moderate thermal insulation, features a one-click wear option, and includes a basic protective layer, all while looking quite dashing, meow, matching the color of Xingmeng's original racing attire. She glanced at the price tag, 5,099 coins, nearly all of her savings. Having grown accustomed to frugal living, Xingmeng hesitated for a moment, but soon resolutely nodded. It's all right, meow. Her master treats me so well. This is Xingmeng's first opportunity to buy something for her master, and it must be the most fitting choice. The mechanical girl possessed eyes as precise as finely tuned measuring instruments. Without any difficulty, Xingmeng identified the most suitable size for Su Chun, then dashed toward the checkout counter, clutching the racing suit. I want this racing suit, meow. Time to pay, meow. The cashier, a logistics android, smiled and nodded. You truly have an eye for quality. This item is in limited supply and is one of our best sellers, priced at 0.99 coins. Xingmeng completed the transaction, and the logistics android carefully wrapped the racing suit, unable to resist asking, "Is this for your driver?" "Indeed, meow." Xingmeng replied as she took the shopping bag, her heart brimming with joy, her fluffy cat ears gently quivering. Her master has always treated her well, so she ought to reciprocate with greater kindness. This is the first gift she is giving to her master. Meanwhile, Su Chun entered a shop specializing in stellar radiance relics. He had thought he had accumulated a bit of money, but upon seeing the prices of the relics, he was taken aback. Similar to the modification cores, stellar radiance relics were classified into 7 grades: white, green, blue, purple, gold, platinum, and diamond. Among them, the most affordable is the white Starshine relic, typically priced between 20,000 and 50,000. A complete set of Starshine relics is even more expensive, costing double the price of 2 individual white Starshine relics. Who on earth can afford that? Just as I was about to leave the store, a lively logistics android approached me with enthusiasm. She scrutinized my attire from head to toe, a smirk playing on her lips. "You must be a first-time buyer of Starshine relics, perhaps not entirely familiar with which type would suit our androids. Today, we happen to have a promotional event. Why not allow me to explain while you consider participating in our store's special offer?" Oh, my eyes narrowed with intrigue. An explanation? A promotional event? Well, are they attempting to brainwash me? Once upon a time, I had been through numerous trials within a tourist group. Let this world's indoctrination culture witness my steadfastness. I decided against leaving and instead found a chair to sit down, casting a sidelong glance at the logistics android. "What are you standing there for? Bring me a glass of water." Chapter 26. Explosions, Fish, and Dogs. The logistics android poured a cup of cola for Su Chun. He took a sip and glanced around. The establishment was remarkably spacious, and there were numerous logistics androids, almost all operating in a one-on-one capacity. The android before him seemed particularly fixated on him. "Do you know how the stellar glory marks are formed, sir?" Su Chun shook his head. The logistics android pondered for a moment before continuing. "Many years ago, the Star God realm faced repeated invasions from extraterrestrial beings. To ensure our safety and preparedness, the Star God created several nebulous secret realms. Within these realms, various historical crises will be reenacted, where pilots and androids assume specific roles. Successfully navigating these nebulous secret realms grants the favor of the Star God. This favor manifests as the stellar glory marks." It sounds akin to a special material dungeon. Su Chun mused in surprise. "A dungeon? What is that?" The logistics android tilted her head. "Oh, never mind." Su Chun waved his hand dismissively. "What about those extraterrestrial beings? Are they still invading the Star God realm?" "Not at all. They have been eradicated by the Star God." This was indeed good news, and Su Chun let out a sigh of relief. While this world was evidently not devoid of martial prowess, as long as there were no wars of various kinds, it was acceptable. "I find the Star God quite fascinating," Su Chun remarked. "However, I have only recently become a pilot and possess only a superficial understanding of these matters. Would you be able to?" Of course, the logistics android nodded. The Star God is not a singular entity, but rather 4 beings, specifically 1 pilot and 3 androids. To be precise, the term Star God refers to one particular android named after the stars. Her blessings still envelop the entire Star God realm, and all systematic piloting techniques originate from the Star God's pilot. To put it bluntly, without these 4, the present Star God realm would not exist. The androids also emerged from the sea of Star Gods. Su Chun grasped the concept immediately. These 4 were akin to primordial deities. Even if they were not the original gods, they represented a lineage of succession. So, are these 4 still within the Star God realm? They are not. The logistics android's expression turned reverent, her hands clasped together in a prayer-like gesture as she spoke softly. "Do you know why no enemies have dared to invade the Star God realm since then? It is because the Star Gods are traversing the vast cosmos. They have sacrificed themselves, perhaps never to return to their homeland. Yet they have vanquished all foes of the Star God realm, safeguarding it behind them. That is indeed noble." Su Chun was not fond of extreme heroism, but the self-sacrifice of the Star God Quartet for a greater cause was an exception. The phrase, "There is no peace without sacrifice," only grew more profound. "Thus, sir," the logistics android's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Su Chun, excitedly exclaiming, "Purchasing the stellar glory marks is a way to support the endeavors of the Star Gods. Our store is currently running a promotional event. I am aware that you may not have much money, But participating in the blind box draw does not require a substantial amount. If you happen to win the grand prize, it would be a tremendous gain for you. Su Chun instinctively recoiled, feeling that the logistics android was encroaching too closely. In the realm of propriety, men and women should maintain a respectful distance, and yet she lacks the charm of a starry dream. TSK, do not heed her boasts. A frivolous voice echoed nearby. The true support of the star god's endeavor lies in actively participating in the nebulous secret realm and collecting the Omega Raw or within. The Starshine Holy Mark is merely a supplementary reward. Who dares to disrupt my affairs? As the words left his lips, Su Chun beheld the previously gentle logistics android suddenly transform. From a petite figure of 1.60 meters, she morphed into a towering, muscled figure of 1.90 meters. Her countenance fierce as a vengeful spirit. Her menacing gaze swept across the vicinity like a blade, but upon recognizing the speaker, her fury swiftly transmuted into derision and disdain. Oh, who might this be? Is it not Mr. Xingmeng, the fortunate one? Back again to try your luck with the blind box? Don't let your bitterness show just because you failed to reap the rewards. After all, not every driver is as unlucky as you. Having spent over 300,000 credits without winning a single Starshine Holy Mark, Xingmeng, standing before the gotcha machine, immediately darkened in countenance, while the logistics android, Chuing, stifled a laugh behind her hand. Silence, Xingmeng retorted, pointing at the logistics android defiantly. Regardless of the outcome, I have spent 300,000 credits here today. Even if I leave empty-handed, I am still a god. Do you understand? Oh, I'm not quite sure I do, the logistics android replied. Reverting to her diminutive form of 1.60 meters, her attire mending itself automatically. She leisurely groomed her nails, continuing, what of 300,000 credits? Guests who have spent nothing here are treated as gods, while those who have spent are merely lesser beings. This, indeed, was a candid truth. No one ever wished to engage with that confounding gotcha machine a second time. Xingmeng had evidently allowed himself to be caught up in the moment. I shall file a complaint against your establishment. The complaint hotline is 825,111. I can assist you with that. The logistics android remained unfazed. Xingmeng's lips twitched, taking a deep breath before ultimately conceding to the logistics android's obstinacy. Realizing the transaction was futile, she abandoned Su Chun and strode away, her demeanor drastically altered. Xingmeng approached with Chuing, the dashing gentleman clad in a black jacket offering a slight smile. We meet again, Mr. Dark Horse. Su Chun studied Xingmeng for a moment, a look of confusion crossing his visage. You, who are you? Xingmeng's outstretched hand froze mid-air. Chuing burst into laughter. Su Chun, the chief racing modification specialist of Earthstar, had a peculiar affliction, prosopagnosia. If someone did not frequently appear in his presence, he would fail to recognize them the following day, even after having met them just the day prior. Oh, I remember now. You are from the Northern Wolf Racing Team. With Xingmeng's hint, Su Chun suddenly grasped. The fish fryer. Xingmeng sighed. I did not wish to be the fish fryer. That was merely my task. He spread his arms in exasperation. I allowed you a full 40 seconds, and yet the first prize was snatched away by me and Chuing. What could I do? Su Chun glanced at Chuing, her attributes dazzling before his eyes. They were indeed quite magnificent, yet still fell short of the Queen's prowess. You are driving a B-class vehicle, are you not? Xingmeng shrugged. So what? I still granted you 40 seconds. However, you drive a B-class car. The essence of a mechanical companion lies not in performance, but in technology. Do you understand? You drive a B-class car. Hiss. Must you persist on this point? B-class car. Xingmeng you. Su Chun, B. Xingmeng. I. Su Chun, fish frying dog. Xingmeng. This conversation cannot continue. He observed that Su Chun possessed commendable skills and wished to befriend him. Su Chun was likely a street racer, and he contemplated inviting him to join the Northern Wolves in the future, hoping that there might be a shared understanding among those skilled in technology. However, the conversation proved impossible to sustain. After all, he was a professional racer and chose not to hold the street racer's lack of etiquette against him. Xingmeng took a deep breath and forced a smile. My friend, your mechanical companion must have reached C-Class by now, right? C-Class offers a St. Mark slot. You must be here to purchase a slot. I have an extra capsule coin. Let me give it to you. Su Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the capsule coin. What a good person. I just learned that a single capsule coin is worth 2,000 turns. Why not draw it yourself? He inquired. Xingmeng handed the capsule coin to Su Chun, a bitter smile gracing his face. I've already spent 300,000 turns. I'm afraid of drawing a mere consolation prize and getting hooked again. Let this be a gift to you. Let everything end here. Su Chun accepted the capsule coin, scrutinizing Xingmeng. If I draw something good, you won't ask for it back, will you? Not at all. You needn't worry. Xingmeng chuckled softly, nonchalantly responding, after all, I'm still a member of the Northern Wolves T2. I still have my dignity. Besides, a gift given is yours to keep. No one can contest that. Moreover, this capsule event is a scam. I don't believe you'll draw anything worthwhile. Then it's settled. Su Chun nodded. He turned towards the capsule machine. The machine featured 10 compartments, each corresponding to a coin slot. Each compartment contained 30 capsules, undoubtedly increasing the challenge of the draw, as one could not discern where the prizes lay. However, just moments ago, when activating the Divine Eye to observe the shadow-chasing attributes, Su Chun noticed blurred characters floating above each compartment of the capsule machine. Initially, he thought they were flies or mosquitoes, but upon closer inspection, he realized they indicated the reward status of each compartment. In other words, he could clearly see which compartments contained prizes and which did not. Su Chun blinked, a slight smile playing on his lips. How intriguing. Chapter 27. Emperor Engine. Su Chun initially believed that the Eye of God merely served to assess the capabilities of the mechanized girls. However, he has now come to understand that the eye can also pierce through illusions. This raises an intriguing question. If seeing through clothing constitutes unraveling an illusion, why does Shuebai refuse to reveal herself to him? Could it be that this realm is also imbued with the power of the Divine River? Regaining his composure, Su Chun strolled past 10 gacha machine doors, ultimately pausing before the second to last one. Xingmeng had indeed spoken truthfully about the gacha activity being a scam. Among the 10 doors, only one contained the coveted Starshine Sacred Mark as a reward. The gacha was guaranteed to yield a prize. Yet a staggering 99% of the rewards were merely high-energy nutrient solutions, with only a few of worth being the commonplace vehicle covers and racing suits. Nonetheless, this establishment did not skimp on the rewards themselves. He gazed up at the banner above the gacha machine. Anniversary Mega Sale. The first 10 gacha coins at a 20% discount. Win the ultimate purple Starshine Sacred Mark reward. May fortune smile upon you. Within the door before him lay a shimmering purple Starshine Sacred Mark, the centerpiece of this promotional event. At this moment, drivers accompanied by their mechanized girls were still drawing from the mystery boxes. With each box drawn, the funnel-shaped machine above the door would replenish it, ensuring that the probability of obtaining the purple Starshine Sacred Mark remained a constant 1 in 300. Was this not a blatant scam? There was no safety net whatsoever. Su Chun stood before the door for a moment, observing. This gacha machine bore resemblance to a claw machine. After inserting a coin, one could maneuver the mechanical claw to retrieve a mystery box. Fortunately, the establishment had not succumbed to madness, as the claw, once secured, did not unexpectedly release its prize during the ascent. Currently, the purple Sacred Mark was positioned beneath a stack of boxes, necessitating the removal of the upper boxes before he could lay claim to it. With a clear plan in mind, Su Chun inserted a coin and began his operation. Not far away, Xingmeng exhaled with relief, declaring that she would never again venture into this store for mystery boxes. What a scam indeed. Chasing Shadow scoffed in response. This was not the first time Xingmeng had uttered such words. After every race, her insatiable need for mystery boxes was akin to a compulsion. Observing Su Chun's solemn demeanor, she couldn't help but inquire, Master, do you think Su Chun will strike it lucky and draw something extraordinary? Xingmeng glanced toward Su Chun, chuckling softly, as if, I spent 300,000 yuan and received nothing but junk. If he manages to draw something amazing, I shall drink every last drop of the nutrient solution I acquired. 300,000 yuan, all high-energy nutrient solutions, stacked mountain-high behind her. As the two conversed, Su Chun had already retrieved his first mystery box. Despite her skepticism, Xingmeng found herself tiptoeing to catch a glimpse, only to see Su Chun unveil a bottle of nutrient solution, spicy chili flavor. Ha! I knew it, Xingmeng exclaimed with a knowing smile. She presumed Su Chun would cease his attempts at this point. After all, judging by his attire, he did not appear to be wealthy. Being a novice racer, those with means typically save their funds for essential upgrades rather than frivolous spending. In the next moment, Su Chun approached the exchange machine and excitedly retrieved 10 capsule coins. Wait, my friend. Xingmeng was momentarily taken aback and hurried over to dissuade Su Chun, saying, Brother, making money is not easy. This promotional event is merely a trap. Please, do not get carried away. Su Chen nodded, reassuring him. Don't worry, I won't get carried away. Yuming pursed his lips, contemplating that Su Chen might just want to indulge in a tin-draw spree for the thrill of it. That was still acceptable. The losses remained within a tolerable range. Su Chen returned to the second vending door and calmly pulled another 10 draws. Unsurprisingly, they were all nutrient liquids. He also noticed a troubling issue. Each time he grabbed a blind box from the top, the machine would dispense a new blind box. The new blind boxes had a chance of being placed on top, effectively doubling the workload. The initially planned 10 draws were simply insufficient. Consequently, he turned to redeem another 10 capsule coins, only to find Yuming and Chasing Shadow flanking the exchange machine, blocking his way. You mustn't. Don't get carried away. Yuming implored. Did you not just say you wouldn't draw anymore? Listen to me. It's time to stop. Su Chen stood before the exchange machine, turning left and right, with Yuming and Chasing Shadow mirroring his movements, defending it as tenaciously as basketball stars would. He was at a loss for words. While their intentions were good, it seemed they were overly meddlesome. Please, stop. Yuming lamented. Do not persist in this misguided pursuit. Suddenly, the logistics machine girl, who had left earlier, appeared with a bright smile, holding a basket brimming with capsule coins. Thank you. I commend your quality of service. Su Chen exclaimed, giving a thumbs up as he exchanged for 20 capsule coins. The girl's smile widened. It's all about performance. Ha. Alas, he had truly become infatuated. Yuming sighed, covering his face in exasperation. So, master, seeing him, you must understand how overwhelmed I was just now. Chasing Shadow crossed her arms and glared at Yuming. 300,000 yuan. Though it may seem insignificant compared to the modification fees I require, those fees must be saved bit by bit. I understand now, I truly do. The involved are often blinded, while the observers see clearly. He was beginning to feel anger from Chasing Shadow's perspective. With a swift motion, Su Chen drew again, spending 20 coins, and finally, the blind box containing the purple holy mark surfaced at the top. Moreover, the newly added blind box landed beside it. This meant that with his final draw, he would obtain the coveted purple holy mark. He glanced at the logistics machine girl, who instantly understood and hurried over to present the basket with both hands. Brother, are you still drawing? Yuming was genuinely angry now, grasping Su Chen's hand as he reached for his money. He too had transitioned from being a novice racer, though he appeared affluent now. He had endured many hardships in the past. He understood the significance of every penny in the initial stages. Squandering it on blind boxes was utterly inadvisable. Think of your logistics girl. Think of your future. You could use that money to elevate your logistics girl to new heights. He was unaware of the reason why Su Chen's mech girl was not by his side. Nevertheless, he tilted his head slightly towards the shop's exterior, exclaiming, Your mech girl is still waiting for you. Hey, if you continue like this, I shall have to expel you. The logistics mech girl declared, hands on her hips, visibly irked. Mr. Yuming, your current behavior is obstructing our work. I am compelled to call the enforcement team. The choice to consume is theirs. Besides, what if they draw the grand prize? Are you not obstructing their path to fortune? Yuming chuckled in exasperation. You know full well whether you can attain that grand prize. I've already spent 300,000. That's merely your misfortune. The logistics mech girl retorted with a click of her tongue. Su Chen glanced between the logistics mech girl and Yuming. In truth, there were no issues among them. It was merely a matter of differing perspectives. Yuming believed his expenditure was unjustifiable, while the logistics mech girl felt his gambling mindset was deserving of demise. However, I shall make one final attempt, Su Chen remarked with a gentle smile, addressing both Yuming and the logistics mech girl. What if the last attempt yields the grand prize? Yuming sighed. Brother, you sigh? Very well, do as you wish. Exactly. The logistics mech girl clapped her hands enthusiastically, showering him with flattery. Sir, you are clearly the type who is exceptionally fortunate. Is that so? Su Chen smirked. If I draw the grand prize, you won't deduct my salary, will you? For a fleeting moment, the logistics mech girl's expression stiffened before she shook her head. How could that be? That would be your fortune. It has nothing to do with me. All right. Su Chen nodded and inserted the capsule coin. Under his deft control, the mechanical arm accurately grasped the blind box containing the purple sacred mark. The anticipated failure of the metallic claw to open did not occur. With a satisfying thud, the blind box fell into the slot. Su Chen bent down to retrieve the blind box, and, before the logistics mech girl and Yuming, proceeded to open it. Inside, A platinum paper enveloped a box, seemingly comparable in size to a nutrient solution container. Upon opening the box, a soft purple glow greeted his eyes. Nestled at the center was a metallic piece resembling a computer memory stick, encased in a purple crystal shell. Starshine Sacred Mark. Emperor Engine Amethyst. Such information materialized upon Su Chen's retina. Chapter 28. The gotcha band. The violet glow nearly enveloped the entire hall, drawing everyone's gaze irresistibly. Oh my goodness! What on earth? Yu Ming's eyes widened in shock as he pointed at the holy mark in Su Chen's hand, stammering for words. What are you doing with that potion? Are you trying to scare me to death? Beside him, Chasing Shadow wore a similarly dumbfounded expression. The logistics android stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Someone has hit the jackpot. A voice rang out. The entire shop's drivers and androids quickly surrounded Su Chen, their eyes gleaming with envy and admiration as they fixated on the violet holy mark. I spent 70 to 80,000 and didn't win a thing. How did he manage to get it? Someone shouted in frustration. I can't take it anymore. Why wasn't it me? Another lamented, wailing in despair. Brother, are you selling that violet holy mark? The price is negotiable. Someone approached Su Chen with a glint of greed in their eyes. Are you interested in buying? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He was aware that with the help of the Eye of God, he could secure a win every time. If he could sell this violet holy mark for a handsome sum, he could use the money to buy more chances to draw, and perhaps even have enough left over for modifications to the Star Dream. However, the attribute enhancement of the violet holy mark was undeniably appealing. As Su Chen gazed at the Starlight holy mark, Emperor Engine, Violet Crystal, with its 10-speed attribute, he couldn't help but marvel. The holy mark, unlike the core modifications, had no negative enhancements. Yet, it seemed that individual holy marks only provided basic attribute boosts. Only when combined as a set would they offer percentage enhancements and unique effects. While he was uncertain about the special effects of the 4 or 5-piece set of the Emperor Engine, he was sure they were remarkable. I'll pay 1 million transfer credits. The eager buyer exclaimed, his face lighting up at the prospect of a sale. Su Chen's eyes sparkled at the mention of such a sum. 1 million transfer credits. What a fortune! However, he suspected the price could be even higher. Just as he contemplated a counteroffer, the driver was suddenly shoved aside. Get lost! Yu Ming shouted angrily at the driver. You think 1 million transfer credits is enough to buy the violet holy mark? Dream on. Get away from here. Hey, what do you mean by that? Whether he sells it or not is none of your business. The irate driver retorted. Yu Ming ignored the driver's protests and pulled Su Chen aside, his expression serious. Brother, listen to me, don't sell. No matter who offers to buy. Don't sell unless they can raise the price to 70 or 80 million. Su Chen looked at Yu Ming and suddenly asked, then, would you buy it? Yu Ming paused, then chuckled wryly. I can't afford it. Is it really that precious? Su Chen asked, perplexed. The violet holy mark only increased speed by 10 points. While it didn't have negative enhancements, he could easily craft a white modification core that would add 5 points to speed. If necessary, he could always use better materials to create a higher level modification core, no matter what. The enhancement provided by a purple or red modification core undoubtedly surpasses that of a single purple stigma. Alas, my friend, heed my words. A solitary purple stigma may appear unremarkable, yet once assembled into a complete set, its power is formidable. Yu Ming gestured towards the people around them, saying, do you know why the Huili shopping center in the small city of Binzhou is so thriving? Many flock there for this very stigma. Countless individuals have come before us, many of whom have faced ruin, yet only you have drawn it. However, Su Chen still found it difficult to comprehend. There is no however. Yu Ming pressed down on Su Chen's shoulder, locking eyes with him. Are you familiar with the nebulous secret realm? Su Chen nodded, recalling that the logistics mech had previously enlightened him. It is a material dungeon. Yu Ming continued, when you possess a purple level stigma and enter the nebulous secret realm, you are highly likely to experience the journey of a significant character. Upon completing the nebulous secret realm, you will also have a high probability of receiving a similar stigma. Thus, the purple stigma is not merely a matter of high rank. It serves as a key that facilitates the assembly of a complete set of stigmas, while others can only rely on fortune to achieve the same. Su Chen suddenly understood. If that were the case, then indeed, selling it would be unwise. Firstly, he was uncertain about the specifics of the nebulous secret realm, but it was reasonable to assume that the probability of acquiring a purple stigma was quite low. After all, the SS-level mech, Queen, who lacks any background, is only equipped with a blue 3-piece set of Mad Hunter and a single piece of the purple Eternal Heart. In summary, the value of a purple stigma is undoubtedly immense, and it is the kind that is highly sought after but rarely available. If luck were to turn against him, it was entirely possible he might never acquire a purple stigma in his lifetime. Su-chun did not consider himself particularly fortunate. After all, why else would he be the one to collide with a massive, fully insured semi-trailer on such a wide highway? His driving skills were commendable, yet he could not evade such a cumbersome vehicle. It was as if it had a tracking missile. Who could withstand that? I understand now. I will not sell it. Su-chun said earnestly. Thank you for sharing so much with me. I'm glad you could take it to heart. Yu Ming sighed in relief, a smile emerging on his face. Do you now have a better impression of me? Indeed, it has been completely elevated. Oh, pray tell? You are a good, Su-chun hesitated, heart, a fish-frying dog. Yu Ming. He regretted it. He should have let Su-chun sell the purple stigma for $1 million. Sir, I apologize for the interruption. The logistics mech approached at that moment, her face adorned with a smile. Would you consider selling this purple stigma to us? Rest assured, the price will certainly satisfy you. Good heavens. The logistics mech was on the verge of despair. This purple stigma was the owner's cherished possession. Bringing it forth was merely a gimmick, and she never truly believed anyone would actually obtain it. Su-chun pondered for a moment, then asked seriously, if I do not sell it, will you have your salary deducted? Yes. The logistics mech smile faltered slightly as she clasped her hands together. I kindly ask for an opportunity. Su-chun squinted and smiled slyly. Hee, then I shall not sell. The logistics android frowned, her fists clenched tightly, gritting her teeth as she glared at him. Taking a step back, Su-chun cradled the purple holy mark in his arms. What was this logistics android planning? Surely she wouldn't resort to violence? The thought of her extraordinary strength sent a shiver down his spine, yet he remained resolute. I am certain. Good. Excellent. The logistics android inhaled deeply several times, then suddenly produced a tablet from her skirt, snapping a photo of Su-chun before swiftly navigating the device. Confused, Su-chun inquired, what are you doing? What am I doing? Hee. A cold smirk played on the android's lips as she pointed at Su-chun. You're finished. She raised her chin high, exuding an air of superiority akin to a queen announcing the execution date of a condemned prisoner. I have already added you to the blacklist of all Hui Lego capsule machines nationwide. From this day forth, you shall never be able to turn the capsules again. Hum. Ha ha. Suffer. Wail. Tremble. Su-chun remained silent, pondering. Every cloud has a silver lining. Perhaps not developing a gambling addiction was a blessing in disguise. As long as his prizes were not forcibly reclaimed, it was manageable. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd, accompanied by a soft, panicked female voice apologizing profusely. Su-chun furrowed his brow. This sounded like Xingmeng's voice. Chapter 29. The specialty of fried fish. Following the sound, Su-chun turned his gaze. Outside the shop, Xingmeng timidly apologized to a boy clad in racing attire, her fluffy cat ears nervously pressed against her head, and her tail anxiously tucked between her legs. Beside the boy stood a cold-faced mech girl, both of their expressions decidedly displeased. Are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going? The boy's tone was exceedingly harsh as he looked down on Xingmeng from his elevated stance. Xingmeng parted her lips, attempting to defend herself, but the words caught in her throat. Her cat ears drooped in dejection, and her azure eyes fixated on her toes as she softly repeated, I'm sorry. With utmost care, she presented a pristine white box with both hands. A faint blue glow emanated from the box's seams, clearly indicating it contained the Starshine Saint mark of blue quality. Humph. The boy snatched the box from her grasp, sneering, at least you know your place. If it weren't for the fact that the Starshine Saint mark is indestructible, you'd be waiting to go bankrupt over this. But judging by the performance of your mech girl, I'd wager your driver is a pauper who can't afford to pay up. With that, the boy, accompanied by the mech girl, strode away without committing any further acts of disrespect. Furrowing his brows, Su-chun squeezed through the crowd of onlookers and quickly approached Xingmeng. What just happened? Upon catching sight of Su-chun, the look of grievance on Xingmeng's face instantly transformed into a radiant smile. Her cat ears perked up with excitement, and her tail swayed joyfully. Then, she eagerly presented the racing suit she had been clutching tightly in her arms, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Master, I waited for you at the statue for such a long time, and when I could no longer bear the weight, I came to find you. Look, this is the racing suit I specially selected for you. Isn't it beautiful? It matches the color scheme of my racing attire. Her voice carried a playful tone, reminiscent of a kitten seeking praise. So you want to buy me a racing suit? Su Chun replied, slightly taken aback. He had always assumed Xingmeng was selecting a racing outfit for herself. The racing suit indeed looked splendid. Its fabric felt entirely different from his own riding gear, clearly indicating it was no mere trinket. Likely a sum of 5,000 had been invested in it. I really like the racing suit. Thank you. A tender warmth enveloped Su Chun's heart as he smiled and gently ruffled Xingmeng's little head. Yay, I'm glad Master likes it. She beamed, nuzzling against his palm with delight. Rather than simply acquiring a beautiful outfit, she cherished the thought of seeing Su Chun donning a superior and more comfortable racing suit, and she longed to hear more of his compliments. Having waited for quite a while at the statue without seeing Su Chun, she had almost feared he had abandoned her. In her haste to search through the crowd, she had inadvertently caused a scene. What happened just now? Su Chun inquired once more. Meow, it's nothing, she replied. Xingmeng shook her head apologetically and said, it's my fault. There are too many people here. And being a bit shorter, I accidentally bumped into someone while I was anxiously searching for moss. In truth, she had not spoken entirely honestly. Upon arriving at the storefront, she had already spotted Su Chun through the glass. Seeing him seemingly occupied, she patiently waited outside. It was the youth and the mech girl who had collided with her without paying attention, turning the blame back on her. However, the other party, dressed in a racing suit adorned with distinct club insignia and clearly capable of affording the expensive stigmata, appeared formidable. She wished to avoid causing any trouble for Su Chun. A slight sense of grievance lingered, yet compared to the injustices she had endured beside Wang Tingting, this was trivial. All she needed to do was to cherish and protect the happiness she currently possessed. Thus, she thought, very well then. Unaware of the preceding events and reassured by Xingmeng's words, Su Chun dismissed the two individuals from his mind. The Star God's while shopping center was bustling with people, and minor collisions were unavoidable. Moreover, he had his own way of comforting Xingmeng. You give me a gift, and I shall return the favor. Su Chun smiled mysteriously, his hands clasped behind his back. Meow, can I also receive a gift? Xingmeng's eyes visibly brightened, her tail flicking with excitement. Is it from moss? Indeed. Seeing her resemble a little greedy kitten, Su Chun produced a purple stigmata and handed it to her. The moment the purple light burst forth, the crowd at the storefront erupted in astonished exclamations. Wow, a purple stigmata. This mech girl is incredibly lucky. Master, look at her driver. Is this the one who just hit the jackpot with the gacha? What incredible fortune. Xingmeng was taken aback. Her azure eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape, as she stared at the stigmata radiating purple brilliance before her. Is this, for me? Her voice trembled, hardly daring to believe it. The purple stigmata, though she did not know its exact worth, was clearly of a higher caliber than the blue stigmata that the youth had cherished so dearly, coddling it as though it were a treasure, even wincing at a mere fall and inspecting it repeatedly. The value of the purple stigmata was beyond her imagination. During her time with Wang Tingting, she had not even dared to hope for such a thing, let alone covet a white quality modification core. Yet now, of course it is for you, Su Chun replied gently, his smile warm. Do you like it? Why yes, I like it. Xingmeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed by the preciousness of the gift. But it's too valuable. I can't accept it. She hesitated, her small hands suspended in the air, torn between rejection and desire. You don't want it? If so, I can have Big Brother Su Chun sell it to me. Yu Ming interjected with a villainous grin, twisting her waist as she leaned against Chasing Shadow. No. Xingmeng clutched Su Chun's arm fiercely, glaring at Yu Ming. Go away. This is a gift from Moss. Didn't you say you didn't want it? Yu Ming teased, lifting her nose defiantly at Xingmeng. Xingmeng bit her lip and gazed at Su Chun, repeatedly confirming, can I truly have it? Silly girl. Su Chun gently caressed her cat ears, urging her to accept it. Meow. At last, Xingmeng could no longer contain her emotions and leapt into Su Chun's embrace, softly sobbing. Thank you, Moss. Xingmeng is so happy. This was her first time. The first time receiving such a precious gift. The first time being cherished in this manner. It's just a purple holy mark. What's there to be proud of? Yu Ming pouted, his words dripping with envy. He glanced at Su Chun and said, Hey, you're participating in the Binzhou City Championship, right? Su Chun nodded, of course. Yu Ming grinned, winking mischievously. Well, this is going to be entertaining. That little brat your machine girl bumped into earlier, named Fenghe, is a key trainee of the T3 team from the Star Crown Club in Binzhou City. He will also participate in the championship and is even a favorite to win according to the official website. Suchin squinted towards the direction where the boy and his machine girl had departed. In the vast sea of people, he could barely make out two heads. At such a distance, he couldn't discern the attributes of Fenghe's machine. However, given that he was a professional racer from the club, he must possess some skill. But at such a young age, was he a genius? Or merely putting on a show? Suchin murmured to himself. The boy appeared far too young, looking scarcely of age, yet his words were quite sharp. What was he babbling about? Afraid? Heh. Suchin scoffed and rolled his eyes at Xingmeng, thinking, I'm not afraid of a little brat, let alone a mere fish fry. Xingmeng retorted, You little. Come on, Xingmeng, let's go home. Suchin took Xingmeng's hand and left, leaving Xingmeng seething with impotent rage. Hey, show off. Xingmeng inhaled deeply twice, watching the retreating figures of Suchin and Xingmeng. A peculiar smile suddenly appearing on his face. There was something he hadn't shared with Suchin. He and Chasing Shadow would also participate in the Binzhou City Championship. The main focus, to blow things up. Chapter 30. He will certainly attend. The Star Crown Club training ground. Buzz. A sleek, light blue supercar, adorned with flowing cloud patterns, executed a smooth drift and came to a halt at the collection platform, its tires screeching against the ground with a sharp cry. The car door lifted upward like the wings of an eagle, revealing a youthful and handsome boy, whose features were tinged with a hint of arrogance. As he leaped from the driver's seat, despite his tender years, a sharpness beyond his peers flickered in his eyes. Fenghe, you performed admirably today. Your speed has indeed improved significantly. The boy nodded with satisfaction, resting his hand on the car's roof. Fenghe shifted from her supercar form into her machine girl form. Standing beside the boy, clad in a racing suit that mirrored the car's azure hue, her features were exquisite, and a gentle smile graced her lips. After all, it was the blue stigma, Wolfbane, purchased by my master, Fenghe murmured, her tone laced with gratitude. Without this stigma, no amount of training would have enabled such rapid advancement. Oh, the boy nodded slightly, his fists instinctively clenching. In this city championship, we must secure the championship. He was Suche, the top seed of the T3 level at the Star Crown Club. Just 18, he appeared somewhat younger, compelling him to practice a haughty demeanor in front of the mirror daily, alongside perfecting a face that would not only avoid disadvantage, but also exude a touch of disdain. Speaking of which, I encountered that machine girl today, and I ended up biting back. How infuriating, Suche lamented. Smiting himself in frustration, training too intensely had led him into character mode, allowing arrogance to take over in such encounters. Fenghe stifled a laugh. If only Master would grow a little more, he would possess an intimidating presence. Hey, are you implying that I'm small? Suche's lips twitched as he glared at Fenghe fiercely. Not at all, Fenghe replied, gazing skyward. Then what does your gesture with your fingers mean? Ahem. Young Master, the competition intel from yesterday is prepared for you. A butler, clad in formal attire, appeared like a ghost behind them, his white beard contrasting sharply with his dark clothing. Suche's anger dissipated in an instant. He instinctively slid his hands into his pockets, lifting his chin as he coolly inquired, Is there any noteworthy opponent? There is. The butler inclined his head respectfully. Then you may leave, Suche commanded. Yes, young master. As usual, there was nothing of value to report. Wait, come back, Suche called out hastily. The old butler turned around once more, a smile gracing his face. What is it, young master? Didn't TU just say there was? Yes. Then why aren't TU providing me with his information? You instructed me to leave. Suche's vision darkened as he grew exasperated. If I commanded you to eat excrement, would you do so? The butler hesitated, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of such a request, before a faint blush crept onto his face. If it is your command, young master, I might be inclined to comply. Suche, feeling weary after obtaining the information, instructed the old butler to attend to his duties while he delved into the intelligence report. Underground race of Binzhou City. Difficulty, 2.5 stars. Date, July 7th, 9 p.m. Rankings, Champion, Xingmeng. Chasing Shadow. Average speed 200 km H runner-up. Su Zilong. Sharp speed. Average speed 171 km H third place. Su Chun. Star Dream. Average speed 170 km H Humph. That Xingmeng, a notorious fishy racer. Suche scoffed, shaking his head derisively. It was rather shameful for a professional driver from the Northern Wolf Racing team to sully himself in such a minor competition, even if he were to go easy on the others. Regardless, he would never stoop to such behavior. He was quite familiar with both the champion and the runner-up. Su Zilong, known for sharp speed, was a prominent street racer in Binzhou City, already registered for the city championship. Yet, third place was a newcomer? He had never heard of him. Achieving an average speed of 170 km/h was sufficient to qualify for club reserve training. Did the butler consider Su Chun and Star Dream noteworthy competitors? However, a speed of 170 km/h held little promise for ranking in the city championship. He had no reason to doubt the butler's insights, for Old Master Li was not only a steward but also his racing analyst. And there must be underlying reasons for such evaluations. He continued perusing the analysis report, initially maintaining a composed demeanor. He even took a sip of coffee to calm his nerves. After all, a C-class driver's license was hardly impressive. He had achieved that level on his first attempt. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, and coffee sprayed from his mouth as he read aloud from the analysis report. Upon analysis, Su Chen's piloting skills with the mech girl are likely superior to Yu Ming's. Based on the race footage of his mech girl, Star Dream, competing against Chasing Shadow, his driving skills can be assessed to be around A to S level. How is this possible? Su Che slammed the analysis report onto the table. He suddenly turned to Feng He and exclaimed, "He, slap me." Without hesitation, Feng He delivered a light slap, akin to a gentle pat. The sound echoed sharply. Su Che, covering his face, lamented, "Can you believe it? This is a rookie driver with no racing record at all. And yet, he is rated with S-level driving skills by the old master. Did he train since birth?" "Master, remain calm." Feng He patted Su Che's shoulder. "Yes, remain composed. For I aspire to be a world-class driver." Su Che took a deep breath and resumed reading the report. He soon discovered that while the butler held Su Chun in high regard, the assessment of Su Chen's mech girl was rather mediocre. Indeed, it was a D-grade vehicle. Even if modified to C-grade post-race, it would likely rank at the bottom of its category. Su Che exhaled in relief. Had Su Chun possessed a mech girl of the same caliber as Feng He, he would have truly been at a loss. Fortunately, this was no longer an era where mere technical skills dominated the racetrack. He set the report down, a smug smirk unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. Humph. The capabilities of a mech girl are inherently limited. No matter how proficient a driver may be, they cannot surpass the intrinsic attributes of the mech itself. Su Chen possesses remarkable driving skills, yet this does not impede his potential to secure victory at the Binzhou City Championship. Perhaps I should consider inviting Su Chen to join my team? Su Che mused thoughtfully, stroking his chin. As the chief of Star Crown T3, he is destined to establish his own team sooner or later. Without a team, relying solely on his individual prowess, he could never hope to defeat that man, the one who has loomed over him like a persistent shadow since birth. In the Northern Wolf Club, the view from the expansive office window reveals the dazzling nightscape of K City by the river. The interior is elegantly minimalist, yet imbued with a sense of technological sophistication. One wall is adorned with an array of trophies and photographs, chronicling the illustrious history of the club, while the opposite wall features a massive screen displaying live race footage. The air is fragrant with the subtle aroma of coffee, and several computers are engaged in complex data analysis. Behind a desk cluttered with papers and miscellaneous items, a figure can be vaguely discerned. "Boss, guess what?" Yu Ming exclaimed as he entered with Chasing Shadow, his usual aloof demeanor replaced by an exuberant expression. "We discovered a rather intriguing new driver in Binzhou City." "Interesting?" A woman behind the cluttered desk lifted her head, her light golden hair cascading down her cheeks, revealing a pair of dark-ringed, phoenix-like eyes. "Do elaborate." "Boss, you've been burning the midnight oil again? The city championship is soon followed by the grand championship. You really must take better care of yourself." "Enough," the woman replied lazily, taking a deep drag from a cigarette but on her desk. "Even if I don't stay up late, I still look like this." "You mentioned an interesting driver? Please, go on." Su Chun, a novice driver with no competition record. As Yu Ming spoke, he himself found it hard to believe. "I feel his racing skills might even surpass mine." "Oh, and then?" Li Yini calmly sipped her coffee. "And then?" "Isn't that remarkable?" Yu Ming's eyes widened. "Not bad." Li Yini nodded before shaking her head. "However, your skills are merely average." Yu Ming rolled his eyes in frustration. After a moment of silence, he managed a wry smile. "Boss, I truly believe this could be our beacon of hope. That scoundrel Li Pingji was poached by T2, and we are in dire need of someone. If we fail to achieve satisfactory results in this provincial competition, we may face the dissolution of our club. Su Chun, though merely a newcomer, exudes an extraordinary aura. The key is... Xingmeng paused. His luck appears to be exceptionally good. All right, I understand. Li Yini waved her hand dismissively. Regardless, we must wait until after the city championship to discuss further. No matter how formidable he may seem, the manager will not regard him highly unless he achieves remarkable results in the city championship. Will he participate in the city championship? Yes. Xingmeng nodded, affirming. I have confirmed with him. He distinctly stated that he will participate. Li Yini shrugged her shoulders, replying, then we shall discuss it further after the city championship. Upon hearing this, Xingmeng's face lit up with joy. Then I shall take it as your tacit approval for Su Chun to join the team. Chasing shadows. Let us proceed to training. The office door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Li Yini turned to gaze out the window, slowly massaging her temples. The office returned to silence, save for the solitary sound of her smoking. Hope. A soft sigh drifted through the air. Chapter 31. The third modification. Xingmeng. Please lie down on the jack. I will prepare to commence the modification shortly. All right, meow. Xingmeng obediently nestled in one corner of the jack, raising her little rear and calling out to Su Chun, who was busily working at the workstation. Moss, I'm all set. Su Chun instinctively glanced back, only to be momentarily blinded by the sight before him. Why did you lie down in racing form immediately? Oh, my apologies. Xingmeng chuckled sheepishly and quickly transformed into her racing form. This was indeed preferable. Lying there in her mechanized maiden form felt rather embarrassing. Were it not for her unwavering trust in Su Chun, who would never engage in any peculiar antics, she certainly would not have positioned herself in such a manner. Su Chun stood before the workstation, his expression grave. Before him lay a plethora of components, some being pre-modification cubes and others salvage junk from the scrapyard. The so-called modification cubes served as the fundamental modules for modifications. Only a true modifier could amalgamate these cubes into a modification core. For instance, merging the tire base module with the engine base module could yield a modification core that enhances horsepower and grip. They could also combine modules of the same type to upgrade them to a higher tier. For example, 3 white tire base modules could be fused into a single green tire base module, although this synthesis was not guaranteed to succeed. In essence, the process of creating modification cores in this world bore a striking resemblance to the alchemical practices found in fantastical novels. By introducing specific base modules, one could potentially generate a new modification core, albeit with a risk of failure. To produce higher quality modification cores, superior base modules were essential. The fundamental white modification modules were manufactured in specialized factories and were considered expensive consumables. Naturally, these base modules were of no use to ordinary drivers or mechanized maidens, as they could not be activated and thus held little significance. When Su Chun first encountered this reality, he was utterly bewildered. It was akin to discovering that the modifiers in this world lacked a fundamental understanding of engine construction, oblivious to concepts like intake systems, exhaust systems, and camshaft systems. They merely recognized that such contraptions were engines, nothing more. Their role was relegated to rudimentary alchemical-like processes and assembly, with those capable of consistently crafting high-quality modification cores being the true masters of the trade. Could a group of uninformed modifiers truly enhance a racing car? They lacked the knowledge of what modifications suited a specific vehicle or what enhancements were truly necessary. This method of modification was no different from entering a restaurant and consuming pre-packaged meals. The attributes assigned to mechanized maidens were random and not exclusively tailored to them, merely approximating suitability. But could the realm of racing modifications allow for such a notion as approximation? Absolutely not. Racing modifications are an art precise to the nanometer, embodying truths forged through countless tests and striving for zero error. The very philosophy of modification in this world was a blasphemy against the essence of modification itself. It was time to unveil true craftsmanship. In Su Chun's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered as his fingers spread wide, enveloping the engine modification cube he had acquired for a sum of 15,000. In an instant, no, in a moment of unfolding, one of the abilities of the divine hand, expanding the basic module into unrefined original components. Boom. Instantly, a massive engine lay horizontally on the workbench, illuminated by twinkling starlight. Fortunately, The workbench was sturdy enough to withstand the weight without collapsing. One could only wonder if all the old engines from the junkyard had been repurposed into basic modules. Regardless, Su-chun could not find an engine in the junkyard and had to spend a considerable amount to purchase a basic module. Before him was an engine forged from high-strength aluminum alloy, its surface exhibiting a matte silver-gray hue reminiscent of a premium camera body. The entire cylinder block presented an elongated rectangular silhouette with clean and robust lines. There were no unnecessary decorative protrusions. Every design element served a functional purpose. The appearance of this engine exuded a distinctly German craftsmanship. The 6 combustion chambers on the cylinder head were arranged in a straight line, akin to 6 precise, circular grooves aligned perfectly. Surrounding each combustion chamber were meticulously crafted intake and exhaust passages, smooth as a mirror. As Su-chun gazed at the engine, a sense of familiarity washed over him, and he quickly smacked his forehead in realization. Wasn't this the BMW S54B32 engine? A 3.2-liter naturally aspirated inline-6 producing 340 horsepower. Although there were slight variations in detail, the sense of déjà vu was overwhelming. Undoubtedly, this engine had been rendered obsolete on Earth, yet here it was, still a mainstay in the realm of green engine modification cubes. The shelves were stocked with this particular green quality engine modification cube in abundance. This technology felt rather outdated. A playful smirk curled at the corners of Su-chun's mouth. His mission for the day was singular, to modify this engine, which had become outdated on Earth, to unleash at least 500 horsepower. What was originally a monumental task was simplified through the uniqueness of the divine hand and the mech girl. Replacing an engine in a racing car was not as straightforward as swapping out a computer graphics card. It was akin to changing a person's heart. Not only must one consider the heart itself, but also ensure that the blood vessels, nerves, and immune systems could all harmoniously integrate. A vehicle's entire system is designed around the factory engine. Installing a more powerful engine was akin to having a horse pull an elephant, necessitating a comprehensive upgrade of supporting systems. The most fundamental consideration was size. The engine must perfectly fit within the confines of the engine bay. However, the mech girl lacked an engine bay, thereby alleviating most of these concerns. What he needed to do was the simplest and most straightforward upgrade. First was the intake system. The engine, akin to human lungs, required more air to produce greater power. The factory intake system, designed for quietness and economy, limited airflow. Su-chun removed the original intake system and replaced it with a nearly new BMC high-flow filter procured at a bargain from the junkyard. Next, he swapped in a cold air intake kit. Subsequently, he upgraded the exhaust system, just as a person needs to exhale vigorously after exertion. An engine producing more power also requires a smoother expulsion of exhaust gases. His choice was to replace the 200 mesh metallic catalyst and upgrade the exhaust system of the midtail section to a superior titanium alloy. With the intake and exhaust systems successfully replaced, the divine eye observed that the engine's horsepower had surged to 400. Yet, this was insufficient. Su-chun proceeded to replace the internal forged pistons of the engine, thereby reducing the compression ratio. He substituted the factory connecting rods with H-beam-like forged rods, enhancing their strength and longevity. Additionally, he replaced the original valve springs with a dual spring set reminiscent of the German Schrick, enabling the engine to achieve higher revolutions. At this moment, the engine's horsepower had reached an impressive 420. Chapter 32, The Red Temperature. Meow? Master? Xingmeng had awaited for an eternity, yet Su-chun had yet to arrive for the modifications. She raised her gaze to the rearview mirror and beheld Su-chun at the workbench, gesticulating animatedly. His hands creating ghostly afterimages as countless mechanical components fluttered around him like butterflies, assembling into a colossal mechanical creation amidst a cascade of starlight. Intermittently, eerie laughter echoed through the air. This is it. I must be hallucinating. Xingmeng shook her head. Masta has transformed into an octopus. Ha! It is complete. Shortly thereafter, an exaggerated cackle erupted from the workbench. Su-chun stood with hands on his hips, admiring his masterpiece. The once exquisitely crafted engine had expanded significantly, its top panel removed to reveal the mechanical innards, now appearing even more rugged and powerful. This transformation was due not only to the previous modifications, but also the overhaul of the camshaft system and the installation of a mechanical supercharger. After all, this was a naturally aspirated engine, and a mechanical supercharger could maintain linear output characteristics more effectively than a turbocharger. Moreover, given the engine's RPMs, a turbocharger would be unnecessary and counterproductive. Otherwise, he could have modified it as well. However, after such extensive modifications, he had nearly exhausted his savings from scavenging junk at the junkyard. Master, what is this magnificent beast? It looks incredibly impressive. Xingmeng could not comprehend the grand engine before her, yet she sensed its brilliance, as if it emanated light. This is the engine I've modified for you. Soon, it will be installed onto you. Suchen focused intently on the newly modified engine. Activating the Eye of the Divine, and a string of information materialized before him. Ultimate Standard Engine, Green, Modified. Horsepower, 510 horsepower speed. 6.9 burst. For 7 other attributes, slightly reduced condition, perfect evaluation, an extraordinary masterpiece, when combined with other foundational modules. It is less affected by the influence of another foundational module while significantly enhancing the success rate of core modification synthesis. Truly deserving of my praise. Suchen felt elated. Even the Golden Finger acknowledged that the engine he had crafted was an extraordinary masterpiece. What more could be said? He utilized the Hand of the Divine to revert the engine to a foundational module. The originally pale green foundational module now exhibited a deeper hue, edging closer to blue. Come, Xingmeng, let us install this. Su Qian grasped the foundational engine module and moved to the front of Xingmeng, first caressing the headlights, then the front hood. Yet he could not find the switch for her hood after a lengthy search. Xingmeng? Xingmeng. After calling her name twice with no response, he had no choice but to approach the window. Through the glass, he saw Xingmeng with her head bowed, her body tense and trembling slightly. Xingmeng, what's wrong? Slowly. She lifted her gaze, her silvery hair cascading over her shoulders, her cheeks flushed with a noticeable crimson, her eyes darting nervously, unable to meet Su Qian's gaze. Master. Her voice trembled slightly as she whispered, the place you just touched. Xingmeng nervously clasped her hands together, her body quivering ever so slightly. She bit her lower lip, wanting to articulate her thoughts, yet ultimately refrained, merely letting out a soft whimper. Su Qian attentively observed Xingmeng's expression, and suddenly, realization dawned upon him, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. He had become too engrossed, treating Xingmeng as just an ordinary race car. Hastily, he waved his hands in explanation. My apologies. I was merely searching for the switch for the front hood. It was unintentional. Xingmeng lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. The switch for the front hood is in the cockpit, not outside. She cautiously glanced at Su Qian, only to quickly avert her gaze, her eyes shimmering with a myriad of complex emotions. Pouting, she said, it's nothing. Xingmeng understands that Masta is modifying her. If it were Masta, it would be completely acceptable. Yet, despite her words, her heart was contemplating something entirely different. Masta was an exceptionally skilled modifier, surely aware of the switch's location. Pretending not to know, both now and during the previous modifications, must have been deliberate. He simply wanted to touch. A lecherous wolf. Ahem. I will go and look for it now. Su Qian rubbed his nose and seated himself in the cockpit. With Xingmeng's assistance, he soon spotted a glowing switch. The moment he pressed it, Xingmeng's body jolted, letting out a delicate hum. Under normal circumstances, Su Qian would have been overwhelmed by a surge of desire. However, regrettably, he was currently at work. While modifying the race car, he was even more composed than in a sage mode, akin to a monk in deep meditation. Virum, the front hood slowly opened, revealing a special structure within that shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow, resembling an electronic panel. At the center of this structure was a recess akin to a CPU placement. Even a fool like Su Qian understood that the engine's foundational module should be situated here. Inside the cockpit, Xingmeng's cat ears drooped. Her delicate face flushed to the point of nearly bleeding. She felt a chilling sensation at her chest, as if something icy were resting there. It wasn't until Su Qian closed the front hood that she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, immediately after, she sensed a powerful force quietly gestating within her chest, ready to burst forth. It felt akin to a dormant volcano. She could even foresee that when this force was fully activated, a formidable power would erupt, coursing through her limbs and transforming into unparalleled speed, allowing her to race like the wind on the track. The engine was complete. The final step was to modify the tires. Initially, Su Qian considered air kits or a revamp of the vehicle structure. However, The last core solidification had resulted in a fixed negative attribute of 40 tire damage on Xingmeng's attribute panel. During the underground race in Binzhou, the tires had already begun to falter. Given that the urban championship track was lengthier, utilizing the previous tires would undoubtedly prevent them from finishing the race. Thus, he scoured a junkyard and procured 4 nearly new endurance tires. These 4 tires feature an asymmetrical tread pattern, resembling the durable formula of the American Eagle F1 asymmetric 5 tires. These tires are akin to long-distance running shoes. While they may not be the fastest or most stable, they are undoubtedly the most enduring. In terms of functionality, they may not surpass the previous tires, but they should sufficiently offset some of the negative attributes associated with Star Dream's tire wear. With a thought, Su Chen summoned a pristine modification core, which materialized amidst the twinkling starlight near the jack. He grasped the core, and electronic text materialized upon its surface. Unnamed engine power modification core, positive effects, speed 7. Burst 5, cornering 2, tire wear -20, negative effects, stability -3, cornering correction -5, special effects, cup size 1, body temperature 5, sensitivity 2, leg strength 20 kg, grade, green to blue. This modification core has been crafted for you. Please assign it a name. Let's set aside the naming for now. As he anticipated, the meticulously chosen engine and tires indeed provided a precise enhancement to Star Dream's attributes, reducing uncertainty. Despite the crafting process appearing fundamentally indistinguishable from that of the true modification experts in this world, it fundamentally controlled the variables involved. The negative attributes were limited to 2, stability -3 and cornering correction -5. Without a doubt, it was yet another exceptional piece. However, Su Chen gazed at Star Dream, who had reverted from racing mode, her cat ears upright and her face brimming with curiosity. After a brief moment of silence, he swiftly lifted her nightgown and installed the core. Subsequently, he witnessed her delicate visage turning a shade of crimson at an observable pace. Not merely her face, but also her neck, collarbone, and the exposed parts of her thighs and arms, which peeked out from her nightgown, all flushed with a gentle pink hue. Star Dream was blushing. Chapter 33. Now, it is rendered obsolete. The term red warmth generally connotes feelings of anger or embarrassment. However, at this moment, Xingmeng's red warmth is of a more physical nature. The special effect of a 5°C increase in body temperature is immediate. Master, it feels so hot. Xingmeng clutched her chest, her flushed face resembling that of someone who has indulged in too much drink, her speech becoming somewhat slurred. How peculiar. It feels as though my chest is about to explode. Su Chen instinctively glanced at Xingmeng's chest. The 1-cup effect was also strikingly apparent. Originally, Xingmeng was at an A cup, and upon advancing to C grade, the modification core embedded within her solidified that increased to 1 cup. As she evolved from A to B, and now to C, it was indeed a delightful progression. One could say she possesses a curvaceous allure, blending cuteness with sensuality. Aside from her skin taking on a rosy hue, an elevated body temperature, and the cup size increase, there were no significant changes in other aspects. Xingmeng was clad in a pajama-style outfit, a recent purchase made with the last of her funds, serving to conceal the effects of both the modification core and the original attire. This specially crafted garment is the standard fashion for machine girls, designed to prevent any embarrassing wardrobe malfunctions. Hot. Indeed, that's to be expected. Su Chen cleared his throat. This is the effect of the new modification core. So, do you feel any stronger? Xingmeng, with her cat ears perked and a dazed expression, paused for a moment before pinching her own face. Master, my face feels so hot. It's fine. This is a normal reaction to the modification. You'll get used to it. Really? But I've never felt this hot before. Rest assured, it's a good kind of hot. Su Chen chuckled, leaving Xingmeng feeling somewhat perplexed. Yet, she keenly sensed that Master seemed to be contemplating something inappropriate. However, she was not a mind reader like Su Chen, so she could only pout in resignation, accepting the fact that she had become quite warm. Well, at least in winter. Master won't need to use an electric blanket. She can just be my cuddle pillow. Please name your modification core. A mechanical voice emanated from Xingmeng's waist. Su Chen pondered for a moment. In ancient times, there were names like Crystal Romance, Desert Storm, and Ice and Fire Duality. How about, let's call it Blazing Tempest, A wicked smile curled at the corners of Su Chen's mouth. Blazing Tempest sounds wonderful, delightfully hot. Subsequently, When Xingmeng advanced from C to B grade, unless a modification core with significantly superior attributes appeared, he would insist on solidifying this one for her. It was simply too exceptional. After tidying up the workbench, it had already grown late. This world experiences a significant temperature disparity between day and night. The daytime still held a hint of summer, while the night felt akin to late autumn. A chilly breeze wafted in through the window. Xingmeng, I would like to take a shower. Su Chun stretched lazily. Having worked for so long, he was drenched in sweat and feeling sticky. Meow, master. You should go wash up. Xingmeng obediently nodded, her crimson cheeks glowing. I will guard outside, and absolutely will not let anyone in. No need, Su Chun replied, raising a finger and shaking his head coldly. He then added nonchalantly, you should sit in the bathtub for 10 minutes, and then I will go in to wash. Xingmeng was taken aback. Meow? Su Chun took out a thermometer and placed it on her forehead, stating, your current temperature is 42°C, which happens to be my preferred water temperature. Xingmeng stared at him in disbelief for several seconds, her lips twitching. But, Moss, isn't there a water heater? Bang. Su Chun swiftly struck the water heater with a wrench near the workbench, then turned back to Xingmeng with a friendly smile. Well now, it's out of order. Xingmeng. As night fell, the routine remained unchanged. Su Chun slept at the foot of the bed while Xingmeng occupied the head. Originally, he had planned to buy another bed for her room. However, after purchasing a cat-themed sleeping outfit for Xingmeng, he found himself short on funds for the rent due tomorrow, let alone for nutrients. Fortunately, he had drawn a good number of nutrient solutions from the gacha machine, sufficient to last until the city tournament. In the early morning hours, Su Chun dreamt of walking through a desert, only to find himself stepping into an active volcano. The volcano erupted suddenly, splattering him with magma, and he awoke in fright. What the? Why is it so hot? Upon waking, he realized his back was drenched in sweat. Wasn't he the night supposed to be cool? Lately, he had been using 2 layers of blankets to feel warm. But what was up with tonight? Had he forgotten to turn off the electric blanket? He didn't even have an electric blanket. It was Xingmeng who kept the bed warm for him. Wait. Xingmeng. Su Chun, belatedly aware, felt something on his abdomen. Lifting the blanket, he was stunned to find that Xingmeng had crossed the line. Her thigh sprawled directly across his stomach. That perfectly proportioned leg emitted an astonishing warmth, her delicate foot resting right on his chest. It was this fair, tender little foot that made him feel as if he had entered a volcano. Hiss! Su Chun frowned, devoid of any romantic inclinations. Under normal circumstances, he would have appreciated such a sight, especially since it was presented by Xingmeng herself. Yet now, all he felt was heat. Overheated, feeling both hot and drowsy. He could only shift Xingmeng's leg aside and lift the blanket to let in some cooler air. However, 2 hours later, he was once again awakened by the heat. This time, it was even more excessive. Although Xingmeng had not invaded his blanket, she was now lying directly on him, her petite body pressing through the blanket, radiating an unbearable warmth. Su Chun, sweating profusely, quickly moved her aside. He got out of bed to splash cold water on his face, attempting to cool down. But upon returning, he found that Xingmeng had changed her position again. If it weren't for her soft snores, he might have thought she was doing it on purpose. Indeed, this girl has always been restless in her sleep, a fact he discovered yesterday. However, the previous night, Xingmeng was not as feverish, which brought him some amusement. Now, it seems, she has completely settled down. Su Chun gazed at Xingmeng, sprawled across the bed in a posture reminiscent of the character Tai, and sighed. The only option left was to retrieve another blanket from the cupboard and prepare a makeshift bed on the floor. As he looked out at the cold, dark night, a wave of sorrow washed over him. How could it be that he, who was undeniably a lecher, found himself in such a predicament, forced to play the role of a virtuous gentleman? How lamentable! How pitiful! No more shivering. This time he truly meant it. Phew! Despite the heat, he managed to enjoy a restful sleep. Meowing like a cat, Xingmeng stretched lazily, and her first task upon waking was to seek out her moss. To her surprise, there was no sign of him by the bedside. Turning her head, she found Su Chun sitting cross-legged on the floor beneath the bed, his face adorned with dark circles and a look of resentment directed at her. Moss, why aren't you sleeping on the bed? Xingmeng inquired, her cat ears twitching with concern. In less than a week, the city championships will commence, and we must ensure we get ample rest daily to conserve our energy. Upon hearing this, Su Chun's expression of resentment deepened. Xingmeng, no matter what, I must tidy up a room for you today. Meow? Xingmeng tilted her head in confusion and pouted. Moss, Didn't you say you preferred sharing a bed with me? You even mentioned that the sound of my breathing while I sleep is quite soothing and helps improve your own sleep quality. Su Chun fell silent for a moment, letting out a sigh. But you are quite warm now, and you toss and turn in your sleep like an octopus, making it impossible for me to rest. Xingmeng looked utterly dejected, her cat ears drooping dismally. But, didn't you say yesterday that being warm is better? Although I do tend to be a bit restless in my sleep. Back at Wang Tingting's place, there was only a mat, and it was so cold at night that I had to constantly search for a warm spot. So I'm sorry, Moss, but I think I'll sleep underneath the bed tonight. Su Chun, observing Xingmeng's obedient and pitiful demeanor, fell into silence. He even considered giving himself a slap for being so inconsiderate. Just as he contemplated how to comfort her, the sudden sound of the doorbell interrupted his thoughts. It was the doorbell of the repair shop. Xingmeng, I'll go check. You stay in the bedroom, Su Chun instructed, casually throwing on a garment before heading to the door. It was rather early for visitors, and the timing was remarkably precise. As expected, it was the landlord collecting rent. However, Su Chun's brows furrowed deeply as he noticed a familiar figure behind the landlord. Chapter 34, The Spacious Bed. Su Chun, I am aware that this modification shop is your rental. Wang Tingting's face, though exquisite, was marred by a cruel smugness that seemed to overflow. She declared with an air of superiority, as if pronouncing a sentence. Now, this modification shop belongs to me. Su Chun dismissed Wang Tingting with indifference. Who knows how this vixen discovered the location of his shop? He focused instead on the landlord, a corpulent man who appeared affable but was, in truth, rather unapproachable. Mr. Wang, the contract has not yet expired, correct? I assured you that I would pay the rent. Su Chun produced a card, stating, the funds are ready. I await your arrival to collect the rent. The middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together with a merchant's demeanor. Mr. Su, the contract is indeed still valid, and I confess that I have breached it. I can compensate you for the breach. Alas, I am merely trying to make a living. I hope you understand. Did you hear that? Move out promptly. Wang Tingting lifted her chin, gloating, I am paying triple the rent. This establishment is now mine. Depart within 10 minutes. Triple the rent. No wonder, Su Chun thought, understanding the landlord's decision. Adhering to the principle of self-interest, if he were the landlord, he would also prefer a tenant of such caliber. He scrutinized Wang Tingting, his gaze eventually drifting to the mech girl, Jean Huan. Perhaps due to their previous confrontation, Jean Huan averted her eyes from Su Chun, shrinking back timidly. Name, Jean Huan. Star emblem, flowing flame speed, 61 cornering, 48 stability, 49 burst, 47 endurance, 44 modification core, vortex basic type, white, stigmata, none current level, C special talent, none synchronization rate, 0 status. Good, this was Jean Huan's current status. Compared to their first meeting, her speed had increased by 4 points, cornering by 5 points, while stability decreased by 3 points, and burst improved by 2 points, with endurance dropping by 3 points. These fluctuations were undoubtedly the result of her promotion to a C-level mech girl and the installation of the modification core. Such attributes could only be deemed average among C-level mech girls. After all, to ascend to B-level, 3 attributes must reach the passing mark of 60, and Jean Huan barely met the requirement for speed. In contrast, Xingmeng had achieved qualification in both speed and cornering after acquiring a purple stigmata and a modification core. Soon, he would devise a means to enhance Xingmeng's endurance, swiftly elevating her to a B-level mech girl. However, he bore no disdain for Jean Huan's attributes. Every mech girl was a good companion, merely dependent on the compatibility with their driver. He regarded Wang Tingting with an odd expression, feeling neither anger nor frustration, but rather amusement. Could this inept Wang Tingting truly harness even 60% of Jean Huan's potential? What would she bring to the city championship? What does that smile signify? Wang Tingting scowled at Su Chun's grin. The loss of the modification shop must be significant for a modifier, right? She anticipated seeing Su Chun's shock, despair, and reluctance, preferably accompanied by a touch of pleading and regret. Instead of a perplexing smile and a gaze of bewilderment, she seethed, Shall I repeat myself? Now, immediately. Leave my modification shop. Today, the Golden Falcon had already become a Class C mech, and it boasted a remarkable modification core. She diligently practiced the techniques of launch, start, and drifting, though she was not yet adept. Nevertheless, she remained confident about the upcoming city championship, despite Lin Haijun's repeated warnings to steer clear of Su Chun, who was Wang Tingting. How could she swallow the humiliation dealt to her at the entrance of the Mech Protection Association? Thus, upon learning of Su Chen's situation, she promptly requested funds from Lin Haijun, claiming it was for purchasing a car cover, when in reality, she intended to rent Su Chen's modification shop. In a bid to plunge Su Chen into despair, she signed a 1-year contract. Su Chen gazed deeply at Wang Tingting, his smile fading. Madam Wang, congratulations. This desolate modification shop, devoid of clientele and situated in an obscure location, will now belong to you. It is imperative that you manage it well, as the rent is not inexpensive. After delivering his sardonic remark, he retreated to find Xingmeng. Merely an inconsequential modification shop, its remote location and subpar conditions aside, and disregarding the fact that he lacked a modification certification, its business was incomparable to other shops. He had long wished to change premises, but was constrained by an unexpired contract. Now, however, Wang Tingting's forced acceptance of the contract breach would allow him to not only relocate, but also secure a breach compensation. This would provide him with the funds necessary to furnish a room for little Xingmeng, perhaps even buy her a bed. On the bustling street, Su Chen squatted on the curb, while Xingmeng held her little cat-eared blanket in her left hand and a small suitcase in her right. These were all their possessions. Master, I'm sorry, Xingmeng murmured, her head bowed, her cat ears drooping, her soft voice tinged with a quivering sob. What is there to be sorry about? Su Chen rolled his eyes. It's all because of me that Wang Tingting harbors resentment. Otherwise, we wouldn't be homeless, and you wouldn't be with me, wandering the streets. How could it be so dire? Su Chen chuckled softly. I was merely contemplating where we shall reside next. Xingmeng pressed her lips together and handed her small blanket to Su Chen, earnestly stating, Master, I'm not afraid of the cold. At night, you can cover yourself with my little blanket. A warmth enveloped Su Chen's heart as he patted Xingmeng's small head. A mech is still a living being. How could it not fear the cold? Even machines cannot withstand the harshest chill. He teasingly remarked, such a tiny blanket will only leave you frozen at night. Who says? Xingmeng pouted. As long as I transform into racing mode, and you lie in the cockpit covered by the blanket, you will absolutely not feel cold. I will block all the chill from entering. She spoke earnestly, her eyes sparkling as if she were already envisioning that very scene. Well, it's not that severe. Su Chen gently pinched Xingmeng's soft and delicate face, remarking that they were not yet at the stage of homelessness. Just then, an elongated luxury vehicle came to a halt before them. The window rolled down, revealing a strikingly pale face that almost seemed translucent. Homeless? Are you truly without a home? Queen appeared before them as if her arrival had been orchestrated. She leaned against the window, her cheek resting on her smooth arm. Her features slightly pressed into a round curve. Her wine-red eyes gazed intently at Su Chen, a hint of mischief glimmering within them. My rented modification shop has been reclaimed. Su Chen was taken aback by Queen's sudden appearance. Before he could inquire further, he heard a light laugh. It's quite impressive that such a disheveled doghouse could be rented out at all. Who would be kind enough to reclaim it? Su Chen felt a twinge of indignation. After all, it was a place imbued with cherished memories. How could it be referred to as a doghouse? Just as he was about to defend his stance, Queen's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Though her smile remained frosty, a trace of delight was unmistakable. Why not come and stay at my place? Su Chen and Xingmeng exchanged bewildered glances. No, that would be too much trouble. Su Chen quickly waved his hand in refusal. Then what do you plan for your mech girl? Let her sleep under a bridge or in a cheap motel. The city championship is just around the corner, and poor accommodations could severely impact both the mech girl and the driver's performance. Queen shifted her chin to rest on a different hand, her smile deepening, infused with a touch of allure and teasing. My home is spacious, and the bed is wide. Are you truly not interested in taking a look? What of it? Su Chen scoffed inwardly. What did it matter if the house was large and the bed was wide? They would not be sharing it. He was about to refuse again when Queen added softly, by the way, my cat can do backflips. At this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Now, he found himself compelled to take a look. Chapter 35. The notion of win-win. Is your cat truly capable of performing backflips? Su Chen gazed in bewilderment at the plump orange cat on the sofa, flipping over each time it devoured a freeze-dried treat. Queen's residence was not as opulent as one might envision. While it was indeed spacious, the DCOR was rather simplistic, in stark contrast to her cool demeanor. The living room and bedroom radiated warm, gentle hues. The bedroom, in particular, was a sight to behold. Peering through the slightly ajar door, Su Chen caught a glimpse of pink wallpaper adorned with a plethora of plush toys strewn across the bed. It was hard to fathom that this mechanical maiden possessed such a whimsical, youthful spirit. "I'm not deceiving you for any gain," Queen remarked, wielding a cat toy that sent the orange feline scampering about. This rotund creature was quite hefty, lying there resembling a feline pancake. It was astonishing how agile it remained despite its size, a testament to Queen's training prowess. Make Xuanfeng is a stray cat. One stormy day, I found it pitifully huddled outside my floor-to-ceiling window, and I decided to take it in, she continued. Queen paused, her toy momentarily still, as she pondered. It has been about a year, I believe. Make Xuanfeng? What a lovely name, Su Chen remarked, diverting his gaze from the chubby cat to the surrounding DCOR. A flicker of admiration illuminating his eyes. Did you purchase this home yourself? Properties in this world are rather costly. In cities where racing technology flourished and mechanical beings multiplied, the price of real estate escalated significantly. Binzhou City was a quintessential example of exorbitant housing prices, particularly given its proximity to the urban center. This was allocated by the headquarters, Queen replied, shaking her head. She sensed Su Chen's potential reservations and reassured him, there are rarely visitors here. And those who do come must have my consent. Until your housing situation is fully resolved, you are welcome to stay. Xingmeng surveyed the space with a hint of trepidation. It was evident she had never resided in such a grand dwelling. Yet, her eyes betrayed a flicker of longing for the opportunity to stay at Queen's abode. Su Chen felt a similar yearning. Initially, he had planned to find a hotel near the Binzhou City Championship venue for himself and Xingmeng, especially since their luggage was minimal. However, it seemed that many drivers and mechanical beings entertained the same idea. As the championship approached, hotel prices soared to astonishing heights, with only mediocre rooms remaining. And the rates showed no signs of budging. While he could manage the expense with some sacrifice, the thought lingered uncomfortably. As the saying goes, one should not take advantage of others' generosity. We have only met once. It feels rather presumptuous to impose upon your hospitality, Su Chen asserted, shaking his head. No reward without effort. Queen's eyes flashed with impatience, her lips curling slightly. Humans can be so troublesome. Xingmeng has not objected. She set the cat toy aside, her delicate form sinking languidly into the sofa. Crossing her long legs, she mused for a moment. If you reside here, I have some inquiries regarding modifications I wish to discuss with you. Additionally, could you please take on the role of a caretaker for the McFlurry for a while? Its excrement is truly, exceedingly foul. The orange cat seemed to comprehend Queen's words, turning its plump body to hiss a few disgruntled meows at her. At this point, if it continued to hesitate, it would be overly affected. Very well, I shall not intrude any longer. Su Chen nodded, encouraging her to inquire about any issues regarding the modifications. Lunch was prepared by Queen herself. The table was generously laden, and Su Chen found himself savoring every bite. He had indulged in many delicacies in his previous life, yet he remained astonished by her culinary prowess, a testament to her exceptional skills. However, Queen flatly refused to wash the dishes, leaving that task to Su Chen, which ultimately fell into the hands of Xingmeng by force. Su Chen was ushered out of the kitchen and sat across from Queen at the coffee table, where a document lay before them, Queen's upcoming modification plan. He casually flipped through the pages, frowning deeply. Did you not relay the modification direction I suggested to the headquarters modification team? Why does it still lean towards comprehensive enhancement, particularly in cornering performance? The proposed modifications in the document were nothing short of extravagant, with splendid equipment intended for Queen. However, they were utterly unsuitable. Queen was a high-explosive mech from Thunder Starshine, not a balanced model like Xingmeng from Radiant Starshine. If these modifications were applied to Xingmeng, they might barely be deemed acceptable. I did convey my thoughts to them, but they insisted this was the way to proceed. Queen shrugged, her eyes filled with resignation. And what are your thoughts? Su Chen asked. He was aware that a mech like Queen, signed under a large conglomerate, likely had limited autonomy. Some matters had to be fought for, and if those efforts proved futile, one had no choice but to comply. They assured me that this modification would certainly resolve my malfunction issues. Queen pinched her fingers, her expression devoid of emotion. I thought I might as well let them proceed with the modifications. After all, if it ultimately fails to rectify the faults, they will abandon the project. Abandon what? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Abandon the current modification plan? Abandon me. Queen lifted her gaze to meet Su Chen's, a charming yet bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Su Chen was momentarily speechless, his mouth agape, yet he remained silent. Had he not encountered similar situations in his past life? Clubs and conglomerates were devoid of humanitarianism. When a vehicle or a driver ceased to yield any profit, discarding the contract was the most merciful course of action. Both fell into a contemplative silence, broken only by the sounds of running water and Xingmeng's cheerful melody from the kitchen. Can you reach out to your modification team? If possible, I would like to discuss your modification plan with them. Su Chun felt compelled to take action, despite the hint of meddling in his intentions. He could not bear to witness such a remarkable mech languish in obscurity. From the perspective of a modder, he was unwilling to see a race car, capable of shining on the track, relegated to a cold warehouse, forgotten and neglected. It is indeed possible. Queen's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Su Chun. But the thought of those arrogant individuals filled her with concern. They would likely refuse to meet you, and even if they were willing, they would hardly take your words seriously. One must at least make an attempt, wouldn't you agree? Su Chun was acutely aware that he no longer possessed the illustrious aura of the former chief modifier. To put it more delicately, one could say he was a voice of little consequence. To be blunt, he was merely overestimating his own capabilities. Thus, he took a deep breath and contemplated, let it be after the city championship. In that competition, Xingmeng and I will strive to achieve commendable results, so that those individuals might pay us some heed. For after all, Xingmeng is a creation of my own meticulous modifications. Queen pondered for a moment before giving a slight nod. Very well. Her wine-red eyes gleamed with newfound brilliance. It was only then that she noticed Su Chen's gaze occasionally lingering on her legs and stockings. Do you find them appealing? Yes, quite appealing. Su Chen replied instinctively. Immediately, he became aware of Queen's teasing expression and quickly corrected himself. I meant to say that the decor of your room is quite exquisite. Humph. Queen let out a soft huff, showing no signs of anger, but rather expressed her interest. Desire is the driving force behind human progress. I hold great admiration for those who possess desire. Alas, my driver is a woman, one whom I do not fancy, and who does not reciprocate my feelings. Otherwise, I would gladly indulge her desires. After all, she intentionally lifted the hem of her skirt, allowing her artful legs to be further exposed to the air. Fulfilling base desires could secure a diligent and ambitious driver, a simple, efficient, and mutually beneficial arrangement. What do you think? Su Chen lowered his head, too intimidated to speak. What could he possibly think? He believed that rebar should be tossed with pasta. Chapter 36. Binzhou Urban Championship. In the ensuing days, Su Chun and Xingmeng found solace at Queen's residence, taking time to rest. Each morning was dedicated to studying the intricacies of the Binzhou Urban Championship track, while the cool evenings were spent leisurely traversing the city to maintain their form. Queen, seemingly unburdened by any impending competitions, enjoyed a tranquil existence. Her days were filled with playful interactions with her cat, culinary explorations, video gaming, and training alongside Xingmeng, occasionally teasing Su Chun. Time swiftly passed, and the calendar turned back 5 pages. On the morning of July 14th at 8 o'clock, the atmosphere was electric at the Binzhou Urban Championship venue. Greetings, esteemed spectators. Welcome to the Binzhou Urban Championship. This is the most prestigious and central racing event in Binzhou. I am your longtime friend and host, Turkey Brother. Clad in a vibrant red suit and a baseball cap, Turkey Brother animatedly held the microphone. The Urban Championship is a world-class starting point. Regardless of the city, the track spans 200 kilometers. Here, you will encounter thrilling curves, exhilarating straightaways, steep inclines, and obstacles galore. Notably, to enhance the diversity of the track, this year will introduce segments of gravel and shattered asphalt. Furthermore, to ensure unpredictability in the competition, the positioning and total length of these segments will be entirely randomized for each race. His announcement sent ripples of excitement through the crowd, as this information had evidently been kept under wraps by the officials until this very moment. Many drivers and mechanized companions present visibly reacted to the news. A new segment on the track? How intriguing, mused Jessica, who had already taken her place in the VIP section alongside Queen. All competitors were preparing at their respective starting points, with an hour remaining until the race commenced. This year's Binzhou Urban Championship promises to be quite intense, she remarked, perusing the competition materials. Let us not even mention the T3 seed champions Su Che and Feng He. What brings you Ming and Chasing Shadow here from K-City for the Urban Championship? It seems rather peculiar. Well, the regulations do not explicitly prohibit their participation. Queen replied nonchalantly. If I recall correctly, Ming's best result in K-City was only 3rd place. Perhaps he seeks to claim victory here and receive the blessings of the Star God. Jessica remained silent for a moment, flipping through more pages before smiling and saying, "Queen, those drivers and mechanized companions you bet on earlier are competing as well. Truly commendable courage for newcomers." Newcomers? A subtle smile graced Queen's lips. To Jessica, Su Chun and Xingmeng appeared as novices, yet in her eyes, they embodied the spirit of dark horses in the championship, with the potential to seize the title. Supporting her chin with her hands, she gazed at the starting points, catching a glimpse of Xingmeng among the rows of mechanized figures. Uncertainty loomed regarding the outcomes for Su Chun and Xingmeng, as the competition for this urban championship was undeniably fierce. She firmly believed in Su Chun's driving skills and the performance of Xingmeng. "Go, Su Chun, Xingmeng." Queen clenched her fingers, silently praying in her heart. "In this competition, we have the ace from the Xingwan Club's T3 team, Su Che, accompanied by his mech girl, Feng He, and the challenger from the Northern Wolf team of K-City, Yu Ming, with his mech girl, Zhu Ying. Undoubtedly, the inclusion of these 2 professional drivers will significantly heighten the intensity of the race, offering us a thrilling visual feast." As Hu Ji-gu concluded his announcement, the entire audience erupted in excitement. The electronic screen displayed Su Che and Feng He, the young man standing beside the fully deployed Feng He, his expression stoic as he methodically donned his gloves. The scene then shifted to Yu Ming and Zhu Ying, who had entered the cockpit, occasionally glancing around, seemingly searching for something. The footage of other competitors passed quickly, each receiving less than 2 seconds of screen time. Inside the cockpit of Jin's son, Wang Tingting frequently glanced smugly to the side, her lips moving as if engaged in a conversation. Lin Haijun, with a serious expression, secured his helmet, while ahead of him, a staff member stood ready with the starting sign before the Pafong car. The city championship featured staggered starts, with only 10 seconds between each vehicle. Fortune was not on his side, as he had drawn a relatively early starting position. This marked his 3rd attempt at the city championship, and his aim was not merely a top 10 finish, but to break into the top 5. Without a top 5 finish, it would be challenging for him to garner the attention of the Xingwan Club in Binzhou City. This year, the club was set to establish a T3 team, presenting a valuable opportunity for him. He had heard that a seed player for the T3 team would also participate in this race. What was their name again? It seemed to be Su Che. "Pafong, let us give it our all today." "Oh, let us go. By the way, Master, does your head still hurt?" "It no longer aches." Lin Haijun replied, swallowing a painkiller. "If we encounter Wang Tingting and Jin's son, should we go easy on them?" "Go easy. Not a chance." Lin Haijun rolled his eyes, responding with irritation. "I'm her boyfriend, not her father. Can we joke about the race?" Hearing this, Pafong let out a sigh of relief. "As long as we're not going easy, that's good. If we come across Wang Tingting, we should take it easy, considering the relentless training she and Lin Haijun have undergone." Su Chun, Xingmeng, what a coincidence. I didn't expect our starting order to be so close. Wang Tingting leaned against the lowered car window, sending provocative glances towards Su Chun and Xingmeng. "Where have you 2 been staying these days?" "Oh dear. Don't tell me you're living under a bridge. How tragic." "We are not living under a bridge." Xingmeng's face flushed with anger as she clenched her fists, her hair standing on end. "How could I allow Moss to live under a bridge?" "Enough, Xingmeng." Su Chun gently patted her head, speaking calmly. "There's no need to pay her any mind." "But Moss." Xingmeng pouted. She wasn't particularly bothered by Wang Tingting's remarks about herself, but she could not tolerate any insults directed at Su Chun. Moss was her everything. There is no hesitation. The most effective way to silence the enemy is through an all-encompassing, direct assault. He pinched Xingmeng's soft, delicate face and smiled. "Do you not possess this confidence?" "Master, I understand." Xingmeng nodded emphatically, glaring fiercely at Wang Tingting. "Wretched woman, just wait. I shall compete with Master to utterly defeat you." "Oh, you plan to defeat me? With your pathetic attributes?" Wang Tingting scoffed, then laughed. "Isn't it merely a modified core? What significance does a modified core hold? Are you aware of the stigmata? I have bestowed upon the Golden Falcon a green quality stigmata." "Ha, Xingmeng, surely you have not heard of what a stigmata is." How pitiable. Su Chen's lips twitched. But he remained silent. He simply retrieved the Emperor engine and gave Xingmeng a knowing look. Xingmeng understood immediately. She defiantly glanced at Wang Tingting and lifted her shirt slightly to expose her fair waist, allowing Su Chun to affix the stigmata upon her. With the stigmata successfully installed, A purple pattern resembling a shark's gill adorned Xingmeng's waist. Wang Tingting was momentarily stunned, nearly biting her teeth against the car window. You have given Xingmeng a purple stigmata. Su Chun mimicked Wang Tingting's expression, lifting his chin and smirking. Oh, I have indeed bestowed upon Xingmeng a purple stigmata? Hi, Aunt Wang. You surely have never encountered a purple stigmata in your lifetime. How truly pitiable. Purple stigmata. No, it cannot be. How could you possibly afford a purple stigmata? Wang Tingting exclaimed in disbelief, stammering, You are deceiving me. You must be deceiving me. A purple stigmata, ha. How could that be? You shan't fool me. Su Chen shook his head with a sigh. Jealousy and anger had rendered Ms. Wang irrational. He was disinclined to engage further with this deranged individual and was about to signal Xingmeng to transform into racing mode. However, he turned to find Xingmeng puffing up her cheeks, glaring in a particular direction while emitting low growls akin to a small cat. Following Xingmeng's gaze, Su Chun beheld a youth clad in a dark blue racing suit, striding towards them with an air of arrogance. Chapter 37. Ambition for the Championship. The newcomer bore ill intentions. No friendly entity would approach with such an arrogant demeanor. Thus, Su Chen instinctively positioned himself in front of Xingmeng. The visitor was Su Che, a T3 professional driver from the Xingguan Club. Previously, during an event at Xingshun Huilugo, he had a minor altercation with Xingmeng. Although Xingmeng had since moved past the incident, Su Chun could not ascertain whether Su Che would harbor any lingering resentment and trouble Xingmeng again. Su Che stood defiantly before Su Chun and Xingmeng, nostrils flaring, first adjusting the collar of his racing suit. He then nonchalantly surveyed the surroundings before adopting a tone that bordered on condescension. I apologize. Su Chen Xingmeng. What? What are you apologizing for? Su Chen was taken aback. Su Che puffed his cheeks, averted his gaze, and feigned nonchalance. Well, during the event at Xingshun Huilugo, I accidentally bumped into your machine girl. My apologies. I was a bit anxious at the time and may have said some rather harsh words. Xingmeng stared wide-eyed at Su Che, with the same haughty expression and demeanor. He was apologizing. Had he lost his mind? In any case, Su Che continued, glancing up at the sky and then down at the ground. His shoes squeaking on the floor. I just thought I should come over and say sorry. Having said that, he abruptly turned and walked away. The moment his back was turned to Su Chun and Xingmeng, he seemed to revert to his arrogant nature, already indulging in a boisterous laugh. Humph. Don't think that just because I came to apologize, I'll go easy on you during the race. A bunch of novices, prepare to meet your doom. Only the strong deserve to compete with me. Ha. Su Chun. Never mind. As long as they are not here to stir trouble, that is what matters. He ignored the astonished Wang Tingting and said to Xingmeng, Unfold the car. Xingmeng, the race is about to commence. Okay, meow. Xingmeng made a face at Wang Tingting and promptly unfolded. Meanwhile, Su Che returned to his position. Master, did you properly apologize to them? Feng He handed Su Che his helmet, smiling. Of course, Su Che replied as he donned the helmet, securing the buckle, and boasted, although it was quite awkward. This is the responsibility one should possess as an adult man. Feng He nodded with a grin. Master, you've matured. You're becoming more manly. Su Che maintained a composed exterior, but the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his amusement, until a voice interrupted nearby. Hey, little brat from Xingguan T3, long time no see. Who asked the little brat? Su Che gritted his teeth, casting a frigid glare nearby. He spotted Yu Ming, leaning against the chassis of Chasing Shadow, waving at him from 3 parking spaces away. Su Che's expression soured immediately. Hey, what brings you to Binzhou from K-City? The audacious fish fryer. This is not a domain where you can act recklessly. Surrender at once, and then scurry back to your K-City. Huh, you insolent brat, I am your senior. What is this attitude? I shall not tolerate such insolence. Huh, I have never had a senior who engages in such frivolous activities. How infuriating, you little rascal. Do you dare to accuse me of frying fish? Fish fryer. Enough. Silence. Chasing Shadow and Wind Crane positioned themselves on either side, blocking Yu Ming and Su Che. Wind Crane bent down to pat Su Che's head. Little Su Che, bickering is hardly a gentlemanly conduct. You might find yourself in trouble. Chasing Shadow crossed her arms, scoffing. Master, there is no need to waste breath on such filth, a bunch of rotten fish. A moment of silence enveloped the air as the 2 mechanized ladies locked eyes, an aura of lethal intent exploding forth. TSK, Wind Crane, it has been some time. I wonder how your backside has fared since I delivered that blow. I suspect it must have been quite painful for months. Chasing Shadow covered her mouth with a faint smile, her gaze icy as she shot a glance at Wind Crane's pert rear. Wind Crane maintained her cheerful demeanor, yet her words dripped with disdain. Miss Chasing Shadow, today I shall demonstrate how grievous a mistake it is to provoke an elegant and formidable lady. The two mechanized ladies began to stretch their wrists and fingers, producing ominous cracking sounds as they inched closer. The piercing murderous intent in their eyes left no doubt that should they come together, a fierce confrontation would ensue. Yu Ming and Su Che, witnessing this scene, hurriedly intervened. Yu Ming grasped Chasing Shadow's hand. Come on, let's not escalate this. Su Che wrapped his arms around Wind Crane's waist. Exactly, let us not lose our cool. Come on. Though they yearned for a clash, their respective pilots were present. Thus, Chasing Shadow and Wind Crane begrudgingly suppressed their anger and animosity, each emitting a cold huff as they turned to retreat to their starting positions. Engaging in a brawl would be futile. Ultimately, the true resolution lies on the racetrack, for that is the finest means of vengeance. You little rascal, I hope you can deliver some intensity later on. Yu Ming returned to Chasing Shadow's side, opening the car door to enter the cockpit. Su Che scoffed disdainfully, shaking his head. Have you lost your mind from frying fish? Do you truly believe you hold any significance? Bah, a clown. He could no longer be bothered with Yu Ming and similarly opened the car door to enter the cockpit for final preparations. The clock struck 9 in the morning. The emergency rescue team, take your positions. The camera crew, take your positions. The towing crew, take your positions. Amidst the furious heavy metal music, only the sharp howl of Brother Turkey could be faintly discerned. Ladies and gentlemen, the race is about to commence. Let us direct our attention to the starting point. At the forefront of the starting point, the staff stood before the first racer, holding the starting sign, while a red 30-second countdown began to flash on the nearby electronic screen. Roar! A symphony of engine growls surged forth like a tempest. This cacophony arose not only from the first mechanized lady, but also from the others poised to launch. In the cockpit of Breaking Edge, Lin Haijun clenched his teeth, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. Yu Ming grasped the steering wheel, his gaze calm as he looked ahead, seemingly indifferent to the competitors surrounding him. Yet, deep within his eyes, a flicker of fiery determination resided. The blessing of the star deity. Achieving victory in a public competition for the first time would bestow such a blessing. This boon not only enhances the performance of the mech girl, but also serves as a prestigious badge of honor. Moreover, to ascend to the ranks of the world class, both the driver and the mech girl must secure at least 10 blessings from the star deity, a minimum requirement. The star deity's blessing at the Binzhou City Championship was his target for this race. Fenghe, today we shall give it our all. Su Che's expression turned serious as he focused on the racetrack ahead. I will shatter the record my brother left at the Binzhou City Championship. Master, you can achieve this. Fenghe replied with a gentle smile. In the cockpit of the Golden Falcon, Wang Tingting frequently glanced at the rearview mirror. Her eyes filled with resentment as she observed the entirely pristine mech girl behind her. Just wait. I've specifically trained in launch starts and drifting. She clutched the steering wheel tightly, muttering to herself. In racing, technique is paramount. What can a mere tuner do? Even if they have the core modification and the purple holy mark, what does it matter? Do they even know how to drive? Besides, with Star Dream's poor attributes, even with the core modification and the purple holy mark, it would merely match the Golden Falcon. Golden Falcon listened silently to Wang Tingting's ramblings. Despite her words, her tone lacked conviction. She sighed, a vision of a man with eagle-like eyes flashing through her mind. Before that man named Su Chun, she felt utterly exposed, as if he saw through everything. Could such a person truly be just a tuner? Was he, as Wang Tingting claimed, devoid of any driving skills? In Stardream's cockpit, the race finally commenced. Su Chun took a final sip of water, securing the bottle in the storage compartment. His field of vision encompassed the steering wheel, the racetrack, the graceful curves of Star Dream's back, and her snow-white cat tail. Not to mention, the enticingly perky and elastic form of her posterior. What are you shivering for? Sensing the tremors in the cockpit, Su Chun chuckled softly. Master, I am nervous. Meow? Star Dream's anxious and pitiful face appeared in the rearview mirror. There's no need to be nervous, Su Chun reassured with a smile, his voice gentle. Just treat it like our usual training sessions. The results are not of utmost importance. Is it really not important, Meow? Indeed. However, Star Dream aspires to achieve victory for Master, and for herself. Her tone was resolute, her cat ears and fluffy hair standing upright, devoid of any jest. Why? The challenge of securing the championship is formidable. Master wishes to assist Queen's sister, doesn't he? Star Dream clenched her fists, her expression earnest. Queen's sister has aided us so much, we must repay her. Furthermore, Master must achieve results in the city championship to have a voice. And nothing speaks more powerfully than a championship title, does it not? So there was also a part of Queen in this. Su Chen's gaze softened. Xingmeng will remember the kindness of everyone towards her and will strive to reciprocate it. Indeed, she has contracted an exceptionally remarkable mech girl. Does Mas lack confidence? Despite her nervousness, Xingmeng provoked Su Chen in return. How could that be? A subtle smile graced Su Chen's lips. He has never been short of confidence and ambition to challenge for the championship. He merely feared imposing too much pressure on Xingmeng. Now that Xingmeng has her sights set firmly on the championship, then, very well. He nodded, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, declaring, "Our sole objective today is none other than the championship." Chapter 38. Regaining trampled dignity. The enhancement of the mech girl's attributes is exceedingly demanding. Brief training sessions yield no discernible results. The recent days spent training alongside Xingmeng have primarily focused on fostering synergy and acclimatizing to the sweltering 42C within the vehicle. Su Chen regretted that he must find a way to eliminate the detrimental 5C effect in the future, ideally. It should be adjustable at will rather than a permanent affliction upon the mech girl, which is nothing short of torment. Barely 5 minutes into sitting in the cockpit of Xingmeng, beads of sweat had already begun to form on his brow. Fortunately, once the vehicle is in motion, the pressure differential between the interior and exterior facilitates the rapid expulsion of hot air, providing considerable relief. Otherwise, he would surely succumb to heat stroke. Following the installation of the purple holy mark, Xingmeng's attributes are as follows: speed, 63, cornering, 64, stability, 43, acceleration, 39, endurance, 52. Additionally, there are negative attributes: tire wear 20 and cornering correction -5. Judging by Xingmeng's current attributes, it undoubtedly ranks among the upper echelon of C-class vehicles, especially when paired with his somewhat adequate driving skills. In this race, unless confronted by an exceptionally formidable opponent, the prospect of clinching the championship seems attainable. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, focusing on the third star that had emerged in his mind. Achieve a top 3 finish in any city championship. Unlock talent 3. The first talent, Divine Hand, and the second talent, Divine Eye, can be regarded as powerful advantages. While the Divine Hand requires a certain level of expertise as a modifier to fully harness its potential, the Divine Eye offers a more overt advantage, albeit with the slight drawback of lacking omnidirectional vision. What, then, is the third talent? Divine Great Spear. Su Chen gazed intently at the tail lights of the golden falcon ahead, his anticipation mounting. All competitors numbered 21 to 25. Please prepare for the start. A car would depart every 10 seconds. The announcement would simultaneously remind 5 competitors to get ready. Su Chen and Xingmeng were number 22, while the car ahead, driven by Wang Tingting in the Golden Falcon, had already begun warming up. The staff moved the starting sign to clear the track. As the countdown reached the final 10 seconds, Wang Tingting was the first to launch the Golden Falcon, leaving a trail of pale tire smoke as she sped away. With both hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, Su Chen pressed the clutch pedal to the floor with his left foot and lightly tapped the brake with his right. The launch control indicator on Xingmeng's dashboard began to flash. The engine's idle speed surged from 800 RPM to 2000 RPM, the mechanical supercharged engine emitting a deep and powerful roar. The supercharger initiated pre-pressurization, gradually establishing pressure within the intake manifold. The exhaust emitted a series of hissing sounds as the wastegate released excess boost pressure. Countdown, 5 seconds. Su Chen focused intently ahead, making final adjustments to his seating position. Xingmeng, nervously gazing towards the horizon, noted that the tail lights of the Golden Falcon were nearly out of sight. This was her first experience in such a formal competition. Even when she graduated alongside Wang Tingting, she had believed that the city championship was a distant dream. Perhaps it requires a year or even several years merely to qualify for the competition. Yet now, she finds herself here. Before the race, her mind was filled with myriad thoughts, but at this moment, it has become a blank canvas. She does not even know how to feel nervous. Time seems to slow to an almost unbearable crawl, with only the crisp sound of the electronic countdown echoing in her ears. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. At the instant the red light extinguishes, Su Chen's right foot darts like lightning from the brake pedal to the accelerator, while her left foot swiftly releases the clutch. This maneuver must be executed within half a second. Any hesitation would obliterate her starting advantage. She floors the accelerator. Roar. The engine's RPM surges from 2,000 to 6,000, emitting a deep growl. The four tires twist and deform, maximizing their contact area. The rear wheels experience a slight slip as power erupts, leaving two black tire marks on the ground. Meanwhile, Xingmeng launches forth like a cannonball. Su Chen's explosive start is remarkably skilled. In the stands, Queen's lips curve into a subtle smile. She had not misjudged. Su Chen is undoubtedly more than just a mere tuner. In fact, during their training sessions over the past few days, he had not even exerted his full strength. Intriguing, this newcomer. Jessica's eyes widen in astonishment. After all, as Queen's assistant, she has witnessed numerous races, and even a single start reveals Su Chen's exceptional talent. However, one can glean little from merely observing a launch, especially with the fierce competitors Xingmeng and Su Che present today. It is unfortunate, yet she remains skeptical, though her disdain and arrogance have begun to wane. Within the cockpit of Xingmeng, as the engine reaches the red line, the shift indicator lights flash. Su Chen calmly engages the paddle shifters. The rear wing generates significant downforce after reaching 100 km per hour, firmly anchoring the vehicle to the track. Su Chen savors the powerful thrust, her body sinking into the plush seat. Ahead, Wang Tingting and Jin Sun, who had launched 10 seconds earlier, reappear in her sights. Su Chen's keen eyes, sharp as an eagle's, lock onto Jin Sunday. It is Wang Tingting who has caused Xingmeng so much hardship and distress. Even after severing ties with Xingmeng, she continues to find ways to undermine it. Xingmeng is perpetually cautious, often adopting a fawning demeanor towards both her and Queen. Is this not the very essence of Wang Tingting's manipulation? The time has come. Let Wang Tingting serve as the sacrificial offering for Xingmeng to regain its confidence. Xingmeng, let us surpass her together. The explosive start has considerably narrowed the distance. Xingmeng's speed is 63, while Jin Sun's is 61. The explosive attribute determines the machine's acceleration rather than its top speed. On this initial straight stretch of the Urban Championship, both machines are at full throttle. At this moment, the gap between Xingmeng and Jin Sun is slowly yet steadily closing. Xingmeng remains silent, her gaze fixed intently on Jin Sun, her teeth clenched, fueled by a fierce determination. Now she is not only pursuing her competitors, but also reclaiming the dignity trampled upon by Wang Tingting. Dignity must be regained by oneself. In the cockpit of the Golden Falcon, Wang Tingting remains immersed in the enhancements brought about by the St. Mark and the Modification Corps. Although Lin Haijun lacks the responsibility of a man, he is particularly generous with money. Perhaps she will continue to develop their relationship later. The Flowing Flame Starshine, Modification Corps, and St. Mark were all provided by Lin Haijun, amounting to a market value exceeding 200,000. Before she becomes a renowned racer, she cannot afford to part with this cash cow. Virum. The roar of an engine behind her startled Wang Tingting. Instinctively, she glanced in the rearview mirror, her expression shifting dramatically. How is this possible? She noticed that Su Chen and Star Dream, who had started later, had somehow caught up. Wasn't there a 10-second interval between their starts? How did they manage to close the gap? Master, the mech named Star Dream is faster than me. The Golden Falcon remarked, its sensitivity to the mech's speed evident. Faster than you? Wang Tingting bit her lip at the thought of the purple St. Mark. It must be the enhancement from that purple St. Mark. Where on earth did he obtain it? It is impossible to buy a purple St. Mark on the market. However, even if they are faster, it shouldn't be possible to close the distance so quickly. Perhaps they executed the launch better, the Golden Falcon suggested. Yet, this statement felt like stirring a hornet's nest. Wang Tingting slammed her fist on the steering wheel, eliciting a pained sound from the Golden Falcon. Nonsense. Am I not capable of a launch? Wang Tingting knew the Golden Falcon's inference was correct, yet she was unwilling to accept it. She could not bear the thought that the Star Dream, which she had cast aside, now outperformed the Golden Falcon, painstakingly acquired through her service to Lin Haijun. Nor could she accept that the man who had publicly humiliated her was superior in driving skills. Su Chen appeared to be only slightly younger than her, and he was not a professional racer. She had trained so diligently. The immense disparity left Wang Tingting feeling furious. Whoosh! The warning sign for the first turn flashed overhead in an instant. Despite the discomfort from the punch, the Golden Falcon dutifully reported the route. Master, Ahead is a right turn of grade 3 standard, 200 meters away. Moderate deceleration is advised for a mid-speed cornering. Wang Tingting snorted. Her gaze fierce as she fixated on the racetrack. Bring it on. I can drift. She refused to believe that Su Chan could drift better than her. Chapter 39. Newcomers are monsters. Here lies the first bend of the Binzhou City Championship. As the camera crew focused their lenses, the exuberant smile on Turkey Brother's face reflected his excitement. The straightway is the simplest of all racing formats, as acceleration is a skill familiar to all. Yet, the true test of a driver's technical prowess resides in navigating the bends. The initial turn of the Binzhou City Championship is a standard grade 3 curve, presenting a moderate level of difficulty. 3 cameras are positioned to capture the action, and it is often from this very track that one can discern 80% of the contestants' abilities. The sounds of tires screeching are already audible. The voice of the cameraman resonates on the large screen, directing the focus towards the exit of the bend. Meanwhile, the other 2 cameras capture the entrance and an aerial view of the entire curve. Roar! The engine's growl grows increasingly nearer. At the moment the first beam of headlights appears on the screen, Turkey Brother bellows. Haha! They are here. No sooner had the words left his lips than the first contestant slowed down to navigate the bend, executing it in a conventional manner. A 10-second interval between departures is hardly generous. This moment allows the majority of the contestants to occupy the track individually while enabling a select few skilled racers to engage in fierce competition. Before long, over 10 cars have already traversed the bend. Lin Haijun and Pofeng are among them. Today, Lin Haijun and Pofeng are performing admirably. Turkey Brother observed Pofeng's drifting trajectory, which appeared commendably smooth, and remarked with a smile, "This marks the 3rd participation of Lin Haijun and Pofeng in the Binzhou City Championship, and it is evident that their proficiency and synergy have seen remarkable improvement." Within Pofeng's cockpit, the first bend swiftly recedes in the rearview mirror. Lin Haijun, unable to hear Turkey Brother's voice, nonetheless senses that his performance today is unexpectedly splendid. Pofeng, well done. Our recent training has not been in vain. Indeed, Master's maneuvers are also quite precise, came Pofeng's spirited voice from ahead. Let us maintain this momentum. Lin Haijun squinted slightly. At the recent first bend, his entry point had approached its limits, and his exit was remarkably clean and swift. Today's exuberance is unprecedented, perhaps marking the moment he draws closest to the championship title. With their current state, he and Pofeng might truly challenge the 2 professional racers. Masta, 200 meters ahead, is a right grade 3 turn. Meow? Received. Su Chan calmly gazed ahead. The grade 3 bend poses a moderate challenge, with angles typically ranging from 60 to 90 degrees. Such angles are well suited for employing e-brake drift and power over drift. Although navigating without drifting by simply decelerating also presents a viable option. Presently, Xingmeng's speed is 230 km per hour, considering the speed while cornering and disregarding the technical difficulty. It is undeniably time for a power over drift. In the distance, Wang Tingting has already slowed down to enter the bend. Su Chan likewise reduces Xingmeng's speed, albeit only symbolically, maintaining a velocity of 200 km per hour during the routine training sessions with Xingmeng. The current cornering attributes of the vehicle instilled in Su Chan a robust confidence regarding his cornering speed. The first corner loomed ahead in the blink of an eye. Su Chan's fingers drummed rhythmically on the steering wheel, abruptly halting their movement. Simultaneously, his left foot lightly tapped the clutch while his right hand swiftly shifted gears. The engine roared to life, its revs soaring, the ferocious growl echoing throughout the corner, capturing the attention of the commentator, Brother Turkey. As he attempted to recall the data on Su Chan and Xingmeng, the duo's performance on the track left him almost speechless. Approaching the entry point of the turn, Su Chan gently applied the brakes, causing the weight of Xingmeng to shift forward, enhancing the front tire's grip for steering. As he decelerated, he made minute adjustments to the steering wheel, guiding the car's nose towards the apex. This was a crucial preparatory step before drifting, pre-steering. At the moment the speed dropped to approximately 180 km per hour, Su Chan decisively released the brake, simultaneously flooring the accelerator while his left foot deftly pressed the clutch. Amidst the sharp crescendo of sound, the wheels of Xingmeng seemed to break free from constraint, the rear swinging outward as the tires screeched against the asphalt, leaving 2 prominent black streaks. White tire smoke billowed from the glowing brake pads, enveloping the entire corner. At this moment, Xingmeng's body formed an exaggerated angle of nearly 60 degrees with the direction of travel, its nose aimed perilously close to the guardrail, less than 10 centimeters away, as if it were on the verge of colliding. Yet, Su Chun remained composed, his hands constantly adjusting the steering wheel, his right foot dancing on the accelerator. While these maneuvers appeared impressive, among professional drivers in his past life, they were merely adequate. He had witnessed far more skilled drivers, whose acceleration precision could be measured in grams. As panic surged, Xingmeng tensed at the sight of the imminent guardrail, wanting to shut its eyes yet unable to do so. It wouldn't crash. Su Chun chuckled softly. At this moment, the vehicle was in a precarious state, entirely reliant on his control of the rear wheel's RPM to maintain balance. Should he mismanage the throttle, that balance could swiftly shatter, leading to a collision with the guardrail. If the cornering speed were any higher, he would indeed be unable to maintain control. Nevertheless, the instantaneous speed of 180 kilometers was still within Su Chun's grasp. But it truly seemed like a crash was imminent. Wait, where's the guardrail? In the blink of an eye, Xingmeng realized the guardrail had vanished, replaced by a straight road. I told you, it wouldn't crash. Exiting the corner, Su Chun gently eased off the throttle, straightening the steering wheel. This process proved somewhat challenging to manage. He furrowed his brow, quickly realizing that the -5 negative effect from corner correction was at play. However, the impact was minimal. Full throttle, exiting the turn. With the accelerator fully pressed down, Xingmeng surged out of the corner like an arrow released from its bow, the tires regaining traction, the car's posture transitioning from wild drift to straight-line momentum. The engine roared once more, accelerating, the dust kicked up by the rear forming a golden veil in the sunlight. At this moment, they could not only see the taillights of Wang Tingting and Jin Sun. The participant numbers on the tail of the Golden Falcon car became distinctly visible. What an astonishing maneuver around the bend. It was only after Su Chun had surged past the curve with Star Dream that Brother Turkey finally grasped the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, just moments ago, Su Chun and Star Dream showcased an exhilarating drift through the turn. This level of cornering is undoubtedly that of a professional driver. It was then that he recalled the profiles of Su Chun and Star Dream, incredulously exclaiming, "Can you believe it? They are merely newcomers who have participated in a single underground city race." Even the cameraman, originally serving as the assistant commentator, was left dumbfounded. After a considerable pause, he finally turned to Brother Turkey and asked, "So, boss, should we save that segment?" "Save it? Absolutely." Brother Turkey squinted, proclaiming, "Not only should we save it, but we must also focus the cameras more on this pair of competitors. I have an intense premonition." The cameraman responded, "I understand. Boss, do you sense the emergence of a rising star?" "No." Brother Turkey shook his head, his expression serious. "I sense a promotion and a raise." The cameraman. At the entrance of the championship, the audience was in an uproar. This can't be real. How could a newcomer possess such drifting prowess? The saying that newcomers are monsters is gaining more weight. However, to judge solely on this one turn seems rather hasty. What if it was merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? Indeed, no matter how impressive a newcomer is, they cannot compete with our T3 seed players from Star Crown, especially considering the explosive fishermen from K-City. Listening to the bewildered and astonished murmurs from the crowd, Queen couldn't help but smile slightly. She harbored a unique pride that only she could understand, akin to witnessing her idol triumph in a competition. She felt a sense of comfort and honor. "Queen, is it not a bit exaggerated for these newcomers?" Jessica, looking perplexed, remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, such a level of drifting surely cannot be executed by a C-class driver, unless this machine exhibits exceptional cornering performance." "Exaggerated?" Queen lazily leaned against her seat, her hands resting on her long, black-stockinged legs. Maintaining a calm facade, she inwardly scoffed. "What is this? There is even more astonishing talent to behold." Chapter 40. From cocoon to butterfly within the cockpit of the Golden Falcon, Wang Tingting hummed a tune, reveling in her own splendid maneuvers. Thanks to her diligent training and a touch of innate talent and luck, she felt that her recent drift through the curve deserved a perfect score of 120. That silky sensation, wasn't it the very essence of a budding professional driver? "Golden Falcon, how was my drift? Wasn't it magnificent?" "Speak." The Golden Falcon curled its lip. "Drift? Are you referring to that pitifully slow drift at a mere 80 kilometers per hour? The entry point was a mess. The vehicle control was a disaster, and the rapid correction after exiting the curve was equally abysmal. Yet, it was indeed slightly better than her usual training sessions. Reluctantly, she conceded, well, the Master's drift shows potential. With dedicated practice, it will undoubtedly reach a professional level. Wang Tingting beamed, oblivious to the underlying implications of the Golden Falcon's words. She continued to hum cheerfully, contemplating what outfit to wear for the award ceremony. Until, Virum, the roar of an engine erupted behind her, shattering the blissful melodies in her mind. She glanced at the rearview mirror, only to discover that the Star Dream, which she had thought she had left behind, was tailing them closely. Compared to before the turn, she and the Golden Falcon had not only failed to shake off the Star Dream, but had actually been caught up significantly, with the distance now under 50 meters. Master, the Star Dream is catching up. The Golden Falcon's alert jolted Wang Tingting from her stupor. They had caught up? How could they not be left behind during the turn? Why? With a distorted expression, she slammed the accelerator. It was infuriating. Her drifting had been so flawless. How could Su Chun and the Star Dream possibly close the gap? The Golden Falcon remained silent. Why? Naturally, it was due to the opponent's superior cornering speed and swift drifting, coupled with a rapid correction and immediate acceleration. The distance closing so quickly indicated that the Star Dream's cornering speed was comfortably between 160 to 200 kilometers per hour. However, she refrained from voicing this, choosing not to further provoke Wang Tingting. The latter had a poor driving habit and an unstable temperament. Angering her could lead to reckless actions, albeit not intentionally. The pain would ultimately fall upon her. After a moment of contemplation, the Golden Falcon proposed, Master, we are about to enter a long straight tunnel. The track is narrow. If you wish to prevent them from overtaking, we could attempt to block them. Yes, block them. Wang Tingting slapped the steering wheel, her voice fierce. How could I forget that we can block? The track is this narrow. There's no way I'll let them overtake freely. Humph. The Golden Falcon was momentarily at a loss for words, exasperated. Silently, she activated the driver's recorder. Should Wang Tingting continue with such perilous maneuvers, she would document them and submit a report to the Insurance Association, seeking an opportunity to terminate their contract and a measure of mental compensation. Inside the tunnel, Su Chun piloted the Star Dream, having entered the slipstream of the Golden Falcon. He prepared to change lanes for an overtaking maneuver. Yet just as he shifted into the adjacent lane, Wang Tingting swiftly cut in front of him. Oh, a defensive maneuver? Su Chun furrowed his brow. In rally racing, such blockades are quite rare. Due to the staggered starting intervals, most racers seldom have the opportunity to compete directly against one another. Generally, blockades occur in circuit formats or in ambiguous underground races. This is a perilous action and lacks integrity. A few competitions explicitly state that the leading vehicle may only perform a single lane change for defensive purposes. In most races, executing a defensive lane change would violate blue flag regulations, dangerous driving statutes, and principles of fair competition. However, prior to participating in the Urban Championship, he had not encountered any restrictions regarding this aspect in the race regulations. The absence of limitations indicated that defensive maneuvers were permissible here. Su Chun cautiously attempted to change lanes once more, while Wang Tingting continued to secure the front lane. This entire process was under the scrutiny of the race officials. Yet the judges did not issue warnings to Wang Tingting or Jean Sunday. Su Chun was now aware. Since defensive lane changes were not deemed illegal, his risky overtaking would also fall within the rules. Inside Jean Sun's cockpit, Wang Tingting reveled in her own satisfaction. What if they were faster and could drift better? They would still find themselves blocked behind her. She gazed into the rearview mirror at Xingmeng, a surge of vindictive pleasure swelling within her. If Su Chun and Xingmeng were allowed to pass, they would undoubtedly achieve commendable results, wouldn't they? She even entertained the notion of deliberately slowing down to obstruct Su Chun and Xingmeng. This would effectively sabotage their performance in the race, rendering all their modifications, including the purple mark of distinction, utterly futile. When Su Chun realized that all the efforts for Xingmeng were in vain, would he continue to indulge her? Yet, she ultimately refrained from such actions. After all, the race outcome was equally significant to her. As long as she could block Su Chun and Xingmeng and achieve a better result than them, that would suffice. Lost in her excitement, she fiddled with the steering wheel, unaware that her actions were captured by the secretly activated driver's recorder. Ladies and gentlemen, an intriguing phenomenon is unfolding on the track. The two professional racers have yet to commence, but Brother Turkey's attention is already fixated on Su Chun, who has promptly noticed Wang Tingting's blockade. He deliberately stoked the flames by stating, "It is evident that our number 22 racer is eager to overtake, but the tunnel section of the track is narrow, and he lacks a definitive advantage in speed and acceleration." Meanwhile, the number 21 racer has employed a defensive lane change. If 22 wishes to overtake, it may have to wait until the next corner, which is detrimental to his race performance. So, will he devise any alternative strategies? Moss, how annoying they are. Xingmeng glared at Wang Tingting, who was obstructing the path ahead, her teeth clenched in frustration. Clearly, we possess greater speed, yet they are intentionally blocking us. Disgusting. Perverse. Villainous. Just as she was on the verge of surpassing Wang Tingting, she found herself in this predicament. Xingmeng's voice trembled with indignation. "It's all right." Su Qin remained composed, even finding the time to gently pat Xingmeng to soothe her emotions. Wang Tingting's decision was astute, yet regrettably, she lacked the ability to execute such a strategy. He maneuvered the Xingmeng to the center of the racetrack, where ample space existed for either a left or right lane change. At this juncture, he needed to extricate himself from the wake turbulence of the Golden Falcon to prepare for the ensuing maneuvers. This was crucial because the low air pressure in the wake zone, combined with turbulence, would significantly diminish the aerodynamic downforce of the Xingmeng, thereby impairing steering precision. "Jessica, how do you think they will break the deadlock?" Queen inquired, her voice tinged with tension and anxiety, her fingers clenched tightly, knuckles paling, a detail she was oblivious to. However, Jessica noticed, her curiosity piqued by Queen's unusual concern for a novice racer. Nevertheless, she answered candidly, "In such scenarios, one typically has to wait for the next corner, leveraging the advantages of drifting to overtake. Alternatively, a feint can be employed, pretending to change lanes to one side, then quickly switching to the other side to execute an overtake. However, this requires a high level of skill from the driver. This newcomer may not be capable of that." Queen remained silent, harboring a premonition. Despite never having witnessed Su Qin utilize such a tactic, she was certain he would. In the moment he escaped the wake zone, a glint of cold determination flashed in Su Qin's eyes. Now was the time. He turned the steering wheel approximately 20 degrees to the right, causing the front of the Xingmeng to veer toward the right side of the racetrack. Wang Tingting reacted instantly, maneuvering the Golden Falcon to the right in an attempt to block this potential overtaking route. Time seemed to stretch in that instant. Hooked. A subtle smirk graced Su Qin's lips as he tightened his grip on the steering wheel and executed a full left turn. The snow-white body of the Xingmeng sliced through the air like a drawn sword, swiftly veering to the left. Simultaneously, Su Qin pressed the accelerator to the floor, the engine erupting with a deafening roar. They had played a trick. Wang Tingting realized she had been deceived and hastily attempted to pull the Golden Falcon back to the left. But it was too late. Her inadequate skills did not afford her the reflexes necessary to regain control, despite merely a second or two of miscalculation. The Xingmeng had successfully slipped past the left side of the Golden Falcon. The distance between the two vehicles was less than half a meter, close enough for Su Qin and the Xingmeng to see Wang Tingting's distorted face and flushed eyes clearly in the rearview mirror of the Golden Falcon. The air between the two vehicles was compressed and torn apart, emitting a sharp, piercing whistle. "I won't let you pass," Wang Tingting shouted angrily, attempting to force the Golden Falcon to the left. In her desperation, she contemplated ramming Su Qin and the Xingmeng off the track. Just then, the Golden Falcon preemptively halted Wang Tingting's reckless intentions, realigning its body parallel to the Xingmeng. "Golden Falcon, what are you doing?" Wang Tingting screamed, pounding on the steering wheel. "Master, the Urban Championship does not permit intentional collisions with other competitors." The Golden Falcon's voice was cold and calm, like a bucket of ice water poured over Wang Tingting. "This is against the rules. You will be disqualified and face a 3-year ban." Wang Tingting's expression shifted through various shades of disbelief as she weighed her options, ultimately succumbing to reason. Being disqualified was one matter, but a 3-year ban was a heavy penalty she could not afford. Damn it. As the two vehicles gradually aligned, she could only vent her frustration by striking the steering wheel once more. Jin Sun observed the scene with indifference, remaining silent as he contemplated the potential compensation he could claim based on the footage. Su Qin merely cast a fleeting glance at Wang Tingting before returning his focus, his grip on the steering wheel unwavering and resolute. For him, overtaking Jin Sun was merely a routine maneuver. Yet for Xingmeng, this moment held profound significance. She saw Xingmeng fixate intently on Jin Sun, or rather, on Wang Tingting within the cockpit. Her shoulders trembled, tears glistening in her eyes. To Xingmeng, Wang Tingting's driving had become an echo of her past self. She recalled the version of herself that had once slumped in the cockpit, subjected to Wang Tingting's casual insults and physical blows. She had always believed it was due to her inadequacy that Wang Tingting, who had initially treated her kindly, had transformed into the person she was now. Thus, she toiled tirelessly, dedicating herself to training, even working behind the scenes on the racetrack to earn money, hoping that her earnings could fund modifications to enhance her performance, until she realized that whether it was her own money or Wang Tingting's, it was all merely to replace her. If she had focused on her studies, she wouldn't be as foolish and dazed as she felt now. Whenever Su Chun inquired about anything, she found herself at a loss. Even now, in Su Chen's presence, she remained plagued by insecurity. However, she had come to understand a crucial truth. It was not her shortcomings that were to blame, but rather Wang Tingting's failings. Amidst the reluctant roar of the engine, Xingmeng's vehicle surged forward like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, moving steadily and resolutely onward. Breakthrough, and then another breakthrough. Inch by inch, she surpassed Wang Tingting's Jin Sun, first the front lip, then the hood, followed by the A-pillar, until her rear wheels were parallel with Jin Sun's front wheels. The overtaking was completed in the next heartbeat. Farewell, Xingmeng. She lifted her gaze towards the racetrack, allowing tears to cascade from the corners of her eyes. Inside the tunnel, light and darkness danced in alternation. Behind her lay a realm of shadows, while ahead stretched a path of promise. She whispered softly, "I shall move forward." Chapter 41. The notion of synchronization before entering the tunnel. Xingmeng found herself thwarted by Jin Sun, with no hope of overtaking in that narrow racing circuit. Upon exiting the tunnel, she surged ahead, leaving Jin Sun far behind. Could it be? Had she truly succeeded in overtaking? What absurdity! This feint. And they claim she is a novice? Surely, the organizers have enlisted her for the sake of spectacle. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Jessica's mouth hung agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. No way. He truly can. Queen, witnessing Su Chun enable Xingmeng's successful maneuver, felt a sense of relief, albeit one that was somewhat anticipated. The corners of her lips curled upward, casting a sidelong glance at Jessica. What do you think? Jessica swallowed hard. This driver, Su Chun, possesses genuine talent. Indeed, he has something special. Just something special? Queen appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Jessica sensed that Queen's interest in this driver was rather excessive. She candidly remarked, "To be honest, his feint was indeed smooth, yet his opponent was a mere amateur. If it were professional drivers like Xingmeng or Su Che, he would not have been able to overtake so easily. Furthermore, his machine was not significantly faster than that Jin Sun. In this race, he would likely settle for a place within the top 10. This time, Queen's displeasure was evident on her face. "Did I ask you to speculate on their rankings? With a mouth that long, why not hang a bucket for scraps?" Jessica dared not utter a word. Queen possessed a sharp tongue and a knack for sarcasm. The best response was silence. Otherwise, one would face a storm of verbal onslaught. Ladies and gentlemen, it is hard to believe that our Su Chun and Xingmeng have managed to execute a clever ruse. The inexperienced number 21 driver clearly did not anticipate such cunning from their opponent and could only taste defeat on the spot. Brother Turkey once again rejoiced in his astute judgment, promptly directing the camera to focus on Su Chun and Xingmeng. Just from that moment, today, the boss would reward him with an extra chicken leg. The act of feigning a maneuver to overtake is quite rare in urban championship races. And even more astonishing is that such a move originated from a rookie driver. Brother Turkey feigned a sigh. The number 21 driver's loss is not unjust. Suddenly, the cameraman leaned in and whispered a few words. Brother Turkey's eyes lit up, and he snapped his fingers. "All right, dear audience. Our two professional drivers have set off. Let us observe their performance." Xingmeng and Su Che's starting times were separated by a full minute, with Xingmeng in the lead and Su Che trailing. Their skills were closely matched, leaving little chance for them to meet on the track. However, both had their respective teams reporting average speeds and rankings from the rear, allowing for a sort of remote competition. What position can I achieve in cornering speed? After navigating turn 1, Xingmeng immediately inquired with the Northern Wolf Logistics team. "Fear not. Minggu, your cornering speed is the best. Su Che is behind you. His cornering speed has yet to be recorded, but Fenghe is a Thunderstar machine adept at explosive speed, so he should not pose a threat to you." With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Xingmeng felt that everything was indeed under his control. If he maintained this momentum, the championship would surely be within his grasp. But what about Su Chen? He recalled the promising newcomer and inquired, by how much is Su Chen's cornering speed slower than mine? Su Chen. There was a brief silence on the other end of the intercom, accompanied by the sound of a mouse clicking. After 2 seconds, the response came, Brother Ming. Su Chen and Xingmeng's cornering speed is 183 kilometers per hour, which is 3 kilometers slower than you and Sister Zhueying. Such formidable competitors. Rumored to be newcomers? What? Yu Ming exclaimed, nearly banging his head against the steering wheel. Master, why are you so agitated? Zhueying complained, furrowing her brow. This is a race. No need for such dramatics. You are right. Yu Ming muttered, still in shock. In the previous turn, Su Chen and Xingmeng were already 3 kilometers slower than us. Good heavens. Zhueying's vehicle swayed as her reaction was scarcely calmer than Yu Ming's. It's only been a few days. How have they improved so significantly? Zhueying was profoundly astonished. Although they had played it safe in the first turn of the race, not pushing the limits of cornering speed to adapt to the rhythm of the competition, Su Chen and Xingmeng's performance was utterly outrageous. Just a week ago at the Binzhou Underground race, Su Chen and Xingmeng's average speed had barely reached 171 kilometers per hour. Now, their cornering speed had surged past 180. The purple stigma. It must be the purple stigma. Yu Ming tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his eyes reddening. How unfathomable it was to imagine that if he had drawn the purple stigma, he would be a buoyant boy instead of a gloomy underdog. Zhueying narrowed her eyes, her tone growing colder. What is the matter, master? Are you considering drawing from the blind box again? Don't say I didn't warn you. If you go for it again, I'll stuff mustard into all your cigarettes. If you don't draw, I'll draw for you. Yu Ming chuckled awkwardly, quickly assuring her he would not. Yet, as he gazed at the racetrack, there was a newfound seriousness in his eyes. It seemed today as rivals were not merely young upstarts. Su Chen was indeed a formidable contender. Steward, quickly report my data in comparison to Yu Ming. Just past the first turn, Su Che shouted. On the intercom, the gentle voice of the old steward immediately responded, Young master. Your cornering speed is 5 kilometers per hour slower than Yu Ming's, but there is no significant issue. Your exit correction and acceleration are faster than Feng He's. So, I am indeed 5 kilometers slower. Su Che squinted, letting out a cold snort. As expected, an underdog is still an underdog. They possess some skill to be able to keep up. Feng He, despite the minute gap at the start, I intend to make up for that minute today. Master, that might prove a bit challenging, Feng He said with a slight tilt of his head, a cheerful smile gracing his lips as he licked them. After all, our opponents aren't ordinary fish, are they? So, my master, will you be employing a more aggressive racing style? Ah, that is only natural, Su Che nodded. Only those who strike hard and deliver a heavy blow to their opponents can truly hold the trump card. If not unleashed, it would merely remain a discarded card in hand. He had prepared for this moment for so long. It was time to showcase the fruits of his training with Feng He. I understood. With a blush adorning her delicate face and her alluring gaze, Feng He sweetly suggested, Master, since you desire a more audacious approach, should we not provide the mech girl with some motivation? As Su Che pressed the accelerator to the floor, he quietly retrieved a whip from the storage box under Feng He's fervent gaze. Each mech girl is an independent entity, possessing diverse interests and preferences. By appealing to their inclinations or stimulating their emotions, one can enhance their resonance. When the resonance during the competition reaches a certain threshold, the mech girl can unleash even greater performance. Feng He typically presents herself as a gentle older sister in public, often leading others to mistakenly believe she is merely playing a nurturing game with her master. Yet, only Su Che is privy to the truth. This is merely a fade. Feng He harbors a secret known only to him, which is also the key to elevating her resonance. Crack. Chapter 42, The Scandinavian Flick, Dual Mode. The audience watched in awe as Yu Ming and the Chasing Shadow competitors exhibited remarkable speed. Yet our star ace Su Che and Feng He displayed an explosive acceleration, allowing them to regain their peak velocity in the briefest of moments after each turn. Overall, they appeared surprisingly evenly matched, making the situation increasingly intriguing. After the professional racers launched into action, the majority of the footage focused on Chasing Shadow and Feng He. Turkey Brother animatedly provided commentary, his enthusiasm palpable. We extend our gratitude to everyone for their support of the Urban Championship. Now, a brief advertisement interruption. The electronic screen of the Urban Championship flickered to reveal a colossal red tomato. For reading, visit Tomato Network, featuring popular novels such as Spin to Cultivate Immortality. Not just to support the female swordmaster, waiting for you to explore. Pure-hearted cockroach, sizzling in your kitchen, transforming into a nuisance upon encountering a divine artifact. Pest control device, trust the roast goose brand. Alas, there were no cameras in the cockpit. Otherwise, the scene within Feng He's cockpit would have undoubtedly been quite sensational. Meanwhile, within the cockpit of Star Dream, Su Chen was taken aback by the sudden surge in speed. The peak velocity of Star Dream typically hovers around 240 kilometers per hour. However, the speedometer now astonishingly indicated 250 kilometers per hour. Do not underestimate this 10-kilometer difference. Such data would never manifest during regular training, except perhaps when descending a slope. At this moment, the utility of the divine eye became apparent. As long as one could observe the state of Star Dream, it would not be considered blind luck. Name, Star Dream Emblem. Radiance, Team Enhancement Type. Speed, 63. Cornering, 64. Stability, 43. Burst, 39. Endurance, 52. Core Modification, Blazing Storm, Cornering Correction -5. Tire Wear 20. Special Effect, Slight. Stigmata, Emperor Engine, Amethyst. Current level, C. Special Talents, 1. Inactive, 2. Catgirl Form Specialization, 3. Silent Movement. Synchronization Rate, 60. Base 30. Speed 5. Status, Transcendence. Exhilaration, Evaluation, a delightful presence on the racetrack. Soft and cozy catgirl specialization. Young man, you've struck gold. Su Chen blinked, confirming that he was not mistaken. Before the race, the synchronization rate with Star Dream was at 30, and now it had skyrocketed to 60. The synchronization rate somewhat resembles a blend of tacit understanding and affinity, though it would be inaccurate to state so, as the synchronization rate is influenced not only by daily interactions, but also by the emotional state of the machine girl during the competition. Maintaining a close and trusting relationship with the machine girl, along with presenting her with small tokens of affection and engaging in her preferred activities, gradually accumulates a foundational synchronization rate. However, acquiring this synchronization is exceedingly difficult, built up incrementally. Moreover, if the machine girl is in a poor emotional state, such as feeling unhappy, the foundational synchronization rate may decline. Thus, sustaining the synchronization rate with the machine girl in daily life is of paramount importance. More importantly, it is crucial to stimulate the synchronicity of the mech girl during the competition. Su Chen had only signed a contract with Xingmeng for less than a month, and he did not believe that he could elevate Xingmeng's synchronicity to any significant height. He had not made any deliberate efforts. Everything unfolded naturally, as he did not wish to approach Xingmeng with a utilitarian mindset. To his astonishment, at this moment, Xingmeng's synchronicity surged dramatically. Moreover, it bestowed a 5 increase in speed. This must have reached the threshold of synchronicity necessary for triggering attribute enhancements in the first phase. Being able to view the specific data was indeed gratifying. Su Chen let out a contented sigh. If it were another driver here, they might still be in a state of bewilderment. In his line of vision, a red warning sign flashed by, and simultaneously, Xingmeng's serious voice resonated ahead. Masta. 500 meters ahead, a 3-part hairpin turn, level 2, tight. Meow? Understood. Su Chen had initially intended to inquire about Xingmeng, but he immediately focused his mind. The lower the number indicating the turn's level, the sharper and more challenging it became. The term tight emphasized the necessity of driving very close to the apex of the curve or the inner side of the track. Undoubtedly, this 3-part hairpin turn could be deemed one of the most challenging bends in the Urban Championship. Su Chen and Xingmeng had trained for such 3-part or even 5-part hairpin turns, yet they still needed to approach this with utmost seriousness. Amidst the roaring crescendo of the engine, the 500-meter distance saw the scenery on either side of the road whizzing by, whether trees or spectators behind fences, all transformed into blurred streaks. However, this did not detract from Su Chen's focus on the approaching turn. 5 minutes earlier, quick. Switch the camera to the 127th hairpin turn. Upon hearing Brother Turkey's words, the cameraman immediately gestured to his crew. Brother Turkey, a professional host, had mastered the art of knowing precisely when to switch the camera to which competitor. The professional driver's maneuvering through turns was indeed a sight to behold. Yet there was another dark horse worthy of attention. Dear viewers, The 127th turn is the most challenging three-part hairpin in this race. Successfully navigating the 127th turn will lead to a brief straight stretch for adjustment before entering a 50-kilometer segment of gravel and broken road. Brother Turkey gazed at the screen, where the mech girl sped by, his excitement palpable. In the previous sections, our audience may have noticed that there was no significant gap in performance among most drivers. It seemed that both professional and amateur drivers exhibited comparable skills. However, after the 127th turn, you will gain a fresh perspective on each competitor's abilities. The 127th hairpin is the watershed moment. I can confidently assert that after the 127th turn, the top 10 in this race will likely see minimal variation. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a white phantom racing toward the end of the track. His voice suddenly escalated. Now, let us focus the camera on the 127th watershed. I believe, like me, many viewers are curious about how the newcomer Su Chun and Xingmeng will navigate this series of hairpin turns. Will they blend in with the crowd or stand out remarkably? Let us find out at this moment. In the audience, many spectators rose to their feet, intently gazing at the grand screen. Amid the dynamic shots from 3 camera angles, the white phantasm named Star Dream was hurtling towards the 127th consecutive hairpin turn at an astonishing speed. Remarkable. Had this machine ever been so swift before? It seemed that ever since it left contestant number 21 behind, this newcomer had indeed quickened its pace. But what does speed matter if it cannot be maintained through the bends, especially not through a series of hairpin turns? Go, Su Chun. You're the best. Aim for first place. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Jessica noticed Queen's fair, elongated fingers gripping the railing with such intensity that it began to distort. This aloof, haughty, and sharp-tongued diva, typically indifferent to everything, was surprisingly anxious. Amazing. Had Queen also succumbed to the allure of fandom? Quite unusual. This matter seemed worthy of reporting to the young lady. Creak. Jessica observed the deformed railing, her lips twitching. Queen, you'll have to compensate for the damaged barrier. Silence. Queen's unwavering gaze remained fixed on the screen. Chattering away, are you a mountain sparrow? Jessica had no choice but to redirect her attention to the screen. In the face of such consecutive hairpin turns, the quintessential maneuver was undoubtedly the Scandinavian flick, also known as the pendulum drift. However, this drift demanded a high level of skill from the driver. It was a technique that only professional racers could master with any degree of proficiency. Without joining a club, there was no place to learn. Driving schools and league academies would never teach such advanced techniques. Amateur drivers would not dare to attempt it lightly, as a misstep could lead to serious harm for the machine. She had researched Su Chin's background, and it was rather amusing. He was an unlicensed amateur modifier, lacking formal training or experience in league academies, essentially a novice among novices. The skills he had displayed previously had already astonished her. Now he was capable of executing a pendulum drift? She found it hard to believe. If he were to falter here, Queen would surely be disappointed, wouldn't she? She couldn't help but glance at Queen again. The machine's profile was breathtaking, both delicate and alluring, as she intently focused ahead. It was hard to imagine Queen watching someone else with such concentration. The young lady had never received such scrutiny from Queen, but it mattered little. Jessica withdrew her gaze, silently reflecting that it was good for Queen to witness these competitions. With time, she would come to understand. None of the drivers could compare to the young lady. It was time for her to focus and cooperate with the headquarters modification plans. The trio of hairpin turns twisted like a serpentine viper on the racetrack, coiling in anticipation of its prey's arrival. In an instant, Su Chin formulated a comprehensive cornering strategy in his mind. He recalled a past life when he had participated in a team-building event with a top-tier driver who had guided him in mastering the Scandinavian technique. The driver bearing the surname Su is hailed as the emperor of the track, his pendulum drift as smooth and exquisite as a piece of fine chocolate, leaving onlookers to exclaim in awe. Su Chin's pendulum drifting technique bears a resemblance to that of an illustrious predecessor. Yet now, even if it mirrors only a fraction of that finesse, it suffices to tackle the challenges posed by the current circuit. Su Chin's hands gripped the steering wheel firmly, the roar of the Xingmeng engine reverberating in his ears, a fervent energy surging within him, poised for action. Xingmeng, are you ready? He inquired. Meow, came Xingmeng's response, brimming with enthusiasm and confidence. She leaned forward slightly, her feline ears erect, fully concentrated. The first hairpin turn loomed ahead, and Su Chun cast a glance at the speedometer, 192 kilometers per hour. an alarmingly perilous velocity, teetering on the edge of his control, akin to dancing on the razor's edge. Yet he chose not to decelerate further. Instead, he gently pressed the accelerator, maintaining Xingmeng's speed at this precarious threshold. Let's go? He exhaled softly, Scandinavian flick. Chapter 43. The three-stage split. Su Chun fixed his gaze on the apex of the turn, decisively easing off the throttle. Simultaneously, he pressed down on the brake with his right foot. The sharp screech of tires pierced the air, accompanied by a plume of white smoke that unfurled before the bend. The Stardream car surged forward under the influence of inertia. Su Chun silently attuned himself to the vehicle's equilibrium, swiftly engaging the clutch with his left foot while positioning his hand on the gear shift paddle, ready to downshift. As his peripheral vision caught sight of the warning sign for the turn, time seemed to momentarily freeze, leaving only the increasingly magnified curve ahead. In an instant, as time resumed its flow, he had already begun to rotate the steering wheel to the right. The rear of the Star Dream swung sharply to the left, tracing an elegant arc across the racetrack. At this moment, the vehicle teetered on the brink of losing control. Without immediate intervention, it would collide with the nearby barrier. Su Chun paid little mind to how closely he was hugging the inner edge of the turn. His skills had yet to reach a level of refinement. His focus was on maintaining a steady approach while conquering the series of three tight turns. As the Star Dream's body approached the barrier, he deftly countersteered to the left, harnessing the inertia of the rear to guide the front swiftly towards the inner curve. The rear wheels, previously devoid of traction, re-established their grip on the asphalt, averting a collision with the barrier. The Star Dream glided through the pallid tire smoke. For the spectators lining the racetrack, the scene was vividly dramatic. The rear of the Star Dream, bursting forth with explosive energy and power, showcased a harmonious dance between driver and machine, evoking gasps of astonishment and retreat from many onlookers who felt the imminent threat of collision. The roaring engine harmonized with this dynamic spectacle, enhancing the atmosphere of battle. As he navigated the first turn, Su Chun promptly recalibrated his strategy, employing the heel-and-toe technique to downshift. As the toe of his right foot pressed the brake, his heel simultaneously applied the throttle, while his left foot managed the clutch, ensuring the engine revs remained synchronized to prevent the rear wheels from locking up uncontrollably. Upon entering the second left-hand turn, he adopted a conventional slow-in, fast-out approach, meticulously controlling the vehicle's posture at the apex. Despite the almost non-existent respite between the second and third hairpin turns, his maneuvering allowed the Star Dream to maintain a speed that was hardly diminished, preserving a stability akin to that of a straight-line entry. The Scandinavian flick technique is typically reserved for the first turn, as its continued application in subsequent bends carries significant risk. A renowned driver once remarked, "Without top-tier techniques in high-performance vehicles, it is prudent to navigate the second turn with a calm transition." Utilizing a simplified version of the pendulum drift does not signify inferiority. Rather, it embodies wisdom and rational thought. If executed with precision, it may even rival the theoretical perfection of the ideal pendulum drift. While there may be some solace in this realization, Su Chun was acutely aware of his own limitations. His greatest strength lay in his self-awareness, understanding who he was, what he ought to do, and how much he should endeavor. Masta, the angle of this third hairpin turn is truly daunting. A cry of astonishment echoed from ahead. Su Chun's gaze remained composed, a slight smile gracing his lips. During his pre-race analysis of the track, he discerned that the acute angles of the three consecutive hairpin turns in the city championship varied significantly, with each turn becoming increasingly severe. This disparity escalated the difficulty for drivers geometrically with each bend. Even if one successfully navigated the first two turns using the Scandinavian flick technique, inadequate skill or subpar vehicle performance could result in colliding with the barriers on the third turn. This realization was pivotal in his decision to adopt a more cautious approach. The perilous right turn was fast approaching. Handbrake drifting? Brake drifting? Such thoughts were cast aside. The imminent hairpin was a level 1 turn. And with the current speed of approximately 180 kilometers per hour in the Star Dream, coupled with the challenging attributes of the turn, executing a tailspin drift would be tantamount to courting disaster. Fortunately, prior to entering the third turn, he had already positioned the Star Dream closely to the inner lane. At this moment, his margin for error and operational space were maximized. In this scenario, only a technique involving trailing oversteer could suffice. He murmured softly, employing technical jargon that the Star Dream may not fully comprehend. The trailing oversteer technique, merely controlling the car's rear to drift outward. Utilizing the rear wheel slip to assist in steering, proved to be more stable and controllable compared to wild drifting. The steering wheel, in Su Chen's hands, transformed from erratic movements to a precise and elegant orchestration akin to a conductor wielding a baton. The slight outward drift of the rear, combined with meticulous throttle control, maintained the rear wheels at the threshold of grip. These maneuvers, seemingly intricate and slow, were executed in mere seconds. As the front of the Star Dream emerged from the turn, the vehicle was already parallel to the straightaway. Everything was perfectly timed, entirely within his command. Although he had not flawlessly executed the Scandinavian flick, his precise trailing oversteer technique omitted the need for corrective adjustments during the turn, rendering it the most suitable method for the Star Dream. After all, that 5 correction factor diminished the overall effectiveness. With a sigh of relief, Su Chen allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Perhaps this epitomized the distinction between a tuner and a race driver. Those wild individuals were driven by muscle memory and instinct, while he, as a tuner, had grown accustomed to the intricacies of precision work. He was more rational, inclined towards analysis and calculation, and placed a higher value on safeguarding the vehicle. Despite the gaps that remained between his calculations and those of top-tier drivers, he had begun to form a foundational understanding. With a full tank and exiting the turn, he pressed the throttle progressively. The engine roared triumphantly. The Star Dream surged forth like a wild stallion breaking free from restraint. Oh, go, go, go! She was unaware of the technical prowess Su Chen had exhibited through the 3 consecutive hairpin turns. All she knew was that driving with him felt comfortable and reassuring, entirely unlike the jarring sensation she experienced with Wang Tingting. Click! As they passed the speed trap at the turn's exit, an astonishing speed flashed on the electronic display, 178 kilometers per hour. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted in exhilaration. Ladies and gentlemen, it is astonishing, truly remarkable. The Turkey brother speaks with a slight stutter. He had considered that Su Chen and Xingmeng might slow down, contemplated potential mishaps, and even imagined a significant reduction in speed to maintain a pendulum drift throughout the course. Yet, he never anticipated that Su Chen would disassemble each of the 3 hairpin turns individually. Each turn showcased a distinct technical maneuver, all executed with remarkable proficiency. To be honest, I am merely a commentator for urban championships, and my professional acumen is somewhat lacking. Just now, regarding the handling of the 3 segments by Su Chen and Xingmeng, I could only discern that the first segment was a classic pendulum drift. As for the second and third segments, I genuinely could not identify the technical actions involved. He humbly shook his head and then thrust the microphone towards the cheek of the elderly man with a white beard and sunglasses beside him. Now, let us invite our 5-star track analyst, Mr. MacArthur, to elucidate this for us. MacArthur, frowning, adjusted the microphone slightly away and cleared his throat, stating, "If I am not mistaken, the second segment likely involved a heel-in-toe technique combined with a slow-in, fast-out cornering strategy. The essence of slow-in, fast-out lies in entering the turn at a reduced speed to ensure vehicle stability. Subsequently, one gradually accelerates to exit the turn at a higher speed. This strategy necessitates precise control of the vehicle's center of gravity and tire load at the apex. The third segment employed trail braking and throttle control, one of the most advanced cornering techniques." At this point, MacArthur's expression had turned serious. This technique no longer relies on aggressive drifting. Instead, it is based on meticulous calculation of the optimal braking and turning points, aiming for precision in execution. This maneuver demands a high level of skill, ensuring that the rear wheels lose just a hint of grip without spiraling out of control, while also delicately modulating the throttle to regulate the rear wheel slip. Noticing the Turkey brother's bewildered expression, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. After all, the host could do nothing more than shove a microphone into his face. In simpler terms, this is a sophisticated micromanipulation technique, no less challenging than the Scandinavian flick. The 22nd contestant did not recklessly apply the prevailing notion of the Scandinavian flick in consecutive turns, but rather disassembled the 3 hairpin bends to ensure stability and safety, while also maintaining cornering speed. He gazed at the screen, where a white phantom was leaving others in the dust, and marveled. Here is a competitor who not only possesses skill, but is also remarkably astute. Which is more crucial, an agile mind or technical prowess? MacArthur pondered silently. When he was a child, Racing techniques had just begun to flourish under the legacy of the Star God. At that time, technique was paramount. However, after a century of development, the field has become largely saturated. Although new racing technologies are still being explored, they merely involve slight modifications to the original techniques inherited from the Star God. At least, that is how it appears to him. In this era, a nimble mind seems to hold greater advantage than mere technical skill. Chapter 44, Concerns, Combined. In the audience, some murmured that the event organizers were merely seeking effect, while others expressed confusion. After all, it was exceedingly rare for competitors to navigate the treacherous triple apex turn with such fluidity while maintaining a speed of approximately 180 kilometers per hour. Yet, a greater number of spectators remembered the names Su Chun and Xingmeng, recognizing this underestimated duo. That mech girl is called Xingmeng, right? Does anyone have her poster? One exclaimed, "Wow, she's a catgirl specialization?" Among the 100 catgirl matches, 99 are subpar. Su Chun must have struck gold. How enviable. Well, when the Star God opens 2 windows, it is certain to close 1 door. Perhaps this mech girl is not only fiery in temperament, but also emotionally distant. A sardonic voice chimed in. Being emotionally distant is one thing, but what if you encounter that 1 in 100,000 faux girl mech? TSK, TSK. From the shadows, a cold voice pierced through. Regrettably, Xingmeng is not only exceptionally gentle and soft, but also warms her pilot's bed every night. Envious, aren't you? You should be. Someone like you, a pathetic worm, will never possess such a mech girl. You should remain in the sewers, wallowing in filth. Her voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated across a vast expanse of VIP seats. The targeted pilot's expression darkened. He stood defiantly, pointing at Queen. Who do you think you are? What we're discussing is none of your business. With a slight lift of her chin and a hint of a mischievous smile, Queen relished the opportunity for a spirited retort, having long felt the absence of such engaging repartee. Yet, Jessica had already anticipated the unfolding drama, swiftly stepping in front of Queen and presenting her credentials. Apologies, but you've disrupted our mech girl. Please return to your seat immediately and maintain silence. The pilot attempted to say more, but fell silent, his face pale upon seeing the Crescent Moon Knight voice work ID, an assistant's badge, no less. While such IDs could be forged, those seated at the front of the VIP section were likely genuine members of the Night Voice. After all, anyone daring to counterfeit such credentials would be courting trouble for their own club if discovered. Jessica, you shouldn't have interfered. You're becoming a hindrance, Queen remarked as she returned to her seat, still somewhat perturbed, but choosing not to elaborate further. Jessica chuckled awkwardly. By the way, Queen, how do you know that Xingmeng is gentle and warms her pilot's bed? You too. I merely deduced it, Queen replied, her face betraying no blush. Though her fingers tightened slightly, she cast a deadpan glance at Jessica, her lips barely moving. Your inquiries are rather numerous. Are you perhaps a primary school student? Jessica, right? I should have known better than to provoke this lady. At the rest area before the gravel track, Lin Hai-jun swallowed a painkiller with a sip of mineral water, reflecting on their commendable performance through the recently negotiated hairpin turn, far exceeding their usual standards. His current ailment is a result of neurological pain rather than an injury, and until he recuperates, he must rely on analgesics for relief. If it weren't for the throbbing headache, he would not have sought refuge in the rest area, which is typically a mere formality given the brevity of the city championship schedule. Rarely do competitors opt for the 3-minute respite, as it significantly disrupts the drivers and their machine's performance. However, the pain has become unbearable. Master, this is the culmination of our diligent training, Pafeng said with a smile, standing behind Lin Hai-jun, gently massaging his temples. What was our cornering speed just now? Lin Hai-jun closed his eyes, attempting to ease the tension in his nerves. Let me check, Pafeng replied, glancing at the electronic screen in the rest area, which displayed the cornering speeds of all competitors who had navigated the 127th Triple Apex chicane. Master, we achieved a cornering speed of 138 kilometers per hour, placing us first among all competitors. Lin Hai-jun's lips curled into a slight smile as he listened to Pafeng's jubilant voice. This is the Scandinavian flick. Even a rudimentary understanding can significantly enhance our cornering speed. I recall that our speed through this chicane was only around 110 last year. The rewards of our efforts are evident before us. Is there anything more delightful? Pafeng beamed at the electronic display, while the distant roar of engines and the crack of the timing strips filled the air. Data refreshed on the screen in succession. Yet none surpassed the achievements of her and Lin Haijun. Could it be that they could truly contend for the championship this year? Until a deafening roar. A sound that soared above all other engines sent shivers down their spines. As the timing strip clicked, a new set of data refreshed on the screen, and Pafeng's hand pressed harder against Lin Haijun's temple. Lin Haijun yelped as he toppled from his seat. Pafeng, why did you suddenly apply so much pressure? He rubbed his head as he got up from the floor, only to find Pafeng staring blankly at the screen. Following her gaze, Lin Haijun gasped in shock. Competitor 22, Su Chun, Star Dream. Average cornering speed, 178 kilometers h. What the? Lin Haijun shivered, dropping the water bottle from his grasp. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live broadcast of the City Championship. As I mentioned earlier, the 127th Triple Apex chicane serves as a definitive test of skill among the competitors. Competitor 21, Wang Tingting, and Jin Shun miscalculated their entry point and speed, resulting in a collision with the guardrail, and they have since been towed away. Well, Wang Tingting is a novice driver, and such mistakes are understandable. We hope she continues to improve in the latter half of the year. The large screen displayed a close-up of Wang Tingting crashing into the guardrail, clearly showing her banging her head against the steering wheel, while Jin Shun appeared utterly despondent. Competitor 28, Wang Dong, seems to have had a dispute with Hellfire. To think that they stopped to argue at the 127th bend. Is it a disagreement over cornering strategies? Regardless, such behavior can easily lead to accidents, and the tow team has already been dispatched. As for competitor number 41, it is truly unfortunate. Having navigated the treacherous triple hairpin of the 127th bend with a standard pendulum drift, he miscalculated the exit correction and braked too abruptly, causing the vehicle to flip upside down. Fortunately, it did not crash into the spectators outside. Turkey Brother paused momentarily and raised a finger. At this juncture, I must interject with a commercial. Viewing races involves risks. Secure your peace of mind with our $1 million viewing insurance. One person buys insurance, and happiness is shared by all. For race viewing insurance, choose Roasted Goose Safety. With the advertisement concluded, let us return to the commentary. Here they come, our professional drivers, Yu Ming and Jue Ying. Such a splendid pendulum drift, smooth and flawless. However, the cornering speed seems rather modest. Turkey Brother turned to glance at the electronic screen behind him, his expression one of surprise. Yu Ming and Jue Ying's cornering speed is 175 kilometers per hour, an impressive speed indeed. They have maintained a steady performance, making them formidable contenders for the championship position. Persevering through the commentary, Turkey Brother felt a sense of absurdity. He finally understood why he perceived Jue Ying's cornering speed as insufficient. It was because someone ahead was faster. Yet, that was merely a newcomer. How could Yu Ming and Jue Ying be outpaced by a novice? Moments later, the roar of another engine echoed. The Azure vehicle, glistening under the sunlight and trailing white smoke, approached with vigor. Here comes our professional driver Su Che from Binzhou City, along with his machine partner, Feng He. Another flawless pendulum drift. Although his cornering speed is slightly slower than that of Jue Ying, the rapid exit correction and explosive acceleration immediately compensated for that minor difference. The performance of both professional drivers remains neck and neck. Let us have our high-speed drone zoom in for a closer shot, hoping to capture Su Che's remarkable technical maneuvers. Oh, curious. Su Che has actually opened Feng He's privacy shield? Is that sound of slapping real, or just an illusion? Turkey Brother looked utterly bewildered. Su Che and Feng He's support team were equally puzzled. Who opens the privacy shield during a rally? However, there is no explicit regulation against it, and it is the young master's prerogative with Feng He. They cannot interfere. Smack. In the cockpit of Feng He, Su Che's face was flushed, one hand gripping the steering wheel tightly, while the other, in a moment of embarrassment, wielded a whip with fervor. His eyes were filled with an insatiable desire for victory. Feng He, accelerate. Don't let that fish-frying dog get ahead. Good job, little Che, truly formidable. After a brief sprint on the track, Su Chun drove Xingmeng onto the gravel segment. Masta, the terrain here is truly treacherous. My rear is about to be jolted to pieces. Xingmeng pouted, her soft, floppy cat ears drooping, visibly displeased. Not only was Xingmeng uncomfortable, but Su Chun was feeling the strain as well. This gravel road and the shattered asphalt are indeed as notorious as they say, far worse than the roads in the countryside. In a previous life, A racing car resembling Star Dream would have been utterly incapable of traversing such treacherous terrain. Only the chassis of the mechanical maiden can adjust its height automatically. Otherwise, it would have long since been rendered inoperable by the relentless impacts. Just hold on. It's merely 50 kilometers, and we shall soon pass through. Indeed. Rest assured, Moss. Star Dream can endure. Encouraged by her driver's words, Star Dream's spirits noticeably lifted. Despite her discomfort, she clenched her teeth and remained silent. Good girl. Su-chun reached out to soothe Star Dream, hoping to alleviate the pain in her jostled rear. Gazing at the increasingly shattered racetrack, he furrowed his brow. His primary concern was no longer the outcome of the race, but rather the toll that the gravel and broken asphalt would take on the tires. Who could have anticipated that the Urban Championship would suddenly alter its rules, introducing an element of randomness with the gravel roads and extending their length? The last Urban Championship featured only 12 kilometers of gravel. Although he had already replaced Star Dream's tires, there remained a 20-wear issue yet to be addressed. Would Star Dream and he truly manage to reach the finish line unscathed? Chapter 45. The greater the suffering, the greater the joy, combined. Xingmeng. Shall we return to the pit stop to change tires? In Su Chen's recollection, such large-scale competitions typically allowed for tire changes midway. Although the rules of the Binzhou City Championship did not explicitly state this, any time spent changing tires would be included in the final results. However, he was more concerned about Xingmeng's safety than the outcome of the race. The championship occurred biannually. If this performance fell short, they could always endure another half-year of shameless modifications. By then, neither he nor Xingmeng could fathom how formidable they might become. Master. Xingmeng tilted her head slightly, her adorable hair springing up. But the city championship does not permit tire changes. Only races exceeding 500 kilometers have repair stations for that purpose. Even if we did have a repair station, returning now would consume a great deal of time. Rest assured, I am fine, just a bit sore in the rear, a little massage will suffice, meow. Su-chen squinted his eyes. Very well then, I shall not hold back. Jejia. Master. In the rear-view mirror, Xingmeng's charming face flushed, and she softly added, what I meant was, after the race, I will massage myself. What difference does it make whether you do it yourself, or I do it for you? Su-chen retorted, unwavering in his stance. Pervert. Master, a total pervert. Despite Xingmeng's vehement protests, she could do little more than voice her discontent. The cockpit was firmly secured, leaving her powerless. At most, she could swat Su-chen's face with her tail. However, they were currently racing, and there was no room for frivolity. Nonetheless, it must be said that while Masta may lack decorum, the massage technique was indeed quite effective. She would begrudgingly accept it. Soon, they would enter the gravel section. Inside the cockpit, Chuiying gazed at the dilapidated track ahead, her expression grim. In recent years, the race organizers had become increasingly erratic. 2 years prior, the gravel section was introduced, and the 12 kilometers were tolerable. This year, however, not only was the placement random, but the length had also been extended to 50 kilometers. Were they out of their minds? She grumbled incessantly. Each time she completed such a gravel stretch, her rear and feet would ache for quite some time. If she finished this 50-kilometer segment without proper maintenance, she feared she would be bedridden for a week. Chuiying hesitated, weighing her words carefully. Actually, I could help massage your legs and ease your discomfort. Although it's not convenient to massage your legs right now. What are you implying? Chuiying exchanged a cold glance with Yuming through the rearview mirror. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Yuming flashed a conciliatory smile. Oh, come on. Am I that kind of person? Last night while we were sleeping, your hands were rather unrestrained. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Chuiying scoffed, rendering Yuming speechless with a single remark. She continued, if we lose to that big-bottomed Fenghe in this race. From today onward. I'll sleep in the bedroom while you take the sofa. Please, don't. I'll be so cold alone at night. Keep talking nonsense, and you'll end up sleeping at the door. They entered the gravel race segment. Su-che silently set down the whip he had been wielding throughout the journey, his face flushed and beads of sweat glistening at his temples. Little Che-che, you've worked hard. In the rearview mirror, Fenghe squinted lazily, exuding an air of contentment that made it seem as though she were intoxicated rather than driving. Nevertheless, she deftly handed a pack of wet wipes from the storage box to Su-che, urging him, wipe your sweat, dear little Che-che. You wouldn't want it to get in your eyes, would you? Could you please refrain from calling me little Che-che? Su-che's lips twitched slightly as he accepted the wet wipes to dab at his perspiration. The gravel segment ahead stretched out as a straight track. allowing for a brief moment of self-driving by the machine girl. It was no trouble for him to take a moment to wipe his sweat and adjust his helmet. Feng He pouted playfully, stifling a giggle. But, Master, you are quite little, aren't you? In every way, although you've certainly become more manly than before, I look forward to your growth. While intended as encouragement, her words only made Su Che's face redden further. He hastily shifted the topic. Indeed, amidst the crunch of the bumpy ride, Feng He's gentle voice resonated with unmistakable delight. Master knows, I adore these rough roads. The rougher the terrain, the more exhilarating the ride, and naturally, the faster we go. No sooner had she finished speaking than their speed on the gravel began to ascend once more. This path, often torturous for all machine girls, seemed to be a reward for Feng He. Su Che breathed a sigh of relief. He was grateful not to have to urge her any further. It was too taxing, and he needed a moment to catch his breath. Ladies and gentlemen, the race has now progressed through 2/3 of its course, with most competitors already entering the gravel segment. It was evident that this year the league committee had extended the gravel section of the Urban Championship, presenting a formidable challenge for all participants. Brother Turkey passed the microphone to MacArthur, who continued, the gravel not only tests the performance of the machine girls, but also the skill of the drivers. The loose surface causes the tire grip to fluctuate continually, making it difficult for drivers to accurately gauge the vehicle's state, thus requiring quicker reactions and more delicate adjustments to the throttle and steering. Before he could finish his thought, Brother Turkey snatched the microphone back, followed by a burst of fervent cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation has changed. While all competitors have seen their speed decrease by 20 to 30 upon entering the gravel, one contestant has maintained a remarkably steady pace. That is our T3 ace, Su Che, from the Binzhou Star Crown Club, along with his machine girl, Feng He. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Could it be that Su Che's machine girl, Feng He, felt no discomfort on the gravel? If so, the 50-kilometer gravel course would indeed become a showcase for Su Che and Feng He, as they could effortlessly overtake the slightly leading professional pair, Yu Ming and Zhu Ying. As Brother Turkey's words echoed, the audience erupted into jubilant cheers. Clearly, even as the ace of the T3 team, Su Che and Feng He enjoyed tremendous popularity in their home turf of Binzhou at the Star Crown Club, especially Su Che's delicate and weak appearance, combined with his aloof and indifferent demeanor, is a physiological knockout for certain female fans. Brother Ming, that guy Su Che is catching up, and he is so fast. What? Hearing the voice from the intercom, Yu Ming's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly inquired, how far ahead am I now? 6 seconds. No, only 5 seconds ahead. He is gaining rapidly. What the hell? Yu Ming felt darkness encroaching on his vision, utterly perplexed. Undoubtedly, Su Che was his greatest rival in this race. He understood that this 50-kilometer gravel road was an opportunity to widen the gap. Yet, not only did he fail to increase his lead, but he was also being overtaken by Su Che. What was the situation with Su Che and Feng He? He instinctively glanced at Chasing Shadow. He saw that Chasing Shadow's racing suit was soaked with sweat, the already snug fabric emphasizing her graceful curves. However, he had no mood to appreciate this enchanting sight. All he felt was heartache. Chasing Shadow did not favor this track, and she must be suffering immensely. She was striving to ensure her performance remained unaffected by the challenging terrain and her physical discomfort. This was already her limit. Since entering into a contract with Chasing Shadow, he had known her to be a resilient machine girl. Fearless of hardship and exhaustion, she would endure even this gravel track without complaint, at most letting out a couple of grumbles. But what was up with Su Che and Feng He? The harder it got, the faster they ran? Were they masochists? Master, step on it. Suddenly, Chasing Shadow shouted fiercely from the front. What? Yu Ming was taken aback. I say. Chasing Shadow enunciated each word through gritted teeth. Step on it. Accelerate. But you don't be so wishy-washy. Chasing Shadow's voice was hoarse. If Feng He can do it, so can I. I am no less than any machine girl. Yu Ming gazed at Chasing Shadow's slender yet determined silhouette, took a deep breath, and his gaze towards the track became equally resolute. I understand now. He gradually pressed harder on the accelerator, fearing that a sudden increase in speed would cause Chasing Shadow further pain. The glory of the track was not only the driver's honor, but also the honor of the machine girl. As a competent driver, it was essential to feel compassion for his machine girl, but more importantly, to respect and support her. The gravel and broken asphalt segments of the track were akin to a treacherous mountain of blades and a sea of fire. A high level of stability, a lightweight body, or a relatively robust machine girl would fare slightly better on such a track. Yet most machine girls lacked these special qualifications. They could only struggle onward, gritting their teeth in perseverance. Xingmeng was no exception. While driving, she enjoyed conversing with Su Chun. In the past, when she was with Wang Tingting, she was always told to be quiet, to report only the roadbook and nothing else. Especially forbidden from saying meow. Without mutual encouragement, without the jovial banter that enlivened the atmosphere, it felt like being a cold tool and machine. After being with Su Chun, she gradually regained her lively demeanor because he never complained about her talking too much. Since entering the gravel road segment, Xingmeng had remained silent for quite some time, occasionally shivering with the greater jolts. Su Chun gazed at the girl's slender shoulders, his heart brimming with concern. Xingmeng, how is the tire wear situation now? Master. Xingmeng lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. The wear level is currently at 20%. Just 20%. 20%. Su Chen's heart sank. This level of wear was already quite significant. Before entering the gravel road, the wear had been less than 10%. However, with 10 kilometers still to go, it should be manageable to reach the end of the gravel stretch with the current tire wear. Afterward, he could simply moderate his speed and cornering techniques to avoid excessive tire degradation. Maintaining this approach until the finish line should not pose a problem. Yet, unbeknownst to Su Chun, Xingmeng had lied. Chapter 46. The determination to let Master win, combined version. Only she knew the true extent of tire wear. It was not 20%, but rather 25%. Typically, when tire wear reaches 30%, only a thin layer remains. At this juncture, it becomes imperative to replace the tires. Upon reaching 40%, the tires are reduced to mere skin, and the rims begin to incur damage. When the wear reaches 50%, it signifies that the tire lips have been entirely worn away, leaving only the rims in direct contact with the ground. Subsequent tire wear henceforth hinges entirely on the degradation of the rims, akin to a person running barefoot on the ground, and at a speed that could undoubtedly lead to grievous injuries. Xingmeng understood how deeply Su Chen cared for her. During the underground city race, Su Chen had considered pulling over and abandoning the race. If she were to reveal the true extent of the tire wear to him now, he would surely calculate and prevent her from continuing the race. "Moss, I'm sorry." Xingmeng gazed at the racetrack, biting her lip, filled with remorse. "I am not intentionally deceiving you. I will take good care of you." She was acutely aware of her condition. She knew precisely when issues would arise, and when that time came, she would never allow Su Chen to be in peril. As they exited the final bend of the gravel track, Su Chen did not resort to any handbrake or brake-induced drifting. Instead, he executed a basic Scandinavian flick, maintaining a mid-range gear while gently steering outward. A brief release of the accelerator allowed Xingmeng's weight to shift forward, enhancing the grip of the front wheels. This technique eliminated the need to brake, thereby preventing additional tire wear from locking up. "Xingmeng, the last corner. The track ahead will be straightforward, and we are very close to the finish." Su Chan encouraged her as he smoothly turned the steering wheel towards the bend. Xingmeng's vehicle shifted its weight laterally, guiding the rear into a graceful slide. This subtle drift hardly generated any tire smoke on the track, yet their speed remained commendable. Of course, this was also due to the relatively manageable difficulty of the corner. As the corner approached, Su Chan promptly straightened the steering, and Xingmeng's 4 tires gradually regained their grip, allowing them to exit the gravel section smoothly. Entering the normal racing segment, Xingmeng visibly exhaled in relief. Su Chen noticed that her racing suit was completely soaked, droplets cascading down her elbows and thighs. The mechanical girl did not sweat. Rather, akin to a conventional race car, she expelled vapor. The scent of this vapor was partially related to the nutritional fluids she consumed. Presently, Su Chen detected a refreshing aroma reminiscent of plum and lemon, mingling with the inherent sweetness of milk candy that Xingmeng possessed. Due to the similarity of the vapor emitted by mechanical girls during competitions to human perspiration, it had gradually been widely accepted as their form of sweating. At last, they had successfully navigated that treacherous track. Xingmeng flexed her stiff body, her pale, delicate face lifting as she sweetly smiled at Su Chen in the rearview mirror. However, she soon shook her ears in frustration. "I'm completely soaked, meow. My fur is wet and sticky. It's so uncomfortable. Master, when we go back, I want a thorough wash." "Not a problem. I will take you to a professional maintenance shop." Su Chen readily agreed. Throughout the entire race, it was evident that Xingmeng was the most exhausted. While the driver felt fatigue as well, it was primarily a mental strain. A professional maintenance shop. A glimmer of yearning sparkled in Xingmeng's azure eyes. Yet she wondered if it would be too costly, meow. Having existed for so long, she had never been to such a place. Wang Tingting never took her, claiming the maintenance would be too expensive, costing 3,000 to 4,000. She said that a machine girl like her could just recover on her own, as she didn't often participate in races. I am a modification specialist. Su Chen playfully pinched Xingmeng's rear, saying, I am not short on money. Su Chen was also a master of deception. While he lacked funds, he was determined to find a way for Xingmeng to enjoy a comfortable post-race recovery. After leaving the gravel track, the remaining course posed little challenge, and the atmosphere within the cockpit became noticeably more lively. Xingmeng's tone while reporting the route was now cheerful. 8 kilometers to the finish. Su Chen glanced at the fleeting road sign and asked again, Xingmeng, what is the current tire wear level? Meow, let me check. Xingmeng closed her eyes to sense the situation, and when she opened them, a hint of panic was evident in her gaze. She struggled to mask her expression, lowering her head as she sheepishly replied, The tire wear is still manageable. Only 25. I feel we can make it to the finish without issue. 25%? That's quite risky. Su Chen took a deep breath, leaning back in his seat. He could only be grateful that he had previously equipped Xingmeng with a set of durable tires, reducing the original 40 wear to 20. Otherwise, they would surely be in trouble now. 2 kilometers to the finish. Suddenly, Xingmeng let out a muffled sound. Su Chen was startled, but not far ahead was an uphill jump, and at that moment, Xingmeng's steady voice rang out. Master, 200 meters ahead, jump. Pay attention to the landing slope. Prepare for a right-hand turn at level 3. Anticipate the apex and navigate at a medium speed. Su Chen had no time to ponder further. He leaned slightly forward, adjusting his hands on the steering wheel to the standard 9 and 3 o'clock positions. 100 meters. Su Chen noticed a traffic light flashing on the right after the slope. It was likely that a competitor had encountered an accident and had not yet cleared the vehicle. So he immediately veered towards the left lane. The speed stabilized around 200 kilometers per hour. 50 meters ahead, he took a deep breath, slightly lifting the throttle to shift the car's weight forward. 3, 2, 1. He silently counted the rhythm as the ascending slope loomed before them. Su Chen ensured the wheels were aligned, and Xingmeng surged up the incline. As the front of the car reached the edge of the slope, Su Chen made one final adjustment to the throttle. The world fell silent for a moment, and Xingmeng's vehicle soared into the air. The familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped Su Chen as he beheld the guardrail to the right of the ramp, where a mechanical maiden lay with her chassis skyward, being towed away from the track by a cadre of support units. Master, adjust your angle to the right. Xingmeng's voice pierced through the tension. Before her words had fully registered, Su Chen instinctively veered his left hand 5 degrees to the left while subtly modifying the throttle. The hovering vehicle immediately corrected its posture, a sight that filled Xingmeng's eyes with awe. In truth, Su Chen had not required her reminder. Each moment in the air felt elongated. His gaze fixated on the landing zone as he gently increased the throttle to maintain an optimal angle for the vehicle's nose. Simultaneously, he adjusted his body, muscles tensing in preparation for the impending impact. His left foot hovered over the brake, while his right foot poised to manage the throttle. With a resounding thud, the 4 tires made contact with the ground almost simultaneously, accompanied by the muted compression of the suspension system. The impact was minimal. This was the distinct advantage of the mechanical maiden over conventional racing cars. In terms of driving experience, no real vehicle could rival that of a mechanical maiden. Master, we have landed steadily. Xingmeng's voice trembled, reminiscent of a brave child enduring an injection, painful yet resolute. Su Chen remained focused on the track, unaware of her distress. Ahead lay a sharp right turn, prompting him to regain control of the throttle, causing the speed to surge once more. The same Scandinavian-style drift ensued. This was also the final bend of the Urban Championship. However, at the very instant Xingmeng exited the turn, a piercing pop emanated from the rear right, causing the right side of the vehicle to visibly sag as it began to veer uncontrollably to the right. Su Chen's scalp prickled as he swiftly grasped the reality of the situation. He had experienced a tire blowout. The steering wheel shook violently, as if it had developed a will of its own, striving to break free from his grasp. Every minute imperfection in the road was magnified, relayed to his palms. The damaged tire emitted a jarring thud-thud sound, while the friction between the metal rim and the ground screeched like nails on a chalkboard. Xingmeng, are you all right? Su-chan released the throttle to decelerate, glancing at the rearview mirror only to find Xingmeng's pallid visage, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Pain rendered her speechless, forcing her to grit her teeth and emit faint, muffled groans. The vehicle's speed was undeniably decreasing. Xingmeng grasped Su-chan's arm with newfound determination in her eyes. Master, don't worry about me. Keep pushing forward. We're almost at the finish. In the final sprint, she grit her teeth, persevering until this moment. Su-chan disregarded her plea. Yet in the next heartbeat, all four wheels spun wildly, and the speed surged once again. You. Su-chan stared incredulously at Xingmeng. He was not pressing the throttle, yet she was driving autonomously. In the previous century, mechanical maidens required training in technical maneuvers, akin to chauffeur-driven vehicles, freeing the driver's hands entirely. However, following a technological revolution in this century, mechanical maidens required no such learning. The remaining stretch of the straight track demanded no technical maneuvers, posing virtually no safety hazards. All that was left was to accelerate and charge forth. Xingmeng gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening, as a tire burst rendered her vehicle exceedingly difficult to control. She felt utterly inept, having learned nothing at all, merely pushing forward with sheer determination. Unlike Su-chan, she lacked the finesse to maneuver her car with grace. Resolutely, she twisted the left rear wheel with all her might. A louder bang resonated from the left rear, and Su-chan immediately sensed the rear of the car losing support, plunging down sharply. The left rear tire had also burst. A result of Xingmeng's deliberate action, it had been teetering on the brink of failure for some time. With both rear tires blown, the vehicle remained unstable. Yet it was now within the realm of Xingmeng's control. The metallic rims screeched against the ground, producing an ear-piercing wail and sparks. The car vibrated violently, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Su-chan felt a tightening in his chest as he listened to the cacophony. For a machine girl, what difference was there between rims and bones? Xingmeng was essentially grinding her very bones against the racetrack. How excruciating must that be? The pallor of her lips and the sheen of sweat on her forehead revealed a glimpse of her suffering. Stop the car, Su-chan shouted, slamming on the brakes. Yet Xingmeng persisted, gritting her teeth as she accelerated. Why? As the finish line drew closer, Su-chan's expression was devoid of joy. Because the girl ahead wore a strained smile, thinking of Masta, who had always taken care of her. She did not wish for Masta to feel any regret. She wanted to prove to Masta, to everyone, that Masta's choice had been right. I am not inferior to any machine girl, Xingmeng nearly shouted, her voice tinged with a faint sob, yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve. That obsession and determination burned like an unquenchable fire, as if even the pain of shattered bones could be incinerated. 100 meters from the finish line, both rear rims were nearly ground down, reduced to mere stubs. Masta, I am so sorry. Forgive me, meow, Xingmeng mumbled, her voice barely audible. The pain was overwhelming, rendering her speech a series of gasps and tremors. Yet she remained intent on comforting Su-chan, her final willpower propelling her forward. This time, Xingmeng was resolute in her defiance. She smiled at Su-chan, playfully asserting, I just want Masta to win. In the driver's seat, Su-chan stared blankly at the unconscious Xingmeng. Regardless of the skills he had inherited as a top tuner in his previous life or the myriad talents he had awakened in this world, all of that bravado and pride shattered upon witnessing the girl's pale face and bloodless lips. He cursed himself for not being adequately prepared. He loathed his own inadequacy. At the finish line of the Binzhou City Championship, amidst the astonished gazes of the audience and the stunned silence of Turkey Brother and Old Mai, Xingmeng crossed the finish line. Chapter 47. Within 3 minutes. Time rewinds to 5 minutes ago. Su-chan and the contestant Xingmeng executed their jumps with remarkable stability. Their takeoff and landing postures had reached an exquisite level of perfection, making it hard to fathom that such a well-rounded competitor was merely a newcomer. Witnessing Xingmeng's leap, Brother Turkey once again expressed his astonishment. Bang! Xingmeng landed, realigned the vehicle, and seamlessly initiated an explosive start. However, Analyst MacArthur furrowed his brow, sensing he had heard an unusual friction sound just moments ago. Host, did you catch that? Huh. Brother Turkey was taken aback. No, I didn't. MacArthur remained unconvinced. With over 60 years of experience as a track analyst, his sensitivity to mechanical sounds surpassed that of many top-tier drivers in prominent clubs. He was certain that fleeting sound was indeed anomalous. Keep the camera focused on these two competitors, he requested of Brother Turkey. Turkey had no objections, as both professional contestants were still navigating the gravel segment, which was hardly captivating. Su Chun and Xingmeng were also seed contenders for the championship, so additional coverage was entirely appropriate. Subsequently, the footage showed no apparent issues with Su Chun and Xingmeng, though Su Chen's handling of the curves appeared noticeably more conservative. This continued until the final jump before the finish line. With equally proficient vehicle control, MacArthur furrowed his brow once more at the moment of landing. This time, he was certain the abnormal sound was indeed present, and his judgment was not flawed. After Xingmeng landed, she transitioned into a tail slide to enter a sharp right turn. At that moment, a resounding crack echoed. Everyone heard it. Brother Turkey's hand, holding a water bottle, froze, and MacArthur halted his breath. In the audience, Queen abruptly stood up. At that instant, all eyes in front of the large screen were fixed upon Xingmeng. They watched as her vehicle tilted to the right, helplessly swaying left and right on the track, the rims sparking against the ground, followed by a left tire blowout. Both rims sinking and making contact with the track, the metallic grinding sound painfully piercing the ears. A blowout, an unexpected incident not commonly seen in races, but not entirely rare either. It typically occurs when a driver's skills are insufficient or many technical maneuvers are unfamiliar, leading to excessive tire wear. It can also happen when the track conditions are too poor for the tires equipped on the machine girl to adapt. Moreover, sharp objects encountered on the track can puncture the tires directly. The latter scenario is relatively uncommon, as professional logistical machine girls conduct thorough inspections of the entire track before the race. However, complete avoidance is impossible. For instance, falling rocks at the summit can create extremely sharp protrusions on the track, a situation that can indeed occur. Undoubtedly, Xingmeng's current predicament fell into the category of poor track conditions leading to a tire blowout. The standard procedure for a machine girl experiencing a blowout is for the driver to gradually decelerate, allowing the machine girl to pull over to a safe area of the track and away to tow. Emergency braking not only risks causing the machine girl to lose control and encounter even more perilous situations, but it also inflicts greater damage upon her wheels. What a pity. Brother Turkey shook his head in lamentation. The racetrack of this Binzhou City Championship is indeed peculiar, dictated by the newly established rules from the Star Crown Club. Although it has added over 30 kilometers of gravel road, it has correspondingly eliminated 3 consecutive hairpin turns, rendering the difficulty comparable to other city championships, albeit somewhat selective of drivers. MacArthur gazed at the gradually decelerating Star Dream, sighing in regret. At the moment of the tire burst, competitor Su Chun refrained from executing an emergency stop, indicating either his experience or a temperament of composure in crises. This duo of competitors could undoubtedly emerge as formidable contenders for the championship. Such a shame. As the dust seemed to settle, even many spectators expressed their condolences. In a city championship dominated by professional drivers, Su Chun and Star Dream undoubtedly shone like a more resplendent meteor. With their steady control and adept cornering techniques, they garnered a considerable fan base. However, just as Brother Turkey and MacArthur had uttered their pities, a thunderous roar erupted from the engine. As if unwilling to concede, the gradually decelerating Star Dream suddenly surged forward, racing down the track with both wheels in distress. What is happening? Are they continuing the race? Brother Turkey stood dumbfounded, staring at the screen, stammering. The wheels grinding against the track must be agonizing for the machine girl, right? Could it be that Su Chun is compelling her to continue? Possibly. MacArthur's expression darkened. They are nearing the finish line, and it is entirely plausible that Su Chun refuses to abandon the race, thus forcing her to drive on. Brother Turkey immediately commanded, "Quick, send a high-speed drone to catch up and investigate." In the stands, Jessica and Queen shared equally grim expressions. How outrageous. How can one so debase their own machine girl? It is merely a city championship. There will be other opportunities in 6 months. Is it really necessary? Jessica crossed her arms, trembling with anger. She too is a driver. Although she participates in few competitions, she cherishes her machine girl dearly, never neglecting her monthly maintenance. She cannot bear to witness Star Dream, already suffering from a blown tire, being compelled to continue racing. While damaged wheels can be repaired, it is akin to a bone scraping against the ground, a horrific pain that cannot be mended. Once experienced, the machine girl will remember it for a lifetime. Queen clenched her fists as she watched Star Dream speeding down the track. Her perspective diverged from Jessica's. Su-chun is not that kind of person, she murmured softly, barely audible to herself. This race should be one that Star Dream wishes to win. It is a gift she offers to her driver. A medal she has personally adorned herself with after rising from the ground. Jessica has never interacted with Su-chun or Star Dream, but she has. She understands the story woven into Star Dream. She comprehends the depth of Star Dream's resolve. Thus, her immediate reaction was not to question the decisions made by Su-chun and Xingmeng, but rather to turn and fix her gaze upon Jessica. Summon my medical team and logistics crew. Instruct them to await at the finish line. Ah, Jessica exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. In 3 minutes, Queen stated with a measured tone, I expect to see them arrive at the finish line, ready to provide Su-chun and Xingmeng with the utmost care. Should this be accomplished, I shall cooperate with your subsequent modification efforts, signing a waiver and raising no further objections. Such a fortunate opportunity. After a brief moment of astonishment, Jessica promptly hurried to make the call. She had no desire to concern herself with the relationship between Queen and the competitors numbered 22. After all, she devoted her days to serving Queen in hopes of ensuring her compliance with the modifications. Indeed, the regulations of the Mecha Protection Association forbade coercing mecha girls. However, where there is a policy, there are also countermeasures. Rules are rules, yet numerous loopholes remain to be exploited. For instance, the waiver. Chapter 48. Timely assistance. The high-speed drone struggled mightily to keep pace with the racing Star Dream. Despite the rear wheels grinding fiercely against the track, the velocity of Star Dream remained largely unaffected, sustaining an average speed of around 170 to 180 kilometers per hour. The electronic screen in front of the audience displayed the conditions within the cockpit of Star Dream. There, Su-chun appeared pale, seemingly uttering something. His actions indicated he was exerting every ounce of effort to bring Star Dream to a halt. Yet, Star Dream pressed forward relentlessly. Even when Su-chun removed his hands from the steering wheel and his foot from the accelerator, was Star Dream in autopilot mode? Turkey Brother was taken aback. He had been ready to confront Su-chun with righteous indignation. As it turned out, it was not Su-chun's unwillingness to stop, but rather the machine girl's determination to continue. Such formidable willpower. MacArthur widened his eyes, holding his breath, his voice trembling. Do you all realize? When a machine girl suffers a tire blowout, it is akin to a human's leg bones grinding against the ground at high speed. Most machine girls would immediately faint from the pain. But she astonishingly endures the excruciating agony to continue racing. The audience watched in stunned silence as Star Dream raced on. From the drone's perspective, the girl's body arched in pain, her legs spasming unnaturally, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, despite her suffering, she gritted her teeth and persevered. It was only when she could bear it no longer and lost consciousness that everyone fell silent, staring at the large screen, feeling as though their hearts were constricted by an unbearable weight. The once lively crowd now fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. On the racetrack, Star Dream crossed the finish line. The moment Star Dream succumbed to unconsciousness, Su-chun immediately decelerated. After all, he shared a bond with Star Dream, possessing only 40 control over the vehicle. It was only now that he could bring it to a stop, guiding Star Dream gently into the safety zone. Yet, before he could steady the vehicle, Star Dream, having exhausted its endurance from continuous damage, automatically disengaged. Su-chun scooped up the drenched girl, instinctively glancing at her bare feet, which were now marred with wounds. Her once fair and delicate soles were now cracked, as if scorched by fire, fissures spreading from her feet up to her calves, resembling a shattered porcelain piece that would crumble at the slightest touch. A wave of sorrow washed over Su-chun, and he fought back tears as he cradled Star Dream's fragile form, sprinting off the racetrack. "Doctor," he shouted, his voice raw and desperate. "Where's the medical team? What about logistics? Help her." His hoarse cries echoed across the finish line, resonating in the space that symbolized honor. The logistics and medical teams were still on the racetrack. A staff member, witnessing Su-chun carrying Star Dream, quickly responded, "We currently lack sufficient personnel. Please bear with us." "Why is there a lack of personnel?" Su-chun glared in anger. "My machine girl is injured and cannot receive assistance from the rescue team. Is this how you conduct your races?" It was not just his machine girl that had suffered a blowout. A driver who had already crossed the finish line offered a wry smile. "This racetrack is utterly ruthless. There are already 2 machine girls who have blown tires at the gravel exit, and the medical team is over there." Damn it! Suchin cursed vehemently, embracing his dreams. He dashed towards the treatment center outside the competition area, aware that there was no medical team available here. A swift taxi ride would be far more beneficial than waiting idly. Just then, the whirring sound of approaching rotor blades filled the air as a helicopter descended above Suchun. Two medical drones, clad in white coats adorned with a crescent cross emblem, descended from the lowered rope. One of the drones beckoned to Suchun. "Mr. Suchun, please come this way." Without a moment to ponder the origins of these medical drones, he expressed his gratitude and cradled his companion, Xingmeng, into his arms. Upon boarding the helicopter, Xingmeng was taken to the rear cabin for initial wound treatment, while Suchin found himself in the presence of Queen and a short-haired woman who appeared to be her assistant. "Queen Hao, this is the medical team of the Voice of the Night, kid." Jessica scrutinized Suchun with a discerning gaze. "Is this the lad who has captivated the usually stoic Queen? Aside from his handsome appearance, there seems to be nothing particularly special about him. Drones don't judge by looks. In terms of skill, he is indeed competent, but compared to the ladies, he falls short." Jessica furrowed her brow, her discontent palpable, yet she found no justification for her irritation. After all, during the race, it was not Suchun who compelled Xingmeng to run. She insisted on completing the race herself. And after her tire burst, Suchin's handling of the situation was on par with a professional driver. Ignoring Jessica's scrutiny, Suchun turned his inquiring gaze towards Queen. She nodded in response. "This is my medical team. Rest assured, Xingmeng's condition is not serious. It will not affect future competitions. My concern lies not with that." Suchin glanced at the tightly sealed medical cabin door of the helicopter, his lips pressed together as he spoke urgently. "I wish to know if there will be any impact on her health or potential aftereffects." Hearing this, Queen's stern demeanor softened considerably, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "There will be no aftereffects, especially for such a brave drone as Xingmeng. A little pain is nothing to her." "That's a relief. That's a relief." Suchun exhaled, the tension in his body dissipating as he slumped into his seat. It was then he became acutely aware of his own aches and pains. The jarring ride had taken its toll on him as well. "Thank you so much, Queen," he said sincerely. "If it weren't for your medical team arriving in time, I would have had to carry Xingmeng to the hospital outside the venue, which would have wasted a lot of time." "Indeed, you ought to thank me," Queen replied leisurely, smoothing the folds of her skirt with a smile. "After all, repairing Xingmeng's condition will require a considerable sum, and if I recall correctly, you seem to be devoid of funds?" Suchin offered an awkward smile. He was indeed out of money. "I will find a way to repay you. Please ensure Xingmeng's recovery. Money holds no significance for me." Queen let out a soft hum, casting a glance at Jessica beside her. Then, she leaned in close to Suchin's ear and whispered in a tone only the two of them could hear. "You and Xingmeng can continue staying at my place. I'll cook, she'll wash the dishes, and you'll be in charge of cleaning up after Mecha. 3 months. Just a month will suffice. And that would settle your debt with me." Suchin recognized this as Queen's goodwill. He neither declined nor feigned modesty, simply nodding in agreement. "No problem." A satisfied smile spread across Queen's face, but it vanished in an instant as she turned away. When she faced Jessica again, her expression transformed into one of disdain. Jessica strained to listen but was unable to discern the secret conversation between Queen and Suchun. Curiously, she glanced at Suchun, pondered Queen's temperament, and ultimately chose to remain silent, turning a blind eye to the matter. Meanwhile, at the Urban Championship, the competition continued unabated. Just after departing the gravel segment, the usually composed Chasing Shadow suddenly wore a grim expression. "Master, we may be in considerable trouble," she declared, her typically steady voice now tinged with discernible panic. "The wear on my tires has already reached 20. Chapter 49. A misstep in the flight jumped the gravel road was truly detestable. Yu Ming's expression darkened. It was the first time he encountered a situation where tire wear exceeded 20 before completing the race. After all, this was merely a 250-kilometer urban championship, and he had equipped Chasing Shadow with standard performance tires rather than durable ones. At the start of the race, the host had announced that the originally 10-kilometer gravel segment had been extended to 50 kilometers. By then, there was no time to change to more resilient tires. The only option was to proceed with caution to preserve the tires. Yu Ming lamented, "A 20-wear rate already poses a risk of blowouts." However, Chasing Shadow clenched her teeth in determination. "Do not worry, reducing speed will not significantly affect our performance." Yu Ming smiled reassuringly. "This 50-kilometer gravel stretch treats everyone equally. Regardless of whether it's Su Chun or that little brat Su Che, their machines will also endure considerable tire wear. I do not believe they would risk a blowout for the sake of a better time. And their machines are well aware of the pain a blowout can inflict on the rims. Chasing Shadow pondered Xingmeng's words and found them to hold merit. It was akin to an unexpectedly difficult exam. It affected all candidates equally. Everyone would be dissatisfied with their results, yet the top performers would remain unchanged. But what if there were a particularly reckless driver and machine? Xingmeng shook his head and scoffed. If there truly exists a driver who forces their machine to endure a blowout, they can expect to be subjected to arbitration by the Machine Preservation Association. The minimum penalty is a 3-year suspension, forced contract termination, and a fine. As for the machine's perspective, he paused, unable to envision a scenario that would warrant such folly. Would a mere urban championship define a machine's entire existence? Such competitions could be entered twice a year. Ah, indeed. Chasing Shadow also found it hard to imagine such a situation. If it were a national competition, perhaps a machine might strive desperately for victory and honor. But for an urban championship, it hardly warranted such extreme measures. With this thought in mind, she felt reassured and allowed Xingmeng to reduce their speed slightly, as the finish line was not far off. Meanwhile, Su Che and Feng He had also exited the gravel segment. In contrast to the other machines lamenting their plight on the rocky terrain, Feng He appeared remarkably composed, even somewhat invigorated. This was due to her exceptional stability and the robust, durable tires she had equipped. Naturally, her passion played a significant role, as it allowed her to navigate the gravel stretch more swiftly, thereby indirectly minimizing tire wear. Fortunately, I took the advice of the modification team yesterday and switched to durable tires. Su Che sighed in relief as he gazed at the gravel road receding in the rearview mirror. This is absurd. 50 kilometers of rough terrain. Who on earth designed this? His posterior was sore from the jarring ride. Master, hold on just a bit longer. We are nearing the finish, Feng He said. Compared to her earlier state of being spurred onward, she had now reverted to her usual gentle demeanor, yet she still took pleasure in teasing Su Che. Your discomfort will not last much longer. Once we return, I shall personally give Master a thorough massage. Clearing his throat, Su Che, blushing, rubbed his nose. He was engulfed by an inexplicable sensation, as if the racetrack had been meticulously crafted for him and Feng He. Feng He, lacking proficiency in consecutive turns, found this race to feature significantly fewer hairpin bends. Conversely, the specialized terrain that Feng He excelled in was prevalent in this race, spanning a daunting 50 kilometers. With little time to ponder, they soon approached the first jump following the gravel surface. Master, 150 meters ahead, a flying slope. Be cautious with the throttle. In the blink of an eye, the 150 meters vanished. Su Che executed a standard jump, adjusting Feng He's vehicle for landing. However, upon descent, he furrowed his brow and murmured, "Today feels quite awkward, far less agile than before. The tires are excessively heavy." Feng He's expression mirrored his unease. Master, did the modification team truly replace our tires with Type 3 durable tires yesterday? The sensation I experienced upon takeoff felt more akin to the Type 2 durable tires weighing 20 kilograms. Among the standard durable tires at Xingmeng Club, Type 2 is 3 kilograms heavier than Type 3, with approximately 20 greater durability. Yet, he distinctly recalled the label on the tires indicating they were indeed Type 3. Feng He, are you certain the weight is incorrect? I didn't notice anything amiss during normal running. Feng He replied pensively, but the moment of takeoff was unmistakable. It is certainly not Type 3 durable tires. It's heavier. Damn it. Su Che's expression darkened, almost certain that the modification team had mistakenly swapped the tires. He should have conducted a thorough inspection before the race rather than relying entirely on the modification team's assessments. Master, it's not a major issue. Feng He reassured Su Che. The additional unsprung mass will dull my vehicle's response. We will need to make some adjustments for the jump, as the weight is unfamiliar. I understand, Su Che nodded. No sooner had he spoken than a more challenging jump-turn combination loomed into view. Master, 100 meters, a large flying slope. Veer left after takeoff. Then prepare for a right turn upon landing. Feng He's voice was urgent, prompting an immediate reaction from Su Che. He lightly tapped the brakes, regulating his speed to 170 kilometers. This was not the maximum launch speed he typically practiced, but rather a reduction of 10 kilometers to accommodate the weight. As Feng He's front wheels contacted the jump point, he decisively released the brakes, pressing the accelerator pedal to approximately 25 throttle. Boom! The front wheels lifted off the ground, and Feng He's vehicle soared into the air. Su Che felt a sensation of weightlessness, the seatbelt tightening against his chest. For a professional driver, jumps were routine. However, his track experience was still limited. The unfamiliarity brought about by the increased tire weight intensified, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down his temple. In that fleeting moment of suspension, Su Che keenly sensed an anomaly. Feng He's pitch angle was greater than usual, and the rear of the vehicle distinctly sagged. The heavy tires altered the distribution of the vehicle's rotational inertia, complicating the control of its aerial posture. Instinctively, he pushed the steering wheel forward, attempting to correct the vehicle's stance through the air resistance of the front wheels. But the effect was negligible. Bam! The rear wheels struck the asphalt with a thunderous impact, the sound reverberating like a clap of thunder across the racetrack. Moments later, the front wheels made contact, causing the entire vehicle to jolt violently. A surge of inexplicable panic gripped Su Che's heart. The heavy tires of the wind crane generated an uneven ground pressure upon landing. The pressure on the left rear wheel was entirely asymmetrical to that of the right rear wheel. This imbalance instantly disrupted the dynamic equilibrium of the wind crane's chassis. Had he been an experienced professional driver, he might have been able to rectify this unsteady state with a swift reaction. Unfortunately, he was not. He was overwhelmed. Only 80 meters remained before the right turn at the bend following the jump. Su Che had to execute braking and steering within this limited distance. Under normal circumstances, this would have been a simple task, provided that the wind crane had landed smoothly. He pressed the brake pedal firmly, and the ABS system worked frantically. However, the heavier tires diminished braking efficiency. The braking distance extended by approximately 5 meters beyond his expectations. Those 5 meters meant that he and the wind crane would be unable to turn at the ideal entry point. It was over. A heaviness settled in Su Che's heart. His mind blank. Faced with the impending curve, he was forced to initiate a turn prematurely. At that moment, the wind crane had yet to fully escape the state of imbalance in its rear wheels, causing it to begin losing traction. The angle of the tail's sway widened increasingly. Su Che immediately countersteered, but it was too late. The wind crane had already succumbed to an uncontrollable drift, the rear wheels completely bereft of traction, and the entire vehicle began to spin in a 360-degree rotation. The once composed and silent AI seemed to have grasped the impending disaster. In an instant, all protective measures within the cockpit activated, encasing Su Che securely. Wind crane. Su Che found himself enveloped in the protective cocoon, shouting in panic. As the world spun chaotically, he could only see the guardrail on the outside of the track rushing toward him. Bang! Chapter 50. Who is the champion? Stardream. You have greatly disappointed me. I invested so much in your modifications and spent a considerable amount of money, yet you failed to place in the city championship. Master, I am sorry. It is indeed Stardream's inadequacy. I will not impose upon you any further. Let us dissolve our contract and go our separate ways. No. Can we give Stardream another chance? I will surely strive harder next time. There is no more opportunity. With a forceful shake, Master released her hand, leaving Stardream staring blankly at the man's retreating figure. Fear and helplessness engulfed her like an abyss, devouring her in an instant. Master, do not leave you. You promised you would not abandon me. She reached out, but her fingers grasped only empty air. Stumbling forward, she attempted to chase after him. Yet no matter how fervently she pursued, an invisible wall always stood between her and the man. Her feet throbbed painfully, each step akin to treading upon a blade. Gradually, her strength waned, and she collapsed to the ground. Through tear-blurred vision, the man ultimately faded from sight. Master! Master! Stardream awoke, the soft white light dispelling the chilling darkness. Above her was an unfamiliar ceiling, and the scent of maintenance fluid permeated the air. Such fluids were typically found only in the maintenance and treatment centers for mechanical beings. Yet, a profound sorrow lingered in her heart. Stardream stared vacantly at the ceiling. Her mind clouded, until the sound of Su Chen's voice broke through her haze. Stardream? Only then did a flicker of focus return to her hollow gaze, akin to a spark igniting from the ashes of a burnt-out fire. Turning her head, she saw Su Chen leaning beside her bed, his hair disheveled like a bird's nest, appearing as though he had just awakened. His hand was firmly grasping her right hand, seemingly for quite some time. The icy chill within her body receded like a tide, warmth radiating from their clasped hands, restoring sensation to her once numb limbs. Su Chen had stayed up late the previous night, and had only awakened upon hearing Star Dream's voice. Star Dream, you have finally woken up. He looked at the girl whose face was devoid of color, his heart twisting in pain as he tightened his grip on her hand. How do you feel? Is there anywhere that still troubles you? Star Dream blinked, her gaze falling upon Su-chan's somewhat haggard face, the bloodshot veins at the corners of his eyes. She gently lifted her other hand, finally touching his cheek. In that moment, the boundaries between nightmare and reality blurred. A reassuring smile blossomed on Star Dream's face. Master, have you been by my side all along? Her voice was soft, a fragile whisper tinged with hoarseness. Yes. Su-chan allowed her hand to explore the stubble on his face, nodding. The doctor said you were given a special medication, but when you awaken, you might feel disoriented and frightened, so I stayed with you. That's good. Star Dream moved her lips. Tears, remnants of her nightmares, slipped down her cheeks, fluttering from her lashes. It was merely a dream after all. Indeed, dreams often reflect the opposite of reality. Why are you crying again? Did you have a nightmare? Su-chan fumbled to wipe away the tears from Xingmeng's face with a wet tissue. She had not experienced a nightmare. Xingmeng averted her gaze slightly, pouting as she murmured, I dreamt that Masta wanted to sign a spiritual contract with me, but I know it was just a dream. How could Masta casually sign a spiritual contract with a mech girl? Sign. Su-chan immediately replied, let us sign it now. Sign my foot. Queen entered the room, her eyes sweeping over Xingmeng's bare feet. Noticing that the wound had nearly healed, she subtly relaxed her tense shoulders and then shot a sidelong glance at Su-chan. Xingmeng has just awakened. Her body is still quite weak, and you want to sign a spiritual contract? What? Are you afraid she might run away? Why not just tie her to yourself instead? Su-chan chuckled awkwardly, too intimidated to speak. After all, Queen was his creditor, and he was genuinely unaware of the process involved in signing a spiritual contract. It's fine, Queen. Xingmeng attempted to defend Su-chan, propping herself up, but was promptly pressed back down by Queen. A mech's core intelligence can only be extracted once in a lifetime. It's a tremendous drain on one's spirit. You should focus on healing first. It won't take long. She lightly tapped Xingmeng's forehead and added, both mech girls and pilots are impulsive. No wonder you two make a perfect pair. With that, she produced a league daily and placed it on the bedspread in front of Su-chan. Here, the results of the city championship have been released. Let them be released, Su-chan replied, moving the newspaper aside with a smile. I don't care much for the results. As long as Xingmeng is all right, that's all that matters. Queen clicked her tongue. Your indifference doesn't mean your mech girl shares the same sentiment. Instinctively, Su-chan glanced at Xingmeng, who was staring intently at the newspaper, lost in thought. Despite suffering a flat tire near the finish line, Xingmeng's speed had dramatically decreased over the final stretch, undoubtedly affecting her performance. The organizers would not grant her extra points simply because she experienced a flat tire. That would be unfair to the other competitors. Thus, he held no expectations for the results of the city championship and felt no regrets. Both he and Xingmeng had given their all. They had burned with fervor. Moreover, the silence from the nebula in his mind indicated that they had indeed not secured a spot in the top 3. However, seeing that Xingmeng seemed to care deeply about the results, Su-chan decided to open the league daily dated yesterday. The first thing that caught his eye was a headline that occupied half the page. A shocking upset at the Binzhou City Championship. The champion is. Below, it was a photo of the podium. Yu Ming, chasing Shadow, and Su Che stood on the second and third places, while the champion's spot remained unoccupied. What does this mean? Su-chan was taken aback. Could it be that this competition had no champion? He continued to read. Hello everyone. I am the host of the City Championship, Turkey Brother. This competition employed a brand new set of rules and a new track, making it one of the most challenging City Championship tracks we have encountered in years. In this fiercely competitive race, newcomers withdrew early. Seasoned competitors were forced to leave before reaching the finish line, and even professional drivers were not immune to mistakes. Yet, amidst such tumultuous battles, a remarkable pair of competitors emerged, claiming victory as newcomers. This driver seemed to possess an abundance of racing experience, showcasing skills that rivaled those of professional racers. His mech, bold and undaunted, epitomized the spirit of competition and the honor of the racetrack, persevering even with 2 rear tires blown, grinding to the finish on mere rims. Indeed, the audience present and those who witnessed the live broadcast already know the answer. The champions of this urban championship are driver Su-chan and his mech, Xingmeng. Although they could not receive the champion's trophy due to their injuries, this matters little. For trophies may gather dust, and racetracks may be renewed. But only the wheels that traverse thorns in the pursuit of dreams leave an indelible mark through time. Finally, let us once again extend our heartfelt congratulations to Su Chun and Xingmeng for their triumph in this urban championship. A soft plop sounded as a tear fell onto the newspaper. Su Chun looked up to find Xingmeng had, unbeknownst to him, come to his side. Her cerulean eyes brimmed with tears, large and glistening. "Master." Her voice trembled, laden with disbelief, as if she were cautiously reaching out to touch an unattainable dream. "Is this real? Are we champions?" Before Su Chun could respond, Queen preemptively answered the question. With a snap of her fingers, Jessica entered, breathless, cradling the heavy champion's trophy. With a thud, she placed it on the table. "Congratulations, Mr. Su Chun and Miss Xingmeng," Queen beamed, her eyes narrowing in a smile. "You are the champions." Chapter 51. The little pill securing the championship was indeed a delightful surprise, worthy of celebration. However, one thing puzzled Su Chun. Why had he and Xingmeng emerged as champions? With Yu Ming and Su Che performing so poorly, how could they have let the title slip through their fingers? Had both Chasing Shadow and Wind Crane also suffered tire blowouts? Turning to the other side of the newspaper, he quickly discovered the reason. Professional racer Yu Ming from K-City stated, "The track design is utterly absurd, showing no regard for the participants. I shall never return to Binzhou City for any competition." The detailed report explained that after leaving the gravel segment, Yu Ming and Chasing Shadow had to reduce their speed to around 170 km per hour to avoid tire blowouts. Ultimately, their average speed was recorded at 208 km per hour with a race duration of 72 minutes and 7 seconds, narrowly trailing behind Su Chun and Xingmeng, who achieved an average speed of 209 km per hour and completed the race in 71 minutes and 58 seconds. Upon reading Yu Ming and Chasing Shadow's report, Su Chun felt a wave of shame wash over him. After all, Yu Ming had managed to protect Chasing Shadow, while he had failed to safeguard Xingmeng. He awkwardly glanced at Xingmeng, who was perusing the newspaper beside him, but the girl merely flicked her cat ears and smiled sweetly at him. Not having seen the report would have left him oblivious, but after reading it, Su Chun found the situation quite reasonable. Xingmeng's speed was 63, while Chasing Shadow's was 62. The disparity lay in their acceleration. Chasing Shadow boasted an explosive speed of 66, whereas Xingmeng's was a mere 39. However, the Urban Championship featured few curves, which hindered Chasing Shadow's explosive capabilities during cornering, compounded by the necessity of tire conservation. Had they raced on a track with more bends, it was quite possible that he and Xingmeng would not have outperformed Yu Ming and Chasing Shadow. As for the professional racers Su Che and Wind Crane from the Star Crown T3 team, their misfortunes were regrettable. Star Crown Club's T3 ace, Su Che stated, "A tire mix-up led to the error, possibly orchestrated by capital interests. An investigation is underway." Su Che and Wind Crane encountered difficulties while navigating the final jump and sharp right turn. Nevertheless, as seasoned professionals, their ability to handle danger surpassed that of ordinary racers. Unlike Wang Tingting and Jin Shan, who had crashed and were rendered unable to continue, despite colliding with the guardrail, the resilient Wind Crane did not lose the ability to resume the race. However, the time lost due to their errors ultimately cost them the championship. In the end, Su Che and Wind Crane recorded an average speed of 205 km per hour, completing the race in 73 minutes and 11 seconds. Su Chun had yet to witness Wind Crane's machine girl attributes. However, observing Wind Crane's muscular characteristics during her performance suggested she was indeed quite robust. Though there was a fair share of drama, he felt that his and Xingmeng's victory was well-deserved. Su Chun set the newspaper down and sighed, a mixture of emotions swirling within him. Yet, he knew that such fortune would not be so readily available in the future. He must not build success upon the misfortunes of others. Meanwhile, Xingmeng was entirely oblivious to Su Chun's musings as she cradled the magnificent gilded trophy, her delicate face rubbing against its surface, occasionally planting a kiss upon it. For her, this trophy represented more than mere validation. It was a cherished memento of their first victory together. The trophy bore their names engraved beneath, shimmering brighter than the sun above. Next time we shall discuss matters of the future. For now, let us focus on the rewards of the Urban Championship. Queen cast a sidelong glance at Jessica, who sighed before dragging in 2 leather suitcases. One suitcase was opened to reveal neatly organized stacks of cash, while the other contained 3 radiant, Primary star essence crystals alongside a capsule-like potion. 100,000. Queen crossed her arms and pursed her lips, remarking, "To be honest, the prize for winning an official competition is rather meager, yet the other items are quite appealing. The 3 primary star essences are just sufficient for Star Dream's ascension from level C to B. As for this capsule," she picked up the small red pill from the suitcase. "This is a training memory capsule crafted by Star God technology, capable of imparting the training memories of a top-tier mech to enhance a specific ability of the mech. This particular capsule is designed to boost explosive power." Su Chen stared at the small pill, bewildered. "Experience pill? What is this experience pill?" Queen rolled her eyes, explaining that while this item was indeed potent, it should not be consumed excessively, no more than 1 per month. Since the capsule contains the training memories of other mechs, it could adversely affect the user if taken in excess, leading to memory confusion. A month-long interval for consumption is deemed safe, allowing ample time to assimilate the memories without significant mental strain. Su Chen understood. As a poor student in his youth, he often fantasized about borrowing the intellect of a top scholar. This small pill was akin to such a concept, offering enlightenment in an alternate manner. "There won't be any side effects, will there?" he inquired, taking the capsule in his hand, observing the swirling, shimmering photons resembling a DNA helix within. "As long as it is taken in the proper dosage, there are no side effects," Queen affirmed. "This item is quite expensive and can only be obtained through official competitions or select auctions. Rest assured in its use. Otherwise, the training duration required for a mech to enhance its performance would be excessively prolonged." "So you have taken it as well?" Su Chen glanced at Queen. "Of course." Queen's brow furrowed as she suddenly tilted her head. When was the last time I consumed this training pill?" Su Chen scrutinized her expression, narrowing his eyes. Queen had previously mentioned that her memory seemed to have encountered some issues. Could this be related to the training memory capsule? Typically, it is quite challenging for drivers and mechs to acquire such capsules. Yet, for a powerful entity like the Night Voice Group, is it truly that difficult? Assuming that a monthly dosage is safe, would they ensure Queen receives it in such a manner? Regardless, he had no intention of allowing Star Dream to consume this capsule. He would rather sell it at an auction, using the proceeds to procure enhancement materials for Star Dream. Unfamiliar substances could not be trusted. For the safety of Star Dream, he would only rely on his modifications. "All right, Queen, let's not dwell on this any longer," he interrupted her reverie, concerned about triggering any adverse effects on her mind. "Now, I stand as the champion of the tournament, and as a skilled modifier, I possess a certain degree of influence. I am willing to explore the matter we previously discussed." Upon hearing this, Queen's eyes sparkled with interest. She ceased to dwell on the topic of training pills and gazed intently at Su Chen. Reflecting on their first encounter, she had merely been intrigued by Su Chen's dual identity as both a modifier and a driver, a rarity in her circle. This curiosity had prompted her to visit Su Chen's modification shop. Following that visit, she developed a profound feeling for Su Chen, much like a ship lost in the fog discovering a lighthouse. It was a sense of camaraderie. She had sought advice from many other modifiers, both obscure and renowned, yet they all deemed the modification plan of the Knight's Voice to be nothing short of perfection, expressing admiration and envy for her modifications. Only Su Chen had voiced skepticism. She vividly recalls the expression on Su Chen's face upon reviewing the Knight's Voice modification plan. A moment of surprise, followed by a furrowed brow for an extended period. And when the frown eased, a disdainful cold smile emerged. Su Chen was indifferent to the magnificence of those modifications or the costs involved. His sole concern was her comfort, her freedom, and her preferences. Thus, Queen had consistently kept an eye on Su Chen and Xingmeng's activities. When they found themselves homeless, she promptly appeared before them like an NPC. Now, she awaited Su Chen's confrontation with the Knight's Voice modification team with anticipation, yet at this moment, she hesitated, anxious about Su Chen's decision. "Are you prepared?" Those individuals are widely recognized masters within the circle. Masters? Su Chen was at a loss for words, even feeling a hint of amusement. He was the premier racing modifier of Huaxia, yet in this world, he was nothing. However, if he could transform Queen into her current form, what could those masters possibly be worth? In the realm of modification, there exists but one truth: skills are paramount. No preparation is necessary. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "I am ready to begin at any moment." Chapter 52, The Notion of Fairness, Combined. Headquarters of Northern Wolves, T2 Team Activity Area Office. "Boss, have you finished watching the footage? What do you think? Li Yini raised her head, her eyes still reflecting astonishment. Incredible. She gave a thumbs up. Are you certain that Su Chun and Xingmeng are newcomers? They are truly remarkable. Both their technical skills and personal qualities are exceptional, especially that mech girl named Xingmeng. Wow. The image of the mech girl racing down the track with wheels in tow resurfaced in her mind, sending shivers down her spine. This kid is treating the city championship like a world-class competition. Indeed, Yu Ming replied as he sat across from Li Yini, letting out a sigh. When the competition results came out, both Zhu Ying and I were unconvinced, but after watching the footage, we were thoroughly impressed. You know how Zhu Ying is. It's quite rare for her to remain silent about a competitor. She used to appear unimpressed, even in front of T1 ace Dongzi. Su Chun and Xingmeng truly possess great potential. I will bring this to the manager's attention. Perhaps they could become the final piece of our team puzzle? A flicker of hope ignited within Li Yini. The Northern Wolves T2 desperately needed to achieve results in provincial competitions, be it in team or individual events. Should they continue to be overwhelmingly crushed by T1, they might face a ruling from the Northern Wolves Club's arbitration committee. Generally, two outcomes await. Either they would be disbanded, with some eliminated and others sent to T1 as mainstays or substitutes, or they would be entirely dissolved, seeking new paths. As the captain, Li Yini dreamed fervently of T2 persevering, striving for greater heights, allowing each team member to have a promising future. Yet, the harsh reality was that in recent years, T2 had been on a downward spiral. Individual and team points were just shy of what was necessary, failing to even touch the threshold for provincial competitions, with the gap to T1 widening. To participate in the provincial competition, the Kanamu Lake Rally, there was a strict rule. Each team member's personal competition points must reach 12, and the team competition points must total 64. The city championship awarded merely 1 point. The City King competition granted 2 points. The provincial qualifiers consisted of 5 events, with the top 3 in each earning 3, 2, and 1 points respectively. Both individual and team must meet the requirements. Neither can be lacking. Now, T2 was missing a team member. Without filling this gap, achieving the necessary team points was nothing short of a pipe dream. This time, Yu Ming brought Zhu Ying to participate in the Binzhou City Championship, not only to gain the blessing of the star gods, but also for that crucial point. He had thoroughly prepared, with only one opponent to keep an eye on, Su Che. What should have been a sure victory turned unexpectedly as Su Chun and Xingmeng, the dark horses, boldly and stunningly claimed the championship. Was it disheartening? Indeed, it was immensely so. Yet, the thought that Su Chun could potentially become his friend eased the frustration in Yu Ming's heart, replaced by a profound sense of anticipation. All right, boss, I'll be waiting for your good news. Make sure to have a good talk with the manager. Yu Ming rose to his feet, a smile blossoming on his face at the thought of the potential revitalization T2 could bring. Well then, Zhu Ying and I will head to training. Other cities will soon hold their city championships, and we will swiftly secure this year's points. All right, off you go. As he watched the door gently close, Li Yini took a deep breath. Li Pingzhi had voluntarily withdrawn from the team to serve as a substitute at T1. Reflecting on it now, perhaps it was indeed a stroke of fortune in disguise. At the very least, a position had opened up. The prowess and temperament exhibited by Su Chun and Xingmeng far surpassed that of Li Pingzhi. The fresh blood and fighting spirit brought by the newcomers might truly invigorate the lethargic Wolf T2. Recruiting new team members required a report, and Li Yini had already formulated her wording. The merits of Su Chun and Xingmeng were abundantly clear, making the report exceedingly easy to compose. However, just as her fingers hovered over the send key, a knock sounded at the door once more. The club manager, Zhang Baochuan, entered with an overly enthusiastic smile plastered across his face. Manager, I was just looking for you. Your arrival is quite timely. Li Yini prepared to show the manager the footage, but upon raising her gaze, she noticed another figure behind the manager, a young man with strikingly bright yellow hair, hands shoved into his pockets, wearing an expression of impatience. Captain Li, I have great news, splendid news. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Baochuan pushed the young man forward, positioning him directly in front of Li Yini's desk. Our Northern Wolf T2 is in need of a player, and here is my nephew. He has secured top 3 positions in several underground competitions. He is a definite potential star. What? Li Yini's eyes darted between the young man's hostile visage and the manager's smiling face. After a moment of stunned silence, realization dawned upon her. This young man was the manager's unsolicited recruit for the reserve team. What do you mean? The young man retorted with a brazen arrogance. It is a privilege for you northern wolves to have me on board. Do not overestimate yourselves. Hurry up and process my paperwork. Su-che, you have greatly disappointed me. The atmosphere in the Star Crown Club office was stifling. Su-che sat across from the desk, under the scrutinizing gaze of a man. His head bowed as he nervously twisted his fingers. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to stammer, "I'm sorry, brother, I made a mistake. It was my fault, not your fault. Can it possibly be mine?" Su-che's brother, the ace of Star Crown T1 and also the owner of the Star Crown Club, Su-lin, slammed his hand on the table with a resounding thud. The sound reverberated through the office, causing Feng-He outside to fidget anxiously like an ant on a hot stove, helplessly peering through the blinds at Su-che being reprimanded. "Do you understand, my dear brother? To ensure your success and to create a favorable environment for you, I took the initiative to alter the course under pressure. The 50-kilometer gravel road is nothing for you and Feng-He, two high-stability machine girls. Yet you both managed to ruin everything." Su-che's eyes widened in shock, first filled with confusion, then ignited by a surge of furious emotion. "Why are you doing this?" he roared, his neck taut with indignation. "You are undermining the integrity of the competition." "Integrity?" Su-lin scoffed, completely unfazed by Su-che's fury. He leisurely extracted a cigarette, ignited it, and whimsically exhaled a smoke ring, allowing it to drift languorously in the stagnant air. "You possess a mech that others can only dream of. Is that fair? You were born with the finest training resources. Is that fair? Absurd. Navi, when you find yourself in my position, you will realize that the concept of fair competition is merely a farce." Such sophistry. Su-che's voice turned icy. "Different beginnings are fate, but at the very least, the stage for competition should be pristine. Your actions are stifling the competition in Binzhou." He fixed a penetrating gaze on Su-lin. "It was you who had the tires of Feng-He replaced, wasn't it?" "Indeed." Su-lin nodded, flicking off the ash from his cigarette. "If you hadn't changed that tire, I would not have faltered." Su-che clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "Even without that 50 kilometers of gravel road, I would still be a match for that Xingmeng." "Su-che." Su-lin's voice suddenly escalated. "For safety's sake, I replaced them with more durable tires. Yet, I never anticipated that you would be so inept as to be unable to handle even a slight increase in weight." He shrugged, his face radiating disdain and mockery. "It's quite simple for me. Ultimately, your skills are lacking. A waste is a waste, like mud that cannot adhere to a wall. You think you can surpass me? You, such a failure, aspire to be the captain of T3? Su-che, oh Su-che." Su-lin elongated the syllables, forcefully extinguishing the burnt-out cigarette in the ashtray, producing a sharp, piercing sound, as if snuffing out Su-che's last flicker of hope. "But who could blame you for being my brother?" He shifted his tone to a chilling coldness. "From now on, I shall no longer intervene in your affairs. However, if you continue to fail to achieve the performance expected of a top-tier ace, as your brother, I can only resort to some extreme measures, such as replacing you with a superior mech, more befitting the Xingguan team. Now," Su-lin gestured toward the door, "get out." With his head bowed, Su-che exited the office. As he caught sight of Feng-He approaching, a bitter smile crept across his face. Where were the prodigious talents that attracted the attention of the masses? In Su-lin's presence, he was merely a puppet, easily manipulated and oppressed at any moment. Ever since childhood, he had lived perpetually in the shadow of his brother's resplendent honors. He had desperately sought to prove himself, only to be met with relentless ridicule and denial time and again. It was the companionship of Feng-He that gradually pulled him from that shadow, reigniting his fighting spirit. But now, Su-lin actually entertained the notion of replacing Feng-He. He could not bear it. Gazing at Feng-He's face, etched with concern and worry, Su-che tightened his fists. He could not fathom how utterly shattered he would be if, next time, he failed to meet expectations and Su-lin replaced Feng-He. "Master." Feng-He said nothing. She simply embraced Su-che, her warm and sturdy chest enveloping him. She understood that Su-che found solace in this gesture. Each time she did so, it calmed him. I wish to savor your tomato and egg stir-fry. All right, I shall prepare it for you at home." Feng-He's voice was as gentle as a feather, yet, once we have finished, no more sorrow shall linger, all right? She tenderly caressed Su-che's back, reminiscent of the countless times he had buried his face in her embrace, weeping. "Okay," Su-che responded in a muffled tone, his arms tightly encircling Feng-He's waist. Burying his face deeper into the comforting warmth, his taut nerves gradually easing. He would not cry anymore. He was no longer that little boy who hid away, shedding tears after being reprimanded. The outcome between him and Su Lin was singular. Either he would be utterly crushed, or break free from this cocoon, tearing through the shadows. Queen had already arranged for the modification team. However, that was a matter for 3 days hence. In the meantime, Su Chun had numerous tasks to accomplish. For instance, selling the memory training capsules, acquiring modification materials for the upgrade of Star Dream, and additionally, Star Dream could still receive a blessing from the Star God once more. As soon as Star Dream was ready, he would take her there immediately. At that moment, he lay beside Star Dream on the hospital bed, eyes closed in restful contemplation. The profound nebula in his mind began to rotate slowly once again. A new star quietly emerged, radiating a soft glow. His consciousness descended into it, and in an instant, a torrent of information surged forth, ultimately coalescing into a line of twinkling starlit words. Unlock Talent 3, Heart of the Divine. To those preparing for the college entrance examination, best of luck. You can do it. Chapter 53, The Heart of the Divine. The Hand of the Divine, the Eye of the Divine, the Heart of the Divine. Su Chen felt on the verge of becoming a deity. Yet, has he not considered acquiring a divine lance or a divine tongue? If all else fails, a divine kidney would suffice. So what purpose does the Heart of the Divine serve? Su Chen placed his hand over the location of his heart, distinctly sensing its transformation. It was as if his corporeal form had morphed into a magnificent V8 engine. Buzz. A subtle ringing in his ears ensued. His vision blurred and swayed momentarily. Deep within his mind, a tranquil nebula suddenly expanded, erupting into a breathtaking celestial map. The map continued to spread, billions of stars twinkling and converging, sketching out one dazzling constellation after another. When Su Chen's curiosity led his thoughts to touch one of the constellations, Launch Control, 1 Launch Acceleration Expert Level 1 Level 5. Enhances initial acceleration by 4 per level, maxing out at 20. 2 Clutch Control Level 1 Level 3. Reduces tire slippage at launch. 3 Launch Preload Level 1 Level 3. Optimizes suspension preload response. 4 Torque Distribution Level 1 Level 3. Improves directional stability during launch. 5 Perfect Launch Max, not activated. The Art of Launch Control, the realm of unity between man and machine. Requires Launch Acceleration Expert to reach Level 5, along with Clutch Control, Launch Preload, and Torque Distribution, all at Level 3. Su Chun was left astounded. What on earth? A skill tree? He redirected his attention to other nebulae. As he had anticipated, they were all skill trees. Cornering Control, 1 Traction Braking Level 1 Level 3. Enhances deceleration efficiency while entering corners. 2 Apex Control Level 1 Level 3. Increases minimum speed through corners. 3 Drift Control Level 1 Level 3. Reduces speed loss during drifting. 4 Shoulder Utilization Level 1 Level 3. Provides greater stability when using the shoulder. 5 Cornering Control Max. Not activated. The Master of Cornering, the realm of unity between man and machine. Requires traction braking, apex control, drift control, and shoulder utilization to all reach Level 3. Drifting Techniques, 1 Handbrake Drift, Master. 2 Power Transition Drift, Veteran. 3 Brake Drift, Master. 4 Clutch Kick Drift, Veteran. 5 Scandinavian Drift, Veteran. Special Techniques, 1 Wall Ride Overtake, Novice. 2 Blade Overtake, Veteran. 3 Drainage Cornering, Novice. 4 Death Kiss, Novice. 5 Side Double Wheel Driving, Novice. Mech Pilot System, Mech Combat System. All 6 constellations were entirely composed of skill trees. The first 4 constellations encompassed nearly all technical maneuvers in racing, including both practical and purely theoretical techniques. For instance, wall ride overtaking, something he had only witnessed in films. In reality, he had yet to see anyone accomplish it. However, what are these last 2? Does this world truly harbor mechs? Su Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. He suddenly recalled that during his previous visit to the star god Hui Le Shopping, a logistics android had mentioned that this world had once been invaded by extraterrestrial beings. At that time, human pilots operated mechs formed by these androids to combat the invaders. Among them were the 4-star gods, who still drift through the cosmos in pursuit of alien life forms. Thus, mechs do exist in this world. However, it seems he may never need one. This golden finger truly is becoming increasingly formidable. Su Chun shook his head in resignation. Now that the skill tree was established, where were the skill points? As this thought crossed his mind, the center of the nebula surged once more. Amidst the 6 constellations, a crimson star, blazing like fire, emerged. The star pulsated rhythmically, and within its core, a distorted numeral 2 gradually came into focus. 2 skill points? Suchin pondered. Skill point acquisition. 1. Championship positions in formal competitions yield 1 to 9 skill points, depending on the scale and difficulty of the event. He has already secured 1 skill point from winning the city championship, which cannot be obtained again. 2. Upgrading an android costs 1 skill point per level. Information regarding the sources of skill points surfaced in Su Chun's mind. He connected the skill points gained from upgrading Star Dream and winning the city championship. Enhancing control abilities from level 1 to level 2 required only a single skill point, while special techniques such as wall riding and overtaking demanded a full 3 points to progress from novice to expert. However, in the long run, with numerous competitions ahead and the necessity for Star Dream to level up significantly, coupled with the android status threshold that prevents it from participating in events repeatedly in a short span, he would inevitably need alternative androids as backups. Thus, the skill points acquired from competitions and android enhancements would ultimately be abundant. After all, he wasn't planning on piloting a mech. Suchin contemplated for a moment, tentatively allocating 1 skill point to the initial control skill, specifically the ejection start specialist. He was curious as to how this golden finger would impart further knowledge to him. Would it be akin to an epiphany, flooding his mind with memories, or would it directly transform his body? Suddenly, the ejection start specialist advanced from level 1 to level 2. Buzz. Suchin was abruptly engulfed in darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside a cockpit, not of an android, but rather a standard 2-seater rally car reminiscent of his past life. He was seated in the driver's seat. The cold touch of the steering wheel blurred the line between reality and illusion. Had he traversed back to Earth? How could he return simply by allocating a skill point? No. Suchin wailed in despair. He couldn't bear to part with Star Dream. Earth lacked the soft, fragrant catgirls. Without the gentle warmth of a catgirl to snuggle with, he felt he would perish. Immediately, he sought to exit the car and lie down on the highway. But a hand firmly grasped the door. Turning his head, he was taken aback. What the hell, old Su? The person seated in the passenger seat was someone he recognized, a veritable king in the Earth racing scene. They had even engaged in team-building exercises together, and he had attended the funeral after this individual had suffered a tragic accident. So, he and team merely returned to Earth. He had instead arrived in paradise? Today, your objective is to master the art of launching with a catapult. Should you fail to grasp it, you shall remain in the cockpit until your last breath. Lao Su's tone was not that of a long-lost friend reuniting, but rather that of a stern instructor reprimanding a student. Furthermore, it appeared that Lao Su did not recognize him. Lao Su, it is I. I was the chief modification engineer for your team. Suchin exclaimed in urgency. For over a decade, I have been the one who modified your vehicles. Have you forgotten? Yet, as he reached out, his hand passed right through Lao Su. Stunned, he gazed at his own hand, feeling as though his fervor had been doused with a bucket of cold water. It was not a reunion after all. Reluctantly, he extended his hand once more, attempting to grasp the hand of Lao Su that was pulling on the car door, but once again, his hand merely passed through. Beside him, Lao Su remained expressionless, his gaze fixed like a hawk on the still racetrack ahead. There was no sound of wind, no roar of engines. Sunlight was suspended upon the leaves, and falling leaves hovered in midair. Suchin inhaled deeply, and comprehension dawned upon him. The heart of the divine was not merely a skill tree, but a space for learning as well. The so-called allocation of skill points was a mechanism allowing him to enter an independent space for study, transforming the inherently perilous learning process into a safe simulation. Simultaneously, within this realm, he would be graced with a coach, a manifestation of the most formidable driver recognized by his subconscious, namely Lao Su, the once ace driver of the premier club in Huaxia. With the assistance of the heart of the divine, he would acquire the lifetime knowledge of this illustrious racer. Chapter 54. You can push me too. The engine's RPM dropped. What are you doing? Can't you control it? Honestly, at this leisurely pace, you might as well drive a tractor. What are you afraid of? Just go for it. It won't kill you, will it? After an hour of training and half an hour of criticism, Suchin felt utterly exhausted. He had thought his skills in launching from a standstill were quite commendable, as the standards set by the divine heart began at an expert level. Yet, in front of old Su, his maneuvers were utterly dismal, nothing but a failure. Any dissatisfaction would cause the vehicle to revert to its starting position, endlessly repeating until one of his actions earned old Su's approval. Su-chan had lost track of how long he had been in this space, nor could he recall how many times he had attempted the launch from a standstill. His mind was in a daze. This time, however, he managed to complete all the necessary actions for the launch. Old Su finally nodded in approval. Compared to your previous attempts, your current launch can increase the car's speed by at least 4. Do not underestimate this 4 in any race. Even the slightest advantage can determine your final ranking. All right, class dismissed. Goodbye. As the words echoed, Su-chan regained his senses, only to find old Su had vanished. The cockpit had disappeared, and the nebula was gone. He found himself back at Xingmeng's bedside, staring blankly at the ceiling. The clock on the wall indicated that only a minute or two had passed. Xingmeng was consuming a nutritious drink made from bitter melon with her left hand while munching on a special supply of nutrient chips with her right. The television across from her showing footage of a racing event. The host was excitedly narrating. Contestant number 12's launch from a standstill is remarkably proficient. It seems he and his machine girl have put in considerable effort since their last defeat. Racing is like this. Talent and hard work are both indispensable. Launch from a standstill. Darkness clouded Su-chan's vision as a wave of intense discomfort surged from his stomach. He flipped over and dashed to the restroom. Ugh, Master? Xingmeng looked towards the bathroom with confusion, her cat ears twitching slightly, her mouth agape. I'm fine. Su-chan emerged from the restroom after splashing water on his face, helplessly adding, just felt a bit nauseous all of a sudden. Are you really okay? Xingmeng patted the edge of the bed, saying, if your stomach is upset, you can lie down here. I can help you massage it. I'd rather not. Su-chan glanced at the time. It was time to go. This machine girl treatment center did not belong to the Voice of the Night, but was the largest treatment center in Binzhou. However, the therapeutic machine girls here were quite busy, and tasks such as administering medication and changing dressings required him, as a family member, to assist Xingmeng. The therapeutic machine girl had demonstrated the procedure yesterday, and today it was his turn as the driver to take charge. Su-chan's gaze instinctively fell on Xingmeng. She sat cross-legged on the hospital bed, her loose patient pants rolled up slightly due to her position, revealing her delicate ankles. On the pale side of her skin, large, glaring purple-black fissures abruptly caught his gaze. Surrounding these cracks was evident redness and swelling, some even extending to her knees. Though not as severe as the day before, they appeared particularly pitiable against her smooth complexion. Su-chan's heart felt as though it had been gently twisted by some unseen force. He approached the bed with a medicine box in hand, his voice unconsciously softening. Today, I shall apply the medication for you. Xingmeng was momentarily taken aback. Following Su-chan's gaze down to notice the exposed fissures, she instinctively curled her toes, the pain from the cracks having subsided since yesterday. Actually, I could manage on my own. There's no need to trouble you, Master. A hint of embarrassment crept upon her, causing her cat ears to droop slightly. That is out of the question, Su-chan replied with a stern expression. This is a task entrusted to me by the nurse as your guardian. How could I allow you to handle it alone? Come sit by the bed and let your feet dangle. Perhaps it was the undeniable authority in Su-chan's tone. Or perhaps the term guardian stirred something within Xingmeng. In any case, she obediently settled at the edge of the bed, her perfectly proportioned calves hanging down. However, due to the height of the hospital bed, her toes hovered slightly above the ground, not quite touching it. Su-chan knelt on the cold floor beside the bed, a position that allowed him to clearly see the side of Xingmeng's ankle. Recalling the instructions for treating the mechanized girl, he extended a finger, gently brushing the edge of the fissures, feeling an unusual warmth against his fingertip. Does it hurt? He asked, looking up at Xingmeng with a furrowed brow. Xingmeng shivered slightly from the cool touch of his fingertip, her toes curling tighter. With Master so close, his concerned expression made her cheeks flush. She averted her gaze slightly, murmuring, It's not too bad. Su-chan remained silent, swiftly retrieving a specially formulated ointment from the medicine box. He had no knowledge of its composition, but the luminescent liquid in the vial suggested it might contain highly radioactive heavy metals. Nevertheless, since it was intended for treating mechanized girls, and he was permitted to apply it himself, its safety was undoubtedly assured. It may be a bit cool, he softly cautioned. He then dipped a cotton swab into the ointment, gently cradling Xingmeng's heel in his palm. Shall I lift it slightly? Oh meow, Xingmeng held her breath, her body tensing imperceptibly as she raised her injured ankle, resting it delicately in Su Chen's warm hand. As the cotton swab, laden with ointment, made contact with her sensitive skin, a wave of intense sensation caused her to gasp sharply. Her body instinctively recoiled. Yet her ankle remained securely and gently supported by Su Chen. Still say it doesn't hurt? Su Chen's movements became even more cautious. The cotton swab merely brushing against the fissures. Looking down, Xingmeng could only see the dark crown of Su Chen's hair and his focused profile. His warm breath brushed over her ankle like a gentle whisper, igniting a spark that rapidly spread across her skin. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest, and all the warmth in her body seemed to surge towards the foot that Su Chen was cradling. Xingmeng found this sensation puzzling. Just yesterday, when the therapeutic mech girl had administered her treatment, she had felt nothing of the sort. Why then did the presence of Masta evoke such? She bit her lower lip, her fingers instinctively clutching the bed sheets, knuckles turning pale. A warm current, unlike anything she had ever experienced, coursed through her limbs, mingling embarrassment, anxiety, and an oddly comforting sensation. She wished to retreat, yet found herself inexplicably drawn to the gentle touch and the warmth emanating from Su Chen's palm. Stiffening her body, she felt the cool ointment gradually dissolve over her wound, seeping into her skin. The ward was enveloped in silence, save for the incessant chatter of the television host. Contestant 73, Ferrati, and his mech girl, Phantom, flawlessly navigated the hairpin turn. Such a seamless maneuver is a testament to their understanding of engine RPM and tire grip. The synergy between the driver and the mech girl is truly remarkable. What? The driver and the mech girl are actually in a romantic relationship? Haha, no wonder. This harmonious collaboration is indeed the cornerstone of victory. In reality, only the faint rustle of cotton swabs gliding across delicate skin could be heard. Yet, the air between the two seemed thick with unspoken tension. Masta. When shall we forge our soul contract? Once your foot heals, right? The soul contract must be sworn beneath the statue of the star god, yes? It would be inconvenient otherwise. Su Chen's heart was equally unsettled. His palm cradled Xingmeng's petite foot, the arch gently conforming to his hand. Through her smooth, delicate skin, he could feel her warm vitality. Were it not for the imperfections, it would be a flawless work of art. He could distinctly sense every subtle tremor of Xingmeng, each time her toes curled subtly in response to his touch. In his past life as the chief modifier, he was never devoid of female company. To him, as a Sigma man, women were mere diversions. His aspirations lay solely within his career. Yet, when faced with Xingmeng, an indescribable flutter stirred within him. For the first time, he desired to protect a girl. For the first time, he wished to offer her a blissful future. For the first time, he yearned to strive for a girl. Masta, there's a wheelchair. You can push me. Su Chen lifted his gaze, his eyes meeting Xingmeng's. Those beautiful, azure orbs were now glistening with moisture, shrouded in a veil of mist. Her cheeks blushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a sunset ablaze. I wish to forge a soul contract with you. Xingmeng quickly diverted her gaze. Her freshly treated feet retreating beneath the covers. She managed to squeeze out a barely audible whisper. Is that all right? Meow, very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen replied, I shall prepare the wheelchair at once. He hurriedly stowed away the ointment and cotton swabs, then proceeded to the adjacent storage room to retrieve the folded wheelchair. The soul contract involved 3 steps. First, they must register with the Mechanic Protection Association. Subsequently, they would swear their oath beneath the statue of the star god. Ultimately, it is the machine girl who extracts the core of her consciousness, and the pilot enters into a spiritual contract with her. To be honest, this process bears a striking resemblance to the act of marriage, doesn't it? Su Chen cast a fleeting glance at the girl on the hospital bed, her gaze tenderly fixed upon him, and an inexplicable sense of unease stirred within his heart. Chapter 55. Why don't you go and rob? The Machine Maintenance Association in Binzhou City was bustling with activity early in the morning. As Su Chen pushed Xingmeng to the entrance of the association, he noticed a large crowd gathered there, with the sounds of heated arguments faintly resonating in the air. The voices seemed oddly familiar. Drawing closer with Xingmeng, the tumultuous exchanges became increasingly discernible. Damn it, what are you pulling? If you wish to terminate the contract, then terminate it. Do you think I cannot find a better one? The machine girl I previously contracted, Xingmeng, was 1,000 times superior to you. She could win championships, while you are merely a performance waste. Ms. Wang Tingting, please remain calm. Insulting the machine girl will not enhance your compensation for mental distress. Compensation is compensation. I am not short of that little money. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. It turned out to be that foolish woman, Wang Tingting. In the center of the crowd, she was confronting Jin Sun, with a staff member from the association standing between them. However, compared to their previous encounters, Jin Sun appeared markedly haggard, her demeanor cold, and her eyes filled with fury and disdain. Since Ms. Wang is willing to terminate the contract, I will proceed to submit evidence. Jin Sun extended her hand to the nape of her neck, retrieving a gleaming object resembling a USB drive. Submitting evidence. Wang Tingting placed her hands on her hips, her face a mask of scorn. What evidence can you present? Have I deprived you of food or clothing? Did I not purchase the modification core and the holy mark for you? I have been exceedingly generous to you. How dare you wish to terminate our contract? Ungrateful wretch. These resources were indeed vital and precious to the machine girl. Jin Sun did not dispute this. A hint of sorrow glimmered in her gaze as she looked at Wang Tingting. But machine girls need respect and care even more. The modification cores and holy marks have been returned to you, and I will compensate you for the primary star essence at market value. Compensation at market value. Wang Tingting scoffed. Do you have the money? Jin Sun pressed her lips together. I will have it soon. She signaled to the staff to take the USB drive. The staff, familiar with such matters, promptly connected the USB to a laptop, linking it to the large screen at the entrance of the association. This was standard procedure for the Machine Maintenance Association, as many drivers and machine girls passed through here daily, serving as natural witnesses. Furthermore, displaying the evidence on the big screen served both a warning and educational purpose, urging drivers to cherish and respect their machine girls, while also instructing machine girls on how to properly assert their rights. Wang Tingting, sensing the gravity of the situation, realized that Jin Sun had secretly recorded the encounter. A hint of panic flickered within her, but upon recalling that she had not committed any egregious acts, she regained her composure. Nearby, Lin Haijun quietly inquired, "What is going on? Did Jin Sun activate the Driver S recorder on you? Have you done anything wrong to her?" "Brother Lin, do you think I am that kind of person?" Wang Tingting feigned a pitiful expression, her tone laced with grievance. "Are you not aware of how I have treated Jin Sun? I have poured resources into her. She is clearly the ungrateful one." Lin Haijun pondered for a moment and found her reasoning somewhat valid. Previously, Wang Tingting had terminated her contract with Xingmeng due to its inadequate performance. Yet it was merely a temporary agreement, lacking any true authority. In essence, it was a stopgap measure, easily dissolved without consequence. In stark contrast, Jin Sun was bound by a legitimate bond of partnership, a true companion, friend, collaborator, and family. Can one treat a bond of such significance the same way as a fleeting contract? Over the past days, Jin Sun had observed Wang Tingting's efforts. Albeit at the cost of his own physical discomfort, his back ached, he suffered from lingering effects of a concussion, and his vitality seemed somewhat diminished. Hence, he still held a measure of faith in her. Moreover, Wang Tingting had indeed allocated all her resources to Jin Sun, which should have endeared her to him. Why then? Did he secretly activate the driver behavior recorder? However, his thoughts quickly shifted. With a flurry of operations from the staff, footage soon appeared on the large screen. Damn it! Why can't I keep up? I have invested so many resources. The sound of Wang Tingting slamming the steering wheel resonated sharply even through the screen, accompanied by her harsh expletives. Useless. You can't even navigate such a simple corner. I didn't turn the wheel. Couldn't you assist with a correction? Accelerate. Accelerate. How can I bestow a sacred mark upon someone so inept? The video also captured Jin Sun's expression each time Wang Tingting struck the steering wheel. His face paled momentarily. For the mech girls, the cockpit is their most intimate space. Entrusting their most vulnerable parts to the driver signifies not only trust, but also facilitates the immediate activation of protective mechanisms during perilous moments to safeguard the driver's life. The steering wheel serves as a conduit to the mech girl's central nervous system, and the act of striking it is akin to wielding a hammer against one's head. Jin Sun gritted his teeth in pain, beads of sweat forming from the discomfort. Yet he remained silent, unwilling to be distracted on the track. According to the recorded footage, during a single race, Jin Sun endured 8 strikes to the steering wheel. After colliding with the guardrail, Wang Tingting became frantic in the cockpit, hitting and kicking, thrashing about with furious gesticulations. One after another, these scenes unfolded, and a palpable tension began to brew among the spectators. Wang Tingting sensed this rising anger and timidly withdrew her head, asking Lin Haijun, "Brother Lin, I only struck the steering wheel a few times, didn't I?" Lin Haijun's expression darkened, his fists clenched and released repeatedly. In a sudden motion, he delivered a sharp slap across Wang Tingting's face. "Damn it, you think it's just a few strikes? How many do you intend to deliver?" Stunned by Lin Haijun's slap, Wang Tingting took a moment to gather her thoughts before tremblingly uttering, "Lin Haijun, you actually hit me?" Lin Haijun stepped forward, delivering a swift kick. "Not only did I strike you, but I also kicked you." He pointed at Wang Tingting, who lay on the ground, and coldly declared, "I have always despised those who strike the steering wheels of mech girls. How did I not realize you were such a foolish creature?" Lin Haijun trembled with rage, his head beginning to throb once more. Beside him, Pafeng hurriedly assisted Lin Haijun to a quieter spot to rest. "Lin Haijun, are you even a man? How could you strike me?" Wang Tingting had completely lost her composure. Without regard for the vulgarity of her words, she blurted out, "If you cherish your mech so much, why not let her share your bed? Don't come at me with your nonsense. If you provoke me, what will you do next? Have you taken your medication?" The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos, the intent of which was uncertain, whether to jeer or to mock. Undeniably, while Jin Sun's plight was infuriating, the spectacle unfolding before them was undeniably more tantalizing. Pafeng lowered her head, crimson embarrassment creeping to her ears, her fingers clutching Lin Haijun's shirt as if she wished to vanish into the earth. Lin Haijun's countenance darkened, his gaze fixed menacingly on the frenzied Wang Tingting. "In my family, the rule is clear. One cannot engage romantically with their mech before establishing a spiritual contract. Otherwise, one faces the family's wrath. I refrained from forming a bond with Pafeng out of concern that I might hinder her. I believe I am unworthy of her, as I have yet to become an exemplary driver. Or do you think you have a role in this? Pafeng is my family. You are nothing more than a tool, a mere diversion for my amusement. Did you really believe that a pet name would elevate your status? Fortunately, you struck Jin Sun and not Pafeng. Otherwise, you would not be aware of the depths to which you could sink." After taking a painkiller, Lin Haijun felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Having uttered so many words, he could no longer summon the energy to engage with Wang Tingting. "Fend for yourself. You fool," he coldly remarked, turning away with Pafeng in tow. Wang Tingting sat there in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the situation. Was Lin Haijun not her devoted follower? He had never treated her this way before. Was it merely because she had struck Jin Sun's steering wheel? "Miss, you are suspected of intentional harm and humiliation towards a contracted mech. Given your bond with Jin Sun, this meets the criteria for intervention by the Mech Protection Association." A staff member's voice snapped Wang Tingting back to reality. She gazed at the staff member's serious yet disgusted expression, bewildered. "What do you mean? How do you intend to intervene? The evidence is indisputable. Firstly, Jin Sun may unilaterally dissolve the bond. Secondly, you are required to compensate Jin Sun for emotional distress and medical expenses." The staff member paused, producing a leather case. "Due to Jin Sun's recent upgrade under your care, she will first refund you the cost of the initial star essence. Here are 50,000 yuan, based on the market value of the initial star essence." Wang Tingting glanced at the case, then at Jin Sun, a cold smile curling her lips. "Fine, let us dissolve the contract. I'm not interested, just tell me how much I owe." The staff member frowned, calculating on a phone's calculator. After a moment, he looked up at Wang Tingting. "According to the regulations of the Mech Protection Association and our assessment of your misconduct, you are liable to pay Jin Sun 300,000 yuan. 300,000. Wang Tingting widened her eyes. "Why aren't you all going to seize it?" Chapter 56, Towards Their Own Light. For Wang Tingting, 300,000 is undoubtedly a considerable sum, especially given her estrangement from Lin Haijun. She never imagined that merely striking the steering wheel of the Jin Sun would result in such a hefty compensation. A seed of doubt crept into her mind, questioning whether the Insurance Association and Jin Sun had conspired against her. Yet, the remnants of her reason insisted that this was implausible. The Insurance Association operates independently in various cities as a protective organization for machine girls, and it is said that half of its founders are machine girls themselves, while the others are prominent figures in diverse fields. In plain terms, they are well established and have no need to target her specifically over Jin Sunday. With no power or influence, she could not contend with these organizations and was left with no choice but to swallow her grievances. "Fine, I'll pay." Wang Tingting gritted her teeth and produced a card, a gift from Lin Haijun. She was uncertain of its balance, but Lin Haijun assured her it was sufficient. Typically, she was reluctant to spend from this account. Unlike many girls who splurge on cosmetics and clothing, she preferred to invest in her future, saving this money for opportunities that would pave her way, such as gaining entry into better clubs. Thus, she was unsure of the exact amount, but she believed 30,000 would be more than adequate. At the very least, there was still a 5,000 compensation available, right? The staff took the card and swiped it on the reader. Beep. Insufficient balance. How could this be? Wang Tingting was taken aback, staring at the reader in disbelief. Try swiping 10,000. Beep. Insufficient balance. Not even 10,000? Then 1,000? Beep. Insufficient balance. Wang Tingting was dumbfounded. The staff shrugged and swiped 1 yuan. Beep. Miss Wang, your card has no funds. Do you have another payment method? The staff was becoming impatient. He pointed to a shop adjacent to the insurance association. If all else fails, you could apply for a loan over there. The interest is reasonable, but late payments will affect your credit, leading to service interruptions and revocation of your driver's license. You won't be able to leave Binzhou City. No, I cannot take out a loan. Wang Tingting panicked. A loan would mean disqualification. Lin Haijun must have transferred the money from her card. Lin Gu. She suddenly turned to search for Lin Haijun, but his figure was nowhere to be found. In a flurry, she took out her phone to call him, only to hear, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. How could it be unavailable? Wang Tingting's face turned ashen as the realization struck. Lin Haijun had blocked her. What would happen to her money? Where could she find 300,000 to compensate Jin's son? Could you perhaps grant me a few days of leniency? Wang Tingting forced a smile that was more painful than tears, her tone softening. She cast another glance at Jin Shun, pleading, Jin Shun, please don't be difficult. Master made an error. I assure you that I will treat you well in the future, respecting you and never again striking your steering wheel. Will you give Master a chance? As she spoke, she attempted to grasp Jin Shun's hand, but was gently rebuffed. No, Jin Shun declared firmly, shaking her head. Though I am merely a C-class machine girl, had I known your true nature from the outset, I would never have entered into a contract with you. Regret had long since settled within her. The moment she witnessed Wang Tingting's callousness in abandoning Xingmeng, her remorse had deepened. Under normal circumstances, graduates would part amicably with their machine partners. Some drivers, feeling a sense of guilt, would even offer compensation to their former companions. Yet Wang Tingting provided Xingmeng with nothing but ridicule and oppression, treating her like an enemy. It was evident that Wang Tingting was far from a decent person. However, at that time, she had no grounds to terminate their contract. If you are unwilling to reconcile, then madam, we must conclude the compensation within a day, the staff member said, his expression grave and his tone chilling. Please cooperate with our procedures, or we shall be compelled to take coercive measures. Where am I to find 300,000 in just one day? Wang Tingting exclaimed in despair, her gaze sweeping over the crowd before abruptly locking onto Su Chun and Xingmeng. Su Chun had just won the city championship and must have received a prize. Su Chun, if it weren't for my dissolution of the temporary contract with Xingmeng, you would never have had the fortune of encountering such a splendid machine girl, would you? She rushed towards Su Chun and Xingmeng, her face adorned with a hint of sycophantic smile. You see, if it weren't for me, the two of you would never have met. This connection was facilitated by me. So, could you lend me a bit of money? I can write an IOU, and I promise to repay you gradually. Su Chun regarded Wang Tingting with a peculiar expression, as if observing some unknown creature. A faux human? No. How could Aunt Wang possess such audacity? It seemed the authorities' crackdown on debt and untrustworthy individuals was indeed severe, compelling Wang Tingting to shamelessly seek assistance from him rather than resorting to loans. I cannot assist you, even seated in a wheelchair. Xingmeng remained steadfastly positioned in front of Su Chun, her arms crossed in a large X, her fluffy cat ears pressed tightly together, brows furrowed, emitting a low, distressed sound. Wretched woman, that money was earned by Master and me. It is our honor. How could it possibly be given to you? Wang Tingting stared at the once obedient Xingmeng before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity and astonishment. In truth, she had been quite taken aback when she witnessed the competition footage, where Xingmeng had strained with all her might to reach the finish line. She could not fathom why Xingmeng had never exhibited such remarkable qualities while under her command. Had she known of Xingmeng's inherent tenacity, she would have never abandoned her. Yet now, it was too late for regret. Xingmeng was thriving alongside Su Chun, enjoying a life of abundance. Together with Su Chun, they have clinched the championship in the city tournament, and she is undoubtedly infatuated with him now. However, the distinction between the foolish and the wise lies in the fact that the wise do not squander their efforts on hopeless endeavors. The foolish, on the other hand, cling to their ludicrous hopes, making desperate struggles even when at a dead end. Xingmeng, why don't you return and be my mechanical companion? I was wrong. My previous inability to recognize your potential was a grave oversight. I assure you that I will treat you well from now on, providing you with the finest modifications. Whatever flavor of nutrient solution you desire, I shall procure it for you, all guaranteed to be fresh. Unlimited. Wang Tingting spoke with utmost sincerity. In the past, uttering such words would have made Xingmeng overjoyed. However, she never voiced her feelings, as she couldn't be bothered to entertain such fantasies. I don't want to, Xingmeng exclaimed. Wrapping her arms around Su Chen's waist, her delicate face pressed tightly against him, glaring at Wang Tingting with indignation. I want Master. Modify me into an X-level companion, or even an EX level 1, but I want to settle for less. Wicked woman, I want to follow you anymore. Give up already, meow? Su Chen observed Xingmeng's possessive demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. Although she was clearly furious, her tone resembled that of a child throwing a tantrum. No wonder she was subjected to Wang Tingting's bullying. Perhaps in Wang Tingting's eyes, Xingmeng never truly got angry. I am going to sign a soul contract with Master today. Do you know what a soul contract is? Xingmeng huffed, raising her chin and speaking in an exceedingly proud tone. In this lifetime, no mechanical companion would ever agree to a soul contract with you. But I, Xingmeng, will willingly sign a soul contract with Master. Wicked woman, you can envy me for eternity, meow? Laughter erupted from the crowd around them. Xingmeng's cheeks flushed slightly as she flicked her cat ears, yet she maintained her haughty demeanor. For her, entering into a soul contract with Su Chun was a matter of immense pride. What was there to be embarrassed about? She wished to proclaim it to the world. She was about to gain the finest master in existence. Madam, what you need to do now is to promptly pay the 30,000 compensation. As Wang Tingting approached the edge of the crowd, the staff swiftly blocked her path. Narrowing their eyes, do not think of escaping. You are a student of the academy, and your information has already been recorded. No matter where you go, we will find you. I have no money. Wang Tingting resigned herself. Do whatever you want with me. She was not only broke, but also needed to pay rent. That wretched modification shop had garnered no business whatsoever. Even using it as accommodation felt dismal. How foolish she had been to rent that dilapidated place at 3 times the rate, signing a contract for a year. As these thoughts coursed through Wang Tingting's mind, a throbbing headache ensued. However, the Mechanical Protection Association staff would not grant her the luxury of time to dwell on her pain. He promptly grabbed his walkie-talkie, announcing, "Brothers, we have work to do." No sooner had he spoken than a furious roar echoed from within the Mechanical Protection Association. Subsequently, 2 petite mechanical companions burst forth. Yet, with each step they took towards Wang Tingting, their forms expanded. By the time they reached her side, they had transformed into towering figures standing 2 meters tall. Her originally delicate and charming face began to take on a style reminiscent of JoJo. What do you want? Wang Tingting was utterly stunned. 2 imposing mechanical sisters flanked her, seizing her arms, rendering her utterly immobile. The staff member observed Wang Tingting with a smirk. According to Article 192 of the Mechanical Protection Regulations, when the violating party is unable to pay compensation, we are entitled to enforce measures, including but not limited to escorting the violator to a specialized institution for compulsory loans. Take her away. He gestured with his hand and instructed Jean Sui. Come to collect the compensation tomorrow. Today we need to handle this. Amidst Wang Tingting's continuous struggles and curses, the 2 mechanical sisters dragged her away like a discarded rag doll into the loan institution. I pondered what would happen if she were unable to repay the loan. Su Chun gazed at the closed doors of the institution, curiously asking, what could occur? She might be sent to mine, the staff member replied coldly, adjusting his glasses. If she fails to work diligently in the mines, the only things of value left on her would be her few organs. However, we generally do not resort to such extreme measures. At most, we might have her donate blood or participate in drug trials. After all, we must respect her right to life. Su Chun, what a remarkable way to respect life. Yet, strangely enough, he found this kind of respect, when applied to Wang Tingting, rather acceptable. I hear you are here to sign a soul contract? The ominous and serious expression on the staff member's face vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. Xingmeng, right? I know you. He beamed at the girl in the wheelchair. You are a brave child. Whether for yourself or your master. You embody the spirit of competition and the glory of the track. Follow me. With that, he nodded at Su Chun. I will handle the registration today. Jean Sui watched as Su Chun pushed Xingmeng's wheelchair toward the entrance of the Mechanical Protection Association. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass, draping them in a soft, golden veil. Su Chun slightly bowed his head, speaking softly, while Xingmeng tilted her face upward, her cat ears twitching playfully, laughter clearly audible. Their figures were gently enveloped by the halo of light, gradually blurring. It was not until the door closed that Jean Sui turned around. She stepped in the opposite direction. The sunlight generously cascaded upon her, outlining her solitary path. She felt happiness for Xingmeng, the joy lifting the corners of her mouth, shining brightly. Perhaps in the future, she too might encounter a master with whom she could connect heart to heart. She looked forward to it. Jean Sui straightened her back and walked toward the sunlit path ahead. They turned their backs to one another. Both ventured toward their own light. Yesterday's image was ganked. Let's change it. Chapter 57. Prefer not to sign. The registration process is rather straightforward, merely requiring an update of information on the computer. However, unlike the basic details needed for the binding contract, the spiritual pact necessitates a more extensive array of information, including height, weight, age, and aspirations for the future. Within the confines of the Machine Protection Association, there lies an intriguing environment. After completing the registration, the staff guided Su Chun and Xingmeng into a space resembling a grand auditorium. In stark contrast to the bustling crowd outside, this area appeared remarkably spacious. The number of mech girls and their pilots present to sign the spiritual contract was sparse, with pairs seated intermittently on the auditorium's chairs, engaged in quiet conversation that evoked the intimacy of couples. A natural synergy seemed to flow between them, unlike the pilots and mech girls outside, who gave off an impression of mere acquaintances, at best resembling newly introduced friends. These were the individuals here to formalize their spiritual contracts. The staff led Su Chun and Xingmeng through the seating area, softly introducing them to the attendees. Some were newcomers, while others had previously failed to meet the prerequisites. As opportunities arose monthly. Prerequisites? Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. Were conditions still necessary? Indeed. The staff adjusted their glasses and raised a finger. A remarkably simple condition. Provided the mech girl's basic synchronization rate was adequate, the spiritual contract could be signed. Su Chun discreetly glanced at Xingmeng's basic synchronization rate, 50%. This figure was not the result of winning the city championship, but rather the outcome of caring for Xingmeng over the past few days, particularly after recently administering her medication, which had inexplicably increased by a full 10%. He wondered if this value was indeed sufficient, as, in his understanding, adequacy was often linked to the number 60. Should it fall short, the situation would be quite awkward. There is a pair ahead of you. I will conduct their test first, so you may observe the procedure, the staff member informed as they seated Su Chun and Xingmeng in the front row, signaling them to wait. The staff then donned a black robe reminiscent of a priest's attire, adopting the demeanor of a wedding officiant as they ascended to the platform. Mr. Li Chengxian, Miss Ling Ju, please step forward. The named pilot and mech girl approached the staff with a hint of apprehension. The staff member solemnly placed a cube-like device on the table. Let us begin. They nodded at the pair. The pilot and mech girl exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and mutual encouragement. Subsequently, they each extended a hand, placing it on the cube simultaneously. Mew. Xingmeng, curious, twitched her cat ears as the unremarkable cube suddenly illuminated with a soft, milky glow. The staff member observed the cube intently, and after a moment, sighed. Alas, your synchronization rate stands at only 23%. There is still considerable progress to be made. Return and continue your efforts. The pilot, identified as Li Chengxian, appeared somewhat bewildered. He glanced at his own mech girl, who was similarly dejected, and ultimately chose to remain silent. Do not act solely on your instincts, the staff member advised solemnly. You must truly comprehend what your mech girl, your companion, genuinely needs within her heart. Please take your leave, and may you both achieve a breakthrough next month. Watching the two depart in despair, Xingmeng murmured softly, Master, this test is quite stringent, meow. She felt a twinge of anxiety. What if we fail the test? We wouldn't be able to forge a soul contract today. How regrettable, meow. I even consulted an online mech girl oracle today, spending 99 yuan. and she claimed today was an auspicious day. Xingmeng fidgeted with her fingers, pouting in a manner that displayed her distress. For her, any expenditure that did not benefit Su Chen felt like a waste, no matter how small. Moreover, she realized she might have been deceived by the so-called mech girl oracle online. Su Chen chuckled softly at Xingmeng's indignant expression, reaching out to gently pat her head, offering reassurance. Do not worry, we are in this together, and there will be no problems. In truth, he too felt uncertain and was contemplating how to comfort Xingmeng later. Mr. Su Chen, Miss Xingmeng, please come forward. Xingmeng swallowed hard, her small hand anxiously attempting to grasp Su Chen's garment, but in her fluster, she grabbed his hand instead. Just as she intended to release it, that warm hand enveloped hers firmly. A surge of breathlessness coursed through her, and heat flushed her face and heart. The wheelchair then moved forward under Su Chen's guidance until it reached the table. The staff member glanced at Su Chen and the blushing Xingmeng in the wheelchair, smiling slightly. Understanding her limitations, he lifted the cube and presented it to them with both hands. Give it a try and see if your bond is profound enough. The star god will judge. Su Chen took a deep breath and placed his hand on the cube. Xingmeng stared at the cube, silently invoking the star god's blessing, and placed her hand atop it, right next to Su Chen's larger one. Buzz! A radiant, soft, milky white light burst forth from the cube, far brighter than before. The entire hall fell into silence. All drivers and mech girls gazed eagerly at the cube. 50%. You two have only known each other for a short while, right? The staff member looked at Xingmeng and Su Chen in disbelief, confusion and astonishment filling his eyes. A collective gasp and hushed exclamations echoed throughout the hall. 50%. My heavens. Perhaps they had known each other for a long time, maybe 4 or 5 years. It is indeed possible to achieve such resonance after nurturing a single mech girl for that duration. Master, just look at them, and then look at you. What? What about me? This resonance isn't solely determined by me. Xingmeng's palms were sweating from nervousness, her gaze still fixed intently on the staff, awaiting the final verdict. Upon hearing the discussions behind him, Su Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. So, is it satisfactory? Indeed. The staff nodded affirmatively. It certainly meets the criteria. Our regulation stipulates that a minimum compatibility of 30 is required to establish a spiritual contract. This measure is in place to prevent a mech girl from being paired with an unsuitable pilot, as the spiritual contract is not a relationship of equality for the mech girl. Meow? I told you, Master and I would definitely qualify. Xingmeng sighed in relief, gently patting her chest. It appears that the mech girl oracle was not mistaken. Today was indeed a fortuitous day for her. She beamed at Su Chen, only to find him furrowing his brows in deep thought. Master? Her smile faded, her cat ears drooping as she softly inquired, What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Su Chen stroked Xingmeng's head and pondered for a moment before addressing the staff. I am uncomfortable with an unequal relationship concerning Xingmeng, even if she consents. Therefore, I wish to understand the necessity of signing the spiritual contract. What benefits does it confer upon Xingmeng? If it only serves to benefit me as her pilot, I would prefer not to sign. Chapter 58. The Notion of Synchronization. Behind Su Chen stood a group of drivers and mech girls, all gazing at him with expressions difficult to comprehend. Even the staff shared this sentiment. Having served as an MC for 7 or 8 years, he had never encountered someone like Su Chen before. However, he quickly discerned the understanding reflected in Xingmeng's initially astonished and subsequently slightly flushed eyes. To achieve a 50 synchronization with a mech girl within less than a month was a testament to his profound consideration for her feelings. If Xingmeng had not found herself a master who genuinely cared for her well-being, she would not exert herself so fervently on the racetrack. Hearing Su Chen's words now made it all the more comprehensible. Mr. Su Chen, I completely understand your concerns, the staff member said, their smile softening further. The spiritual contract does indeed offer certain advantages to the mech girls. Firstly, the basic synchronization rate is nearly fixed, making regression virtually impossible. This allows the mech girls to more readily enter synchronization mode on the racetrack. As synchronization levels increase to 60, 80, and 100, they correspond to 3 distinct stages of synchronization, each stage temporarily enhancing the mech girl's attributes. If your mech girl is of the highest caliber and has awakened her innate skills, then these 3 synchronization stages will unlock advanced tiers of her innate skills, resulting in more potent effects. Furthermore, surpassing a 100 synchronization state can trigger an exceptionally rare overclocking state. The specific enhancements remain unclear, as such cases are quite rare and not publicly disclosed. It is known, however, that different mech girls experience varying effects in overclocking mode. Suchin silently absorbed the staff member's words. This certainly presented certain benefits for the mech girls, albeit primarily on the racetrack, and the drivers would similarly reap rewards. Is there anything else? He inquired. Indeed, the staff member continued. When the basic synchronization reaches 60, 80, and 100, the mech girl's chassis undergoes transformations, becoming more aesthetically pleasing, akin to donning a more attractive and striking exterior. In the presence of other mech girls, those who exhibit such special transformations will garner greater esteem. Suchin remarked, so it unlocks companion skins through the affinity system. I suppose that's a benefit for Xingmeng, as it entails exclusive and beautiful attire. Is there more? Absolutely. The staff member replied. Motor racing is inherently perilous, particularly as one approaches world-class circuits, where dangers abound. And no one can guarantee the safety of drivers and mech girls alike. It is well known that should a mech girl suffer a grave accident, she can be revived as long as her cognitive core remains intact. However, if the cognitive core is damaged, it results in irrevocable death. Yet, with a spiritual contract in place, a mech girl with a damaged cognitive core can be revived with the driver's assistance. Suchin nodded slightly, finally perceiving a tangible advantage. In moments of peril during a race, the mech girl would prioritize the protection of her driver. Thus, even in the event of a severe collision, the driver would generally escape unscathed, suffering merely a concussion at most. In such scenarios, the spiritual contract effectively serves as a lifeline for the mech girl. Yet, he felt it was still insufficient. He cast a glance toward the staff, who met his gaze in return. Before he could voice his inquiry, the staff member spoke up. Mr. Suchin, I comprehend your desire to establish an utterly equitable relationship with Miss Xingmeng. After all, once a mechanized companion enters into a mental contract, the pilot retains merely 40 of the control. This signifies that in significant decisions, as long as the pilot remains conscious, she is bound to obey the pilot's commands. And in everyday life, she will also heed the pilot's wishes. This is not a matter of coercion. Rather, the nature of this relationship cultivates an unconditional trust from the mechanized companion toward the pilot. Furthermore, even in the event of the pilot's demise, she cannot enter into any further contracts with other pilots. This means that even if the pilot inflicts harm upon the mechanized companion, she bears no resentment. A century ago, there was no requirement for synchrony in the signing of mental contracts between pilots and mechanized companions. It was precisely due to numerous distressing and infuriating incidents that the celestial deity instituted a special state attribute known as synchrony, requiring a minimum of 30 synchrony to enter into a mental contract. The staff member's words echoed in the empty auditorium, drawing the attention of not only Suchin and Xingmeng, but also other pilots and mechanized companions. Restless hearts gradually found tranquility. Although the synchrony threshold cannot entirely eliminate unscrupulous individuals, I have yet to encounter any distasteful incidents since my employment began. Daily acts of kindness and thoughtful gifts lay the foundation for trust, serving as the bedrock for synchrony to progress from 0 to 10, then to 20. They make the mechanized companions feel cherished and respected, an essential and immensely significant foundation. However, the staff's gaze grew distant, as if they were witnessing countless past scenes. The true catalyst for a qualitative shift in synchrony, propelling it past the critical threshold of 30 towards 60, 80, or even higher, often lies at the bend of destiny. Amidst tempestuous storms and before seemingly insurmountable peaks, where choices made together matter most. When faced with treacherous tracks, engines lamenting, and the vehicle enduring extreme pressure, victory may seem painfully distant. In moments when the mechanized companion trembles with fear or teeters on the brink of losing control due to malfunctions. When the world is rife with skepticism and the path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty, it is the pilot who grips the steering wheel with unwavering resolve, declaring, "Trust me, and believe in yourself. We can get through this." It is the mechanized companion, despite enduring immense pain and risk, who places her complete trust in return, affirming, "Master, I can hold on. Together, we shall persevere." It is in the darkest hours that you do not think of self-preservation, but rather of how to rescue the other from peril, a profound instinct that shines through. These moments, transcending rational calculations and self-preservation instincts, ignite the spark of resonance deep within the soul. When you collectively confront the abyss, choosing to stand side by side instead of fleeing, when, under extreme duress. You can still feel the synchrony of each other's heartbeats. At that moment, your souls genuinely begin to intertwine at a profound level. The cold numerical value of frequency is transcended by the camaraderie and resolve forged through shared trials and tribulations. Mr. Suchun, when you arrived with Xingmeng, I was certain that your frequency with her would be commendable, for you have weathered storms together and attained glory and victory. The staff cast an understanding and approving glance at Suchun. Even your current hesitation reflects your appreciation for Xingmeng. However, I did not anticipate that your frequency with her would be so remarkably high. If you insist on asking what the greatest benefit of a spiritual contract is, I can only tell you, it is happiness. The spiritual contract secures not merely the foundational frequency, it encapsulates the brilliance you both shown during the darkest moments. The chapters you pen together with trust and courage. It signifies that no matter how many twists and tempests lie ahead, your souls shall intertwine and your wills resonate in harmony. This is the most precious and irreplaceable benefit of the contract for the Mech girls. A happiness they willingly place above the glory of the racetrack. As his words settled, a profound silence enveloped the hall. The man's voice resonated like a stone cast into a serene lake, stirring ripples of contemplation. Thoughts of speed, performance, and victory were quietly subdued, replaced by a deeper reflection. The drivers instinctively turned their gazes toward their Mech girls, who, in return, softened their stares. Suchun felt Xingmeng's grip on his hand tighten. That slight tremor was not born of fear or anxiety, but rather a deeper stirring of emotions. Mr. Suchun, I have said all that needed to be said. The staff composedly took a sip of water. Do you wish to enter into a spiritual contract with Xingmeng? He paused, his gaze solemn as it fixed upon Suchun. Or rather, do you wish to bestow happiness upon this Mech girl by your side? Suchun inhaled deeply, memories of his moments with Xingmeng flashing through his mind. Though their acquaintance had been brief, such images were surprisingly abundant, nearly filling his consciousness. Ultimately, everything crystallized at the city championship, where Xingmeng had smiled gently before her fainting. That smile possessed a warmth capable of melting souls, sending tremors through his heart. With no trace of doubt or hesitation remaining, he declared, I am willing. Each word resonated with conviction. Chapter 59. The wish as the words I do escaped his lips, Suchun felt a flush creep across his face. He was perplexed by the unexpected embarrassment that surfaced in a man otherwise known for his thick skin. Nevertheless, the sensation of impending matrimony grew ever more palpable. He could distinctly feel Xingmeng shudder beside him, and upon glancing down, he noticed her head bowed, concealing her expression. Yet, her once pale pink ears were now a deep shade of crimson, indicating that the officiant's words had indeed struck a chord within her. Very well. The officiant directed his gaze at Xingmeng. Are you willing to wholly dedicate yourself to the driver beside you? I do, Miao. I am wholeheartedly willing, Xingmeng declared without a hint of hesitation. However, she dared not meet the officiant's gaze, nor that of Suchun's, as her heart raced like a startled fawn and her face burned with embarrassment. She was at a loss regarding her current state, being that it was her first time entering into a soul contract, and she had no prior knowledge of what reactions might arise from a mechanical daughter. She attributed her feelings to the unique sensations birthed during the ritual of signing the soul contract. A warm smile graced the officiant's face. It was delightful to witness yet another pair of a mechanical daughter and her driver entering into a soul contract. Though he had expended considerable effort, he found that he would gladly repeat such work daily. Regrettably, the number of drivers and mechanical daughters who reached the threshold for a soul contract was quite scarce. Encountering even one pair in half a year was a significant occurrence. Next, under the watchful eyes of the star deity, you shall forge your soul contract. And at the same time, you may make a wish to the star deity. A mysterious smile played upon the officiant's lips as he continued. It is said that wishes made to the star deity during the forging of a soul contract are always heard, rendering them exceptionally potent. Wishing to a deity? Are we indulging in childlike fantasies now? Suchun scoffed, curling his lips in disdain. Meow? A wish that is truly effective? Xingmeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with anticipation. The officiant produced an object resembling a car key and pressed it gently. A thunderous rumble echoed as the ground quaked beneath them. Following this, an imposing statue, nearly reaching the ceiling of the hall, ascended before Suchun and Xingmeng. The statue did not represent an individual, but rather a collective, a trio of mechanical daughters alongside a human driver. Over the years, the visage of the statue had become somewhat obscured, yet Su Chun felt an inexplicable familiarity. Why did the man standing at the forefront of the statue seem so recognizable? Before he could ponder further, the officiant spoke again. Miss Xingmeng, please, under the gaze of the star deity, extract your core essence and make your wish. Oh, and remember, you may only wish for one thing. Meow? Xingmeng nodded, closing her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she placed her hands gently upon her chest. As a melodious and ethereal chant resonated from an unknown source, a soft starlight began to radiate from her being. Gradually, her hands unfurled like petals in bloom, revealing a cube-shaped core of consciousness that began to spin and take form in her palms. This is the core of consciousness. Su Chun gazed in awe at the slowly rotating cube in Xingmeng's hands. The brilliant azure light of the cube connected seamlessly to the right side of her heart. It was as if Xingmeng had extracted her very heart, cradling it delicately before him. The gentle melody gradually transformed into a solemn and majestic chant. Gazing upon this scene, which could be described as nothing short of sacred, Su Chun felt a shiver run down his spine, his body instinctively tensing. Miss Xingmeng, make a wish to the star god. The officiant said with a smile. A wish. Xingmeng instinctively glanced at Su Chun, her large eyes blinking. She then held her core of consciousness aloft, praying to the statue. Xingmeng wished to become a world-class mech girl, to ensure Masta's longevity, and to be with Masta forever. The hall resonated with friendly laughter. The officiant, amused, teased, Miss Xingmeng, you may only make one wish. Do not be too greedy. That is already 3 wishes. Think carefully and choose the one you desire most. Xingmeng scratched her head, her cat ears drooping, a look of bitterness crossing her face. It's so hard to choose. Can't I have a few more wishes? I believe the star god wouldn't mind. The officiant replied, Ahem, this is a necessary rule. Just a reminder. Since you have already formed a mental contract with Mr. Su Chun, you have almost fulfilled the wish of being with him forever. If you wish for Mr. Su Chun to live a long life, you must win the world championship, at which point you will receive the star god's ultimate blessing. You can use that blessing for many things, including granting Mr. Su Chun immortality. Immortality, a foreign concept. Su Chun gazed at the officiant, astonished. The officiant spoke with utmost seriousness. This was clearly not mere child's play, but a genuine possibility. Could this world truly possess the power to grant eternal life? Oh meow, I understand now. Xingmeng's eyes lit up, her cat ears perked with enthusiasm. She gazed earnestly at the statue, speaking with sincerity and devotion. Star God, bless us. May Masta and I successfully win the world championship and become world-class. Afterward, she silently added in her heart, and then used the ultimate blessing to grant Masta immortality. This way, we can be together forever. Plan successful, meow? The officiant was not surprised by such a wish. It was typical of mech girls. He turned to Su Chun. Mr. Su Chun, you too may make a wish to the star god. Me? Su Chun pointed to himself. Yes, but you may only make one wish. All right. Su Chun positioned himself before the statue. Despite knowing that this so-called wish was merely a formality, akin to celebrating a birthday, the solemn atmosphere around him compelled him to take it seriously. My wish is Xingmeng's wish. I hope to fulfill Xingmeng's wish in the future. As his words echoed, the statue's eyes glimmered with a faint light. Shortly thereafter, a beam of starlight descended from the circular dome, illuminating Xingmeng like a spotlight. Su Chun was taken aback. After a brief moment of astonishment, the officiant quickly realized, whispering, Mr. Su Chun, you and Xingmeng have yet to receive the star god's blessing after winning the city championship, have you? Indeed. Whether witnessing the soul pact or the blessing of the celestial deities, a connection with the celestial beings is established. The celestial deity, having observed that Xingmeng lacked a champion's blessing, graciously bestowed one upon her. Su Chun's lips twitched. So, the celestial deity can hear my wishes made for Xingmeng? Naturally. The officiant replied with a solemn nod. Do you think the statue of the celestial deity is merely a decorative piece? Su Chun was at a loss for words, as he truly held that belief. Merely relying on a statue to establish a connection with the quartet of celestial deities floating somewhere in the cosmos seemed utterly fantastical. Shouldn't the world he traversed belong to the realm of urban martial arts? Moments ago, he nearly believed that the celestial deity would manifest to grant his and Xingmeng's wishes. The starlight that fell upon Xingmeng did not linger for long. Once it faded, Su Chun discovered that all of Xingmeng's attributes had been slightly enhanced, transforming into speed, 64, cornering, 65, stability, 44, burst, 40, endurance, 53. This champion's blessing was akin to a level up, quite impressive indeed. Even more astonishing was the fact that Xingmeng had originally suffered from a tire or negative effect of 20. After receiving the celestial blessing, this adverse effect vanished completely. Then, he was left dumbfounded as he witnessed Xingmeng rise from her wheelchair. She cradled the core of her mind, skipping joyfully towards him, hands lifted to present the cube. Her azure eyes gazing eagerly at him. Master, I wish to form a soul pact, meow. Chapter 60. Do they have enough audacity? The mental contract has been finalized. The final procedure is quite simple. One merely needs to drop a single drop of blood onto the core of Xingmeng's consciousness. However, Su Chun still inquired about certain aspects he found perplexing. For instance, if a mecha girl can extract her core, then why is a ceremony necessary for the mental contract? The officiant's response was that since the last century, all mecha girls have been bound by mental shackles. Without undergoing the mental ceremony and receiving the blessing of the star god, the mental contract would inevitably fail. Even if the pilot's blood were completely drained, success would remain unattainable. This measure effectively prevents deceitful individuals from perpetrating injustices against the mecha girls. Another query concerned the star god's blessing and its ability to heal Xingmeng's wounds. Su Chun did not recall the blessing possessing such an effect. Otherwise, Queen would have surely informed him. The officiant's answer was equally ambiguous, suggesting that both the mental contract and the blessing would enhance the connection with the star god. The synergy of the two would clarify the bond between the star god and Xingmeng, thus enabling the star god to exert greater power to assist Xingmeng in resolving various issues. Consequently, aiding Xingmeng in healing during the blessing became a trivial task. When a mecha girl secures the world championship and receives the ultimate blessing, her connection with the star god reaches an unparalleled zenith. Hence, the star god can fully wield divine power, achieving even the seemingly fantastical condition of granting immortality to both the pilot and the mecha girl. This phenomenon is indeed genuine. The officiant cited several pilots who have attained immortality, including the current president of the World League Association, Lin Yifeng, who is an immortal and the champion of the previous world competition. Outside the Mecha Protection Association, Su Chun gazed at the girl ahead, who was bouncing with evident delight, while his mind continued to ponder the information provided by the officiant. Mecha girls possess a lifespan. Compared to the less than a century of human life, most mecha girls can live for over a millennium. Yet, they too eventually face the moment of their lifespan's depletion. If he wishes to remain with Xingmeng for eternity, he must become the world champion. Previously, he had brought Xingmeng onto the racetrack solely to help her gain confidence and overcome her psychological barriers. However, his passion for the racetrack paled in comparison to his love for modifications. He was inherently a rational individual. His reasonableness made him ill-suited to the adrenaline-fueled, oxygen-deprived sensation of racing. Yet now, his perspective had shifted. He aspired to achieve world-class status. He aimed to fulfill Xingmeng's wish. He longed to share eternal life alongside her. The hand of God, the eye of God, the heart of God, along with the advanced modification knowledge that transcends this era residing in my mind. Su Chun murmured, clenching his fists tightly. He feared his skills might prove inadequate, yet the heart of God would compensate for his shortcomings. He worried that Xingmeng's performance might lag behind, but his modification expertise and the hand of God would facilitate her rapid growth. He was concerned about his lack of familiarity with his opponents. Yet the insights from the eye of God would grant him profound understanding. He had already acquired all the necessary attributes to become the world champion. Although the journey ahead may not be entirely smooth, the title of world champion is far from an unattainable fantasy. Having traversed into another realm, one ought to abandon the notion of being a mere bystander. Su Chun chuckled at his own folly. In his previous life, it was his lethargy that compelled him to resign from a prestigious club. Had he not left, that eminent racer might not have met with such a tragic fate. In this new existence, for the sake of his dreams and his own aspirations, he could no longer afford to remain idle. Master, Star Dream, who was ahead, turned around with a beaming smile and waved. What are you mumbling about? Hurry up. Sister Queen mentioned that we're having a grand feast tonight, so we should return early. All right, Su Chun replied, quickening his pace to catch up. With a subtle yet profound shift in his mindset, the wheels of destiny began to turn. An illustrious chief mechanic from another world was poised to challenge all the top racers and extraordinary machines in the epic of mechanized beings. With aspirations aimed at the global stage, do you wish to know if there are any upcoming competitions? At the dining table, Queen looked at Su Chun with surprise. She glanced at Star Dream, who was voraciously devouring a chicken leg in one hand and fries in the other, and frowned slightly. In half a month, on August 1st, there will be a city championship race, and only the top 3 contestants from all city tournaments are eligible to participate. However, considering Star Dream's current condition, she probably won't be able to race for at least a month. Su Chun observed Star Dream's status panel and responded, just now at the Mechanic Association. The divine blessing not only healed Star Dream's injuries, but also restored her condition to full capacity. Previously marked as exhausted, unable to compete, it has now transformed to high spirits, suitable for competition. A mechanized being's condition diminishes after each race, akin to human athletes who cannot participate in consecutive competitions without adequate recovery. Mechanized beings require maintenance and rest. In severe cases like Star Dream's injuries during the city championship, factoring in treatment and recuperation, a month-long hiatus from racing is generally expected. Thus, as one progresses, renowned drivers typically have more than one mechanized companion. This is due to the escalating intensity of competitions. A mechanized being that participates in Event A cannot subsequently compete in Event B. Another mechanized being must step in to prevent disruption of the cumulative annual points. Generally, a driver with 3 mechanized companions suffices to contend for global accolades. Of course, some nouveau riche prefer to surround themselves with a plethora of companions. However, ambitious and discerning mechanized beings seldom accept such superficial drivers. A driver's energy is finite. The more mechanized companions there are, the less care and resources can be allocated to each. Rather than aligning with merely wealthy but frivolous drivers, mechanized beings are more inclined to choose those with potential who exhibit sincerity. Are you certain? Queen was hearing about the divine blessing's ability to restore a mechanized being's condition for the first time, yet seeing Star Dream's injuries healed, she was inclined to believe it. I will fetch the instruments to conduct an assessment on Star Dream. If all is well, you may participate in the city championship at the beginning of August. As her words fell, she abruptly shifted her tone. But beware, the city championship is filled with skilled competitors. Be cautious not to find yourselves in disarray. Su Chun remained unfazed by the setback, smiling as he nodded. The primary goal is to experience the encounter. Only by sparring with the masters can one truly learn something new. He held a relaxed attitude towards the competition results, not driven by immediate gains. After all, he had decades of opportunity with Star Dream. There was no need to rush the accumulation of strength. Humph, your mindset is rather commendable, Queen remarked, pouting slightly, though a subtle shadow flickered in her eyes. Tomorrow, you will face the modification team of Knight's Voice. Are you afraid? Afraid? Su Chun paused, taken aback. He was the premier modification expert of Huaxia. What could possibly instill fear in him? His only concern lay in his lack of credentials and recognition in this world. Yet, he possessed genuine skill. As long as the modifiers of Knight's Voice maintained a semblance of pride and allowed their craft to speak for itself, he could easily vanquish those so-called modification masters. I just want to ask one thing, Su Chun said, wiping his mouth with a wet tissue. Are the modifiers of Knight's Voice particularly thick-skinned? Queen took a moment to grasp Su Chun's intent before a gentle smile graced her lips, reassuring him. They are all master-level figures. Any one of them is likely older than you by at least 2 decades. It is unlikely they would resort to bullying the young. Provided your theories are convincing to them, then there shouldn't be any issues, Su Chun nodded. In the realm of modifiers, experience undoubtedly came with age. However, the fundamental principle of the worthy as teacher still prevailed. His concern lay in the possibility that the modifiers in this world might be a cohort of arrogant individuals, which would indeed pose a considerable challenge. After all, those guilty of hubris often share a common affliction, deafness to wisdom and blindness to reality. Chapter 61, The Night Modification Team. The following day, a simple breakfast prepared by Queen was enjoyed. Su Chun and Xingmeng boarded Queen's helicopter en route to the headquarters of the Voice of the Night. Throughout the journey, Queen was tense. Su Chun felt at ease. It was Queen who was anxious for him. Meanwhile, Jessica appeared to be an amused spectator. The day before, she had relayed Queen's original words to the modification team. Master James, the head of the team, was initially taken aback before bursting into laughter. exclaiming in disbelief that a rogue modifier without any credentials dared to challenge their esteemed team. Was this madness? Nevertheless, adhering to the ladies' orders, they were responsible for Queen's modifications. It was essential to address Queen's concerns, to prevent her from being swayed by such a reckless modifier. Furthermore, they aimed to facilitate Queen's acceptance of the modifications. Thus, they resolved to allocate their precious time to confront this arrogant, unlicensed modifier, to make it clear that the porcelain of the voice of the night was not something to be trifled with. At 10 in the morning, within the lavish yet solemn conference room of the voice of the night, all the modifiers from Queen's modification team had taken their seats around the long conference table. Each donned uniforms emblazoned with the emblem of the voice of the night, and the youngest among them was already in his 40s. Almost every modifier displayed more than 5 medals on their chests, each representing their participation in prestigious modification competitions, serving as emblems of their identity and prowess. Mr. James, I fail to comprehend why we must make such a grand affair over a mere insignificant character. A modifier complained to the seated James at the head of the table. I had planned to set sail on my yacht for fishing today, yet here I am, compelled to attend this nonsensical meeting. Even sending our apprentices would suffice to deal with that audacious brat. James, adjusting his white gloves, replied with deliberate calmness. Do you think the lady is unaware of this matter? We are gathered here to convey to her, and to Queen, that we take Queen's modifications with utmost seriousness, and that no one shall interfere. It is precisely because our attitudes differ that I am the one in charge, while you are merely the modifiers within this team. At this proclamation, the room fell silent, each individual exchanging glances, no longer daring to speak. They were the night modification team, recruited and named by the voice of the night, enjoying high wages and a leisurely work environment. Their responsibilities were limited to Queen's modifications. Thus their time was mostly free for leisure. Beyond the voice of the night, they could scarcely find a more comfortable occupation. James's words resonated with undeniable truth. Attitude mattered profoundly. A careless attitude could swiftly lead to dismissal. Mr. James, Queen has arrived, an apprentice knocked and announced. James nodded, signaling for silence with his gaze. The members of the night team, skilled in modifications, were fixated on the entrance, their ears catching the approaching sound of high heels clicking rhythmically. Soon, they beheld the elegant figure of Queen, adorned in a flowing black gown, accompanied by a young man, trailed by a catgirl variant of a mechanized being. Could this be the modification specialist Queen had mentioned? He appeared far too youthful, brimming with audacity. Was he truly daring to challenge the esteemed night team of modification experts, despite his lack of experience? Such audacity was baffling. The team members regarded Su Chun with barely concealed disdain. Although they endeavored to maintain an air of decorum and tranquility, their contempt was evident in their fleeting expressions. Su Chun, however, was equally intrigued by this assembly of modders. A medley of middle-aged men and elderly individuals filled the room. Was he truly witnessing a gathering of such seasoned, yet seemingly naive individuals? Had they spent decades in their craft, only to possess the understanding of a child? He struggled to uphold a facade of calm and humility, yet his incredulity and disdain seeped through his gaze. Two factions, representing the pinnacle of their respective realms, T1 and T0, stood in stark contrast, their cultural and intellectual chasms manifesting in their bewildered expressions. Queen noted the scorn directed towards Su Chun from the night team, causing her own demeanor to chill further. A frown knitted her brow, her sharp gaze slicing through the atmosphere of the meeting hall like a blade. Yet, her fidgeting fingers betrayed her inner turmoil. Queen began to regret her decision to embroil Su Chun in this conflict. It was difficult to fathom the extent of indignities and setbacks he might endure today. Since Mr. Su Chun is here, we should commence without delay. James, seated at the head of the table, cleared his throat and addressed Su Chun, eager to bring this farce to a swift conclusion. Mr. Su Chun, seated before you are masters of the modification craft. Modifiers are categorized into 6 ranks: D, C, B, A, S, and X. The least among us are A-level modifiers. What I wish to convey is that if you intend to discuss Queen's modifications, you must first demonstrate the capabilities befitting an A-level modifier. Queen's expression hardened. Su Chun lacked a modification certificate, leaving him without a means to substantiate his credentials as an A-level specialist. Moreover, could he truly be an A-level modifier? A-level modifiers would not find themselves struggling in business. Her primary concern was Su Chen's respect and comprehension of her work, She trusted that his theoretical understanding of modifications surpassed theirs. As for his technical skills, while she held hope for him, she was not so presumptuous as to assume he was on par with decades of experience and innate talent required for A-level classification. Just as she pondered how to interject on Su Chen's behalf, he stepped forward, fixing his gaze on James and boldly inquiring, "What specific skills would you like me to demonstrate? Modification experience, technical prowess, theoretical knowledge, or an understanding of automotive systems?" James was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, a mix of exasperation and absurdity lacing his laughter. From Su Chen's question, he discerned that the young man was but an outsider, utterly inexperienced in the realm of modifications. Perhaps even the modifiers are not what they seem. Queen remains rather naive. Though the atmosphere appears desolate and cold, it is, in fact, quite susceptible to manipulation. Nonetheless, this is advantageous, as the night team intends to demonstrate to Queen today who is truly the expert and more worthy of trust. It is not as intricate as it seems. Leaning back in his chair, he spread his hands. C and D level modifiers lack the capability to comprehend the essence of modification, only perceiving its indistinct attributes. In contrast, B-level modifiers and those above possess the ability to discern the properties of the modification core with greater clarity, accurately categorizing the foundational modules and their functions, as well as achieving a higher success rate in synthesizing cores of varying levels. To illustrate, an S-level modifier can distinctly identify the attributes of the modification core, flawlessly assess the type of foundational module, and conduct a preliminary evaluation of the potential attributes that can be enhanced. With an accuracy deviating by less than 20 from machine detection, and boasts an 80% success rate in manufacturing blue modification cores. With the capability to create gold modification cores at the highest level, he recognized that Su Chen was entirely uninformed. Thus, he elaborated meticulously while observing Su Chen's expressions. To his surprise, Su Chen remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of panic. Therefore, he leaned forward, fixing his gaze upon Su Chen's eyes, and stated solemnly, "We will provide 10 materials. If you can produce a blue modification core from these 10 materials, we shall acknowledge your prowess as an A-level modifier, allowing you to articulate your understanding of Queen's modification plan." Chapter 62. From arrogance to deference, one material will suffice, Su Chen declared, extending a single finger. James was taken aback, and the other modifiers exchanged glances of astonishment. Yet, soon, laughter echoed through the room. How audacious! This was the first time I had encountered someone so comically arrogant. Was he suggesting that his probability of crafting a blue modification core was 100%? Let us not kid ourselves. He might not even be able to create it. James, though tempted to laugh, understood his responsibilities as the head and an S-class modifier. He could not afford to express amusement. He had to maintain a serious demeanor. "Ahem, silence," he commanded, quieting the assembly of modifiers, and instructed his apprentices to retrieve the materials. Although Su Chen claimed one material would be enough, he still ordered 10 sets to be brought forth. If 10 materials couldn't yield a blue modification core, then perhaps Queen would finally see the reality. The night team prepared a workstation for Su Chen, and soon, 10 sets of materials were neatly arranged upon the table, all basic modification modules. Standing before the workstation, Su Chen donned gloves, feigning preparation. Queen observed his silhouette, listening to the faint whispers of mockery and derision, feeling a mix of guilt and heartache. Suddenly, she felt a hand grasp hers, and turning, she saw Xingmeng gazing at her with concern. "Sister Queen, rest assured, I believe Master would not undertake anything without proper preparation." Xingmeng then looked toward the man standing at the workstation. He appeared considerably younger than all the modifiers present in the conference room. Yet he was the only one who instilled a sense of reassurance within her. "I know Master. If he lacked confidence, he would not so readily make promises. Since he stands here now, it signifies he has contemplated the impending storm we are about to face, and what we must do now is trust him." Upon hearing Xingmeng's words, Queen's tension and worries began to dissipate. She clenched her fists, her gaze on Su Chen's back growing increasingly resolute. "All right, I believe in him." For Su Chen, crafting a modification core from basic modules felt akin to preparing a pre-packaged meal. For instance, to create a braised pork rice bowl, one merely needs to heat the pre-cooked pork and pour it over rice. Such a task is hardly beyond the capabilities of an average person. He could not comprehend why such a straightforward endeavor warranted discussion of success rates. The modification he prepared for Xingmeng involved a meticulous selection of materials and a precise crafting process, achieving remarkable accuracy. The attributes of the resulting modification core were exceptional, regardless of the aspect considered. He casually selected a blue engine modification module and a blue weight reduction module from the materials. The engine modification module would enhance the core's speed and explosive attributes while compromising some stability and endurance. The potential increase in speed and explosive range was between 7 to 8 and 3 to 4, respectively. However, due to its average quality, it was significantly influenced by the other modification modules. Su Chan held the engine modification module towards James. As his words fell, the discussions within the conference room abruptly ceased. The disdain and nonchalance on James's face vanished, replaced by astonishment and shock. Su Chan was indeed correct. He could perceive the attributes and modification direction of this fundamental modification module, which bore almost no difference from what Su Chan had articulated. However, he could not comprehend what Su Chan meant by the quality being inadequate, nor the implications of being significantly influenced by other modification modules. Wasn't the quality of this modification module merely blue? Could there be any other quality? Unbeknownst to him, in Su Chan's perspective, blue was merely the foundational quality of the modification module and modification core. Beyond this basic quality, distinctions of inferior, average, good, excellent, and perfect existed. The 10 materials before him were all of average or inferior quality, lacking even a single good one. Pre-prepared meals were just that. Pre-prepared meals, Su Chan scoffed internally. No matter how exquisite the packaging, it could never compare to the craftsmanship of a 5-star chef like him. Then, what about the other fundamental module in your hand? James inquired, taking the initiative. He wondered if Su Chan was merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, fortunate enough to guess correctly. This is a fundamental weight reduction module, primarily aimed at reducing the weight of the chassis, and its quality is quite poor, Su Chan stated, leisurely toying with another fundamental module. Its attributes enhance speed while diminishing stability and cornering performance, with a speed increase of approximately 4 to 5, also significantly influenced by other modification modules. Indeed, James's expression tightened, as he no longer dared to underestimate Su Chan. This young man truly possessed remarkable insights. May I ask you a question? He inquired, rubbing his watch thoughtfully. What do you mean by being significantly influenced by other modification modules? How did you discern that? Oh. Su Chan's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied with feigned exasperation. You all were unaware? I had thought that a top-tier modification team would be knowledgeable about such matters. Mimicking James's earlier demeanor, he shrugged. Allow me to provide you with an example. Suppose the attribute of Module A is to enhance speed, while Module B's attribute is to improve cornering. If both are significantly influenced by other modules, the resultant modification core's final speed and cornering attributes may fail to meet expectations, while their negative effects could very well exceed those expectations. Oh, I understand now. James adjusted his glasses, contemplating. We encounter similar situations during modifications. However, we merely regard such occurrences as probabilistic attribute losses, which is quite commonplace. Occasionally, there are instances where attribute loss is minimal or non-existent, but the underlying reasons for this phenomenon remain unexplored. Furthermore, if A is a purple quality module and B is a blue quality module, the final synthesis typically yields a blue modification core without any loss of B's attributes, while A would suffer significant losses. When disregarding costs, we employ this method to enhance the attributes of the resultant modification core. However, this combination significantly reduces the success rate of synthesis. James had begun to regard Su Chan as a genuine modification artist, engaging in a meaningful exchange of insights. Within the conference hall, the other modifiers bore solemn expressions, diligently jotting down notes. James, an S-rank master modifier, possessed invaluable experience, a treasure to them all. Su Chan observed the deference exhibited by the assemblage of modifiers, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. What could possibly be the reason? It was merely a stroke of luck that they had stumbled upon high-quality basic modification modules. The blue quality modification core crafted by pairing the purple and blue basic modules was fundamentally reliant on the superior quality of the purple module, which preserved the attributes of the blue module at the expense of most of the purple module's own attributes. It appeared impressive, yet was ultimately a Pyrrhic victory. As he gazed upon the fervently writing modifiers, a wave of sorrow washed over him. He felt a deep lament for the modifiers of this world and for the drivers and mech daughters of this era. In essence, These modifiers were merely artisans of pre-prepared dishes. Their expertise lay solely in enhancing the flavors of these pre-packaged kits. They were utterly ignorant of true culinary artistry and had no comprehension of modification. They were nothing more than detached outsiders. Disappointment settled within Su Chun. He had initially harbored some expectations for today's debate. However, engaging in discussion with these modifiers felt utterly imbalanced, lacking the thrill of a contest between equals. He had little hope of persuading them. A group oblivious to the intricacies of modification, their thoughts were shallow, not worthy of the term modification but rather akin to mere assembly. It was as absurd as an armaments engineer from the era of firearms attempting to explain airplanes and cannons to a weapons specialist from the Age of Iron. They were speaking different languages. No amount of technical detail would resonate with them. It would be akin to playing music to a deaf audience. Nevertheless, the effort must still be exerted. Su Chun merged two basic modification modules before the eyes of James and all the modifiers. In less than 10 seconds, he produced a blue modification core. The cube-shaped core rotated slowly in his hand, and the pale blue luminescence reflected in his indifferent gaze, resembling a flickering flame. All present were left speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief. Could it be that such a feat was accomplished with a single material? And at such an astonishing speed? The air seemed to thicken at that moment, the silence in the hall palpable. Chapter 63, Deeply Rooted Under Normal Circumstances. The fabrication of a modified core requires 2 to 3 hours. During this period, the modifier must continuously transfer energy to the foundational modules, facilitating their fusion. This is precisely why the output of modified cores is so challenging to increase. Some modifiers may not even manage to synthesize a single core in an entire day, and the production of one core may consume several, even a dozen materials, leading to the persistently high prices of these cores. But what did they witness? A perfect modified core produced in less than 10 seconds. Mr. Su Chun. James was unaware that his voice trembled as he awkwardly inquired. Could you possibly create another modified core? I wish to. Without waiting for him to finish, Su Chun casually picked up 3 foundational modules and crafted another modified core with ease. This time, the process took slightly longer, yet it was still under half a minute. As they gazed at the modified core slowly rotating in Su Chun's hands, a chorus of gasps echoed through the conference room. How about it? Am I now qualified to discuss Queen's modification plan with you? Su Chun nonchalantly tossed 2 blue modified cores onto the table. These pre-prepared dishes were beneath his notice, utterly worthless. Indeed, you are more than qualified to engage with us regarding Queen's modification plan, James eagerly affirmed. He was perplexed by Su Chun's situation, but given his demonstrated qualities, he was at least an A-level modifier. Whether he attained S-level status would depend on his ability to produce purple and gold modified cores. The absence of a certificate was likely a matter of information, for how could an A-level modifier lack such credentials? As for Su Chun's youth, it could only be attributed to his extraordinary talent. After all, the primary strength of a modifier is determined by innate awakening, while one may enhance their abilities through practice. The extent of such improvement is severely limited, and the ceiling has already been set, leaving little room for further advancement. Queen sister, did you see that? Xingmeng exclaimed, hands on her hips and chin raised proudly. I told you Masta would surely be fine, meow. Yet, she herself held no certainty that Su Chun would earn the approval of the older gentleman. After all, as humans age, they tend to become rather obstinate, especially those who are deemed masters. Her faith in Su Chun was purely instinctive. Such is the nature of a soul bond. Even if Su Chun claimed he could pluck stars from the sky, she would believe him without questioning the feasibility of such an endeavor. Queen remained silent. Her fists clenched as she endeavored to steady her heartbeat and breathing. She seldom offered compliments, for those who could genuinely captivate her respect were exceedingly rare. She had initially thought that the confrontation between Su Chun and the Night Modification team would merely be her futile struggle. Unexpectedly, Su Chun had indeed carved out a glimmer of hope for her. The projector screen descended in the center of the conference hall, displaying the PowerPoint presentation of Queen's modification plan. James elaborated on the entire scheme to Su Chun, even displaying a hint of smugness. Mr. Su Chun, as you can see, our modification plan poses no issues whatsoever. In our endeavor to transform Queen into a formidable and flawless mechanical maiden, our Knight team is truly dedicated. The Voice of the Knight has also generously allocated various resources to Queen. You have already reviewed the modification plan. Upon revisiting it, I still experience a sense of revulsion akin to consuming rancid oil. What appears to be a lavish and comprehensive overhaul ultimately amounts to a mindless accumulation of components, aligning with the thought processes of pre-packaged meal artisans. What are your thoughts on our modification proposal? Please feel free to express any concerns. Su Chun inhaled deeply. Tempted to utter, "Your modification plan is akin to a pile of dung mixed with maggots," yet he restrained himself. Since negotiation was the aim, it was prudent to avoid inciting the other party. A calm and composed discussion would be essential in securing greater benefits for Queen. "I cannot fully endorse your modification plan," Su Chun asserted, shaking his head. "Oh," James raised an eyebrow, inquiring about his reasoning. "Queen is a Thunder Starburst-type mechanical maiden. Your modifications emphasize a broad enhancement, yet entirely obliterate Queen's individuality." Su Chun replied coolly. "Your modification approach should prioritize enhancing Queen's speed and explosive capabilities while also improving other attributes, rather than attempting to elevate all attributes equally. If you were to modify her according to my suggested direction, Queen's explosive power and speed would have already surpassed the 100 mark. Only then can her true potential be realized." In the conference room, the modification specialists exchanged glances, their expressions predominantly reflecting skepticism and confusion. Yet, Queen gazed at Su Chun's silhouette with eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, this was what she yearned for: unparalleled speed and explosive power. The freedom to race forward without concern, to revel in the untamed winds howling around her. When had she begun to forget this? She felt as though she had lost touch with many things, some inherent within her very lineage. James furrowed his brow deeply, pondering for a prolonged moment before slowly articulating, "Mr. Su Chun, I do not comprehend your perspective. Regardless of Queen's type as a mechanical maiden, a comprehensive enhancement seems superior to specializing in merely 2 attributes. Specializing in 2 attributes borders on deficiency. It does not constitute a perfect mechanical maiden. What the lady has commissioned us to create is a flawless mechanical maiden, a hexagonal warrior in gaming terms, devoid of any shortcomings. This is the objective of our knight modification team. Thus, we have temporarily sacrificed Queen's explosive power and speed, which we shall later compensate for through further modifications, ultimately ensuring that all her capabilities remain at an exceptionally high level." James and the knight modification team's aspirations are quite understandable. Su Chun recognizes their intent. They seek an exemplary student with straight A's across the board. Yet, due to the nature of modifications, enhancing one attribute inevitably leads to the diminishment of others. This aligns with the characteristics of various modifications seen in racing cars of the past. A vehicle designed for peak straight-line acceleration inevitably exhibits deficiencies in cornering control, simplistic aerodynamics, and an unbalanced weight distribution. Conversely, a muscle car, while boasting formidable power and stability, suffers from cumbersome handling, pronounced body roll in turns, and insufficient steering precision. In their relentless pursuit of making Queen an all-around top student, they have overlooked and stifled her potential for explosive speed and breakthrough prowess that could effortlessly secure her a place in prestigious ranks, which holds greater promise for the future, being proficient in all areas or mastering a specific domain to perfection. Undoubtedly, it is the latter. Concentration leads to unparalleled excellence. There exists no flawless racing car. Rather, there are exceptional racing cars and extraordinary drivers. The essence of a driver's existence lies in their ability to harmonize with the vehicle, compensating for its shortcomings while amplifying its strengths. This is the true essence of racing. Regrettably, the modifiers of the Knight tuning team lack this understanding. Or perhaps, many drivers, tuners, and even the machine girls themselves in this world remain oblivious to these truths. The notion of holistic enhancement may have already taken deep root in their minds. Chapter 64. 3 months, combined. Since you desire a mechanized companion that embodies an all-encompassing balance of excellence, why not opt for the Starlight emblem as your guiding choice? Su Chun endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. When a mechanized companion undergoes advancement, it does not entail a mere increment across all attributes. For instance, speed-oriented mechanized companions will predominantly enhance their speed attribute. In contrast, the Starlight emblem mechanized companions, such as Xingmeng, experience a slight elevation in all 5 attributes. This is because the Starlight emblem mechanized companions assume a supportive role within the team, and their future awakened abilities will also lean towards support. James shrugged nonchalantly, asserting, such mechanized companions are nearly incapable of occupying the central position. That role is reserved for Flame Emblem or Thunder Emblem companions, whose awakened special skills are designed to secure the central position. Su Chun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. To think that there exists a hierarchy among mechanized companions, much like how central positions disdain support roles in games, does it not? Have you ever considered that the reason Queen is currently inoperative may stem from the inadequacy of your modification plan? Absolutely impossible, James retorted emphatically, his conviction unyielding. We have encountered numerous instances akin to Queen's situation. As long as the attributes are ultimately elevated towards a state of equilibrium, activation will naturally ensue. So, please rest assured regarding this matter. In summary, our modification plan aligns with the widely accepted standards of the era and poses no issues. At this juncture, Su Chun had discerned the flaws in these modification specialists. Arrogance was indeed present, albeit concealed after he showcased his capabilities. However, beyond arrogance, there resided stubbornness and obstinacy. Even in light of his demonstrated prowess, these specialists remained resolute in their beliefs, akin to antiquated ideologies firmly entrenched in their ways, impervious to reason. Su Chun understood their predicament. When outdated notions solidify into prevalent trends, they become incapable of accepting or tolerating the emergence of new ideas. Unless a formidable upheaval occurs to shatter their decaying souls into awakening, it was inconceivable that a mere call to action would compel these esteemed modification masters, who dictate the currents of this era, to heed his words. He bore no charm of persuasion that could lower their defenses. Su Chun sighed, enveloped by a profound sense of helplessness. If I wish to partake in Queen's modification plan, what prerequisites must I fulfill? Su Chun pivoted his approach, gently coaxing. If this continues, you will entirely obliterate Queen's unique characteristics, and she will be rendered obsolete. Nonsense. James's voice escalated, laced with indignation. Mr. Su Chun, while you may indeed be a prodigy deserving of respect and recognition, it does not grant you the liberty to belittle our knight team's modification plan. Queen shall not be rendered flawed. She will evolve into a perfect mechanized companion. He loosened his tie, inhaling deeply, his tone softening. As for participating in Queen's modification plan, you must at least present your A-level modification specialist certificate and secure the endorsement of the Voice of Night group. At the very least, our Night team lacks the authority to grant you entry. Su Chun helplessly rubbed his forehead. The situation felt as daunting as a tiger facing the sky, unable to find its way. He had contemplated requesting the provision of golden modules, allowing him to directly craft a golden modification core by hand, or even superior platinum or diamond cores, thereby showcasing his true value. Yet, he lacked confidence, and such a course of action seemed excessively perilous. He had only recently arrived in this world, without any background to support him. What if he were to be captured, confined, and subjected to torture on an electric chair, forced to endure without the means to create modification cores? What then? Just as he pondered whether there might be alternative solutions, Jessica suddenly appeared at the entrance of the conference hall, knocking softly on the door. A hush fell over the room. The presence of the young lady commanded immediate attention. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at the sound of Jessica's voice. All arguments and fiery gazes abruptly ceased. The modifiers, including James, who had just been vehemently defending his stance, seemed to be pressed by an invisible pause button, their bodies instinctively tensing, their eyes drawn towards the doorway. With the sound of high heels echoing, a tall woman entered, clad in a beige bespoke suit. Her thin lips were pursed, her nose was elegantly defined, and her pair of phoenix eyes held no trace of emotion. While her appearance could only be deemed above average, she exuded a distinctive aura that instilled psychological pressure simply by her presence. Standing before this formidable woman, Su Chun recognized her as the mysterious lady from the Night Voice Group, the future pilot of Queen. I am Xingmeng, the T1 Ace driver of the Night Group, she stated, scrutinizing Su Chun with keen interest. Queen is not my primary mech, but rather the third one I intend to add to my collection, serving as a backup when the others are underperforming. I overheard your previous discussions. Mr. Su Chun, you possess remarkable talent. But I must clarify, my first two mechs were crafted by the Night team, and they are exceptionally versatile. I believe if they can thrive, so too can Queen. Wouldn't you agree? Xingmeng carried herself with the commanding presence of a privileged young lady, her air of nobility a result of years spent in high positions. Accustomed to luxury, James and the Night team's modifiers dared not speak, let alone meet her gaze. However, Su Chun remained unfazed. He had encountered numerous elites, some of whom had even sought his expertise in modifications. Thus, he held his ground, meeting Qin Xian's eyes with unwavering composure. In my opinion, the modification plans devised by the Knight team are utterly worthless, he declared, laying his cards on the table. With the obstinacy of the old guard, he felt no need to maintain even the facade of civility. You. James's face flushed with anger as he pointed at Su Chun, but found himself unable to voice his outrage. The surrounding modifiers glared at Su Chun with indignation. In the quiet room, the only sound was the soft shuffle of high heels. It was Queen, taking a small step towards Su Chun. Star Dream had already dashed to Su Chen's side, spreading her arms wide like a protective hen shielding her chicks, her fierce gaze fixed on the surrounding modifiers, baring her teeth while her cat ears twitched, ready to pounce at any moment. Despite the utter lack of intimidation, it appears that Queen is quite concerned about you. Qin Xian noticed the barely perceptible worry and alarm on Queen's face. She looked at Su Chun with an expression of astonishment, her lips curling slightly. Queen is a remarkably unique mech girl, possessing both distinctive performance and character. Few can capture her attention, yet those who do are certainly not ordinary individuals. Take me, for example. I am an S-rank driver. Qin Xian smiled with a hint of vanity, believing that perhaps Queen was drawn to me for my exceptional qualities, which led her to sign a contract with the Knight's Voice Group. What I wish to convey is, Qin Xian paused. Since Queen has recognized your potential in terms of modification, it indicates that you too are extraordinary. Therefore, I am willing to offer you an opportunity. I reviewed your profile and noted that you do not yet possess a modification engineer certification. Thus, if you can obtain an A-rank modification engineer certification within 3 months, Queen will gladly accompany you, and you may take her with you. What do you say? The conference hall fell silent once more, as James and the other engineers gazed at Qin Xian with incredulity. Jessica opened her mouth, perhaps grasping the significance of the lady's actions. Yet, does Su Chin truly warrant such investment from her? After all, this is Queen, an entity they have poured vast resources into. She is an exceptionally selected, immensely promising top-tier mech girl. Is Su Chun truly that remarkable? 3 months. Su Chun furrowed his brow. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. He understood that acquiring a modification engineer certification necessitates ample study time. Generally, one cannot leap from elementary to middle school, nor from middle to high school without a solid foundation. One might only advance a grade or 2 at best with outstanding results. Thus, regardless of circumstances, he would require at least 3 years of coursework, followed by a series of examinations. Where could he possibly find the time to attain a certification within 3 months? Furthermore, the path to becoming a modification engineer is not instantaneous. It commences from D-level, and one must progress through each tier sequentially. The time investment is considerable. Qin Xian perceived the confusion in Su Chen's eyes and elucidated. You have already demonstrated the fundamental skills expected of an A-rank modification engineer. Through our connections at Knight's Voice, we can promptly facilitate your acquisition of a D-level modification engineer certification. Moreover, the annual evaluation for advancement will be opened exclusively for you on a monthly basis, enabling you to reach A rank within 3 months. This is the utmost we can achieve for you at Knight's Voice. Of course, she shifted her tone. If you fail to secure an A rank certification within 3 months, I hope you will consider joining our modification team at Knight's Voice. However, you will no longer be able to involve yourself in Queen's modification plans. I appreciate talent, and we at Knight's Voice are in dire need of individuals like you. Your presence could bring forth greater possibilities than a fully capable top-tier mech girl. I hope you will sincerely contemplate my offer. With the stakes laid bare, Su Chun regarded Qin Xian with a profound gaze. Indeed, she is the esteemed lady of the Knight's Voice, exuding an unparalleled grace. When he first beheld Qin Xian's entrance, he anticipated being promptly dismissed. It was evident that Qin Xian would be reluctant to alter Queen's modification plan, nor would she naively present him with a Queen contract. Her intention was to use Queen as bait, enticing him to join the Knight team and serve the Knight's Voice. The stipulation of a 3-month limit, coupled with the allure of Queen, indicated the presence of formidable challenges ahead. The assessment was likely far more complex than it appeared, necessitating the fulfillment of numerous conditions. However, Su Chen's gaze instinctively shifted towards Queen. As if engaged in a silent communion, Queen's profound eyes met his. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, time seemed to suspend. He perceived within Queen's gaze a caged canary, yearning for the azure sky that lay tantalizingly close yet frustratingly out of reach. She silently lamented, desperately struggling for true freedom. The expression of defiance, mingled with pain and hope, profoundly stirred Su Chen's heart. In his past life, as the chief racing modification engineer, he understood that vehicles transformed under his expertise would unleash their full potential. Cars were cold, lifeless entities, devoid of emotion. They did not offer him praise. He had never envisioned a day when a girl capable of transforming into a car would gaze at him with such yearning. Queen was pleading for his help. She did not wish to wither away within that cage. An overwhelming and indescribable emotion surged within Su Chen's chest, not solely due to the assistance Queen had provided him and Xingmeng during this time. Was it anger? Sympathy? Or perhaps the burden of responsibility that a chief modification engineer ought to bear in the face of such absurdity? 3 months. What if the obstacles were daunting? He could not stand idly by as Queen risked losing her most precious talent. That cage, which imprisoned her freedom, he would shatter with his own hands. Very well. Su Chen averted his gaze, fixing it upon Xingmeng, his voice low yet resolute. I accept. Chapter 65. Farewell. Miss, have you made your decision? Are you truly willing to offer Queen as a reward? Jessica and Xingmeng stood side by side before the conference room window, gazing at Su Chen and Xingmeng as they approached the estate, still somewhat incredulous. I have made up my mind, Xingmeng replied coolly. As a seasoned employee, you should be aware of the difficulty in attaining an A-level modification expert status within 3 months. Almost no one accomplishes it. But what if? What if he succeeds? What then if Queen is given to him? Xingmeng's gaze deepened, a flicker of indifference crossing her eyes. I am not in one of a single top-tier mech. Presently, Queen is a derelict vehicle, utterly incapable of starting. The other 2 top-tier mechs in her possession had also endured periods of inoperability. Those 2 mech units, the Liyuan star emblems, suffered similar fates during their attribute enhancement processes, albeit for a much shorter duration. Queen, much like a stubborn child, stood resolutely in place, refusing to budge no matter the efforts of the Knight modification team. Xingmeng understood that Queen harbored a deep-seated unwillingness to cooperate with the team's modifications. In contrast, the other 2 mechs, in a sense, had ultimately conceded. At times, she truly could not comprehend why a mere collection of tools needed to be entangled in such superfluous emotional complexities. Why must the pilots cater to their moods? She possessed neither the leisure nor the patience for such trivialities. Aside from Queen, she had other reserve mechs undergoing modifications. Whoever could complete the modifications swiftly, meeting her standards, would become her 3rd mech. Thus, Queen was of little consequence to her. Moreover, Su Chen could conjure 2 blue modification cores in less than a minute. Regardless of whether luck played a role, this alone rendered his value far superior to that of Queen. Miss, shall our team continue to modify Queen? James exchanged glances with the other modification experts, cautiously inquiring. Or should we set Queen aside for the next 3 months? Of course we must continue the modifications. Xingmeng turned to face James, casting a shadow over him as she stood with her back to the sunlight. You are already among the nation's premier modification teams, and yet you still have not discerned the reason behind Queen's inability to operate during the modification process? Do you not feel ashamed? You need further modifications to comprehend this issue. Regardless of Su Chen's involvement, Queen's modifications must proceed, even if I no longer require other mechs. Does that mean you would have nothing to do? No. The mechs under the voice of the Knight Group's agreement are numerous. They are all your modification targets. Do you understand? Why yes, I understand. James wiped the sweat from his brow, lowering his gaze to his toes. Being in the presence of this young lady was indeed a formidable pressure, especially those terrifying eyes that seemed to regard everyone as mere objects, whether they be mechs or their assistants. This is where I must leave you. Before the Iron Gate, Queen gazed intently at Su Chen and Xingmeng. When her eyes fell upon Su Chen, a subtle warmth quietly seeped into her usual cool demeanor. Queen, I have a question. The garden-esque gate gradually closed, separating 2 worlds as if it were a prison. Su Chen locked eyes with the Queen through the iron bars. Why did you initially join the Voice of the Night? Now that they have rendered you unable to activate, you should possess the authority to annul the agreement, should you not? In response, Queen furrowed her brow, her mind filled with fragmented and hazy recollections. She remembered that at the time, Xingmeng had spoken to her extensively, mentioning that the Voice of the Night would transform her into a top-tier machine girl. Enticed by the reputation of the voice of the night and the commendations from numerous predecessors, she signed the agreement. However, the modification plan from the voice of the night caused her considerable distress. Yet, apart from that, they had not subjected her to maltreatment. I suppose I was blinded by the glamorous facade of a large corporation, she remarked with a bitter smile. The agreement cannot be dissolved. As the voice of the night has not abused the machine girls, all their modifications adhere to standards or even exceed them. However, if I remain unable to activate, they will voluntarily terminate the agreement, and at that moment, I shall be free. She gazed at Su Chun, her eyes pure and sincere. Thank you. Even though the modification plan you proposed was not accepted, I truly appreciate your concern for me. Becoming an A-grade modifier in just 3 months is quite challenging. Do not place undue pressure upon yourself, and ensure that your focus remains on the upcoming competition. Will Queen's sister not return with us? Xingmeng inquired. Peering through the bars at Queen, her small fists clenched tightly. She had once envied Queen immensely, envied her ability to provide a warm home for Su Chun, to prepare sweet meals, and to resolve their myriad challenges. Yet, in Su Chun's presence, she often felt like a burden, unable to assist in any way. She longed to be as formidable as Queen. However, today she witnessed that even someone as strong as Queen could not dictate her own fate, subject only to the evaluations of those modification specialists and young ladies who treated her like a mere commodity. Even now, it felt as though she were trapped in a resplendent cage. The envy she once held dissipated, leaving behind an indescribable bitterness and discomfort. No, I cannot. Queen gently shook her head, her voice soft. I have signed the agreement and must obey the directives of the corporation. You may continue to reside at my place. And please take good care of my Xian phone. We can occasionally keep in touch via phone. Initially, she had a month of leave, but that time was sacrificed for the meeting with the night team and Su Chun. Thus, her leave had concluded, and she now needed to cooperate with the work of the voice of the night. However, Moss and I do not possess mobile phones. Xingmeng suddenly grasped the railing, tears streaming down her face, and pleaded with the security personnel beside her. Please, have mercy. Let Queen's sister accompany us. We would never abduct her. We won't go abroad, as we lack passports. If it comes to that, you could always implant a locator on us. The security personnel remained silent. Su Chun was taken aback. Queen smiled gently, reaching through the railing to stroke Xingmeng's head. Do not fret. It's not as if we will never meet again. I shall give you my number, and we can keep in touch. She borrowed a piece of paper and a pen from the security and neatly wrote down her number. As she handed the note to Su Chun, her fingertip also clutched a bank card. What is this? Su Chun was momentarily stunned. I have no need for money within the group, Queen asserted, without allowing any argument. She thrust the note and the bank card into Su Chun's hand. On the path to success, one cannot do without the means to pave the way. Although this may not amount to much, it is all that I have saved for a long, long time. Queen's cheeks flushed slightly, and she averted her gaze, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Yet, soon after, her eyes glimmered with an unusual intensity and pride. Su Chun, I am a top-tier mech girl, accustomed to a life of abundance. If the day comes when I have the chance to become your mech girl, and you remain a mere pauper, I shall not let you off lightly. With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. Do your best. Her cool voice drifted away in the wind, dispersing the inaudible whispers. Venture forth, Xingmeng, and brave the thorns to witness that broader sky for me. Chapter 66. Me? Help. Su Chun took Xingmeng to purchase mobile phones. One for each of them. The previous phone was a mere trinket, long obsolete, often failing to power on. This time, they acquired a reputable brand with basic functionalities to suffice. However, he selected a flagship model for Xingmeng, adorned with a cat-themed phone case, perfectly complementing her style. Master, does Sister Queen think less of us for lacking wealth? Xingmeng pouted, cradling her phone as she entered Queen's number on the green bubble, still troubled by Queen's earlier remarks. Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle softly. Given Queen's personality, such words were clearly veiled attempts at provocation, weren't they? Do you wish for Queen to become my mech girlfriend? Of course, Xingmeng replied without a moment's hesitation. Sister Queen is not only beautiful but also virtuous, and her performance is excellent. If she were to become Master's mech girlfriend, I would be utterly elated. Su Chun rubbed his nose, sensing he might be overthinking things. After establishing a mental bond with Xingmeng, he had unconsciously cast her in the role of a girlfriend. If Xingmeng were indeed his girlfriend, she should feel some jealousy regarding Queen, right? Thus, He found himself anxiously posing the question while purchasing her a phone, even amidst her evident joy. Yet, to his surprise, Xingmeng showed no signs of anger. Upon reflection, it made sense. The high-octane racing world dictated that a driver could not possibly have only one mech partner. Therefore, for Xingmeng, accepting Queen would be completely normal. In fact, given her fondness for Queen, she might even desire her as a companion. With this realization, Su Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Xingmeng likely had no real understanding of what it meant to like someone. It seemed he had been overly sentimental. Queen had likely said that on purpose. If she were to become their ally, then their upcoming tasks would be quite formidable. Su Chen's expression grew serious. The races could not be delayed, and he still needed to prepare for the Modification Technician certification exam. Suddenly, he felt as though he had transitioned from leisurely browsing to spinning in a whirlwind. It was imperative to ascertain the necessary preparations and specifics of the exam content. Su Chun had an inkling that the exam would not cover the modification knowledge from his previous life, but rather some chaotic and unfamiliar material. Master, I understand. Xingmeng clenched her cat-paw fist, nodding earnestly. We must earn a fortune. Su Chun. She understands nothing. He gazed at the girl beside him, fiddling with her phone, and let out a resigned smile. Perhaps this innocence and charm were preferable, far better than Queen's daily encounters with intrigue and constraints. Master. Sister Queen has accepted my friend request. Su Chin glanced over, catching a glimpse of a blossoming lotus flower avatar. WeChat name is Everyday Happiness. Such a disjointed avatar and WeChat name. Xingmeng nestled beside Su Chun, playfully mimicking a cat's paw with one hand while raising her phone to capture a selfie, which she promptly sent to Queen. Ding dong. The reply came almost instantaneously. What did Queen say? Su Chun felt a surge of curiosity. Meow. Queen's sister remarked that your nasal hair is not properly trimmed, it's peeking out of your nostrils. Su Chun. He poked at his nostrils, hastily pressing the nasal hair back in place. He thought to himself, Queen observes with an astonishing level of scrutiny. Arriving in this world with nothing to his name, compounded by the numerous events of late, he indeed had not been as meticulous as before, as if he had returned to his days as an apprentice tuner. Perhaps this is what it means to remain true to one's roots. Su Chun dutifully purchased a grooming kit for nasal hair and facial hair, along with some daily skincare products at the supermarket by the community entrance. A man can be rugged, but he must not be unkempt. Upon reaching the entrance of the unit, he unexpectedly spotted two acquaintances. Master, it's the fish frying dog. Xingmeng pointed at Yuming, her voice loud and clear. Yuming, who was examining the area at the entrance, jolted at the sound. He turned his head, glaring in response. The aloof demeanor on his face vanished, rapidly replaced by a noticeable flush. I've told you not to call me fish frying dog. Damn it, I have a name. I am Yuming. Especially the U, and Ming means tomorrow. Meow, fish frying dog, got it. Xingmeng acknowledged her mistake. All right, fish frying dog. Su Chun nodded, knowingly defying him. You little. Yuming pointed at Su Chun, exasperatedly rolling his eyes. Truly, there is no room for two types of people in the cockpit. Xingmeng and her driver are of the same ilk. Master. You might as well stop struggling. Zhu Ying, with an air of wisdom, patted Yuming's shoulder. Your reputation as fish frying dog is well known far and wide. You might as well embrace it. It's not something to be ashamed of. She glanced at Xingmeng beside Su Chun, her eyes filled with a complex and barely perceptible admiration. Good to see you again, Xingmeng. Although reluctant to admit it, you are indeed a force to be reckoned with in the urban championship. Zhu Ying gave Xingmeng a thumbs up. Then, shifting her tone, however, your victory can be attributed to the absurdity of this track. Future competitions will not be so lenient with mere curves, and when that time comes, I shall not grant you any chances. Prepare to be left far behind. Yuming had already started signaling Zhu Ying, yet the words had been spoken. After all, these remarks could be seen as provocative, with a stubbornness akin to a duck refusing to admit defeat. Yuming was about to utter some kind words to Su Chun, but Xingmeng, unfazed, nodded. Oh meow. I will strive to ensure I am not surpassed by you. Zhu Ying looked at Xingmeng in surprise, having prepared herself for an argument. Yet, Xingmeng's humble attitude left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, you are indeed quite remarkable. She blushed, let out a soft huff, and turned her head aside, occasionally glancing over with the corner of her eye. Ahem, my words signify my acknowledgement of you as my rival. In any case, do your best. Yuming gazed at Chasing Shadow with an expression of disbelief. Su Chun found the interaction between the two mechanical girls amusing. He then turned to Xingmeng. As a resident of K-City and a professional driver for the Northern Wolf Club, what brings you to a neighborhood in Binzhou? And it seems you are specifically waiting for me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Xingmeng appeared to finally regain his composure, dashing in front of Su Chun and enthusiastically grasping his hand. Su Chun, please, you must save the life of our Northern Wolf T2. He blinked, attempting to squeeze out a tear. Unfortunately, his talent was limited, and after much effort, he could only produce a single sticky tear. You Northern Wolf T2 are asking for my help? Su Chun pointed to himself, looking utterly perplexed. What has happened to you? Good luck on the high school entrance examination. Chapter 67. The Olive Branch of the Northern Wolves. The plight of our Northern Wolves T2. Xingmeng sighed, his face a portrait of despair. As you know, provincial championships require both individual and team scores to meet standards, hence. Su Chun shook his head. No? I do not know. Xingmeng replied, no matter, now you do. He continued, our T2 team's points were already precarious, and not long ago, one of our members left to become a substitute in T1. Consequently, we have been contemplating the recruitment of a new team member. However, finding new recruits is no simple task. Those who are interested in us are often not to our liking, and those we desire are already claimed by other teams. After much effort, we finally found someone suitable, but guess what? Our club manager surprisingly wants to usher in his nephew. Isn't that just adding to our troubles? Su Chun understood. It turned out that Xingmeng's team was being infiltrated by a connection. It was quite understandable, given the nature of interpersonal relationships in society. What about your manager's nephew? Is he lacking in skills? Whether he is lacking or not is unclear. It is said that he has participated in a few underground races, winning each time, yet he has never competed in a public event. What merit is there in that? Xingmeng sat on a stone by the building entrance, sighed deeply. The crux of the matter is, this individual is exceedingly annoying, always boasting, and sporting dyed yellow hair, which is simply irksome. The team leader is nearly at her wit's end. So, Su Chun blinked. What does this have to do with me? Of course, it pertains to you. Xingmeng cleared his throat and said earnestly, do you know who the new recruit we had our eyes on was? I do not. It was you. Su Chun responded. Oh. Xingmeng thumped his thigh, gritting his teeth. Are you a hen? Can you not provide a more appropriate reaction? This is the recognition of the Northern Wolves T2, the largest club in K-City. Not some fly-by-night establishment. Do you understand? Not quite. Seeing Su Chun feigning ignorance, Xingmeng decided to be straightforward. The situation is this. Our manager is imposing his choice upon us, and we cannot refuse because he is the one in charge of recruitment. Moreover, this fellow can indeed pass all evaluations. We dislike that yellow-haired chap, so we mentioned that we had already identified a reserve player, which is essentially you and Xingmeng. Our team leader has the authority to approve new recruits. Hence, as long as you can outperform that yellow-haired lad, the manager cannot force him upon us. And you and Xingmeng will become the new members of our team. Xingmeng stood up, arms wide open. Su Chun, Xingmeng. Welcome to our Northern Wolves T2 family. For Su Chun, the concept of a team felt rather distant. He had always been somewhat of a lone wolf. In his past life, he preferred solitude when modifying cars, shunning the presence of other mechanics. He habitually slept alone, dined alone, traveled alone, and ventured into nightclubs seeking companionship alone. Joining a team meant being surrounded by teammates, which immediately instilled a reluctance within him. However, reason dictated that in order to integrate into this world and achieve global status, joining a team was essential. The provincial championships were team competitions. An individual could not represent a collective. Establishing one's own club or team, on the other hand, was fraught with complications. Merely contemplating the myriad challenges that lay ahead induced a headache. Thus, perhaps joining an esteemed team would indeed be a prudent choice? Su Chun did not refuse nor immediately acquiesce, but inquired, what advantages would joining your Northern Wolves T2 offer? Advantages? Is not becoming a member of the Northern Wolves T2 a benefit in itself? Xingmeng responded, perplexed. Su Chun rolled his eyes and, taking Xingmeng's hand, circumvented Xingmeng. I beg your pardon, but you are blocking the exit. I must return home. Has the capital's manipulation truly ensnared him? Such audacity. Did he not realize that a mere hint of persuasion would render him immobile? Hey, don't go. Xingmeng quickly intercepted Su Chun, a conciliatory grin adorning his face. I was merely jesting. How could joining us at Northern Wolves lack benefits? First and foremost, once you successfully sign the agreement, The foundational materials for your future upgrades will be fully covered by the club. Furthermore, a baseline salary of 100,000 per month, with additional rewards for placing in competitive races, which do not overlap with other prizes. Moreover, we possess our own modification team equipped with exclusive Northern Wolves components, which are superior to those available on the market. Is there anything else? Su Chen inquired calmly. As the premier modification specialist in Huaxia, he had encountered countless rewards. In his previous life, top teams had offered him salaries of $200,000 per month. Regardless of modification tasks, this sum was reliably deposited into his account. Even such generous compensation had grown tiresome, prompting him to resign and embrace leisure. Well, there's. Yuming scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. Su Chen's reaction was entirely unexpected. Shouldn't he be elated at the prospect of joining the Northern Wolves? After all, those wild racers, like Lin Haijun, would be ecstatic at the mere suggestion of a decent club extending an invitation. What was Su Chen's issue? Yet, apart from these incentives, it seemed there were no further benefits to joining the Northern Wolves. Alas, just as Yuming was racking his brain for answers, Zui Ying's gaze fell upon the hands that Su Chen and Xingmeng were interlacing. Su Chen's large hand enveloped Xingmeng's delicate, fair one entirely, and she allowed herself to be led without the slightest hint of resistance. Their relationship appeared quite extraordinary. Observing the attire adorning Xingmeng, it was evident that she wore a human casual outfit over an authentic racing suit. Zhu Ying blinked, his eyes darting as he suddenly remarked, "Joining the Northern Wolves Club grants access to exclusive Snow Wolf racing suits, which are exceptionally beautiful. There are over a dozen styles in the Snow Wolf series, including hidden and novelty designs that cannot be purchased elsewhere. Look at the suit I am wearing now. It is a Snow Wolf model specifically for competitions." Zhu Ying twirled before Xingmeng, boasting, "What do you think? Is it not splendid?" Oh meow! Xingmeng gazed intently, unblinking, at the racing suit adorning Chuing. The overall hue was a matte white, accentuated by two sharp black lines extending from the shoulders down the sides of the torso, reminiscent of the contours of a wolf's spine. The waist featured a scale-like silver carbon fiber texture, tightly fitted to accentuate the figure, rendering even a figure like Chuing's into a vision of a slender waist and ample curves. The emblem of the Northern Wolf Club graced the chest, depicting a starkly outlined wolf's head, radiating an aura of authority. How splendid! Xingmeng swallowed hard, her gaze transfixed. Undoubtedly, it was a product of professional design, far superior to the Mech Girl racing suits she had encountered at the Star God Huilu purchase. In her mind, she quickly envisioned herself donning this racing suit. She would be the most regal snow wolf of the northern wasteland, and those Mech Girls standing in her way would be her prey. A wolf must hunt. Aru. Meow 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 meow. Su Chen watched in amusement as Xingming became lost in her fantasies, clawing the air and meowing. Yuming glanced at Chuiying, exasperated. It's just a racing suit. What's the big deal? It's merely a team uniform, albeit with a bit more variety. Aunt, why not take a break? Don't make things more complicated for me. Chuiying rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, you know nothing. Was she complicating things? No, she was being astute, catering to the desires at hand. Yuming once again grasped Su Chen's hand, offering a sincere smile. Su Chen, our club's benefits are limited for now. If you have other thoughts, you can discuss them with our head sister. As long as they're reasonable, we can negotiate. Your Snow Wolf series racing suits are quite impressive. Yuming exclaimed, what? Su Chen leaned closer to Yuming's ear, lowering his voice in earnest. If you can send me the special edition suit in advance, I might consider visiting your club. Yuming, taken aback, stepped back, wide-eyed in disbelief at the serious expression on Su Chen's face. No way, was this really happening? All for a special edition racing suit. Goodness, what a peculiar request. Chapter 68. Can't we speak properly? Su Chen and Xingmeng returned to clean up after my Xianfeng and replenish the cat's food and water. Subsequently, they boarded a helicopter bound for K-City, operated by the Northern Wolf Club. K-City is a small to medium-sized city adjacent to Binzhou. Although it is slightly smaller, it is by no means less developed. Upon entering the office area of Northern Wolf T2, Su Chen immediately spotted a conspicuous figure, a young man with yellow hair lounging casually on the office sofa, barefoot, one foot resting on the armrest and the other on the coffee table. Opposite him sat a petite Mech girl, exuding an air of tranquility. Upon noticing a stranger approaching, she promptly averted her gaze and shifted to the corner of the sofa. As his gaze lingered, the information about the Mech girl appeared before him. Name: Chuan star emblem, storm, control type, speed, 58 cornering, 70 stability, 61 burst, 45 endurance, 37 modification core, little C demon, blue, stigmata, none current level, C special talent, none frequency. 13. Driver, Huang Shishuan status, good. Minor injuries evaluation, on tracks with numerous corners and short laps, she is a sharp blade. Wow, Su Chen remarked, giving a thumbs up at the mech girl's performance. Regardless of the yellow-haired youth's capabilities, his mech girl was indeed impressive. Particularly her cornering attribute of 70 indicated a strategy focused on honing her strengths to perfection. At the very least, it was evident that the modifications made by the yellow-haired youth aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities. Thus, despite his disheveled appearance, Su Chen did not underestimate him. Boss, I'm here. Yuming burst through the door and dashed towards the inner office. His shout roused the yellow-haired youth from his slumber. He glanced at Su Chen with a cold gaze before reclining back, albeit half awake, clearly no longer in the realm of sleep. Soon, Yuming emerged with a tall, golden-haired woman, though she bore dark circles under her eyes, exuding an aura of exhaustion. However, as she approached Su Chen, her eyes sparkled with life. Hi there, handsome. You must be Su Chen. You look so clean and refined. I adore boys like you who keep their hair natural and seem genuine. Li Yini greeted him enthusiastically, grasping his hand with palpable delight, though her words implicitly criticized the yellow-haired youth sprawled on the sofa. Su Chen glanced at Li Yini's golden locks, his lips twitching slightly as he withdrew his hand. I haven't expressed any intention to join. I merely brought Xingmeng to have a look. Not a problem. Feel free to explore. Our Northern Wolf T2 offers numerous perks that are sure to satisfy you, Li Yini replied, before noticing Yuming signaling her. She followed him to a corner, and the two engaged in a hushed discussion. Ultimately, Li Yini cast Su Chen an odd look before hastily departing. Su Chen followed Yuming on a tour of the office area, where the infrastructure was impressively robust, boasting a restaurant, a gym, and a modification room. However, the number of personnel was somewhat lacking. Where are the other members of the Northern Wolves? Su Chen inquired, glancing at several modders behind the glass door who were busy refining modification cores. The provincial qualifiers are just around the corner, and everyone should be training to secure sufficient personal points for the competition. Yuming sighed deeply. The pressure on us this year is immense. If we fail to qualify for the provincial tournament, the T2 team will be disbanded by the club, which is why I am so anxious about bringing in new members. Nodding in understanding, Su Chen asked, are these the modders from your T2 team? What are their skill levels? Yes. We have 1A level and 3B level modders assigned to us by the club, Yuming replied with a hint of pride. An A-level modder is considered a master among modders, and there are hardly any to be found in the entire K-City. Having a powerful modification team to customize machine girl modification plans is a privilege exclusive to club members. Moreover, outside, you would have to spend a hefty sum to purchase modification cores, while here we only provide basic modification modules for the modders. Su Chen found himself in disagreement with Yuming's statements. Having come to understand the general perception of modders in this world, he dismissed their capabilities entirely. After all, he could never entrust the modification of Xingmeng to these modders. However, there was a distinct advantage to joining the Northern Wolves. He could leverage his status as a club member to engage with an A-level modder. Rather than scrounging for trivial information like a green-headed fly, directly inquiring with an A-level modder would undoubtedly be a superior choice. Ultimately, one must belong to a club. Given Yuming's influence, he held a favorable impression of the Northern Wolves, so why not choose them? Additionally, it seemed that Xingmeng was quite fond of the team uniforms of the Northern Wolves. Su Chen found himself increasingly tempted. During their conversation, Li Yini returned, holding a box with an air of mystery. Mr. Su, here is the racing attire you requested. She cleared her throat and glanced at Xingmeng, whose face was pressed against the glass door, before lowering her voice. This racing outfit is rather special. I strongly advise against having the machine girl wear it outside, as it is only suitable for home use. You should understand the reason behind this. If you have a particular inclination to have the machine girl wear it outside, I suggest finding a secluded spot at night. With that, she solemnly placed the box into Su Chen's hands. This is a token of sincerity from our Northern Wolves team, even though you have yet to decide whether to truly join us. Humph. The blonde on the sofa turned over with a scoff. Huang Shishuan, did you choke on a fishbone or something? Why the disdain? Yuming, who held no affection for the blonde, shot back without hesitation. Is it truly worth celebrating someone who would subject a machine girl to such suffering just to secure first place? It's utterly ridiculous. The blonde sat up, his cold gaze slicing through the air like a knife as it fixed on Su Chun. Hey, you insolent brat. Do not presume that winning the city championship is so remarkable. It was achieved only through your harm to the mechanical girl. If you were to encounter me, I assure you, you would not even comprehend your demise. Huang Shixuan, be silent. Yu Ming's patience snapped in an instant, pointing at the blonde and berating him. You know nothing of the actual circumstances, so why engage in self-indulgent theatrics? Do you wish to display your prowess? You are still not a member of our Northern Wolves T2, and should you continue to speak recklessly, I shall expel you. Humph. The blonde seemed entirely indifferent to the threat, unperturbed, for he had indeed harmed the mechanical girl. Who knows what kind of enchantment he has cast upon her? Do you not comprehend human speech? Enough. A furious roar erupted, reverberating through the entire building. Everyone, silence your mouths. Li Yini's expression darkened, her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Huang Shixuan and Yu Ming. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to her earlier sleepy demeanor. She was akin to a fierce lion awakened from slumber. The entire office area fell into a tense silence. The chandelier above swayed slightly, and the water in the cup trembled. Su Chan's head buzzed, while Xingmeng furrowed her brow, pressing her cat ears down, her forehead tapping against the tempered glass. Yu Ming stood directly beside Li Yini, bearing the brunt of her wrath. However, he seemed accustomed to it, nonchalantly wiping the blood from his ears. On the sofa, Huang Shixuan sat with his knees drawn to his chest, his face pale as he remained in shock for a considerable time. Why did you have to shout so loudly? He swallowed hard, stammering. Can't we speak in a more civil manner? Chapter 69, A Touch of Intrigue. Everyone was momentarily stunned by the resounding roar. The arrogant blonde was no exception. Li Yini took a deep breath, gradually calming her emotions, and a gentle smile graced her face. Indeed, it is best for everyone to engage in a calm and amicable discussion, rather than squabbling incessantly and disrupting the harmony. What? Yu Ming tilted his head, glancing at Li Yini, raising his voice. What did you say, boss? I can't hear you. Could you speak up? Li Yini remained silent, her expression a blend of mockery and sincerity. Meanwhile, Zhuai Ying deftly retrieved a tube of ointment from her bag, applying it into Yu Ming's ear, and then presented him with a hearing aid. Yu Ming shook his head, and the previously muted world burst into vibrant color once more. He chuckled heartily. I knew it. Turns out my eardrum was ruptured again, huh? Su Chun regarded Yu Ming with a peculiar gaze. The use of the word again was quite apt. It appeared that Yu Ming had been the heir to deafness for quite some time. However, recalling the last incident where a fractured jawbone had healed overnight, he felt a sense of relief. The advancements in medical technology are indeed remarkable. A mere ruptured eardrum is as trivial as a paper cut. The remedy Zhuai Ying had administered into Yu Ming's ear canal was likely a specialized treatment for repairing eardrums. With the transitional hearing aid in place, the preparations were impressively thorough. Such is the essence of true love. As Yu Ming returned to normalcy, Li Yini continued, Huang Shixuan. Su Chun, one of you has been recommended by the manager, and the other is a talent recognized by our team members. Both meet the recruitment criteria for the Northern Wolf team. However, we do not require a substitute and lack resources for an additional member, so ultimately, only one of you can join the team. She pointed to herself. As the captain of T2, I hold the authority to evaluate newcomers. The method of this evaluation is quite straightforward. When there are two candidates for the reserve team, I shall determine who is truly worthy of joining. This judgment requires substantial evidence, which means you two will have to compete in a match to decide the victor. Had Su Chen heard these words earlier, he might have chosen to withdraw voluntarily. Joining the Northern Wolf team was not an absolute necessity for him. At worst, he would pay for the Snow Wolf racing attire and simply remove the wolf emblem from it. He believed that the Northern Wolf T2 would not mind a racing outfit that could only be worn at home. However, due to some comments made by the blonde, he had changed his mind. He felt a surge of anger, not merely from slander and misunderstanding, but also from the denial of Xingmeng's efforts. It seemed as though the victory was solely attributed to him as the driver, while in reality, it was Xingmeng's own courage and determination that earned the triumph. This glory belonged to Xingmeng alone. She required no sympathy, nor would she accept any misinterpretation. Huang Shixuan had regained his composure from the bewildering outburst of Li Yini and once again donned his arrogant demeanor. Perfect. I too wish to see whether this bully of a driver, who has relied on oppressing the machine girl to achieve victory, can secure the championship on a different, more conventional racetrack. In racing, the foremost importance lies in synergy, followed by skill, with the performance of the machine girl being the last consideration. The machine girl may secure a championship once, yet it is implausible for her to perpetually hold that title, let alone ascend to a world-class status. Here it comes again. Li Yini furrowed her brow. Some individuals possess an obstinate mindset, deeply entrenched in their beliefs. Even after perusing the news, they suspect underlying conspiracies. Huang Shixuan embodies such a person. He adheres to the principle of seeing is believing, yet remains impervious to the words of others. To put it charitably, one might call him opinionated and unwavering. To cast it in a less flattering light, he could be deemed exceedingly self-centered and dogmatic. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Su Chen beside her raised his hand slightly. Su Chen fixed his gaze on Huang Shixuan. His expression somewhat frosty. Recruiting team members for the club is a matter of considerable caution, especially as the Northern Wolves T2 is currently at a critical juncture. Therefore, I believe a single match is insufficient to ascertain who can genuinely join the team. Rather, let us adopt this approach. He spoke calmly. Prior to the provincial championship, there will be a total of 7 public competitions, encompassing the city championship, the Urban Car King contest, and 5 provincial qualifiers. Points will be accumulated across these 7 events, and we shall see who ultimately qualifies with the highest score to become the next team member. Upon hearing this, both Li Yini and Yu Ming were momentarily taken aback. Alongside Huang Shixuan, undoubtedly, Su Chen's proposed plan is entirely fair and just, capable of providing a wealth of comparative data. Distinguishing the strengths and weaknesses of 2 competitors through this data is glaringly evident. However, very few clubs adopt such methods, as the duration is simply too prolonged. Drivers and machine girls must consider their futures, after all. Should they be unfortunate enough to be eliminated, it would mean missing the opportunity to compete in this year's provincial championship, for by the time of the provincial competition, most clubs have already formed their teams. And team competitions require cohesion, whereas the chance to assemble a team only a month or 2 prior to the event. Yu Ming's moment of confusion stemmed from the realization. Did Su Chen not understand the forthcoming public competition's endpoint system? He had previously feigned ignorance. What a twisted individual. However, he quickly aligned with Li Yini's line of thought, acutely aware of the risks that both Su Chen and Huang Shixuan must bear in this confrontation. He also comprehended that Su Chen was genuinely angered. Very well. No objections. Huang Shixuan scrutinized Su Chen, as if seeing him in a new light, setting aside everything else. Although your methods are underhanded, you are still somewhat of a man, unlike those of him. In any case, you have guts. If your final score surpasses mine, I shall not only voluntarily leave the Northern Wolves T2, but I will also call you father. You need not call me father, Su Chen replied, shaking his head. I have no interest in such a scoundrel as you if your final score does not exceed mine. You shall sincerely apologize to Xingmeng. Huang Shixuan glanced at the irate Xingmeng, unable to grasp Su Chen's implication. Why? Because your words undermine her efforts and have rendered her unhappy. Su Chen tenderly patted Xingmeng, whose head was pressed against the aircraft ear. If she is unhappy, I am angered. Huang Shixuan remained in a state of bewilderment. He could not fathom why Xingmeng would feel discontent. Was he not advocating for her justice? Surely, it must be Su Chen, the villain, who has brainwashed her to such a degree. Look at how he has altered this machine girl. How could a mechanical girl exert herself so fervently for a city championship? Such behavior defies reason. With this thought, he regarded Su Chen with an increasingly frigid gaze. Very well, although the prospect of defeating me is utterly futile, I shall endeavor to impart to you, a mere rodent, the significance of cherishing your mechanical companion. Huang Shixuan scoffed, declaring, I shall accept this tedious contest. Within a week, I will secure my place in the City Car King Championship. I hope you do not regret your impulsive folly upon witnessing my accomplishments. With that, he rose abruptly, eschewing his shoes, and nonchalantly donned his jacket as he strode towards the door. Xiaoyan, we are leaving. On the sofa, the mechanical girl, roused from her reverie by Huang's summons, sprang to her feet like a frantic ant. She attempted to follow, only to notice Huang Shixuan was barefoot. Instinctively, she halted and bent down to retrieve his somewhat tattered shoes. As she passed by the others, she awkwardly bowed deeply and murmured an apology before hastily pursuing Huang Shixuan. her footsteps echoing in a rhythmic tap-tap-tap. She seemed preoccupied, though it was unclear what exactly occupied her mind. Damn that Huang, so arrogant. Dreaming of conquering the city championship in a week? Yu Ming spat disdainfully. Li Yini let out a sigh, rubbing her throbbing temples as drowsiness crept upon her. In the corridor of the office building, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a series of white squares upon the floor. Two figures, one tall and one short, navigated through these patches of light. They walked side by side, the petite figure having to jog to keep pace. She reached out, grasping the hem of the taller figure's garment, causing him to pause and slow his stride. Su Chan watched as they vanished at the corridor's end, his eyes narrowing slightly. Intriguing. This Huang possesses a certain charm. Chapter 70. Excessive Enthusiasm Moss. The expression on Xingmeng's face was a capital not happy. What's the matter? Su Chan chuckled while gently ruffling her cat-like head. Are you still upset about what happened earlier? No, I don't want to be his dad, Xingmeng replied, her face filled with grievance. If we win, he will have to call me dad, but I don't want to lose to them. And I certainly don't want him calling me dad. She sighed, patting her head in distress. It's too difficult. Why does this world have to make things hard for me? Su Chan chuckled softly. Xingmeng, you've misunderstood. If we win, he merely needs to apologize to you. He won't have to call you dad. Meow? Xingmeng looked at Su Chan in confusion, then shook her head vigorously. So if we lose, we have to call him dad? No way, that's too unfair. Moss, how about you tell him that if we win, he should have his machine girl call me sister instead? I could accept that, hee. Su Chan, isn't that still a significant loss? However, within the realm of machine girls, it seems that age is not the sole criterion for determining hierarchy. When a machine girl perceives B machine girl as superior, A will refer to B as sister. For instance, Xingmeng would call Queen sister Queen. But in reality, if we were to consider their actual creation dates, Xingmeng might even predate Queen. Thus, for machine girls, being called sister should be quite a delightful experience, akin to how a man might feel when referred to as dad by friends or rivals in social relationships. It seems, perhaps, there might be some feasibility to this idea. We shall discuss it further when we next meet Huang Shixuan. It is likely that they won't meet again in the Northern Wolf T2 office until after he secures a top 3 position in the city championship. Do you know much about Huang Shixuan's past? Su Chan inquired of Li Yini. Not really. He is just a relative of our manager. I'm not sure what his family does, but he has won a few underground races. Li Yini pondered while stroking her chin. Now that you mention it, Huang Shixuan's identity does seem rather mysterious. However, we're a club, not a detective agency. As long as he has a driver's license and ISNT from another club, he can apply to join us normally. Su Chan remained silent. Huang Shixuan was not to be underestimated. If his confidence stemmed from skill and experience, then he had undoubtedly undergone professional training. Yet, Huang Shixuan did not appear to possess such prowess, as evidenced by his somewhat worn attire. Could he be a once prominent disciple from a fallen sect, living out some melodramatic tale? What? Su Chan, what did you say? Yu Ming leaned in closely with his hearing aid. I said you are a fish-frying dog. I'm a fish-frying dog. Then you must be a perverse lunatic. Yu Ming retorted indignantly, turning to Xingmeng. Xingmeng, your driver isn't a good person. He has ill intentions towards you. Be careful when you sleep at night. It would be best to lock the door. Otherwise, who knows what strange things he might do. Meow? Xingmeng tilted her head, wrapping her arms around Su Chen's arm, her delicate face pressing against him. But I sleep with Moss at night. Yu Ming was momentarily stunned, his gaze immediately reddening as he looked into Su Chen's eyes. What the hell? You beast. How could you possibly consume such an adorable and gentle cat girl, Star Dream? What gives you the right? His words became increasingly outrageous. When did he ever get devoured? Could that car cover not possess collectible value? Could he not study the artistic beauty of human clothing design from the perspective of a modifier? Fortunately, there was no need for him to intervene. Others would take action. Chasing Shadow seized Yu Ming's ear, dragging him with a stern expression into a small room, the hearing aid clattering to the floor. Chasing Shadow. Be gentle, please. My ear, it's going to fall off. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Yet, Yu Ming's pig-like cries of anguish continued to emanate from within, whether it was a figment of his imagination or not. Su Chan could faintly discern a hint of enjoyment amidst the screams. Yu Ming was always one to provoke his mechanical girl for no reason. Li Yini shook her head in resignation. You two need to get used to this. Their mutual teasing is a common occurrence. Su Chen's lips twitched. So, Yu Ming turned out to be a masochist? He usually presented himself as a cool, aloof star driver, apparently garnering quite a number of female fans. If those fans were to discover Yu Ming's true nature, their illusions would surely shatter. Come and register, Li Yini beckoned to Su Chun. Afterward, you can choose to explore our club or head home, though I recommend you come here daily. Although you are not yet a member of our racing team, you can still enjoy some privileges, such as having a track analyst explain the racing maps to you. This indeed sounded like a splendid benefit. Su Chun silently commended this. After all, he was not a racer and was unfamiliar with the competition maps of this world. If someone could provide him with professional insights into the urban racing championship maps, it would be an exceptional opportunity. He filled out his and Star Dream's information as requested by Li Yini. Then he inquired, "May I consult your modifier about a few questions? Although I am a racer, I am quite interested in modifications." "Of course," Li Yini replied, her focus fixed on the computer screen as she nodded without hesitation. "Our A-class modifier, her name is Nuale, is an excessively enthusiastic individual. If you seek her out, she will be more than willing to share everything she knows." "What? Are you saying you want to know about the content of the modifier certification exam and what materials are required to prepare?" "Yes," Su Chun affirmed, nodding at the young woman seated across from him. Compared to the stale and dreary figures from the knight's voice, this young woman exuded a vibrant energy. Her soft purple princess cut just brushed her shoulders, and her fair, oval face was adorned with small, yet exquisitely refined features. Even with a pair of black-rimmed glasses obscuring almost half her face, her vivacity could not be concealed. She appeared less like a modifier and more like an adorable mechanic, dressed in a beige short-sleeved t-shirt with a bear print, complemented by a pair of pocket-laden overalls. While he was outside the modification room, he noticed Miss Knoll. However, he did not associate her with the modder and thought she was merely the daughter of one. To his surprise, she was the esteemed A-level modder herself. "Well, you have indeed asked the right person, haha." Knoll adjusted her glasses, and her exotic, light green eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her brows arching in delight. "It's the first time a driver has consulted me about such a matter. Do you have green bubbles? Add me as a friend, and I will send you the information later, including my previously devised study plans and various practice papers, which are sure to help you achieve excellent results. By the way, have you and your mech maiden had a meal? I had a delightful hazelnut and pine nut cake for lunch today. Would you like to try it? The flavor is truly exquisite. Your mech maiden is so adorable. Are her ears real? Wow, they actually move. This is my first encounter with a catgirl type mech maiden. Oh, is it not permissible to touch the tail? What a pity." Su Chun observed the chatty Knoll as she circled around Xingmeng. He finally understood why Li Yini had paused earlier. This girl was genuinely pleasant and exceedingly enthusiastic. Her chatter was indeed abundant. "Oh, Niao Zhaokai. Zhaokai meow?" Xingmeng had been cornered against the wall, hiding her tail and pressing against the aircraft ears, claws at the ready. "Retreat. Retreat, retreat. Meow. Speaking of which, does the catgirl type mech maiden require multiple openings in the back of her underwear?" Knoll gazed curiously at Xingmeng's tail, pondering. "Or perhaps, she isn't wearing any at all?" "Uh-huh. Don't be shy actually. I'm not wearing any either." Su Chun. "Let us just say, the desire to share is commendable, but it doesn't have to be so overwhelming truly." Chapter 71, Concerning the Starlight Drivers. It has become evident that many specialized topics are utterly elusive online. After engaging in conversation with the passionate and generous knower, she nearly divulged every secret of the modification experts. Many aspects were quite different from what Su Chun had envisioned. For instance, the foundational modification modules are not mass-produced by machines. Rather, they are crafted by a unique group known as the modelers. The term unique may be somewhat misleading, as the initial step to becoming a modifier is to first become a modeler. In essence, modifiers represent an awakened, advanced version of modelers. The threshold to becoming a modeler is considerably lower than that of a modifier. One merely needs to undergo a series of studies and successfully awaken their stellar energy. The status of these modelers is akin to that of middle-tier elites from a past life, superior to white-collar workers, but not as rare as modifiers. Indeed, matters are not as simple as Su Chun had assumed. The prerequisite for obtaining an A-grade modifier certification is to possess the fundamental qualities of a modeler, namely, the awakening of stellar energy. Although he currently holds a D-grade modifier certification, he lacks stellar energy. After all his modifications are executed through divine intervention. Are you interested in awakening your stellar energy? I have a training regimen that I can share with you. Knower paused, casting a suggestive glance at Su Chun and Xingmeng. With a playful laugh, she lowered her voice. For ordinary individuals, awakening stellar energy can be quite challenging, but you possess a mech girl. Mech girls are high-purity conduits of stellar energy. With their assistance, you could comprehend and awaken your stellar energy more swiftly, thereby at least becoming a modeler. If you happen to possess talent, you could even become a starlight driver, which would be immensely profitable. Starlight driver? Su Chen caught hold of this novel term, momentarily taken aback. What exactly is that? Your knowledge is even more limited than I anticipated. But considering you've just entered the professional racing scene, it is understandable. Noah patted her somewhat ample chest, boasting, "Feel free to ask me anything about this. I am undoubtedly reliable in this regard." Much like modifiers, starlight drivers are individuals favored by the stellar deities. Modifiers possess the unique ability to utilize stellar energy to analyze modification modules and create modification cores. Conversely, starlight drivers harness stellar energy to awaken their special capabilities, assisting mech girls in gaining an advantage on the racetrack. Noah extended a finger, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. For example, suppose a mech girl collides with a barrier and sustains significant damage, causing her energy reserves to deplete considerably. Would she not be unable to continue the race? Both Xingmeng and Su Chun nodded in unison, sitting upright like diligent students attending a class. Now, if this mech girl-S driver is a starlight driver and possesses a stellar skill known as Resurgence of Glory, not only can they instantaneously heal the mech girl-S wounds, but they can also replenish her energy reserves, enabling her to continue the race. This is the true power of a starlight driver. Noah stood with her hands on her hips, chin raised, as if she had already transformed into a starlight driver. So, Su Chun, do you understand now? Su Chun grasped the concept. It was akin to a summoner's skill. In an exchange filled with whimsical banter, the concepts of teleportation, healing, weakness, and paralysis were discussed, all converging on a singular notion. When asked if she understood, Xingmeng responded with a nod, albeit her gaze was somewhat unfocused. "If you comprehend, kindly repeat what I just articulated." Nori rapped the table. Let us suppose the Starshine pilot is a mech girl endowed with Starshine abilities. She would instantly heal the pilot's injuries and replenish their endurance, thereby allowing the pilot to complete the race successfully. Xingmeng was momentarily taken aback. Her cat ears and antennae perked up as she tilted her head. "It seems something is amiss. Where on earth did you find such a adorably foolish catgirl specialized mech?" Nori gazed at Xingmeng with a mischievous glint, then turned to Su Chun with a pitiful expression. "Could you lend me Xingmeng for a night? No, 3 nights. I can hardly imagine the bliss of sleeping with such a charming catgirl mech, and I could play with her tail and ears at will." The modification's mistress appeared to be on the verge of a breakdown, lamenting, "How can you feast so well, you scoundrel?" Su Chun raised an eyebrow. "Why are you suddenly hurling insults? I have no intention of sharing a bed with you." Xingmeng snapped back to reality, clutching Su Chun and glaring fiercely at Nori. "I only sleep with Masta. You shall not touch my tail or ears. Those privileges are reserved solely for Masta. You might as well give up, strange woman." Nori, momentarily crushed, seemed to wilt, but her resilience quickly shone through, and she regained her composure. "In any case, Starshine pilots are prevalent, and as you ascend, you will inevitably encounter them. But fret not. As long as your skills and performance are commendable, you can certainly contend with these challengers." Su Chun's mind raced as he processed Nori's insights. The existence of special individuals and unique cultivation systems from another world was indeed emerging. Starshine pilots would undoubtedly possess a significant edge over ordinary pilots, but from Nori's tone, it seemed they were not invincible. It appeared that attaining world-class status was no simple feat as a traveler from another realm and the former chief modifier of Huaxia. He pondered what kind of abilities he would awaken if he were to acquire Starshine skills. Would he modify his own mech at the last moment during a competition? Or perhaps he might dismantle the equipment from others' mechs. Lost in fanciful musings, a mischievous smile crept upon his lips. "Su Chun, what are you contemplating?" Nori had stealthily approached, arms crossed, her eyes blazing with indignation. "Are you thinking of playing with Xingmeng's ears or her tail while she sleeps at night? You wretched winner of life deserves to be burned at the stake." Su Chun, at a loss for words, casually tugged at Xingmeng's tail. "I'm not as depraved as you think. My intentions are quite above board." Miss Noer gazed at the flushed visage of Xingmeng, evidently perturbed, and let out a desperate cry. "I shall burn you. Burn you. However, it must be said that Miss Knower is remarkably responsible. Despite her well of resentment reaching its zenith, when Su Chun expressed a desire to acquire modification components, she readily offered her resources without any inclination to probe further into his intentions. She is a person of warmth, yet possesses a commendable sense of propriety. The location has been conveyed to you via the green bubble. It is a clandestine flea market exclusively for our modification artisans, where the components are significantly more affordable than those at the Star God, Huila purchase. Knower adjusted her glasses and earnestly cautioned, it is entirely acceptable to simply browse and broaden your horizons. But many vendors require you to present a modification certificate should you wish to purchase components. If you have such needs, I can accompany you. Knower occasionally cast glances at Xingmeng, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. She likely mused that Xingmeng would eventually require her services for modifications. Believing there was no escape from her grasp, that one be necessary. I'm merely curious and wish to take a casual look, Su Chun politely declined. He already possessed a D-level modification certificate, courtesy of the Knight's voice, which had registered him. Moreover, he preferred that Beifong Lang T2 remained oblivious to his identity as a modification artisan. Chapter 72. You know nothing of my power. The flea market, as mentioned by Knower, is situated in an abandoned underground garage in K-City. When Su Chun arrived with Xingmeng, the crowd was relatively sparse. Individuals like him, accompanied by a mechanical doll, drew curious glances from those around. Typically, the attendees of this flea market fall into two categories: modifiers and ordinary individuals aspiring to become modifiers. It is rare to find drivers here, as the pursuit of becoming a modifier demands immense dedication and energy. According to Knower, modifiers must frequently acquire substantial basic materials to hone their skills. Thus, choosing to become a modifier essentially entails bidding farewell to the racetrack, leaving little time for training. Su Chun's objective this time was straightforward: enhancing Xingmeng's burst and acceleration performance. Currently, Xingmeng's cornering capability was adequate, but it remained lacking in explosive power. For instance, a mechanical doll like Chasing Shadow, despite a lower cornering speed, could compensate for time lost through rapid acceleration after a turn due to its superior burst performance. To augment a mechanical doll's explosive acceleration, one generally considers three avenues: moderate weight reduction, suspension adjustment, and power enhancement. Weight reduction can be categorized into major and minor projects. Major modifications include replacing the entire body with lighter, yet equally sturdy materials, as well as lightweight chassis options. Minor adjustments might involve lightweight wheels, simplified interiors, lightened air components, and the removal of external rearview mirrors. Suspension adjustments are more intricate, requiring professional calibration of geometric angles, spring stiffness, shock absorbers, and anti-roll bar systems. In terms of power, upgrading from mechanical supercharging to turbocharging or transitioning from a 6-cylinder to an 8-cylinder engine can significantly enhance kinetic energy. However, the specific strategies to be employed would depend on what the flea market offered and the extent of his financial resources. With 200,000 in Queen's account, supplemented by 100,000 earned from competitions, Su Chun felt reasonably confident. Yet, this confidence waned the moment he casually ventured into a stall. How exorbitant! Why don't you just steal it? Su Chun grimaced, holding a purple quality basic module. This was a full carbon fiber chassis modification module. If crafted into a modification core, its effect would undoubtedly be to replace Xingmeng's chassis material with full carbon fiber, while currently, her chassis was made of relatively outdated low-carbon steel, reminiscent of the mainstream materials of the 1950s and 60s. Su Chun had anticipated the price of this basic modification module to be around 100,000 at most. Instead, the vendor nonchalantly quoted a staggering 188,000. Young man, this is a purple modification module, renowned for its explosive and speed-enhancing capabilities, the vendor remarked, not even looking up from his phone. If you can craft a purple modification core from it, you could make a profit. If you can't afford it, look elsewhere. I do not negotiate here. Su Chun felt a wave of despair wash over him. With so many stalls around, what was the point? He turned to leave, dragging Xingmeng with him. Yet, half an hour later, he returned, dejected. The proprietor observed the returning Su Chun and Xingmeng with a smug grin. Youngsters, what do you think? No other stalls possess a modification module quite like mine, do they? Do you have any idea how much carbon fiber material I squandered to create this module? Its price is indeed steep, yet it remains exceptionally rare. If placed in the Star God while shopping, it would fetch no less than 250,000. Su Chen remained silent, his teeth clenched in quiet frustration. The proprietor was not mistaken. Indeed, no other stalls offered such a modification module, one that he had long coveted. On his way to this flea market, he had also scoured the junkyard in K-City, yet he found no carbon fiber frames. The implication of the proprietor's words was clear. Even the modeling artisans required raw materials to fabricate the basic modules. They could not conjure them from thin air. Thus, the carbon fiber at the junkyard had likely been sold out, leaving behind only some worthless base materials. He was unwilling to relinquish this foundational modification module. Su Chen's gaze darted around the stall, surveying the various materials. "Boss, do you accept modification cores?" "Of course," the proprietor replied, momentarily taken aback as he appraised Su Chen and then glanced at Xingmeng, who was clearly a mechanical girl. "So, are you looking to sell a modification core? What quality? How many? But let me be clear. I can only accept your modification core if you possess a modification artisan certificate. I won't accept any that have been previously used by mechanical girls, as those are covered by a purchase agreement." He doubted Su Chen was an artisan, assuming he intended to sell a core from the mechanical girl. Wasn't he that laughable? "Don't rush to close up shop. I'll bring the modification core over shortly." Su Chen did not agree immediately. He needed to prepare, so he took Xingmeng and left. The proprietor sighed. Pondering yet another fanciful dreamer, Su Chen chose a more distant stall, purchasing 2 blue basic modules that enhanced both burst power and speed. One was engine type, and the other focused on chassis lightweighting, totaling less than 50,000. He then stealthily led Xingmeng to a secluded corner. "Moss, what are you planning?" Xingmeng inquired with curiosity. "I've discovered a lucrative opportunity," Su Chen said, narrowing his eyes and curling his lips into a sinister smile. "Now that I possess a modification artisan certificate, I can sell modification cores. I simply need to buy basic modules at a low price in this flea market, synthesize them into modification cores, and then sell them at a premium to turn a profit." "Wow." Xingmeng's eyes sparkled, and she clapped her hands. "Moss is so impressive. Does this mean we'll soon have a lot of money?" "Exactly. However, synthesizing modification cores is a matter of probability, isn't it?" "Oh." Xingmeng Su Chen's expression turned mysterious as he gently patted her little head. "You know nothing of my power." With that, he used his divine hand to merge the 2 blue basic modules into a single blue modification core. Unnamed acceleration burst modification core, positive effects, speed 4. Burst 7, negative effects, stability -5, endurance -3, cornering -3. Grade, blue. This modification core has been crafted for you. Please provide a name for it. Lacking any special effects? Su Chen furrowed his brow, yet it soon relaxed. That is to be expected. After all, it is a prefabricated item. How could it possibly compare to the effects of my personally modified creations? Moreover, the total of the negative attributes precisely balances the total of the positive attributes. Akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul. In Su Chen's eyes, such a modification core is deemed substandard. The excessive and detrimental negative effects render it an unwise investment. However, for the drivers and modifiers in this realm, such high negative effects are commonplace when it comes to changing modification cores. Queen is a prime example. Had it not been for the formidable negative attributes of her modification core, her burst attribute would not have dwindled to a mere 61. What piques Su Chen's curiosity now is, in a world where the most coveted attributes among modifiers and drivers revolve around speed, burst, and cornering, what classification does this blue modification core, which enhances speed and burst while minimally impacting cornering performance, hold in the eyes of these modifiers? Furthermore, what potential benefits could it yield for him? Li Yini, non-main character, Chapter 73, Price Increase Boss. "This is the core I wish to sell. What do you think?" Returning to the familiar stall, Su Chen presented the freshly crafted blue modification core to the proprietor. "Are you certain you didn't just take this from your mech girl?" The boss took the core, skepticism etched across his face as he scrutinized Su Chen. "Let me tell you, I am quite the expert. Such trivial tricks cannot deceive me." Noticing Su Chen's silence, the boss patiently examined the modification core. The more he inspected it, the more information he gleaned, and the more he sensed something amiss. His brow furrowed as he glanced at Su Chen, then back at the core. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" The boss stared in astonishment at the modification core in his hand. He had deciphered its attributes, yet Refusing to rely solely on his assessment, he placed it in a nearby machine for further analysis, which yielded results remarkably similar to his own. The reason for the lengthy examination, despite the machine's capabilities, lay in the importance of honing and improving one's skills through meticulous attention to detail. You genuinely intend to sell this blue modification core? The older man scratched his head, contemplating. This core enhances acceleration and explosive attributes. It is quite rare. Are you certain you wish to part with it? He glanced at Su Chan's mech girl, Star Dream, and inquired again, doesn't she need it? I intend to upgrade her, Su Chun replied with a smile. So, is it available for sale? Absolutely. The older man nodded vigorously, his demeanor shifting from previous indifference to a broad smile. However, we must adhere to the standard procedures. You must present your modification certification, otherwise, I cannot accept the core. Not daring to refuse outright, he intentionally left his words vague, as he planned to negotiate the price down. As long as Su Chan lacked a modification certification, he could conjure countless reasons to reduce the price. The older man felt confident in this assumption for a simple reason. Who could possibly be both a driver and a modification specialist? Did anyone possess that kind of energy? He mused that this modification core might have been a gift or acquired through dubious means, allowing him to propose a significantly lower price. Su Chun, however, was unfazed by the boss's thoughts. He smiled back at the jovial proprietor and produced his D-grade modification certification. The older man was taken aback. Huh? Wait, you're a genuine modification specialist. Indeed, Su Chun nodded matter-of-factly. If I weren't a modification specialist, how would I know about this flea market? Why would I come to this flea market if I weren't a modification specialist? After a brief silence, the older man pointed at Star Dream. You're still a driver then? Yes, Su Chun nodded again. A modification specialist can also contract a mech girl, right? Besides, Star Dream's primary function is to keep me warm. Oh, the older man elongated his tone, comprehension dawning upon him. He realized that indeed, some individuals contracted mech girls not for competitive racing, but to cherish them as companions. Although mech girls lacked the ability to bear children, they were undeniably pleasing to the eye. Furthermore, mech girls did not adhere to the conventional notion of monogamy. Thus, there exists a segment of individuals who, while maintaining a conventional girlfriend, also secretly harbor a mechanical girlfriend. However, cultivating a relationship with a mechanical girlfriend proves to be quite challenging, as they ardently pursue the glory of racing. Neglecting to take them to the racetrack renders them discontent. No amount of handbags or lipsticks can sway their hearts. The only path to win their affection lies in becoming a responsible and exceptional driver, even if one stands below 5 feet and weighs over 180 pounds. Resembling a caveman, mechanical girlfriends will not hold such superficial judgments. As long as they can witness your relentless efforts on the path of driving, they will be filled with anticipation and subsequently develop fondness for you. The elder gentleman was perplexed by how Su Chun had managed to captivate Xingmeng completely. That was a matter of personal privacy. At present, he was solely focused on securing a favorable price for the blue modification core. Young man, the market price for blue cores ranges between 100,000 to 150,000 yuan. I see you have a keen interest in my purple base module. How about you add an additional 30,000 yuan, and I shall exchange it for the purple base module. Su Chun grinned, boss. This modification core enhances both acceleration and burst. I haven't encountered anything like it at other stalls. How about this? I take it and inquire elsewhere. If they offer a price lower than yours, I shall return to trade with you. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted slightly. As Su Chun reached out for the core, he was reluctant to part with it. The value of modification cores is appraised by their grade. But that is not the sole criterion. Suitability also plays a vital role. For instance, this particular modification core, despite possessing several negative effects, could fetch a higher price if a buyer urgently in need of speed and burst does not mind those drawbacks. There are indeed many affluent individuals in the mechanical girlfriend market, willing to spend extravagantly to find the right modification core. If it is suitable, they might even pay the price of a purple core for a blue one. The characteristics of these blue modification cores are primarily focused on speed, burst, and cornering, with speed and burst being particularly sought after, as most mechanical girlfriends lack these attributes, which can significantly enhance racing performance. The elder man observed Su Chun, noting the somewhat amused expression on his face, realizing that his reluctance had not gone unnoticed. He had been effectively outmaneuvered. With a sigh of resignation, the elder compromised. You needn't visit other stalls. I shall directly exchange the purple module with you. Let us befriend each other, and remember me first for any exceptional cores in the future. Boss, if you exchange the purple module and add an additional 50,000 yuan, this modification core shall belong to you, Su Chen replied, remaining unfazed yet not overly greedy. What? I have to pay you more. The elder's eyes widened in indignation. Young man, this is a super rare carbon fiber purple module. Do you have any idea how much it would be worth if transformed into a modification core? Indeed, as you mentioned, the probability of transforming this into a modification core is exceedingly low. Should it fail, all efforts would be in vain. Prior to becoming an integral part of the modification core, it holds no significance for the mech girl. Must I also bear the risk of futility? The two individuals stood their ground, the tension palpable. Xingmeng alternated her gaze between the boss and Su Chen, and suddenly bent down to pick up a brick from the ground. While the mech girl was prohibited from directly attacking humans, she could certainly express a semblance of threat. If Su Chen was assaulted by the boss, she could intervene to halt his aggression. This would not constitute harm against a human. Rather, it would be deemed self-defense. With that thought, she quietly concealed the brick behind her, her eyes darting about, yet her focus was already fixed on the boss's foot. Meanwhile, Su Chen and the burly man continued their bargaining. Boss, kid, don't be so ruthless. I can offer you an additional 10,000 at most. Su Chen, make it 55,000. Boss, 2 at most. That's my final offer. Su Chen, I want 60,000. Boss, 3,000, no more. Su Chen, 65,000. Isn't that outrageous? The burly man nearly choked in his fury, pointing at Su Chen while trembling. Why do you keep raising the stakes? Are you buying or not? If not, I'll take it away. I do not negotiate on prices. If you haggle, I'll just increase the price. Su Chen replied smugly, throwing the boss's earlier words back at him. With Xingmeng brandishing the brick beside him, who dared to challenge him? Even if the boss were furious, he could merely glare in frustration. How exhilarating. The burly man recognized that his dispute with Su Chen had drawn the attention of nearby vendors. To avoid further complications, he could only curse his bad luck under his breath. After years of running a stall, he was always the one dictating terms to others. Today, however, he found himself outmaneuvered by a mere youth. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out his phone. All right, enough shouting. 65,000 it is. Bring me the payment code. I will transfer it to you. Chapter 74. Exclusive Secrets of Modification. Mas. You are truly remarkable. You managed to acquire what you desired without spending a single penny. Xingmeng wishes to learn as well. On the way home, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Su Chen, on the other hand, bore a sly smile, riding high on his recent success. You wish to learn? Then tonight, continue to prepare my bathwater. No problem at all. Xingmeng proudly patted her well-endowed chest, her cat ears perked up, seriousness etched on her face. I promise to complete the task. I will ensure the water temperature is strictly maintained at 42 degrees Celsius. You also need to ensure the water carries your scent. Why is that? It would require soaking for quite some time. Because I like it. Yezur. Little Xingmeng's innocent mind did not dwell on the complexities. All she needed to know was that Su Chen liked it. As long as Su Chen was pleased, she was willing to do anything, no matter how peculiar it might seem. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had merely made a jest, yet Xingmeng readily agreed. This little girl truly lacks any cunning, so naive. A wave of guilt surged within him, only to be quickly overshadowed by the joy of acquiring new parts. He had spent not a single cent of the 300,000 he possessed. However, he had not purchased anything less, aside from the purple basic module. He had also earned money by selling modified cores, which allowed him to buy a complete set of carbon fiber air component basic modules, a set of lightweight blue quality wheel hub modules, a set of purple quality semi-hot melt glue tire modules, and a splendid made outfit for his machine girl vehicle. No money was spent. It was a zero-cost acquisition. However, the 2 blue modification cores he crafted afterward were not as exquisite. He was not foolish. It was precisely because the flea market was vast that he dared to operate in such a manner. Otherwise, such behavior of crafting cores for resale could easily raise suspicions. When he presented the payment code today, he noticed the uncle's phone screen displaying a green bubble group chat, which was evidently the owner group of the flea market. Tonight, as they closed up, these owners would undoubtedly discuss their peculiar buyer. Needless to say, he would surely be exposed by them, and a few owners, upon sharing insights, would quickly realize something was amiss. Su Chen was well aware of this. Yet he proceeded nonetheless. This was because he would never return to that flea market again. Let these owners speculate freely upon returning home. After replenishing the cat food and water for my Xianfeng and cleaning the litter box, Su Chen laid all his acquisitions out on the balcony. Queen's home lacked a workbench, but fortunately, the balcony was spacious enough. He sat down on the floor and began to tinker with these basic modules. These basic modules could not be used directly. They required the deft touch of the divine hand to be properly examined, and only after his adjustments and modifications could they be transformed into modification modules. Su Chen was uncertain if this approach would yield any enhancements. He merely adhered to the fundamental responsibilities and professional ethics of a chief modifier. Not having a detailed understanding of the components left him feeling uneasy. Amos, the maid outfit for the vehicle is truly beautiful. Xingmeng approached Su Chen, now adorned in a splendid maid outfit designed for a mechanized girl. She lifted her skirt and twirled, the pure white hem billowing gracefully, while the form-fitting fabric accentuated her alluring curves with each movement. Delicate black lace embellished the neckline and the edges of the short skirt, while the cinched waist highlighted her slender figure. Beneath the pleated skirt, her long legs, elegantly encased in fine black stockings, were complemented by dainty round-toed shoes. Most strikingly, at the back of her short skirt, a small circular cutout cleverly revealed her fluffy, soft cat tail, which swayed playfully, reflecting her cheerful mood. As her tail flicked, it occasionally lifted the hem of her skirt, teasingly hinting at the tantalizing realm beneath, shrouded in the delicate black silk. Quite alluring indeed. Moreover, with her cat ears perked up and adopting an adorable cat-like pose, she epitomized the perfect blend of cuteness and seduction. Yet, Su Chen merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting his attention to the accessories arrayed before him. He had already unfurled the lightweight wheels, declaring, "They are beautiful and perfectly suited for you." In doing so, he made sure to provide Xingmeng with a touch of emotional value. "Meow? Su Chen, you are so indifferent." She pouted, gazing at him in surprise. However, noticing his earnest work, she nodded obediently. "All right, Su Chen, I'll show you later. First, I must go show Queen's sister." With that, she turned and left, phone in hand. Moments later, the sound of click reached Su Chen's ears, unmistakably the sound of her taking selfies. Using Su Chen as her backdrop, she posed with a peace sign, finding the sweetest angle to squint and smile. Followed by a click. She first sent the selfie to her only friend, Queen, before opening her empty social media feed, scratching her head in contemplation. After a brief hesitation, she decided to post a picture along with an edited caption. "Su Chen bought me a new outfit. It's super beautiful. I love it." Su Chen is working diligently upon his return, and today, without spending a penny, he acquired many wonderful items. So impressive. With a click, her first social media entry was sent. In the past, she had envied the other mechanized girls in the League Academy, for they all possessed phones gifted by their drivers, or had purchased their own. Having a phone made it easier to forge friendships. However, she had refrained from buying one, reluctant to part with her meager savings. Consequently, whenever she encountered a kindred spirit among the mechanized girls, their connection often faded due to her lack of contact information. After all, the League Academy was vast, making it exceedingly difficult to cross paths with that girl again. Thus, after 3 years at the Academy, while others had formed close friendships, she found herself without a single contact. When in need of assistance, she was left to seek help from one modification shop to another, enduring disdainful glances, only to return home with reprimands. Yet, all that was in the past. Now, Xingmeng gazed at her empty social media feed filled only with advertisements. Yet her heart brimmed with satisfaction. Now, the individual accompanying her is Su Chen, and her days are destined to improve significantly. She will cultivate numerous friendships with mechanized companions, and her social circle will become increasingly vibrant. Ding! Xingmeng was about to turn off her phone in search of Su Chen when she noticed someone had liked her post. It was Queen. A chat box promptly appeared. "Xingmeng, your car cover is truly beautiful. Did Su Chen purchase it for you?" "Indeed." Xingmeng quickly typed, and Moss didn't spend a single penny. He first bought, I forgot, meow. But he purchased many items and sold a few modification cores, and then he became quite wealthy, meow. Despite the vagueness of Xingmeng's description, Queen comprehended the gist. Su Chen must have synthesized the modification cores after acquiring the basic modules and then resold them to the boss. However, one thing puzzled her. Could it be that Su Chen's success rate in synthesizing modification cores is indeed 100%? What is your master doing? Xingmeng glanced back and discovered that Su Chun was surrounded by 4 tires and a massive chassis. His hands moved swiftly, executing operations that Xingmeng couldn't comprehend. Moss. He must be modifying, she thought, tilting her head, her cat ears twitching. It should be a modification, albeit entirely different from what she had witnessed before the night team. Queen recalled that she had yet to observe Su Chun's modification process closely. If he could ensure a successful core output, it must differ from the night team's approach. Even if she couldn't experience Su Chin's modifications firsthand, watching from a distance would suffice. Thus, she typed, "Could you show me? I wish to admire a man diligently at work." Xingmeng hesitated momentarily. Moss was currently engaged in a special secret modification unique to her. Some aspects were rather embarrassing. She was uncertain if she could show it to Sister Queen. Chapter 75. The True Advantage Master. Dear Queen wishes to see you. May I present you to her? Xingmeng, with an eager expression, nestled beside Su Chun, pleadingly asked, "Is it permissible? Can I?" The dashing master desires to share with the world. Without lifting his gaze, Su Chun was preoccupied with the 4-wheel rims that were evidently ill-suited for Xingmeng. He casually replied, "I am not one to hide. If she wishes to see, then let her." "Hooray!" Xingmeng exclaimed joyfully. Typing a message to Queen, "Master has expressed his willingness to showcase his entirety to you, dear Queen. You are free to observe." At the headquarters of the Voice of the Night, Queen blushed at the message on her phone, her wine-red eyes narrowing slightly. Did Su Chin truly say that? Umph. To showcase his entirety, such flattery. A subtle smile crept onto her lips, one she was unaware of. Before long, Xingmeng initiated a video call. The screen revealed Xingmeng's adorably bewildered face, swaying in front of the camera, but her expression brightened almost instantly. Found it. The camera pivoted dramatically, now aimed at Su Chun on the balcony. Queen was momentarily taken aback by the vast car frame and a collection of raw components. What purpose did Su Chun have for these raw materials? They were entirely unsuitable for the mech girl's use. Only modelers would utilize such components for their modeling practice, ultimately aiming to craft basic modification modules. However, she remained silent, observing quietly. If Su Chun was capable of modifying Xingmeng, he must possess a method of his own. Unbeknownst to him, a camera was focused on his back. His previous responses to Xingmeng had been instinctual. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming frustration. Why were the rim modules expanding to the size of a truck? Could they possibly be of use to Xingmeng? It was akin to attempting to fit a size 34 foot into size 44 shoes. How could that be comfortable? One thing was clear. Such basic modification modules would not affect the production of the core modifications and could indeed be utilized by the mech girl, with dimensions ultimately suitable for her. Yet, Su Chun felt an inexplicable discomfort. This was imperfect. It was akin to pre-prepared meals. Even if it were braised pork, it might not cater to everyone's taste. Some prefer sweetness, while others favor saltiness. As a chef, one cannot simply be perfunctory. Regrettably, he lacked a machine tool. Su Chun sighed as he caressed the pristine rim, musing, if only the hand of divinity could transform these components to fit Xingmeng's dimensions. No sooner had this thought formed than he felt a tingling sensation in his mind, followed by the miraculous sight of the rim in his hand visibly shrinking. Eventually, it transformed into a distinctly fitting 23-inch rim for a racing car. Goodness, is this truly happening? Su Chun stood in astonishment, incredulously touching the rim. In the previous 2 modifications for the Star Dream, the tires selected were all compatible with the dimensions of the vehicle. When it came to modifying the engine, it involved adding and replacing parts. Had he known that the divine hand was so astonishing, well, it seems knowing wouldn't have mattered much, as his understanding of the basic modification modules at that time was still quite limited. After increasing the wheel size, Su Chun converted the wheels into a basic modification module. As anticipated, this fundamental module underwent some alterations, much like the engine did last time. Precise, lightweight wheel basic module, blue, indeed. Su Chun noticed that the name of this basic module had changed, now prefixed with the term precise. Previously, the information for this module stated, speed 1.3, burst 1.3, stability -3.5, significantly influenced by other basic modules. Now, it has transformed into speed 2.4, burst 2.4, stability -3, generally influenced by other basic modules, limited to racing-type mech maidens. This indicates that he merely made slight modifications. The mere act of ensuring the wheel conformed to the vehicle's dimensions resulted in an enhancement of the module's compatibility. No, it should not be termed an enhancement in quality, but rather an increase in adaptability. Su Chun stroked his chin, pondering deeply. He had yet to encounter a truck-form mech maiden, but he could not ascertain their absence. Most mech maidens predominantly took the forms of racing cars and off-road vehicles. The former was the most numerous, thus he elevated the compatibility of the basic module simply by altering the dimensions. Hence, the module now bore the stipulation of limited to racing-type mech maidens. Next, Su Chun proceeded to unfold the semi-hot melt tire module, purple, and carbon fiber air component module, blue. As he had surmised, the original dimensions of these basic modules were exceedingly peculiar. Take the hot melt tire module, for instance. The four tires unfolded resembled those from a bicycle. The air component was even more absurd, its grotesque size suitable for installation on a small helicopter. Oh, now he understood why the success rate for synthesizing modification cores in this world was so dismally low. Gazing at the bizarre dimensions and varying material purities of the original components left Su Chun both amused and exasperated. To put it plainly, the modification core was merely a patchwork assembly of basic modules. But how could one assemble them if the dimensions were incompatible? He boldly speculated that the instances of modification masters successfully creating modification cores were likely due to fortuitously acquiring basic modules with appropriate hidden dimensions. Or, perhaps, they managed to force together components that were not quite suitable, which would result in a significant decline in the quality of the modification core, rendering its attributes utterly dismal. His ability to craft modification cores with absolute certainty was partly due to the divine hand. If he failed to unfold the components to correct their materials and dimensions, the core he produced would similarly possess grave flaws, akin to the 3 defective products he sold at the flea market. Such issues were entirely insurmountable for modification masters. This is because neither modification masters nor modeling masters were privy to the original dimensions and material standards of the basic modules. The basic modules acquired by modification masters were entirely random. The dimensions of the foundational modules crafted by the modelers should also be random. Or perhaps each designer could adopt a unique style. It is indeed peculiar that such a haphazard amalgamation, devoid of any normative structure, can yield a core that is mass-produced effectively. Yet, he possesses the ability to rectify this. He can expand upon the foundational modules, discerning and adjusting the dimensions of the original components. Even if he cannot do so, he can scavenge suitable parts from a junkyard that align with the specifications of Stardream. Should all else fail, equipped with a machine tool and basic materials, he could fabricate components tailored specifically for Stardream himself. This is, indeed, my advantage. Su Chun exhaled, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He not only possesses superior knowledge of modifications that surpass all other modders in the entire Star God era, but he is also endowed with an extraordinary golden finger that these modders lack. With his expertise in modifications and the divine touch that accompanies this golden finger, his mech girl can undoubtedly evolve into a perfect embodiment of numerical prowess. This perfection does not require the suppression of the mech girl's inherent nature. Rather, under his impeccable modifications, her capabilities are unleashed to their fullest potential, allowing her to become a true boss-level entity on the racetrack. The mindset of modders in this world is rigid, data-driven, and inflexible, much like a cadre of automatons. They fail to comprehend the principles behind aerodynamic kits. Su Chun toyed with a wrench, surveying the immense aerodynamic component before him with a subtle smirk. Thus, they could never conceive of the wonders of an adjustable rear wing. Chapter 76. The core of the succubus. There exists a multitude of types when it comes to retractable wings. The most fundamental is, of course, the automatic deployment type, which rises during turns and retracts to reduce aerodynamic drag while driving in a straight line. Progressing further, there are electric wings, adjustable angle electric wings, dual motor 3-stage active wings, and wings controlled in real time by AI chips. The latter, capable of precisely adjusting aerodynamic components according to the race car's speed and state on the track, is undoubtedly costly but lacks any other significant drawbacks. At present, Su Chun could only contemplate the basic version. He took a moment to research on his mobile device and confirmed that this world indeed lacks fully automatic aerodynamic components. Consequently, machines capable of producing such components are non-existent. If he aspired to create a high-tech AI chip-controlled aerodynamic kit, he would require not only the machinery, but also the corresponding electronic systems. which entails an overwhelming amount of foundational preparation, time and funds that he currently lacked to undertake such a vast project. However, in the future, perhaps it could be possible. Returning his thoughts to the aerodynamic kit at hand, he reasoned that if the divine hand could manipulate the size of primary components, then controlling the dimensions of small parts like screws should pose no issue. Suchin made an attempt and found that indeed, it was feasible. Not only could he adjust sizes, but he could also transform Phillips screws into flathead screws, even bending and reshaping various materials with his thoughts. Aside from the inability to change the raw materials, he was free to do as he wished. In less than half an hour, Suchin crafted a basic automatic retractable wing. This automation stemmed from a balance rod that sensed the vehicle's tilt angle, determining whether the car was in a straight line or navigating a curve. When balance was disrupted, the wing would instantaneously deploy, and as the car regained equilibrium upon exiting the turn, the wing would retract immediately. Yet, this was limited to the wing alone. He could not modify the side skirts and front splitter for the time being, as adapting the balance rod there was quite challenging. Those aerodynamic components could only be controlled mechanically or electrically. All of this transpired under the watchful gaze of Queen and Xingmeng. Xingmeng sat with her back against the chair, her chin resting on the top of the backrest, her eyes glazing over as she appeared to drift into slumber. Meanwhile, Queen remained focused, her eyes unwavering as she observed Suchin's actions. She witnessed the wing-like component tilt to the left and right, followed by its automatic deployment and retraction, a most peculiar sight. Suchin, are you modifying something? She could no longer contain her curiosity and finally posed the question. Indeed, Suchin nodded, glancing at the camera on his phone. To facilitate Queen's understanding, he elucidated. You may regard this as preparatory work for modifications, akin to modeling a foundational upgrade module more suited for Xingmeng. It looks quite complex. Unlike the night team's approach, she remarked. Of course, can the effort one puts in be compared to that of someone who does not? Suchin shook his head with a smile. Effort, huh? Queen's eyes brightened, deep in thought. The next step is to see whether the self-elevating tail can seamlessly inherit the qualities of the Star Dream. Suchin meticulously merged the tail and other components back into a fundamental modification module. It could indeed be installed directly onto the Star Dream, allowing it to automatically transform into a basic module, just as during the initial modification. However, given that he had already arrived in this world, he deemed it prudent to align with its customs, ensuring he would not be perceived as an oddity, all while maintaining the final quality of his work. Holding the freshly transformed basic modification module, a surge of information appeared before his eyes. Exquisite self-elevating air kit, purple, cornering 5, speed 3, burst -1. Stability -1 condition, perfect, minimally affected by other basic modules. The blue basic module had metamorphosed into a purple one. Suchin narrowed his eyes. Was this a result of technological advancement? It seemed plausible, as the transformation from an ancient tail to a self-elevating one was indeed a qualitative leap, warranting an enhancement in quality. This development appeared to open up new avenues for prosperity. Yet, he felt it would be unwise to reveal this capability. Suchin scratched his head in frustration. His caution was not unwarranted. This was a world steeped in martial prowess, and with a promising life within reach. He had yet to fully savor it. The subsequent tasks were straightforward, with the assistance of the divine hand. The carbon fiber frame and tire dimensions were all adjusted to match those of the Star Dream. These basic modules also bore the descriptor precise, indicating an improvement in their attributes. However, as the original materials of the components remained unchanged, there was no dramatic leap in quality. Gripping two basic modules in his hands, he combined them, and a surge of mysterious energy flowed from the divine hand. After approximately 2 minutes, a modification core radiating a bluish-purple glow materialized in Suchin's palm. Star Dream had already succumbed to sleep, her rhythmic breathing audible behind him. Only Queen, with her hands cupped, observed intently through the video feed. This was a purple modification core. Had he succeeded on the first attempt? The video's clarity was mediocre, and she failed to notice the faint blue light flickering within the cube. Instead, she stared, entranced, at the rotating modification core in Suchin's hand. She vaguely recalled the grading standards for modification artisans. Blue modification cores represented the pinnacle for A-grade artisans, golden cores for S-grade, and the higher tiers, platinum and diamond, corresponded to SS and SSS grades. As for the legendary modification core, it defied categorization, Anyone capable of crafting one would undoubtedly be a figure of historical significance. Su Chen's ability to produce a purple modification core indicated that he was at least an S-grade artisan, holding a status akin to that of James from the Night Team. Yet, how young was Su Chen? Queen rarely felt admiration for someone based solely on their strength, understanding that each individual has their own path of growth. Her future self might not necessarily be weaker than those individuals or their machines. However, witnessing the youthful Su Chen casually toying with the purple modification core, she found herself unable to suppress a sense of admiration. Even for someone like Qin Xin, a young S-class driver, there is no sense of admiration. Her initial decision to sign an agreement with the Voice of the Night was solely based on the allure of abundant resources and the commendations from esteemed predecessors. However, it has become evident that what others deem beneficial may not necessarily suit her. Take, for instance, the modification plan of the Night Team. Su Chen grasped the modification core, which had turned an enchanting shade of blue-violet. The mechanical patterns radiated brilliance, while electronic characters emerged upon its surface. Unnamed composite component modification core, positive effects, speed 9, burst 7, cornering 4, endurance 7, negative effects, stability -3, collision resistance -20, special effects, body fragrance 5, bust 1 cup, posture 1, weight -5 kilograms, flexibility 3, special area elasticity 2, grade, blue-purple. This modification core has been crafted for you. Please assign it a name. Such a plethora of special effects? Su Chen was taken aback. Moreover, half of them pertained to critical hit and attack speed enhancements. The names of the previous modification cores were indeed hastily chosen. Today, this particular core must receive a name that resonates and reflects its essence. After a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck him, and he slapped his thigh in realization. Let it be named Succubus No. 1 Modification Core. Chapter 77, Slightly Over the Limit. Star Dream. Su Chen called out, but no one responded. Turning around, he discovered that Star Dream had actually fallen asleep while leaning against the chair. Nevertheless, the girl held her phone aloft with unwavering steadiness, the screen illuminating Queen's exquisite countenance. Queen appeared to be sprawled on the bed, clad solely in a delicate nightgown. Her silky, raven-black hair cascaded down her shoulders, while the pink straps of her attire peeked through her dark tresses. The bear-patterned bedspread and her smooth chin delineated a breathtaking expanse of alabaster skin, accentuating the alluring valley beneath. Su Chen swallowed hard. Had she indulged so lavishly right after the modifications? No, wait. He suddenly froze in realization. When had Star Dream recorded a video? And why was she still facing him? Did this imply that Queen had witnessed every operation he had just executed? This was disastrous. He had been exposed. Surely, Queen wouldn't perceive him as an extraterrestrial. Would she? What do you mean? Queen furrowed her brow, perplexed. Didn't you just say you wanted to show me everything about yourself? Star Dream had only activated the camera upon his consent, and where were his eyes wandering? Despite her words, Queen deliberately propped herself up slightly, a hint of playful mockery glinting in her gaze. How curious it was that a machine girl with a spiritual bond would entertain thoughts of other machine girls. Truly, she was a restless little fish. Cough, cough, let us not speak recklessly. Su Chen, feeling guilty, averted his gaze and stubbornly remarked, I genuinely think your collar is rather beautiful. Beautiful, is it? This signifies a malfunctioning machine girl, you know? Queen lightly touched the collar around her neck, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Even if you find it appealing, I would rather not wear such a collar. Though I could accept one adorned with lace and heart-shaped bells, my apologies. Su Chen hadn't anticipated that the collar marked with warning would carry such connotations. Yet, their conversation had gradually strayed from its original course. In Queen S' presence, he felt a nostalgic sense reminiscent of his younger days, when his handsome appearance attracted the attention of beautiful older sisters in bars. One must never assume that an older sister's flirtation meant affection. It could simply be their way of finding amusement. He refrained from questioning why he felt this way. Su Chen had learned this lesson the hard way, which laid the groundwork for his evolution into a Sigma male. It's all right, I've grown accustomed to it. Although Su Chen merely uttered the words my apologies, Queen's gaze softened considerably. She shifted the topic, inquiring, is this purple modification core customized for Star Dream? What attributes does it enhance? Considering that Queen had already witnessed his actions, Su Chen decided to respond candidly. Actually, it's not precisely a purple modification core. It's more of a bluish purple, leaning towards purple. The primary enhancements are to acceleration and burst capability, although its impact on other attributes is minimal. Given that Star Dream's foundation is somewhat lacking and is a balanced type of radiant starshine, I have designed her modification plan to be rather flexible, primarily adjusting attributes based on the upcoming track. I am preparing to take her to the Urban Car King Championship, which is said to have high average speed requirements for mechanized girls and features numerous curves, thus testing their ability to accelerate after taking turns. Queen listened intently, her gaze lingering on Su Chen's face. When he spoke of his modification plans, there was an emotional depth that the Night Team's engineers lacked. This sentiment was imbued with consideration for the mechanized girl and a profound confidence and seriousness regarding his work. He genuinely regarded Xingmeng as a partner, rather than merely a tool for glory. Queen felt a twinge of envy at this. Unfortunately, Su Chen was neither her driver nor her modifier. The Urban Car King Championship. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, letting out a soft sigh to mask her disappointment. That track is quite challenging. And with so many experts around, if you don't prepare properly, both you and Xingmeng could easily stumble. We will do our best, Su Chen affirmed with a nod. He was well aware that with a name like the Car King Championship, it would be filled with formidable competitors. Even if they weren't all professional drivers like Xingmeng and Su Che, they certainly wouldn't be far behind. And what about you? Su Chen glanced at the collar around Queen's neck, pondering his next words. What are your plans? Oh, are you concerned about me? A noticeable glimmer of joy brightened Queen's expression as she blinked and replied with a smile. The voice of the night is far more comfortable than my home. Everything is at my beck and call, and Jessica is almost like my maid. The most crucial part is, I don't have to wake up in the middle of the night to clean up after McFlurry. The plump orange cat lounging by the sofa seemed to understand Queen's words, letting out a disgruntled meow directed at Su Chen. Would you like to see McFlurry? Su Chen inquired. Queen pressed her lips together. I suppose so. Su Chen brought McFlurry in front of the camera. This orange cat was particularly affectionate, especially toward Xingmeng. While somewhat aloof with him, it could be held casually without any fuss. McFlurry, you must behave now. No scratching or biting. Queen waved gently at the orange cat, her tone soft yet delivering a message that could choke a cat. Once I finish here, I'll come back to see you. You should eat less. It's time for you to diet, or you might face health issues later on. And don't howl at night. You've already been neutered. And no female cat will take an interest in you. McFlurry let out an indignant meow, then wriggled free from Su Chen's grasp and ran off without looking back. It settled down by the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, gazing at the night scenery with a hint of melancholy in its posture. Is it really all right to discourage McFlurry like that? Su Chen averted his gaze from the cat, his lips twitching slightly. It wouldn't he understand anyway? Probably. Queen squinted and yawned, her voice soft and drowsy as she murmured, It's quite late. Let us call it a day. Remember to say good night to Xingmeng for me. Queen stretched, the pink straps of her nightgown slipping down her smooth, rounded shoulders, enhancing the radiance of the snowy landscape below her neck. It is unclear whether it was intentional, but just as Su Chen widened his eyes, preparing to observe closely, the video abruptly ended. Staring at the now pitch-black screen, he was momentarily stunned. Demon. He vigorously shook his head, dispelling the snowy scenes from his mind. Xingmeng, rise and shine. It's time to change the core. Su Chen poked at Xingmeng's soft, delicate face. In her slumber, Xingmeng clutched his hand like a kitten finding a catnip toy, playfully nibbling on it. Smack, smack. Mango banana, huh? Salty. The flavor seemed off, and she licked again, drowsily murmuring, Oh meow, it must be a brand new flavor. Su Chen sighed as he glanced at the adorable teeth marks adorned with a bit of saliva on the back of his hand. Well, it doesn't matter. Even without Xingmeng being awake, I can still replace her core. After a long day following him, she was likely exhausted. He took the purple modification core and moved to Xingmeng's back, gently lifting the hem of her maid outfit to reveal her fair, delicate waist. He then replaced the Blazing Storm core with the Succubus No. 1. The attributes of the original Blazing Storm core were as follows. Positive effects, speed 7, burst 5. Cornering 2, tire wear -20. Negative effects, stability -3, cornering adjustment -5. Following the blessing of the Star God, the negative tire wear effect that had previously been solidified was cleared. Thus, Blazing Storm remained an excellent modification core. Conversely, the attributes of Succubus No. 1 were positive effects, speed 9, burst 7, cornering 4, endurance 7. Negative effects: stability -3, crash resistance -20. The lightweight chassis significantly enhanced Xingmeng's burst, speed, and endurance, though it rendered her somewhat frail. In a collision with a muscle car, the muscle car would likely remain unyielding while Xingmeng would be sent reeling. Nevertheless, Succubus No. 1 proved superior, capable of elevating Xingmeng's attributes to the threshold of advancing from C to B. Once Xingmeng ascended to B rank, he could revert to using Blazing Storm. Upon equipping the Succubus No. 1 core, Xingmeng's attributes transformed to Name, Xingmeng Emblem, Radiant Light, Team Buff Type, Speed, 66, Cornering, 67, Stability, 44, Burst, 42, Endurance, 60, Modification Core, Succubus No. 1, Blue-Purple, Effects, Slightly Enhanced, Stigmata, Emperor Engine, Current Level, C. Special Talents, 1, Inactive, 2, Catgirl Morphology Specialization, 3, Silent Movement, Synchronization Rate, 51, Status, Happy, Evaluation, capable of warming the bed above and racing on the track below. Setting aside the rarity of such an exquisite Catgirl specialized mech, it is worth noting that the modification core and purple stigmata she possesses are somewhat over the standard. Chapter 78, A Transformation in Beauty, Combined Edition. The 3 attributes have reached 60. Star Dream has met the basic requirements for promotion to a B-level machine girl. However, Su Chun found himself puzzled. Does this adjustable tail wing truly have an effect? After switching to the core, Star Dream still donned the same maid outfit. Yet a purple bow adorned her soft tail. This must be the result of the modified tail wing. As for whether the attributes of Succubus No. 1 were displayed before or after the tail wing was raised, he would have to wait until Star Dream woke up and unfurled her form to ascertain that. Suddenly, a faint scent of milk candy wafted into his nostrils. Su Chun paused, realizing that he could now detect it from 3 steps away, a feat previously only achievable when nestled against Star Dream's chest. The special effect of Body Fragrance 5 was indeed immediate. This 5 likely indicated an increase in effective range by 5 meters. The scent was not overpowering. Within that 5-meter radius, regardless of the distance from Star Dream, the aroma was perfectly balanced. This was certainly a positive development, for any scent that was too strong could easily become unbearable. What brought even greater comfort to Su Chun was that, albeit temporarily, Star Dream's body temperature, which had soared to a staggering 42 C, had finally begun to decrease. Last night, he dared not sleep close to her, but tonight, he would reign supreme over the bed and blankets. However, he would have to heat the bathwater himself. Having finally completed all his tasks, Su Chun let out a sigh of relief, only for his vision to suddenly darken, feeling as if the world was spinning around him. What was happening? Steadying himself against the chair, he gazed at his hands. It seemed that after continuously crafting 3 cores today, fatigue was starting to set in. While working on the purple core, his adrenaline had surged, fueled by his passion for modifications. But now, with the purple core completed, that surge had faded, and an overwhelming wave of exhaustion washed over his mind. So, crafting modification cores had side effects. Su Chun managed a wry smile. Yet before he could fully comprehend the nature of those side effects, he felt as though he had been struck unconscious, collapsing into a deep slumber. Hearing the thud of a human collapsing behind her, my Xianfeng glanced back. She could not fathom why the man, who had just radiated a potent masculine aura, was now lying asleep beneath the dining table. If it were her, she would only think of seeking out a young female cat. Turning back, she resumed, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window, contemplating the future. The room was silent, and no one noticed the new tuft of white hair that had appeared on the back of Su Chun's head. At the headquarters of the Voice of the Night, after ending the video call, the weariness on Queen's face vanished in an instant. She opened Su Chun's chat window, intending to send a simple goodnight, but ultimately deleted it. Clicking into her social feed, she found it disappointingly empty. What a monotonous man. She sighed. In this cold and lonely room, how could she possibly sleep? She simply did not wish to disturb Su Chun and Star Dream's rest. On the bedside table lay the modification plans from the night team along with a disclaimer. The modification plan has been signed. The disclaimer lies open on the final page, a ballpoint pen resting upon it, yet untouched. The content is brief. It essentially states that if the night team's modifications result in irreversible issues with the machine girl, the Voice of the Night shall bear no responsibility. Naturally, in such an event, any agreement would be rendered null and void. The Voice of the Night, regardless of the resources expended, would have no authority to retain possession of this machine girl. This represents the ultimate boundary set by the Machine Protection Association against exploitation by various clubs. It is not that the association is unwilling to advocate for greater rights for the machine girls. Rather, this world is rife with compromises and inevitable constraints. Queen does not regret signing the disclaimer. Even if she had chosen not to, it would have little impact on the voice of the night. Ultimately, it would merely result in compensating the machine girl should any issues arise, and the voice of the night is not lacking in financial resources. By signing the disclaimer, she has secured the best chance for Star Dream's rescue, minimizing the potential for aftereffects. To her, this is worthwhile, for in Star Dream, she sees her own reflection. Yet, she remains confined within a cage, while Star Dream has already broken free from the darkness, emerging into the dawn, battle-scarred, yet soaring valiantly across the vast azure sky. She hopes Star Dream can fly further and higher, rather than succumb to psychological ailments from competition injuries, which would prevent her from returning to the track. Star Dream still possesses a bright future, accompanied by her devoted pilot, Su Chun, but she is merely a malfunctioning machine girl, her ability to restart uncertain. Her future lies shrouded in darkness. Perhaps it does not matter if it becomes even darker. At least her broken form brings a glimmer of light to others. At least she once followed that beacon of light, having touched hope and joy, albeit for a fleeting moment of less than half a month. How splendid! Queen clutched the pillow in her embrace, gazing at the pale ceiling above. For the first time, she could sleep at night without the light on. For the first time, she could forego holding a stuffed toy and yet not suffer nightmares. For the first time, someone praised her cooking. For the first time, she shared the journey of life with friends. For the first time, vibrant colors graced her monochrome daily existence. Tears began to blur Queen's vision. She sighed in relief, then picked up the pen. Star Dream was awakened by the sound of a McFlurry being prepared. As a feline, her most active hours were during the night. Groggily, she surveyed her surroundings, her initial reaction noting a peculiar sensation in her body. The previous state of elevated skin temperature had dissipated, replaced by a sense of strength and relaxation throughout her form. It quickly dawned on her. Mazda had equipped her with a new modification core. Drawing from her experiences with prior modifications, she instinctively lowered her gaze. Phew. Thankfully. Meow, this place has not expanded further. She felt that the previous state was quite satisfactory. Any further growth could lead to a lack of bodily coordination, which would not only be embarrassing but also unflattering in clothing. She gently caressed her chest, letting out a sigh of relief. However, she soon felt an entirely different elasticity. Meow? Xingmeng widened her eyes. What has happened? This sensation is quite unusual. She immediately rushed to the entrance to gaze at her reflection in the mirror. Wow, meow. Staring at her reflection, Xingmeng let out a gasp. She was still clad in the familiar black and white maid outfit. However, the curvature at her chest appeared more full and rounded than before, sculpting a more graceful and flowing silhouette. The lace trim of her maid outfit's front was now perfectly supported, devoid of any wrinkles, enhancing her cuteness while accentuating the delicate lines of her shoulders and neck. She initially thought something extraordinary had occurred. It turned out her posture had become remarkably more upright. Xingmeng joyfully twirled to the left and then to the right. The lively figure in the mirror mirrored her movements with effortless grace. From any angle, that maid outfit seemed enchanted, perfectly conforming to her new contours, appearing more fitted and playful than ever. How marvelous! I truly look more beautiful, meow. She gazed at her reflection, unable to resist delicately poking it with a finger. The astonishing elasticity left her momentarily speechless, her mouth forming a na shape. Since she had become more attractive, she felt an urgent desire to share the news with Moss. Xingmeng dashed into the bedroom, only to find it empty. She then hurried into the bathroom. Yet it was still devoid of anyone. Ultimately, she discovered Su Chun, soundly asleep beneath the dining table. Why on earth was Moss sleeping on the floor? Did he not prefer the bed? Or was it because, like the previous days, he found her too warm? Crouching beside the dining table, she tilted her head, her cat ears twitching as she pondered over the sight of Su Chun sleeping on the floor. Moss, she softly called, reaching out to gently poke Su Chun's face. Yet, his breathing remained steady, showing no signs of waking. Meow. As Xingmeng looked at the scattered parts on the balcony, a realization dawned on her. Moss must have been utterly exhausted. After tirelessly crafting so many cores, especially the one she currently possessed, Moss must have expended considerable energy, right? Contemplating this, she felt a pang of sympathy. What should she do now? The floor was hard and cold, and lying there could make Moss catch a cold. Xingmeng immediately contemplated lifting Su Chun and carrying him to the bed in the bedroom. However, she hesitated. Moss was sleeping so soundly. Would moving him disturb his rest? That would hinder his recovery. Xingmeng's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She feared waking him if she moved him, yet was equally concerned about him catching a chill if she did not. She blinked her bright blue eyes, a glimmer of inspiration flashing through. I've got it, meow. Carefully. Xingmeng nestled against Su Chun, turning onto her side and pressing her soft body into his embrace, then draping his arm around her slender waist. After completing this maneuver, she curled up like a cat that had found its cozy nook, her pretty face resting against Su Chen's chest. Hee, this feels just right, meow. Xingmeng murmured softly, I am truly a genius machine girl. Her body temperature is no longer as alarmingly high as before. Nonetheless, the warmth she exudes still surpasses that of an ordinary human. At this moment, she resembles a small furnace nestled in Su Chen's embrace, transferring her heat to him. Thus, even while resting on the cold floor, Masta remains comfortably warm. The scent of Masta lingers in the air, a blend of perspiration and soap, which, rather than being unpleasant, brings her a profound sense of reassurance. Xingmeng, too, feels a wave of drowsiness wash over her. She adjusts her position, pressing her soft body snugly against Su Chen's, and with a playful giggle, she blissfully closes her eyes. Her delicate feline tail, subconsciously and affectionately, rests gently upon Su Chen's calf. The cool moonlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, casting a serene silvery glow upon the floor. Suddenly, tiny stars begin to emanate from within Xingmeng, cascading along the arms that encircle her waist and flowing towards Su Chen's form. Instinctively, he tightens his embrace, the force of which elicits an unconscious murmur from the girl in his arms. In less than a quarter of an hour, the starlight gradually fades, and the white strands at the back of Su Chen's head vanish as well. The room falls into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the sound of the whirlwind licking its fur. Chapter 79. What have I done? Su Chen found himself in the midst of a dream. He envisioned soaring through the sky, cradling a soft, fluffy cloud. What was remarkable about this cloud was not only its plushness, but also the delightful scent of caramel. A cloud infused with the essence of caramel was not only comforting to embrace, but also sweetly fragrant. Although he attempted to savor it, it bore no taste. However, the lack of flavor was understandable. As long as it was soft and he wouldn't fall, that sufficed. He hugged the cloud tightly, occasionally rubbing against its plush surface, a sensation far superior to the oversized body pillow he had during his university days. Yet, he found it curious that each time he tightened his embrace, the cloud emitted a soft meow, a cloud that could mimic a cat's meow. How amusing. Cloud, you have successfully captured my attention. Wait, why does that sound somewhat familiar? Su Chen jolted awake. The anticipated softness of a bed was absent. Beneath him lay the cool hardness of the floor. Momentarily dazed, his vision sharpened, revealing not the familiar ceiling, but rather, the wooden grain beneath the dining table. More importantly, he was indeed holding something. That cloud remained warm and soft, exuding a faint scent of caramel. Instinctively, he tightened his arms around it. The sensation was exquisite, even softer and more comfortable than a pillow. A soft, slightly plaintive whimper, tinged with sleepiness, resonated against his chest. Su Chun froze, fully awakening from the remnants of his dream. He looked down sharply. Before him was a cascade of silky, silver hair, between which two fluffy, trembling cat ears drooped pitifully. Xingmeng's exquisitely delicate face was nestled against his chest, now slightly lifting due to his movement. Her azure eyes sparkled with the confusion of just waking and a hint of reproach from being disturbed. Her petite nose crinkled slightly, her rosy lips inadvertently forming a pout, and her slender arms remained wrapped around his waist, rendering her akin to a large, warm plush toy, firmly ensconced in his embrace, unable to move. Xingmeng? The caramel-scented cloud from his dream was now being used as a pillow, pressed against the floor. It seemed she had not fully awakened, her gaze still hazy yet tinged with a touch of grievance. She sniffled, her soft voice laced with nasality, playfully questioning, Masta, you're awake? But why did you lick Xingmeng's face? It tickles, like a little dog. Su Chun. He noticed a damp spot on the right side of Xingmeng's face. No wonder the cloud in his dreams smelled delightful, yet had no flavor. What have I done? Their eyes met. In the clarity of Xingmeng's sparkling gaze, his face was distinctly reflected. The proximity was so intimate that Su Chun could count the long, curled lashes framing her eyes. He could feel her warm breath, fragrant with caramel, gently brushing against his chin. The remnants of her slumber adorned her expression, mingling with a touch of innocent bewilderment, reminiscent of a newborn creature, utterly unguarded. The slightly pouted, rosy lips exuded a silent allure at such an intimate distance, igniting an overwhelming impulse within Su Chen's heart. In that moment, he felt akin to an engine revving up, its speed escalating with fervor. It was a primal yearning. How delightful it would be to steal a kiss. It was hard to fathom the radiant, cheerful boy he would become. A gulp echoed as his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed, his body seemingly possessing a will of its own, slowly leaning down in a tentative manner. His gaze fixed firmly on those delicate lips. Xingmeng sensed Su Chen's approach. She blinked, her eyelashes fluttering, and a flicker of confusion and shyness swept across her clear eyes. She was uncertain about the reason for her bashfulness, yet her cheeks involuntarily flushed a soft pink, gradually spreading to her ears. Masta was so close. Was he asking her to check for nose hairs? After being chastised by Queen's sister last time, she had indeed trimmed them well, leaving no trace. However, stubble had begun to grow back. He was getting closer. Xingmeng stared blankly at Su Chun, her mind occupied with a singular thought. Did one need to be this close to check for nose hairs and stubble? Masta's body pressed against hers, making it somewhat difficult for her to breathe. Though this sensation was not unpleasant, it felt oddly peculiar. Xingmeng did not shy away. She merely tilted her head in confusion, her gaze as pure as untainted spring water. It was this very innocence that momentarily quelled the surge of impulse within Su Chen's heart. Just then, bang! The loud, rhythmic sound of a cat scratching litter erupted from the litter box in the corner of the living room, infused with the vigorous determination characteristic of my Xianfeng, piercing through the delicate atmosphere beneath the dining table. Su Chen's movements froze, as if he had been pressed on pause. Xingmeng turned her head towards the litter box, wrinkling her nose as her keen sense of smell detected the unpleasant odor. Ah, Masta, my Xianfeng is pooping. It stinks so much, meow. The cat, squinting disdainfully, glared at the two entangled figures. Humph, silly mech girl and driver. My Xianfeng has lost its balls, so you shouldn't expect to do anything. Though Su Chun had yet to catch a whiff of the foul scent, he was thoroughly awakened. Xingmeng, in her innocence, was so naive, he had almost acted upon the instincts towards this cat girl, who was entirely oblivious to human emotions and merely depended on him. A wave of self-loathing surged within him, a feeling he had never experienced before. Nightclub girls were nightclub girls, and Xingmeng was Xingmeng. How could he treat her with the same dismissive attitude he had once reserved for Sigma's shallow conquests? He immediately released his grip, nearly stumbling as he distanced himself from Xingmeng. Clearing his throat, Su Chen's voice emerged hoarsely, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Xingmeng's pure eyes. I'm sorry, Xingmeng, I must have been a bit dazed. As he spoke, he awkwardly attempted to crawl out from beneath the table. However, his movements were stiff, and his head collided with the underside of the table with a resounding thud, causing him to grimace in pain. Xingmeng observed as Su Chen's earlier weariness and confusion vanished in an instant. She quickly supported him to prevent him from falling. The immense strength of the mechanical girl stabilized Su Chen's unbalanced form. Masta, did you bump your head? Xingmeng offered, let me massage it for you. No, I'm fine. Su Chun replied, bending his back to extricate himself from the table, only daring to straighten up once he turned away from Xingmeng. He rubbed the back of his head, his voice laced with an unmistakable hint of panic. The McFlurry. I think it's done, but it smells rather strong. Su Chen's words tumbled out in disarray, his gaze fleetingly directing towards the litter box. Xingmeng, you should go take care of that, otherwise, the smell will only get worse. Calm down. He desperately needed to maintain his composure. Right. It stinks. Indeed, Xingmeng's attention was swiftly drawn to the biochemical weapon. With her cat ears perked up and a serious expression, she nodded. Xingmeng will take care of it right away. With that, she promptly turned and scampered towards the litter box, her small steps echoing lightly. Su Chun watched her retreating figure, releasing a long sigh as his taut nerves began to ease somewhat. After a long night of busyness, he could still detect a hint of sweat on his body. It seemed like a perfect time to calm himself with a shower. He silently turned towards the bathroom, though his steps felt somewhat unsteady. As Xingmeng heard the bathroom door close softly, her scooping motion momentarily paused. She tilted her head, her silvery hair cascading over her shoulder with the movement. Her azure eyes were filled with curiosity. Today, Masta seems rather peculiar. Perhaps Masta hasn't he fully woken up? She murmured to herself, only to be jolted back to reality by the overwhelming aroma emanating from the litter box. Ah, McFlurry, you little rascal. How could you make such a mess? She pinched her nose and hurriedly resumed the task of dealing with the biochemical weapon left by McFlurry. Meanwhile, McFlurry yawned on the sofa. Silly mechanical girl. Did you really think it held back all night for nothing? If the biochemical weapon were not potent enough, how could it have such a powerful effect? Chapter 80. All finished, combined. In the bathroom, icy water cascaded down, causing Su Chun to shiver involuntarily. He closed his eyes, allowing the cold water to wash away the heat that simmered within him. However, uncontrollably, his mind conjured a vivid image from earlier, a scene featuring Xingmeng. Her eyes damp and innocent, her cheeks flushed, delicate lips, and that tantalizing scent of milk candy wafting through the air. This is truly unbearable. Su Chun sighed, resting his forehead against the cool tiles. Curiously, he often awakened feeling lethargic, yet today he felt unusually invigorated. This exhilaration was not merely a result of mental and visual stimuli. It seemed his body had become more vibrant than before. It is crucial to note that he was not merely inhabiting another's soul, but rather experiencing a complete bodily transition. Before his crossing, his health had been poor. The life of a modifier required late nights, coupled with excessive drinking, smoking, and occasional indulgence in carnal desires. Such detrimental habits had accelerated his physical decline, robbing him of youthful vitality. Yet, after a night of slumber, he felt as though he had returned to his university days, rejuvenated. Could it be that sleeping beside Xingmeng had such an effect? Why had he not noticed this before when she held him? Must he be the one to embrace her? As he pondered this while rinsing off the suds, he emerged from the shower to find Xingmeng had prepared breakfast. She was now contentedly seated at the dining table, resting her chin on her hands. Upon seeing Su Chun, her eyes sparkled, her cat ears perked up in delight. Masta, come eat. Look at the fried rice I learned from Queen's sister. Su Chun glanced at the plate of fried rice on the table. Well, in terms of presentation, it lacked the ominous aesthetic of disaster cuisine, which provided him some reassurance. However, every time Queen cooked, Xingmeng merely observed. Would she truly have mastered the skill without practical experience? With a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, he took a bite. He savored it, his brow furrowing slightly. He could distinctly sense Xingmeng's bated breath and her eager gaze fixed upon him. Delicious, Su Chun exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. There was no insincerity in his praise. He meant every word. Although it did not quite match the level of Queen's fried rice, it was certainly worthy of attracting customers at a small stall. Really? Xingmeng's eyes gleamed brighter, her tail wagging excitedly behind her. It was evident that receiving Masta's approval brought her immense joy. Su Chun remained silent, allowing his voracious appetite to speak for him. He had returned yesterday and immediately modified Xingmeng, neglecting to eat. Now, having slept through until noon, he was ravenous after missing 2 meals. Xingmeng propped her chin in her hands, beaming at Su Chun, her little feet swinging beneath the table in rhythm with her swaying tail. Masta, no need to eat so quickly. There's more in the pot. It's absolutely delightful. Su Chun took a moment to respond. Such delicious food. I shall eat as much as is offered. Upon hearing this, Xingmeng's heart swelled with joy, and she promptly dashed into the kitchen, emerging with an entire pot of fried rice. With a resounding thud, she placed the pot on the table, causing it to tremble thrice. Su Chun stared in astonishment at the large pot, which contained at least 5 servings of fried rice. Masta, this is all for you, Xingmeng exclaimed, ladling a generous scoop of fried rice into Su Chun's bowl, her face alight with anticipation. You must eat it all, okay? Su Chun hesitated momentarily, wishing he could slap his past self for his earlier enthusiasm. Could this possibly be too much? Queen had mentioned that 1 scoop of rice was sufficient. So did Masta think Xingmeng's cooking was subpar? He had no such intention. Then eat it all, as you said, Masta, she insisted. Looking at Xingmeng's pitiful expression, reminiscent of a child yearning for approval, he found himself unable to utter a word of refusal. Instead, he began to gulp down the rice, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It soon became evident that human potential knows no bounds. He managed to finish the 6 servings of fried rice. Su Chun vowed that for at least a month, he wished to see no varieties of fried rice before him. Exhaustedly, he gazed at Xingmeng and asked, "Did Queen really say 1 scoop is enough?" "Indeed." Xingmeng replied earnestly, nodding, and then retrieved the spoon from the kitchen to show him. Su Chun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly losing his breath. "Xingmeng, is there a possibility that Queen meant a scoop from the rice bag, rather than this ladle?" If he guessed correctly, this ladle was used by Queen to water the few plants in the kitchen, nearly the size of a human head. No wonder she managed to make such a large pot of fried rice. Xingmeng had indeed used this ladle to measure out a hefty scoop of rice. "Oh my, is that so?" Xingmeng blinked her large eyes, appearing suddenly enlightened. Thinking that eggs were nutritious, she had added quite a few. And Queen had also mentioned that humans need to replenish salt daily, so she had included 3 scoops. Coincidentally, she prepared a substantial amount of rice, and unexpectedly, the proportions turned out to be correct. It was just a near miss and not overwhelming Su Chun. As it was her first time cooking, her mistakes were entirely understandable. Moreover, the little girl had even tenderly massaged his stomach. What more could he wish for? After a while of massaging Su Chun's belly, Xingmeng was about to rise to wash the dishes when she suddenly felt a wave of weakness and sat back down, landing right on Su Chun's lap. The warm softness leaning against him was typically quite enjoyable, yet at that moment, he nearly expelled the fried rice he had just consumed. He quickly supported Xingmeng, preventing her from fully collapsing into his embrace. "What is wrong, Xingmeng?" he inquired. "I feel like I've run out of energy," she replied. Her upper body slumped on the table, appearing rather drowsy. "Out of energy? How could that be?" Su Chun was taken aback. "Yesterday, I provided Xingmeng with a nutrient solution. Generally, when the machine girl does not transform into her vehicular form, a single bottle of standard concentration nutrient solution can sustain her human form for at least 7 days. During this period, she can also gain a modest extension of her operational time by consuming human food, thus typically exceeding the 7-day mark. Yet now, Xingmeng has depleted her energy in just 1 night? Surely, she could not have been racing around the underground circuit of Binzhou last night. He instinctively glanced at Xingmeng's status. Name, Xingmeng, star emblem, radiant light, team enhancement type, speed, 66, turning, 67, stability, 44, explosiveness, 42, endurance, 60, modification core, succubus no. 1, blue-purple, effect, slight, stigmata, emperor engine, current level, C, special talent, 1, awakening, 2, catgirl form specialization, 3, silent movement, frequency, 51, status, hungry, needs nutrient solution. Evaluation, capable of warming the bed above and racing the track below. Setting aside the rarity of such an exquisite catgirl-type machine, it is noteworthy that her modification core and purple stigmata seem a bit excessive. Her status had shifted to hunger, indeed necessitating a nutrient solution. Apart from this, no other apparent reason surfaced. Wait, Su Chun squinted. If memory serves, Xingmeng's previous special talent, 1, was in an unawakened state. Now, it had transformed into awakening? Could it be that the awakening of her special talent absorbed too much energy, resulting in insufficient endurance for Xingmeng? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. The special talent skill, typically, other machine girls require an S rank to awaken such unique abilities. It is said that even then, the awakening is not guaranteed, needing specific triggers and special materials. Could it be that Xingmeng is capable of awakening before reaching S rank? This would be akin to possessing a genius template. Su Chun's heart swelled with excitement, almost compelling him to embrace Xingmeng and plant a kiss upon her. Wait here for a moment. He gently positioned Xingmeng on the table. Subsequently, he hurried to the storage room and retrieved an entire box of plum bitter melon-flavored nutrient solutions. 50 bottles of nutrient solution were neatly arranged on the table. Xingmeng, drink up. Don't be shy. Su Chun eagerly twisted open a bottle of nutrient solution and placed it before Xingmeng. Xingmeng gazed at the 5 rows of nutrient solution bottles, her small mouth agape and her azure eyes wide with astonishment. She looked at the nutrient solutions, then up at Su Chun's eager and encouraging expression. In an instant, a memory flickered in her mind of a video Queen had once shown her, depicting humans during their New Year celebrations, those being fed to rotund proportions, only to be carried away in the end. Su Chun expected Xingmeng to be overjoyed. Despite following him, she remained frugal. Other machine girls would casually consume nutrient solutions like beverages, flaunting them without a care. But not Xingmeng. She would only drink when her endurance was lacking, and only indulge in a sip when temptation overwhelmed her. He had advised Xingmeng several times not to be so frugal, yet the girl remained obstinate, insisting on saving money for him. However, Xingmeng did not appear to be particularly joyful. Instead, tears welled up in her cerulean eyes. Oh no, surely, Masta must think that Xingmeng is of no further use, planning to fatten her up, and then perhaps dispose of her? Su Chen, huh? As Xingmeng pondered this, her suspicions deepened. Although Masta often told her not to be so economical and to indulge in the nutrient solution like other mech girls, it had never been suggested that she should consume an entire box at once. Feeling unjustly wronged, she curled up on her chair, gently caressing her flat abdomen, which felt firm and supple, devoid of any excess flesh. Yet, she could almost sense the accumulation of fat there. How terrifying! Xingmeng quickly wrapped her curled tail around herself like a shield. Noticing Su Chen's silence, she pitifully tugged at the corner of his clothing, half pleading and half begging. Masta, please don't fatten Xingmeng up. I've only just learned to make fried rice, and I haven't even had the chance to cook for you a few times yet. So, please don't dispose of Xingmeng just yet, okay? Su Chen. Chapter 81. Preparing for the promotion to B-Class Star Dream. Silly girl. What do you mean by whether or not to dispose of it? Su Chen playfully pinched Star Dream's soft, delicate face. Haven't you exhausted your energy? I merely hoped you would drink a bit more to observe any effects. After all, it's rather peculiar that a single night's sleep could deplete such energy. He casually fabricated an excuse, refraining from disclosing the awakening of her special talent. Firstly, he was uncertain, and secondly, he feared that if Star Dream's hopes soared only to be dashed, she would feel guilty and despondent. Beneath her seemingly goofy exterior lay an undercurrent of internal conflict and anxiety. Meow? That's a fair point. Star Dream nodded, stroking her chin, her trust unwavering. It's indeed suspicious that my energy was completely depleted after just one night. Moss, your keen insight is truly commendable. Su Chen silently mocked her in his mind. Clearly, it is you who is foolish. Star Dream promptly seized a bottle of nutrient solution, skillfully uncapping it, and then tilted her head back to drink vigorously. In less than 2 breaths, she had consumed an entire 1,000-milliliter bottle, her efficiency reminiscent of a tempestuous gale. Without pause, she reached for a second bottle, then a third. Su Chen stood in astonishment, utterly captivated. Upon finishing the 5th bottle, Star Dream paused and looked at Su Chen. Moss, I don't feel any change, meow. My energy was restored after the 1st bottle. The subsequent 4 were wasted. She gazed tenderly at the 5 empty bottles, lamenting the 4 that could have been spared. After all, this is your money, Moss. Observing the lack of movement on Star Dream's panel, which simply displayed the words, awakening, Su Chen contemplated for a moment. It wasn't quite disappointment. He had anticipated this outcome. The awakening process should be gradual. Perhaps he had been overly optimistic, believing that merely consuming nutrient solutions would lead to a complete awakening. If it were truly that simple, wouldn't top-tier mechanoids with special skills be commonplace? Alright, let's pause the consumption for now. Su Chen glanced at Star Dream's unperturbed little belly, marveling at her while gently saying, you needn't fret about wasting the nutrient solutions. They were purchased for you to enjoy as beverages. These solutions have an expiration date. If they surpass that, then that would indeed be a waste. Wow, meow. They have an expiration date. Star Dream exclaimed, startled, shaking her ears while clutching the bottle. But I remember that nutrient solutions don't have an expiration date. Mine do, Su Chen replied, maintaining a straight face as he spoke untruths. Yet Star Dream held no doubts. She hesitated, wrestling with her thoughts, fidgeting with the empty bottles. Finally, as if making a monumental decision, she timidly suggested, then, I suppose I shall limit myself to 1 bottle a day. That should prevent waste from expiration, right? No, Su Chen shook his head. You must drink 2 bottles a day. Star Dream appeared bewildered, never having contemplated such a luxurious lifestyle of consuming 2 bottles of nutrient solution daily. By the standard price of a regular fruit-flavored nutrient solution, her daily expenditure would amount to 1,000 credits, totaling a staggering 30,000 credits each month. She counted on her fingers, contemplating the savings. With this amount, she could purchase a decent modification core within a year. All right, enough of the calculations, Su Chen said, gently pressing down on Xingmeng's hand. You've accumulated so many nutrient solutions from the last gacha. If you don't drink them quickly, they'll go to waste. If you want to save, finish these nutrient solutions first. Xingmeng tilted her head, pondering for a moment, and then nodded obediently, letting out a soft meow. Su Chun affectionately patted Xingmeng's little head, amused by the situation. He had a thorough understanding of the market for modification engineers and was well aware of the prices for basic modules and modification cores. Whenever he found himself short on funds, he could easily whip up a blue modification core. Could he not cover Xingmeng's food expenses? Unfortunately, machine girls, unlike humans, do not gain weight. They maintain a standard physique, only differing slightly based on their star insignia factions. Otherwise, he would surely feed Xingmeng until she was pleasantly plump. A little flesh would indeed enhance the tactile experience, especially the curve of her thighs accentuated by stockings. That would be exquisite. After taking a brief rest to allow the 6 servings of fried rice in his stomach to settle, Su Chun carefully packed 3 primary star crystals and set out with Xingmeng. Unsure whether Xingmeng met the criteria for advancing to B level. As his assessment of her qualifications was merely conjectural based on data, he intended to take her to the Northern Wolf Club for a professional evaluation. If she qualified for promotion, it would be convenient to upgrade her right there. Additionally, he wished to familiarize Xingmeng with the racetrack for the City King Car Championship. The journey between K-City and Binzhou City was quite lengthy, but thanks to the high-speed aerial rail, the travel time was significantly reduced. Shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Chun and Xingmeng entered the T2 office area of the Northern Wolf. They were greeted by the exuberant Nuale, who was enjoying her meal. Opposite her sat an unfamiliar machine girl with short flaxen hair, casually playing on her phone with her legs crossed. Notably, she sported a pair of round ears resembling those of a teddy bear. Were those hairpins? Su Chun wondered. Oh, it's Su Chun and Xingmeng, Nuale exclaimed, waving enthusiastically upon seeing them. Have you had lunch yet? She raised her lunchbox. The fried rice today is absolutely delightful, stir-fried with spicy shrimp, all pre-peeled. Would you like some? Su Chun felt a wave of nausea wash over him instinctively. Fried rice again. He quickly stepped back, distancing himself from the tempting dish in Nuale's hands. Hey, Su Chun, are you not interested in fried rice? What a shame, Nuale lamented dramatically. A life without fried rice is like a sun without a moon. It is imperfect. All right, stop. Let us change the subject, Su Chun interjected, feeling a spasm in his stomach. It seems that Xingmeng might meet the criteria for advancing to a B-level machine girl. I brought her here for an evaluation and to check out the City King Car Championship. Is Xingmeng really ready to advance to B-level? As Noari's eyes brightened, she set down her chopsticks and lunchbox. You've arrived at just the right moment. That testing device consumes a considerable amount of power and is typically left off. However, it just so happened that it was activated, since Huang Shixuan's machine girl is also due for a B-level upgrade. I decided to test both him and his machine girl. Noari stood up, leading the way, with Su Chun and Xingmeng following closely behind. Huang Shixuan? Su Chun paused for a moment. He recalled that Huang Shixuan's machine girl, Chuan Yun, had attributes that he had last seen. Speed 58, cornering 70, stability 61, burst 45, and endurance 37, with only 2 attributes surpassing 60. Could it be that in just over a day, he had elevated Chuan Yun's speed attribute beyond 60? Yes, that arrogant blonde. You've encountered him before. Noari called back without turning, her voice drifting toward them. But I must admit, Huang Shixuan possesses a fair amount of skill. Last night, he took Chuan Yun to participate in the Rongqing City Championship, where they secured first place. This morning, he even received the blessing of the Star God, proving to be an unexpectedly diligent individual. As they spoke, Su Chun and Xingmeng had already followed Noari to the front of the modification room. Through a glass wall, they could see a device resembling an MRI machine. Chuan Yun, the blonde's machine girl, lay nervously on the apparatus, while Huang Shixuan stood beside her, holding her hand with a gentle gaze, softly speaking to her. Chapter 82. A new friend for Xingmeng. Su Chun and Xingmeng followed Noer into the room. Huang Shixuan fell silent and glanced at Su Chun. Their eyes met, and the room was enveloped in a momentary stillness. Xingmeng observed the blonde-haired individual and then looked back at Su Chun, sensing an electric tension in the air between them. She quickly clutched Su Chun's arm, glaring fiercely at the blonde. Embracing Masta's arm served to convey strength, while her fierce gaze aimed to project a shared aura of intimidation. At this instant, their combined presence exuded an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Su Chun, merely the champion of the urban championship. I had thought it to be a significant accomplishment, yet it turns out the competitors are nothing but a bunch of weaklings. Huang Shixuan scoffed derisively, still stealing glances at the gradually approaching Chuan Yun. In such a lackluster competition devoid of any real challenge, must you push your machine girl to such extremes? How disappointing. Oh, come now. Noer, clad in a lab coat, emerged from the adjacent room, holding a laptop. While Su Chun and Xingmeng faced two professional drivers during the competition, one from our club, Yu Ming, and the other from the top club in Binzhou, Xingguan, namely Su Che and Feng He. Both were exceptional talents in the urban championship. As for you, she adjusted her glasses, stating, although your performance against Chuan Yun last night was commendable, your average speed did not surpass that of Su Chun and Xingmeng, and none of your opponents were professional drivers. You. The blonde seemed oblivious to Noer's analysis, fixated instead on something that struck deeper. He clenched his fists, his voice hoarse. No, you shall call me De Huang. Noer, seemingly unfazed by his fury, replied cheerfully, yet beside Chuan Yun, you resemble a golden retriever. Although the machine girl's physique is several times that of a human, you always find yourself wanting to protect Chuan Yun. When you arrived, I noticed through the floor-to-ceiling windows that whenever a vehicle approached, you would anxiously pull Chuan Yun closer to the inner side of the road. That is, Huang Shixuan furrowed his brow, a shadow of melancholy flickering in his eyes, but he ultimately swallowed the words that lingered on his lips. In any case, do not assign nicknames so casually. He redirected the conversation, yet Noer had already turned the laptop around for him to see. Su Chen also glimpsed the data displayed on the screen. The readings from the instrument matched what he had seen with his divine eye. Speed 58, cornering 73, stability 63, burst 45, endurance 37. Compared to the last recorded attributes, Chuan Yun's cornering and stability had increased by 3 points and 2 points, respectively. Given that Chuan Yun was a machine girl of the star emblem, Storm, it was not difficult to deduce that this increase of 5 points in attributes stemmed from the blessing of the star god. Thus, in a sense, the blessing of the star god equated to an upgrade for the machine girl, yielding a similar enhancement of 5 attributes. Furthermore, these attributes would ultimately be distributed according to the type of star emblem possessed by the machine girl. Su Chun was rendered speechless. If even the star god understood the importance of cultivating the strengths of machine girls based on their star emblem type, why did the world's modifiers appear so inflexible? Regrettably, Chuan Yun does not meet the criteria for promotion yet. Nuale lightly tapped the laptop screen and explained that the fundamental requirement for a machine girl to advance to Class B is that 3 attributes must reach a passing mark, specifically above 60. There is still one attribute lacking, but progress is being made. Chuan Yun's speed is currently at 58, merely 2 points shy of the threshold. It is imperative to train diligently before the City's Car King competition. Alternatively, one might procure a training capsule to enhance speed, which could also enable Chuan Yun to surpass the 60 barrier. Huang Shixuan's eyes flickered with a moment of reluctance, but he quickly dismissed the thought with a wave of his hand. How could I possibly resort to such a clearly detrimental training capsule for Chuan Yun? We will improve her performance through our own efforts. If necessary, we can modify her. The capsule, he noted, is entirely safe when consumed once a month. Nuale sighed. One should not be so rigid. Yet, she refrained from elaborating further, aware that Huang Shixuan's demeanor would not allow him to heed her words. As the apparatus slowly powered down, Chuan Yun descended gracefully, purposefully approaching Huang Shixuan and gently taking his hand, her silence reminiscent of a little sister seeking her brother's protection. Nevertheless, her curious gaze remained fixated on the cat ears and tail of Xingmeng. It appeared that Xingmeng had noticed her interest. She playfully flicked her right ear, prompting Chuan Yun to glance in that direction, then switched to her left ear, drawing Chuan Yun's attention once more. Her tail swayed animatedly, mirroring the movements of Chuan Yun's little head. A giggle, tinged with mischief, escaped Xingmeng's lips, momentarily startling Chuan Yun. Instinctively, she looked up to see the smile and teasing glint in Xingmeng's eyes, causing her cheeks to flush. She bit her lip and cast her gaze downward, shyly focusing on her toes. However, Xingmeng was not inclined to let her off the hook. A mobile screen materialized within Chuan Yun's line of sight, displaying a QR code featuring a man's sleeping face. Handsome, somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Chuan Yun recalled that this man was Su Chun, the driver whom Master had always disdained. Master had labeled Su Chun as a bad person, akin to those who perceive machine girls merely as tools. Yet, Chuan Yun felt differently about Su Chun. She sensed that Xingmeng was genuinely happy and content with him, an unexplainable joy radiating from her that words could not encapsulate. It was an understanding akin to her bond with her own master. "Do you have a green bubble?" Xingmeng boldly inquired. "May I add you as a friend?" Chuan Yun was taken aback, not anticipating such a development. She instinctively glanced at her master, but he was locked in a tense stare with Xingmeng's master. The atmosphere thick with unspoken tension, leaving no room for her concerns. Resigned, she assessed her situation and, after a moment of hesitation, produced a small pink phone to scan Xingmeng's QR code. "It is very nice to meet you, Xingmeng," she stammered, shyly nodding. "I am also very pleased to meet you, Miao." Xingmeng responded with delight. "From now on, you shall be the third friend of Xingmeng." Upon seeing the newly popped-up message box, Xingmeng joyfully sent a sticker of a small cat with its hands on its hips, laughing heartily. Subsequently, she shared all her selfies in a maid outfit. "Masta bought me this car cover. Do you think it's nice?" The query was not posed directly, but sent through a green bubble in a face-to-face manner. "It looks lovely, very adorable." Chuan Yun replied while tapping on her phone's keyboard, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Xingmeng, this is Mekshuanfeng, Queen's cat." Image of an orange cat licking its rear. Chuan Yun, such a cute little kitty. Xingmeng, however, its droppings are rather foul. Winky face. Chuan Yun, given its cuteness, one can surely overlook the smell. Xingmeng, that's true. You probably haven't met Queen. I should introduce her to you sometime. Her cooking is absolutely divine. The two mechanical girls, shoulder to shoulder, were comfortably seated on the sofa in the modification room, engrossed in conversation. Su Chun and Huang Shixuan, amidst this peculiar atmosphere, surprisingly felt a slight easing of tension. "Here, Dejimao, is Chuan Yun's inspection report. Take good care of it." Nuoli handed a freshly printed document to Huang Shixuan. "If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. By the way, the cafeteria is serving spicy shrimp fried rice today. It's exceptionally delicious. You might want to give it a try." Huang Mao grumpily accepted the inspection report, retorting in a sarcastic tone, "I'm not even a member of the Northern Wolf Club, so I'm not entitled to your meals. The payment for the inspection report will be settled separately." After saying this, he showed no intention of leaving, instead casting a sidelong glance at Su Chun. "Why are you looking at me?" Su Chun said, perplexed. "I don't eat the fried rice here either." "Aren't you also supposed to conduct an inspection on Xingmeng?" Huang Shixuan's gaze turned slightly frosty. This inspection device can not only reveal the attributes of the mechanical girl, but can also preliminarily assess her condition. You can gauge how well you've cared for your mechanical girl with a simple inspection. Su Chun rolled his eyes, uninterested in Huang Shixuan's remarks. Since Nuoli had mentioned that 3 attributes over 60 would suffice for promotion, it was clear that Xingmeng met the criteria. However, the necessary procedures must still be followed, for he alone possessed the divine eye. Let us see if Huang Shixuan has indeed raised Xingmeng to be plump and healthy. Chapter 83, The Mountain Before You. The results of the Star Dreams assessment have arrived. Upon hearing this, only 2 individuals displayed palpable tension, Star Dream herself and Huang Shixuan. Star Dream anxiously pondered whether her attributes would elevate to B grade. Achieving this would significantly bolster her chances of assisting Masta in the upcoming City Car King Championship. Huang Shixuan cast a sidelong glance at the indifferent Su Chun, a bitter smile curling his lips. Clearly, Su Chun was utterly unconcerned about the assessment results of the machine girl, confirming Huang's suspicions. Su Chun was the type of scoundrel who viewed machine girls merely as tools, albeit one who concealed his true nature rather well. Such a rogue, no matter how skillfully he masked his intentions, could never fulfill his responsibilities towards a machine girl. Thus Star Dream's condition was bound to be. Congratulations, Su Chun. Star Dream's attributes can be upgraded to B grade, and her condition is splendid, full of energy. The cheerful proclamation from Noori shattered Huang's assumptions like a mighty hammer. "Meow?" Star Dream exclaimed joyfully, racing to Su Chun's side and clinging to his arm, her large eyes sparkling as she cooed, "Masta, I can be upgraded to a B-grade machine girl now." "This is all due to your hard work," Su Chun replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. "No, it's because Masta has taken such good care of me. It truly is because of your own efforts, my dear." Huang Shixuan could no longer contain himself and leaned closer to Noori's laptop. The screen displayed Star Dream's attributes, leaving him momentarily speechless. Speed 66, cornering 67, stability 44, burst 42, endurance 60. These were quintessential attributes for a B-grade machine girl. Moreover, upon upgrading, her attributes would see an enhancement, especially when paired with a commendable modification core. This machine girl could undoubtedly shine in competitions of the caliber of the City Car King Championship. It is worth noting that B-grade machine girls are a rarity in city tournaments. Participants like Su Che and Yu Ming are exceptional cases. Thus, those who typically secured the top 3 positions in city championships are often a cohort of C-grade or even D-grade machine girls. With less than a month remaining until the Car King Championship, how much improvement could these C and D-grade machine girls realistically achieve? A B-grade machine girl would undoubtedly possess a decisive advantage over them. What puzzled him was how Star Dream could have progressed so swiftly. Normally, a machine girl would upgrade once a year, a process that necessitates extensive training regimens, continuous financial investment in superior modification cores, and acquiring the necessary materials for the upgrade. If memory serves, Star Dream was merely a C-grade machine girl prior to the city championship, was she not? Could it be? Su Chun, have you given Star Dream training memory capsules? Huang Shixuan glared at Su Chun. Have you given her more than one? I must tell you, these are not benign. Do not fall for the claims that consuming one a month entails no side effects. The purpose of such statements is merely to incite competition, particularly among large corporations to purchase these for machine girls. I did not provide the training memory capsules to Star Dream. Su Chun furrowed his brows and retrieved a box from his bag, a reward from the Urban Championship, designed to enhance explosive performance. If you are interested, I could sell it to you. Huang Shixuan glanced at the box in Su Chen's hand, which bore the emblem of the Urban Championship, and his confusion deepened. How did you manage to elevate the mech girl to be ranked so quickly without giving her the training memory capsules? I can answer this question. A cheeky voice chimed from the doorway. Yu Ming leaned against the frame of the modification room with his hands in his pockets, accompanied by the sleepy Zhue Ying. Previously, there was a news piece about a lucky player from the Star God, Hui Lego, who won a purple stigma from a gacha draw. You must have seen it, right? It was Su Chun who won the purple stigma and applied it to Star Dream, so her rapid advancement is hardly surprising. Yu Ming looked at the bewildered Huang Mao with interest, grinning as he said, "De Huang, achieving first place in the Urban Championship is indeed impressive, and I apologize for my previous misconceptions about you. However, what stands before you now is a formidable mountain of both strength and fortune, Su Chun. You still have much to strive for, De Huang." Huang Shixuan stared at Yu Ming for a moment. Then, with a forced grin, he muttered, "Fish fry dog. Hey, wait. You." Yu Ming could no longer contain himself, rolling up his sleeves and pointing at Huang Mao. "Dare you challenge me? Just in our Northern Wolf training circuit. If you can keep up with me and Zhue Ying, I will call you father. If you can't, then kneel and apologize." Huh. Is this the mindset of a T2 professional driver from Northern Wolf? Huang Mao retorted defiantly, continuing his verbal assault. The fish fry dog who failed to fry fish at the Urban Championship now relies on a non-professional like me for thrills? How pathetic. Huh. Thrills? No. No. Defeating a character like you brings no thrill. I merely wish to teach you the importance of respecting your seniors. I have no fish fry dog seniors, nor will I ever acknowledge one. You little brat, you must call me fish fry dog. Yu Ming ground his teeth in frustration. Huh. Huang Mao shot back with a teasing tone, drawing out each syllable. Fish. Fry. Dog. Su Chen observed both Yu Ming and Huang Mao, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, munching on sunflower seeds. The daily life of Northern Wolf was indeed delightful, exuding leisure. If only there were a chilled bottle of cola to make it perfect. Oh dear, please stop your bickering. Nuo Lei interjected, rubbing her temples as she stepped between Huang Mao and Yu Ming to mediate. Come on, both of you, let's tone it down a bit. Everyone is having a tough time. Besides, your shouting won't kill anyone. Meanwhile, Star Dream was not idle. Seizing the opportunity during the quarrel between Yu Ming and Huang Shixuan, she had successfully befriended Zhue Ying and introduced her newly met friend, Chuan Yun, to him. Despite the palpable tension between the drivers, the atmosphere among the mech girls was unexpectedly pleasant. As Yu Ming and Huang Mao's tempers reached a boiling point, the situation was on the verge of escalating. A series of crisp footsteps echoed outside the modification room, ultimately halting at the door. Ahem. Li Yini cleared her throat and rapped lightly on the door. However, Yu Ming and Huang Shixuan stood face to face like two furious roosters. Their eyes locked in a fierce glare, oblivious to Li Yini's well-intentioned reminder. Nuo Lei, exasperated, shrugged her shoulders and sighed, donning the headphones that hung around her neck. Such headphones typically possess commendable noise-canceling capabilities, effectively serving as a barrier to sound. Observing the escalating tension, Su-chun hastily wadded a few sheets of tissue into balls and stuffed them into his ears before approaching Xingmeng and gently pressing down on her soft cat ears. Chasing Shadow remained remarkably composed, having entered while already wearing headphones. She even produced a spare pair for Chuan Yun to wear. Meanwhile, by the door, Li Yin's frustration had reached its zenith, far surpassing that of Yu Ming and Huang Mao. When her anger peaked, it would erupt like a torrential flood. Silence. A thunderous roar resonated throughout the entire office building. As a few leaves fluttered down from the trees outside, the world fell into a profound stillness. Chapter 84. Su Chen's response, combined. It is widely acknowledged that urban circuits are the simplest of tracks. As professional drivers, we must ultimately confront tracks that evolve into high-difficulty terrains akin to mountain rally stages. The Urban King Championship serves as a transitional event, encompassing not only urban kilometers, but also approximately one-third of mountainous terrain. In the Northern Wolf T2 conference room, Su Chen sat in a row alongside Yu Ming, who wore a hearing aid, and Huang Mao. Behind them were two additional drivers, Li Ziyuan and Fang Ping, the other members of Northern Wolf T2. The 5 drivers' mech partners were seated across the conference table, separated from their respective masters. In contrast to the obedient and taciturn demeanor of Su Chun and his companions, the mech partners appeared notably more relaxed. Among them were Xingmeng and Chuan Yun, sitting upright like diligent students. Zue Ying and the other 2 mech partners exhibited a more seasoned demeanor, with Zue Ying munching on a bag of chips, occasionally popping one into her mouth, while one partner appeared half asleep and the other was engrossed in a mobile game. It was not that they were inattentive. Rather, the unique construction of the mechs enabled them to retain all information without the need for focused listening. Moreover, the instructor was also a mech, which further contributed to their ease. The track analysis was conducted by the mech partner of Captain Li Yini, known as Dong Xiong. Due to the absence of the track analyst who was undergoing a minor procedure, Dong Xiong took on the responsibility of the analysis today. As the champion mech of this year's King Championship, she was more than capable of fulfilling the role of a track analyst. Dong Xiong was the very mech Su Chun had noticed upon entering, distinguished by her rounded bare ears. Previously, Su Chun had not had the opportunity to utilize his divine eye on Dong Xiong. At this moment, he finally took the time to observe her closely. Name, Dong Xiong Cold, 54, Star Emblem, Thunder, Burst, Speed, 71, Cornering, 58, Stability, 62, Burst, 82, Endurance, 65, Modification Core, Black Rock Volcano 4, Purple, Stigmata, Thunder Goddess Spear, 2-piece set, Blue, Speed 5, Burst 5, Collision Resistance 10, Current Level, B, originally A. Special Talents, 1, Not Activated, 2, Bear-like Appearance Specialization, 3, High Tolerance for Alcohol, Synchronicity, 35, Driver, Li Yini, Status, Good Psychological Barrier. Evaluation, a burst-type mech that has been downgraded from A to B due to psychological barriers, yet retains significant dominance on the track. These attributes are undeniably impressive. As the mech partner of the Northern Wolf T2 captain, she truly embodies the role of a pillar of strength. Could such a formidable mech also experience psychological barriers? Su Chun recalled the earlier observation of Huang Shixuan's mech partner, Chuan Yun, who also bore hidden scars. It appeared that psychological barriers and hidden injuries were not uncommon among mechs in this world, particularly for those mechanized companions who have been around for a while and have experienced significant events. It is evident that they exhibit certain issues. Could this be considered a professional ailment? In contrast, the younger mechanized beings like Chasing Shadow and Star Dream seem to be much healthier. Of course, it cannot be dismissed that their caretaker provides them with exceptional attention. Had Star Dream been in the company of someone like Wang Tingting, it is likely that she would also develop psychological barriers in the future. As Su Chun pondered, he couldn't help but recall the racing cars from his previous life. Cars that have endured severe accidents often bear hidden scars, such as impact damage or waterlogging. These concealed injuries diminish the lifespan of the vehicles and can, to some extent, affect their performance. Furthermore, improper handling by the driver, excessive mileage, and neglect of maintenance can lead to various issues with the cars. In this regard, it seems quite similar to the mechanized companions in this world. Observing the synchronicity between Li Yini and Winter Bear, It was evident that Li Yini was not the type of driver who would mishandle or neglect maintenance. She must be quite attentive to Winter Bear. Thus, there remains only one possibility. Winter Bear's psychological barriers are likely a result of a significant accident that left its mark. Major incidents on the racetrack are unpredictable, and such occurrences cannot be blamed on Li Yini. When faced with unforeseen circumstances, it is solely the driver's experience that can help navigate the situation. Therefore, not only must the performance of the mechanized companions be enhanced, but he too must diligently refine his driving skills to better protect Stardream. As his thoughts wandered further, Su Chen's gaze began to drift. Suddenly, a piece of chalk struck him on the forehead, snapping him back to reality. He found Winter Bear standing before him, her gaze sharp and unyielding. This mechanized companion was only slightly taller than Stardream and possessed a somewhat adorable appearance, yet her eyes exuded an unexpected authority. Su Chen, were you paying attention in class? What was the answer to the question I just posed? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had zoned out and had no idea what was asked. Realizing his dazed expression, Winter Bear quickly deduced that he had not been listening. Ah, she exclaimed, baring her teeth, and skillfully retrieved a bottle of vodka from beneath her skirt, downing half of it and exhaling a cloud of alcohol-laden breath. Zoning out, are we? Don't think that just because you're the city championship winner, I 1T reprimand you. What is so great about being the city championship winner? On the racetrack of the King of Cars competition, you're still just a rookie. Su Chen wiped the vodka droplets off his face and glanced at the PowerPoint presentation, feeling a bit more composed. I apologize, I didn't quite catch that. Could you please repeat the question? Winter Bear, visibly irate. Her cheeks flushed, perhaps a result of the vodka, had her bare ears perked up in agitation. She forcefully tapped the projector screen behind her, which was currently displaying a detailed diagram of a complex mountainous racetrack, with a reds marking a section of consecutive S-curves and a steep incline. All right, I'll ask you once more. Winter Bear's voice, tinged with the scent of alcohol and anger, pointed emphatically at the glaring red cross. On this treacherous stretch of road, characterized by the Devil's Hairpin bend followed by a steep incline and sharp turn, your average speed reaches an astonishing 300 kilometers per hour. If, as the navigator, the machine girl perceives a sudden loss of pressure in the rear drive wheel, typically your right rear tire, due to an unknown cause, possibly punctured by a sharp object, just 1 second before entering the bend, and the vehicle is already approaching its maximum cornering speed, with a relentless opponent hot on your tail. What would be your immediate reaction and the sequence of actions you would undertake within the following 3 seconds? Speak. As this question was posed, an immediate hush fell over the conference room. Even the crunching of chips by the one indulging in snacks ceased. The machine girl, engrossed in a casual game, carefully set her phone aside. The one who had been drowsy abruptly lifted her head. This query was indeed intricate and life-threatening. Moreover, it was not the question just asked by Dong Xiong. Rather, it was the very topic he was about to elaborate on. The answer remained unknown. Clearly, this was a deliberate attempt to challenge the distracted Su Chen. Huang Mao furrowed his brow in contemplation, gently tapping his fingers on the table, while Yuming looked on at Su Chen with schadenfreude. This fellow who calls him Fish Dog daily was now facing the heat. This question was undeniably complex and tested the driver's ability to think on their feet. Even he, having momentarily imagined the scenario, found himself at a loss for words. Seated at the back, Li Ziyuan lowered his head, fearing Dong Xiong's scrutiny. Fang Ping wore a dazed expression, clearly overwhelmed by the difficulty of the question. T2 Team Captain Li Yini, arms crossed, sat at the far end of the room, her sharp gaze intently fixed on Su Chen, eager to gauge his insights on such a predicament. After all, Xingmeng had experienced a similar situation, blowing a tire after a jump followed by a sharp right turn. The machine girls across the conference table held their breath. Xingmeng's face turned pale, her eyes anxiously fixed on Su Chen, worry etched across her features. Beneath the table, her fingers danced swiftly across her phone's keyboard. Help me, meow. Oh, does anyone know the answer to this question? Winky face. If Masta were unable to respond, she would surely face the wrath of the seemingly fierce Dong Xiong. Much like how Wang Tingting punished her by denying her nutritious drinks, leaving her hungry. The thought was terrifying. The sensation of hunger was dreadful. She did not want Masta to experience such deprivation. Chuanyan shook her head, her expression troubled. I don't know. It's too difficult. Chasing Shadow murmured quietly. Damn, this question is tough. Sister Bear is serious. Dong Xiong stood with her hands on her hips, still clutching a bottle, glaring at Su Chun. What's the matter? The champion of the Urban Championship, stumped by a minor issue from the mountain race. Just when everyone assumed Su Chun would be rendered speechless or resort to a vague and ineffective response like merely slowing down, he narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression inscrutable. What was his role? A modifier. He had encountered countless accident vehicles, witnessing all manner of bizarre circumstances. How to handle such situations had become second nature to him. Though Dong Xiong's question was challenging, to him, it truly posed no significant difficulty. Oh, is this question truly difficult? He rose and approached the presentation document. Gesturing towards the curve, the first step is to stabilize the direction. Slightly countersteer with your right hand towards the side of the blown tire, keeping the angle within 15 degrees. This is not for turning, but rather to counteract the lateral force generated by the blowout. Simultaneously, disengage the power transmission with your left foot on the clutch. The audience was taken aback by Su Chen's response. Particularly, Dong Xiong's previously furious gaze began to clear. Su Chun then tapped the curve diagram on the screen and continued. The second step is to manage deceleration. One must never slam on the brakes, as that would be tantamount to suicide. Instead, utilize engine braking in conjunction with gentle application of the brakes to gradually reduce speed. The third step is to seek an escape route. Abandon the optimal racing line and make a significant early cut into the apex, opting for a safer trajectory. If the vehicle starts to lose control, actively allow the rear to slide slightly, using A-drift to help orient the front towards the exit of the curve. The most crucial aspect is the steep incline ahead. When the machine girl reaches the summit in a relatively controllable manner and begins the descent, one must adeptly exploit the terrain and gravity. As the vehicle tilts forward during the descent, the pressure on the front tires increases, restoring grip. Only then can one cautiously resume some power or apply heavier braking, utilizing gravity to stabilize the vehicle through the curve that follows the steep slope. After navigating the curve, immediately seek a safe area to pull over, avoiding the risk of a rear-end collision. This approach minimizes the potential harm to both the driver and the machine girl. As his words echoed, the entire conference hall fell silent. Dong Xiong froze, her hand clutching the bottle suspended in midair, her expression of anger solidifying into one of bewilderment and confusion. She realized she was somewhat unable to comprehend. Chapter 85, Map Analysis. Su Chan observed the silent crowd, feeling a twinge of anxiety within. Was there a flaw in his response? Or perhaps he needed to adhere to the rules of this world in his answers. Yet, he had never been trained in such matters. His knowledge stemmed solely from years of experience as a chief modifier dealing with accident vehicles. If pressed for information beyond that, he would indeed find himself at a loss. Winter Bear remained in a daze, seemingly engrossed in contemplating Su Chen's response and simulating it in his mind. Meanwhile, several mechanical maidens had begun chatting in their WeChat group. Chasing Shadow. Xingmeng, what did your master say? Can you comprehend it? I understand each word, yet when combined, it eludes me. Xingmeng, meow. As Masta's mechanical maiden, I can certainly understand it. Masta is incredibly skilled. Chuanyan, Sister Xingmeng, you are so impressive. Could you explain it to me? TT, I truly cannot grasp it, and I fear missing out on valuable information. Xingmeng, ahem, perhaps Masta will elucidate it later? His explanations are far easier to comprehend. Mine are merely personal interpretations, hee. Winter Bear downed the remaining half bottle of vodka, calming his nerves, and his gaze towards Su Chun had become entirely clear. Even Huang Shixuan, who had long harbored biases against Su Chun, had altered his expression. Yu Ming remained somewhat bewildered, as Su Chen's statements were too vague and lacked crucial details, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. This was primarily due to insufficient experience. A professional racer from another star would have already simulated the entire process in their mind. Applause erupted from a corner of the conference room. It was Li Yini, captain of the Northern Wolf T2 team, who regarded Su Chun with admiration, an exceptionally brilliant response. One could deem it a standard answer. I am curious, Su Chun. You must not have participated in many races, yet how do you possess such profound experience and adept knowledge in handling track situations? Su Chun was momentarily taken aback, his gaze drifting. Well, you know the racing simulator at the arcade? I've loved playing that since childhood, and after indulging for over a decade. I suppose this is the result. No, wait, I've also played for over a decade. Yu Ming interjected, covering his face in dismay. I started at the age of 5. How come I'm not as proficient as you? Huang Shixuan scoffed. People are people, and monkeys are monkeys. Can their learning abilities be the same? He still could not accept Su Chen. Yet, at this moment, he acknowledged Su Chen's theoretical experience. Moreover, one particular statement from Su Chen brought him a sense of ease, thus minimizing the damage to both the driver and the mechanical maiden. Typically, when faced with such dilemmas, even standard answers prioritize the driver, seldom considering the harm to the mechanical maiden. Could it be that Su Chen truly was deserving of his esteem? No, that was impossible. If Su Chen genuinely cared for the mechanical maiden, he would never allow her to continue driving with a flat tire. All of this was merely a facade. Huang Shixuan narrowed his eyes. How cunning he is. I was almost deceived by him. Alas, what did you say, Jimao? I couldn't catch that. Yuming tapped his hearing aid and leaned closer to Huang Shixuan. Yet, Huang Shixuan had no intention of repeating himself, finding it rather tedious. So, he was merely playing a racing simulator? Li Yini blinked, casting a meaningful glance at Su Chen. It would be quite absurd if she believed that. However, everyone harbors their own secrets. Since Su Chen was reluctant to speak, she chose not to pry further. Your previous explanation was somewhat vague. Could you elucidate it more clearly? Specifically regarding the detailed driving operations. Certainly, Su Chen nodded. Li Yini signaled to Dong Xiong, who looked at Su Chen with a peculiar expression before silently stepping aside to make room. Su Chen approached the PPT and provided a detailed explanation once more. Not only did he address the operational specifics, but he also delved into the mechanics behind it. This left the assemblage of drivers and mech operators in the conference room utterly astounded. Xingmeng, I didn't realize your master is such a scholar. Chasing Shadow whispered to Xingmeng. Scholar? Xingmeng typed on her phone. What is a scholar? Is it someone who excels in utilizing caves? Chasing Shadow felt a wave of dizziness and typed back. It means someone who excels in learning. Xingmeng, honestly, where were you during the literature class at the League Academy? Xingmeng recalled and typed 2 words. Working. Chasing Shadow. It was said that Su Chen was not Xingmeng's original driver. So, was her first driver truly that horrible? Not allowing Xingmeng to attend classes properly. Just look at how daft she appears now. Masta is a scholar. How impressive. After finishing her message, Xingmeng propped her charming face on her hands, gazing adoringly at Su Chen, who was teaching. With rich racing experience, excellent skills, and a knack for learning, coupled with a talent for remarkable modifications, it truly was fortunate to encounter Masta. Currently, the League Academy primarily assesses racing theoretical knowledge and skills, while subjects like literature, mathematics, and physics are considered secondary. Nevertheless, without a doubt, drivers who excel in mathematics and physics deserve admiration. Take Yuming, for example. He has never passed a math exam. At this moment, he gazed at the various mechanical analyses presented by Su Chen as if perusing an ancient tome. That concludes my explanation, Su Chen stated, placing the chalk down and nodding slightly. This is, in my opinion, the most effective strategy to confront such a situation. However, adjustments may be made based on the individual circumstances of the drivers and mech operators. After a brief silence in the conference room, a wave of applause erupted. Su Chen calmly returned to his seat, outwardly composed, yet inwardly flustered. He could not afford to lose focus again. This issue stemmed from one of the challenging segments of the Urban King of Cars competition, underscoring the immense difficulty of the event. He needed to possess a profound understanding of the track to maintain his awareness. Due to the multitude of circuits in the Urban Car King Championship, nearly every major city boasts its own track. 3 days prior to the commencement of the race, the organizers will randomly select a city. This necessitates that Dong Xiong meticulously review each circuit to avoid any omissions. Fortunately, the challenges presented by these tracks are relatively uniform. Otherwise, the workload would be insurmountable. Ahem. Dong Xiong coughed lightly to mask her embarrassment, her piercing gaze settling on Zhu Ying. You lot, lounging about, snacking on chips and gaming, sit up straight. Observe Xingmeng and Chuan Yun, and then take a good look at yourselves. Engage in anything else, and you may as well leave. Zhu Ying pursed his lips and tucked away the chips, harboring disdainful thoughts. What a farce. Taking out frustrations on the underperformers by bullying the top students, is it? The meeting stretched on for over 3 hours, leaving Dong Xiong parched, with a row of empty vodka bottles lined beside the PowerPoint screen. The drivers and mech girls listened, barely awake. However, she finally concluded her presentation. Su Chen twirled a pen, summarizing the key points. Firstly, the championship circuit spans a total of 360 kilometers. which undoubtedly includes approximately 100 kilometers of mountainous terrain and 5 critical challenge segments, steep downhill hairpin turns, muddy forest bends, a series of S-curves leading to a vertical incline, free jumps without ramps, and water tunnels. Dong Xiong enumerated all the challenging segments, which they would need to study thoroughly. Aside from variations in the challenging segments, other aspects remained largely unchanged. For instance, the number of turns totaled 537 over the 360 kilometers, averaging 1 turn every 720 meters. This statistic is consistent across every City's Car King circuit. Upon exiting the Northern Wolf Club, a gentle rain began to fall. Su Chen was about to hail a taxi to take Xingmeng home. Although he could drive her back, it would be unpleasant for a mech girl to be drenched and muddy. It was not a race, after all, and there was no need to put Xingmeng through such trouble. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. "Hey!" Su Chen turned to see Huang Mao and Chuan Yin standing side by side at the club's entrance, resembling a still painting. "Su Chen, you are impressive, with a wealth of theoretical knowledge and a solid foundation, but..." Huang Shisun's voice pierced through the ring. Racing is a collaborative endeavor between the driver and the mech girl. No matter how skilled you are as a driver, if you neglect your mech girl's feelings, you will ultimately be deemed a failure. Su Chen glanced at the 13 synchronization rate between Chuan Yun and Huang Mao, contemplating mentioning that his synchronization with Xingmeng was at 52. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary. Huang Mao would hardly believe him. With a sigh of indifference, he took Xingmeng's hand and continued toward the street. Huang Mao's voice echoed behind him. "In the Urban Car King Championship, I will make you understand this principle. Treat your mech girl better." "Mas, what is he rambling about?" Xingmeng inquired, squeezing Su Chen's hand with a puzzled expression. "Isn't Mas good enough to her? Ensure that the core modifications and the sacred marks bestowed upon her are of the finest quality. In daily interactions, I speak to her gently, never raising my voice despite her clumsiness. Furthermore, she manages to consume 2 bottles of nutritional fluid each day. It is of no consequence, let it be." Su Chen shook his head, remarking that some individuals simply meddle in affairs that do not concern them. "Our focus should solely be on preparing for the competition." Miao Xingming obediently nodded. "Mas, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll prepare it for you, just not fried rice." "Master." Chuan Yun gazed at the discontented Huang Shixuan and thoughtfully remarked, "I sense you may harbor some misunderstandings regarding Xingming's master." "Misunderstandings?" Huang Mao scoffed. "What misunderstandings could there possibly be? This fellow merely conceals his true nature well." Despite his words, Huang Mao's tone lacked the previous conviction. "I believe Xingming is quite happy." Chuan Yun presented Huang Shixuan with a photo that Xingming had posted on social media, her feline ears adorned in a maid outfit, flashing a peace sign, her smile brighter than the warm sun. Her master had gifted her a beautiful car outfit, and she was overjoyed. A hint of envy tinged Chuan Yun's voice, though slight. Huang Shixuan noticed it. "Is it merely a car outfit? I shall purchase one for you." Huang Shixuan grasped Chuan Yun's hand and headed toward the Xingshun Hui Li shopping area. "Master, perhaps you should first acquire a pair of driving gloves and shoes." Chuan Yun replied, shaking his head. "The car outfit does not enhance the performance of the machine girl. I am content with the original factory attire. I simply adore these shoes." Huang Shixuan wore a stubborn expression. If Su Chen could afford beautiful car outfits for the machine girl, so could he. Just wait. He would procure an even more exquisite one. Chapter 86. The Urban King of Cars Championship. The sky at the beginning of August was not particularly bright, bearing a hint of gloom. Nevertheless, this did not impede the timely commencement of the King of Cars Championship. Following a draw by the organizers, the chosen venue was the coastal city of South City. Nestled on an island surrounded by the sea, South City features urban areas at its periphery and vast mountainous regions at its core. This locale has previously hosted 3 editions of the Urban King of Cars Championship. In a poll conducted among the participants, South City ranked second on the list of least favored venues for the competition. Welcome to this edition of the Urban King of Cars Championship. I am your host, Brother Roast Goose. On the stage at the entrance of the championship, Brother Roast Goose donned a husky hat and dark sunglasses, dressed in beach shorts and a tropical shirt, microphone in hand, exuding exuberance. This event is generously sponsored by the Voice of Night Group, offering substantial rewards, including materials for upgrading mech companions, the exceedingly valuable yet scarce training capsules, and a staggering prize pool of up to 5 million. This year, our competitors are exceptionally formidable. With over 20 professional drivers participating, marking the highest number of professionals in the history of the Urban King of Cars Championship. Undoubtedly, their fierce competition will provide us with a spectacular visual feast. 3 colossal airships from the Voice of Night hover above, displaying the competition on enormous screens that offer a panoramic view across the entire island. Virtually anyone on South City can catch sight of the grand displays. With the pleasantries concluded, Brother Roast Goose prepared to randomly select a passerby for an interview. However, before he could find someone, he felt a tug on his arm. Turning, he was met with the sight of a pitiful catgirl specialized mech companion, tugging at his sleeve. Wow, a rare catgirl type. What a perfect candidate for an interview. Brother Roast Goose mused, hardly considering that a catgirl specialization could be a competitor, given that their attributes typically favor aesthetics over performance. After all, adorableness is often paramount. Excuse me, this mech companion, you? Brother Roast Goose began, but was interrupted by the catgirl's urgent exclamation. Host, I can't find my master. Could you help me look for him? Lost your master? Brother Roast Goose scrutinized the catgirl closely, noting that she was not only dressed in formal racing attire, but also sported a competitor number on her waist. She was indeed a participant. A catgirl specialization had made it to the Urban King of Cars Championship. Before he could fully grasp the shock, he realized that aiding her in locating someone was of utmost importance, especially with the race about to commence. After a brief inquiry regarding Su Chen's characteristics, Brother Roast Goose turned towards the camera, his expression grave. Attention, all staff. We are broadcasting an announcement. Driver Su Chen, contestant number 074. Please proceed to the production booth to retrieve your mech companion. Your mech is looking for you. Repeat. The announcement echoed throughout the venue, eliciting laughter from both contestants and spectators alike. At the starting point, Xingmeng and Chasing Shadow had already taken their positions. Chasing Shadow wore the number 137 badge and nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the announcement. How could Xingmeng possibly lose track of Su Chen? Weren't they always inseparable? Perhaps they were swept apart by the throngs of people. Xingmeng leaned against a seat by the racetrack, eyes closed in a moment of respite. The crowd for this competition was overwhelming, a veritable sea of humanity. Surely, this wouldn't delay the race, would it? Chasing Shadow felt a twinge of concern. How could it? An announcement had been made. They would locate him soon enough. Meanwhile, Huang Shixuan, bearing number 53, and Chuan Yun were engaged in their final warm-up preparations. He gazed at the cacophony of the arena, his pupils slightly constricting. Chuan Yun, this marks our second battle since departing from that place. Let's give it our all and show them what we are capable of. Chuan Yun nodded, completing her stretching routine. Master, I am now a Class B mech girl, and I am confident for this competition. There is no need to feel excessive pressure. Just do your best. Breaking news. Driver Su Chen, contestant number 074. Please proceed to the broadcasting station to collect your mech girl upon hearing this announcement. Upon hearing the broadcast, Huang Shixuan wore a peculiar expression, followed by a cold chuckle. How careless of Su Chen to misplace even his mech girl. Can such negligence truly befit a qualified driver? Chuan Yun remained silent, merely taking out her phone to message Xingmeng. Xingmeng, have you located your master yet? No, TT. Boohoo XX, Xingmeng replied promptly. Master said he needed to use the restroom, and then just vanished, meow. Chuan Yun scratched her head, uncertain of how to offer comfort. She could only reply thoughtfully. Just wait a bit at the broadcasting station. Your master will come to find you once he hears the announcement. Yes, meow. Thank you for comforting me, Chuan Yun. In a restroom at the City King of Cars Championship, Su Chen grasped his phone, which had run out of battery and shut down, in his left hand, and clutched a pack of tissues in his right, desperately striving to overcome his predicament. Regret washed over him. He shouldn't have consumed the nutritious breakfast prepared by Xingmeng that morning. It seemed she had taken a liking to making fried rice. Each day, a new variety of fried rice emerged, and that morning's concoction had contained an especially generous dollop of chili sauce. The sauce, crafted by Queen herself, was quite flavorful, yet exceedingly spicy. Initially, he only felt a mild discomfort in his stomach after finishing that bowl of fried rice. But now, a more intense backlash had arrived. Xingmeng, wait for me. Su Chen listened to the incessant repeating of the announcement, on the verge of tears. He had forgotten that he was a transmigrator, that he still bore the body that would suffer constipation from spicy food. It was coming. It was almost out. Su Chen tightened his pale face, contorting in agony as all his strength concentrated towards his rear. A piercing scream echoed through the quiet restroom. Oh! 10 minutes later, Su Chan emerged from the restroom, a sullen expression upon his face. Amidst the curious stares of those around him, he splashed cold water onto his face with vigor. He has emerged, and he has succeeded. A sense of ease washed over him. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Su Chan promptly made his way to the broadcasting station, where he spotted a white-haired cat girl, her gaze darting around. Undoubtedly, it was Xingmeng, like a radar. The little girl noticed him as well, her feline ears and fluffy tail instantly perking up. "Master!" she exclaimed joyfully, before dashing towards him as if she had spotted a delectable treat. Su Chan had witnessed the strength of a mech girl before, yet there was no need for excessive concern, as Xingmeng had learned to regulate her power. Bang! Ugh! Su Chan felt as though he had been struck by a motorcycle, nearly expelling the breakfast he had just consumed. Almost immediately, he felt a soft, furry mass burrowing into his embrace. Xingmeng had indeed moderated her strength. Had she not, he would have been sent flying. However, perhaps due to her heightened emotions, her control was not entirely precise. Acceptable nonetheless. "Master, I thought you got lost." Xingmeng raised her fluffy face, her little nose twitching curiously. "But you smell funny. Clearly, it was you who got lost," Su Chan remarked, pinching her cheek with feigned annoyance. "I told you to wait outside the restroom. I would be out shortly. How did you end up broadcasting to the host?" "Because there were too many people," Xingmeng pouted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "By the time I realized, I was swept away by the crowd." Su Chan chuckled softly, remembering his recent visit to the restroom and hastily attempting to step back. "All right, I still carry the scent of the restroom. Please let go of me." "No." Xingmeng clung to Su Chan, refusing to release her grip. "I like the smelly master." It turned out that this specialized cat girl pilot was indeed the one he had heard about. The host, Brother Xiaoyi, approached, his gaze landing on Su Chan. "I recognize you. I've seen your photograph in the newspapers." Fortunately, the Benhai City Championship had drone footage, or you would have been in quite a predicament. "In quite a predicament? Why?" Su Chan asked, bewildered. "Because right after the competition ended, you were placed on the wanted list of a certain extremist protection organization dedicated to mech girls," Brother Xiaoyi chuckled. "And I happen to be one of its members. But don't worry, after reviewing the footage, we have removed you from the list." Su Chan, "Goodness, is that really a thing? What could happen if I were still on the list? Would I be killed?" "Not quite," Brother Xiaoyi shrugged. "You were just in the restroom, right? If you were still on the list, you would have had a sudden shower of urine bags or worse while you were in there." Su Chan's lips twitched. Truly, such a punishment was more distressing than death itself. "In any case, enjoy the competition," Brother Xiaoyi said as he turned towards the broadcasting station. "Don't let your mech girl get hurt again, kid." With 30 minutes remaining until the competition begins, all participants please take your positions. The urgent announcement echoed through the air. "Master, the competition is about to commence. Let us hurry." Su Chan was pulled along by Xingmeng towards the starting point. Along the way, they encountered numerous drivers and mechanized companions rushing past. Utilizing his divine eye, Su Chan scrutinized each one and discovered that none of the mechanized companions surpassed Xingmeng in attributes. After upgrades and the installation of the flame module, Xingmeng's attributes had evolved to name, Xingmeng Star Emblem, Radiance, Team Enhancement Type, Speed, 74, Cornering, 70, Stability, 42, Burst, 48, Endurance, 61, Modification Core, Flamestorm, Blue, Cornering Correction -5, Tire Wear -20, Collision Resistance -20, Special Effect, Minor, Stigmata, Emperor Engine, Amethyst, Current Level, B, Special Talents, 1, Awakening, 2, Catgirl Aesthetic Specialization, 3, Silent Movement, Coherence, 52, State, Energetic. Having ascended from C to B level, her 5-dimensional attributes received a slight boost. With the addition of the Flame Modification Core, Speed 7, Burst 5, Cornering 2, Tire Wear -20, Stability -3, her attributes now exceeded expectations. Despite Su Chan's uncertainty regarding the requirements for promoting to an A-level mechanized companion, he felt that Xingmeng was on the brink of that threshold. Notably, during this upgrade, it was indicated that certain special effects could no longer be stacked. Consequently, the only remaining effective special effects of the Flame Core were Body Temperature 5, Sensitivity 2, and Leg Power 20 kilograms. The enhancement of cup size by 1 was revoked. Su Chan attributed all of this to Xingmeng's potential. Perhaps the current dimensions represented the zenith of her capabilities. Any further enhancement might disrupt the balance of beauty. Everything was perfectly calibrated at present. Upon reaching the 137th starting point, as Su Chen came to a halt, he sensed a piercing gaze directed towards him. Following the source of the gaze, he beheld a pale-faced young man, exuding an air of menace. Beside him stood a tall, mechanized companion clad in a black racing suit. Merely an unfamiliar competitor, which should have been inconsequential. Yet, Su Chen keenly observed that both the driver and the mechanized companion bore the emblem of a crescent moon crossed by a cross on their racing attire. They were participants of the Knight's Voice Group. Chapter 87, Voices of the Knight Training Team. 10 minutes ago, the draw area for the City Car King Championship. The atmosphere was taut, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit. Most drivers clutched their newly drawn numbers, knuckles white with tension, their eyes betraying an unmistakable anxiety as they repeatedly verified the starting order, engaging in hushed discussions about the track's challenges. Only the members of the Knight's Voice Training Team, clad in their striking black and silver cross-patterned uniforms, gathered in a corner like an incongruous undercurrent. They appeared relaxed, even tinged with a hint of mockery. Their boisterous laughter rang out sharply in the otherwise quiet draw area, prompting the drivers from other clubs to instinctively keep their distance. A subtle air of apprehension accompanied their glances at the team's distinctive emblem, as they unconsciously ceded a small space to the Knight's Voice trainees. For the other competitors, this City Car King Championship represented a crucial challenge, a battlefield for self-validation. Yet for the Knight's Voice trainees, this contest might merely be an effortless game. Damn, number 10? One team member lamented dramatically upon examining his drawn number. Does this mean I'll be the trailblazer? I'll be eating dust right from the start. I'm 31. Not bad. Right in the middle, another shrugged. Hey, Xingmeng, what did you draw? Someone called out to the figure leaning against the doorframe. Xingmeng, with his eyes closed, lazily waved his small card without lifting his eyelids. 76. Oh, not too shabby. A middle position, neither good nor bad. Come on, everyone. Let us get fired up. Someone raised their voice. This is a golden opportunity for our training team. We need to perform well to advance to the official team. Who knows, we might even get Miss Chen's autograph. With this topic ignited, voices hushed conspiratorially. Hey, have you heard? Miss Chen signed a betting agreement with a driver named Su Chen. If that kid can become a Class A modifier in 3 months, she'll gift him the queen. Seriously? No way. That's the queen. The top-tier mech. Gasps echoed among them. However, Class A in 3 months? Dream on. I heard that Su Chen also registered, and his mech is a catgirl variant. Uffed. Haha, a catgirl variant? I truly hope to face him in the race. We could have quite the exchange. Xingmeng continued to rest with his eyes closed. The raucous discussions penetrated his ears word for word. A betting agreement with Miss Chen? How audacious, not knowing the limits of one's ambition. Yet, he felt a flicker of curiosity about this Su Chen. After all, anyone who could entice Miss Chen into a wager must possess some remarkable qualities. Once the drawing concluded, he arrived at the starting point with his mech, the Riftbreaker. Deep in thought about this matter, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a tall man approaching, accompanied by a white-haired catgirl mech. Eventually stopping at starting position 74. Catgirl mechs were nearly non-existent on the racing circuit, as their attributes were inherently weaker. Most of them would become logistics or medical machine girls. Is this person Su Chen? Is it truly such a remarkable coincidence? However, based on previous discussions among teammates regarding the characteristics of Su Chen and Xingmeng, it is evident that these two competitors are indeed from the 74th starting point. Su Chen's starting number is 74, while his is 76. According to the rules of the City Car King Championship, he and Su Chen are set to launch simultaneously. How intriguing. What a fortuitous opportunity. Xingmeng's gaze lingered on Su Chen and Xingmeng for a moment, a playful smirk dancing at the corners of his lips. He patted Lai Kong's shoulder and walked directly towards the 74th position. As Su Chen and Xingmeng locked eyes, an instinctive premonition washed over them. This driver from the Knight's Voice would certainly approach. Indeed, he strode over with confidence, accompanied by his machine girl. I know you. You are Su Chen. Greetings. The driver, clad in a black uniform, extended a hand, a smile brightening his face. I am Xingmeng, a member of the Knight's Voice training team. Although unsure of the reason behind this approach, Su Chen, adhering to the principles of politeness, extended his hand in return. Yet, at that very moment, Xingmeng abruptly withdrew his hand, feigning a stretch of his wrist, mischief glimmering in his eyes. However, in the next instant, Su Chun seized Jin Zhe's wrist before he could fully retract it, pulling him closer in a swift motion. The force of the grip nearly drew a yelp from Jin Zhe. Subsequently, Su Chun released his hold, revealing a benevolent smile. "Hello. If there's nothing else, you may leave. I need to warm up with my machine girl before the race." Jin Zhe shook his numb hand, his forced smile fading. He raised his nostrils and stood on tiptoe, attempting to match Su Chen's height. "Su Chen, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? I've heard you signed some wager with our chief, Miss Qin Xian. Let me tell you, the porcelain of the Knight's Voice Club is not for everyone to touch. Since we are both starting at the same time, I will make you acutely aware of the disparity between us." With that, Jin Zhe huffed disdainfully, turning to leave with Lai Kong. As he emerged from the draw area, he searched for information about Su Chun on his phone. Su Chen's machine girl, Xingmeng, had only recently been promoted to a C-level machine girl when she participated in the city championship. How much improvement could be achieved in half a month? When the race commenced, she would undoubtedly be crushed by his B-level machine girl. With this thought, he instinctively glanced toward the audience. There, in the VIP section of the Knight's Voice group, was undoubtedly Qin Xian. If he performed well today, he would obliterate Su Chun and surely earn her admiration. Following that, he could stand out in the training team, rise to prominence, and reach the pinnacle of success. Lost in these thoughts, he couldn't help but squint his eyes in satisfaction. Lai Kong, when the match begins, ensure you outshine them. Do not falter. He coldly addressed the mechanical companion beside him. Yet, she merely stared vacantly, silent as a marionette, until after several moments, she mechanically nodded. "What is up with that person, master? So fierce." Xingmeng emitted a low growl, her ears and tail bristling in indignation as she glared at the retreating figure of Jin Zhe. "There's no need for concern. She is merely a dog eager to wag her tail for her master." Su Chen gently patted Xingmeng's small head, dismissing the earlier provocation with indifference. He had witnessed similar situations countless times in his past life, albeit mostly from the perspective of an observer. Rivalries and taunts among teams and drivers are commonplace, especially those instigated to curry favor with superiors. Such instances are abundant. None of these trivialities would stir any emotional turmoil within him. Rather than engaging in mere verbal sparring, he preferred to vanquish his opponents through decisive action. Chapter 88. Keep going. Just moments ago, when Jin Zhe sought trouble, Su Chun cast a glance at the mech girl Lai Kong beside him. It was evident that they were indeed part of the Knight's Voice training team. Although not professional racers, the performance of their mech girls was nothing short of explosive. Nonetheless, Su Chun did not feel envious, for the lives of their mech girls were far from enviable. A glance at Lai Kong's panel revealed much. Name, Lai Kong's star emblem, flowing flame, speed type, speed, 70 cornering, 70 stability, 61 burst, 62 endurance, 64 modification core, Vortex Monarch I Stigmata, Echo of Dusk, blue, current level, B special talent, none synchronization rate, 0 status, calm, memory loss, psychological barrier, resolved, evaluation, a mech girl who has lost her soul. She should possess far greater speed. Without a doubt, whether assessed through evaluation or panel performance, these balanced attributes were undoubtedly the product of the Knight's Voice modification team. This mech girl named Lai Kong had developed severe psychological barriers. The term resolved hinted perhaps that her memory loss had led to the dissipation of her psychological issues. After all, the mech girl no longer remembered who she was, living akin to a mere machine. Thus, any psychological barriers seemed inconsequential. He pondered, if Queen continued to undergo such modifications, would she not also succumb to a fate similar to Lai Kong's? Memory loss, psychological barriers, ultimately transforming into a mere tool rather than an emotional mech girl. Contemplating this prospect stirred a sense of urgency within him. During this period, aside from upgrading Xingmeng, he had engaged in two endeavors. One was utilizing the last skill point from the Divine Heart to enhance his drifting control. This led him once again into the learning space, where he faced a stern reprimand from Coach Su. Currently, he had unlocked the skills, Launch Start Expert LV1, increases launch start speed by 4, and drifting control LV2, reduces drifting speed loss by 10. Beyond this, he had immersed himself in the study of modification knowledge. The materials sent by Nouri amounted to over 50 gigabytes, containing content entirely different from his expectations, bearing little relation to racing modifications. Instead, it resembled the tasks of a modeler, requiring one to memorize numerous data matrices and modeling nodes. and to utilize stellar energy to arrange these matrices and nodes according to specific requirements, thereby creating a fundamental module. This was undoubtedly no simple feat, as there were over 500 matrices to memorize, alongside a staggering 98 nodes. The task of arranging and combining them. It was no wonder that one needed to awaken stellar energy to become a modeler. Only with stellar energy could the cognitive speed of an ordinary person be accelerated, bringing their mind closer to that of a computer. Otherwise, who could hope to grasp such vast and dynamic data in a brief span? And the aforementioned was merely the data one needed to memorize to become an A-level modification specialist. The higher the rank, especially the S rank and above, the more data one must remember. Qin Xin's wager is fundamentally a test of endurance. Nevertheless, Su Chun bravely faces the challenge, diligently writing each day. When hunger strikes, he indulges in the egg fried rice prepared by Xingmeng, gaining a substantial 8 pounds in less than half a month. "Master!" exclaimed Xingmeng, bouncing in front of Su Chun, her cat ears twitching playfully. "Why do you keep staring at that mech girl? Do you fancy her?" Xingmeng glanced at Su Chun, then at the sleek figure of Likong, clad in tight racing attire that accentuated her alluring curves. That slender waist and peach-shaped posterior were undeniably tempting. It was only natural for Masta to be drawn to such a captivating older sister. With a mischievous grin, Xingmeng leaned closer to Su Chun, lowering her voice. If Masta likes her, just say so. I can help you get her contact information. Let us develop her into a good friend first, and then I'll speak highly of you to her. Who knows, perhaps the two of you could become great friends." Su Chun could not help but chuckle, helplessly pinching Xingmeng's charming face. "All right, you certainly have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. I merely find that mech girl a bit peculiar." Initially, he thought Xingmeng was teasing him out of jealousy. It wasn't until he heard her final remark that he realized her affection was still confined to the realm of pure friendship. For her, the bond shared with a good friend was already a form of liking, innocent and devoid of desire, simply rooted in pleasant companionship. "Strange, isn't it?" Xingmeng tilted her head, gazing at Likong's retreating figure. "Master, although I cannot discern what is odd about that mech girl, I can sense that she is not at all happy." Su Chun fell silent. To be a marionette, to exist as an emotionless machine. Could such a mech girl still experience the glory of the racetrack? Could she still savor the joy of victory? It was only natural for her to feel devoid of happiness. "All contestants, please prepare for departure. The race will commence in 10 minutes. All contestants, please activate mech mode, and pilots, check the basic status of your mechs." The two announcements resonated in succession. Su Chun gently patted Xingmeng's head. Understanding his cue, she immediately transformed into her racing form. "Master, the specialized cat girl Nico, 99 reporting. Engine module functioning normally. Tire pressure is optimal. Internal temperature is abnormal, exceeding by 5 degrees Celsius, requesting cooling." Su Chun responded with a hint of annoyance. "Request denied. We cannot lower the temperature." "Mew. Then all is well. Everything is normal." Xingmeng joyfully swayed her cat tail, completely unfazed by Su Chun's earlier tap. She had grown accustomed to it. In fact, if he didn't pat her, she would feel oddly restless. Su Chun's gaze was fixed on the racetrack ahead when suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind. A nebula erupted, birthing a brand new star within. Achieved first place in the Urban King of Cars Championship. Continue unlocking talents. Could it be that the goal was to secure first place right from the outset? Su Chun licked his lips, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Well, there's a bit of pressure now. Meanwhile, the other competitors were also entering their preparation phase. "Chasing Shadow, it's time for us to get to work." Yuming clapped the tall mech beside him. "Humph. I refuse to lose to Star Dream again this time." Chasing Shadow deftly brushed aside Yuming's hand and swiftly transformed into racing mode. Yuming chuckled, his eyes glinting mischievously as he caressed the door of Chasing Shadow before settling inside. "The modifications we've made this time are solid. We're absolutely certain to succeed." "You better be," Chasing Shadow retorted, rolling her eyes with an unfriendly tone. "If we lose, you'll be sleeping under the bed for a month." "Oh, don't be so serious, little Shadow," Yuming said with an overly flattering expression. "Isn't that punishment a bit too harsh?" "Harsh?" Chasing Shadow snorted lightly. "Do you lack confidence?" "Of course not." Yuming straightened up immediately under Chasing Shadow's slightly resentful gaze. "I guarantee we'll complete the task." In the cockpit of Wind Crane, the atmosphere was less relaxed than usual. Su Che gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face tense, fingers trembling slightly. A warm hand rested on his cheek. Su Che's eyes gradually focused, and before him, Wind Crane's gaze was filled with tenderness and reassurance. Little Che, there's no need to be nervous. We can do this. Heh. Su Che bit his lip. He wished to remain calm, but it was a challenging endeavor. After the last city championship, he could no longer fully enjoy the thrill of racing. Be good, and I'll reward you by letting you sleep with me tonight. Wind Crane said with a playful smile, in a tone only the two could hear, or that favorite apron of yours, emphasizing, together, sleep. Hiss. Su Che trembled all over, his expression shifting instantly from that of a nervous boy to that of a solitary wolf king from the northwest. Wind Crane, you promised. His voice quivered slightly. Wind Crane covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. I keep my promises. So, can little Che muster some spirit now? Rest assured. Su Che's eyes reddened. I will strive to finish the race. In the dimly lit headquarters of the Night Voice, a narrow beam of light seeped through a slightly ajar door, finally illuminating the curled figure of a girl. Queen, the modifications are about to begin. Jessica's voice rang from outside the door. I know. I didn't need you to remind me. Queen shivered slightly, taking a deep breath, gazing longingly at the live stream on her computer. She picked up her phone and opened the group chat she had with Stardream and Su-chun. The chat was filled with Stardream's daily shares, unique fried rice dishes, stylish car outfits, the playful antics of the mischievous McFlurry, and Su-chun's comical sleeping face and the selfies they took the moment they stepped into the racing arena clad in their racing suits. She typed out a lengthy message, but ultimately deleted it all. After countless words, only two remained. Keep going. Go for it, Stardream, Su-chun. Shine brightly. At the starting point of the Urban Car King Championship, Su-chun gazed ahead, his expression tranquil. For a fleeting moment, Xingmeng's phone illuminated. Yet the Do Not Disturb mode emitted no sound. At the horizon, the electronic screen's timer had entered the final countdown. The officials holding the starting placards began to gradually vacate the track. 10 seconds remaining. The cold, mechanical voice resonated. Are you nervous, Xingmeng? He extended his hand, touching a soft cushion, transferring strength. Meow? With Moss here, I have no idea what nerves feel like. A vibrant voice from Xingmeng rang out, accompanied by roar. The engine's resounding growl echoed last, reverberating throughout the entire track. The surrounding drivers, including Jinzai, felt a shiver run down their spines. Was that the sound of the Catgirl's specialized mech? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation, for the countdown's alert tone abruptly heightened, and everyone's senses were taut. 3, 2, 1, go. Chapter 89, The Disparity. The Urban Vehicle King Championship spans a formidable distance of 360 kilometers, comprising a total of 537 curves, with approximately 100 kilometers dedicated to mountainous terrain. Simultaneously, we do not prohibit confrontations among the drivers. Each contestant here emerges as a champion from the urban tournament, having long surpassed the novice protection period, representing a cohort of seasoned competitors capable of confronting the fierce reality of the racetrack. As the commentator, Brother Xiao, narrates the event, the director continuously shifts the camera between the circuit and the participants. We present 5 significant challenging course combinations, among which the most daunting is undoubtedly the 476th combination, known as the Southern Island Guillotine. This track is formed by a series of hairpin turns, steep jumps, and a treacherous right turn at a cliff's edge. Contestants lacking extensive experience may very well falter here. However, there is no need for concern, as we are equipped with ample logistical and medical teams to ensure the safety of both the mech girls and their drivers in the event of an accident. The race adopts a staggered start format, with 10 mech girls per group and a 30-second interval between each. The 7th group has now taken off. Let us direct the camera to the starting point. As the camera transitions to the starting point, the roar of engines reverberates through the screen, igniting the fervor of the audience once more. The cheers from the crowd are exuberant, particularly for the 8th group, featuring a favored contender for the championship, Jinzai from the Knight's voice training team, alongside his mech girl, Liakong. The applause intensifies, with banners from the Knight's voice waving in the stands. As one of the titans in the racing community, Knight's voice boasts a popularity that ranks among the top 3 in the Hua district. Even though it is merely a group of training team members competing, the association with Knight's voice inevitably draws considerable support from fans. As the countdown to the start begins, Jinzai intentionally revs the engine, allowing Liakong's roar to dominate the surrounding mech girls. Yet, An even sharper and more resonant engine sound suddenly pierces through, instantly overshadowing Liakong's presence. What is this? Jinzei gapes in astonishment at the nearby Xingmeng. The sound emanates from Xingmeng. Could it be that a catgirl-type mech girl produces such a powerful roar? There exists a correlation between the sound and the engine's revolutions. While a loud mech girl may not necessarily possess immense power, a silent one surely lacks vigor. 3, 2, 1, go. The instant the green light illuminates, Jinzei finds himself momentarily stunned, while the other contestants have already surged ahead. Damn it! He promptly activates Liakong. Gritting his teeth, I got distracted just listening to that guy's mech girl's roar. Typically, mech girls provide a prompt to prepare their drivers before the race begins. But Liakong does not. This mech girl was temporarily assigned to him by the Knight's Voice group. Only upon formally becoming a professional driver with Knight's Voice will a binding contract with Liakong be established. However, Liakong is inherently quiet, often sitting silently in one place like a robot, apart from training. Without Liakong's prompt, Jinzei finds himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, the performance of the Liakong is sufficiently robust, allowing any missteps during the launch to be compensated for later on the track. The air at the starting point warps under the scorching heat. The engine roars, and the frenzied tires tear the pavement, emitting plumes of white smoke. 10 mech girls are ejected in a flash, swiftly establishing their ranks. A chorus of boos and gasps rises from the stands. As Xiao Edge gazes in disbelief at the screen, his words caught in his throat. He had been ready to boast about the Knight's Voice youth training team. However, it is not Jinzei and Liakong that surge ahead. Instead, it is a mech girl devoid of a rear wing, entirely clad in gleaming white. It is Xingmeng. It is Su Chun and Xingmeng. What astonishingly rapid acceleration off the line. Xiao Edge grips the microphone tightly, his voice strained. Jinzei from the Knight's Voice youth training team appears to have faltered at the start, currently positioned in 4th place, yet he is persistently overtaking. Liakong's peak speed and explosive power are remarkably formidable. Darn it. Jinzei fixates on the 2 mech girls ahead, flooring the accelerator in a frenzied bid for speed. This start can only be described as abysmal. The assessment of drivers by the Knight's Voice extends beyond mere results, encompassing their performance on the track. Undoubtedly, his launch was dreadful. Meanwhile, Su Chun, expressionless, shifts into the highest gear. Xingmeng's engine unleashes its full potential, leaving the competition in the dust. The fore effect from the launch speed manifests instantly. This unreasonable conceptual enhancement is immediately felt by Su Chun. As the chief tuner, although he seldom races, he has driven vehicles no less than professional drivers. Particularly in special maneuvers such as launches, drifts, and jumps, hands-on experience is essential to determine suitability. Data? Such metrics are merely references. His judgment surpasses the authority of machine-generated data. This is why other tuners remain mere tuners, while he carries the title of chief before his designation. The buzzing sound of an engine grows closer behind him. Su Chun glances in the rearview mirror, noticing a different mech girl trailing Xingmeng. Now, it is a matte black mech adorned with silver lines, Liakong from the Knight's Voice. Master, that rascal and his mech are closing in. Upon hearing Xingmeng's irritated warning, Su Chun smirks. Do not worry, they cannot catch up. Why, master? Inquires Xingmeng, her head tilting in curiosity. Is there a detector in your mind that can gauge the peak speeds of other mech girls? Focus on the race. Do not look back. Su Chun retorts, playfully pinching Xingmeng's rear. Because I am your master, I know everything. Xingmeng chuckles, sticking out her tongue, redirecting her focus to the track. And indeed, as Su Chun asserted, after a brief pursuit, Liakong is unable to overtake, and the gap between them and Xingmeng continues to widen. This scene left Jinzei in the cockpit of the Void driver utterly dumbfounded. Unable to catch up? Impossible. Why was it that he could not close the gap? The smug expression on his face had swiftly morphed into one of disbelief. He had just overtaken 2 competitors, and was on the verge of reclaiming his honor by catching up to Su Chun and Xingmeng. Yet, Xingmeng's speed continued to escalate, reaching a pace so rapid that even the swift Void could not keep pace. Could it be that the speed attribute of this machine girl, Xingmeng, surpassed that of the Void? How could that be? The Void was a B-grade machine girl. Initially, Xingmeng was merely a D-grade machine girl. Had she truly elevated to B-grade in less than a month? Jinzei found this hard to believe, and anyone who heard it would surely dismiss it as fantasy. Did one truly think that enhancing a machine girl's attributes was so straightforward? The core, the sacred marks. and the memory training pills. All of these came at a hefty price. Many drivers, when replacing a machine girl's core, often found the attribute increase to be merely 3 or 4 points greater than the previous core, yet they had to expend several times more money. As for memory training pills, they were even less accessible. Ordinary drivers and those from smaller clubs could hardly come into contact with such rare resources. Only large clubs and championship winners could obtain them. The audience buzzed with incredulity. How could a member of the Night Voice Youth Training Team fail to keep up with a competitor of no renown? Was this not laughable? Trash. They should just go home. Such disgraceful performance was bringing shame to the Night Voice, wasn't it? Enthusiastic fans had already begun to criticize Jean Zhe vehemently. The director cleverly provided a few cuts to capture the moment. I am certain many viewers were equally perplexed by the unfolding situation. Brother Xiao Yi, too, was at a loss, but he had a capable assistant. We now invite our racetrack analyst, Mr. MacArthur, to shed some light on this. With a click, MacArthur frowned and pushed the microphone away from his cheek. These hosts were remarkably rude, always shoving microphones in people's faces. Ahem, good morning, viewers. I am Old Mac, a 5-star racetrack analyst. Clearing his throat, MacArthur fixed his intense gaze on the camera. Su Chun and Xingmeng are the champions of the Binzhou City Championship, and I was the analyst for that event. Thus, I am well aware of the substantial prowess and remarkable resilience these competitors possess. Regarding the current race situation, it is evident that the reason the Void cannot overtake Xingmeng is not solely due to Jean Zhe's miscalculated launch. It is also because the Void does not match Xingmeng's speed performance. Consequently, once both machine girls reached their peak acceleration, the Void struggled to close the distance, even being gradually left behind. At this moment, Brother Xiao Yi had received a document from his assistant. He quickly skimmed through it, his eyes widening in surprise. Wow. Viewers, I now present a set of pre-race testing data. The speed attribute of Su Chen's machine girl, Xingmeng, is 74, while Jean Zhe's machine girl, the Void, has a speed attribute of 70. Both machine girls are B-grade. The burst attribute of the Void is 62, significantly higher than Xingmeng's 48. It is no wonder the two competitors displayed such a situation just moments ago. Meanwhile, we possess a set of data. 20 days ago, the machine girl, Xingmeng, held a rank of D and had remained registered as such for 3 long years. He set down the documents, inhaled deeply, and remarked, "Dear audience, do you comprehend the implications of this? It signifies that player Su Chun has transformed a D-ranked machine girl into a B-ranked one in less than 20 days, all without the backing of any club. This is nothing short of a miracle." Upon uttering these words, the crowd was astounded. It is fortunate that Brother Xiao's hosting station does not connect to the players. Otherwise, merely hearing this might cause several competitors to falter, affecting their mental state during the competition. 20 days to elevate a D-ranked machine girl to B. It's utterly extraordinary. The resources required for upgrading a D-ranked machine girl could have easily purchased a B-ranked one outright. My current concern lies in whether Su Chun and Xingmeng can consistently maintain their dominance over Jean Zhe and Lai Kong, thereby preserving their lead. Brother Xiao redirected the conversation back to the competition and handed the microphone to Old Mai. This is rather difficult to ascertain. MacArthur gestured for the director to zoom in on the swiftly moving Xingmeng, then circled the rear of Xingmeng's vehicle with his pen. As you can observe, this machine girl, after modification, lacks a rear wing. While this inherently enhances her speed performance, it simultaneously diminishes her cornering capabilities. It is well known that the Urban Car King Championship features numerous bends, and Su Chen's choice of such an extreme modification seems rather reckless. Presently, both Su Chun and Xingmeng are indeed in the lead, yet after a few turns, they may well be overtaken by the duo of Jean Zhe and Lai Kong. Chapter 90. The Retractable Tail Wing. Lai Kong, is there any way to surpass the preceding machine maiden? Jean Zhe was at a loss, unable to comprehend the situation. He could not hear the voice from the radio, nor was he aware that Xingmeng's peak speed surpassed that of Lai Kong. Even if he knew, he would not believe it. After pondering for a moment, Lai Kong calmly stated, "Report, Master, the machine maiden ahead, Xingmeng, lacks a tail wing. She cannot maintain high cornering speeds. Thus you may attempt to overtake her in the turn." No tail wing. Jean Zhe widened his eyes and peered ahead. Indeed, she truly has none. A wave of exhilaration washed over him as he burst into laughter. Has Su Chen lost his mind? The modified core for the machine maiden lacks a tail wing? How will she navigate the turns? Isn't he worried about flipping over? Jin's eye finally grasped why Xingmeng was so speedy in a straight line. Although he did not fully understand the mechanics of a tail wing, he was aware that its function was to enhance cornering attributes while diminishing straight-line acceleration. Naturally, a machine maiden without a tail wing would accelerate swiftly in a straight line. However, races inevitably feature turns, and as the scale of the competition increases, the number of turns does not diminish. Su Chun might be fast now, but to ensure Xingmeng does not topple during the corners, he would have to reduce her cornering speed. Wouldn't he that make her as slow as a turtle? With this thought, Jin's eye relaxed, leaning against the cockpit as if fishing, quietly awaiting the arrival of the first turn. Xingmeng's speed was not significantly greater than that of Lycong. Even if he could not overtake her in the first turn, within a maximum of 5 turns, he would easily leave Su Chun and Xingmeng behind. Moss, 200 meters ahead, sharp right turn. Received. Su Chun focused his gaze ahead, the turn indicator flashing in his peripheral vision. The first turn of the Urban Championship was rapidly approaching. The earlier breakdown of the course by Dong Xiong was now proving its worth. The first turn of the Urban Championship was primarily a long radius curve, ideal for employing power over drift. However, from his observations of the competition footage, most participants opted for handbrake or brake drifts at this juncture, while some drivers did not drift at all, merely relying on grip to decelerate. Did they not know how? Su Chun was uncertain. He sensed that while many drivers in this world possessed a wealth of racing techniques, their limited understanding of the mechanical aspects left them in a state of bewilderment regarding which techniques to employ on different tracks. To put it bluntly, they used whatever they could, without discernment. Su Chun glanced at Xingmeng's speedometer, which now read 280 kilometers per hour. This was a heart-pounding velocity. However, after a period of acclimatization and training, he had fully adapted. Leaves brushed against the car's roof, swept into the air by the furious winds. Xingmeng hugged the inner edge of the track. The brake lights flickered momentarily as the front of the car dipped sharply, the sharp screech of tires against the pavement resonating before the turn. Su Chun's gaze remained tranquil as he downshifted, rev-matched, and executed the maneuver with the roar of the engine in one seamless motion. The entry point to the corner was impeccable, and the car's condition was flawless. With the aid of a light brake, the rear of the Star Dream began to drift outward. He was less than 5 meters from the apex. Su Chun gently turned the steering wheel towards the corner while fully pressing the accelerator. The engine's RPM surged instantaneously, unleashing a ferocious power that caused the rear wheels to spin uncontrollably, leaving 2 trails of white smoke on the track. The Star Dream's body swayed outward, exhibiting a smooth, fluid motion. Simultaneously, with a crisp click, the automatic rear wing ascended. The airflow over the front lip and the rear wing generated substantial downforce. This downforce arrived just in time, firmly anchoring the Star Dream to the track at the brink of losing control. Su Chun gradually eased off the throttle to adjust the drift angle, and at the moment the car exited the corner, it perfectly straightened out. As the mechanical distribution of the vehicle stabilized, the rear wing emitted another click as it lowered, akin to a notification sound. Without hesitation, Su Chun pressed the accelerator fully. The Star Dream shot out of the corner, bouncing slightly as it passed the speed trap. The electronic screen beside him flashed an instantaneous speed of 218 kilometers per hour. The first corner of the Urban Championship had been successfully navigated. Su Chun blinked, gazing at the rearview mirror where the exit of the corner receded in the distance, feeling a sense of unexpected ease. Could it be that the cornering speed could be further enhanced? Meow. The Star Dream in front shook its head solemnly, letting out a sigh of relief. Feeling as though it had narrowly avoided a collision, it was anything but easy. It felt like we were on the brink of crashing. Meow. It's entirely due to Mazda's superior technology. It's exceedingly difficult. Meow. What shall I do without Mazda in the future? Su Chun chuckled softly, realizing their bond was a pact. Such a scenario would never occur. Just thinking about how the Star Dream would fare without Mazda filled his heart with profound happiness. The Star Dream wagged its tail insistently. Therefore, one must reflect often. It's through contemplation that we come to cherish Mazda even more. Meow. Su Chun. Is this some form of prudent foresight from the Star Dream? Nevertheless, he genuinely felt at ease. Perhaps it was the effect of the drift control level 2, which reduced cornering speed loss by 10. He had only activated it for the Star Dream the day before, intending to provide greater margin for error during the race. Now, it seemed that the cornering speeds he had previously deemed perilous were now easily manageable. Increasing it by another 10 kilometers should pose no issue. However, Su Chun was unaware. While he and the Star Dream had successfully navigated the corner, even feeling somewhat calm, the audience in the broadcast booth erupted in excitement. Had that mech girl just deployed her rear wing in the turn? Can a mech girl's wing retract automatically? This had never been seen before. What kind of modification could produce such an effect? It was utterly absurd. Who could outrun a mech girl that could retract her wing in a straight line and deploy it in a corner? Brother Xiaoga stared blankly for a moment before reacting, shouting to the equally astonished camera crew beside him. Quick, replay that footage, zoom in. The large screen displayed the scene of the Star Dream expertly navigating the corner once more. Under the magnified effect, the process of the tail wing's elevation becomes vividly apparent. Is this the effect of the modification core? He asked, somewhat dazed, to MacArthur beside him. Old Mac was equally bewildered, responding, well, it seems so, but I have never seen such a thing before. However, after a rigorous pre-race inspection, it was confirmed that no illegal modifications existed among the competitors. Thus, the tail wing's elevation effect must be a result of some rare modification core. As a seasoned track analyst, MacArthur quickly regained his composure, his expression turning serious. Undoubtedly, if the modification core utilized by contestant Su Chun could be mass-produced, it would represent a revolutionary impact on the realm of racing. Yet, to ascertain the specific details, further investigation post-race would be necessary. Meanwhile, dear audience, have you not noticed how smoothly Su Chun and contestant Xingmeng navigate the corners? Smooth cornering? Who cares about that? The spectators in the stands were already in a daze, and the drivers and mech girls who had come to watch the race were utterly astonished. The heads of various clubs and modification teams were collectively losing their minds. Within 3 minutes, I demand information on that tail wing elevation modification core. Who knows which club Su Chun belongs to? Who is his modifier? Does anyone know? It seems Su Chun was a preparatory member of the Northern Wolves. So the modification team must be from the Northern Wolves, right? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Go find the Northern Wolves modification team. In the exclusive spectator area of the Northern Wolves team, Noah was equally astonished, her mind flooded with the visual impact of the elevating tail wing. It was as if she had opened the door to a new world, inspiration flashing through her mind. Yet, grasping it proved elusive. The data matrix and modification nodes in her mind rapidly combined and recombined, but she could not derive a modification scheme for the elevating tail wing. Creating something from nothing was indeed an arduous task. This was undoubtedly a groundbreaking modification technology. Where on earth did Su Chun acquire such an impressive modification core? Nowhere. The modification core of Xingmeng isn't your doing, is it? Li Yini's voice chimed in from behind. Noah turned to see Li Yini's eyes brimming with anticipation, and she shook her head in disbelief. How could it be? If I could devise such a pioneering modification core, I would have already attained the status of an S-level or even X-level modifier. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Li Yini's face, though it was not entirely surprising. Everyone knew the level of expertise Noah had after spending so long with the Northern Wolves T2. You should run, she urged, pointing to the adjacent stands. If you don't hurry, you won't be able to escape. Still puzzled as to why she needed to run, Noah followed Li Yini's gaze and noticed a throng of modifiers and club managers glaring intently at them, rushing toward them like frenzied zombies. Oh no, Noah exclaimed. They can't possibly think this modification core is my creation, can they? Li Yini nodded sympathetically. Noah's face turned pale, cursing under her breath before she spun around and fled. Meanwhile, in the VIP section of the night, voice James, the chief modifier of the night team, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Yet the oppressive aura emanating from Xingmeng rendered him restless. The modified core had already achieved the capability of elevating and lowering the tail wing, as one of the premier tuning teams in the Hua region. How could you possess no inkling of this? Xingmeng gazed at the racetrack, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. However, to those who understood, it was evident that President Qin was incensed. President Qin, indeed, there has been no such modified core within the tuning community. Had there been, I would undoubtedly be the first to know, James replied, pursing his lips, his goatee quivering. Is there a possibility that this is a new technology serendipitously discovered by an amateur tuner? Are you implying that your so-called masters cannot rival an amateur tuner? Xingmeng's piercing gaze fell upon him, causing James to avert his eyes, fixating instead on the tips of his shoes. What significance does it hold that the Night Voice Group invests so heavily in your training? A bunch of inept individuals. I grant you but a week's time. Xingmeng averted his gaze once more, returning his focus to the race. Within a week, develop a modified core that incorporates the tail wing elevation technology. Within a month, realize mass production and equip all the mech girls. Should you fail to accomplish this, you shall be dismissed. Yes, James replied, his complexion pale as he nodded. It seemed he would need to visit Su Chun after the race. He did not believe that such a modified core could have been conceived by Su Chun. After all, despite Su Chun's prowess, he was merely an A-level tuner. To create a modified core of such revolutionary and innovative nature required not only innate talent, but also ample experience. How old was Su Chun? What extensive tuning experience could he possibly possess? Qin Xian shared similar thoughts with James. She was inclined to believe that Su Chun had a master tuner, and that this modified core was likely crafted by that master. If such a master truly existed, then the Night Voice Group must be enlisted. Chapter 91, Jin Zhe's Plan. A movable rear wing. What on earth? Jin Zhe piloted the Rift, trailing behind the Star Dream as they navigated a bend. Upon witnessing the instantaneous rise and fall of the rear wing, he was utterly bewildered. This cannot be right. A rear wing capable of deploying and retracting? What kind of modification core possesses such functionality? It appeared strikingly akin to illegal alterations. Did the race officials truly conduct thorough pre-race inspections? What on earth is Su Chun thinking, doing as he pleases? An overwhelming sense of confusion and disbelief enveloped Jin Zhe. In the brief moment of his stupor, the Rift was left trailing further behind the Star Dream. After a brief straight sprint, they immediately approached the second bend. But he had lost the earlier confidence and composure. Within his field of vision, the ethereal white mech maiden darted into the turn. With a crisp click, the rear wing ascended once more, and then, whoosh, it zipped through the corner. This time, Jin Zhe was certain he was not hallucinating. Our Black Knight voice modification team is among the top in the Hua region, isn't it? Jin Zhe questioned the Rift. How is it that an obscure competitor has employed the latest technological breakthroughs in modification, while we are still utilizing outdated relics? However, the Rift merely gazed blankly at the racetrack. She could offer no answers to Jin Zhe's inquiries. All she felt was that the mech maiden ahead glowed with a brilliance she had once lost, a longing that was now out of reach. But what exactly had she lost? She could no longer remember. At this moment, the majority of competitors in the City King Championship had already set off, leaving only the final 30 vehicles. The vehicle number 137, the Shadow Chaser, entered its deployment mode. Xingmeng rhythmically tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, jazz music resonating from the car's sound system. In his leisure, he relished the solitude within the Shadow Chaser, indulging in music and a small drink. Though he did not comprehend jazz, he appreciated the ambience it created, rendering him melancholic yet aloof. What commotion was occurring outside? He vaguely heard the host's voice rising in excitement. Who knows? If you turn the music down a bit, you could hear it clearly. The Shadow Chaser rolled its eyes. Listening to jazz to warm up before the race. There's probably no other eccentric like Xingmeng in the entire competition. Whatever, they are likely cheering for our arrival. A smirk curled at the corner of Xingmeng's mouth as he shook his head. The local host is always so dramatic. It's quite normal. Compared to K-City, Nan City is indeed a small place. If it weren't for the presence of one of the City King Championship tracks, this island city, akin to a furnace in summer and an ice cave in winter, would probably see few inhabitants. A nagging sense of unease crept over the Shadow Chaser. It seemed the host was mentioning something about rear wings. Yet, with Xingmeng's music blaring, she could not discern the details. Never mind. It probably isn't anything of significance. Jin Zhe had already maneuvered through 5 bends. After navigating through 5 bends, he anticipated overtaking Su Chun and Xingmeng, leaving them far behind. However, the reality was that he and Likong were increasingly distanced from them. After another curve, he could no longer even see the taillights of Xingmeng. Was there truly no other way? Jin Zhe gripped the steering wheel tightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. It was not that he had been preoccupied with Su Chun and Xingmeng. Had it been any other driver beside him, he would not have felt such anxiety. It was solely due to the betting agreement between Su Chun and his superior, coupled with their conflicting interests, that he felt compelled to perform. He strove to excel, perhaps with no reward in sight. Yet, failure to perform would surely lead to him being branded as incompetent in Qin Xian's eyes. As the captain of the youth training team, possessing the finest driving skills and the best machine performance, he was the most promising candidate to enter the Knight's Voice. Initially, he had dismissed this Urban Car King competition as trivial. But now, He cast aside his doubts. Seizing the moment while Lycong was speeding in a straight line, he swiftly retrieved the walkie-talkie and tuned it to the appropriate channel. Li Bing, Wang Chuanhe, can you hear me? A somewhat noisy echo soon reverberated through the device. We can hear you, Captain. What is the matter? Have you entered the tunnel area yet? Not yet. What's up? That's good. Slow down. Or park in a safe zone under the pretext of checking your machine. Continue driving only when you see contestant number 65 pass by. Your target is a pure white machine with blue headlights, easily identifiable. There was a brief silence on the other end. Both individuals were not foolish and immediately grasped Jin Zai's intentions. However, they were even more astonished that there existed a contestant capable of pressuring Jin Zai into employing such tactics. Who could exert such immense pressure on him and Lycong? Captain, what about our standings? You are aware that whether or not you can enter the professional team hinges on my performance, Jin Zai patiently elucidated. When we entered the youth training team, the 5 of us formed a unit. If my results falter, do you think you can still enter the Knight's Voice? But won't this be a violation? Indeed, another driver interjected. Is the club allowing us to do this? Such situations had occurred in previous Car King competitions. Jin Zai scoffed. This is merely an unspoken rule of the competition, although it is an individual race. The nature of the event often involves multiple participants from the same club, making cooperation quite natural. Otherwise, why would the organizers provide a dedicated channel for a single team? It is, after all, to facilitate our communication and collaboration. The 2 youth training team members pondered this for a moment, realizing the validity of his reasoning. Particularly the exclusivity of this channel, it was blatantly apparent it was designed for teammates to conspire together. Understood, Captain. We will attempt to intercept the target driver in the tunnel area to buy you some time. I have faith in you. Once you join the Knight's Voice, we are all brothers. Jin Zai concluded and severed the transmission. His smile faded, and the corners of his mouth drooped. Were it not for the need to impress his superior, he would never resort to such unscrupulous tactics. Although this course of action would not draw condemnation from the competition organizers, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer for a time. This should suffice, he mused. As long as he could obstruct Su Chun and Xingmeng within the 5-kilometer tunnel section, he could then coordinate with the other 2 youth training team members to launch a 3-pronged assault on Su Chun and Xingmeng. He could hardly conceive of any means by which Su Chun and Xingmeng might turn the tide. Su Chun, oh Su Chun, do not hold me accountable for my ruthless methods. Jin Zai murmured to himself, gazing at the racetrack. In any industry, one must possess connections, with strength being secondary. Without connections, one is nothing at all. Chapter 92. Such matters must be publicized. At the 147th bend of the City Car King Championship, Huang Shixuan gripped the wheel of his Chuan Yun as he closely trailed a competitor from the Knight's Voice youth training team. Just behind him were Su Che, the chief of the Binzhou Xingwan Club, and Feng He. The pressure on Huang Shixuan was immense. He was enveloped in the slipstream of the machine ahead, which outpaced Chuan Yun, leaving him struggling to find an opportunity for overtaking. Meanwhile, Su Che and Feng He loomed ominously behind him, their intentions palpable. Had the road been less constricted, they might have already attempted to pass him. Is this what Su Chun and Xingmeng faced in the city championship? Huang Shixuan muttered to himself, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. He had initially perceived professional racers as rather ordinary, primarily due to his underwhelming first impression of Xingmeng. However, facing competitors like Su Che and Feng, he now posed an extraordinary challenge. He had started the race in position 53, while Su Che and Feng He were in positions 57. From the very beginning, they had relentlessly pursued him and Chuan Yun. As the turns multiplied, the shortcomings of Chuan Yun's acceleration became increasingly apparent. Despite cornering faster than Feng He, he could sense that he was still at a disadvantage. The angular contours of Feng He's vehicle suggested a robust chassis structure, leaving Huang Shixuan with no desire to confront him. If Feng He sought to overtake, he would have no choice but to yield. A collision might be inconsequential for Feng He, but a strike against Chuan Yun would surely cause him considerable distress, perhaps lasting for months. Furthermore, Chuan Yun's low endurance meant that any collision could jeopardize its ability to complete the race, especially on a 360-kilometer track like the Car King Championship, which already pushed Chuan Yun to its limits. As Huang Shixuan pondered how to navigate this predicament, a sudden, jarring screech of brakes pierced the air ahead. The previously steady competitor from the youth team abruptly changed lanes, their speed dwindling as they gradually fell behind Chuan Yun, then further behind Feng He. What on earth? Huang Shixuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the machine had malfunctioned? Master, the opponent's machine is not malfunctioning, came Chuan Yun's voice. They are deliberately slowing down. The reason remains unknown. Are they out of their minds? Do they think we are so inept that they can afford to waste time? Huang Shixuan chuckled at his own words. This was a public competition, not a practice session. Such recklessness was unfathomable. Moreover, neither he nor Su Che was a mere pushover. Inside Feng He's cockpit, Su Che also noticed the unusual behavior of the Knight's Voice Youth team. What on earth were they up to? Having grown up in the club, he quickly sensed the whiff of a conspiracy. When competitors exhibited erratic behavior on the track, it typically indicated one of two scenarios, either a malfunction or an intent to employ underhanded tactics. However, he had yet to ascertain what the Knight's Voice Youth team was plotting until they approached the tunnel segment, where he caught a glimpse of another Knight's Voice machine stationed in the safety zone beside the track. If the purpose was to repair the machine girl, why did the driver not disembark? The logistics team has yet to arrive. It appears rather deliberate, as if they are waiting there intentionally. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashed through Su Che's mind. The tunnel is a narrow dual carriageway, and the two competitors who had just set off ahead abruptly slowed down, even coming to a halt without cause, and all of them were members of the Knight's Voice Youth training team. I see now. Su Che snorted coldly. This Knight's Voice Youth team is not to be underestimated. They resort to despicable tactics. Oh dear, little Che. So clever. Have you figured something out? Feng He, who had also noticed the situation but pretended otherwise, remarked. They must have set their sights on some unfortunate soul, deliberately intending to intercept during the tunnel segment. Su Che lightly tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, yet I fail to comprehend why, as this would ruin the results for those two youth team members. However, with 5 participants on their team, who knows what deep-seated vendetta they may harbor, or if they are merely coordinating to provide cover for one of their own, it remains uncertain. I wonder who that unlucky individual is, Su Che mused with a sense of pity. After all the effort to emerge from the city championship, one must now confront the machinations of power and capital. If it were him in this situation, he would have no means of breaking the deadlock within the tunnel. One can only hope that the driver does not succumb to despair and abandon their dream of racing entirely. Fairness exists only in relative terms. Su Che has always been acutely aware of this reality. He cannot ensure that every competition is equitable. He can only strive to refrain from being the one who disrupts fairness. Oh dear, little Che is truly astute, Feng He said with a playful smile, covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. It seems the milk you've been drinking has not been in vain. Do continue indulging. Su Che felt a blush creeping onto his face. Speaking of milk, he couldn't help but recall how Feng He had been preparing breakfast for him in nothing but an apron, approaching him with warm milk in hand. No, I must not dwell on that. Su Che took 3 deep breaths to steady himself. After all, this is a competition. There is no time to think of other matters. Any contemplation can wait until after the race when he can reflect on achieving a good result. At the broadcast station, Brother Xiao Gu and MacArthur also noticed the unusual behavior of the Knight's Voice Youth team. Coupled with the constant suppression faced by Jin Zai and Lai Kong at the hands of Su Chun and Xingmeng, their intentions became glaringly evident. It appears that Knight's Voice aims to ambush Su Chun and Xingmeng. Brother Xiao Gu turned off the microphone, his expression one of disdain. Old Mac shook his head repeatedly. Although the City Car King competition does not prohibit such tactics, it is truly surprising that a large conglomerate like Knight's Voice would resort to such underhanded methods. To be honest, it's rather embarrassing. Boss, will the cameras be directed towards Knight's Voice later? A cameraman inquired of Brother Xiao Gu. Of course, why wouldn't we? Brother Xiao Gu chuckled. We shall broadcast our own perspective. While Knight's Voice may be a sponsor, they cannot strip us of our rights as hosts, can they? Later, we'll focus all close-up shots on the tunnel, allowing everyone to witness the true character of the large and powerful Knight's Voice. In the audience, in the exclusive VIP area of the Knight's Voice, Qin Xian stood with her arms crossed and a face as cold as water. The nearby youth training coaches dared not utter a word in the presence of her sullen expression. The youth team had already commenced their collaborative efforts on the field. Regardless of the outcome, their actions had already marred the reputation of the Knight's Voice group. As 1/3 of the race progressed, Su Chin sat in the cockpit of Star Dream, exuding an air of ease. The only real threat, Jean, along with Lai Kong, had been left far behind. He merely needed to focus on navigating each turn with precision, even finding time to cultivate his beliefs and share a wave of resonance. Masta, we are approaching the tunnel segment. Star Dream gently patted Su Chin's mischievous hand behind her. It was said that the tunnel was pitch dark, with a narrow dual carriageway. Safety was paramount. Okay, Su Chin nodded in agreement. Beyond the tunnel lay the first challenging segment of the race, a series of 5 downhill hairpin turns. The first opportunity to significantly widen the gap. Suddenly, a warning sign flickered in his peripheral vision. Maintenance sign. Stardream, did you see that? Indeed, I saw it. It is a maintenance sign. There is a mechanical girl stationed in the safety zone ahead, Stardream replied. Su Chun furrowed his brow slightly. This track has posed no challenges thus far. Who is conducting repairs ahead? Could it be an accident? Due to the mechanical girl's remarkable speed and the impending narrow passage, the maintenance sign was placed a kilometer in advance, with 2 additional warnings at 500 and 200 meters as they approached the maintenance vehicle, totaling 3 alerts for the trailing competitors. If repairs were completed, the subsequent 2 signs would turn green. These signs were positioned by the logistics team. As Su Chun and Star Dream neared the tunnel entrance, he caught sight of the last green maintenance sign flashing by. Subsequently, driving Star Dream, he maneuvered through a turn. With the tunnel entrance now in sight, simultaneously, he noticed 2 mechanical girls nearly side by side ahead of him. These mechanical girls bore sleek black bodies adorned with silver trim and sported a common emblem of a crescent moon intersected by a cross at their rear. Chapter 93. The method to break the deadlock. Upon spotting the 2 competitors from the Knight's Voice, Su Chin momentarily froze. However, he swiftly grasped the situation. He realized he was being set up. A smile threatened to break through. Even on Earth, he had encountered various underhanded tactics, and now, in this new world, they persist unabated, devoid of subtlety. In the realm of competitive racing, such underhanded strategies are nearly inevitable due to the inherent disparities among clubs. The rivalry between clubs prompts some to resort to unscrupulous means. On Earth, these tactics were typically more discreet, seldom displayed before the audience. For instance, smear campaigns, sowing discord, fraudulent complaints, monopolizing material supplies, and logistical interference. In stark contrast, the tactics employed by the Knight's Voice youth team seemed crude and unrefined. This absurdity elicited a chuckle from him, yet it was swiftly replaced by a wave of anxiety. Su Chin cast a furtive glance at the nearby track conditions. They were about to enter the tunnel segment. It was evident that the opponents intended to completely block the track upon entering the dual lanes, forcing him and Xingmeng to decelerate within the tunnel, allowing Jin and Liakong to catch up and execute a simultaneous 3-pronged assault. Breaking through a single blockade is relatively straightforward. However, overcoming 3 vehicles' blockade without overwhelming speed or technical superiority poses a formidable challenge. Consequently, as they entered the tunnel, he and Xingmeng would likely be intercepted, rendering their performance futile. To turn the tide, they had to breach the blockade before it solidified. A chill ran down Su Chin's spine. The only option was to overtake before entering the tunnel. Yet, as Xingmeng approached the 2 machines ahead, they too began to accelerate. The activation of the divine eye allowed Su Chun to discern the attributes of the machines on either side. The left one, named Spectrum, and the right one, called Night Owl, had speed attributes of 67 and 63, respectively. Although their speeds were inferior to Xingmeng's, there wasn't enough time to create a significant gap. The sign marking the tunnel flickered at the edge of his vision. They were merely 500 meters from the tunnel segment. With less than 500 meters left to maneuver, overtaking Spectrum and Night Owl seemed nearly impossible unless they chose not to obstruct him. But was that a plausible scenario? On the track, Su Chun maneuvered Xingmeng away from Spectrum's slipstream, preparing to change lanes. As anticipated, Spectrum and Night Owl reacted. Spectrum remained stationary, while Night Owl followed suit in the lane change. Witnessing this, Su Chun felt his heart sink. Without a decisive speed advantage, even feigning a lane change in Xingmeng was futile. The 2 machines only needed one to monitor him while the other could maintain its position. Indeed, the drivers of Spectrum and Night Owl executed this flawlessly. It was a nearly impeccable defense, a despicable and shameless tactic in competitive racing. Did these individuals not fear the repercussions of their actions? Su Chun clenched his fists, cursing under his breath. However, previously, the attention of the Starry Dream on the racetrack had sensed something amiss. Masta, she exclaimed, the 2 competitors from the Knight's Voice are deliberately blocking our way. She voiced her frustration with muffled sounds of indignation. I knew we needed to remain calm. At the edge of our vision, the tunnel loomed ahead. Su Chun gazed at the curvature of the tunnel's walls, a sudden insight illuminating his mind. In the realm of Earthstar racing, there exists a technique that allows one to run closely against the wall. Yet, this maneuver demands exceptional speed and unparalleled skill from the driver. Su Chun was not yet capable of lifting one side of the car to graze the wall even on flat terrain. Such expertise existed solely in theory. It required a level of balance and finesse that transcended human capability. Only on a film set could one utilize various instruments to achieve such wall-hugging precision. However, the current conditions were not excessively stringent. The edges of the tunnel in the Urban Racing Championship were rounded. Theoretically, he could exploit this curvature at the moment of entering the tunnel to achieve wall contact. Thereafter, he merely needed to maintain balance and overtake. Xingmeng, I have a plan, Su Chun declared, taking a deep breath and striving to relax his muscles. Even though this method was somewhat perilous, yet it was the only viable solution. Xingmeng was still fuming, muttering an array of insults. Bad guys, foolish pigs, insignificant fish. All of which she deemed aggressive, though their actual impact was questionable. Upon hearing that Su Chun had a solution, her large eyes widened, and her expression brightened. Masta's the best. Quickly, tell me your brilliant strategy. It's hard to explain, Su Chun replied. His body tensed as he stared at the increasingly imminent tunnel entrance. Just watch my maneuvers. Dear viewers, welcome to the Urban Racing Championship. I am your host, Brother Xiaoyi. Those who have been following the race may have noticed an intriguing scene unfolding. Brother Xiaoyi glanced at the VIP seats of Knight's voice and candidly remarked, indeed. Our competitors Su Chun and Xingmeng are being maliciously intercepted by two members of the Knight's voice training team. If he fails to overtake before entering the tunnel, he will plunge into 5 kilometers of utter darkness, a mere 5 kilometers that could spell disaster for his entire race. As the competition does not prohibit such confrontations, we cannot condemn this behavior. Now, we await to see what countermeasures Su Chun will devise. Will he endure in silence, returning stronger in 6 months? Or will he recklessly forge a bloody path with the machine spirit? We shall see. Brother Xiao Yi, from an objective standpoint, appeared to merely fulfill his role, yet successfully ignited the audience's fury. What is Knight's voice doing? How disgraceful. Damn it. I paid $500 for a ticket just to witness their bullying on the racetrack. I was never fond of Knight's voice, but today I am turning against them. What premier club in the Hua Zone? This attitude is pure nonsense. Various curses erupted from the crowd. If, at this moment, the voice of the Knight were to resort to underhanded tactics against another team, the audience would not be so agitated. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Su Chun is merely a wild racer, devoid of any club affiliation. In plain terms, he represents a marginalized group. Presently, the youth training team of the Voice of the Knight not only bullies the weak, but also engages in numerical superiority against them. For the devoted fans of the Voice of the Knight, the actions of the youth team are akin to feeding them excrement. In the VIP section, surrounded by the cacophony of insults, James and Jessica appeared pale, their heads bowed in silence. Qin Xian, seemingly expressionless, appeared indifferent to the vitriol. However, the chill in her gaze and the tension in her fingers betrayed her inner turmoil. Jessica, having been by Qin Xian's side for quite some time, could discern that the young lady was already contemplating how to deal with those 5 youngsters from the youth team post-race. Alas, a single misstep can lead to eternal regret. Watching the live footage of the racetrack on the big screen, Jessica sighed inwardly. How could these young individuals fail to comprehend? For the Voice of the Knight, while victory is undoubtedly significant, preserving the dignity of the larger organization is of paramount importance. As for Su Chun and the situation on the Stardream side, she could scarcely bear to look. With the youth team's interference, Su Chun's performance in this race was effectively ruined. Yet, at that very moment, a jarring screech pierced the air, a sudden, ear-piercing sound of brakes. The shrill cry of tires scraping against the ground echoed like a defiant roar, accompanied by the howl of the engine, reverberating through the screen and striking a chord in the hearts of all present. In that instant, whether they were critics hurling insults or indifferent bystanders, everyone's gaze converged upon the big screen. They witnessed, at a distance of 50 meters from the tunnel's entrance, that dazzling white silhouette was careening towards the tunnel wall at a perilously reckless angle. Chapter 94. Astonishing Maneuvers. The entrance to the Urban Car King Championship tunnel boasts an elegantly curved design, crafted to reduce wind resistance with its streamlined walls. It was only when a wild notion surfaced in his mind that Su Chen became aware of it. It seemed that during the previous Urban Championship, the tunnel entrance had exhibited a similar stylistic design. Grateful for the curved walls, he found the courage to boldly attempt wall riding, despite merely understanding the theory behind it. 100 meters from the tunnel entrance, Su Chen gently tapped the brakes to reduce speed. 200 kilometers per hour was the utmost limit at which he could react effectively to sudden situations. 50 meters from the entrance, he squinted slightly, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. In the next moment, he slammed the accelerator down while simultaneously yanking the steering wheel sharply to the right at a 45-degree angle. The chassis of Star Dream began to tilt rightward. Yet it was not sufficient. He continued to turn the steering until it reached its maximum position. The dim light of the tunnel enveloped him and Star Dream. The fierce winds at the tunnel entrance howled outside the window. His vision flickered from light to dark, and in that fleeting moment, Su Chen made the necessary adjustments. He eased off the accelerator and slightly corrected the steering, allowing the vehicle to kiss the right wall at an approximate 30-degree angle. The screeching sound of tires compressing made Su Chen's heart race. His vision began to tilt and swirl, a sensation of weightlessness accompanied by a jolt washed over him. And then tranquility settled in. The chassis of Star Dream stabilized, maintaining an approximate 45-degree angle against the tunnel wall, 2 wheels on the track and 2 against the wall. Racing forward with fervor, Su Chen's body tensed, fully focused. His left foot hovered above the brake pedal, poised for fine adjustments. His right foot performed millimeter-level maneuvers on the accelerator, too gentle, and Star Dream would lose the centripetal force needed to cling to the wall, too harsh, and the friction would destabilize the vehicle. At this moment, Star Dream was awestruck, gazing blankly at the slanted world before her. She had never imagined that Masta's tactic would be so explosive. Yet, soon after, a thrill surged from her mechanical lineage. She exclaimed, "Masta, you're incredible. Star Dream has transformed into a wall-climbing spider." Star Dream's description was quite apt. Her chassis was indeed akin to a spider scaling a wall. The 2 drivers from the Knight's Voice, ahead of them, were equally astonished. What on earth is he doing? Wall riding? Didn't the captain say he was merely a wild driver? How can a wild driver possess such skill? What are you all shouting about? I can hardly hear the route instructions from Ruptured Sky, came the impatient inquiry through the intercom. Captain, one driver stammered, you might not believe this, but that amateur driver you told us to target. He can wall ride. He can climb the wall. He articulated the words amateur driver with great emphasis, even gritting his teeth. Could this truly be considered an amateur? If he were an amateur, then wouldn't they be akin to discarded vegetables in a garbage heap? What did you say? He can climb the wall. The voice from the intercom rose an octave, distorted and contorted. Clearly, Jean was deeply startled. What nonsense. Surely you aren't grasping at straws to justify your failure to stop them. The team leader suggested, after the race, you can review the footage yourself. With a decisive click, the driver hung up the intercom. His singular focus was now on closely observing the high-level technique known as wall riding. Previously, he could only catch a glimpse of this extraordinary maneuver in highlight reels of elite drivers. Today, however, it was the first time he witnessed it live. In the stands, nearly all spectators stood in awe, their eyes glued to the large screen. Brother Xiaoga, gripping the microphone, trembled with excitement before erupting. Ladies and gentlemen, unbelievable. Contestants Su Chen and Xingmeng have actually employed wall riding techniques. No driver in the illustrious history of the Urban Grand Prix has ever utilized such a challenging maneuver. It's simply a dimensionality reduction strike. I am beginning to seriously doubt the thoroughness of the competition's vetting process for drivers. A competitor capable of executing such a complex technique cannot possibly be an ensigned amateur. Brother Xiaoga expressed everything he felt, wanting to unleash his shock and exhilaration, indifferent to the consequences of his comments. In the audience, Li Yini, having just taken a sip of soda, sprayed it all out in disbelief as she watched the screen. In the VIP section of the Night Voice, Qin Xian's usually calm demeanor was momentarily shattered by surprise. What the heck? This is incredible. Jessica couldn't help but exclaim, realizing she had perhaps been a bit too loud earlier. With such skill and the audacity to execute wall riding, Su Chen was destined to become an S-class driver. His talent was undoubtedly comparable to Qin Xian's. Oblivious to the fact that his performance had stunned the entire venue as captured by drones, Su Chen was too preoccupied to indulge in any pride. His nerves were taut, and he maneuvered Xingmeng's chassis with utmost caution, fearing any misstep. After executing the wall ride, he gradually accelerated. He couldn't afford merely to play it safe. He needed to overtake. Beneath the dazzling and breathtaking execution lay countless intimidating details. He had to continuously make minute adjustments to the steering wheel, maintaining a subtle oscillation of 3 to 5 degrees to ensure Xingmeng's right tire remained flush against the wall. Simultaneously, he had to keep the throttle fluctuation between 33 to 37%, adjusting the power output according to the wall's undulating surface. A single mistake could cause Xingmeng to lose contact with the wall. In the constricted confines of the tunnel, especially with the two leading machines ahead, this was undoubtedly perilous. Master, 100 meters ahead, sharp left turn, meow? Xingmeng's voice quivered. Sensing Su Qin's lack of deceleration, a hint of panic arose within her. Is Master's speed too fast? It's already 264, meow? Don't worry, Su Qin resolutely fixated on the racetrack, clenching his teeth. The faster, the better. With a thunderous roar, the engine echoed. In the darkness of night, the two contestants of Voices of the Night found themselves in close proximity to their mechanized companions. The bend in the track lay ahead, equally within reach. The vehicles, Spectrum and Night Owl, had already begun to decelerate and drift into the turn under the deft control of their respective drivers. However, Su Qin had his foot firmly pressed on the accelerator, showing no inclination to reduce speed. Just as Stardream surged into the heart of the bend, Su Qin subtly adjusted his wrist, slightly realigning the steering wheel to diminish the vehicle's tilt. Maintaining the previous angle would likely result in Stardream sustaining damage due to insufficient buffer space. Yet now, his calculations and experience assured him that it was more than adequate. As Stardream barreled into the apex of the turn, the immense centrifugal force should have propelled her outward. However, by executing a wall-hugging maneuver, this very force instead pressed the vehicle more tightly against the right wall. At this moment, Stardream's cornering speed reached an astonishing 271 kilometers per hour, a velocity that would astound even the most seasoned racers on provincial circuits. This extraordinary speed now manifested itself in the Urban King of Cars Championship. With a decisive crack, as Stardream emerged from the turn, both of her wheels precisely crossed the speed detection strip. Simultaneously, the vehicle barely brushed past the Night Owl, which had only just realigned after exiting the bend. For the Night Owl and Spectrum, whose average cornering speed barely exceeded 200 kilometers per hour, Stardream's velocity felt akin to an instantaneous launch right before their eyes. After surging through the turn, Su Qin made minor adjustments to the steering wheel, guiding Stardream to gradually return to the track along the curved wall. From entering the tunnel to executing the wall-hugging drive and overtaking in the turn, Stardream maintained an average speed of approximately 250 kilometers per hour. At this moment, the two young talents from the Voices of the Night training team, who had just exited the bend, could no longer catch a glimpse of Stardream's silhouette, let alone impede her progress. Even catching sight of her taillights had become a distant aspiration. Chapter 95, once more. Let us once again revisit the remarkable maneuvers of Su Qin and the Stardream competitor. The large screen displays footage recently captured by a high-speed drone. First at normal speed, then slowed to 0. 3 times. We observe the white phantom gracefully ascend the wall, leaving a trail of white smoke from the tires at the tunnel's entrance. Before the smoke dissipates, Stardream has already reached the first bend within the tunnel. The moment of entry transforms the car's posture from one tire leaning against the wall to all 4 tires adhering to it. This spectacle is truly breathtaking. Even in slow motion, the elegance of Su Qin piloting Stardream up the wall and executing a 4-tire wall ride overtaking maneuver remains visually captivating. In this slow playback, the terrifying cornering speed of Stardream accentuates the two competitors from the Knight's voice training team, appearing as if they are crawling like snails on the racetrack. The audience erupts in astonished cheers. Prior to this, they had been rendered speechless, even breathless, by Su Qin's extraordinary feats. Now, this slow-motion replay finally allows them to unleash their shock and passion through resounding applause. Undoubtedly, the names of Su Qin and Stardream are etched in the minds of many spectators at this moment, poised to attract their first wave of fervent fans. After all, they have ascended atop the remains of the Knight's voice training team, a testament to their worth and appeal. My dear audience, this goose has suddenly felt as though I am hosting a provincial competition. It would be rather unreasonable not to receive a raise from the boss. The self-deprecating humor of Brother Goose elicits laughter from the crowd. He continues, the layman enjoys the spectacle, while the expert recognizes the intricacies. We witness the stunning and extravagant maneuvers of Su Chun and Star Dream, yet remain unaware of the challenges they entail. Let us invite our track analyst, Mr. MacArthur, to enlighten us. Old Mac takes the microphone, gazing into the camera with a hint of nostalgia. Just over half a month ago, he served as the analyst during Su Chun and Star Dream's City Championship. Now, observing the spectacular maneuvers once more fills him with a sense of pride. He thanks host Brother Goose for the camera time, then adopts a serious demeanor. To convey the specifics of the driver's actions may elude the audience's comprehension. However, it suffices to understand that the key to maintaining the wall ride state lies in the balance of forces, akin to walking a tightrope, a skill mastered only through years of rigorous training. Moreover, this technique demands considerable physical and mental exertion from the driver, with the utmost limit being a few instances of execution. Additionally, Su Chun and Star Dream cleverly utilized a physical phenomenon while cornering against the wall, the redistribution of centrifugal force. Brother Goose inquires, could you elaborate on that? Old Mac, when the machine girl navigates a turn, centripetal force is required to maintain curved motion, typically provided by the friction between the tires and the ground, which limits the cornering speed. However, in the wall ride state, the wall can offer additional support. This concept mirrors the principles we experience on a roller coaster in an amusement park. The outer tracks assist us in enduring centrifugal forces. Thus, Su Chun and Xingmeng are able to execute overtakes at extraordinary speeds within these curves, carving a path through adversity. Although Old Mai refrained from detailing the specific maneuvers of the drivers, opting instead to elucidate the underlying principles, the majority of the audience still found it incomprehensible. However, one thing resonated clearly with them. This was the route forged by Su Chun and Xingmeng in the face of challenges. The relentless pursuit and blockade by the Black Knight Voice Youth Training Team epitomized adversity, didn't it? Under normal circumstances, any ordinary driver would concede defeat in such a situation. Yet, Su Chun and Xingmeng managed to shatter their schemes through sheer technical prowess. In conclusion, I must emphasize that such maneuvers necessitate precise speed control, flawless angle calculations, and instantaneous reaction times. Any minuscule error could lead to failure. MacArthur paused. The most crucial element, courage. Many professional and even top-tier drivers theoretically possess the capability to execute such wall-riding techniques, yet few dare to attempt them. I believe this reflects a lack of courage. Throughout history, tunnel racetracks have been designed with curved walls for a reason. However, many drivers rely solely on conventional techniques and the performance of their machines, having long forgotten the two paramount qualities of a true driver, courage and a spirit of adventure. His voice grew increasingly impassioned, but today, through Su Chun and Xingmeng, I once again witnessed these two noble traits. With that, he set down the microphone and led the audience in a fervent round of applause. This applause was not for himself, but a tribute to Su Chun and Xingmeng, a celebration of the courage and adventurous spirit of the drivers. Soon, the applause resonated throughout the audience, akin to a torrential downpour. However, on the racetrack, Su Chun could not hear the applause. After experiencing an exhilarating wall ride, his adrenaline showed no signs of waning. Instead, it invigorated his mind even more. This wall riding didn't seem so formidable after all. Su Chun glanced at the curved tunnel walls on either side of the track. The 5-kilometer tunnel consisted of 7 bends. If he could employ wall riding on all the curves, wouldn't Xingmeng's average speed in the tunnel stabilize above 250 kilometers per hour? As for the inherent dangers, they were certainly present. From the start of the racetrack, danger had always loomed. For a driver, it simply required the ability to keep danger within their control. Su Chun instinctively felt that if this were a curved tunnel wall, then the risks associated with wall riding were entirely manageable. Having accomplished it once, he could certainly attempt it again. Without further attempts, how could one hope to improve? Unbeknownst to him, within the heart of the divine, the once novice-level wall overtaking technique had quietly ascended to intermediate status. Master, 200 meters ahead, sharp right turn. Received. Su Chun snapped back to reality. The curve was now within sight. In a flash, a thought surged wildly in his mind. Wall riding? Let us do that again. Brother Roast Goose was still inserting advertisements. Meanwhile, the cameraman beside him exclaimed in excitement, "It's on the wall. It's on the wall." He forcefully patted Brother Roast Goose on the shoulder, urging, "Brother, stop those ridiculous ads. Su Chun and Xingmeng have just hit the wall. What? Brother Roast Goose immediately cut off the advertisement, enlarging the race footage. Just in time, the camera captured Xingmeng skillfully maneuvering the car, its tires brushing against the tunnel walls as it completed the turn. The audience erupted in a frenzy. Old Mac, Brother Roast Goose stuttered slightly as he spoke. Didn't you just mention that such techniques demand immense concentration and energy from the driver? They can only be executed a couple of times under optimal conditions? Yes. MacArthur swallowed hard, staring blankly at the large screen. I was speaking the truth. Perhaps the conditions for Su Chun and Xingmeng are exceptionally favorable? Chapter 96. Jinzai also wishes to climb the wall. Wow. Haha. What a thrill. As a tuner, Su Chun has always prided himself on his rationality. Yet, at this very moment, he realizes he is not merely rational. He is repressed. He simply lacked an outlet to unleash his fervor and passion, for tuning demands a level-headed approach. He has never truly completed a full race. But now, his spirits are ablaze, and the real-time synchronization with Xingmeng has quietly reached an impressive 65. Charge ahead. Masta, I still wish to climb the wall. Very well. Let us continue. Su Chun nodded. Even if Xingmeng did not express such sentiments today, his foot would remain steadfastly pressed against the accelerator. A true man charges forward with fervor. At the third turn, he ascends the wall. The roar of the engine reverberates through the tunnel. The audience erupts in unending cheers. Up the wall. Again, they ascend. Brother Xiao Yi has a slight stutter as he speaks into the microphone. Will Su Chun and the Xingmeng competitor choose to hug the wall through the fourth turn? He keenly senses that today's race could very well mark the pinnacle of his career. There is no need to divert the camera to other competitors. Every angle is focused solely on Su Chun and Xingmeng. He aims for tomorrow's league report and news to become a sensational hit. His posters must adorn every street and alley. Naturally, the focal point of the posters will be Su Chun and Xingmeng. Should Su Chun and Xingmeng consistently hug the wall in every tunnel, the final rankings of this King of Cars competition would be devoid of suspense. For the tunnel is not a singular stretch. It comprises 5 distinct tunnel tracks, with a total length of 30 kilometers, with a staggering 30 kilometers of unbridled speed advantage. How could other competitors possibly vie for the top position? At the fourth turn, Su Chun and Xingmeng continue their ascent. The fifth, the sixth, the seventh. Every bend of the tunnel track is navigated without a single conventional turn. They maintain full speed, all 4 wheels pressed against the wall. A few instances of wall hugging would leave the audience astonished. Yet after repeated displays, they grow desensitized, feeling that it would be abnormal if Su Chun and Xingmeng did not adhere to the wall at full throttle while navigating the bends of the subsequent tunnel tracks. Brother Xiao Yi presses the microphone against MacArthur's cheek. Oi, old Mac, are you certain this driving style is excessively taxing on the drivers? Aye. Old Mac shifts the microphone away, offering a wry smile. I don't know. Perhaps this is merely the difference between individuals. As they exit the tunnel region, Su Chun's adrenaline finally begins to subside. Following the tunnel segment lies the first challenging section of the Urban King of Cars competition, the 5 consecutive hairpin bends. However, this poses no significant challenge for him. A slight reduction in speed allows for a smooth drift through. Rationality reasserts itself in his mind. He is not so presumptuous as to think he can tackle the 5 hairpin bends at around 270 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, the production team shifts the focus to other competitors. Su Chun and Xingmeng have dominated the lens for too long. It is only fair to afford others their moment in the spotlight. As the camera panned, it captured Jin Zhe and Lai Kong, who had just entered the tunnel segment. Inside the cockpit of Lai Kong, Jin Zhe wore a grim expression, continuously confirming the situation with the 2 teammates ahead. He had completely lost track of their whereabouts. Had they truly left him behind? Impossible. What? They were all executing wall riding in the tunnel bends. Jin Zhe felt darkness encroach upon him, nearly gasping for breath. Wall riding. How could that individual possess such a skill? Wasn't he merely a novice driver who had participated in a single city championship? Wall riding is something anyone could manage. Jin Zhe addressed Lai Kong. Lai Kong, let us attempt wall riding as well. The theory was clear. It was akin to a roller coaster in an amusement park. As long as the speed was sufficient, one could cling firmly to the wall. Lai Kong remained silent, seemingly contemplating Jin Zhe's command, but Jin Zhe took it as tacit approval. Ahead lay the first bend. He sharply turned the steering wheel, directing Lai Kong towards the tunnel wall. Dear viewers, "What is Jinzei up to?" shouted the commentator, Brother Xiaoga. "Is he attempting wall riding as well? Will he succeed?" In the audience, numerous fans of the Black Knight voice stood, brandishing support banners with excitement as they gazed at the large screen. However, not everyone shared Su Chen's confidence. Despite lacking wall riding experience, Su Chen possessed profound expertise as a modifier. His understanding of racing dynamics was certainly on par with that of top drivers. Jinzei, however, was not so fortunate. The angle at which he approached the bend and the tunnel wall was excessively steep. Though his speed was high, he failed to achieve the perfect mechanical balance. Just as the front of the car was about to touch the icy wall, Jinzei's pupils constricted. He sensed that the tire on Likong's outer side had not adhered to the wall as anticipated. Instead, it felt as though it was treading upon slick grease. Creak! The tires skidded wildly, and the vehicle trembled violently. This was disastrous. Jinzei broke out in a cold sweat, his heart tightening. Instinctively, he slammed on the brakes in a desperate attempt to regain control. Yet, in the high-speed wall-riding state, this was tantamount to courting death. The loss of control struck without warning. The tire on Likong's outer side instantaneously lost traction, and the immense inertia caused the heavy vehicle to be violently overturned as if grasped by an invisible giant hand. The car flipped over. Boom! The roof crashed heavily onto the ground. Likong's chassis was now skyward, sliding forward. The grinding of metal against the surface emitted a distorted screech, sparks flying. Inside the cockpit, Jinzei felt as though the world was spinning, his vision filled with the swirling tunnel lights, the tremendous impact causing stars to dance before his eyes. A scream of despair and fear lodged halfway in his throat, with the other half erupting from his clenched teeth. What alarmed Jinzei further was that Likong had not provided him with any protective measures. Instead, it began to reinforce its own structural integrity and resilience. In the face of danger, Likong, as a mechanical maiden, prioritized her own safety over that of her driver. Jinzei was bewildered, but his confusion did not last long. As the vehicle crashed against the tunnel wall, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. This entire scene was captured by high-speed drones. The microphone in the hands of the commentator, Xiao Yi-Ge, nearly slipped from his grasp as he urgently shouted to the nearby crew, "Hurry, get the logistics and medical teams here at once, and swiftly remove them from the track." The tunnel section was a narrow dual carriageway, and now, the vehicle lay at the bend, occupying one lane. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, the AI would prioritize the protection of the driver. This meant that even the most robust AI could sustain severe injuries and lose consciousness during a catastrophic collision. Consequently, whether to maintain the racing form became a matter of probability, rendering it a ticking time bomb for the competitors behind. A chain reaction of crashes would spell disaster. However, Xiao Yige's concerns were somewhat unfounded. On the large screen, the vehicle had automatically disengaged from its racing form, and she appeared remarkably composed. Starkly contrasting with the bloodied Jinzei, she seemed entirely unscathed. Not only was she unharmed, but she even possessed the strength to drag the severely injured Jinzei to the safety zone at the edge of the tunnel. She exhibited no inclination to administer first aid, perhaps entirely oblivious to the necessity of aiding the driver. In her subconscious, the duty of rescuing Jinzei was the responsibility of the medical team, as she was not a healing AI. Furthermore, the fate of Jinzei was of little consequence to her. She executed her programmed duties like a machine, and then casually found a corner to sit, hugging her knees in a daze. Chapter 97. Their reputation is quite good as Su Chen and Xingmeng swiftly maneuvered past the wall at high speed. Jinzei also attempted to emulate their approach, only to disastrously crash and sustain injuries. The audience erupted in peals of laughter. Fans brandishing banners for Voice of the Night displayed faces that fluctuated between shades of red and white, reflecting their earlier excitement now turned to embarrassment. Some irritable fans even tossed their support placards onto the ground. In the VIP section of Voice of the Night, silence reigned. Jessica and James dared not speak, and the other competitors present were rendered mute. Amidst the cacophony of mocking laughter and the vitriol hurled by fans, Qin Xian felt her eyelids twitching uncontrollably, her chest heaving violently, barely suppressing a torrent of curses. Even so, she yearned to depart from this place. "Let us go," she beckoned to Jessica beside her. Today was meant to be an opportunity to observe the performance of the youth training team. The manager responsible for recruitment had touted the potential of this year's trainees, and she had held high hopes, only to be met with this embarrassment. Was this what they considered promising talent? To trample on the banner of Voice of the Night? Gene, what do you think about Gene Zai and the others? The manager inquired cautiously, still harboring a flicker of hope. After all, the opponents were indeed formidable. It couldn't all be blamed on Gene Zai, could it? It was evident to any discerning eye that Gene Zai had exerted considerable effort, showcasing performance that could easily surpass previous members of the youth training team, merely afflicted by misfortune in facing an opponent that defied conventional expectations. Have them leave. Chin Xin replied coldly, her voice echoing in the air without a backward glance. And you get lost too. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are now halfway through the match, and we would like to take a moment for an advertisement. Brother Roast Goose concluded the unfinished advertisement. Bored at home? Come to Tomato Network to read the universe's unbeatable blockbuster, let you spend money on cultivation, not support a female sword fairy. Exciting prizes await, including mango computers, watermelon phones, and Okamoto 001 wolf tooth sticks. Reading can also lead to wealth. What are you waiting for? With the advertisement concluded, Brother Roast Goose directed the camera back to the City's Car King Championship track. The elimination of Gene Zai from the Voice of the Night youth training team was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the other 14 members. However, it also presented an opportunity. If they could surpass Gene Zai's performance, they might earn a spot in the Voice of the Night. Let us observe how they perform now. The camera focused on two racing vehicles, one trailing closely behind the other on the track, both adorned in black, their doors and spoilers embellished with silver accents. These were the two trainees who had previously attempted to intercept Su Chun and Xingmeng in the tunnel. Spectrum and Nighthawk weaved through the track, attempting overtakes. The high-speed drone continued forward, allowing the audience to notice that ahead of Spectrum and Nighthawk were two nearly parallel racing vehicles. Those two vehicles gleamed in a silver-gray hue, prominently marked by a striking black wolf head emblem on their rear. Oh my goodness, this situation is truly dire. The enigmatic expression on Brother Xiao Yi's face was tinged with a hint of schadenfreude as he addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, can you believe that the trainees from the Knight's Voice Academy were unexpectedly intercepted by two competitors from the Northern Wolves? The members of the Northern Wolves T2 team are bona fide professional drivers, while the trainees from Knight's Voice are indeed remarkable. Surpassing the defense of two seasoned professionals will undoubtedly pose a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, I have faith that they will prevail. In his heart, Brother Xiao Yi secretly calculated the implications of his words. That last statement was merely a blatant attempt to bolster the Knight's Voice, surely warranting a substantial raise. On the racetrack, the two Knight's Voice trainees, driving the Spectrum and Night Owl, wore grim expressions. Damn it, we haven't provoked the Northern Wolves T2 team at all. What are they thinking? Why are they targeting us instead of Su Chun and Xingmeng? Is Su Chun a reserve for the Northern Wolves? The two drivers were utterly perplexed, finding themselves at a loss against the Northern Wolves T2 competitors. While the trainees still had two additional members, their starting positions were far back, rendering them incapable of providing assistance. Simultaneously, the skill of the Northern Wolves T2 professionals and the performance of their machines were commendable, even surpassing that of the Knight's Voice team as a whole. If the Northern Wolves intended to deliberately obstruct them, they were utterly powerless to counteract it. In the stands, both ordinary spectators and fans of Knight's Voice exhibited little reaction to this unfolding scene. The general audience considered such confrontations to be entirely normal, while the fans of Knight's Voice were too embarrassed to voice their concerns. In the VIP section of the Northern Wolves T2 team, Li Yini crossed her arms, grinning with a knowing smile. Ah, so the Knight's Voice trainees think they can obstruct our reserve drivers, do they? Let's see how they fare. Glancing at the racetrack map, she promptly seized her walkie-talkie and issued directives to Fong Ping and Li Ziyuan via the team's private channel. On the challenging sections of the track ahead, increase the intensity against those little rascals from the Knight's Voice Academy. Damn it, let them realize that underhanded tactics are not solely their domain. If they enjoy playing dirty, the Northern Wolves can play even dirtier. Understood. Fong Ping and Li Ziyuan responded in unison. On the racetrack, the two exchanged malevolent glances through the car windows, both revealing a sinister smile. Their participation in the race today was merely as an accompaniment. Given their inferiority in both skill and machine performance compared to Yu Ming and Zhu Ying, their primary objective was to familiarize themselves with the track and prepare for future opportunities to claim championship points in the city's racing competition. Therefore, they were indifferent to today's results, aside from needing to appease their respective machines afterward. The Northern Wolves generally enjoyed a commendable reputation, known for not bullying amateur drivers and often showing leniency to smaller clubs. In dealings with larger clubs, they maintained a peaceful coexistence as long as no provocations arose. However, just moments ago, they had overheard from their captain, Li Yini, the troublesome antics of the Knight's voice trainees concerning Su Chun and Xingmeng. That was simply unacceptable. Master. 200 meters ahead, a series of 3 consecutive hairpin turns. Difficulty level 3. Upon hearing the machine's report, Li Ziyuan's smile grew increasingly sinister, tinged with excitement. So, what do you say, old Fong? Shall we take them on? The intercom immediately crackled with Fong Ping's response. Go for it. Let's show them what we're made of on the track. They approached the hairpin turn, and the urgency of seizing an opportunity to overtake became palpable. If they continued at this pace, their performance would be in jeopardy. The 2 members of the Knight's voice youth training team were engaged in strategizing. Is it feasible? Our speed doesn't seem to surpass theirs by much. How will we know unless we try? Trust in the club, trust in the capabilities of our machine. They reached a consensus, still unaware of the impending events. After all, in their experience, it was already quite surprising that the Northern Wolves would attempt to intercept them. This team was renowned for their unity, much like a pack of wolves in the far northern wilderness. The Northern Wolves had a respectable reputation. They likely wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics on the track. Braking, changing lanes, entering the turn, everything unfolded as they had anticipated. The Northern Wolves' competitors did not continue their interception, seemingly granting them the chance to compete in the corner. Thank heavens, just as I said. Their reputation is well-deserved, I assent it. However, if that is the case, they shall also pay the price for their arrogance. The tension on the faces of the 2 youth training team members eased slightly until, in the fleeting moment of entering the apex of the turn, creak, accompanied by the piercing sound of 2 brakes. The Northern Wolves' T2 competitor unexpectedly decelerated just as their machine was exiting the turn, yet to regain its alignment. The 2 silver-gray vehicles careened forward, unyieldingly colliding with them. By the time they attempted to react, it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as the impact ensued. Bang! Chapter 98. The Opportunity Beyond Su Che. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great regret that I announce. During the treacherous combination of the 3 consecutive hairpin turns at Section 317, both competitors from the Night Voice Youth Training Team have been forced off the track. Brother Xiao Yi, gazing at the grim scene on the big screen, sighed. Such is the nature of motorsport. It is invariably accompanied by peril and unforeseen incidents. Yet, the Night Voice Youth Training Team still has 2 competitors left. We shall see how they fare. He handed the microphone to Mr. MacArthur. Mr. MacArthur, I find it difficult to comprehend why, despite the Night Voice Youth Training Team's top-tier technology and vehicle performance, they were so easily pushed off the track, he inquired. Old Mac's lips twitched slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Brother Xiao Yi, pondering silently whether the Night Voice bore some grudge against him to warrant such relentless scrutiny. Nevertheless, this was not his concern. Taking the microphone, he endeavored to elucidate in a manner comprehensible to the audience. It is quite simple. The 2 Northern Wolves competitors have just completed a successful exit and returned to stability, while the Night Voice competitors are still in the process of regaining control, resulting in their vehicle being in an unstable state. It is akin to a fragile sheet of ice on the verge of collapse. Even a single snowflake could precipitate its total disintegration. Thus, even a slight nudge from a Northern Wolves competitor was enough to send them spiraling out of control. MacArthur took a sip from his teacup, reflecting, indeed, these are professional drivers, adept at seizing the moment when a youth competitor is vulnerable upon exiting a turn. It is a testament to their seasoned experience. So, do not underestimate any professional driver. When they do engage, their impact is nothing short of astonishing. Brother Xiao Yi. A competitor is approaching the South Island guillotine. The cameraman's urgent reminder jolted Brother Xiao Yi from his morbid revelry. So soon? He placed the microphone down and quickly beckoned the camera crew to action. Come, cease filming the Night Voice Youth Training Team's misfortunes. Swiftly redirect the lens to the combination at track 476. The city's king of racing competition at the 476th bend. The sea breeze howled fiercely. Jagged cliffs constricted the narrow gorge, rendering the 3 consecutive hairpin turns perilous. At the apex of a steep incline, the track abruptly transformed into a breathtaking jump. Below the jump lay rugged rocks and the roaring indigo waves. Following this was a sharp right turn, perilously close to the cliff's edge. The rough crash barriers bore the scars of numerous collisions, resembling a battle-worn warning line. Beyond the barriers, only dizzying cliffs and soaring seagulls remained. This segment, composed of 3 hairpin turns, a steep jump, and a perilous right turn along the cliff, constituted a high-difficulty, hazardous course. The low crash barriers at the cliff's turn had been severely deformed from impact. They appeared to offer minimal protection, more akin to a silent admonition. Although this segment was not positioned at the end of the competition course, rather within the latter 2/3, all participants, hosts, analysts, audience, and competitors alike, understood that passing the South Island guillotine would essentially determine the final standings of the race, for the track beyond was remarkably flat. As if bestowing a reward upon the valiant warriors who have traversed the guillotine, the track is not only wide but devoid of particularly sharp turns. From the guillotine to the finish line, it is a smooth road circuit, allowing drivers and their mechanical companions to revel in the sheer joy of driving. And now, the South Island guillotine welcomes its first challenger of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are at the City Car King Championship, where our drone captures the most challenging segment of this race, the South Island guillotine. For those familiar with the South Island track, this combination of roads is surely well known. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Suffice it to say, this segment is undoubtedly a formidable challenge even in provincial competitions. A thunderous roar fills the air as the sound of engines approaches. The excitement in the air is palpable as the flamboyant announcer, feigning ignorance, exuberantly shouts, "Here they come." Who could our first challenger be? The crowd eagerly awaits, their eyes fixed on the screen at the end of the track. As the engine's growl grows nearer, a vehicle adorned in a pale blue and white livery, embellished with dark feather patterns, comes into view. The announcer's exaggerated voice follows suit. What a surprise! Leading the pack is none other than our contestant number 57, Su Che, and his mechanical companion, Feng He. They started from the 6th group. Have they truly surpassed the 5 preceding contestants? Such is the prowess of professional drivers. Utterly astonishing. As the announcer continues his enthusiastic commentary, he silently calculates that the Star Crown Club, which promotes Bin City, ought to consider a raise for him. However, Su Che and Feng He are not alone in their triumph. Another engine roars closely behind. A vehicle dressed in a vibrant pink livery, adorned with heart-shaped cartoon patterns, comes forth. In the solemn atmosphere of the track, such a cheerful design seems somewhat out of place. The newcomer is none other than Huang Shixuan and his mechanical companion, Chuan Yun. This overly adorable livery was a gift from him to Chuan Yun, serving as both a racing attire and everyday wear. When in mechanical form, it transforms into a pink and white maid's dress, complete with lace and ribbons, indeed, quite charming. Yet, despite the livery-esque cuteness, the atmosphere within the cockpit is anything but lighthearted. It is, in fact, quite tense. Huang Shixuan fixates intently on the taillights of Feng He, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As they chase one another, he finds himself completely overtaken by Su Che and Feng He, seemingly without hope of recovery. Master. In 500 meters, there's a series of 3 consecutive hairpin turns, followed by a jump and a sharp right turn. Chuan Yin reports, her voice ringing in Huang Shixuan's ears. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignites within him. He hadn't paid attention before the race, but now it dawns on him that this combination of turns is precisely what Su Chun had explained a fortnight ago. He had even taken notes to study afterward. Although the questions posed by Dong Xiong revolved around tire issues on this track, Su Chin's responses encompassed not just how to handle emergencies, but also how to navigate this series of turns safely, swiftly, and smoothly. After that night of study, he had to admit that Su Chun's interpretation of the track was exceptionally professional. His expertise was so profound that it led him to believe that Su Chun was a seasoned professional driver with years of racing experience. Yet, would anyone provide such a professional analysis for Su Che and Feng He? The delicate adjustment of the throttle and the precise application of braking to alleviate the imbalance caused by the impact was nothing short of remarkable. Undoubtedly, Su Chin's approach was unconventional. Could the coaches from those clubs offer such an exquisite strategy? In a flash of insight, Huang Shixuan suddenly realized that perhaps an opportunity to surpass Su Che and Feng He had finally arrived. Chapter 99, A Master Behind the Scenes. The Southern Isle Execution Stage. Seagulls soared against the tempest, their tiny eyes reflecting the grandeur of the colossal airship above. The airship resonated with a buzzing sound. The race was intense. and Brother Xiao's commentary was rapid fire. The leading Feng He deftly navigated the first hairpin turn. Su Che's maneuvers were precise, with Feng He's front end almost brushing against the inner barrier of the curve. Truly a professional driver, his foundational skills were exceptionally solid. However, Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun were not to be outdone. They closely trailed Feng He, their trajectories nearly identical, making it difficult for Feng He to shake them off. The engines roared as the two vehicles continued through the second and third hairpin turns with remarkable agility. A steep jump loomed ahead. Brother Xiao shouted, "The most exhilarating moment is here." The large screen focused on Feng He. Feng He's front end suddenly surged upward, like an arrow released from a bow, soaring to the apex of the jump. As he landed, the car jolted violently. Despite Su Che's utmost effort to maintain control, the tremendous impact caused a slight, barely perceptible sway at the rear of Feng He's vehicle. The tires screeched against the asphalt, and the correction was somewhat delayed. This fleeting instability was keenly observed by the astute Huang Shixuan, who was hot on their heels. Su Che and Feng He's handling of the jump was professional, yet there was still room for improvement. It merely hinged on fine-tuning. An impressive leap. Su Che's execution had minor flaws. Let us now turn our attention to Huang Shixuan. The audience erupted with cheers supporting Su Che and Feng He, predominantly from female fans. As Brother Xiao spoke, Huang Shixuan had already propelled Chuan Yun up the ramp, soaring into the air. "Now's the time, Chuan Yun," Huang Shixuan growled, his eyes gleaming with confidence and determination. He abandoned his previous pursuit of an ultra-smooth landing that caused a significant impact. In the instant before the jump, he made minute adjustments to Chuan Yun's posture, allowing the vehicle to glide over the jump's apex at a gentler angle and with greater finesse. The pink-clad Chuan Yun gracefully leapt into the air, landing. Boom. The impact was predictably minimal, exactly as Su Che had described. The vehicle's posture remained exceptionally stable. All four tires of Chuan Yun firmly gripped the ground upon landing, exhibiting almost no unnecessary swaying. In that fleeting moment of less than 1 second after touching down, Huang Shixuan, without hesitation, executed precisely as Su Che had advised. His right foot decisively pressed the accelerator. The engine erupted with a sharp roar, propelling the car forward with great velocity. Almost simultaneously, his left foot skillfully tapped the brake as the throttle was released. This acceleration, followed by a swift brake, was timed impeccably. Chuan Yun's front end dipped instantly, the front tires acquiring enhanced traction, allowing the vehicle to regain its posture with astonishing speed and stability post-landing. Meanwhile, Su Che and Feng He, who had just landed and were still striving to stabilize their vehicles, inevitably found themselves slightly slower than Chuan Yun. Huang Shixuan executed a smoother jump than Su Che, achieving an even more flawless correction upon landing. The voice of the commentator gradually rose in pitch. Could it be that we are about to witness the emergence of two dark horse contenders in this competition? After a daring leap, the perilous right turn of the cliff loomed ahead. Without the slightest hesitation, Huang Shixuan sharply turned the steering wheel to the right. The tires screeched in protest, releasing pale smoke that swirled in the air like a flash of pink lightning. Seizing the fleeting moment of speed and posture advantage, he snugly maneuvered into the narrow gap on the right flank of Su Che and Feng He's vehicle. An opportunity, the moment for overtaking. As their cars raced side by side, Huang Shixuan's gaze collided with Su Che's through the window. He was met with an expression of astonishment in the eyes of this seasoned driver. Surprised are we? This was merely a reflection of Su Chen's theories. Huang Shixuan withdrew his gaze, remaining composed, devoid of any sense of pride. His execution fell short of perfection. If Su Chen were at the wheel, he surely would have outdone him. Though reluctant to concede, Huang Shixuan murmured to himself, despite his lack of kindness towards his machine, he truly is a formidable entity. Within the cockpit of Feng He, Su Che was rendered numb as he watched the pink streak poised to overtake him. He had an uncanny sense that this pink machine was gradually merging with another, a pristine white machine. Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun, names he had never heard of, had persistently pursued him in this race, their presence haunting him. What perplexed him further was how this obscure amateur driver could navigate the treacherous combination of the South Island guillotine with greater stability and swiftness than himself, continuing to gain ground. It was unfathomable. Had he somehow absorbed techniques from canines? Or was his understanding of the track merely insufficiently professional? Yet even that should not result in lagging behind an amateur. With a resounding roar, the engine's growl intensified. The pink blur decisively overtook the azure-hued foam he at the apex of the perilous right turn. Chuan Yun traced a flawless arc, brushing against the battered guardrail, surging out of the most treacherous zone of the South Island guillotine, leaving Su Che and foam he trailing in its wake. Huang Shixuan and the driver of Chuan Yun executed a masterful overtake on the cliff turn following their leap. The commentator knelt upon the ground, his face flushed with excitement as he bellowed. In terms of spectacle, the South Island guillotine and the wall-hugging turns were incomparable. The crux lay in the fierce competition between these two drivers. His fervent shouting warranted a significant raise from the boss for his hosting duties today. On the racetrack, Su Che fixated intently on the tail lights of Chuan Yun, his mind unable to find peace. One thought lingered: that maneuver was undoubtedly not the standard professional technique taught at the club. Rather, it embodied a more innovative and advanced approach. He recalled the sounds of braking and acceleration from behind. Was it a simultaneous application of throttle and gentle braking to mitigate the impact? These techniques were certainly not the result of Huang Shixuan's own research, for his previous performances on all tracks had only showcased the capabilities of an ordinary professional driver. Various decisions were rather conventional, lacking any remarkable aspects. Yet, it was precisely here. Su Che narrowed his eyes. He was certain that behind Huang Shixuan, there was undoubtedly a master offering guidance. Who could that person be? Chapter 100. He has arrived. Su Che was uncertain about the remarkable individuals behind the yellow-haired and Chuan Yun. All he knew was that he was doomed. He had failed to outpace an amateur racer in the City Car King Championship. What expression would his brother wear upon his return, and how would he handle the situation? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Su Che's face gradually drained of color, and his hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel. He was not afraid of being scolded. Rather, he feared what Su Lin might do to Feng He. Xiao Che, do not be afraid. Suddenly, a soft hand enveloped his. The hand was smooth and fair, having caressed his cheek countless times. Su Che looked up to see Feng He gazing back at him with gentle eyes. No matter what happens, I shall remain by your side. Regardless of the outcome, let us give our all in this race. Feng He. Su Che felt a lump in his throat, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He was indeed capable of forming a spiritual bond with Feng He. However, being a member of the Star Crown Club posed a dilemma. Even if he forcibly bound Feng He to himself, as long as Su Lin prohibited Feng He from competing, she would remain sidelined. This restriction was not solely due to Feng He's contractual obligations with the club, but also because Su Lin, as the president of Star Crown Club, held the authority over all team arrangements and the deployment of the machine girls. His hesitation to form a bond with Feng He stemmed from a fear of hindering her. If Su Lin were to permanently bench Feng He, she could leave the club. Yet, if they forged a spiritual contract, Feng He would be bound to him for life. His selfish desires would be satisfied, but what if Feng He, a fully functional racing machine girl deprived of her right to compete, would languish in despair, existing as a mere shell of her former self? He understood Feng He now. He grasped her hand firmly, his gaze on the racetrack regaining its determination. He would race diligently, regardless of whether he achieved his goals. He had always viewed Su Lin as his target to chase, yet for the first time, he entertained the notion of breaking free from the Star Crown Club. Not everyone is endowed with extraordinary talent from birth, nor does effort always guarantee success. If it truly proves impossible, perhaps it would be best to release oneself from such burdens. Perhaps that could lead to an even more brilliant path. Let us set aside Su Che's epiphany for now. The race continued, and Brother Xiao Yi also fully unleashed his potential for misfortune. The number 7 contestant hails from the beautiful Chuan City, my hometown. He achieved commendable results in the Chuan City Championship, so I believe he can certainly make it through the Southern Island guillotine. Just as the words escaped his lips, the machine girl gracefully arced before the flying jump, only to plunge straight down towards the abyss below. A moment of silence enveloped the entire audience. MacArthur regarded Brother Xiao Yi with the gaze of one staring into the abyss. Brother Xiao Yi paused momentarily, then, with an expressionless face, remarked, "Ah, how unfortunate. Well, the number 7 contestant and his machine girl have plummeted off the cliff. But fear not, our rescue and logistics teams are already mobilized. The number 21 contestant, from the 3rd group, has surged ahead. Quite impressive indeed. Ah, that road is not a racetrack. Detours are not permissible." MacArthur sighed, rubbing his forehead at the sight. Interestingly, the 21st contestant shares his origins from Cloud City, and he had great expectations for the competitor's performance. This contestant hesitated for quite some time before the steep jump, following a series of tight turns, ultimately crashing through the guardrail to take a detour. Some races allow such freedom of maneuver, but the Urban Championship mandates adherence to the prescribed route. Consequently, the 21st contestant's results were rendered null and void. Did the 13th contestant actually choose to decelerate after navigating the consecutive hairpin turns? Is this a novel strategy for the jump? We shall see. Wait, what? This individual has turned back? And is he giving us the finger? Before the jump ramp, the 13th contestant, a blonde, blue-eyed competitor from the European region, exited the cockpit of his mech, shouting in rage while displaying an international gesture of friendship to the camera. It was evident that the daunting combination of the South Island guillotine track had thoroughly frustrated him, leading to such an outburst. However, Brother Goose was unfazed by this. If he couldn't get through, he simply needed to practice more. He turned to the judges and shouted vehemently, "Are you blind? Can't you see this fool is giving me the finger? Disqualify him immediately and impose a 3-year ban. Let this contestant return and practice for 3 years. After that, he should be able to conquer the South Island guillotine." Truly, what a bunch of inept individuals. Brother Goose, feeling fatigued, leaned back in his chair, wiping the sweat from his brow while sipping water. After commenting on more than 10 contestants, aside from the smooth performances of Su Che and Huang Shixuan, only 3 others had managed to navigate the South Island guillotine. One even collided with the guardrail of a perilous cliff turn, nearly tumbling down. The overall performance of these contestants was rather mediocre. None had produced a noteworthy segment, which dampened his enthusiasm. He couldn't just stand there shouting hoarsely. Creating an engaging atmosphere requires a catalyst, does it not? It's akin to lying in bed with the Northeast Rain's sister and the National Campus Flower, who would more readily create an ambience. MacArthur, even more relaxed than Brother Goose, had already taken out a bucket of black elephant instant noodles, slurping them noisily. "Brother Goose, hurry. Su Chun and Xingmeng are approaching the South Island guillotine." The voice of the staff startled Brother Goose, instantly alleviating any fatigue in his legs and back. With a quick flash, he elbowed the cameraman aside, reclaiming dominion over the microphone. The performance of Su Chun and Xingmeng on the South Island guillotine must be narrated by him personally. MacArthur, too, set aside his noodles, adopting a professional demeanor with a smile as he positioned himself in front of the camera. The exhilarating roar of engines drew closer. This sound was distinctly different from the others, deep and rhythmic, akin to a symphony meticulously conducted by a maestro. "They are here." Brother Goose tightened his grip on the microphone. Just from the sound of the mech's engine, he could affirm it was Su Chun and Xingmeng. "Ladies and gentlemen, our contestant number 74 has arrived. He faces the fierce winds, bathed in sunlight, gripping the steering wheel and pressing the accelerator." Brother Goose's cultural references may be limited, but fortunately, Xingmeng had already appeared on the grand screen of the racetrack. As noon approaches, under the gentle glow of golden sunlight, the iridescent body of the Star Dream radiates a shimmering brilliance. Flecks of starlight cascade from the spinning tires onto the racetrack. This time, the drone hovers close, capturing intimate close-ups of the Star Dream, allowing the audience to discern its condition more clearly. Not only can they see Su Chun in the cockpit, but the intricate celestial contract patterns adorning the rear of the Star Dream are also distinctly visible. This is the first stage of synchronized frequency. Brother Shao Goose's eyes widen in astonishment. Previously, the drone's shots had been relatively distant, and he had not realized that the Star Dream had already entered this first stage of synchronization, which requires a temporary 60 frequency. Whether navigating tight corners in the tunnel or achieving first-stage synchronization in the Urban Car King competition, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Yet, the astonishing coincidence of both Su Chun and the Star Dream experiencing this phenomenon simultaneously fills Brother Shao Goose with a sense of anticipation. If today's broadcast of this race goes well, the prospect of a promotion, a raise, and the acquisition of a specialized penguin-themed machine girl will be within his grasp. Chapter 101. Show Off, 2-in-1. When a mechanized girl enters the first phase of synchronization, she exhibits distinct characteristics. The most conspicuous feature is the gentle glow emanating from her chassis. Additionally, stardust cascades from her rapidly spinning wheels, scattering onto the racetrack. While this stardust does not last indefinitely, it leaves a visible trail at night, typically persisting for over half an hour. Not only is she in the first phase of synchronization, but she is also a mechanized girl bound by a spiritual contract. MacArthur calmly raised his teacup and took a sip. Youth is truly wonderful. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. Specialized mechanized girls like Xingmeng, who are akin to cat girls, are not endowed with superior performance from the moment of their creation. Yet, despite this, Su Chun guided her through every step of her development, transforming her from an inconspicuous, ugly duckling into a graceful swan. The dedication and effort invested in this journey warranted Xingmeng's commitment to a spiritual contract with him. Thus, it is not surprising that she could achieve the first phase of synchronization at this moment. The inherent synchronization between Su Chun and Xingmeng was undoubtedly substantial. Furthermore, Su Chen's use of the wall riding technique added an exhilarating dimension to the performance, heightening the excitement for the audience, and naturally, the mechanized girl was the most exhilarated of all. As she reveled in the thrill, their synchronization would undoubtedly soar. However, he squinted. Currently, Su Chun and Xingmeng's speed was astonishing as they approached the speed trap before the South Island guillotine. Xingmeng's instantaneous velocity reached 260 kilometers per hour, and Su Chun showed no signs of deceleration. What was his intention? The challenge of the South Island guillotine did not lie in navigating the preceding series of tight corners, but rather in the leap following them. Maintaining speed would cause the vehicle to jump farther, but it also meant less margin for error upon landing. The greater the speed, the more perilous the situation. Any minor miscalculation could result in Xingmeng crashing into the cliffside barrier. Nonetheless, this was not Su Chen's first foray into such audacity. His choice to execute the wall-riding maneuver indicated a bold spirit. Given this, MacArthur opted to observe, wary of making any premature remarks that might lead to embarrassment. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Xingmeng, radiating a dazzling white light, seemed to transform into a white specter, hurtling toward the first hairpin turn at an astonishing pace. Unlike the other competitors, Su Chen did not significantly reduce his speed in advance, maintaining high velocity until only 30 meters from the apex of the turn. He is going to crash. Gasps erupted from the audience. Yet, the Su Chen of today was far removed from the one who had participated in the urban championships. No one understood the true value of Drift Mastery Level 2 except for him. This mastery was not merely a numerical enhancement of the mechanized girl's cornering speed. It was achieved through meticulous control. Such finesse had been painstakingly honed within the realm of the Heart of God. This was a tangible skill. Even if the Heart of God were to vanish one day, he would still possess this expertise. Let us initiate with a bit of trail breaking at the first corner. Su Chen remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Moss, what on earth is that? Star Dream inquired, struggling to comprehend the technical jargon that flowed from Su Chen's mouth. Her performance lacking in comparison. The concept of drag braking is something many drivers are familiar with, yet few can execute it flawlessly at high speeds. As Su Chen spoke, he gently pressed the brake pedal, not all at once, but gradually, as Star Dream's vehicle approached the apex of the turn. His right foot meticulously reduced the pressure on the brake pedal, transitioning from 100 to 80, then 60, 40, and finally 20. While this process may seem leisurely, the time taken to reach the apex was mere fractions of a second. The precision of trail braking relies not on conscious calculation, but rather on the muscle memory cultivated through relentless practice. Throughout this maneuver, the variation in braking force harmoniously aligned with the tire grip's diminishing pattern. As the vehicle's center of gravity shifted forward due to braking, the front wheels garnered increased downforce, prompting Su Chen to apply more braking pressure. Conversely, as the vehicle began to turn and lateral G-forces escalated, he eased off the brakes, redistributing the tire's traction towards steering. What impeccable braking! MacArthur exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Though not a machine, his years as a track analyst allowed him to discern a driver's proficiency from the performance exhibited by the vehicle. Brother Goose, utterly bewildered, could discern nothing but the fluidity of Su Chen's maneuvers. MacArthur, instead of merely marveling, perhaps you could enlighten the audience as well. He playfully nudged the microphone towards MacArthur's cheek. Ahem, quite simple. Observing from the close-up shot, we can see that Star Dream's chassis leans forward under the immense deceleration G-force. Yet the shift in center of gravity is impeccably controlled. There is no erratic sway from the rear, indicating that the load distribution across the four tires remains optimal. MacArthur paused before continuing. If my conjecture is correct, Su Chen is employing the trail braking technique. However, I can scarcely fathom how he dares to utilize it with such brevity of reaction time. It merely suggests that Su Chun has developed a formidable muscle memory, allowing him to operate instinctively rather than through conscious thought. As he spoke, Su Chun had already navigated Star Dream successfully through the first hairpin turn. The vehicle traced an elegant arc within the bend, its front nearly kissing the inner barrier. Observing this, MacArthur's pupils dilated, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "An impeccable late apex route selection." Typically, drivers aim to touch the inner apex near the center of the corner. Yet, Su Chun had postponed the apex to the latter third of the turn. This trajectory necessitates later braking and more precise control. Yet the advantage lies in achieving an earlier acceleration out of the corner. It is precisely due to such a choice that the tailing arc of the Star Dream is remarkably smooth, devoid of any sensation of abruptness. Su Chun's cornering technique is truly masterful, demonstrating a significant improvement compared to the previous city championship. MacArthur finds it incomprehensible what could lead a driver to achieve such remarkable advancement in cornering skills within a mere fortnight. Could it be that there truly exists an extraordinary talent capable of mastering anything they choose to learn? Unfortunately, Su Chun cannot hear MacArthur's analysis. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly commend him for his insights. However, MacArthur remains merely an observer, lacking access to numerous intricate details that only Su Chun is privy to. For instance, as Star Dream glides past the apex of a corner, he immediately initiates throttle output. This throttle application resembles the technique of trail braking, not a sudden application of force, but rather a mathematically precise, progressive manner of accelerating. Each increment in pressure corresponds to the restoration of grip, ensuring that the tires operate at the very edge of their traction limits without crossing into a loss of grip. Star Dream speeds through the speed trap at the first hairpin turn, followed closely by the enthusiastic shout of Burn Goose. Su Chun and the Star Dream driver exit the first hairpin at a velocity that surpasses the current fastest contender, Huang Shixuan, by 12 kilometers. As they navigate the second and third hairpin turns, Su Chun routinely employs a technique known as weight transfer drifting. When transitioning from a left turn to a right, he lightly taps the brakes at the precise moment the steering wheel returns to center, allowing the vehicle's center of gravity to swiftly realign. He then gently accelerates, facilitating the shift of weight towards the new direction of turn. The entire process flows seamlessly. The posture of Star Dream's chassis is consistently maintained in an optimal state. The moment of the steep jump approaches. The main event is upon us. There are countless exhilarating maneuvers, but there is simply no time for commentary. MacArthur's gaze is fixed on the screen, holding his breath. With such rapid exit speeds, how will Su Chun handle the imminent steep jump? It is not only MacArthur who is curious. The drivers in the audience and the coaches from various clubs are equally eager to know. If they faced the steep jump at this velocity, unless they were top-tier drivers, they could hardly envision a favorable outcome. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. The frenzied Star Dream finally takes action. Its body sways slightly in an unusual manner. What is happening? Burn Goose gasps in astonishment. Inside the cockpit of Star Dream, Su Chun gently applies the brakes, compressing the front suspension slightly before releasing it to allow the suspension to rebound. He then applies and releases the brakes once more. This is the suspension loading technique. This technique is based on a simple principle of physics. The elastic characteristics of the suspension system dictate the vehicle's posture while airborne. By precisely controlling the compression state of the suspension at the moment of takeoff, one can predetermine the pitch angle of the vehicle in midair. For an average driver, this is a specialized maneuver that requires extensive learning. However, for Su Chun, the chief suspension engineer, his daily existence revolves around the intricacies of suspension systems. Who could fathom the countless suspensions he has fine-tuned? The sensations of the Star Dream suspension and the necessary adjustments during a jump are as instinctive to him as breathing. During the Urban Championship, such preparations seemed unnecessary, as the speed of the Star Dream vehicle did not demand them. At this moment, no one could discern his maneuvers within the cockpit. The multitude of drivers and coaches in the stands were utterly bewildered by Su Chun's actions. Surely, he could not be contemplating a deceleration? With cliffs looming on either side, would reducing speed not be tantamount to courting disaster? Exiting the turn at such velocity, and now considering speed control, it was too late. Even if he could leap over the chasm, navigating the sharp right curve beyond would be impossible. Just then, the previously silent MacArthur suddenly slapped his thigh. I understand now. He is adjusting the pre-compression state of the suspension. The moment this conclusion struck him, He was so astounded that his lips trembled. By manipulating the initial compression of the suspension, he is optimizing the vehicle's posture during the jump. This is simply outrageous. Utterly absurd. Su Chun is, in fact, showcasing sheer brilliance. Chapter 102. Ultimately, still too inexperienced. Su Chun was not showing off at all. For him, these maneuvers were merely routine, slightly more adept than those of an ordinary professional driver. The question posed by Dong Xiong bore a striking resemblance to the track combination of the Nandao guillotine. When he explained similar tracks to the Northern Wolf T2, he refrained from discussing the intricacies of suspension preload techniques. It was not a matter of withholding knowledge. Rather, this operation was perilous and applicable only at higher speeds. What if he taught someone and they encountered an accident? Would the blame fall upon him? Thus, he offered a textbook response, one that was easier to comprehend. For him, the current operation represented the optimal solution. The proximity of the jump distance at Nandao Guillotine and the steepness of the leap constituted its most challenging aspects. A short jump distance indicated that the machine's speed would not significantly diminish. A deep jump height suggested that the machine would endure a more substantial impact upon landing, making it more difficult for the driver to regain control. In a scenario characterized by high speed, loss of control, and the challenge of correction, one must also contend with a sharp right turn at the edge of a cliff. This series of difficulties rendered inexperienced drivers utterly perplexed. Even seasoned drivers hesitated to unleash their full capabilities. Yet, he dared to do so. The engine roared as he found himself unable to see the track. Only the horizon where the sea met the sky remained in view. Su Chun propelled the Star Dream up the ramp. At the moment the wheels were about to leave the ground, he lightly tapped the brakes, allowing the front of the Star Dream to dip slightly. As the rear wheels lifted off, he gently pressed the accelerator, raising the rear of the vehicle. This seemingly trivial adjustment enabled the Star Dream to soar at the optimal angle. "Yay, we're flying," cheered the Star Dream, as all four wheels lifted off the ground. Unfortunately, the nature of the Nandao guillotine prevented her from soaring freely. Before the Star Dream landed, Su Chun preemptively adjusted the steering wheel to compensate for the anticipated impact displacement. The vehicle traced a smooth arc through the air before landing with a resounding thud. At the moment of landing, Su Chun was still in control. He lightly tapped the brakes, utilizing the front wheel's braking force to quickly compress the front suspension to its operational position. Simultaneously, he applied a slight amount of throttle, allowing the rear wheels of the Star Dream to gain immediate traction. Unlike other drivers who had their front or rear wheels touch down first, the Star Dream landed almost simultaneously on all four wheels, with only minor discrepancies. These meticulous adjustments allowed the Star Dream to stabilize its posture and prepare for acceleration upon landing, resulting in minimal lag time. Feeling the brief jolt of the Star Dream's chassis, Su Chun inwardly sighed. Ultimately, still too inexperienced, he envisioned pushing the technique to its limits, with the race car almost adhering to the opposing ramp upon leaping, enduring only the impact from the vertical height difference. Beyond that, other forms of impact were minimal. His execution could only be described as satisfactory, leaving ample room for improvement. However, the shortcomings he perceived had already left the entire audience and judges in awe. "Brilliant!" MacArthur exclaimed, seizing the microphone from the roast goose brother and shouting, "What an exhilarating jump!" The handling of the vehicle's angle in midair was simply flawless. A smaller angle of ascent signifies a shorter flight duration, a more stable landing posture, and reduced speed loss. Su Chun, truly a genius. He is ready to instruct the director to replay the footage. Immediately after Su Chun and Xingmeng passed the South Island guillotine, he requested it be prepared. The speed of Xingmeng was astonishingly rapid, with an abundance of thrilling details that eluded immediate commentary. Snap! The four wheels of Xingmeng rolled over the speed measurement strip after the flying jump. A spine-tingling number flashed on the electronic screen, 243 kilometers per hour. The landing speed loss was less than 5 kilometers. MacArthur, flushed with excitement, elbowed the eager brother Xiaoao, who was attempting to seize the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, if my memory serves me correctly, as Xingmeng ascended the flying jump, her speed was 247 kilometers per hour. Yet, post-jump, she experienced merely a 4-kilometer speed loss. While the currently top-performing Huangshi Sun and Chuan Yun competitors suffered a staggering 11 kilometers of speed loss. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. Fans of the Knight's voice had already inscribed Su Chun and Xingmeng's names on the back of their support signs and hoisted them once more. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, The precipitous right turn after the jump loomed ahead. Su Chen's nerves tightened. At such high speeds and steep angles, traditional cornering techniques, while safe, do not offer the quickest approach. Masterful drift control can maintain a higher entry speed while enhancing exit acceleration. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Here it comes. Su Chen fixed his gaze on the apex of the turn, undeterred by the cliff looming before him. With a gentle tap of the brakes, Xingmeng's center of gravity shifted forward. The moment for the rear wheels to relinquish grip was upon them. The steering wheel was swiftly turned to the right, initiating lateral force on the front wheels. The instant Xingmeng began to turn, Su Chen pressed the accelerator fiercely. Roar! The engine's growl echoed along the bay. Boom! As the power surged, Xingmeng's rear wheels instantaneously lost grip, and sparks erupted from the spinning hub. Her rear began to slide outward, creating a delightfully graceful arc. Xingmeng's tail nearly grazed the twisted barriers. However, just as she was about to exit the curve, one of the severely deformed barriers protruded inward and struck her rear end with a resounding thud. Ouch! Xingmeng covered her rear with a delicate hand, her lips pouting in a pitiful expression. It hurts. Meow? Su Chen paused momentarily before hastily reaching out to soothe Xingmeng. His prior maneuver had been flawless. He simply had not anticipated the protruding metal barrier. This event must be quite profitable for the organizers, Su Chen muttered, wondering why they hadn't modified the track to prevent accidents like this. What if they hurt my dear Xingmeng? Would they take responsibility? Not a chance. With Su Chen's comforting and gentle massage, Xingmeng felt much better, but she still pouted, insisting, as long as Masta looks after Xingmeng's rear, everything will be fine. Meow. The remainder of the race was straightforward. Exiting the corner, they straightened out, as the drift angle of the Star Dream diminished to less than 5 degrees. Su Chen pressed the accelerator to the floor while simultaneously turning the steering wheel. With a sharp crack, the rear wheels of the Star Dream regained their grip on the asphalt, allowing the vehicle to break free from its drifting state. The immense traction propelled her directly out of the corner. A sharp click resonated as the car passed the speed trap once more. A figure appeared on the electronic display, 227 kilometers per hour. Su Chen and the Star Dream ascended the rankings for cornering speed at the South Island Guillotine, ultimately surpassing Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun's 198 kilometers per hour, claiming the first position with a commanding lead. In that moment, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Dear spectators, what constitutes a visual feast? This, indeed, is a visual feast. Our heartfelt gratitude goes to Su Chen and the Star Dream team for delivering such an exhilarating race. The applause and cheers from the audience thundered. MacArthur finally understood why Brother Roast Goose occasionally shouted with such fervor. Perhaps it was not solely for the sake of promotion and pay raises, but rather an uncontrollable exuberance at times. It seemed evident that the final standings of this race were beyond doubt. MacArthur returned to his seat, lifting a cup of black elephant instant noodles to his lips under the envious gaze of Brother Roast Goose. He now simply wished to savor the replay of Su Chen and the Star Dream's recent maneuver through the South Island Guillotine. A premonition lingered within him. This replay would undoubtedly be scrutinized repeatedly by various clubs, eventually becoming a textbook-level recording for training drivers and mechanical companions alike. Chapter 103, The Delayed Cheer. With an average speed of 207 kilometers per hour and a total time of 104 minutes and 18 seconds. Based on the results of the historic Urban Car King competitions, we are undoubtedly the champions. Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun have reached the finish line. Gazing at the impressive final results displayed on the big screen, Huang Mao let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at Chuan Yun, who stood beside him in a pink-maid outfit, and couldn't help but smile. Chuan Yun, this is the culmination of our collective efforts. We have succeeded. Even without the use of those potions, we can still form a formidable duo. Chuan Yun nodded, tightening her grip on Huang Shixuan's hand. Yet, there remains a hint of regret. Huang Shixuan scratched his head and remarked, the reason we achieved such an outstanding result, overtaking professional players like Su Che and Feng He at the last moment, was entirely due to the techniques provided by Su Chen. This particular aspect leaves me quite disgruntled. Chuan Yun fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, she stepped in front of Huang Shixuan, gazing intently into his eyes, and earnestly said, Master, you must have some misunderstanding regarding Xingmeng's master. He doesn't strike me as the type to mistreat or neglect a mech girl. After all, Xingmeng has been quite happy with him every day, and I've heard they have already formed a spiritual bond. What? Huang Shixuan's eyes widened in disbelief. With Xingmeng? A spiritual bond? No way. Has Xingmeng truly devoted herself so completely? Isn't she afraid he might be a charlatan? Huang Mao felt utterly crushed. Despite his close relationship with Chuan Yun, he had not yet met the conditions for a spiritual bond. That dog cough. That fellow. How could he have formed a spiritual connection with Xingmeng? Could it be that he truly treats her well? But even if he does, it shouldn't lead to a spiritual bond so swiftly. Thus, Master. Chuan Yun wrinkled her nose and sighed. You must indeed have a misconception about Xingmeng's master. Our mech girls are not devoid of discernment regarding their drivers. The ability to form a spiritual bond indicates a significant resonance between Xingmeng and her master. Such a profound connection cannot be achieved merely by superficial kindness. What if Xingmeng has been deceived? Huang Mao wore a reluctant expression. Master, you are merely being obstinate and looking for trouble. Chuan Yun pouted, releasing Huang Shixuan's hand and turning her back to him, presenting only the back of her head. Master, if you continue this way, I might just ignore you. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao immediately capitulated. Oh, come on. I was wrong. Chuan Yun, I won't argue anymore. I won't be obstinate. Really? Chuan Yun tilted her head slightly. Truly, truly. Huang Mao waved his hand dismissively. Why would I contend with a defeated foe over such matters? Even if he treats the mech girl well and has formed a spiritual bond with Xingmeng, it doesn't change the fact that we outperformed them, does it? Indeed. We are the strongest duo. Ha 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 ha. Chuan Yun looked at her master's smug demeanor with a mixture of exasperation and affection. She initially intended to suggest refraining from popping champagne midway, as Su Chun and Xingmeng were not as simple as they appeared. However, voicing such thoughts might dampen the mood and undermine the atmosphere. Moreover, she felt a sense of joy within her. Achieving an average speed of 207 kilometers per hour, even seasoned professionals like Su Che and Feng, he had been defeated. She could hardly fathom how they could lose today. Her handling of both the curves and mountainous sections had exceeded expectations, particularly at that daunting point known as the Southern Island Guillotine. Even though it was her first time employing the new strategy, she and Master had surprisingly demonstrated an uncanny synergy, executing their maneuvers flawlessly. It was rather unusual that Su Che and Feng He, being professional racers, did not exhibit frustration upon their defeat. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Chuan Yun instinctively glanced towards the seating area of the finish line. There lay Su Che, resting with his eyes closed on Feng He's lap, seemingly indifferent to the final results of the race. They were simply nestled together, relaxing their taut nerves and savoring their solitude after the competition. They truly made an excellent pair of driver and machine. Chuan Yun's lips curled into a smile. One by one, other competitors crossed the finish line. Yet, like Huang Shixuan, Chuan Yun noted that their performances fell significantly short of her own. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted from the audience stands at the finish line. Which professional racer had just crossed? Both Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun appeared puzzled until they witnessed a shimmering white figure, adorned with twinkling starlight, burst across the finish line, executing a graceful drift before coming to a steady halt at the collection area. The surrounding support machines quickly rushed to cool down the machine. Yes, it was Xingmeng. Chuan Yun recognized her, her mouth agape. Did they not start in position 74? How could they have reached the finish line so swiftly? At that moment, Su Chun had already disembarked from Xingmeng's cockpit, clutching a bottle of mineral water, desperately quenching his thirst. After over an hour without hydration, he felt parched. It was not due to a lack of endurance, but rather because the cockpit of Xingmeng was excessively hot. His clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat. Every moment spent driving had resulted in a greater loss of fluids compared to other drivers. Perhaps this was a minor inconvenience of possessing the blazing storm. Once one experiences its searing heat, one must be prepared to be thoroughly drained. Hearing the cheers, Su Chun waved towards the audience. The cheers intensified, nearly uprooting the finish line in its fervor. Master, are these cheers and applause meant for us? Once Xingmeng had cooled down and transformed back into her machine form, steam still emanated from her, enveloped in a delightful scent reminiscent of sweet milk candies. This aroma reminded Su Chun of the cotton candy clouds he dreamt of that night. He felt that the taste was not merely superficial. It ought to be softer and more delicate, for clouds lack any skeletal structure. However, now is not the time for such inquiries. Indeed, to be precise, these cheers are directed at you. Su Chun smiled. Meow? Master is teasing me. We do not yet know the final results. Despite this, Xingmeng's eyes sparkled with joy. She wrapped her arms around Su Chun. Her soft cat ears perked up playfully, and her tail wagged behind her in delight. Master is surely just joking. She was hardly a renowned star. Who would cheer for her in such a manner? To receive the acknowledgement of Moss was more than sufficient for her. However, as she descended from the podium and followed Su Chun through the audience towards the resting area, Xingmeng heard it all, every word crystal clear. She tilted her head to gaze at the surging sea of faces in the stands, the deafening cheers enveloping her like a warm tide. Hearing her name called out repeatedly and witnessing countless arms waving in her honor, tears began to accumulate unbidden in her bright blue eyes, then fell like a string of broken pearls onto the racetrack, leaving delicate imprints behind. Su Chun noticed her unusual demeanor, yet he refrained from speaking. He understood that Xingmeng was not sorrowful. The overwhelming applause and cheers, arriving so belatedly, were a tremendous impact on this once overlooked and even scorned machine girl. The tears welling in her eyes were not merely tears of joy for victory, but also a solace and validation for the long-standing denial of her worth. He felt no need to say anything or offer comfort. This moment belonged solely to Xingmeng. She had shed the superficiality of pretense, and the light vessel had traversed countless mountains. By the way, did they indeed secure first place? Su Chun glanced at the large screen, noting an average speed of 231 kilometers per hour. This result seemed rather unimpressive. A correction was made regarding a previous error. It was not overclocking but synchronous phase, which has now been amended. Chapter 103. A Versailles moment. It was not Su Chun's moment of glory. Rather, he genuinely believed his performance was subpar. With such a remarkable machine spirit like Xingmeng, how could he have produced such dismal results? It was simply, utterly disappointing. Su Chun sighed deeply. Suddenly, a shriek erupted behind him. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. He turned to see Huang Shixuan, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the scoreboard. Beside him stood the machine's spirit Chuan Yun, her expression mirroring his astonishment. Her mouth slightly agape and eyes round with shock, clearly as bewildered as Huang Shixuan. A staggering average speed of 231 kilometers per hour. How was that even achievable? Was it through cornering in midair? Huang Shixuan was convinced his mind was functioning properly. What did a speed of 231 kilometers per hour signify? It indicated that Su Chun and Xingmeng maintained a cornering speed exceeding 210 throughout, and quite possibly far beyond. Was this a speed attainable by a standard B-class machine spirit? Even if one were to compensate with skill, such cornering speeds should not be feasible. Huang Shixuan found it incomprehensible. He had observed Xingmeng's performance during pre-race assessments. Although he acknowledged that Su Chun had employed some method to enhance Xingmeng's capabilities, their superiority was, in reality, quite limited. He had contemplated the possibility of falling short against Su Chun and Xingmeng, but he had never anticipated such a vast disparity. A difference of a full 24 kilometers per hour in average speed. Chuan Yun could now understand Master S' various doubts about Su Chun, were it not for their daily conversations, revealing that Xingmeng lived a joyful and contented existence. She too might have suspected that Su Chun had resorted to some underhanded tactic. Was this performance truly impressive? Su Chun shrugged, letting out a sigh. If only I were granted another chance to race, I believe I could achieve an even better result. Ultimately, it's merely a matter of unfamiliarity with the track and insufficient skill. Huang Shixuan slowly turned his stiff neck, glaring at Su Chun with a fierce intensity, his fists clenched ominously. You, rascal. If it weren't for Chuan Yun holding me back. He glanced back at his machine's spirit in bewilderment. In similar situations before, Chuan Yun would always restrain him to prevent conflicts with others. This not only showcased his assertiveness, but also ensured he wasn't perceived as someone easily provoked, avoiding genuine confrontation that could disrupt their lives. Chuan Yun cast a sidelong glance at Huang Shixuan and replied nonchalantly, Master, I merely believe that sometimes provoking a little trouble, allowing your impulsive and reckless flaws to surface, may not be entirely negative. Enduring a few hardships will teach you to be more prudent, relieving me of the need to always hold you back. Huang Shixuan instantly wore a sorrowful expression. Yet, turning back to Su Chun, he adopted a menacing demeanor once more. What are you so proud of? It was merely an exceptional performance in one race. Do you expect to excel every time? Just because you exceeded expectations this time. You needn't put on that hypocritical face of, oh dear, I didn't perform well. What distinguishes you from those perennial top students who, despite consistently achieving the highest marks, lament their performance? Just you wait. I shall surpass you alongside Chuan Yun. Huang Shixuan reluctantly grasped Chuan Yun's hand and walked away. Chuan Yun glanced back discreetly and winked at Xingmeng, offering an apologetic smile. What is wrong with this person? Su Chun, perplexed by the onslaught of words, turned to Xingmeng and asked, Does your master seem like the type to indulge in ostentation? Ostentation? Xingmeng tilted her small head. Masta, what does that mean? It means to show off. Ah, I see. Xingmeng nodded earnestly. Then Masta, you are quite the show-off. You have clearly employed the advanced technique of wall overtaking. A skill even top drivers might hesitate to use, yet you still deem your abilities lacking. Humility is commendable, but excessive modesty borders on pretense. She had resolved to be an honest mechanical girl, thus answering Su Chen's inquiries candidly. Su Chen. He swore he was not being ostentatious. His self-assessment was entirely sincere. Nevertheless, Huang Shixuan's attitude had noticeably improved this time. At least he no longer labeled him a scoundrel who torments mechanical girls. Huang Shixuan did not wander far with Chuan Yun, for the resting area at the finish line was rather small. Any further, and they would be left to the whims of the wind. Hearing Xingmeng's evaluation of Su Chun, he could not help but scoff, still claiming not to show off. Even his own mechanical girl perceived him as such. Even if Su Chun was not a villain tormenting mechanical girls, he certainly embodied the traits of a vain hypocrite. Huang Shixuan scorned the idea of associating with him. Moments later, he heard Xingmeng's voice wafting from afar. Masta, even though our average speed currently exceeds the second place by a full 24 kilometers, we must remain vigilant. A mere 24 kilometers is insufficient for absolute dominance. Nor is there anything worthy of pride. We must continue to strive, aiming to surpass the second place by an average speed of 100 kilometers. Huang Shixuan. Darkness clouded his vision as he nearly gasped for breath. He watched Su Chun, who was affectionately patting Xingmeng's head while exclaiming, This child is teachable. He fully believed that Xingmeng had not entered into a spiritual contract with Su Chun under duress, for they were two of a kind. Like-minded individuals should be bound together. Oblivious to such thoughts, Xingmeng was determined to be an honest mechanical girl while also pledging to stand by Masta, regardless of the direction he took. If Masta headed east, she would not venture west. If Masta indulged in ostentation, she would follow suit. Her goal was complete integration, marching in unison. Su Chun and Xingmeng awaited in the resting area. As the competitors arrived at the finish line, their expressions shifted from joy to stoic silence upon glancing at the scoreboard. Those who entered with blank faces transformed into somber visages, and those with solemn expressions bore faces of despair, tears unshed. Their results, far from surpassing Su Chun and Xingmeng, were unlikely to even challenge Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun. Until then, the door of the lounge was forcefully swung open. Bang! Yu Ming strode in with a disregard for all, accompanied by Chasing Shadow. His gaze swept across the room, immediately locking onto Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun at the forefront. Ah, is that not De Huang? Why does he wear such a grim expression? Is it due to having narrowly missed the championship? Yu Ming approached Huang Shixuan, positioning his two large nostrils towards him. After descending from the podium and learning the results, he had made a beeline for the lounge, lacking the patience to await the scrolling electronic scoreboard for his and Chasing Shadow's rankings. He merely inquired with Li Yini about Su Che's and Huang Shixuan's results. Undoubtedly, these two posed the greatest threat to him in this competition. Beyond them, he scarcely regarded the five from the Knight's Voice Youth Training Team. Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun recorded an average speed of 207 kilometers, while Su Che and Feng he achieved 204 kilometers. In stark contrast, he and Chasing Shadow excelled with an impressive average speed of 213 kilometers, outpacing Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun by a whole 6 kilometers. As for Su Chun and Xingmeng, he refrained from inquiring. Primarily, it was because Xingmeng had clinched victory in the city championship through a last-minute surge. On a track with more twists and turns, Xingmeng would undoubtedly falter against Chasing Shadow. This was a widely acknowledged truth. He chose not to ask, feeling that inquiring about Su Chen's results might come off as deliberately competitive or boastful, akin to a top student, assured of being first in the grade, questioning a consistently underperforming classmate about their results. This was not concern, it was provocation. Yu Ming gazed triumphantly at Huang Shixuan, fully aware that the electronic scoreboard behind him was surely displaying his results. He and Chasing Shadow undoubtedly occupied the top position, surpassing Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun. Who would dare claim that he, was merely a fish fryer? He anticipated Huang Shixuan's reaction, Yet the blonde merely crossed his legs, emitting a derisive snort. Humph. What are you trying to portray? Does the championship have any bearing on you? A mere fish fryer? Chapter 104. A Visit from the Voice of the Night, Combined Edition. Huh? Xingmeng appeared quite self-satisfied, glaring arrogantly at the blonde-haired competitor. What does this mean? Am I not the champion? How could the champion possibly be you? The captain of the Voice of the Night youth training team, Jean, had also been eliminated, though Li Yini did not specify who had bested him, nor did he inquire further. Therefore, aside from Huang Shixuan and Su Che, no other noteworthy opponents could possibly rival him. Huang Shixuan's performance had taken him by surprise. Yet, despite his astonishment, even an extraordinary display of skill could not surpass him in chasing shadow. This was the true value of the fish explosion. Was he truly engaging in such antics? Was it his desire to do so? Did he possess no sense of conscience? No. The process of engaging in such antics was fraught with anguish, guilt, and a lack of morality. He was striving for self-improvement. The results of the competition were the tangible evidence of his efforts. Huang Shixuan gazed at the confidently smug Xingmeng, as if he was witnessing his own recently inflated self-assurance. Suddenly, he felt no anger towards Xingmeng's provocations. Instead, a sense of sympathetic camaraderie arose within him. Are you truly the champion? Perhaps you should take a moment to reconsider? Is there really a need to look? Xingmeng sneered. You wouldn't be contemplating a sneak attack while I turn my back, would you? I've heard you hail from Chuan City. What if you harbor such inclinations? Huang Shixuan's lips twitched. You certainly seem rather foolish. What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that. Xingmeng was furious. This was a personal attack. If he remained silent, how was he different from Xiao Ming, the sword demon? I said you're an idiot. Huang Shixuan rose, pointing at the scoreboard behind Xingmeng. You are so unwilling to turn around and see who the true champion is. Instead, you scream and jump around like a foolish monkey. If you aren't the idiot, then who is? Su Chun rolled the peeled sunflower seeds on his fingers with his tongue, nodding in silent agreement. Despite his disagreements with Huang Shixuan, he found himself in accord with his sentiments at this moment. Xingmeng did indeed seem somewhat foolish. If this child were in Attack on Titan, he probably wouldn't survive past the second episode. However, considering Xingmeng's intense animosity towards the blonde-haired competitor, this was somewhat understandable. Their bickering had persisted for quite some time. Each time he accompanied Xingmeng to report to the Northern Wolf Club, he would invariably witness the verbal sparring between Xingmeng and Huang Shixuan. Let them watch. Xingmeng deliberately shielded his backside with one hand while turning to glance at the scoreboard, his gaze locking onto the topmost entry. No. 1. Su Chun Xingmeng. Average speed, 231 kilometers h. Time, 93 minutes 27 seconds. No. 2. Xingmeng, Chasing Shadow. Average speed, 213 kilometers h. Time, 101 minutes 18 seconds. Xingmeng. What the heck? An average speed of 231 kilometers h. Su Chun, is Xingmeng the champion? This can't be right. Xingmeng's voice escalated with each utterance, culminating in a pitch so high that it became nearly shrill. Was he still competing in the City Car King Championship? An average speed of 231 kilometers h must have shattered the record. Xingmeng turned his gaze towards Su Chun. As Su Chun indulged in the sunflower seeds held by Xingmeng, she playfully smeared his saliva back onto his face. Could these two truly be champions? Last time, they had crossed the finish line by sheer force after a tire burst. What would they do this time? Would they attach wings to Xingmeng's vehicle and let it soar through the skies? Xingmeng found himself utterly perplexed, his posture gradually stiffening, standing there like a statue. The world around him faded into silence, allowing him to hear the sound of his own heart shattering. He quietly sought a secluded corner to sit, hugging his knees and sinking into a state of melancholy, oblivious to Huang Shixuan's taunting and provocative gaze. Chasing Shadow, on the other hand, exhibited a far more stable demeanor than Xingmeng. Since the results were displayed on the scoreboard, there could be no doubt regarding their validity. She was also immensely curious about how Xingmeng and Su Chun achieved such exceptional results. Fortunately, having added Xingmeng as a friend half a month ago, the two Mech girls had become quite familiar, allowing her to directly inquire about anything. While Xingmeng was busy feeding Su Chun sunflower seeds, her phone vibrated. She glanced at the screen and swiftly peeled over 100 seeds, arranging them on a tissue to present to Su Chun. Moss, you eat first. I need to reply to a message. Is that all right, meow? No. Su Chun shook his head repeatedly. I only want to eat what you personally feed me. Then. Just wait a moment, okay? Let me finish this. Not waiting. Not waiting. With no other option, Xingmeng prioritized Su Chen's feelings. She managed to feed him with one hand while switching her input method to 9 key to reply to the message. Chasing Shadow, congratulations. It seems you two will undoubtedly win the championship this time. Xingmeng, hee. Thank you, Sister Chasing Shadow. But the final results aren't out yet. So it's hard to say. Chasing Shadow, I'm quite curious about how you managed to achieve an average speed of 231 kilometers per hour. That's impressive. Could you share how you did it? Xingmeng, well, it's mainly thanks to Moss. I didn't really feel much. It was just a smooth ride the entire time, and Moss made some moves here and there, and that's how we achieved that result. Meow. Chasing Shadow scratched her head, a bit troubled. She did not doubt Xingmeng's words. She often appeared somewhat dazed. Perhaps she genuinely did not understand the reasons behind their success. Therefore, was it mainly due to Yu Ming's skills being inferior to Su Chen's? She narrowed her eyes. Both she and Xingmeng were B-class mech girls, and under equal driving conditions, any disparities would be minimal. Yet, a difference of 231 and 213 was substantial, a chasm in performance. Clearly, Yu Ming was lacking in skill. If that were the case, she cast a sinister glance at the withdrawn Yu Ming. Perhaps she should stop letting him sleep beside her for a month. It was often said that mech girls who were overly indulgent with their drivers could lead them to lose their fighting spirit. It seemed she had been too lenient with Yu Ming, and it was time to rectify that starting today. Ultimately, the championship title was without question awarded to her and Xingmeng. Before they even left the arena, Su Chen already sensed an impending sense of crisis. Originating from his exposure of the adjustable rear wing during the competition and perhaps his commendable skills, his intuition was not misplaced. Upon stepping outside, he found himself immediately engulfed by a throng of enthusiastic onlookers. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he might be compressed into a tin of sardines. Su Chen, consider joining our Thunder Club. The benefits are truly exceptional. Miss Xingmeng, may I inquire as to which master crafted your modification core? We at Gale are willing to purchase your technology at a premium. Young man, come to Ponshire. We will sign a long-term contract with a guaranteed annual salary of this amount. A plump agent gestured animatedly. The incessant clicking of cameras echoed, and microphones were thrust towards Su Chen and Xingmeng. Xingmeng clung tightly to Su Chen's arm. Her delicate face nestled against his shoulder, her soft cat ears pressed against her scalp, revealing only one vigilant eye as she surveyed the surroundings. She despised this feeling of being cornered. It was overwhelmingly noisy. Moreover, the gazes of those around her were intimidating, as if they intended to devour her and master whole. While safeguarding Xingmeng, Su Chen endeavored to maintain a benevolent smile, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. Ladies and gentlemen, Su Chen raised his voice in an attempt to drown out the clamor. Xingmeng and I currently have no intentions of joining any clubs. We sincerely appreciate your affection. As for the modification core, he paused, his eyes darting as he fabricated a story. I once encountered a down-and-out modifier, and I bought him a meal. He gifted it to me. I found it quite intriguing and decided to install it. I never anticipated it would function so well, let alone achieve such speed. It was purely by chance. Found it. Where? Which street? Where is that beggar located? A sharp-eyed reporter wearing gold-rimmed glasses immediately pressed for details. Su Chen rolled his eyes internally, feigning seriousness. Haiqing Road, near the large dumpster by 3rd District? Xingmeng gazed at Masta, who was feigning seriousness. Her eyes twinkling. She recognized that Masta was pulling a fast one. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Yes. I can attest to that, meow. Right there, meow. The crowd fell momentarily silent. Haiqing Road, 3rd District? That location indeed housed a notorious large waste transfer station. Several faces displayed skepticism, and some even bore expressions of disdain. However, astute reporters and agents had already squeezed through the crowd, rushing into the street, clearly headed towards Haiqing Road. Although many still surrounded them, it was no longer as suffocating as before. He noticed that the members of the Northern Wolf T2 team were outside the throng, utterly unable to assist. Everyone, the competition has just concluded. We are genuinely exhausted and need to rest. As the crowd thinned, Su Chen quickly maneuvered with Xingmeng towards the exit. Yet, the remaining individuals were undeterred, particularly several club representatives who persisted in promoting their enticing offers. Su Chen's patience waned with each passing moment, his brow furrowing tighter, on the verge of exclaiming in frustration. In his previous life, he had been merely a modifier, never needing to face such spectacles. Moreover, Even the most elite drivers of past lives would not be afforded the celebrity treatment that exists in this world. Just then, his phone began to vibrate unexpectedly. Su Chun furrowed his brow. Who could possibly be calling him at this moment? Very few knew his number. Excuse me, may I pass? Su Chun grasped Xingmeng's hand and led her into a small room within the racetrack. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. He pressed the answer button. A somewhat familiar voice resonated from the other end. It was Jessica. Mr. Su Chun, could you please come to the voice of the night? What is it? Su Chun inquired, his brow still knitted in concern. It's nothing urgent. Why bother with the voice of the night? He suspected it was related to the core modifications of his adjustable rear wing. Just as he was about to decline, he heard Jessica let out a sigh on the line. It's regarding Queen. This matter does not concern Miss Chin Xian, but rather, it is my personal wish for you to come. If you arrive too late, Queen may be reprocessed. Chapter 105, Urgent Situation Queen? Rebirth? Su Chen's mind momentarily blanked. Wasn't Queen comfortably situated within your knight's voice? Why the sudden call for a rebirth? It's a long story, but you must come quickly. The voice on the other end was drowned in a cacophony, as if a meeting was in session. Someone spoke loudly, but their words were rapid and indistinct. Before Su Chun could decipher the message, Jessica's voice lowered urgently. I can't talk any longer. I must hang up. You absolutely have to come. Su Chun stared at the disconnected call, his expression grim. Master, what has happened to Sister Queen? Xingmeng's face turned pale, staring blankly at Su Chun. She was unaware of the situation, yet the mention of Queen and rebirth sent chills down her spine. She could not fathom how rebirth could be associated with Queen. Typically, a mechanical daughter would only face rebirth under two circumstances. Firstly, if the mechanical daughter, due to certain special reasons, had her ideological seal released. Posing an uncontrollable threat to humans and other mechanical daughters, she would be deemed a high-risk entity and forcibly subjected to rebirth. Secondly, if the mechanical daughter voluntarily chose rebirth, perhaps due to abandonment by her pilot, disillusionment with her future, or succumbing to a mental disorder that urged her to return to the embrace of the star god, rather than continue coexisting with humanity. Regardless of the reason, rebirth is a sorrowful affair. Even though those who choose rebirth do not experience pain, their existence is irrevocably erased in that moment. They transform into a core devoid of consciousness, sent back to the sea of the star god. As of now, the situation remained unclear. Su Chun grasped Xingmeng's hand as they hurried outside, conversing as they walked. Try to contact Queen and see if you can reach her. Xingmeng promptly took out her phone and messaged Queen. The last time Queen had sent a message was 2 hours ago, just as she and Masta had entered the arena. Queen had sent a message of encouragement, accompanied by an AI sticker of a cheerleader in a whirlwind. After the results were announced, Xingmeng had informed Queen of her and Su Chen's championship victory, but now, half an hour later, there was still no response. Xingmeng typed a few words and then deleted them, opting instead to call Queen via voice message. The ringing continued for several cycles, but no one answered, and the system automatically hung up. Unwilling to accept defeat, she dialed Queen's number again, but it too went unanswered. Panic began to swell within Xingmeng as tears brimmed in her eyes. Su Chun and Xingmeng rushed outside. The club managers and reporters who had previously surrounded him had not yet departed, but they were now cordoned off by the logistics team of the Northern Wolf T2. As Su Chun emerged, these individuals attempted to approach him. A few logistical mechanical daughters reached out, forcibly pulling them back. Su Chun, Xingmeng, congratulations on your championship victory. Li Yini observed that Su Chun and Xingmeng bore expressions of discontent, mistakenly attributing their demeanor to anger over being besieged at the entrance. Unable to resist a jest, she remarked, "Do not be vexed. It is precisely due to your brilliant performance that you have garnered such attention. Look at Yu Ming and Su Che. They are professional drivers, and only 3 or 4 journalists interview them." She gestured toward 2 other clusters of onlookers, noting that compared to the throngs surrounding Su Chun and Xingmeng, their numbers were indeed pitifully few. At least, there were no club managers vying for attention amidst the crowd. Conversely, Huang Shishuyuan's situation was rather peculiar. He grasped Chuan Yun's hand, baring his teeth at the surrounding reporters in a manner suggestive of someone ready to bite, causing most journalists to hesitate in approaching him. Su Chun, however, was not inclined to concern himself with such exalted treatment. His gaze fell upon the Northern Wolf T2 helicopter stationed at the edge of the dispersing crowd, and a thought struck him. He turned to Li Yini and said, "Sister Li, could you arrange for the helicopter to take me somewhere? It's urgent." I will find a way to compensate for any delay it causes. Li Yini blinked in surprise, then replied, compensation is unnecessary. I can simply call for another helicopter. However, where do you wish to go? To the voice of the night group, Su Chun replied, his tone grave. I need to save someone. It's an emergency. Please. 1 hour earlier. At the headquarters of the voice of the night group, Queen, this is our final modification plan for you. If, after the modifications, you can drive as they do, you will become the Mistress S Mech Girl, stated the Deputy Chief Modifier of the Night Team, gesturing towards 2 mech girls leaning against the wall. They were the Night Team's latest creations, but due to their mediocre foundations, they were only suitable for the club's newcomers. An S-class driver like Chin Xin would find them unworthy. Queen gazed at the 2 mech girls, whose expressions were eerily vacant, and a flicker of sorrow crossed her features. Their attributes had indeed been enhanced, yet they had utterly lost their sense of self. The mech girl on the left, an explosive type named Thunder Gun, and the one on the right, a speed type called Flame Serpent, now exhibited a chilling uniformity in performance. Queen still vaguely remembered how they once were. Thunder Gun had been cautious and composed, often seen with a gentle warmth in her eyes as she fed stray cats with cat food. Flame Serpent, on the other hand, was boisterous, her vibrant voice easily heard from a distance. Yet now, both Thunder Gun and Flame Serpent appeared transformed, standing silently and seemingly indifferent to their surroundings. Can I refuse the modifications? Queen's gaze shifted away from the 2 mech girls, her voice trembling and strained. You signed the agreement. The modifier raised an eyebrow. Are you afraid? Why should you be? The plan we offer at Night Team is among the best in the nation. Anyone you ask will confirm that our modification scheme is absolutely perfect. Do you not wish to become even more extraordinary? I do not wish to become an emotionless puppet. Queen stepped back, her back pressed against the cold wall. The modification room was small, encased in transparent glass walls, leaving her with no escape. The voice of the technician echoed from beyond the glass. They have merely grown. The thunderous rifle remains unchanged, while the fiery serpent, once reckless, has transformed into a calm and composed being. Surely that is a positive development? Imagine 2 children presented before you. Would you choose the boisterous, disobedient rascal or the obedient, well-mannered child? Queen fell into silence. If she were to have a child, she would hope for them to possess their own individuality, rather than being produced as a uniform product through a series of seemingly flawless mechanical modifications. Yet, she found herself with no other options now. Chapter 106. My Disagreement, Combined. The Night Team possesses the most advanced modification apparatus in the world. The Machine Girl reclines within this apparatus, capable of providing real-time data and status updates to the modification technician at the control panel. The technician can directly manipulate the fundamental modules and the modification core at the console, seamlessly installing them onto the Machine Girl through the apparatus. Upon completion, the newly acquired attributes in the Machine Girl state are instantly displayed. This real-time feedback allows the technician to swiftly assess the compatibility of the modification core and make timely adjustments to the fundamental modules, crafting a more suitable modification core. Throughout this entire process, the Machine Girl remains in a state of semi-slumber. Queen lies quietly on the cold platform of the modification apparatus. Under the soothing influence of the apparatus's calming photons, she feels drowsy yet forces herself to remain awake, fearing that she might forget everything upon awakening again. What she has forgotten in the past is lost, but she does not wish to forget Su Chun and Xingmeng. Faintly, she can hear the muffled and low voices of the Night Team's modification technicians outside the glass wall. How is it? The effect of the new modification core? It's ineffective. She still cannot activate, and her special skills remain dormant. Her attributes and level are clearly adequate. It seems they have encountered the most challenging situation. They might resort to that extreme solution. Deputy Chief, isn't it inappropriate if we overuse it? What is inappropriate? She signed the liability waiver. The voice of Night can afford it. With so many machine girls to modify each day, who has the time to methodically test each core on her? Sigh. Very well. What are they planning to do? Queen wishes to open her eyes, but her eyelids feel as heavy as lead. The calming photons, originally intended to soothe the machine girl's nerves and guide them into pleasant dreams, have now become shackles imprisoning her consciousness. She feels a cold, tubular object forcibly invading her mouth. As the machine emits a low buzzing sound, a torrent of liquid rushes in. The liquid bears no unpleasant taste, even possessing a hint of sweetness. yet it instills a sense of terror within Queen. She has consumed training medication capsules before. When bitten open, they contained a viscous, jelly-like substance. This is the same flavor. However, how minuscule are the training medication capsules? How little liquid do they contain? The dosage being forcibly administered to her now is more than 1,000-fold. She wishes to struggle, to retch. But the binding straps of the modification apparatus firmly secure her body, while the calming photons weigh down upon her consciousness like a heavy blanket, rendering her incapable of even lifting a finger. Agonizing pain. A tumultuous surge of memories floods her mind like uncontrolled magma, violently crashing and tearing at her mental core. It feels as though countless glowing steel needles pierce her from the most delicate nerve endings, scorching and ripping apart. This agony far exceeds any injury sustained on the racetrack. It is the sharp rejection caused by the violent distortion of her mental core's foundational logic, forcibly infused with foreign substances. Her body convulses violently under the restraints, trembling. Meanwhile, the control panel outside the glass wall blazes with blinding red lights and warning symbols. Warning, mental core overload. Energy threshold exceeded. Warning, abnormal fluctuations in neural sensory links. Emotional module disarray. Warning, fundamental logic firewall under assault. Stability rapidly deteriorating. Chief, we are experiencing data anomalies. Energy readings have surged, and core temperatures are spiraling out of control. She cannot withstand this any longer. The voice of the technician at the control panel trembled with alarm, pointing at the dangerously fluctuating values on the screen. The deputy chief technician furrowed his brow, a fleeting hesitation crossing his eyes, soon replaced by a chilling resolve. What is there to panic about? This is not the first time we have encountered such a situation. To become an exceptional mech girl, one must endure a measure of suffering. As long as she can withstand it, forcibly activating her potential is a trivial price to pay. Continue. Increase the soothing photon output to suppress her rebellious consciousness. She must digest these training memories. However, no buts. Execute the order. The mech girl is not as fragile as you think. Within the modification apparatus, stronger soothing photons descended like an invisible hammer, striking mercilessly at Queen's consciousness. The sweet liquid did not enhance her performance, but instead inflicted a corrosive devastation. She felt her mental core swell like a glass bottle being forcibly filled with molten iron, on the verge of exploding from within. If she wished to prevent it from shattering, the solution was simple: discard what once resided within the glass bottle. As long as she cast away those memories, everything would cease, and she would no longer endure any pain. Yet, Su-chun, Xingmeng, my Shinfeng. Amidst this boundless agony and the despair of her consciousness teetering on the brink of obliteration, the only lifeline she could grasp were those two names, those two warm faces, and the mischievous little cat she had rescued, always causing a ruckus. The cat's ears trembled with delight when Xingmeng smiled, its tail wagging like a playful puppy. Su-chun, usually carefree, transformed into a beacon of brilliance when discussing modifications. Xingmeng's habit of kicking off her blanket while sleeping, and Su-chun's embarrassing drooling in slumber that he adamantly denied. Sharing meals, strolling through shops, and grimacing yet laughing at the pungent aroma of my Shinfeng. These moments, steeped in the warmth of sunlight, flickered defiantly like a candle's flame in the tempest, persevering within her crumbling consciousness. She must not forget, absolutely must not forget. She must wait for them, definitely wait for them. Modification complete. Deputy Chief, Queen's special skill has been successfully activated. Haha, I knew it. The modification room erupted with a palpable sense of relief and joy. Quickly, send her to the track. With her special skill activated, there should be no issues with the launch. In a dimly lit corridor, Jessica supported Queen as they made their way to the training ground, each step cautious and deliberate. She scrutinized Queen carefully. The normally fierce visage appeared frightfully pale, devoid of any vitality. Those beautiful burgundy eyes lost their spark, resembling a still pond, holding only silence and emptiness. She was Qin Xion's assistant and also Queen's supervisor. From the moment Queen entered the realm of the Knight's voice, she was assigned by Qin Xion to remain by Queen's side. Observing Queen's current state and reminiscing about their shared moments, an inexplicable heartache surged within her. Queen's demeanor was cold, her words sharp. She was certainly not the type one would easily find endearing. Yet, it was Queen who busied herself, clumsily caring for her like a child during her bouts of severe illness. During her heartbreak, it was also Queen who, without hesitation, dragged her out for solace, enduring awkward moments to help her navigate through the darkest days. As an employee of the Knight's Voice, she was acutely aware of the rules that governed this place, what to manage and what to overlook. After Queen, there would be countless more like her. She should have grown accustomed to it, should have become numb. However, as she gazed at Queen standing in the center of the training ground, like a forsaken, exquisite doll, her heart felt as though it had been violently twisted. Gripping Queen's phone tightly in her pocket, her knuckles turned white. She hesitated repeatedly before finally tremblingly retrieving the long-stored number. This shouldn't be. Why can't it be activated? Perhaps her data needs another check? Deputy Chief, her attributes, they have faltered, nearly all plummeting below 20. It was not like this just moments ago on the modification device. What? Such bizarre occurrences. The quarrels on the training ground failed to stir even the slightest ripple in Queen's hollow gaze. She slowly moved forward along the track, the twilight light casting a cold, piercing chill upon her face. In her mind, vivid images of countless mechanized girls racing along the track materialized, textbook precision in cornering, flawless adjustments under extreme conditions, and elegantly fluid drifts akin to art. These experiences, these gallant figures, were forcefully implanted into her core consciousness, as clear as if she had lived them herself. Yet, among these figures, none bore her likeness. She could no longer find herself. A profound, frigid sense of void ensnared her. She stumbled, searching desperately along the edges of the track's walls. She felt that something far more significant, a treasure 1,000-fold more precious than these racing skills, had been lost to her. Only scattered, indistinct fragments flickered in the depths of her consciousness, like shards of glass submerged in water, impossible to piece together. The more she strained to think, the larger that abyss of nothingness grew, consuming her dwindling strength. A suppressed whimper finally broke free from her throat. Queen could no longer hold on. Her body slid down the cold wall, curling up on the ground. She clutched her knees tightly, as if by shrinking into a ball, she could reclaim her sense of security. Yet, she could not find it. It was gone. I have nothing left. Her voice was shattered and hoarse as she gazed at the dim sky, tears flowing endlessly. The modders continue to debate and ponder the sudden decline of Queen's attributes. No one pays heed to the corner of training, where a desperate soul resides. In the conference room of the Night Voice Group, Jessica anxiously glances at the time. The deputy chief of the Night team and a human resources representative stand before Queen, their shadows stretching ominously across the floor, casting a lingering gloom upon her. Queen, given your current condition, although your special skills have been activated, the core functionality remains dormant, and your attributes have deteriorated, rendering you incompatible with Miss Xingmeng. The group has decided to terminate your exclusive agreement. The HR representative smiles, her voice clear. You are now a free machine girl. Out of humanitarian concern and compensation, the group can offer you a position in the logistics department to ensure your basic maintenance and survival. The deputy chief of the Night team interjects, alternatively, you may choose to remain with Night Voice. Should new compatibility solutions or resources arise in the future, we will consider prioritizing you for trials. However, this cannot be guaranteed. It depends on timing and technological breakthroughs. The two choices loom before her like two divergent paths shrouded in darkness. Despair envelopes Queen like a cold tide. The flicker of hope that once sustained her extinguishes at last. Even the fragments of memories she fought to protect now sink into the depths of her consciousness, nearly beyond reach. She has truly become an empty vessel, devoid of substance, left with nothing but void and anguish. Queen mechanically raises her head. The tears have dried, leaving only hollowness and silence in her gaze. Her voice is as light as a crushed feather, crumbling against the cold floor. I choose to be reprocessed. The deputy chief and the HR representative exchange glances and nod. Very well, we respect your choice. Please sign the consent form. We will arrange for you to go to the best reprocessing facility. Queen. Jessica hastily rises, about to speak. Suddenly, bang. The heavy door of the conference room is violently kicked open. In the light of the entrance stand two figures. Su Chun pulls Xingmeng forward and strides in. His gaze sweeps across the room, ultimately resting on Queen. In that moment, the air seems to freeze. Su Chun stares into Queen's vacant eyes, a surge of anger rising within him like a volcano on the brink of eruption. I do not agree, he states firmly, each word deliberate and resolute. Then, he turns and delivers a punch squarely to the face of the chief modder. Chapter 107. The fiery explosion in the eyes, the punch caught the modified technician completely off guard, sending him sprawling to the ground. As he attempted to cry out, he was met with two swift kicks, one to the face and the other aimed directly at his solar plexus. Having lived a life of luxury and privilege, he possessed no resilience to withstand such an assault. Breathless, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Qinshan's cold gaze swept over the representative. But the security team of the Night Voice had already arrived, forming layers of suited men around the scene. Among them were even a few with electronic ocular implants, resembling Terminators. Who are you? How dare you strike someone here? Do you even realize where you are? The personnel representative growled, his face darkened with anger. He had worked at Night Voice for 4 to 5 years and had never encountered such a situation where someone dared to commit violence within the confines of the corporation. What are you all standing there for? He shouted at the surrounding security personnel. Why aren't you apprehending this man? The security team hesitated, not moving immediately. Most of them recognized Su Chun and were aware of his connection to President Qin Xian. The personnel representative was merely a minor player, lacking the authority to issue commands. Su Chun was a favored guest of Miss Qin Xian, thus, no one dared to intervene. Jessica approached the personnel representative. Casting a glance at the modified technician curled on the ground like a defeated dog, feeling a surge of frustration. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get the master out of here. Can you afford to delay his treatment? Me? What do you mean? I didn't strike him. The personnel representative's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling utterly helpless. While he lacked significant standing, he certainly did not deserve such humiliation. Even if you didn't strike him, you are still delaying his treatment. I am the assistant to Queen and Miss Qin Xian, and I am here to assist you in concluding this matter. Now, leave at once. The personnel representative pointed at Jessica, gasping for breath, yet he could not muster a second word. Begrudgingly shouldering the technician and pushing his way through the crowd. You all may leave as well. I will handle this, Jessica stated, willing to take on the responsibility. The security personnel, relieved of their duties, dispersed back to their posts. In the conference hall, only Jessica, Queen, and the newly arrived Su Chun and Xingmeng remained. I understand your frustration, but this is the only course of action. If you were to harm that technician and Night Voice sought retribution, you would be ensnared in an endless web of troubles, Jessica said as she took a seat, adjusting her glasses and fixing her gaze on Su Chun. You are here to take Queen away. Please remain calm. What have you done to Queen? Su Chun could no longer bear to look into Queen's vacant eyes. He made a concerted effort to quell the fury within him and sat across from Jessica, while Xingmeng held Queen's hand, whispering to her in the corner of the conference hall. Queen was merely fulfilling her obligations under the contract with Night Voice and proceeding with the modifications as per the Night Team's plans. Jessica gazed into Su Chen's eyes, brimming with ire, and sighed. It is not that the Night Team intentionally targets anyone. It is simply the prevailing trend in global modifications. You will come to understand this once you engage with other elite driver clubs. Although the modifications by the Night Team are audacious, they are esteemed within the community of modifiers. Each of their technicians, if presented individually, could easily teach at an academy. Su Chun pressed his lips together, his fists clenched. He recognized the validity of Jessica's words. Previously, he had provided a rough outline of the Night Modification Team's plans to Miss Noer, who had also expressed no objections. She had indicated that a specialized development of the mech girls, alongside a balanced enhancement, would be preferable, as long as the mech girls themselves were willing and not averse to it. Miss Noer indeed considered the opinions of the mech girls. However, she was merely a modifier for the Northern Wolf T2, a club that could only be regarded as second tier. They were far from being at the pinnacle, let alone touching the edges of the first tier. The more formidable the club, the higher the performance expectations for the mech girls. Yet, not every mech girl is innately an S-class. Consequently, to cultivate a multitude of mech girls with formidable capabilities, these elite clubs naturally resort to more radical modification plans in pursuit of efficiency. This issue transcends the Night Team. It is a dilemma that pervades the world. The entire global trend in modifications is pathological. Furthermore, some modification teams regard the mech girls merely as tools. Thus, one after another, mech girls like Queen have emerged. He had just reviewed Queen's attributes, which had plummeted to 20. Clearly, due to her vehement resistance and rebellious mindset against the modifications, Queen's alterations had failed comprehensively. In the struggle between compliance and a desperate stand, she chose the latter. Much like a bird confined within a cage, She battered her head against the bars in a futile attempt to escape, battered and barely alive. I recall a fortnight ago, Su Chen's voice was low. I made a wager with President Qin of your night team. She stated that as long as I passed the A-class modifier assessment within 3 months, Queen would be mine to take. Indeed, Jessica nodded. Then why proceed with modifications on Queen? Jessica fell silent for a moment before responding coolly. I am unaware of Miss Qin's exact intentions, but I surmise there are likely 2 reasons behind this. First, when the wager was made, Queen did not explicitly refuse further modifications. She was merely fulfilling the club's agreements. Second, Miss Qin does not believe you can pass the A-class modifier assessment within 3 months. As long as Queen remains with the night team, you have no authority to interfere. She observed Su Chen's clenched fists and trembling shoulders, and continued, however, now, you may take Queen away. The rules of the night team state that once modifications fail, the mech girl can be assigned work within the logistics team and receive a compensation, while simultaneously nullifying her agreement with the night team, thus regaining her freedom. Yet, since Queen signed a waiver, she did not receive any compensation. Why is that? Did Queen not explain it to you? Last time, an unexpected incident occurred at the finish line of the city championship with Xingmeng. The medical team from Knight's Voice arrived with remarkable speed, a privilege granted through Queen's signing of a liability waiver. Otherwise, the Knight's Voice medical team would not have been available to the public. Su Chen's clenched fists relaxed, only to tighten once more. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, fixated on the emblem of the crescent moon cross on the wall behind Jessica. His voice trembled. What if I demand that Knight's Voice pay the price for this? Jessica paused, regarding Su Chen with an expression that was both bewildered and incredulous, as if she were gazing at a fanciful dreamer. How could he, of all people, expect Knight's Voice to bear the consequences? Although Knight's Voice was not the most formidable team in the Hua Zone, it represented the lifelong aspiration of 99% of drivers. The notion that this individual before her could even entertain the idea of bringing Knight's Voice to its knees was laughable. Yet, considering Su Chen's close ties with Xingmeng and Queen, evidenced by the screensaver on Queen's phone featuring the 3 of them alongside a ginger cat, she found a semblance of understanding. When could one's influence eclipse that of Knight's Voice? When could one command a greater power than Knight's Voice? At any moment, one could hold Knight's Voice accountable for Queen's affairs and demand retribution. Although, she quietly sighed within, that was nearly impossible. I understand, Su Chen's voice was low, yet it cut through the air like a chilling blade. Jessica instinctively raised her gaze. The man across from her had risen, casting a shadow that enveloped her in the brilliance of the glaring light behind him. In the backlight, his face remained shrouded in obscurity, indistinct. Only his eyes shone, like 2 sparks suddenly ignited, bursting forth from the unfathomable darkness. They burned silently, declaring a presence that left her breathless. Chapter 108, Returning to the Origin. Jessica stood by the window, watching as Su Chen and Xingmeng departed with Queen. Beneath the overcast sky, they braved the torrential rain at the entrance of the estate, hailing a ride in a hovering vehicle. Farewell, Queen. Jessica's fingertips grazed the frigid glass. No, it should not be a farewell. It must be a final parting. She hoped that Queen would never return to this place again. A slight sense of relief washed over her. Ever since Su Chen and Xingmeng arrived, Queen's emotions had noticeably stabilized. She no longer expressed a desire to be reprocessed, and was remarkably cooperative when signing the contract to terminate their agreement. This was a comfort. Although there would be no future opportunity to race again, at least she could continue living alongside her good friends. Regardless, this was certainly better than being reprocessed, wasn't it? Jessica. Someone knocked on the conference room door, the voice carrying from the outside. President Qin requests your presence. Jessica inhaled deeply. All right, I will be there shortly. I heard you released Queen? Qin Xin sat languidly in her office chair, her body reclining in a state of relaxed ease, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Water droplets still clung to her shoulders, as if she had just returned from outside. The office, devoid of any greenery, was heated abundantly. In the corner, a massive fish tank housed a singular tropical fish, listlessly drifting through the water. Jessica stood before the desk, her gaze lowered, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, perhaps from the warmth. Yes, Queen's situation met the fundamental criteria for the club's dissolution of the agreement. Since she has regained her freedom, I felt it was appropriate to release her. Jessica slightly raised her eyes, but dared only to meet Qin Xin's hand, which held the cigarette. After all, she holds no value for you anymore. Does she? Indeed. Qin Xian nodded. I initially intended to use Queen as leverage to inquire about the core modifications for the adjustable wing. However, if she has to be released, then so be it. I have given James and the others a brief window of time. If they cannot produce a similar adjustable wing modification core, they should promptly vacate. I have faith in their technical capabilities. If they genuinely cannot deliver, we shall see. However, her tone shifted, growing colder. Today's actions were still taken without my consent. I have stated that Queen possesses great potential. She is of significant value to me, and you cannot treat her as an ordinary mech girl. Those two fools have already been dismissed, and as for you. Before Qin Xian could finish outlining the consequences, Jessica proactively placed an envelope silently upon the desk. Qin Xian paused, taken aback. What is this? President Qin, I appreciate your care over the past 6 months, but I feel that I am not suited for this role. Jessica's expression was earnest. Qin Xian furrowed her brow, her fingers halting their flicking of ash. I did not intend to impose a severe punishment upon you. I merely need you to continue as an assistant to another mech girl who has just been selected to replace Queen. The role of an assistant is rather tedious and requires one to be constantly by the side of that mech girl. I find it difficult to entrust matters to someone I do not particularly trust. You are not considering resigning due to the incident involving Queen, are you? No. Jessica shook her head, stating simply that she felt inadequate and unable to fulfill her responsibilities, thus requesting your approval for her resignation. You have just graduated. It will be challenging to secure another position with such a generous salary. Have you not reconsidered? I have not. Jessica was resolute. Very well. Qin Xian signed the resignation letter. You may leave, but please be aware that resigning voluntarily means you will not receive any compensation. A fact you surely understand better than I do. Jessica nodded and turned to leave, without a trace of reluctance. The office fell into a sudden silence. Qin Xian gazed at the closed door, an inexplicable sense of irritation welling up within her. However, this annoyance was swiftly interrupted by a notification on her computer. It was an email from the training base number 3, containing little more than a notification that the selected mech girl was on her way. In contrast to the mech girls who had been recruited at the exhibition with Queen, those from training base No. 3 had undergone preliminary training and exhibited a high level of obedience. To put it simply, they resembled soldiers among mech girls. Experimental comparisons indicated that these mech girls were also highly compatible with the modifications for the night team, with a minimal occurrence of complete modification failures akin to Queen's. Although the Night Voice Corporation was affluent, repeated failures in mech girl modifications would still constitute a significant loss. After all, according to the regulations set by the Mech Maintenance Association, should such failures occur, the corporation could not demand the return of resources invested during the modification process, including the modification core, stigmata, nutrient solutions, and memory training capsules, all of which would be rendered worthless. Su Chen had indeed been quite cunning, having anticipated Queen's modification failure and thus establishing a rapport with her in advance. Qin Xian leaned back in her executive chair, a disdainful smile creeping onto her lips. She had reasons to suspect that Su Chen played a role in Queen's modification failure, as Su Chen had been specifically brought in to confront the night team, claiming to possess a more suitable modification plan for Queen. Indeed, Queen had been swayed by this so-called superior proposal, leading to her strong resistance. The stigmata on Queen was of considerable value, capable of fetching a substantial sum, an undeniable temptation. However, when juxtaposed with the financial power of the Night Voice Corporation, it amounted to little more than a drop in the bucket. Although feeling manipulated was rather unpleasant, it could be dismissed as a form of charity. In Queen's modest apartment, the atmosphere was oppressive. Outside, the sound of rain pattered gently, yet inside, an eerie silence prevailed. The cat, Make Xuanfeng, circled around Queen's legs, purring softly. Today, it had diligently prepared the litter box, tilting its head in confusion as it gazed at its once gentle owner, Queen, who sat motionless on the sofa, her back perfectly straight, resembling an unanimated porcelain doll. Her striking wine-red eyes stared vacantly into the void, reflecting neither the presence of Make Xuanfeng nor the curtain of rain beyond the window. Xingmeng was on the verge of tears, clutching a slender album as she knelt on the carpet at Queen's feet. Look, Sister Queen. She turned a page, pointing at a photograph of 3 people and a cat squeezed together on a sofa. Su Chen wore a helpless smile, while Queen's face displayed an expression of disdain, forced into a semblance of cheerfulness. Xingmeng herself posed with a peace sign towards the camera, while the tail of a cat obscured half the image. This was the day we watched a movie together, and you scolded me for spilling popcorn. She quickly flipped through a few more pages. And this one, the amusement park. We rode that towering Ferris wheel. You were clearly afraid of heights, but pretended otherwise. And this, we baked a cake together. The grand trophy cake you made for Moss and me, which we devoured entirely. You said that eating this trophy cake would ensure victory. We won the championship. But you. Xingming's voice trembled, her cat ears drooping, and her tail anxiously sweeping across the carpet. She held the photograph up to Queen's eyes, almost pressing it against her face, desperately attempting to evoke even a glimmer of light from those vacant eyes. Do you remember, Sister Queen? This is us. We. Such words seemed to stir Queen. Her gaze, drawn by the photograph, slightly lowered. Her eyelashes fluttered as if she were trying to recognize the moment, yet seconds later, that faint flicker of emotion faded away. Her eyes returned to a state of bewilderment, shrouded in an impenetrable fog. The vivid colors and smiles in the photograph were nothing more than unfamiliar, incomprehensible splotches to her. In fact, they caused her discomfort and pain. Why did her heart ache so? She could not comprehend. With a gentle turn of her face, she stiffly and mechanically avoided the hand that Xingmeng held out with the album. Su Qin sat silently at the dining table, watching the scene unfold. Xingmeng's murmurs, along with Queen's silence and numbness, pierced his heart like needles. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. You are the premier modification specialist of Huaxia. Su Qin reassured himself. You can surely do something. As a modifier, even if Queen's attributes had diminished to a mere 20, he could recalibrate her, restoring her unique star emblem type's high burst and speed performance. However, did Queen truly need this now? Looking at the crimson words, rational collapse and memory loss, displayed above Queen's state, a moment of confusion washed over him. He could expertly handle cold machinery, but a mechanical girl was not merely a lifeless automaton. He shut his eyes, massaging his throbbing temples, forcing himself to calm down and devise a strategy. Just as he closed his eyes, a swirling nebula stirred in his mind, from which a single star emerged. A new piece of information materialized deep within his consciousness. City Championship winner, completed, talent, Divine Hand 2, 0, left hand. Acquired Divine Hand 2, 0. Su Qin stared in astonishment at his left hand, where a faint starlight shimmered, forming a vague imprint resembling a wrench, only to fade away moments later. Previously, the awakened Divine Hand was his right hand, marked by a gear symbol. This time, a mysterious force surged through his left hand. The ability corresponding to this enigmatic power was disassembly. It could dismantle all the solidified modification cores of the mechanical girl, causing her to downgrade. It would return everything to the beginning. Chapter 109, the most handsome modifier in the world. Back to the original starting point. Standing dazed in front of the mirror. Ahem, I digress. Su Qin pulled his thoughts away from that catchy tune. Undoubtedly, the ability to both assemble and disassemble is what defines a consummate modifier. Previously, he had been troubled by the fact that once a machine girl solidified, she could no longer change her solidified modification core. This rigidity was in stark contrast to the more flexible racing modifications of his past life. For instance, while the Thunder 2 was a commendable modification core, the conditions at that time were rather lacking, leading to haphazard material choices. Once circumstances improved, he could craft a more extreme modification core transitioning from white to green, yet he would be unable to replace it on the Star Dream. However, the emergence of the Divine Left Hand resolved this issue. Whenever he wished, he could remove a solidified core from a specific upgrade stage of Star Dream and install a new one. Nevertheless, he remained bound by the core grade restrictions corresponding to the upgrade stages. For example, upon advancing from C to B grade, the highest tier of Machine Girl could only accept blue quality modification cores. While it could approach a purple core, it ultimately had to be a blue core. Setting these considerations aside, through the capabilities of the Divine Left Hand, he could completely reverse the attributes that had rendered Queen ineffective. Of course, rectifying Queen's attributes was not the foremost priority. Rather, it was a glimmer of hope for her gradual restoration. He had a premonition, if he wished for Queen to recover. A thorough remodification was essential. Master, I'm sorry, but Star Dream is just too useless. Star Dream, with drooping ears, sat beside Su Qin, her face resting despondently on the table, her eyes rimmed with red as she murmured, Star Dream has tried many methods. But Sister Queen just can't remember who we are. Is this the price of entering those large clubs? Seeing Star Dream's sorrowful expression, Su-Chen gently stroked her head. It was not merely the act of entering a large club that exacted such a toll. Rather, it was the world that had turned awry. Star Dream grasped Su-Chen's hand, resting her soft cheek against it, her azure eyes wide and unblinking as they gazed at him. Masta is different from those modifiers. Star Dream can feel it. Star Dream believes that if it were Masta, he would never allow either me or Sister Queen to suffer from memory collapse. So, Masta must save Sister Queen. As she spoke, tears began to well in the little girl's eyes. For Star Dream, the significance of Queen was entirely distinct from that of other machine girls. Although Star Dream now had friends like Chuan Yun, Chasing Shadow, Winter Bear, and Noiri, none could replace Queen's place in her heart. Queen was Star Dream's first true friend and the savior who appeared during their time of homelessness. With Queen, Star Dream experienced a life that was profoundly different. She was also the first one, apart from Su-Chen, to offer Star Dream love and acceptance. It is entirely natural for a driver to be concerned about their machine, just as Queen's concern for Xingmeng embodies the essence of pure friendship. Su-Chen gently wiped away Xingmeng's tears, his gaze resolute. Do not worry, I shall save her. It was reminiscent of the time when Xingmeng lay gravely injured and unconscious, and he held her at the finish line of the city championship, utterly alone. It echoed the moment he lost his tuning shop, crouching by the roadside, uncertain of where to shelter Xingmeng. Now, it was his turn to extend a hand to Queen. Having reassured Xingmeng, Su-Chen stood and approached Queen. He inhaled deeply, his expression solemn and serious, and extended a hand. Greetings, let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Su-Chen, your chief tuner. I understand that you are bewildered by your surroundings, as you do not remember us. But please trust that we were once very close friends. And this place is your home. He lifted the cat, my Xingfeng, from the ground and placed it into Queen's arms. This is your cat. Observe how familiar it is with you. My Xingfeng nestled comfortably in Queen's embrace, displaying no signs of resistance. Queen caressed the soft fur of the cat, feeling an inexplicable familiarity in the sensation, as though this were not her first time tenderly stroking this little creature. The cat's gentle and affectionate demeanor suggested a long-standing acquaintance. This is my home, Queen whispered, her gaze cautiously surveying her surroundings. She resembled a timid fawn stepping into an unfamiliar forest, wary of disturbing the hidden predators within. The environment was a curious blend of the strange and the familiar, strange due to her lack of memories, yet familiar enough to evoke a sense of inexplicable comfort. This is my home, she murmured, half questioning, half affirming. Indeed, it is your home. Su-Chen retrieved a photograph of Queen alongside himself and Xingmeng. The album contained only a fraction of their memories. Xingmeng's phone held countless more, all candidly captured by her. There were images of him and Queen cooking together in the kitchen, one of them accidentally stumbling into a darkened bathroom only to find Queen in a bath, fleeing in surprise with a shoe she had thrown. There was even a picture of my Xingfeng carrying a spider, causing Queen and Xingmeng to scurry about in fright. Yes, that particular shot was his capture. Some of these photos had already been shown to Queen by Xingmeng, but compared to her previous resistance, there was now a glimmer of contemplation and curiosity in Queen's wine-red eyes. Noticing the positive effect, Su-Chen took out Queen's phone, initially intending to see what she had captured, which could also serve as evidence. To his surprise, upon opening the album, he found two categories. One was titled Favorite Xingmeng Baby, filled with various candid shots of Xingmeng, sleeping, eating, bathing, even dozing off with her head resting on the table. And some rather provocative ones as well. Another is the most handsome modifier in the world, with over 500 photographs, all of which are candid shots of him. Su-Chen was taken aback. He had never realized that during the less than 20 days he lived with Queen, she had quietly captured more than 500 photos of him. On average, he was photographed over 20 times a day. Compared to Xingmeng, his poses were far more varied. There were all sorts of sleeping postures, whether normal, unattractive, or peculiar, some even with drool. There were numerous profiles of him attending modification classes online, snacking, picking his nose, and even tending to his toes. Some pictures depicted him lecherously touching Xingmeng's bottom, only to have her blush and swat his hand away. There was also a snapshot of him curiously tasting McFlurry cat food, which had been discreetly captured. As for the more mundane moments like washing his face, brushing his teeth, dining, and shopping, there were countless candid shots. What was even harder for Su-Chen to accept was that Queen had even captured photographs of him raising the flag in the morning, over 30 images in total. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he gazed at the serious-looking machine girl before him. For a fleeting moment, he even thought it might be better if Queen did not recall everything. Chapter 110. Deconstruction Moss. What secrets does Queen's phone hold? A curious little head leaned in beside Su Chun, eagerly peering at the phone. Su Chun, unperturbed, passed the device to Xingmeng. Words cannot capture it. See for yourself. I shall converse with Queen for a while. Omiao. Xingmeng took Queen's phone and settled onto a nearby chair. Upon merely glancing at the screen, her eyes widened in astonishment, her lips slightly parted, clearly taken aback by the contents within. Initially feeling a sense of disappointment, the shocking images on the phone brought her an unexpected surge of wonder. Queen, do you now believe that we are your friends and that this is your home? Su Chun gazed at Queen with hopeful anticipation. To modify Queen, it was imperative to establish a preliminary connection with her. One thing was certain. Queen's fundamental knowledge had not disintegrated. Her cognition remained intact. However, her memories concerning him, Xingmeng, and Mecha were hazy. At times, Queen's facial expressions would involuntarily twitch, and her gaze would grow unfamiliar, as if she had suddenly transformed into another person. Su Chun had a semblance of understanding regarding such behavior. It bore resemblance to the early symptoms of schizophrenia. Queen's transformation was undoubtedly not solely the result of forcibly employing an incompatible modification core. It was certainly a consequence of excessive use of training memory capsules. He had previously delved into this type of technological product with Nuale. These capsules, while transmitting vast amounts of training experience to the machine girls, inadvertently carried fragments of their corresponding memories due to the technology's immaturity. These memory fragments would vie for dominance over the machine girl's memories. The impact of consuming one training memory capsule per month was relatively minor, as even with the presence of fragmented memories, the machine girl could gradually assimilate them. However, once the intake exceeded moderation, an overwhelming influx of memory fragments would assail the machine girl's self-awareness. The outcome would lead to one of two fates. Either the machine girl's memories would be utterly obliterated, rendering her a mere automaton governed by countless training memory fragments, or, in a bid for self-preservation, she would seal away her own memories, becoming a taciturn amnesiac. These deductions were drawn by Su Chun based on the insights provided by Nuale. The successful modification of the night team likely aligned with the first scenario. After all, training memories lacked emotional substance. Thus, the successfully modified machine girls exhibited little to no emotion. Conversely, Queen appeared to belong to the second category. As her intense resistance had led her to encase her memories, she was lost to herself, resulting in a decline in all her attributes. If he could successfully reconfigure Queen and guide her onto the racetrack, allowing her to showcase her unique strength, it was highly probable that he could aid her in breaking free from her self-imposed protective state and gradually restoring her memories. At this moment, however, he needed Queen's affirmation. Queen gazed intently at Su Chun for an extended period, as if attempting to decipher the very essence of his being from his countenance, until Su Chun's anticipation began to wane, slowly giving way to disappointment. Her lips moved slightly. I believe in you. This is my home, and you are my dear friends. Upon hearing these words, Xingmeng's eyes sparkled with delight as she clapped her small hands and exclaimed, "That's wonderful." Meanwhile, Su Chun felt a lump in his throat, a nearly 30-year-old man overwhelmed by the urge to shed tears. However, he stifled it, nodding repeatedly, "That's good, that's good." Their heartfelt joy did not escape Queen's notice. She was convinced that both Su Chun and Xingmeng held immense significance in her life. Moreover, as a fellow modifier, she had previously felt a sense of revulsion upon encountering those engineers in that cold conference room, even experiencing a visceral fear. Yet, in the presence of Su Chun, she felt none of that. Instead, she sensed warmth and an innate desire to trust him. As for whether Su Chun was lying, she possessed the ability to discern the truth. The traces of modifiers in her home, magazines, instructional books, models, and scraps, attested to Su Chun's authenticity. Unbeknownst to Su Chun, beneath Queen's calm exterior lay a tempest of thoughts. Rubbing his hands together, he said with a serious expression, "You previously signed an agreement with the Voice of the Night group. Their modifications were excessively radical and violent, ultimately leading to your amnesia. However, you are now a free machine girl. To assist you in recovering your memories, I need to begin modifications on you starting today. Will you trust me? Sister Queen, you must believe in Masta." Xingmeng chimed in, positioning herself beside Queen, gazing up with sincere and pleading eyes. Masta is truly different from those engineers. Your phone's album even states that Masta is the most handsome modifier in the world. In Xingmeng's innocent mind, the notions of handsome and capable were nearly synonymous, for in her heart, Suchen epitomized both. Observing the adorably naive Xingmeng, Queen instinctively reached out to pat her head. As Xingmeng squinted her eyes, emitting a soft meow, Queen's gesture suddenly halted. She gazed in astonishment at her own hand, a familiar sensation washing over her. She must have done this often before, with no lingering doubts. The affection and reassurance she felt from both Xingmeng and Su Chun enveloped her. I believe in you. She turned her earnest gaze towards Su Chun, her hands clasped together. Please help me regain my memories. You are incredibly important to me, and I truly wish to remember you. I implore you. All right. Su Chun nodded. Let's enter the development mode. Queen's home contained a gym, a spacious room of over 60 square meters, ample enough to accommodate both Xingmeng and Queen in their racing forms. It was here that he typically conducted tests and adjustments on Xingmeng's racing configuration. As Queen sat silently on the adjacent fitness chair, her eyes held an unutterable complexity. Reflecting on the past, it seemed that Queen must have envied Xingmeng at that time. Yet now, it was Queen's turn to shine. Su Chen took a deep breath, his gaze fixed upon the sleek, aggressive black racing car before him. The design of Queen's vehicle bore a striking resemblance to the Apollo Evo from his previous life, characterized by sharp angles that exuded a fierce aura. Such a physique clearly indicated a focus on explosive speed. Yet, the foolish Knight team had contemplated transforming Queen into a well-rounded machine. How utterly misguided. The core modifications embedded within Queen, along with the training experiences absorbed through the memory capsules, had taken root in her being like a malignant growth. Su Chen positioned himself at the front of Queen's car. Through the windshield, he sensed a gaze directed at him, filled with apprehension, confusion, and hope. In response to that hope, he extended his left hand, pressing it against the emblem on the car's front, a pair of wings symbolizing freedom. In this era, where the trend of modifications had become utterly distorted, he might be Queen's only salvation. The scalpel was his left hand. He closed his eyes, silently reciting in his heart, "Come, let everything return to the initial moment. Allow me to end your suffering. Disassemble." Buzz. Suddenly, the entire room was engulfed in a brilliant, yet gentle white light. Countless tiny stars erupted from the center of Su Chen's left hand, instantly enveloping Queen's body. The hair at the back of Su Chen's head turned gray at a visible pace. A wave of heavy fatigue surged over him like a tide, threatening to overwhelm him entirely. Yet he knew the disassembly could not be interrupted at this moment. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Hold on for me. Su Chun gripped his left wrist with his right hand, biting down hard, veins bulging on his forehead. 1 minute, 2 minutes. A full 10 minutes passed before the starlight that filled the room began to dim and dissipate. Su Chun could no longer hold on, collapsing weakly in front of Queen's body. The exterior of Queen's vehicle appeared largely unchanged, save for 3 damaged modification cores nearby, for cracked stigmata, and a pool of viscous black impurities that exuded an ominous aura. Su Chen understood that his disassembly had succeeded. He barely had time to glimpse Queen's current attributes before the tension within him released. Simultaneously, he could no longer sustain himself. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness entirely. Are there any holidays? Chapter 111. Rebirth. It is uncertain how long it has been, but Su Chun has finally awakened from his stupor. Alas, is the act of disassembly truly so exhausting? He feels as though his entire body is on the verge of disintegration, every limb and sinew radiating an unbearable ache. Why does his chest and abdomen feel so heavy? With great effort, Su Chun raises his head. To his left, a pair of fluffy cat ears greets him, followed closely by the delicate visage of Xingmeng, partially concealed beneath her silvery locks. To his right, thick black hair cascades like a waterfall, completely obscuring his abdomen. Beneath that dark curtain, he can faintly discern Queen's fair face and the gentle flutter of her eyelashes, accompanied by the soothing rhythm of her breath. These 2 mechanical girls have fallen asleep at his bedside. Glancing at the time, he realizes that he returned in the afternoon, and it is now already 9 in the evening. Scattered around the bedside are several used medical syringes. These items are not found in Queen's household, indicating that during his unconsciousness, Xingmeng and Queen must have summoned medical personnel. Presumably, They assessed that he was not in any grave danger and administered a nutritional injection to alleviate his fatigue before departing. Queen should be in a stable condition, one hopes. Su Chun gazes intently at the slumbering queen as his divine eye subtly activates. Name, Queen Star Emblem. Thunder, Berserk type. Speed, 72. Cornering, 68. Stability, 70. Explosive power, 74. Endurance, 58. Modification core, none. Stigmata, none. Current level, B. Special talents. 1 glare, stage eye, consumes 15 endurance to activate a special skill. During a duration of 30 seconds, Queen will trigger the Empress Glare effect, enhancing her explosive power and speed by 20. The glare effect affects all mechanical girls within a radius of 100 meters, imposing a subjugation negative effect on them, reducing their speed and explosive power by 20 upon the skill's conclusion. Based on the number of affected mechanical girls, 10 to 50 of the endurance will be restored. Too delicate and agile, possesses a more supple physique than most mechanical girls. Frequency, 15. Status, good. Memory recovery in progress. Evaluation, a top-tier mechanical girl endowed with unique skills by birth, who, after enduring a series of tribulations, has finally embraced her rebirth. Suchin exhales deeply. He had already reviewed Queen's current attributes before his unconsciousness. Now, confirming them once more allows him to set his mind at ease. Furthermore, Queen's condition appears satisfactory, even marked by the memory recovery in progress notification. This suggests that his hypothesis holds merit. Upon expunging all malignancies from within Queen's being, her previously sealed memories return to a secure environment, gradually unraveling their restrictions. Of course, this will require some time, as well as the guidance of himself and Xingmeng. However, it is certain that the day of Queen's complete memory restoration is not far off. Master, Xingmeng seems to have heard Su Chen's voice, slowly stirring from her slumber. She rubbed her eyes, and those slightly dazed azure orbs sparkled brightly the moment they beheld Su Chen awakening. Without hesitation, she launched herself into his embrace, her pretty face nuzzling against his chest as she murmured, "Wu, you're awake. Moss, you've finally awakened." Your sudden fainting spell frightened Xingmeng terribly. Compensation, meow? Su Chen fished a coin from his pocket and placed it in Xingmeng's hand. Receiving the coin, she nodded earnestly. Compensation received. I shall begrudgingly forgive you. Meow. Xingmeng's commotion roused the slumbering queen nearby. She suddenly sat upright, her bewildered gaze sweeping the surroundings before settling on Su Chen. Her garnet eyes flashed with clarity and caution. In a flash, she grasped Su Chen's hand, finding it warm. Everything was fine. She then touched his forehead. Noting the temperature was also acceptable, everything was fine. Master, you rest. I shall prepare a nourishing soup for you. Queen straightened, her expression serious and rigid, saluting with a sharp snap before exiting the bedroom towards the kitchen. Su Chen sat in astonishment. While it was reassuring that Queen's eyes no longer reflected pain and emptiness, her current demeanor was equally peculiar. Just moments ago, she had referred to him as Master. Xingmeng appeared quite amused by Su Chen's astonishment. She stifled a giggle and winked at him. Moss, I sent it strange? Although Queen's memories are not fully restored, she seems to have grasped how to cook, and she recognizes McFlurry. I took advantage of her incomplete awareness to inform her that you are her chief modifier, and still her master. Queen is utterly convinced of this. She has already accepted you as her master. What? Su Chen gazed at Xingmeng, whose face exuded a sense of pride. As if adorned with a praise me sticker, his lips twitching slightly. Xingmeng, this might not be right. It feels like taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Moss, sooner or later, Queen will become your machine girl. Xingmeng shook her head, speaking earnestly. Do you think that once Queen's memories return and she understands the full story, she will accept anyone else as her driver? If I were in Queen's position, I would stubbornly follow you, irrevocably bound to you. Su Chen pondered for a moment. Xingmeng's reasoning was indeed sound. However, that was a matter to be addressed only once her memories had fully returned. He could hardly bear to take advantage of Queen while she remained in a state of amnesia. Although he did not consider himself a virtuous person, he still held certain moral boundaries. Moss. Xingmeng straightened, kneeling atop Su Chen, hands on her hips, pouting. Moss, I have always believed you to be a very brave man. Do you not feel confident in being responsible for Queen? Considering Queen's disposition, It is hardly feasible to expect her to address you as master within a mere few months after her memory restoration. Su-Chen reflected upon Queen's character. How should one articulate it? Beyond her sharp tongue, Queen possesses an innate rebellious spirit. When directed to proceed eastward, she will inevitably veer west. The more one implores her to partake in an activity, the more resolutely she will abstain. Her demeanor is characterized by a charming obstinacy, coupled with an unwavering pride. During their recent visit to the amusement park, it was evident that Queen was utterly terrified of the drop tower, her pallor betraying her apprehension as she merely spectated from the sidelines. She had meticulously concocted excuses to avoid the ride altogether. Yet, a casual remark from Xingmeng, Sister Queen, "You aren't afraid of heights, are you?" served to ignite her competitive spirit. Determinedly, she insisted on experiencing the drop tower for herself. The outcome was that Queen found her legs trembling for a considerable duration, ultimately seated on a bench by the lawn of the amusement park for what felt like an eternity. When questioned, she would staunchly deny any weakness in her legs. Further inquiries would elicit declarations of her enjoyment in sitting by the grass. Repeatedly pressed for a third time, one could only anticipate a culinary adventure of dubious nature later that evening. Chapter 112. A stark contrast. Master, how is the flavor of the meal? Do you prefer cola or orange juice? I apologize for forgetting. Master, if you find it too salty or bland, please let me know, and I will make adjustments. Are there any dishes you would like to have next time? I will prepare them for you. At the dining table, Queen sat directly across from Su-Chen, her hands cradling her smooth chin, her wine-red eyes fixed intently upon him. Her gaze was both focused and affectionate, causing Su-Chen to break into a sweat, compelling him to respond with vague remarks while burying his head in his food. Queen's culinary skills remained impeccable, indicating that her memories related to cooking had indeed returned. However, her attitude had undergone a dramatic transformation, a complete 180-degree turn. What did Queen used to say to him? "You eat what I make, and you dare to be picky? If you don't want to eat, don't fuss about it. Oh, such a spoiled palate, being finicky? Go wash the dishes. I toil like a laborer here." Now, Queen was delightful, yet Su-Chen felt more accustomed to the former version of her. He primarily feared that should he adapt to the current Queen, he would be left in tears when she regained her memories. Xingmeng remained silent, merely observing the interaction between Su-Chen and Queen, a smile dancing in her eyes, resembling a connoisseur of romantic endeavors. As the meal approached its conclusion amidst this peculiar atmosphere, Xingmeng and Su-Chen instinctively took on the roles of cleaning up, one heading to scoop the litter, the other to wash the dishes. However, just as they stood up, Queen gently pressed them back down. "Master, you should relax. I will handle the washing." Before Su-Chen could react, the plate in his hands was swiftly taken from him. With remarkable speed, Queen cleaned the tableware. Meanwhile, Xingmeng was merely donning a bag over the trash can in preparation for her task. In the blink of an eye, the scoop slipped from her grasp as Queen appeared before her. "Sister Xingmeng, you should rest. I will take care of the litter as well." Su-Chen and Xingmeng sat dumbfounded on the sofa, feeling utterly bewildered, while Queen moved about like a diligent cleaning machine, ensuring every corner of the house sparkled. "Moss, I suddenly feel a bit embarrassed." Xingmeng gazed at Queen, bustling around the house, her face etched with guilt and discomfort. Su-Chen sighed and turned on the television. The first channel was a sports network. Boom, boom, boom. The voice of the night CEO, Miss Qin Xin, has achieved victory at the national preliminaries held at Luofeng Mountain Villa. The first advertisement was not to Su-Chen's liking, especially since it was interspersed with interviews featuring Qin Xin. In the footage, she donned a high-end racing suit, flanked by two indifferent mech assistants. "Miss Qin, what are your thoughts on this competition?" "I have no thoughts. I felt no difficulty at all. The skills of my fellow competitors leave much to be desired. I hear you are modifying your third mech assistant, a top-tier model with innate special abilities. Is she present today?" "She is useless." Qin Xion's voice was frigid, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. There exists a disparity among mech daughters, and no matter how exceptional one's talents may be, if they cannot undergo the necessary modifications and adjustments, they are no better than a scrap. The Night Voice Club has already severed its contract with Queen. She gazed into the camera, cautioning aspiring drivers wishing to join Night Voice that both mech daughters and modifiers should reflect carefully. Night Voice is not a charitable organization and does not harbor inefficacy. Once we discern your uselessness, we shall promptly discard you. This woman, how dare she label Queen as a scrap mech? Su-Chen clenched his teeth in silent fury. Night Voice, Just you wait. He would inevitably encounter Night Voice's drivers in the upcoming races. He would demonstrate how Queen could outperform those worthless competitors. With a frown, he switched channels. Latest news: a golden opportunity has arisen. 3 leading clubs in the Hua Zone, Pinnacle Future, Night Voice, and Glory Star, have announced an expansion of their recruitment for drivers and modifiers. Registration hotline: 135x. Are you still troubled by your mech daughter's lackluster performance? Are you disheartened by unsatisfactory track results? Come and try the Foundational Training Experience capsules from Link Group, a new product more accessible than competition-grade capsules, with fewer side effects and a more affordable price. The first capsule is half off. Reports indicate that several clubs and modifier associations have issued bounties. Whoever possesses the technology to create a liftable wing modification core can claim the bounty and receive substantial rewards. The liftable wing modification core made its debut at the Urban King of Racing Championship, utilized by an amateur driver named Su Chun, with the mech daughter named Dreamstar. These 2 competitors also emerged as champions of the Urban King of Racing Championship. Su Chun turned off the television, his expression darkening. The slight alleviation in his mood evaporated upon seeing the name Night Voice. On the Huazone League channel, 9 out of 10 advertisements revolved around the 3 leading clubs. Among these, 2 or 3 were linked to Night Voice. This clearly illustrated Night Voice's immense influence in the realm of Huazone racing. The notion of making Night Voice pay was utterly laughable. No wonder Jessica had displayed such an expression. But what of it? Armed with the most advanced and powerful modification techniques and ideas, if he merely stood by as this world succumbed to the perverse modifications, what difference would there be between him and a scrap? Dreamstar seemed to sense Su Chen's dismal mood. She took the initiative to grasp his hand and placed her soft, delicate face in his palm. Her sensitivity to emotions was remarkable. Whenever Su Chen felt down, a gentle caress of her face would invariably lift his spirits. Su Chen naturally cupped Dreamstar's face, and the effect was instantaneous, reminiscent of an elderly man polishing a walnut. With his other hand, he perused the event information following the Urban King of Racing Championship. In this thriving world of racing, there were large competitions almost every month, without interruption. The first upgrade preliminary match is set to commence a month later, on September 13th, with registration closing by the end of August. Su Chun retrieved Li Yini's number and called her. The line connected swiftly. "Oh, Su Chun, I was just about to call you. Have you joined the Voice of the Night?" Li Yini's tone carried a hint of curiosity. After all, the helicopter merely transported Su Chun to the Voice of the Night, and she was unaware of his true intentions. However, it was understandable that such an exceptional talent as Su Chun would attract the attention and invitation of the Voice of the Night. She had mentally prepared herself. If Su Chun truly decided to join, she would have to accept it as grains of sand slipping through fingers. Join the Voice of the Night? Not a chance. Su Chun scoffed. Upon hearing this, Li Yini felt a surge of delight and playfully punched Yu Ming, who had been eavesdropping nearby. Yu Ming grimaced in pain but couldn't suppress his joy, bouncing around the office with a hand over his mouth. "Captain Li, do you have a monkey over there? It's quite noisy." "A monkey? Ha! No monkeys here." Li Yini shot a glare at Yu Ming, signaling him to quiet down. Then, with a cheerful demeanor, she said, "Su Chun, it's just as well that you Haven T joined the Voice of the Night. I must tell you, despite its grandeur, such places are rife with all sorts of petty rules. It's far more comfortable to stay with us at North Wolf T2. By the way, did you call for a specific reason? Please assist me in registering for the provincial preliminary match." Su Chun responded nonchalantly, "And also, could you check if there are any participants from the Voice of the Night in the upcoming provincial preliminary matches?" Chapter 113, The Status of the Mechanized Maiden. Actively signing up for the provincial qualifiers. Li Yini's eyes lit up. What splendid news. She had originally intended to discuss this matter with Su Chun after the City Car King Championship. However, upon witnessing Su Chen's hasty departure for the Knight's Voice, she refrained from mentioning it. Little did she expect that the situation would take a favorable turn now. "Excellent. Su Chun, youth should be filled with vigor. Just wait. I shall promptly search for the details," Li Yini exclaimed, wedging her phone against one side of her face, while simultaneously opening her computer to investigate the registration information for the provincial qualifiers. As long as Su Chun intended to participate in the provincial qualifiers, he would have one foot firmly planted in the Northern Wolf T2. The provincial competition is a team event, thus requiring participants to possess a club affiliation. Individuals like Su Chun and Huang Shixuan would compete under the banner of the Northern Wolf T2 youth training team. As the team captain, Li Yini naturally possessed exclusive information that ordinary drivers might not access. Found it. Su Chun. The most recent provincial qualifier is in September at the Tokmala Mountain Circuit, and among the registered participants are 2 professional drivers from Knight's Voice, both hailing from the Knight's Voice T3 team. Knight Hoof. Knight's Voice T3 team? Su Chun narrowed his eyes. This is good. Let us start with T3 and carve our path toward T1. Let Qin Xian experience a taste of suffocation. By the way, why are you so concerned about Knight's Voice? Li Yini remarked, sensing Su Chen's excessive preoccupation with the matter. Do you have friends there? None. Su Chen chuckled softly. Not only do I lack friends, but I also have quite a few adversaries. Li Yini was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the situation. During the City Car King Championship, Su Chun and Xingmeng had indeed been intercepted by members of the Knight's Voice youth training team. Although they managed to outmaneuver the blockade through their driving skills and unexpected maneuvers, it was evident that Su Chun still harbored resentment. He had grown to despise Knight's Voice as well. Li Yini covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Su Chun, I didn't realize you could hold a grudge. Rest assured, if this were any other team, they would certainly dissuade you from seeking trouble with Knight's Voice. But that is not the case for us at Northern Wolf T2. We retaliate against grievances and repay animosities. No one at Northern Wolf T2 fears confrontation. Well, thank you then. Su Chun understood that Li Yini had misinterpreted his feelings towards the Knight's Voice youth training team. However, he had no intention of clarifying. Such a misunderstanding was beneficial, sparing him from contemplating alternative motivations. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated the fearlessness of Northern Wolf T2. Typically, smaller clubs would not dare provoke larger ones, as the latter possess abundant resources and can monopolize. A few cunning tactics could easily spell disaster for a small club. What Su Chun did not realize was that Li Yini's confidence stemmed from the fact that they had nothing left to lose. After all, Northern Wolf T2 was on the brink of dissolution. Moreover, large clubs like Knight's Voice were particularly protective of their reputation. In most circumstances, if a driver were to embarrass Knight's Voice, the voice of the Knight's Echo is likely to sever ties with this driver rather than assist him in reclaiming his standing, referencing those who have already been completely released, such as Jean Zhe and others. Not only has his reputation been tarnished, but the mech girl has also been reclaimed by the Knight's Echo. Henceforth, regardless of which club he mingles with, he shall be subjected to the scrutiny of others, relegated to a subordinate status. I am currently filling out your registration information. Came the sound of Li Yini's fingers tapping on the keyboard from the other end of the line. Su Chun, is it acceptable for you to compete under the identity of the Northern Wolf T2 training team? Your age is 27. And as for the participating mech girl, it remains Xingmeng. The identity checks out. Su Chun paused for a moment. However, for the first provincial qualifying match, I intend to bring a completely new mech girl to compete. A new mech girl? The voice on the other end was momentarily taken aback. Then, it seemed the phone was snatched away, and an exaggerated wail from Yu Ming followed. No. Su Chun, have you really contracted a new mech girl? You beast. Is having the specialized, soft, catgirl variant of Xingmeng not enough for you? Su Chun was rendered speechless. Soon after, he heard Yu Ming's cries of distress, followed by silence from the other end. Su Chun, Li Yini's voice re-emerged. Since you plan to bring a new mech girl to the competition, do make time to bring her over for a basic assessment. I understand your reasoning. The provincial qualifying matches are quite frequent, roughly once a month. If we were to let Xingmeng participate in all of them, it may indeed become overwhelming. All right, no problem, Su Chun nodded. Let's tentatively plan for a week from now to bring her over. I still need to modify the mech girl in the coming days, and also take Xingmeng to receive the blessings of the Star God, so time is rather tight. Upon ending the call, Su Chun glanced at Xingmeng nestled beside him. The little one was already battling heavy eyelids. Yet, she seemed quite invested in the conversation he had just had. One ear flopped down, while the other stubbornly stood upright, unwilling to miss any information. Observing the status panel, the section regarding her condition had shifted from energized to slightly fatigued. Despite her outward appearance showing no significant change, she had indeed become increasingly drowsy, dozing off if left unattended for just a moment. Even during his unconscious state, Xingmeng had fallen asleep right beside him. Usually, this girl was full of vigor, often staying up late watching dramas, and could rise the next day brimming with energy, never showing any signs of fatigue. The condition of the mech girl is undeniably a concern. Each competition drains her stamina. When in a state of fatigue or extreme exhaustion, the attributes of the mech girl are significantly diminished. The extent of her decline in condition correlates directly to the intensity of the competition. The city championship poses maximum strain on Xingmeng. Were it not for the combined effects of the star god's blessings and the spiritual contract restoring her condition to full, it is highly probable that Xingmeng would be unable to continue participating in this urban racing championship. As for restoring a mech girl's condition, there are no shortcuts. Just as humans require rest when fatigued, the best course of action is to ensure the mech girl is joyful and relaxed. The notion that a single injection of some stimulant could momentarily invigorate a mech girl is simply implausible. In this world, it seems that every formidable driver possesses more than one mech girl, ensuring that when the A mech girl is underperforming, alternatives B and C are readily available. Take for instance Yu Ming and Zhu Ying, who have participated in several provincial qualifiers. For the upcoming competitions, they need not attend every event, but rather focus on conquering the tracks where they have yet to earn personal points. However, it appears that Huang Shixuan only has one mech girl, Chuan Yun. Su Chen's mind conjured an image of Chuan Yun quietly lingering beside the blonde-haired youth, her demeanor timid. He recalled that Chuan Yun's endurance attributes were rather lacking. Typically, mech girls with low endurance tend to succumb to fatigue. With 5 consecutive provincial qualifiers occurring approximately once a month, Huang Shixuan must contend with this challenge. He is quite curious about how the blonde-haired youth will address the issue of Chuan Yun's inability to participate in consecutive competitions. Chapter 114, Leave Everything to Me. The Mecha Protection Association. Once registered, Queen shall henceforth be your bond contract Mecha Maiden. I hope you both strive together and soon, like Star Dream, establish a spiritual contract. It is the same host as last time. When he saw Su Chen arriving with Queen, he was somewhat astonished. After all, it hadn't been long since he had contracted a second Mecha Maiden, and judging by her demeanor, she was quite extraordinary. Can one truly sign a second spiritual contract? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Of course, the host replied, glancing at Queen with a smile. As long as your Mecha Maiden does not oppose or become displeased, you may establish a spiritual contract with an infinite number of Mecha Maidens. Su Chen, the last time he signed a spiritual contract with Star Dream, it felt akin to marriage. Thus, hearing of the possibility of a second contract left him somewhat bewildered. However, the host lowered his voice and winked. Generally speaking, when you sign a spiritual contract with the first Mecha Maiden, attempting to sign with a second requires considerable effort. Most Mecha Maidens prefer a one-on-one relationship with their pilots, especially concerning spiritual contracts. Therefore, enhancing your resonance with Queen will be quite challenging and will require significant dedication. Oh, Su Chen observed the 15 resonance rate, choosing to remain silent. Although this resonance rate did not yet meet the criteria for a spiritual contract, from what he had observed, pilots on the streets with Mecha Maidens typically hovered around a mere 5. Most only achieved 1 or 2 points of resonance. A 15 rate must be considered commendable. By the way, host, my name is Zhang Baishan. You may call me Old Zhang. Old Zhang. Su Chen nodded. I have a matter I wish to consult you about. He glanced at Queen, standing guard-like, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, and continued. You are aware that excessive consumption of training memory capsules can lead to memory disarray in Mecha Maidens, even resulting in neurological collapse, correct? Indeed. Old Zhang's expression suddenly grew grave. Regarding such situations, how does your Mecha Protection Association handle them? We cannot manage it. Old Zhang sighed, his posture slightly hunched. We are aware of these issues. But the resources of this world are controlled by the tycoons behind these top clubs, such as the Night Voice Group, which is one such conglomerate. The consequence of their monopoly on resources is that ordinary drivers and Mecha Maidens must fight tooth and nail to join these elite tycoons if they wish to attain world-class status. Otherwise, opportunities are virtually non-existent. In fact, the side effects of training memory capsules were only disclosed to Mecha Maidens and pilots under our intervention. Previously, the Link Group claimed that these capsules had no side effects whatsoever. Currently, all we can do is offer compensation and stable employment for those Mecha Maidens who encounter issues, so that they may gradually recover. Beyond that, it becomes exceedingly difficult. To alter this situation, one must not only contend with the tycoons, but also with the powers that lie behind them. Do you believe our Mecha Protection Association possesses the strength to challenge the prevailing tides of this era? Su Chen silently shook his head. He understood the difficulties of this situation far better than old Zhang, for the world he traversed before was similarly dominated by capital. In the face of wealth, both law and humanity appeared pale and absurd. Some individuals must exert every ounce of their strength merely to survive, while others can purchase life itself with just a small sum of money. Moreover, countless elite politicians and billionaires exploit infants for human experimentation in a bid to extend their own lifespans. In that world, he was merely a modifier, revered as a god among his peers. Yet, in the eyes of the powerful politicians and affluent magnates, he was insignificant. However, this world was different. He remained a modifier, yet now held a nuclear weapon capable of altering the course of history. This nuclear weapon could not be unleashed in one fell swoop. It required a gradual infiltration, a subtle pervasiveness, culminating in a decisive push to avoid being crushed by the wheels of time. Su Chen's clenched fist slowly relaxed. At that moment, he felt the profound significance of his own existence. To forge a new order in this world, he must first ensure his own survival. The prerequisite for survival was to avoid becoming an obstacle in the eyes of capital before he attained true strength, instead allowing them to perceive him as harmless. He initially believed that the Mechanic Protection Association harbored formidable influence. However, it now seemed that while their power was indeed present, it was insufficient. After all, if their strength were truly formidable, incidents akin to that of Queen would never transpire. He had taken too much for granted. Mr. Su Chen, why do you inquire about such matters? Old Zhang glanced at Queen, sensing that she did not strike him as a mech girl who would suffer issues from consuming memory training capsules. Her behavior was indeed somewhat peculiar, standing silently behind Su Chen like a bodyguard. One must note that the Mechanic Protection Association exists to safeguard mech girls, and occasionally their drivers, rendering such vigilance unnecessary. A friend of mine encountered a similar situation and was filled with righteous indignation. Su Chen, unflustered, replied, "He shared these matters with me, and I too felt a deep sorrow." I then recalled the Mechanic Protection Association. Today, I brought my mech girl here for a contract and thought to inquire. "Oh, I see." Zhang Baishan, convinced, reassured him, "Our Mechanic Protection Association is diligently striving for the rights of mech girls. Products such as memory training capsules, which pose significant harm to mech girls, will ultimately be replaced. However, the demand for these capsules remains high among elite clubs, and public opinion has limited impact on them. Unless a completely side effect-free new product emerges to challenge memory training capsules, it will be a long journey to render them obsolete." Su Chen nodded, expressing his gratitude for the insight. Zhang Baishan had been quite tactful. The reality, however, was likely that memory training capsules would decline in price due to competition from new products, and with improved cost-effectiveness, there would still be users. The timeline from production to complete elimination was ample enough for far too many mech girls to fall victim. Stronger measures are indeed required, aimed at eradicating the roots of the issue, transforming the prevailing mindset towards modifications in this world. His presence on the racetrack alongside Queen and Xingmeng signifies an avant-garde approach to modifications. Should he lead Queen and Xingmeng through adversity, vanquishing the mechanized daughters born from the dark whispers of the night, it would inevitably compel clubs and drivers to ponder which modification philosophy holds true merit. At such a juncture, if he has established a modest reputation, he could sound the clarion call for a counteroffensive, fervently promoting this novel perspective on modifications. Su Chen appears to have formulated a vision for future advancements. After bestowing the blessings of the star god upon Xingmeng, her attributes have been elevated once more. Presently, her stats stand at speed 75, cornering 71, stability 43, burst 49, endurance 62. Upon departing from the Mechanical Protection Association, Su Chen promptly shifted his focus to Xing Godhui Lego. The 200,000 earned from the King of Cars Championship has been nearly exhausted. On the golden streets bathed in the light of dusk, Queen diligently follows Su Chen, laden with an array of modification components. Meanwhile, Xingmeng strides ahead with an air of unyielding confidence, her head held high as if eager to showcase the emblem upon her chest to all passers-by. Wow, this mechanized sister has received the star god's blessing twice. Truly remarkable, 2 championship titles in public competitions. Such murmurs of admiration occasionally drift through the crowd. In those moments, Xingmeng perks up her ears and twitches her antennae, her expression grave, yet her lips betraying the hint of a smile. The emblem of a mechanized daughter who has received the star god's blessing twice shines more brilliantly, Xingmeng's emblem depicts a chibi cat head, exuding a certain charm when it glimmers. When transformed into her mechanized form, donning her racing attire, the blessings manifest as medals adorning Xingmeng's chest, each star symbolizing a championship victory in public competitions. Master A voice from behind prompts Su Chun to pause and turn. He glimpses Queen, her eyes shimmering with the light of dusk, reflecting Xingmeng's silhouette, filled with yearning and envy. I too wish to attain a championship, she murmurs, gazing cautiously into Su Chun's eyes, as if articulating a desire so extravagant it seems unattainable. Much like the little match girl, pleading for one last meal amid the flickering candlelight. Very well, Su Chun nods, leave it all to me. He is determined to initiate Queen's first modification. The rebirth has only just begun. Chapter 115. The modification of Queen in Queen's apartment. Su Chun stood resolutely before the operation console, his eyes gleaming with a sharp, icy brilliance. Typically, his skills as a modifier were of the highest caliber, but in the throes of work, it was an understatement to say he was merely the chief. No one surpassed his prowess. Queen was an explosive-type mechanical maiden, her primary attributes being speed and power. Su Chun murmured to himself, glancing at Xingmeng and Queen, who sat obediently like schoolchildren beside him. Queen's attributes were relatively balanced, yet her most significant shortcoming lay in her endurance. As a top-tier mechanical maiden, she was originally classified as B-grade, boasting more luxurious foundational attributes than Xingmeng, with an impressive speed of 72 and an explosive power of 74. His current task was to enhance both speed and power while minimizing the decline of other attributes, particularly cornering performance. Sacrificing cornering ability entirely would result in a razor-sharp racing machine that was challenging to control, though, to be fair, poor handling could also be attributed to the driver's skill. Having secured the championship in the Urban Championship, he had acquired an additional skill point, which could be entirely allocated to cornering techniques if necessary. The key to enhancing explosive power lay in maximizing torque output and reducing power transmission losses, while increasing top speed relied on engine RPM and minimizing aerodynamic drag. Su Chun arranged the basic modules he had procured on the modification table. Among them were an engine module, a chassis module, and an aerodynamics module. Lacking sufficient funds for additional modules, he scavenged for parts in the junkyard, which would be indispensable during the engine modification. First, he examined the engine he had acquired. Placing his right hand on the engine module, he activated the hidden interface. With a hum, as the starlight faded, a massive engine materialized on the modification table, far exceeding the size of a typical car engine. It resembled that of a truck, which was utterly absurd. Su Chun was speechless. It was no wonder that this purple engine module could enhance explosive power by 7 to 9. Such a colossal component could hardly fail to boost performance. However, it was evident that the core modification derived from such a basic module would not guarantee attribute retention and was ill-suited for Queen's chassis. Without hesitation, Su Chun began to modify the engine. Firstly, he adjusted its size to comply with racing standards. Secondly, he optimized the intake and exhaust systems. Although modifiers in this world were adept at modeling, they possessed little understanding of engines, often resulting in designs that were mismatched. Were it not for the extraordinary influence of the divine spirit over this world, he would have struggled to fathom how this haphazardly assembled engine could function. After half an hour of diligent labor, the once cumbersome and antiquated engine was revitalized. As Su Chun cleaned the exterior, it gradually revealed a body as reflective as silver. The hand of the divine could also accomplish the polishing of the chassis, though this would not significantly impact the subsequent crafting of the modification core. It embodied his own spirit of craftsmanship. Since it can be done, it must be executed to perfection. Wow, how exquisite! Xingmeng gazed at the intricate engine casing, her eyes sparkling with delight as she clapped her hands repeatedly. Hadn't you seen a similar engine before? Su Chun chuckled softly, just about to wipe the sweat from his forehead when a hand, clutching a towel, reached out before him. Queen diligently wiped the sweat from Su Chun's face, her cool wine-red eyes reflecting a mixture of tenderness and admiration, her delicate lips curving upward slightly. Master, you've worked hard. The word master came out softer than usual, clearly infused with deep emotion. Su Chun had never experienced such treatment before. If it weren't for the ongoing task, he might have stood at attention before Queen. Master, even if I've seen it before, it doesn't diminish how beautiful it is now. Xingmeng shook her soft cat ears, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. No matter how many times Mazda creates such a beautiful engine, I will always find it stunning. Mazda is incredibly impressive. Su Chun felt a surge of emotion at her words. What is the essence of emotional value? This is it. Shouldn't modern women learn from this? Moreover, Xingmeng had always wished to save him money. Master, are you tired? Would you like to take a break? Queen circled around to Su Chun's back and whispered, I learned some massage techniques from a wellness program today. I can help alleviate your fatigue. Not for now. Su Chun politely declined. He was at work. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Understood. Queen obediently retreated to the side, her eyes fixed intently on the modified engine. Although she struggled to comprehend the significance of Su Chun's actions due to her memory loss, a deep-seated yearning for the honor of the racetrack subtly hinted at her true desires. Indeed, this engine was precisely what she needed. However, upon suddenly hearing Su Chun's shift in tone, when I take a shower later, you can help me with a massage. Queen's eyes momentarily reflected confusion, seemingly perplexed as to why the massage must coincide with bathing. Nonetheless, as it was Master's command, she replied, All right, no problem. I will ensure you are comfortable. Su Chun rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yet, opportunities like this were fleeting, and once Queen's memories returned, such moments might not arise again. Besides, he was merely requesting a massage, with no intentions of anything beyond that. Reassured by his own justifications, Su Chun felt at ease. The originally purple engine module, after modifications, had transformed in the eye of God to carefully adjusted engine base module, purple, power burst 710, speed 3.4, stability -1, endurance -3, quality perfect, less affected by other base modules, significantly increasing the chances of synthesizing purple modification cores. The originally purple base module had become an even deeper shade of purple. Excellent. Next, it was time to focus on the carbon fiber chassis module. Su Chun unveiled a blue-quality carbon fiber frame module. The quality of this carbon fiber frame was evidently inferior to that used for the Stardream. However, with minor modifications, he aligned it with the specifications of the Queen model. Consequently, this carbon fiber frame module underwent a remarkable transformation. Refined, carbon fiber frame module, blue-purple, power burst 3.5, speed 4.7, stability -4, endurance 1 condition, excellent, minimally affected by other foundational modules. Slightly enhances the probability of synthesizing a purple modification core, guarantees the synthesis of a blue modification core. Next came the aerodynamic component module. Similarly, it was a blue foundational module, yet after his meticulous alterations, it had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Like the aerodynamic components utilized by Stardream, it featured an automatically deploying tail wing. The originally blue foundational module was transformed into a purple grade after processing. Exquisite, self-raising aerodynamic kit, purple, turning 3, speed 3. Power burst 2, stability -1 condition. Perfect, minimally affected by other foundational modules, significantly enhances the probability of synthesizing a purple modification core. 1 excellent, 2 perfect. Su Chun wiped the sweat from his brow, admiring his masterpiece. He was already anticipating the outcome of the modification core synthesis. Chapter 116. The tail wing has departed. Mr. James wishes to see you, President Qin. Let him in. Qin Xin turned her chair to face the door, and as James approached her desk holding a small box, her eyes brightened with curiosity. What is this? Is it the core of the modified lift tail wing you've been researching? Yes. James pressed his lips together. This is the result of our night modification team's late-night efforts. We have broken through the traditional anchor points of aerodynamic kit modeling, achieving a significant technological advancement. And that means? Qin Xin asked, inspecting the modification core with keen interest. It's just a bit unstable. James's gaze drifted to a pen on the desk. What do you mean by unstable? Qin Xin furrowed her brow. Isn't a modification core simply a modification core? Why the caveat? If you take it to the training ground and try it with one of the mechas, you'll understand. I can't explain it any better. Experience is the best teacher. Qin Xin appreciated this pragmatic approach. She promptly grabbed the core and set off with James to the training ground. There, a row of mechas, modified by the night team, stood at attention. These mechas trained diligently in the field from dawn until dusk. Although the process of enhancing their attributes was exceedingly gradual, persistence in time and effort yielded substantial improvements. With only 6 hours of rest each day and devoid of emotional needs, They consumed a concentrated nutrient solution from the night voice after each training session to ensure their endurance for the following day. After a mere 6 hours of sleep, they resumed training. This was their daily routine, with no other forms of entertainment. These mechas, despite their rigorous training, were merely suitable as junior team drivers and were not yet qualified to become professional racers. Therefore, when junior team members completed their assessments to become professional drivers, they were assigned new mechas, while these existing ones continued their training as future junior team adaptations. They could race on the track, yet they could never ascend beyond their current status, endlessly running the same circuits. Even if they achieved commendable results, the gleaming trophies were of no consequence to them. They were merely tickets granting drivers access to the Night Voice professional team. As Qin Xian walked past the upright mechas, seemingly akin to puppets, she eventually halted in front of one. Glancing at the nameplate on the mecha's chest, she raised an eyebrow. Lycong, step forward. At her command, Lycong silently advanced a step. Qin Xian lifted Lycong's racing suit, revealing her white, supple waist. Yet Lycong appeared entirely oblivious, displaying not a hint of embarrassment as Qin Xian manipulated her freely. Install the core. Qin Xian instructed, allowing Lycong to assume her expanded form. Since Lycong had not entered into a binding contract with any driver, Qin Xian was also permitted to pilot her. Qin Xian lowered the car window and casually glanced at James. Should your modified core perform admirably, I shall consider elevating the salaries of your night team, thereby establishing you as the exclusive modification team for the Night Voice T1. Thank you for your trust. James felt a surge of joy and bowed deeply to Qin Xian, fervently hoping that this modification core would not falter. On the training track, Qin Xian pressed the accelerator, and the engine of the Lycong roared with a deep growl. In the first lap, everything unfolded perfectly. The performance of the Lycong was showcased exquisitely under her skilled command. Each acceleration was as smooth as silk, and every brake was precise and forceful. Of course, this was merely her own assessment. As the Lycong approached the first sharp turn, with a click, the adjustable rear wing automatically elevated, and she could distinctly feel the car being pressed into the bend. Upon exiting the turn, the rear wing retracted, the downforce dissipating, and the Lycong's speed surged significantly. Not bad, Qin Xian thought to herself, casting a glance through the rearview mirror at James, who stood anxiously by the fence, gripping it tightly. James had indeed done well with the modifications. His talent was evident, a testament to his mastery as a modifier. Qin Xian was pleased with the results and had already begun contemplating a salary increase for the night team. The second lap commenced, and Qin Xian drove the Lycong toward that familiar turn once more. She relaxed her entire body, eager to experience the benefits of the adjustable rear wing again. However, just as the Lycong was about to enter the turn, bang! With a muffled thud, the rear wing unexpectedly detached from the car, followed by a piercing electrical spark, culminating in an explosion. The Lycong lost its balance, and the car began to sway violently. A groan escaped Qin Xian's lips as intense pain coursed through her, rendering her body convulsed and her control over the vehicle utterly lost. She immediately attempted to rectify the situation, but alas, without a contractual bond with the Lycong, her control was insufficient. The tires screeched against the asphalt, and James, filled with dread, covered his eyes. All was abruptly halted by the thunderous sound of a collision. The Lycong slammed heavily into the wall bordering the track. The immense force thrust Qin Xian's body against the seat, leaving her dizzy and seeing stars. After a few moments, she mustered the strength to clamber out of the wrecked vehicle, her face dark as storm clouds, anger boiling in her eyes. James rushed over, panic etched across his features. President Qin, are you all right? I truly did not anticipate this. Did not anticipate? Qin Xian scoffed, flinging her racing gloves at James's face. After all your research, this is the best you could produce. A mere half-finished product? No, that's not it, CEO Qin. Please allow me to explain. James, drenched in sweat and trembling, implored. The technical principles behind the modification core are sound. However, we still need to address the material compatibility and the selection of modeling nodes. Silence. Qin Xian interrupted with a wave of her hand. What I demand is results, not your technical nonsense. James's face flushed crimson. He longed to continue his explanation, yet upon meeting Qin Xian's murderous gaze, the words caught in his throat. He understood that in the presence of this woman, any justification would be futile. The more Qin Xian contemplated, the angrier she became, her voice gradually rising in pitch, becoming increasingly frantic. I have invested so much capital and provided you with such an excellent research environment. And this is the rubbish you present to me? James, she lowered her voice ominously, my patience has its limits. Should there be another occurrence? She left the sentence unfinished and turned on her heel to depart. James, feeling like a wilted eggplant, followed in her wake. Yes, CEO Qin, we will certainly. Qin Xin, no longer interested in exchanging words with James, waved her hand dismissively. Two bodyguards stepped forward to block his path. After both Qin Xin and James had exited, the unconscious Lai Kong, who had collapsed due to the explosion of the modification core, slowly rose from the ground. Her delicate face pale and in agony. She surveyed her surroundings in confusion. When her gaze fell upon the machine girls still engaged in training, it seemed as though she had finally found her direction. She stumbled towards the training group, gritting her teeth and continuing her regimen. It was not until she returned to her office that Qin Xin finally exhaled a sigh of relief. A bunch of useless individuals. She perused the information her subordinates had gathered over the past few days, finding no trace of the so-called genius modifier near the junkyard. Instead, there was a plethora of imposters, whose true identities were easily revealed upon a cursory examination. The modification core for the elevating tail wing could not possibly have come from just any roadside modifier for Su Chen. Considering Su Chen's modification skills, it was clear that he must have someone extraordinary backing him. Qin Xin narrowed her eyes. Should she pay a visit to Su Chen? She was confident she could present him with enticing conditions. Yet, she hesitated, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. After all, she was the president of the Knight's Voice Group. As for Su Chen, he remained oblivious to Qin Xion's intentions of a visit. Had he known, he would have certainly packed his bags immediately. At this moment, he was blissfully engrossed in playing with the newly created modification core. Please name the modification core. Naming? Su Chen gazed at the array of special effects, a grin spreading across his face. This must be called the Succubus No. 2 Modification Core. Chapter 117, A Moment to Reflect. Su Chen's exclamation was rooted in a profound realization. The attributes of this modification core were simply magnificent. So magnificent that the fatigue from his previous efforts dissipated entirely. Positive effects: burst 12, speed 8. Negative effects: stability -4, endurance -4. Collision resistance -15. Special effects: cup size 1, fullness 3, hydration 3, sensitivity 5. Automatic damage response. Grade: purple to gold. This was a modification core imbued with a touch of gold amidst the purple hues. Though the golden flecks were minimal, they shimmered beautifully within the pure purple light. Yet, Su Chen held no disdain for it. The fact that he could craft a core with a hint of gold from a collection of purple and blue basic modules was quite impressive. What was even more crucial were the special effects, each more enticing than the last. He simply had to let Queen try it out. Queen. Su Chen cleared his throat. I have completed your modification core. Would you care to give it a try? Queen stood beside him, her gaze fixed upon the core in Su Chen's hand, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She could sense that this modification core contained the very power she needed. Master, I truly adore this modification core. Queen hesitated to take it, glancing at the smiling Xingmeng beside her. But surely Sister Xingmeng could also make use of this core, right? Perhaps it should go to her first. No, Su Chen interjected, raising his index finger in a gentle admonition. Queen, this core is not suitable for Xingmeng. She requires a modification core with more balanced attributes. This particular core offers extreme enhancements, focusing solely on burst and speed. Thus, it is a modification core tailored specifically for you. A modification core crafted for me? Queen murmured, the phrase echoing in her mind. For reasons unknown, a wave of bittersweet emotion surged within her, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Why am I crying? She wondered, wiping her tears only to find that they multiplied. Su Chen observed this scene silently. Both he and Xingmeng could surmise the reason behind her tears. Why the tears? Because her past modifications had been coerced, devoid of any freedom, completely dismissing her abilities and talents. This custom modification core was a testament to the respect and acknowledgement of Queen S' innate gifts. It symbolized her value, a precious affirmation. In a place like the Knight's Voice, where failure equated to elimination, Queen may have never felt her own significance. She resembled a product on a production line, easily discarded if deemed unfit. No one enjoys being treated as an object. As sentient beings, the essence of life lies in the pursuit of self-worth and a sense of existence. Yet, the Knight's Voice Corporation had systematically stripped away the self-worth and presence of the mechanized beings. Queen, do not weep. There will be many more modification cores like this in the future. Star Dream thoughtfully handed Queen a tissue, then shifted the topic. As long as you refrain from giving Master a beating once your memories return, everything will be fine. How could that be? Queen wiped her tears. Master has treated me so well, even customizing a core for me. How could I ever act in such a manner? Star Dream shrank back, feeling a bit guilty. This matter is indeed difficult to discuss, especially considering that Master actually asked Queen to massage him. Such audacity. She certainly needed to learn a thing or two. Of course, it was the art of massage she intended to study. Since the customized core was tailored specifically for her, Queen did not hesitate. She turned her back and gently lifted the hem of her dress, revealing her elegantly curved waist. Suchin caught a glimpse of her snow-white waist and swallowed hard. Star Dream's waist was beautiful, a soft and delicate silhouette. Yet, Queen's waist was superior in its graceful curvature, exuding a sense of having been toned without overexertion. The flawless hourglass shape made him secretly ponder. If only he could grasp it with both hands. There would surely be ample room for strength. Master, does it look good? Suchan was momentarily taken aback, raising his head to find Queen slightly blushing. Her charming face turned towards him. He recalled how Queen used to be so unreserved. She even enjoyed teasing him for no reason. So, she possesses a bashful side after all. How rare. If it's beautiful, you may gaze a little longer, Queen said, surprisingly pulling her garment up a bit more. No, that's simply one do. This is absolutely inappropriate. Cough. I was merely counting the stigmata slots on your waist. Suchin struggled to divert his gaze from her pristine waist and, with a swift motion, affixed the modified core of Succubus No. 2 onto her. After being downgraded to B rank, Queen was left with only one stigmata slot. Such slots are not guaranteed to increase with the Machine Girl's rank. Typically, ascending from D to C rank grants one slot, and from B to A rank provides a second. Whether more stigmata slots can be acquired thereafter depends on the Machine Girl's innate talent and fortune. Furthermore, the performance disparity between Machine Girls becomes increasingly pronounced after B rank. An S-rank Machine Girl with 3 stigmata slots undoubtedly possesses greater performance advantages than another S-rank Machine Girl with only 2. This is indisputable. The core transformed into a streak of luminous energy, merging seamlessly with Queen's waistline. She emitted a distinctly comfortable sound, closing her eyes to quietly absorb the enhancements the modified core bestowed upon her performance. Master. After a moment, Queen opened her eyes and gazed intently at Suchan, her depths filled with gratitude and admiration. Though I am uncertain about the exact increments in my explosive power and speed, I can sense that my innate talent has grown stronger. Where are you looking? Her gaze followed Suchan's to her chest. How has it grown so much? Her hips seem to have. No, wait, they've become softer? I find myself in disbelief as I inspect the new stockings I just donned, only to discover they are riddled with holes. Queen appears utterly stunned, her expression one of shock and confusion, which prompts Xingmeng to erupt into laughter, rolling about on the sofa in amusement. In the past, she too was taken aback after modifications were made. The core of Masta's enhancements seems to possess an array of peculiar and extraordinary effects, such as elevating body temperature. Such bizarre modifications are unheard of in other contexts. Fortunately, she has grown accustomed to it, and Masta genuinely enjoys these effects. Since Masta finds pleasure in them, what more is there to discuss? Queen may not fully grasp the extent of her own transformation, but as an observer, Suchun perceives it quite clearly. Queen's figure, already commendable, now possesses an alluring hourglass shape, accentuated by a cup-size increase and enhanced voluptuousness. Her long, curvaceous legs, paired with the battle-worn stockings, give the impression that her tender flesh is subtly spilling out from the openings. As for the hidden effects of increased moisture and sensitivity, these remain dormant, waiting to be activated in special circumstances to reveal their full potential. Nonetheless, Suchun is thoroughly satisfied. Who wouldn't desire to witness the enchanting Machine Girl before them evolve into an even more captivating and exquisite vision each day? Chapter 118. Allow me to clean you. After equipping this remarkably impressive modification core, Queen's attributes transformed into Speed, 80, Cornering, 68, Stability, 66, Burst, 86, Endurance, 54, accompanied by a -15 negative effect on collision resistance. This alteration stemmed from the replacement of the entire body with carbon fiber, resulting in a significant reduction in weight. A lighter frame indeed facilitates greater speed, but concurrently renders the mechanical maiden structure more unstable and fragile. To maintain collision resistance without compromise, one would need to utilize materials sturdier than carbon fiber while still ensuring lightweight properties. Such materials exist, yet the corresponding foundational modules are prohibitively expensive, necessitating extensive trade of modification cores for acquisition. To avoid exposure, it would be prudent to refrain from such pursuits. The reduction in endurance primarily arises from elevated engine RPMs. To put it simply, where Queen previously consumed 10 liters per 100 kilometers, she now consumes 15. Consequently, the energy expenditure has escalated, leading to a shorter operational range. Nevertheless, Queen's attributes should now qualify her for an upgrade to an A-grade mechanical maiden, shouldn't they? Su Chun observed Queen as she preened before the mirror, occasionally touching this and that, contemplating the situation. The threshold for a C-grade to ascend to B-grade is 3 attributes reaching 60. With 2 of Queen's attributes already at 80, she should effortlessly qualify for A-grade. However, the materials required for the transition from B to A remain uncertain. He planned to inquire about this when he registered Queen at the Northern Wolf T2 tomorrow. Moreover, he found himself financially depleted. With only 20 to 30,000 left, his resources entirely exhausted. He needed to devise a means to earn money. He still had to procure a superior modification core for Xingmeng, all of which necessitated funds. As a modification specialist, the only avenue he could contemplate for income was the sale of modification cores. Indeed, he resolved to revive his former trade, opening a modification shop. However, this time, it would not be situated in a remote locale. He needed to find a thriving area for business. With his status as a D-grade modifier, he could offer white and green quality modification cores. The white and green quality cores personally crafted by him would far surpass those of the same grade available on the market, and he believed he could quickly attract numerous drivers as customers. Although the influx of revenue might be gradual, it promised stability and safety. As he planned the tasks for the upcoming days, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. Despite having rested after dismantling Queen, he now felt weary once more. Su Chun shook his heavy head, pondering whether he might be experiencing some deficiency. Never mind. A shower and sleep would suffice. Even if it was just past 10 o'clock. He murmured softly, "Moss, time for a bath?" Xingmeng nestled beside Su Chun, wrapping her arms around his. Her scent, a delightful blend of milk and shampoo, mingling in the air. "While you were modifying, I prepared your bath for you. It has been soaking for half an hour, infused with my fragrance." "Oh." Su Chun perked up a bit, affectionately ruffling Xingmeng's hair. "You're quite considerate, aren't you?" With a playful nudge, Xingmeng brushed against Su Chun's hand, having observed the weariness in his eyes. She urged him towards the bathroom, her voice laced with concern. "Master, do take a bath and rest early afterward. I'll warm your bed for you." As Su Chun listened to the fading footsteps behind him, he couldn't help but sigh. This life, truly luxurious. Barely 5 minutes into the bath, a knock resonated at the bathroom door. "Master, I am here to give you a massage." Su Chun was taken aback. Was she serious? He had merely jested. Yet, the current Queen was not one to be trifled with. She had transformed from a capricious young lady into a diligent and responsible maid, ever obedient to his words. Before Su Chun could contemplate whether to allow her in, Queen had already entered. Amidst the misty ambience, she donned a simple yet figure-flattering loungewear, her black stockings in a state of disarray. In her hands, she held a tray with a fresh towel and a bottle resembling essential oil. Instinctively, Su Chun shrank back into the water, thinking that since she was already here, a brief massage would suffice. There was no need for formality. Before he could finish his thought, Queen knelt beside the bathtub, her warm, delicate fingers gently pressing upon his shoulders. Su Chun could distinctly feel her calm breath against his neck, sending a ticklish sensation through him. "Master, you appear quite fatigued." Queen's tone bore a hint of guilt. "Is it because of my modifications to the core? I apologize. I shall do my utmost to alleviate your fatigue." Su Chun did not contest her observation, for indeed, the task of modifying the core was exhausting. To his surprise, however, Queen's technique was unexpectedly proficient. Her pressure was just right, and she expertly targeted his acupoints. Those hands, capable of bending steel, now exhibited a careful tenderness. Starting from his neck and shoulders, She gradually eased the tension in his muscles. The warm bath, combined with the subtle fragrance emanating from Xingmeng and her skilled massage, enveloped Su Chun in a regal indulgence, causing his taut nerves to relax involuntarily, almost prompting a sigh of contentment. The fatigue began to dissipate swiftly, and with its retreat, a sense of alertness emerged. Master, please refrain from hunching over. It makes it difficult for me to massage you, Queen remarked while gently repositioning him, her hand resting against his chest to guide him upright. Queen, I feel that's enough. Su Chun stammered, growing increasingly uncomfortable, as if sitting on pins and needles. It's only been a short while. Please, relax your body. Queen showed no signs of ceasing her ministrations. After half an hour of expert massage, Su Chun felt utterly at ease, teetering on the brink of slumber. Queen noticed his drowsy state, but reminded him that he had only washed his hair and had yet to cleanse the rest of his body. She hesitated for a few moments, then leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered, Master, please rest well. I shall take care of the washing. Oh, okay. Su Chen replied drowsily. Queen swiftly applied body wash to Su Chen's back and rinsed it off with the shower. During this process, Su Chen's hazy consciousness gradually began to awaken, and reason started to regain its dominance. He sensed something amiss. Wasn't Queen supposed to be giving him a massage? Why was she washing him instead? Master, please sit up a bit. There are still some areas that need attention. Queen's gentle voice rang in Su Chen's ear like a warning bell. Never mind, just sit still. I will handle it. With that, her hand reached toward the water. No, Su Chen's reaction came too late. Queen's soft, delicate hands had already fully submerged into the bathtub. The entire bathroom fell into a profound silence. Su Chun remained frozen like a statue. The only sound was the diligent splashes made by Queen as she meticulously washed. Chapter 119. Could he be a great oaf? After the wash cycle was completed, the mechanical maid personally assisted with the bathing, colloquially termed as machine wash. Su Chun emerged from the bathroom, his mind adrift. Queen had meticulously cleaned the bathroom floor, turned off the heated lights, and was following closely behind him with a towel in hand. Master, how do you feel? Are you more relaxed? Her voice was soft and tranquil. Su Chun mechanically turned his neck, casting an odd glance at Queen. I feel quite well, not as fatigued as before, but... Queen, don't you find anything strange? Queen blinked her wine-red eyes, tilting her head slightly. Strange? Not at all. Su Chun scrutinized Queen's eyes, confirming his suspicions multiple times. Finally, he nodded. Well, that's a relief. He surmised that Queen's memories had not yet returned, and at present, she resembled a pure, maiden-like star dream. However, he recalled that the former Queen was undoubtedly well-versed in theoretical knowledge, possessing a repertoire of seductive remarks that flowed effortlessly from her lips. She could not possibly be entirely oblivious. He could only hope that when Queen's memories resurfaced, she would not suddenly recall this matter. Otherwise, it was difficult to fathom the dreadful outcomes that might ensue. Master, if you're feeling less fatigued, you should go to bed. There are other matters to attend to tomorrow. And you? Su Chun gazed at Queen, who was readying her apron, momentarily taken aback. It was nearly 11 at night, and Queen intended to prepare a midnight snack? I need to prepare for breakfast tomorrow, she replied, pursing her lips. Also, I wish to take a walk nearby to see if anything comes back to me. At this late hour, you still want to go out? Su Chun glanced at the clock on the wall, expressing concern. Isn't it rather unsafe to venture out at this time? Perhaps tomorrow would be better? Please rest assured. Master. Queen clenched her delicate fist, her expression impassive as she displayed her fair and refined knuckles to Su Chun. My strength can incapacitate a bull in an instant. I could easily kill an adult male with a single punch. Su Chun. He had almost forgotten that the mechanical maid possessed combat capabilities far surpassing those of humans. After all, Star Dream, despite her petite appearance, could effortlessly lift him and toss him into the sky. There was indeed no need to worry about Queen's safety. He was not the type to interfere with another's freedom, so he nodded in agreement. A stroll outside might be beneficial. Just return early. Then I shall retire for the night. Good night, Master. Queen curtsied, lifting her skirt with a gentle smile reminiscent of a medieval maid, wishing him sweet dreams. The smile, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, seemed to radiate warmth. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat at the sight, and he hurriedly turned away, almost fleeing into the bedroom. Perhaps he had taken too long in the shower, for Star Dream had already succumbed to slumber. On the bed, the quilt was bundled into a small cocoon, outlining her delicate form, with only a pair of soft, fluffy cat ears and a tuft of hair peeking out. Approaching quietly, he could faintly hear her rhythmic breathing. Su-chan cautiously lifted the quilt, fearful of disturbing the sleeping star dream. The girl has indeed exhausted herself from running the race. Su-chan gazed at Xingmeng's serene sleeping visage, chuckling softly as he gently poked her soft cheeks. At this hour, it was utterly improbable for Xingmeng to be asleep. There were countless dramas available on the app for her to indulge in. Just as Su-chan lay down, he immediately felt a warm body, akin to an octopus, cling to him. It seemed that Xingmeng instinctively knew that it was Su-chan who had come to bed. With remarkable familiarity, she found the perfect angle and, in a drowsy haze, nestled into his embrace, using both her hands and feet. Meow, Xingmeng mumbled sleepily, nuzzling her little head into the crook of his neck. Seeking a hug, the sweet scent of her breath was tantalizingly close. Despite his gentle movements, it appeared that Xingmeng had stirred awake. In the dim light, he could vaguely discern her sleepy gaze and fluttering eyelashes. Recalling a previous scene in the bathroom, Su-chan was suddenly struck by a wave of guilt. I truly should be ashamed. He silently chastised himself. Despite already having Xingmeng, he still felt a flutter of temptation under Queen's allure. Was he truly a scoundrel? No, he was certainly not. It was merely that Queen was too enticing, and the common dynamic between drivers and mechas in this world had lulled his psychological defenses. Hastily, Su-chan wrapped Xingmeng in his embrace, gently rubbing his chin against her hair. Xingmeng snuggled closer into his arms and drifted back into a deep slumber. As Su-chan inhaled the delicate fragrance of her hair, he realized that although Xingmeng felt like a warm companion, the open window allowed the cold night air to seep into the bedroom, creating a sensation akin to sleeping with a warm baby during winter. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he too began to succumb to sleep. As the moonlight cascaded through the window and illuminated Xingmeng, she seemed to respond to its glow, radiating an ethereal starlight that flowed into Su-chan's being through their embrace. The originally grayish-white hair at the back of his head gradually darkened with this energy. Yet, in her dreams, Xingmeng appeared restless, her brow slightly furrowed and lips pursed, as if she were uncomfortable. Fortunately, the transmission of starlight did not last long. Once Su-chan absorbed sufficient energy, the room fell into a profound silence, leaving only the sound of their synchronized breathing and the distant whispers of the city under the night sky. In the outskirts of Magic City, on a night along North Street, the streets were sparsely populated with pedestrians and vehicles, a rare sight due to its proximity to the suburbs. Moreover, many racers often chose to train here during the late hours. Over time, even the vehicles traveling at night had developed a habit of avoiding the ring road of North Street. Thus, the nocturnal ring road gradually transformed into a private racetrack for drivers and mechas to freely gallop. The road was expansive, featuring curves, straightaways, and slopes, with a moderate difficulty level, making it ideal for drivers and mechas to hone their skills or simply enjoy a leisurely drive. Fortunately, the sign of the barbecue shop flickered invitingly in the night. 3 uniquely designed, sleekly contoured mechanical maidens quietly reposed by the roadside, their metallic shells glistening with a chilling sheen under the streetlights. A group of youthful night owls encircles them, brandishing their smartphones to capture the moment, their gazes suffused with awe and envy. Look all you want, but don't touch. A young man in a black club uniform, casually picking at his teeth, lazily warns from a small table set up at the shop entrance. If you trigger the self-defense mechanism and get hurt, don't blame us. He is Lucian, a member of the Night Voice T3 team. A year ago, being surrounded by so many admirers of his mechanical maiden would have filled him with pride. However, now that he serves in Night Voice, one of the premier clubs in the Huadu region, with a superior performing and strikingly designed exclusive mechanical maiden, such attention has become a mundane spectacle, stirring not a ripple of emotion within him. The young enthusiast snapping photos before him mirror a reflection of his former self, evoking a vague yet profound sentiment. He raises his hand and calls out, "Boss, another bottle of ice-cold beer." Coming right up, the busy proprietor at the grill responds, turning to shout into the house, "Honey, bring out another bottle of iced beer." Lucian, isn't that enough? The 2 fellow night hoof riders at the table observe the flush on his face and can't help but advise, "We still need to race a couple of laps. How about we drink more after the race? Look at your feeble courage." Lucian rolls his eyes, scoffing, "A little joyride around the city. And a couple of sips 1 tea hurt." Have you forgotten how our captain used to race? He performed remarkably, even while drinking. The two riders exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. Their captain is hardly a figure who can be measured by ordinary standards. While drinking is generally detrimental, especially when driving, he somehow unleashed astonishing prowess under the influence of alcohol. This talent has been validated through numerous competitions. All right, Lucian, they concede, nodding in agreement. If anything happens, we'll carry you back. 10 minutes later, the three settle into the cockpits of their mechanical maidens. Virum, the engines emit a deep, powerful roar, igniting the cold night air. Amidst the exuberant cheers and whistles of the youthful crowd, the three mechanical maidens surge forth like ferocious beasts awakened from the night, roaring into the darkness of the city's south perimeter road. Meanwhile, at an intersection along the perimeter road, in the shadow of the street lamp, Queen stands silently. The night breeze lifts her long, dark hair, strands brushing against her cool, serene profile. She gazes intently at the road ahead, her eyes reflecting the hazy glow of the distant city lights. The myriad of lights flickers in her gaze, reminiscent of sparks of stars. Chapter 120. The bird flying out of the cage. The roar of the engine reverberated through the streets. Three mechanized figures of the night's voice soared through the city's south ring road, propelled by the night breeze. Brother Lu, what upgrades have you made to your Shadow Blade? Your speed is astonishing, exclaimed a teammate over the intercom. Lu Sun could not help but smirk. Impressive, I assent it. This new modified core enhances both power and speed, although it does significantly compromise cornering stability. I'm still contemplating whether to use this core in the upcoming race. The balance between risk and reward loomed large, with the provincial qualifiers approaching swiftly. Today he was specifically out to test the modified core, with over 10 others awaiting evaluation. Ultimately, he would select the one that felt most intuitive for the competition. The core he was currently utilizing was the most aggressive in boosting speed, and it held his highest hopes. If he could master this core, it would be his choice for the race. After all, the essence of competition lies in completing the track in the shortest time possible. Directly enhancing the speed and power of the mechanized figure was the most straightforward approach. As for whether the Shadow Blade was suited for such modifications, Lu Sun was indifferent. That was a concern for the Knight's voice modification team. The nightscape outside blurred into a mosaic of pixels as Lu Sun finally experienced the exhilarating release of speed and power that the B-class explosive mechanized figure, Shadow Blade, could offer. Yet, he dared only to drive like this on the expansive ring road. If he were to attempt such speeds on the narrow, winding track of the provincial qualifiers, it would be sheer recklessness. If only I could make Shadow Blade go this fast during the qualifiers. Under the influence of adrenaline, Lu Sun felt a surge of euphoria, as though he was already on the provincial stage, with his competitors left merely to chase the taillights of him and Shadow Blade. Wow, Brother Lu is driving so fast. As Shadow Blade accelerated, the two other drivers began to express their concern. Lu Sun had never driven this quickly before. A collision would spell disaster. Let's south stick close to Brother Lu. We should be fine. Fortunately, the ring road was sufficiently wide, allowing them some reaction time should anything go awry. Just then, as the two night hoof drivers engaged in their worries, a sharp engine roar suddenly erupted behind them. The sound was piercing and high-pitched, an unmistakable cacophony only a high-speed mechanized figure could produce. Weren't we supposed to avoid the wild drivers and those from other clubs? Didn't they only start training after midnight? One driver glanced at the rearview mirror but saw no mechanized figure in sight, indicating that it was still some distance behind. Yet, the clarity of the sound suggested that the mechanized figure was traveling at an extraordinary speed. The intensity of its approach was undeniable. Another driver speculated, after midnight, it's merely their usual training time. One cannot dismiss the possibility of someone suddenly deciding to race before midnight, just as we happened upon them. However, judging by the roar of the engine, this machine seems quite formidable. I wonder if she can catch up with us. Just as the words left his lips, the driver of Night Hoof felt a sudden flash of red light before him, initially believing it to be a mere illusion. He rubbed his eyes and glanced into the rearview mirror. This time he saw it clearly. In the mirror, at the end of the racetrack, where the streetlights and the darkness of the bend intersected, a machine with fiery red headlights was hurtling toward them. This machine was entirely black, almost merging seamlessly with the night. In the darkness, those fierce crimson lights stood out like the eyes of a demon, sending chills down their spines. The engine's roar they had just heard became increasingly vivid at that moment, a growl that nearly drowned out their own machine's sound. Moreover, The speed of this machine was steadily overwhelming theirs, closing in on them at a remarkable pace. What the hell? It's the very machine we just heard. I can't believe she caught up so quickly. The driver of Night Hoof exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief. They were professional drivers of Black Knight's Voice T3. After all, even though they were merely relaxing and training on the city circuit, it was hard to accept being so thoroughly outmatched by a machine that appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The machine that had surged onto the scene was none other than Queen, out for a breath of fresh air. She gazed expressionlessly at the racetrack. Yet beneath her calm exterior surged excitement and fervor. The wind. Freedom. What a nostalgic sensation. She could hardly recall the last time she experienced it. Even though her memories were fragmented, the moment she surged onto the city circuit at full speed, she felt an exhilarating sense of rebirth. It was akin to a bird that had been caged for far too long finally bursting free. Accelerate. 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 There was no technique, only pure explosive speed. She could see the three machines ahead, but regarded them with utter disdain. Slow. Too slow. The engine's roar crescendoed. Yet the deafening shriek sent beads of cold sweat trickling down the foreheads of the two Night Hoof T3 drivers trailing behind. Is she challenging us? Preposterous. Block her. Show her the prowess of Night Hoof. However, just as they were strategizing, Queen suddenly unleashed a burst of acceleration, appearing behind them in the blink of an eye. What kind of speed is this? Any attempt to intercept her was already too late. The surface of the city circuit was wide enough, and this enigmatic machine's lane-changing speed was astonishingly swift, slicing effortlessly between them like a sharp blade. One driver instinctively glanced to his side. That fleeting glance nearly took his breath away. Good heavens, this machine has no driver. She's self-driving. What? Self-driving? Another racer was about to discern the reality of the situation when Queen surged past, targeting the front-runners, Lu Xuan and Xingmeng. Lux, there's a machine girl charging towards you. Lu Xuan, still lost in his reverie, was momentarily taken aback by the warning, snapping back to attention. What? He glanced into the rearview mirror and saw a sleek, entirely black machine girl tightly pursuing him. The figure bore an unsettling familiarity, with its eerie red headlights starkly contrasting with those of other vehicles, exuding a chilling aura of menace and pressure. Damn, when did she catch up? His expression darkened as he realized he had no time to ponder the source of that familiar feeling. He had received no prior signals from this machine girl, indicating her speed was formidable, a clear demonstration of overwhelming velocity. The rumbling of the engine, reverberating through the streets, was an unabashed declaration of war and provocation. Did they think the Night Voice T3 could be easily overtaken by just anyone? Did they believe we were made of clay? Lu Xuan swiftly deduced the origins of this machine girl. If his instincts were correct, she was equipped with recording devices, intending to capture the moment when she overtook the Night Voice T3 racing team. Such footage was a favorite among popular racers, used to attract attention. Once recorded, it would undoubtedly bring immense humiliation to the professional racer involved. Thus, he could not allow himself to be transformed into mere content for her. The disgrace would be monumental. Not only would he be embarrassed, but he could also face repercussions from the club. I must focus. He straightened his back, concentrating intensely on the racetrack. Yet, before he could finish his thought, the machine girl, who had just a moment ago been trailing Xingmeng, was now level with him. Chapter 121. It must be the master. How swift. Lu Xun wished to accelerate further, but a fleeting glance at the warning sign for the curve made him hesitate for a moment. It was this brief moment of indecision that caused him to completely lose the opportunity to seize the inner lane. Not only did he miss that chance, but he was also unceremoniously pushed toward the outer lane by the machine girl. The maneuvering space for him and Shadow Blade diminished rapidly, forcing him to yield to the opponent. Is this machine girl not going to reduce speed? Lu Xun gritted his teeth. Although the ring road was wide with a high tolerance for error, maintaining a speed exceeding 300 kilometers per hour in a curve was an act of reckless abandon. Furthermore, while this road generally saw little traffic, generally does not imply absolutely. At such high speeds, even with the machine girl's assistance, encountering pedestrians or vehicles could lead to disastrous consequences. The critical issue was that this machine girl was in autonomous driving mode. Could she truly control the vehicle herself? The thought had scarcely formed when Lu Xun could only watch helplessly as the machine girl overtook him on the curve. Then, she careened headlong into the vegetable market beside the curve. Amidst a cacophony of chaos, she sped away. Lu Xun parked Shadow Blade at the entrance of the market, followed closely by the other two Night Hoof Racers. "Brother Lu, what about that machine girl? Did she leave you behind?" One of the Night Hoof Racers, noticing Lu Sun leaning against the car door and smoking, couldn't help but change expressions. This forlorn look. Could it be that he was truly overtaken and captured on footage? Well, she went in there. Lu Sun gestured toward the direction of the market. She went in. The two Night Hoof Racers exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback, staring at the dark entrance of the market, still permeated with the lingering scent of fish. They finally came to their senses and burst into laughter. They had expected a master, yet here was a novice. Haraha. Indeed, just moments ago, witnessing her astonishing speed, they thought her formidable, only to find out she crashed into the market? And she dared to challenge our brother Lu for the line on the curve? What foolishness! Lu Sun remained silent, merely gazing forlornly at the dark entrance of the market while smoking. It was true that the machine girl had failed to navigate the curve properly, leading her to crash into the market. However, even in autonomous mode, she had successfully completed 2/3 of the curve. That was nearly impossible for Shadowblade. Shadowblade could only operate in autonomous mode during straight acceleration. If left to navigate a curve on its own, it would need to reduce speed to around 100 kilometers. Thus, the machine girl had, in terms of speed, power, and self-control, firmly surpassed Shadowblade. The only missing element was a driver. Had circumstances been different today, with a driver at the helm of that machine girl, she and Shadowblade would have likely been left far behind. By the way, Lu Sun flicked the cigarette but to the ground and stamped it out. Don't you think that machine girl looks a bit familiar? I've seen her somewhere before. Familiar? Two drivers exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, completely devoid of any recollection. Indeed, Lu Gu, it's quite normal to have some familiarity. After all, we participate in numerous training sessions and watch recordings of the mechanized girls' races. It's inevitable that we might feel a sense of recognition when encountering a mechanized girl on the road, merely resembling those in our memories. Lu Sun pondered for quite some time, but could not ascertain the origin of this familiarity, ultimately nodding in agreement. Perhaps it would be best if such mechanized girls did not appear in the provincial qualifiers. After such an ordeal, his inebriation had dissipated significantly. Let us call it a day. We should head back. Huh? Lu Gu, are we not continuing? His two teammates asked, taken aback. No more racing. Then, what about the drinking? That too shall cease. With that, Lu Sun donned a solemn expression and settled into the cockpit. The encounter with that mechanized girl had struck him like a bolt from the blue, shattering the glory and pride he had effortlessly garnered thus far. Regardless of whether he would appear in the footage of some internet-famous driver later, upon returning home, it was time for him to focus and prepare earnestly for the provincial qualifiers. Meanwhile, deep within the marketplace, Queen collided with a heap of spoiled vegetable leaves and finally came to a halt. She disengaged from her racing form, clutching her forehead as she stood up, hastily discarding the decayed leaves atop her head, her brow furrowed in pain. Ouch, that hurts. She had charged ahead too swiftly, exceeding the limits of her control during the turn, resulting in her veering off the racetrack and crashing into the marketplace. Fortunately, by noon, the market had long closed. She narrowly avoided all the stalls, but ultimately could not escape crashing into a wall. Leaning against the wall, Queen took a moment to recover, murmuring with lingering trepidation. Thank goodness my speed had decreased before I hit the wall. Otherwise, if I got injured and caused trouble for Master. Exiting the market, the road outside lay deserted. 8 distinct tire marks were evident at the bend, and the air seemed to still carry the scent of burnt rubber. The 3 mechanized girls had evidently departed. Once calm, Queen couldn't help but recall the emblem on the rear of those 3 mechanized girls, the crescent moon with a cross. That was the insignia of the Knight's Voice Group. Master had retrieved her from the Knight's Voice Group. But why would Master take her away from them? Was she not Master's mechanized girl? With a furrowed brow, Queen attempted to recollect. A sharp pain pulsing through her head. Fragmented memories surfaced in her mind. Queen, welcome to our Knight's Voice family. Rest assured, once you sign the agreement, we will ensure your satisfaction with both racing resources and modification plans. You have seen it yourself. Every mechanized girl and driver who has retired from our Knight's Voice Group has nothing but praise for us. This clause is imperative. We guarantee your rights. And you must ensure ours as well, correct? We are equals. Queen, congratulations on being chosen by the young lady, who is indeed an S-class driver. Following her will surely be a stroke of fortune for you. However, prior to that, the Knight Voice Group will subject you to comprehensive modifications. transforming you into a flawless mech girl. I regret to inform you that this modification plan has been devised by the Chief Modification Team of Night Voice. I lack the authority to make any alterations. You previously signed a document acknowledging that accepting the group's modifications is one of your obligations. It appears you are unable to initiate. We shall provide you with further modification proposals tailored to your situation, assisting you in restarting. Rest assured, this is a commonplace occurrence. Due to the advanced and perfection-seeking nature of the Night Team's modification plans, initial adjustments often leave mech girls struggling to adapt, and your predicament is indeed a possibility. Cold, grayish images flash through Queen's mind. The voices of those individuals are faint and indifferent, their gazes akin to assessing a mere tool. In those memories, she perceives not a glimmer of light. Each day is spent engulfed in confusion and dread. Ever since she became an operative, she has virtually resided in the training grounds, attempting repeatedly to reignite her own engine, yet it remains unresponsive, like a heart extinguished. What are these memories? Queen clutches her chest in agony, her complexion pale. Why must such memories haunt her? Is that girl, who weeps hoarsely in the cockpit, truly her? For being coerced into executing a modification plan she abhors due to her signature on an agreement. The issues arising from the modification plan have rendered her unable to function, forcing her to wear a collar that symbolizes a malfunctioning mech girl. How infuriating. Queen's eyes, bloodshot with rage, seem on the verge of tearing apart the dark night. She finally comprehends why she felt fury and hatred when confronted by those three mech girls bearing the Crescent Cross emblem. Her animosity is not directed at the mech girls of Night Voice. Rather, she despises the fact that Night Voice has stripped her of her talents. The dizziness gradually dissipates. Queen yearns to delve deeper into her memories, yet finds herself at a loss for further recollections. She has entered into a contract with Night Voice, akin to the agreement between a star and an agency. It appears to impose no restrictions on the mech girl and seems entirely beneficial. However, once entangled with Night Voice, one realizes that the so-called fair contracts, supposedly friendly to mech girls, are riddled with pitfalls. So, how did she extricate herself from Night Voice? How did she become Su Chen's mech girl? Now, it seems her talents have returned. She is able to initiate once more. Reflecting on Su Chen's previous modifications and the bespoke core crafted for her, Queen experiences an epiphany. It must be Master. Master has saved her. Master risked life and limb, braving the threat of oppression from the Night Voice group, to rescue her from their clutches. Heaven knows the price Master has paid for this. The Night Voice group is an enormous entity. It is evident the Master has endured countless grievances to reach this point. Upon this realization, the Queen could not help but clench her fists, her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 122, Striking with the Elite. In front of the Northern Wolf Club, Su Chen stood beneath the club, with Xingmeng on his left and Queen accompanying him on his right. He couldn't shake the peculiar feeling that had enveloped Queen's gaze towards him throughout the evening. How to articulate it? Previously, Queen's eyes held admiration and respect for the Master. Yet today, her expression was more intricate, a blend of adoration, gratitude, and a hint of tender affection. The foundational resonance, initially at 15, had already surged to 20. It wouldn't be long before they could forge a spiritual contract. Hadn't Queen gone for a stroll last night? Could something have transpired during her walk? Or perhaps, Su Chen pondered, could it be that today he appeared unexpectedly charming? Not at all, Master. It seems you ought to trim your nasal hair. Queen's words barely left her lips when she produced a pair of small scissors from seemingly nowhere. Snip! A glint flashed as she deftly closed the scissors. A few rebellious strands of nasal hair fell from Su Chen's nostrils, leaving him momentarily stunned by the sudden act. Goodness, that was perilously close, Queen. What if you had poked my nose? Queen, ever considerate, produced a small mirror and presented it to Su Chen. Rest assured, Master, my hands are swift and steady. I would never harm you. Now you appear far more handsome than before. Su Chen glanced at his reflection. Indeed, sans the bothersome nasal hair, he looked considerably more appealing. Nonetheless, he remained unsettled by the recent snip. Speaking of which, was Queen's preparedness a tad excessive? Was she genuinely intent on cultivating herself as a maid machine? What would happen after her memories were restored? Would she transform into a tsundere, aloof maid lady? Such thoughts were unfathomable to him. Su Chen resolved to push them aside. He led Queen and Xingmeng into the office area of Northern Wolf T2. Oh, our champion has arrived. Upon entering, a voice laden with mockery rang out. Su Chen needed no glance to identify it as that of Yu Ming. The tone unmistakably indicated that Huang Mao was also present. "De Huang, why aren't you rushing to welcome our grand champion?" Yu Ming nudged the sullen-faced Huang Shixuan beside him. The rivalry between Su Chen and Huang Shixuan continued, though it was evident that Huang Shixuan had suffered a resounding defeat in the first phase. "What are you barking about, you foolish monkey?" Huang Shixuan scoffed, deliberately ignoring Yu Ming's taunts. His gaze shifted to Su Chen's companions, and an icy glint flickered in his eyes. "So what if you're a champion? You've merely signed a spiritual contract with the primary machine maiden and are poised to do the same with the secondary one. No matter how formidable you are, I cannot extend you my respect." "Hey, Su Chen, don't you fear hurting Xingmeng's feelings?" "Exactly," Yu Ming exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the elegantly poised and stunning queen. His fists clenched tightly. "How can you justify Xingmeng's affection for you, you insufferable socialite?" "Oh." Upon seeing Queen, these two immediately forged an alliance, transforming foes into friends in an instant. Before Su Chen could utter a word, Xingmeng rolled her eyes at the duo. She tightly embraced Queen's slender waist, her delicate face pressed against Queen's robust chest. "I adore Sister Queen. What business is it of yours? I was the one who arranged the contract between Master and Sister Queen. Do you reside by the seaside? Mind your own affairs, humph." Upon hearing this, Yu Ming and Huang Mao were left utterly astonished. You took the initiative to let Su Chen contract with another mech girl? You did so voluntarily? Aren't you concerned about your initial position being compromised? What do you mean by another mech girl?" Xingmeng nuzzled against Queen's chest, her tone softening. "Sister Queen is my family. Families should be together." Yu Ming's expression fluctuated between various emotions as he suddenly pulled Su Chen into a corner. "Brother Chen, we're teammates. You ought to share some insights with the younger brother. How did you manage to bring out such a wonderful mech girl like Xingmeng? Give him some advice, would you?" "Manage? You wish to manage too, huh?" A chilling voice resounded behind Yu Ming. Indeed. Without a second thought, Yu Ming nodded. "Who wouldn't he want to bring out such a mech girl? Then go ahead and manage." Yu Ming winced in pain, letting out a cry. He turned to see Zhue Ying had stealthily approached him. "Manage, huh?" Zhue Ying smiled sweetly at Yu Ming. "Show me how you would manage one right now." "Wait. No, sister. I was wrong. It's you who should manage me." "Would you manage me? Who would want to manage you?" Zhue Ying blushed slightly, pulling Yu Ming away. "Su Chen is here to register the mech girls. Don't cause a ruckus. Come inside. I have something to discuss with you." Su Chen ignored Yu Ming's pleading gaze for help, helplessly watching as he was dragged into a secluded room. As for what would transpire within, that remained a mystery. In the modification room, Su Chen watched as Queen was ushered into the testing apparatus. Through the glass, he could distinctly see Queen's pallid face and trembling body. Though the testing device was harmless to mech girls, Queen inherently harbored a fear of such machinery. Unfortunately, the registration of mech girls necessitated undergoing this testing process. It wouldn't suffice for him to simply declare Queen's attributes for Li Yini to record. "Su Chen, your newly contracted mech girl seems rather timid," she remarked, picking up the intercom to soothe Queen within the apparatus. "Relax your entire body. It will be over soon. This is merely a test of your attributes, and nothing more will be done." Xingmeng, standing outside the testing apparatus, held Queen's hand, softly reassuring her. "Sister Queen, this testing device is very safe. I underwent a similar attribute test before, and it has no other functions." The reassurances from Li Yini and Xingmeng had some effect. Yet Queen remained apprehensive, still feeling fear towards the machinery. She cast a pitiful glance at Su Chen, and only when he nodded in acknowledgement did she feel a semblance of relief, closing her eyes anxiously as she awaited the outcome. "Su Chen, do you not harbor a grudge against the voice of the night?" As the Queen's assessment required additional time, Li Yini took the opportunity to relay her previous findings to Su Chen. "I specifically researched for you. In the recent provincial qualifiers, the Takmara Mountain race in September, the voice of the night had only one participant, a driver from the T3 Night Hoof team named Lu Sun, with his machine partner called Shadowblade." Noticing Li Yini's slightly furrowed brows, Su Chen asked nonchalantly, "Is he formidable?" "Indeed," Li Yini affirmed with a nod. "He is the vice captain of Night Hoof, an A-grade driver, and his machine partner is a B-grade model with explosive capabilities. It's likely that, prior to the competition, his machine will ascend to A-grade. Undoubtedly, he is considered an elite driver within the voice of the night." "Huh, elite, you say?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk forming on his lips. "I shall contend against the elite. I will ensure that none of the T3 drivers from the Voice of the Night can participate in the provincial race. Chapter 123. Who truly believes in whom strength? Though the strength of the Knight's Voice youth training team is rather mediocre, one must not underestimate the Night Hoof. Despite being merely a T3, its actual capabilities are commendable. Upon hearing Su Chen's remarks, Li Yini mistakenly thought he regarded Lu Sun and Ding Feng as adversaries akin to those in the youth training team. Indeed, the youth training team serves as the reserve for the Knight's Voice professional racing team. However, the journey from the youth training team to officially joining the Knight's Voice and ultimately becoming a professional racer entails a rigorous assessment period of up to a year. Those who manage to enter the professional racing team after enduring the intense scrutiny and challenges of this year possess formidable skills. Noticing that Su Chun was silently fixated on the detection device displaying Queen, she continued, Lu Sun's machine girl is an exceptional burst-type model. They have the training models from the Knight's Voice professional track analysis team and are undoubtedly well acquainted with the Tokmala Mountain circuit. If you wish to take a risk, it would be prudent to also opt for a burst-type machine girl. Li Yini held little confidence in Queen-S capabilities. The reasoning was straightforward. The burst-type machine girls from the Thunderstar emblem are the most expensive, followed by the speed-type from the Flowing Flame Star emblem. Conversely, the support-type machine girls from the Radiant Star emblem are the least costly. This is because, unless they are top-tier models or have the fortune to awaken special skills upon reaching S rank, their attributes tend to be rather mediocre in comparison to their counterparts of the same level. As for the Star Dream S situation, Li Yini was less informed. Regardless, had Su Chan possessed ample funds back then, it was unlikely he would have chosen a support-type machine girl as his primary. Currently, Su Chen's participation in competitions is scant, with total winnings barely reaching 1 million. Observing his daily life, it was evident that he was not a person of considerable wealth. Therefore, it was highly probable that his machine girl was not of the burst type. He simply lacked the means and conditions to acquire an outstanding burst type model. She surmised that Queen was likely similar to Star Dream, merely a support type. As for why Su Chen chose Queen, perhaps it was for her aesthetic appeal. Queen's appearance and demeanor are exquisite, so much so that even Li Yini, a woman herself, felt captivated. Su Chen patiently awaited Li Yini to finish, finally replying with a simple what? Li Yini was momentarily taken aback and was about to speak when Noliai emerged from the modification room, holding a document. Su Chen, boss. Is it called Queen? Her test results are out. Noliai could hardly conceal her astonishment. Casting a peculiar gaze at Su Chen, this is a B-level machine girl, with attributes that can easily surpass a level with the right materials. Furthermore, she is a burst-type machine girl, boasting burst and speed attributes of 86 and 80, respectively. Quite formidable. After Noliai finished speaking, she looked at Su Chen in awe. Impressive, Su Chen. Where did you find such a powerful machine girl? And she remains steadfastly by your side, even as your primary model? Su Chen smirked slightly. It's my charm. You wouldn't understand or be able to replicate it. Noliai retorted, ugh. Li Yini twitched the corner of her mouth. If personal charm could ensure unwavering loyalty from mechanized companions, then the bond between pilots and their machines would not be so arduous. Although it is quite astonishing, it is indeed a fortuitous circumstance for Su Chen to possess such a formidable burst-type mechanized companion. With Queen and Xingmeng alternating in battle, both mechanized companions can enjoy moments of respite, allowing for greater adaptability during the competition. If all goes as planned, Su Chen may participate in 5 provincial qualifiers, potentially securing all personal points. At this moment, Queen had just dismounted from the testing apparatus, standing somewhat anxiously beside Xingmeng. She was uncertain about her current performance and whether she could assist Su Chen in the competition. After all, she had hit a wall the previous night. If her performance were truly exceptional, such an incident would not have occurred. Queen, your performance is quite impressive, Li Yini remarked, glancing at the test report with eyes full of astonishment. This performance is absolutely suitable for the provincial qualifiers. I can register you right away. However, Li Yini cast a glance at the blissfully cheerful Xingmeng, who was still reveling in Queen's opportunity to compete, and inquired of Su Chen. Your primary mechanized companion, Xingmeng, can also participate. Are you certain you want Queen to compete? Generally speaking, the primary mechanized companion holds the first right to participate. After all, it is a matter of precedence. Although the final decision on which mechanized companion competes ultimately lies with the pilot, it is essential to regard the primary companion's status to avoid any discord among them. Furthermore, The relationships and personalities of the mechanized companions can have an impact as well. Su Chun affectionately patted Xingmeng's head, his eyes filled with a hint of remorse. Xingmeng had certainly been eagerly anticipating the provincial qualifiers, yet now she had to concede her opportunity, which must have caused her some discomfort. Master, for the first qualifying match, it must be you and Sister Queen. Xingmeng seemed to perceive the regret in Su Chen's gaze. With a taut expression, she spoke earnestly. Sister Queen absolutely must participate in this match. It is imperative that she does. Why do you say that? Su Chen asked, momentarily taken aback. Because this match involves representatives from the Knight's Voice Group. Xingmeng clenched her fists. Master, we need to show the people from the Knight's Voice Group that without their influence, Sister Queen can not only restart, but will be even more powerful than before. Su Chen could not help but chuckle at the sight of Xingmeng puffing her cheeks in indignation. He playfully pinched her soft cheek, teasing her. What if the subsequent 4 qualifying matches also feature members of the Knight's Voice Group? Xingmeng was momentarily taken aback, clearly having not considered this possibility. According to her reasoning, if every qualifying match featured the Knight's voice, then it would mean that Sister Queen would take the stage each time, leaving her with no chance to compete. While she was thrilled that Sister Queen could personally defeat the competitors from the Knight's Voice, she too longed to participate. Sister Xingmeng, you shall compete in the first qualifying match. Queen gently squeezed Xingmeng's small hand and said with a smile, since we are both competitors who have vanquished the voice of the night, either of us can take the stage. No way. Xingmeng shook her head vigorously. The first bite of meat must go to you, Queen's sister. She scratched her head, pondering for a moment, when suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Moss. For the first match, Queen's sister should first show the competitors from the voice of the night what we are made of, and then in the subsequent match, we shall step in to help Queen's sister reclaim her honor. We shall call this, the plan of alternating strikes. Very well. Let us initiate the plan of alternating strikes. Su Chen nodded in agreement with Xingmeng's proposal. In truth, he had already formulated a strategy in his mind. Queen would compete first, followed by Xingmeng. If the provincial qualifiers did not present any unusual circumstances, they would adhere to this sequence. Moreover, the provincial competition permitted substitutions of mechas midway, allowing for greater tactical flexibility based on the different courses. Thus, Xingmeng would be the initial contender, followed by Queen in subsequent tracks. Li Yini and Noeri exchanged bewildered glances as they observed Xingmeng and Queen, who affectionately addressed each other as sister. In the realm of mechas, the more formidable side is often referred to as sister, irrespective of age or whether they are the first to compete. So, who among these two mechas truly perceives the other as more formidable? Chapter 124. Are you serious? After completing the registration process for Queen, Su Chen did not hastily escort the 2 mech girls away. Instead, he ventured into the modification room where he found Noer, deeply engrossed in her modeling research. Recently, the deployable tailwing modification core had sparked a tempest within the circles of modifiers and racers. Su Chen had diligently absorbed a considerable amount of knowledge regarding modeling, memorizing numerous data nodes and modeling matrices. It was immediately apparent that Noer was tinkering with foundational modules related to the tailwing. Could she be attempting to devise a deployable tailwing? He mused quietly. Although Noer did not look up, she seemed to sense Su Chen's presence. As soon as he entered, she greeted him with a mischievous chuckle. Hey, Xinggu, aren't you going back to indulge in your life of luxury? Do you need me to recommend a potent aphrodisiac? My friend sells it, and its effects are remarkable, with almost no side effects. Su Chen responded nonchalantly. Just send me your friend's contact. He took out his phone, thinking it might come in handy someday. Noer's mouth fell slightly agape, staring at Su Chen with an expression that conveyed disbelief. You really want it? Indeed, Su Chen nodded, sensing that he might need to prepare for future deficiencies in vitality. Noer's lips twitched as she ultimately found a contact to share with Su Chen. Glancing at the profile picture, he saw a rather dubious-looking cat holding a bottle of Indian aphrodisiac. The avatar screamed middle-aged, sleazy, and portly, perfectly fitting the profile of someone selling such products. By the way, I have 2 questions for you, Su Chen said, satisfied as he saved the contact. Queen and Xingmeng are already B-class mech girls and are about to be promoted to A-class. What materials do we need for that? Also, I wish to open a modification shop. Where would be the best location? Preferably somewhere with shops for transfer. Noer seemed to comprehend the first question, but the latter left her utterly perplexed. She stared at Su Chen in disbelief. Wait, Xinggu, have you been drinking? Why would a racer want to open a modification shop? Moreover, you cannot operate a modification shop without a modification license. No matter how grand or luxurious your establishment, no one will buy anything from you. After a moment of silence, Su Chun placed his D-Class modifier certificate on the table. Even if you provide me with an ID. Upon realizing the name on the certificate, Noer's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Chingu, you really can open a shop. Why not? Su Chun shrugged. If I lack the qualifications, why would I be asking you these questions? Noer scrutinized the modification certificate once more, attempting to steady her racing heart. Then, taking a deep breath, she suddenly shouted towards the outside, "Boss, we have a serious situation. Su Chun is a modifier." Su Chun. He anticipated that he would be recognized as a modifier. Within the modification room, Su Chun found himself surrounded by Li Yini, Yu Ming, and Huang Shixuan. Their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. They toil as drivers, yet simultaneously pursue a certification as a tuner. How does this differ from those exceptional individuals in their youth who played video games daily while consistently ranking first in their classes? One might have thought that maturing would liberate them from the shadows of their childhood, yet these shadows cling like an insatiable parasite, ever trailing behind. Li Yini gazed at Su Chun as if he were a rare treasure, but she nonetheless offered a gentle warning. Both tuning and driving demand substantial energy. So I sincerely hope you refrain from investing too much effort into tuning. There is no need for further elaboration. We are adults. And I trust you possess the discernment. Su Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Naturally, my desire to open a tuning shop stems from the wish to earn some income. I do not intend to delve too deeply into this field. I prefer to let things unfold naturally. Thus, Su Chun, that core for the adjustable rear wing. It cannot possibly be yours. Yu Ming gazed at Su Chun with anticipation. If his conjecture were true, would not Chase Shadow also have the opportunity to utilize that enigmatic tuning core? Impossible. I am merely a D-Class tuner, Su Chun declared. His demeanor unflinching as he stated. I lack the prowess to create such a tuning core for an adjustable rear wing. This is the product of my master. And your master? He has already departed from the Hua district, Su Chun replied, leaving no room for doubt. I see. Yu Ming sighed. Su Chun noticed the disappointment and regret reflected in the eyes of those around him, yet he remained silent. It was not that he mistrusted Li Yini and Yu Ming. Until his wings were fully developed, it was prudent to conceal his talents. There was only advantage in doing so. As for how he would explain the use of the adjustable rear wing core with his mech in the future, that was a simple matter. He would say it was sent over from his master in another district. He had no intention of listing such an adjustable rear wing core in his own tuning shop. Instead, he would only offer white and a limited quantity of green tuning cores, all of exceptional quality. After all, to compete with established tuning shops, he would rely solely on superior quality. If it is merely a matter of earning some money, we, the Northern Wolves T2, have an abandoned tuning shop that you could utilize. Li Yini pondered for a moment, stroking her chin. Well, if you have reservations, I could transfer it to you. Money is not an issue. You could write an IOU and pay it back gradually, since the shop ultimately belongs to Noer. Su Chun glanced at the girl from Noer. Noer stuck out her tongue and chuckled. That shop is surrounded by several tuning establishments. If it cannot compete, it will inevitably close. While it may not yield substantial profits, it could still provide some income. If you desire it, I could transfer it to you at a bargain, originally purchased for 1.5 million. ID let it go for just 500,000. Such a significant discount. Su Chun was taken aback. That was an astonishingly steep reduction. Were it not for his familiarity with Noer, he might have suspected foul play. Indeed, money is no object. Noer waved her hand casually, projecting an air of affluence. Su Chun, do not be deceived by Noer's petite stature. She is indeed a wealthy young lady, Li Yini remarked, playfully draping her arm around Noer's shoulders. This individual is not merely a contracted modification specialist for Northern Wolf. Had we not grown up together, she would not be here assisting me. To engage a modification expert of her caliber, Northern Wolf would need to expend a substantial sum merely for a year's salary. Understanding this, Su Chun felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he had previously deceived everyone by claiming that the adjustable tail wing was not his creation. Now, he found himself on the receiving end of such assistance and trust, leaving him somewhat astonished. Yet, there are certain secrets that, if not concealed, could lead to dire consequences and potentially cast a shadow upon Northern Wolf. Once I conclude my tasks, I shall take you to see the shop, Noer stated. Leaning against her chair, Regarding the materials required for upgrading a B-class mech girl to an A-class, a mid-level star gem is necessary. Such gems can only be procured from provincial qualifiers or auctions. Typically, the price of a mid-level star gem at auction hovers around 1 million, with significant variation depending on the type of mech girl. The most affordable option is the Radiant Star emblem, priced between 800 to 900,000. Conversely, the most expensive are the Thunder and Flowing Flame emblems, starting at 3 million, sometimes fetching over 5 million. So exorbitant. Su Chun felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He had initially hoped to resolve Queen's upgrade to A-class through reselling, but this now seemed quite challenging. Whether selling excessively prized modification cores or reselling too frequently, both could easily raise suspicions, especially since he was merely a D-class modifier. Indeed, it is quite costly. So you must strive to secure the championship at the provincial qualifiers, Noer concluded, redirecting her focus to the data matrix she was diligently working on. Observing Noer's concentration, Li Yini and Yuming quietly withdrew, leaving her to her tasks. Xingmeng and Queen entered, taking seats beside Su Chun as they awaited developments. Time passed, and after more than 2 hours, the sunlight outside gradually slanted. Su Chun watched Noer's furrowed brow, pondering just how long they might be waiting. Being a technician himself, he understood all too well that an engrossed technician often loses track of time. Noer, Su Chun ventured, but was promptly met with a fierce growl from her. "Do not interrupt," Noer exclaimed, her demeanor unusually fierce. Startled by her unexpectedly fierce response, Su Chun hesitated. However, as dinner time approached, he summoned his courage and leaned in to glance at the semi-finished basic module Noer was manipulating. If he was not mistaken, Noer was tackling the first difficulty in the modification core for the adjustable tail wing, how to create a pop-up structure. While directly crafting a non-core tail wing model is undeniably simple, depicting it through data nodes and matrices presents a formidable challenge. It is akin to drawing a horse, a task easily accomplished, yet assembling a myriad of fragmented bones, organs, veins, and fur into a living, breathing creature is a far more complex endeavor. After observing for a moment, Su Chun pointed at the basic module in Noer's hands. "Perhaps you might consider experimenting with the data matrix numbered 13675 in conjunction with the Alpha Type 3 node. It may yield unexpectedly favorable results." For him, assembling a living horse is exceedingly effortless. A gentle nudge towards Noer might suffice, as a gesture of gratitude for the almost gratuitous favor bestowed by the modification shop. Chapter 125, Gifted to You. Noer was momentarily taken aback by Su Chun's words. In her mind, she instinctively paired them with 2 historically verified data matrices and nodes. These 2 combinations seemed utterly incongruous, leading her not to consider them at all. It was akin to the universally accepted truth that 1 + 1 = 2. Who would ever seek to validate that 1 + 1 = 3? However, reflecting on the fact that Su Chun was also a modifier, she decided that despite the lackluster nature of his suggestion, he was nonetheless a talented junior. As a senior, unrelenting criticism would merely undermine his confidence, so it was better to offer him some grace. "All right, I shall give your suggestion a try." Noer nodded. The modeling of the fundamental module was an exceedingly complex endeavor, akin to constructing a circuit diagram. The fundamental module represented the circuit board, while the nodes and data matrices resembled the densely packed circuits and electronic components atop it. Researching the elevating tail wing involved augmenting the original air kit fundamental module with new nodes and data matrices. This process was akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. Any minor incompatibility could lead to the entire model collapsing. Prior to this, the fundamental module had collapsed over 10,000 times, faltering here or failing there. "Su Chun, you must thoroughly review the materials I provided you. Hasn't your master left the National District?" Noer remarked while using stellar energy to illustrate the modeling, pointing at Su Chun. "The materials I gave you compile the latest insights from all modifiers across various districts. Once you absorb them, you will surely avoid making elementary mistakes, such as..." Noer's voice abruptly ceased. She gazed in bewilderment at the modeling in her hands. Upon connecting the data matrix and nodes as suggested by Su Chun, the model, which had previously been unstable, now exhibited complete stability. It had come to life. Just this step alone had revitalized it. Moments ago, she had thought that linking the data matrix 13675 and the Alpha 3 node was a fundamental blunder, as the Alpha 3 node was typically employed in engine modeling. while the 13675 data matrix was more relevant to the structure of mechanical beings. These two were entirely unrelated to air kit modeling. Su-Chen, how did you know? Norei alternately scrutinized the modeling in her hands and the innocently bewildered Su-Chen, her astonishment palpable. I caught a glimpse of the core modifications for the elevating tail wing when my master was working on it, and it stuck with me, Su-Chen replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. He was quite adept at deception. In the past, he had concocted 1,000 excuses to avoid work, leaving even his department head exasperated. Do you recall any other details? Norei grasped Su-Chen's clothing, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. At this moment, they had only completed the initial step of the modeling, with many more operations yet to follow. I can't remember anything else at the moment. Su-Chen shook his head. For now? Yes, I need to ponder it thoroughly. Su-Chen spread his hands. As you know, modeling is an intricate task that demands attention to numerous details. Even the slightest error could prove catastrophic. I have only witnessed my master once during the entire process of crafting the adjustable tail wing modification. There are so many intricate details that I cannot recall them all at once. Upon hearing this, Noer, the young lady, appeared somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, she is a content person. Regardless of the circumstances, the core creation of the adjustable tail wing modification has taken its first step. The initial endeavor is often the most challenging. Yet she believes that as long as this first step is taken, even if Su-Chen cannot recall the finer details of the crafting process, she can still independently realize the core of the adjustable tail wing modification. Thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I might never have been able to connect these two nodes in the data matrix throughout my life. Noer picked up the keys from the table and waved her hand. Come, let me take you to see the modification shop. The modification shop Noer mentioned is situated in the bustling commercial district of South Street in the Magical City. Upon arrival, Su-Chen truly understood what it meant to be surrounded by rivals. The shop is located at the center of a fan-shaped plaza, flanked by perfect modifications on the left, Modification King on the right, and directly across from it, Old Lee's Professional Modifications. These three modification shops formed a triangular siege around Noer's establishment. Oh my! It's an encirclement from all sides. Noer sighed, taking out her keys to unlock the door. This is why my shop struggles to thrive. Despite the unimpressive names of these three shops, all their modifiers are A-grade specialists with good reputations. When the quality of products is comparable, buyers can choose freely among our four shops. Since I am often away assisting Sister Yini with her team, even some regular customers have gradually abandoned my shop upon finding it closed. Consequently, most buyers now prefer the other three shops, leaving mine nearly deserted. Su-Chen and the two mechanical girls followed Noer into the shop. Wow! Upon entering, Xingmeng exclaimed, "It's enormous." Queen, however, showed no reaction, perhaps lacking a frame of reference or having seen even larger spaces. It was indeed vast. Su-Chen was secretly astonished, estimating the area to be at least 300 square meters. This shop must be worth significantly more than 1,500,000, especially in such a thriving commercial district where business is lucrative and every inch is precious. However, this commercial area appeared quite new, likely developed in recent years. If Noer purchased the shop before the area's development, then 1,500,000 would be a reasonable estimate. The entire shop was adorned in a retro minimalist style, with wallpaper in shades of gray and burgundy, marble floor tiles, and high-transparency glass display cabinets. Everything resonated beautifully with Su-Chen's aesthetic. This is how a modification shop should look. It isn't a place for women's clothing or cosmetics, so there is no need for extravagance. What do you think? My modification shop is quite nice, isn't it? Upon hearing Xingmeng's admiration, Noer's lips curled into a smug smile. Humph, this is just one of my modification shops. There are even larger ones. Wow, Sister Noer is so impressive. In terms of emotional value, Xingmeng has always been fully supportive. Noer's smile broadened, clearly overjoyed. It is indeed quite remarkable. Su-Chen nodded thoughtfully and hesitated. However, for such an exceptional store, are you truly willing to transfer it to me for a mere 500,000? It won't even cost 500,000, Nuale replied, producing a pre-prepared transfer contract. You have resolved a significant dilemma for me, and the value of this problem alone exceeds 500,000. Therefore, I am giving you this store outright. You simply need to sign here. She pointed to a corner of the contract. Giving it to me outright? Su-Chen scratched his head. That doesn't seem quite right. What is wrong with that? Nuale waved her hand dismissively. Can't you be a bit more forthright? If you truly wish to express your gratitude, reflect on the details your master considered when he crafted the core modifications for the elevating tail wing. Chapter 126. Boss, please don't close the door for Noah. It was simply a matter of handing over her least prosperous store to someone else. However, for Su Chun, this establishment, which could be sold for 4 to 5 million, was like a timely blessing. Yet, to truly rejuvenate the store, this blessing alone would not suffice. Having already cast aside any semblance of modesty, he decided to boldly press on. Noah, Su Chun chuckled awkwardly. I currently lack the funds to purchase basic materials, so. The warehouse for basic materials in the store still has plenty, Noah replied, rolling her eyes and crossing her arms. You can take whatever you need. They were leftovers from my previous practice, but they can only be used to craft white and green modification cores. That's sufficient. Su Chen's face lit up with gratitude. If Noah were a brother, he would gladly call her his adoptive mother. Now he had the certification, the shop, and the initial resources. If he could not make this store thrive, it would be best for him to find a place to bury himself. All right, I'm off, Noah said, hurrying back to continue her research on the adjustable tail wing modification core. However, before she left, she cautioned. The owners of the 2 shops next to us are quite decent, but be wary of that old Lee across the street. He is not someone to be taken lightly. Noah left in a flurry. Su Chen glanced at the shop across the street. Though it lacked the sophistication of Noah's establishment, the large sign out front boasted an array of exaggerated advertisements and some seemingly attractive services that were, in reality, mere traps, like blind boxes for modification cores. Not a soft touch, huh? He chuckled softly. Neither was he. In the following 3 days, Su Chun dedicated himself to the modification shop. He renamed it to its former title, Anything Can Be Modified. The name may have been lackluster, yet it was straightforward and relatable, and indeed, he could modify just about anything. The nearby shop owners, including Old Lee, became aware of his presence, but upon discovering he was merely a D-level modifier, their demeanor shifted to one of newfound friendliness. Old Lee even wore a hint of derision in his gaze. However, Su Chen paid no mind to such perceptions. Over those 3 days, he crafted 31 modification cores, depleting every last bit of material left in Noah's warehouse. Although all were of white and green quality, they finally gave the shop a semblance of credibility. After all, it was rather unconvincing to have an empty display case, wasn't it? Finally, the day had come for the grand opening. Su Chen sat behind the counter, placing the last modification core into the showcase, releasing a sigh of relief. Xingmeng, go ahead and open the store. Starting today, we shall officially welcome customers to our modification shop. Meow? Xingmeng cheered, scampering off to unlock the door, hanging the open for business sign outside, then rushing back with wide, adoring eyes fixed on Su Chen. Moss, after the opening, will we become rich very soon? Of course, Su Chen replied, gently patting Xingmeng on the head, his eyes filled with nostalgia. In the days of yore, when he served as the chief modification engineer on Earth, did he ever fret over finances? Not only did he receive a substantial salary, but drivers would rush to deliver cash to him, all for the mere adjustment of a racing car. Each fine-tuning would yield millions. At that time, money was but a mere figure to him. This was the result of his lackadaisical approach to earning. Now, in this new world, he toiled earnestly for his earnings for the first time. Was the money not akin to a ceaseless tide pouring in? With this thought, Su Chen felt a surge of confidence. Xingmeng, Queen, you shall stand at the entrance of the store and greet every customer with a warm welcome. Regardless of whether they intend to purchase, we must ensure our service quality is impeccable. Xingmeng and Queen promptly took their positions at the door. However, as the afternoon wore on, the anticipated customers never materialized. Perhaps the sweltering heat had deterred them from venturing out. Su Chen offered himself an excuse, allowing Xingmeng and Queen the liberty to attend to their own pursuits. As mealtime passed and dusk approached, the oppressive heat of the afternoon began to wane, giving way to a refreshing evening breeze, and the commercial district grew busier. Yet, still no one graced his establishment with their presence. While the neighboring Old Lee Professional Modifications was bustling with patrons, their entrance a hive of activity. In this world, drivers often indulged in leisurely visits to modification shops, much like young women perusing boutiques. The act of browsing was paramount. Whether or not they purchased clothing was secondary. They would gaze longingly at items beyond their financial reach, spurring aspirations for the future. Was this not the driving force behind their visits? Su Chen found this phenomenon perplexing. He had visited several nearby modification shops, and by all comparisons, his establishment boasted the finest decor. Why, then, did no one seek to procure his modification cores? Resting his chin on the counter, a frown etched across his face, he lamented his lack of customers. In the past, he consoled himself in the face of dwindling business by attributing it to an unappealing storefront. Now, having relocated to a prime location, yet still experiencing a lack of patrons, he pondered whether the issue lay within himself. Perhaps he was simply unsuited to the role of a shopkeeper? Moss, do not entertain such thoughts, Xingmeng exclaimed, her delicate visage resting upon Su Chen's shoulder. With her head tilted, her flowing silver hair cascaded down her arm, her large eyes mirroring Su Chen's profile. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. We have only just opened. It is entirely normal to have no customers. No one is yet aware of Moss's prowess. But once they do, they will be lining up for your modifications. Indeed, master. Queen chimed in, her hands gently kneading Su Chen's shoulders as she offered her soothing words. In my eyes, you are the most extraordinary modification engineer. Their failure to purchase your modification cores reflects their lack of discernment. Initially, he felt a pang of disappointment, but the comforting words from the two machine girls lifted his spirits. Perhaps he had indeed been too hasty, or perhaps, having led a life filled with ease in his previous existence, where countless individuals sought his modifications due to his established reputation, he had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle. Now, in this unfamiliar world, devoid of any acclaim, he found himself struggling to adapt. He cannot confront the present failure with a mindset rooted in the past. Here, he is merely at the beginning of his journey. Let us close the door for today. Su Chen swiftly adjusts his attitude, suggesting they return for a meal. This evening, he will diligently devise an engaging event. As long as he can sell one modified core, it would be deemed a success. He possesses confidence, grounded in the superior quality of his modified cores. Selling just one will help build a positive reputation. Word will spread, 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and he shall never lack patrons. Suddenly, a figure named Xingmeng dashes to the entrance, about to retrieve the open sign to close the shop. When he catches sight of two figures hurrying around the fountain in the square, one of them appears somewhat familiar. Don't close the door. A girl's voice calls out. Boss, please don't close the door. Chapter 127. Tears of Blood earned Star Dream scrutinized carefully and finally recalled the identity of the mechanical girl who had accompanied the girl. It was Golden Falcon, the mechanical girl who had previously followed Wang Tingting and subsequently dissolved her verbal contract with her. The one who came with Golden Falcon seemed to be her driver. Had they just formed a contract? The girl, with her flaxen short hair and sun-kissed skin adorned with a few freckles, donned a tracksuit that exuded vitality. She rushed up to Star Dream and, pressing her knees, let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. We finally made it. If you had closed the door, we might have truly missed out on the modification core. Star Dream glanced at the girl before blinking at Golden Falcon behind her. Golden Falcon also recognized Star Dream. From a distance, she had been uncertain, but now she was finally convinced that this mechanical girl, with her soft cat ears and flowing white hair, was indeed her former colleague. After all, they had both served the same employer. However, compared to the past, Star Dream had undergone a significant transformation. She used to keep her head down, appearing timid and withdrawn. Now, not only had that sense of timidity dissipated, but her complexion had also improved remarkably. Moreover, she radiated an indescribable aura, one that seemed to bring a sense of joy just by looking at her. Golden Falcon knew that Star Dream was now more confident than before. With this newfound confidence, her unique charm naturally emerged. Yet, Golden Falcon did not feel envious, for she had also found a driver suited to her. Star Dream, it's been a long time. She smiled gently at the cat-eared girl. Wow, meow. It really is you, Golden Falcon. Star Dream's tuft of hair stood upright as she shyly scratched her head. From afar, you look just like her, but I was a bit taken aback, hee. Though Star Dream and Golden Falcon had not interacted much, there was no need for extensive communication between mechanical girls. Even a brief acquaintance could lead to a natural conversation upon their next encounter. Wait, you two actually know each other? Golden Falcon's driver, Xingmeng, appeared bewildered, not expecting to encounter Golden Falcon's friend while bringing her mechanical girl to the modification shop. The girl before them surely was not the boss. Xingmeng scrutinized Star Dream once more, marveling inwardly at her beauty, a truly stunning mechanical girl. Those quivering cat ears and swaying tail, they seemed so lifelike. Was she A specialized cat girl type mechanical girl? Her appearance was indeed as exquisite as rumored. No wonder even with average attributes. Cat girl specialized types could fetch higher prices than their counterparts at exhibition auctions. Are you here to buy a modification core too? Xingmeng stepped closer, asking Star Dream with a sense of familiarity. Not at all. Meow. Star Dream shook her head. This modification shop is run by my family, Moss. I work part-time here as a fortune cat. As she spoke, Star Dream made a gesture resembling a beckoning fortune cat. Wow, so adorable. Xingmeng felt her youthful heart melting, gazing longingly at Star Dream's cat ears and pleading, "May I pat your head?" Absolutely not. Xingmeng took a step back, her hands crossed defiantly over her chest. When the topic of touch arose, her demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. With a taut expression and narrowed eyes, she declared, "Only Moss and Queen's sister are permitted to touch me. No one else is allowed." Ah, how disappointing, Xingmeng thought, a tinge of regret washing over her. Suddenly, it dawned on her. The modification shop belonged to the master of this cat-girl-type mecha, which implied that the proprietor was not merely a skilled modifier, but also a driver. Could one truly excel in both professions simultaneously? Just as she grappled with this revelation, a voice resonated from within the shop. "Xingmeng, do we have customers?" "Ah, yes," Xingmeng exclaimed, seizing Xingmeng and Jinsuen's hands and pulling them into the shop. She called out, "Moss, hurry out. We have guests." Her grip tightened as if fearing they might escape. Xingmeng felt her cheeks flush under the pressure, silently acknowledging the cat girl's considerable strength. "Customers." Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. He quickly appeared at the entrance, wearing a practiced smile that had been honed over 2.5 years. Though disingenuous, it radiated warmth. "Please come in. Our modification cores are undoubtedly the finest in the entire commercial district. You've come to the right place. Feel free to browse and select." The initial hurdle of sales was always the toughest, and today, he was determined to sell at least one modification core. Upon noticing Jin-san, he paused. Ah, a familiar face. While not deeply acquainted, he held great admiration for Jinsuen's courage in defending Wang Tingting against her adversities. Xingmeng hesitated at Su Chen's exuberance. "Are you the owner here? And, are you also a driver?" "Indeed, who said a driver cannot also be a modifier?" Su Chun gestured toward the modification certification hanging on the wall. "Look, I am certified." Xingmeng glanced at the certificate, D-grade, just as the other proprietors had indicated. She could only hope that when she stated her requirements, this D-grade modifier would not dismiss her outright. "What type of modification core are you interested in? I can make recommendations." Xingmeng gazed at Su Chun with trepidation, inhaling deeply. "I need a core that is reasonably priced, under 50,000 yuan. That enhances speed, yet primarily has negative attributes concerning stability and endurance. Ideally, it should be of green quality. Do you have any?" Her voice dwindled to a whisper, as if she were aware that her requests were somewhat audacious. Such modification cores were not entirely absent, but they would undoubtedly exceed the 50,000 yuan mark. For that price, one might procure a minor white-grade core. Yet the notion of acquiring a green-grade core was rather presumptuous. Even so, while other shops might possess minor white cores that met her criteria, the proprietors were reluctant to part with them for 50,000 yuan. With the provincial qualifiers approaching, many drivers were replacing their modification cores, and prices had soared dramatically. What was once obtainable for 50,000 yuan was now out of reach. "Yes, we definitely have some." Su Chun, with a beaming smile, led Xingmeng to the innermost display case of the shop. Inside the case lay an array of 12 green-quality modification cores. Among them, 3 models met her requirements. Su Chun extracted these 3 cores and arranged them in a neat row on the display. "Behold, these 3 are all named Green Arrow Number 1, enhancing speed by 5 points, reducing stability by 2 points, and extending endurance by 1 point. As for the selling price, it's neither 100,000 nor 50,000, but a mere 49,999. For 49,999, you cannot suffer losses. For 49,999, you cannot be deceived. For just under 50,000, you can bring home a premium green quality modification core." Listening to the proprietor's enthusiastic presentation, Xingmeng gazed at the 3 modification cores in the display with sparkling eyes. Su Chin stood beside her, equally captivated. The name had been freshly coined, the price newly set, and the cost was less than 10,000. A tearful yet lucrative profit. Chapter 128. 50,000 in the entire venue. The entire transaction process was exceedingly pleasant, truly a delightful experience for both the host and the guest. Xingmeng could hardly believe she had successfully acquired such an exceptional modification core for 50,000 yuan. With a sense of disbelief, she gazed at the neatly packaged modification core. She was preparing for an upcoming training competition where the champion would receive a sponsored junior star crystal. To secure this valuable resource, she had decided to invest all her savings into upgrading her Golden Falcon, taking a bold gamble. Even if she were to fail, it mattered little, for the modification core she purchased would not vanish. After wandering through the bustling streets for an entire morning, she found that none of the numerous modification shops offered what she sought. Either the prices were exorbitant or the quality was unsatisfactory. This particular shop, anything can be modified, was her last glimmer of hope. Just as the doors were about to close, she managed to make it in. As it turned out, her hopes were not in vain. Our principle is to earn only what is fair, Su Chun said with a cheerful smile. In simpler terms, while other shops engage in outrageous price hikes, we at Anything Can Be Modified adhere strictly to the philosophy of charging only for labor. This way, not only can drivers acquire the modification cores they need, but our shop's reputation will also grow swiftly, allowing us to profit through volume without lagging behind other stores. Understanding dawned upon Xingmeng as she regarded Su Chun with admiration. It seems that drivers truly comprehend the needs of other drivers. There are not many conscientious bosses like you. Ah, but what good is conscience? Su Chun replied, feigning indifference. Even with a good conscience, our shop sees little business. I will refer them to you. Xingmeng exclaimed eagerly. I have a few classmates who are also troubled by the issue of modification cores. They are recent graduates and cannot afford high-end options. They just hope to find something suitable within the white and green quality range. I will direct them to your shop right away. Thank you very much, Su Chun said, maintaining an outward calm while inwardly rejoicing. Was this not the outcome he desired? However, he had one more question. Miss Chun, I am curious as to how you suddenly discovered our shop. It appears you have visited many modification stores. Given the exquisite decor of our establishment, why did you not come here first? At Su Chun's inquiry, Xingmeng blushed slightly and replied awkwardly, Mr. Su, I actually saw your shop as soon as I entered the commercial street, but the upscale decor gave me the impression that I could not afford anything inside. As for why I returned, it was because Mr. Lee from across the street mentioned, if you want to pick up trash, go across the street. Their shop is run by a D-class modifier and is filled with rubbish, while we do not sell trash here. As she recounted this, Xingmeng's expression turned indignant, her lips pouting in frustration. The modification cores he sells are outrageously priced. A green quality acceleration core costs 100,000, and its performance is inferior to the 5,000 core you offer. He dares to call yours trash. The items he treats like treasures are the true rubbish. Su Chun's smile faltered. No wonder business was slow. How foolish of him to think that he was ill-suited for the role of a shopkeeper. It turned out that the sophistication of his establishment intimidated potential customers, compounded by the underhanded tactics of competitors. Perhaps many guests intended to visit his shop, but upon hearing that it was filled with rubbish, who would waste their time? Only someone like Xingmeng, who was at a loss, would come in with a mindset of giving it a try. Yet, individuals like Xingmeng are a rarity, perhaps 1 in 10,000. So you think my modification core is trash, do you? Very well, Su Chun chuckled coldly to himself. It seems it is time to employ some business tactics to prevent the owners of the nearby establishments from believing that Su is merely a novice. As soon as Xingmeng and Jin Sun departed, Su Chun turned to Xingmeng and said, Lao Meng, I have a task for you. Demolish the store. Demolish the store? Xingmeng, who had been merrily counting money moments ago, was taken aback and stammered, Master, you don't want to continue running the shop? But we have already made our first profit. More will surely follow. Do you wish to make big money? Su Chun inquired. Xingmeng nodded enthusiastically, yes. Then go and demolish the store. Oh, all right. Xingmeng darted into the storeroom, seized a large hammer, and rushed out. Boom, crack, bang. The cacophony of destruction bewildered the neighboring shop owners. The once magnificent sign of the store was reduced to shambles under the onslaught of Xingmeng's heavy hammer. The sign, proclaiming anything can be modified, hung precariously, half dangling in midair while the tiles behind it lay shattered. Su Chun stepped outside for a brief glance. Not bad. It possessed a certain World War II battle damage aesthetic. For now, this would suffice. Once the core was sold and funds were secured, he would hire a renovation team for a proper redesign. Master, I'm done. Xingmeng exclaimed, cradling the hammer and peering into Su Chen's eyes. Masta, where's the big money? What money? Su Chen queried, puzzled. Didn't you say that once we demolish it, there will be big money? Su Chen, speechless, pinched Xingmeng's cheek and sighed. The money hasn't arrived yet. It will take a few days. Xingmeng nodded. Oh meow, then hurry the person bringing the money to come. I want to see the big money. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. He beckoned to Xingmeng and Queen to push out a display cabinet from the shop. He then took out the modification core and carelessly stuffed it into the cabinet, not bothering to arrange it aesthetically, much like a roadside stall selling flip-flops. He then affixed a loudspeaker atop the cabinet, broadcasting his own recorded voice. Come, take a look, come and see. Everything here is 50,000. Each item is 50,000. Choose as you please. 50,000, you can't go wrong. 50,000, you won't be fooled. All modification cores, just 50,000. The loudspeaker blared loudly. During the recording, Su Chen had practically shouted at the top of his lungs. Having lived a life of millions in mere moments, he was now fully committed to this venture. Instantly, Su Chen's voice, amplified by the speaker, resonated throughout the square, piercing through the throngs of people. Moreover, the prior commotion caused by Xingmeng instantaneously captivated the attention of all passers-by, regardless of whether they were drivers or mechas. They were drawn in by Su Chen's remarkable display. Even those nearby who were still deliberating over modification cores in several shops abandoned their selections, opting instead to witness the spectacle. Observing the exodus of customers, the shop owners promptly emerged to assess the situation, their expressions turning bewildered upon hearing the jarring advertisements. In front of the oldly professional modification shop, the middle-aged proprietor, surnamed Li, leaned against the glass door, his mood fluctuating. Was he attempting to entice customers by lumping premium modification cores with standard ones at a uniform low price? He crossed his arms and scoffed. Such promotional tactics indeed proved effective. Yet, no one was a fool. They would merely sift through the assortment to procure the superior modification cores. As for the remainder, only a fool would purchase them. And the premium cores, forced to align with the promotional pricing, would undoubtedly be sold at a loss. He was astute enough to discern Su Chen's intentions, to initially attract a crowd, with the hope that a few gullible souls would make a purchase. Furthermore, human nature tends to lean towards conformity. If one sees others buying here, they too might be tempted to partake. However, modification cores differ vastly from trinkets sold at street stalls. These are monopolistic products crafted exclusively by skilled modifiers. The exorbitant prices of modification cores signify that they cater specifically to drivers and mechas. Coupled with the unpredictable costs and success rates in their production, this method of selling modification cores was tantamount to self-destruction. He could almost foresee Su Chen's impending downfall. Just wait for bankruptcy, you insolent brat. Running a modification shop is no endeavor for the faint of heart. Chapter 129, You Are the Trash. Boss, is the core property of your white modification truly that remarkable? How dare you make such claims? If one were to conduct a test through a random institution, would I not face ruin in the event of discrepancies? Boss, is your exquisite green quality modification core genuinely priced at only 50,000? Indeed, I have stated that everything here is priced uniformly at 50,000, without exception. How could that be false? Upon receiving Su Chen's affirmation, a throng of drivers and mech companions were momentarily awestruck. Is such a fortuitous opportunity truly present? A white modification core with a speed enhancement of 4 and a mere -1 on cornering typically commands a price range of 30 to 40,000 at most modification shops. Given that this is the peak season for competitions, the overall prices of modification cores have surged, and cores of such exceptional performance have escalated to 70 or 80,000. Yet, this establishment carelessly displays such a premium white modification core as if it were refuse. Moreover, the price is unexpectedly affordable. Boss, do you possess a certification as a modification technician? The bold are the first to savor the world, and some could hardly contain their excitement. Of course, Su Chen presented his certificate for all to see. These modification cores were crafted by my own hands, bearing my authorization and signature. You may purchase with confidence. And should any issues arise, or should the products not meet expectations, you may seek me out. In truth, problems are virtually impossible. The binding of modification cores and their technician's authorization is tightly interwoven. These items cannot be swapped, and the data remains immutable. Thus, when Su Chen unveiled his D-grade technician certificate, The onlookers hesitated not a moment longer. Boss, I desire this one, the shining white number 1 modification core. Boss, I wish for the green arrow number 1. Boss, may I purchase 2? One is a spare. Apologies, but as these are special priced items, to ensure that I can meet the demands of more drivers. Each modification core is limited to 1 purchase per individual. Su Chun waved his hand. This reluctance to allow reselling was not out of fear. As long as a sales agreement is signed on the spot, the modification core becomes irrevocably authorized. Should it be resold to a second person, that individual would find it unusable, unless, of course, as happened previously in the black market, the initial buyer voluntarily resells it. Then it would be permissible. Such noble intentions from the boss. It is a rare encounter to find an owner so considerate of us drivers. Upon hearing this, the crowd promptly labeled Su Chun a benefactor, for not everyone possesses the means to acquire multiple modification cores. Each additional core sold diminishes the opportunity for others to purchase. All right, no need to jostle. Let us form an orderly queue. With Star Dream and Queen S encouragement, the exuberant buyers finally agreed to line up properly. In less than half an hour, the entire display of modification cores was entirely cleared. Su Chun had meticulously curated the selection of modification cores, ensuring a variety of types to cater to diverse needs. Even if some drivers found a particular core less than essential, the attributes were undeniably exceptional. And coupled with the attractive pricing, they were compelled to part with their money. Some drivers, in truth, were not in dire need of a specific modification core. Seeing everyone eagerly purchasing, he couldn't help but join in, as if failing to spend money would result in a loss. Even when the display cabinets were emptied, a group of drivers and mechas awaited patiently for Su Chun to restock. Yet, Su Chun had no new items to offer. Faced with the yearning gazes of the crowd, he could only helplessly raise his hands, stating that these modification cores were freshly produced, and there was no stock left. The next batch would take another 3 to 4 days. Though it was unfortunate to say so, he urged everyone to return home, as there were truly no items available. Boss Su, you really ought to improve your business acumen. With such excellent merchandise, why not prepare more? Echoed the crowd. Yes, Boss Su, next time. Stock up so we can bring our friends and classmates along. Keen observers noted the emptiness of Su Chin's display, confirming that indeed, there was no inventory left. Those who secured modification cores were elated, while those who did not had no choice but to wait a few more days. Boss, will the prices for white and green quality modification cores increase next time? One person raised a hand to inquire. No, they will remain at this price, Su Chin replied, waving his hand dismissively. As he closed the shop door, the service smile on Su Chin's face transformed into genuine satisfaction. He flicked his finger on the bank card, producing a delightful metallic sound, signifying an income of 1.5 million. Out of this sum, 500,000 would be allocated for materials to run the modification shop, while the remaining 1 million would be spent on upgrading materials for Xingmeng and Queen. Now, Queen was ready to advance from B rank to A rank. It would be ideal to acquire a mid-level Thunderstar core before the provincial qualifiers. With a strong performance, they could secure the championship, thereby facilitating Xingmeng's upgrade to A rank with the mid-level Radiant Star core. Indeed, having persevered through the initial challenges, everything was now falling into place. How delightful! Master, how impressive! You've sold all the modification cores. Xingmeng exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands and bouncing around Su Chun. Did Master make a lot of money? Indeed, Su Chun replied, noticing Xingmeng's fixed gaze on his bank card. He waved the card in front of her, saying, Look, there's $1.5 million inside. Wow! Xingmeng's eyes sparkled even brighter, her little head swaying in rhythm with Su Chin's hand. She looked up at him with adoration, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, Master, you are amazing. A subtle smile crept onto Su Chin's lips. 1.5 million. To his former self on the planet Earth, that amount seemed trivial. Back then, earning 1.5 million wouldn't have felt significant, even if it were multiplied several times. Yet at this moment, basking in Xingmeng's admiration and hearing her praises, he felt a sense of elation that surpassed even the thrill of earning 15 million. I have decided, Su Chin declared, waving his hand. Tonight, we shall feast together. Hooray! Xingmeng exclaimed, grasping Queen's hand. Today, Sister Queen doesn't need to cook. Master made a fortune, and Master is treating us. In Su Chin's realm, all seemed joyful, while he shut the doors to visitors. Yet, the joys and sorrows of individuals seldom intertwine. when a smile graced Su Chen's face. It signified that someone else was unable to smile. Hello? Mr. Zhang, have you decided against the modification core you previously ordered? In the workshop of Old Li's Professional Modifications, the middle-aged owner scowled as he spoke on the phone. It was truly perplexing. The customers lured away by the rival shop had never returned. Among them were several who had already chosen their modification cores, merely awaiting payment. Surely, one could not genuinely purchase the inferior products from across the street? 50,000 yuan. What quality could possibly be obtained at such a critical juncture? We no longer need it, came the cold voice from the other end of the line. We have purchased the modification core from anything can be modified. Please refrain from contacting me again. What? Boss Li was utterly bewildered. You truly bought that heap of junk? Mr. Zhang, I do not mean to meddle, but you understand better than I the significance of the modification core for a mech maiden. It is imperative to choose wisely rather than compromising for the sake of saving money. He attempted to reason, only to inadvertently provoke the other party. A cacophony of enraged shouts erupted from the receiver. Shut your damn mouth. You are the trash. Everything in your shop is rubbish. With such high prices and poor performance, how dare you defame Boss Su's establishment? Get lost, you garbage. With a resounding click, the call ended. Chapter 130. Overcrowded. How could this be? Boss Li murmured to himself as he listened to the busy signal on the phone. How could a mere D-grade tuner produce anything but trash? Why was it selling so well? Was it truly just because of the shout of 50,000 for the entire venue? Did a single proclamation of 50,000 possess such immense power? Skeptical, he dialed several other potential buyers, only to receive the same response. They had already purchased from the shop anything can be modified. Moreover, the core from anything can be modified was superior to his, offering better value for money. Some even criticized him for being unscrupulous, claiming he had no consideration for the drivers. Consideration for what? He was a tuner. He only considered himself as a tuner. The only solace for Boss Li was that the buyer interested in his blue quality modification core continued with the purchase. If this portion of buyers vanished as well, would he not be on the brink of collapse? No, something felt amiss. Furrowing his brow, Li paced back and forth in his shop with his hands clasped behind his back. He occasionally glanced at anything can be modified, which had sold out and closed early, pondering its success. Despite the improbability of a D-grade tuner encroaching on his blue quality modification core market, crafting even a single blue core required considerable effort. At most, he could produce 3 or 4 a day, while the white and green qualities were far less taxing. Furthermore, the competition in the blue quality modification market was fierce, with several shop owners nearby not to be underestimated. If the performance of the modification cores was not commendable, buyers would invariably compare and ultimately purchase elsewhere. Thus, the market for white and green modification cores could not be neglected. It thrived on both volume and reputation. Although the freshly graduated drivers appeared financially constrained, once they began competing and earning prizes, they would eagerly funnel their earnings into modification shops. Leaving a positive impression on these newcomers early on would ensure they returned to his shop later. No, once that young man opened his doors, he would have to see for himself the remarkable performance of those white and green quality modification cores that could lure away his clientele. The other two shop owners shared similar sentiments. Ever since Su Chun had set up the loudspeaker and display case, it was evident that their business had been impacted. The customers who departed from their shops had vanished without a trace, akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, never to return. Could anything can be modified truly be that enticing? He refused to believe it. Upon returning to her dormitory, Xingmeng's first order of business was to showcase her newly acquired green Arrow No. 1 modification core to her roommates. Look, fresh out of the oven, a green quality gem. Speed 5, stability -2, endurance -1. Impressive, right? Her roommates, who had also been troubled by the issue of modification cores, crowded around her. Being students, they sought to equip their machines with quality cores for assessments and training competitions. However, with the current rise in modification core prices, their funds only allowed for subpar options. Upon hearing Xingmeng had struck gold, they surged towards her in excitement. Wow, is it really that exceptional? Let us take a look. Let's test it with the device. Goodness, this is truly extraordinary. Xingmeng basked in the envious and begrudging gazes of her roommates. Ming, that core must have cost a pretty penny, hasn't it? Have you become a little affluent without us knowing? One of her roommates jested. How could that be? Xingmeng rolled her eyes. Do you really think you know my financial situation? This upgraded core cost me 50,000. 50,000. The others exchanged bewildered glances. This exquisite green upgraded core is only 50,000? Indeed, Xingmeng acknowledged their astonishment, for she too had been taken aback upon learning the price. There's a new store nearby, called Anything Can Be Modified. Despite its lavish decor, the upgraded cores are surprisingly affordable, significantly cheaper than several other shops in the vicinity. I've come to understand that a more opulent storefront doesn't necessarily equate to higher prices. Perhaps it's merely a matter of taste. They ensure the quality of their products and operate on a model of low margins and high volume, unlike those other owners who take advantage of us. Noticing that one of her roommates was already dressing, Xingmeng inquired, "It's so late. Are you really going out? I want to see if that store is still open." Her roommate replied earnestly, "What kind of owner sells at such prices? If his reputation spreads, those upgraded cores might become a hot commodity. We should hurry before he gains popularity." "You're right." Another roommate sprang from her bed. "What if he raises the prices later? Let us go now." In less than 2 minutes, Xingmeng's roommates returned empty-handed, leaving her alone in the dormitory, staring blankly at the clock on the wall, which read 11:30. Yet, they were ultimately too late. Awaiting them were the closed doors of Anything Can Be Modified. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Suchin focused on 2 tasks: crafting upgraded cores and hiring a construction team to renovate the entire shop in a battle-worn style. Battle-worn does not imply destruction. Rather, it conveys a sense of vintage decay, evoking feelings of nostalgia and mystery. Is that a chandelier swaying above? No, that's a shallow interpretation. It symbolizes the passage of time. In any case, Suchin was quite satisfied. "Master," Queen observed the flickering light bulb above, seemingly experiencing a short circuit, and mused, "It's fortunate that this shop has been completely transferred to you. Had it merely been rented." I can hardly fathom the expression on Miss Noer's face upon witnessing this scene. "You don't understand." Su Chun reclined in his armchair, relishing the massage from Xingmeng, and said with narrowed eyes, "This humble abode, yet my virtue shines. I am currently just a D-grade modifier. The shop should reflect my status, so that customers will be inclined to purchase. As I gradually ascend to C-grade, the shop will naturally evolve as well." Su Chun was eager to enhance his modifier level. Having already garnered substantial profits from selling white and green upgraded cores, he could only imagine the potential earnings from selling blue, purple, or even gold upgraded cores. As Queen was taken away by him, the agreement between Queen and the Voice of the Night was dissolved. Consequently, his wager with Qin Xin naturally came to an end, and the Voice of the Night would no longer provide him with a fast track to assessments every month. Even if the Voice of the Night were still willing to offer such a service, he would refuse it. He harbored no fondness for the Voice of the Night. Utilizing their resources felt tainted to him. Moreover, the fact that the Voice of the Night could bypass regulations indicated that the assessment schedule was indeed manipulable. Once he gained a modicum of fame, why should he not also have the opportunity to exploit such advantages? Ultimately, relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. "Boss Su, open up. The 3-day deadline has arrived. Surely you aren't planning to flee in bankruptcy." "Boss Su, I want the core. Without the core, I might perish." Twisted, dark, crawling screams. Outside the modification shop, raucous voices echoed. Su Chun felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Xingmeng stifled a laugh. "Moss. Xingmeng's roommates are back. They arrive so early every day," Su Chun thought to himself. Indeed. They queued from 5 in the morning and wouldn't leave until 8, insisting he come out to announce that the shop was closed for the day, lest they camp outside indefinitely. Had he not promised to reopen in 3 days, those girls would likely camp out with their machines at his doorstep. Having crafted over 50 modification cores this time, surely that would suffice for sale? Suchin exhaled deeply. He had reached his limits. Under the premise of ensuring a perfect quality of life, he truly had reached his limits. Although he achieved a 100 success rate in crafting modification cores, producing 3 or 4 consecutive green quality cores was rather exhausting. He needed to embrace Xingmeng for a good rest to recover. Following that, meals, baths, and gaming for relaxation awaited him. Then, more crafting of modification cores, followed by more embraces with Xingmeng, and so the cycle would continue. After all, life cannot be solely about work. It must also encompass poetry, distant horizons, and gentle whispers. "Xingmeng, go open the door. Let us welcome our first battle of the day." "Meow." Xingmeng responded eagerly, wagging her tail as she dashed to the door, lifting the roll-up gate. With a loud clatter. Wow! The scene outside startled her, making her hair stand on end. The entrance was teeming with people, all eagerly awaiting the purchase of modification cores. Most of them were young faces, many adorned in the uniforms of the League Academy. Amidst the crowd, the faint figures of 3 other modification shop owners could be seen, along with several burly men in black uniforms wearing sunglasses, each adorned with a crescent moon emblem on their chests. Chapter 130. Boss Lee, thank you. The crowd outside is quite overwhelming. Xingmeng has just dashed back, claiming there are villains inside. Su Chun furrowed his brow. Villains? If Xingmeng refers to them as such, they must be quite nefarious. Could they be members of the Voice of the Night? At this moment, a throng of individuals eager to purchase modification cores surged into the shop. Su Chun stepped to the door to glance outside. Indeed, several burly men, unmistakably bodyguards from the Voice of the Night, were gathered around a black extended luxury vehicle. The occupant remained obscured, seemingly disinclined to alight. However, Su Chun had a strong inkling of who it might be. What piqued his interest was that, aside from the members of the Voice of the Night, the proprietor of Old Lee's Professional Modifications and the owners of 2 neighboring shops were also present, appearing conflicted about entering. Truly, an eclectic assembly of characters. With a resigned shake of his head, Su Chun returned to the counter, choosing to disregard them for the time being. He thought, could they truly vandalize his store? After all, the enforcement team was nearby. Many patrons hesitated, caught in a state of indecision. Wasn't this establishment praised for its exquisite decor? Why had it suddenly taken on such a dilapidated appearance? Surely, the owner hadn't gone bankrupt from selling modification cores at a loss, had he? Would there be a price increase today? Boss Su, is this green quality modification core really priced at 50,000? Xingmeng's roommate had already selected one, primarily to enhance cornering attributes. Gazing at the splendid attributes alongside the hefty price, she felt momentarily entranced. Su Chun had labeled each modification core with its corresponding attributes. Given the current circumstances, this was the best he could do. Some high-end modification shops featured display cases with built-in attribute detectors, able to showcase the core's properties on an electronic screen. However, those in the know understood that such devices could be subtly adjusted. Generally, modification artisans did not engage in severe deception in this regard. After all, it would tarnish their reputation. It was unlikely that a single egregious act of fraud would lead to the closure of a shop. Hence, drivers and machine girls typically did not carry detection devices when purchasing modification cores. Firstly, it was unnecessary, and secondly, detection devices were not inexpensive, often costing 2,000 to 3,000. Yes, 50,000, no price increase. Su Chun nodded. Very well, I'll take this one. Trusting Xingmeng, the girl promptly swiped her card to complete the purchase. The other 2 roommates, seeing this, hurriedly bought their chosen modification cores as well, seizing the moment while most others were still hesitant. Boss Su, are the attributes of this modification core truly as remarkable as labeled? You're not just trying to make a quick profit and disappear, are you? A snide voice emerged, causing the fervor of purchases in the shop to wane. Indeed, Su Chun's establishment now conveyed an aura of impending bankruptcy, a stark contrast to just 3 days prior. Only those who frequent the shop daily, such as Xingmeng's roommate and a select few customers, are aware that Su Chun deliberately designed the store's decor in this manner. The majority of buyers are referrals from the first batch of customers 3 days prior. Many of them are not even from Mo City. They have traveled from other cities specifically to purchase the core. Su Chun turned toward the source of the voice. Well, if it isn't Old Lee from across the way. Boss Lee, aren't you equipped with a testing device? Su Chun pointed to Old Lee's right hand and smiled, saying, why not measure the performance of my modified core? Wouldn't that settle the matter? You truly want me to test it? Old Lee was taken aback. The other 2 shop owners nearby were equally bewildered. This individual was not adhering to the usual conventions. There exists an unspoken rule among modifiers. Using a testing device to assess the attributes of a competitor's modified core is deemed disrespectful and a significant taboo. Modifiers may slightly exaggerate the performance of their products, and such discrepancies are generally accepted. Thus, bringing a testing device into a competitor's shop is akin to unveiling their secrets. They had anticipated that Su Chun would likely refuse the test, which they could then exploit. However, Su Chun seemed entirely unconcerned and permitted the measurement without hesitation. Do you think I am afraid to be tested? Old Lee grasped a modified core. He could only vaguely perceive its performance through the star energy, unable to discern the specifics, especially since he did not create this core. The drivers and mech girls had an even more nebulous sense of the core's capabilities. Due to this information gap, Aside from a handful of top-tier modification shops, most modifiers embellish their core's performance to some extent, but without grossly misrepresenting it, unless they are on the brink of bankruptcy and wish to make one last desperate attempt. The drivers and mech girls have no recourse regarding these minor discrepancies. The cores from top-tier shops are heavily overpriced, while ordinary shops seem to collude in this practice. Over time, they have begrudgingly accepted this reality. In the past 3 days, Old Lee had observed the arrival of the construction team, but was taken aback by the state of the shop. At a glance, it appeared as if Su Chun were on the verge of bankruptcy. Go ahead and test it. Su Chun shrugged, feigning indifference. Am I really testing it? Old Lee asked, his neck stiffening. Test it. Su Chun insisted. All right. Old Lee gritted his teeth. Even if he were to be scorned by his peers afterward, it was preferable to losing business. He produced the testing device and aimed it at the modified core. 3 seconds later, a cold female voice emanated from the device. Quality, green positive effect, cornering 4 negative effects, speed -1, endurance -1. As the results were announced, the shop erupted in chaos. Wow, this green modified core is exceptional. The drivers, who had previously hesitated at Old Lee's remark, were now clamoring to seize it. Had it not been for Xingmeng and Queen keeping a watchful eye, they might have resorted to more drastic measures. Is this modified core truly devoid of any embellishment? Old Lee and the other 2 shop owners were left dumbfounded. The attributes revealed by the testing device matched precisely with those labeled by Su Chun, down to the last detail. Isn't it rather common to exaggerate by a point or two? Are we really being this cautious? Can a lone wolf emerge from the flock? Let us conduct another test. I refuse to believe otherwise. Old Lee, perhaps we should let this go. It has already gone too far, a boss quietly advised. What do you mean let it go? Old Lee's face flushed with indignation. If we are to test, let us test everything. He wielded the testing device, methodically scanning each item at the counter. The buyers, naturally, were delighted to witness this, eagerly presenting their chosen modified cores for Old Lee to examine. However, with each test, Old Lee's expression darkened. It became evident that none of these modified cores contained any discrepancies. Their attributes were precisely as stated, without a hint of embellishment. Old Lee, the materials for this testing must cost 2,000 or 3,000, correct? Old Lee, I appreciate your assistance in testing. I now realize that aside from selling rather dubious modified cores, you are quite a decent fellow. Old Lee's thorough testing alleviated everyone's concerns. In less than 10 minutes, the 50 modified cores that Su Chun had just crafted were sold out. Gazing at the empty store and then at Old Lee's grim countenance, Su Chun smiled warmly and clasped his hands. Thank you, Old Lee. I hope you will frequently come to assist me in selling modified cores in the future. Chapter 131, Shattering Your Truths. A ghost has arrived. There truly is a wolf among the flock. Su Chun is unequivocally benchmarking against top-tier modification shops, with all core modification attributes laid bare, completely authentic and unembellished. However, a dilemma arises. Those esteemed establishments can afford such transparency due to their premium pricing, which compensates for any incurred losses. And what of this Su boss? Not only does he aspire to their standards, but he also offers his services at such a low price. This is sheer folly. Old Lee gazed at Su Chun's smiling face, his heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. Regardless of how one considers it, Su Chun's business is bound to result in significant losses. Even if the success rate for modifying core components stands at 50, it remains a severe deficit. Is he merely putting on a facade? Suddenly, he found himself less angry and anxious. Clearly, this Su boss is sacrificing profits to attract clientele. It is utterly implausible that he can maintain such pricing indefinitely. Hadn't he already liquidated all his former crystal chandelier displays? Su boss, you are indeed a ruthless character. Old Lee, with a composed expression, gave Su Chun a thumbs up. Your strategy is undeniably audacious. I just wonder if you can sustain such tenacity. He wore a knowing smile, convinced of his own victory. At this moment, a significant number of customers had already departed the shop. The remaining patrons, having not acquired the modification cores, were pondering whether to wait and see if Su Chun would restock. Just then, a distinct sound of polished shoes striking the ground and the rhythmic tapping of a cane echoed through the air. Tap, tap, tap. Su Chun diverted his gaze to the entrance, where stood an elderly gentleman clad in an exquisitely tailored suit, adorned with a top hat and white gloves, leaning on a cane. The visitor was none other than James, the chief modifier of the night modification team. Su Chun felt a twinge of surprise. He had initially assumed it was Xingmeng, but upon reflection, a corporate president like Xingmeng would certainly not come to seek him out personally. It was indeed more fitting for James, the chief designer, to make an appearance. Mr. Suchun, James removed his hat and bowed respectfully, surveying the surroundings with a slight frown. A master of your caliber should not languish in such a modest modification shop. You ought to be leading a team of modifiers within a grand corporation, crafting even greater marvels, such as... Stop right there. Suchun rapped on the glass display case. Get straight to the point. The abrupt interruption caused the expressions of several bodyguards to darken. James, his face flushed, pressed his lips together and sighed. Mr. Suchun, we are quite interested in your retractable wing technology. The lady has already investigated. There is no possibility of a down-and-out modifier providing you with the core for such a mechanism. Not only the street you mentioned, but the entire city has a limited number of struggling modifiers, and the lady has checked each one. Therefore, the retractable wing modification core must be linked to you. Regardless of whether you crafted this core, I represent the Knight modification team to extend an invitation for you to join us as our chief modifier. Upon the conclusion of his statement, the shop fell into an eerie silence. Suchun maintained a stoic expression, while Old Lee and the other two modification shop owners wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. What on earth? Boss Su, a D-class modifier. How did he become entangled with the Knight modification team of the Voice of the Night? Moreover, it was mentioned that the recently popular Rising Tail Wing modification core is somehow related to this Boss Su. Lao Li felt a sense of disillusionment. He even doubted whether James was merely playing along with Suchun. Firstly, the core of the Rising Tail Wing modification is not my creation. It is the product of my master, of which I possess only a cursory knowledge of its details. Suchun paused, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Your lady possesses remarkable audacity, directly appointing me as the chief to entice me. Is that so? And what about you? James's expression dimmed, forcing a smile as he replied. The vice chief has already been dismissed by General Qin. If you take on the role of chief, I naturally become the vice chief. Suchun began to seriously contemplate the conditions proposed by Xingmeng. His ambition was to spearhead a transformation in the global modification trend among modifiers. Undoubtedly, becoming the chief of the Knight modification team, with the influence that such a position entails, would facilitate his endeavors. However, the inherent nature of Xingmeng and the Voice of the Night group would likely not endorse his modification proposals. He candidly stated, Mr. James, I have but one question. If I were to become the chief of the Knight team, would I have the authority to oversee the entire group's mechanical modification plans? Discarding the original modification style of the Voice of the Night group, James fell silent for a few seconds, shaking his head. I'm afraid not. The overall modification plan is not solely determined by the Knight team. It aligns with the broader direction of the Voice of the Night group. Even as chief, you must adhere to the group's overarching guidelines and cannot unilaterally impose your own style. Moreover, the group's modification direction represents the current mainstream consensus, recognized as the correct modification path by all major groups. Thus, but the mainstream modification plan renders Queen, this exceptional mechanical girl, inoperable. What do you say to that? Suchun's gaze bore down on James with a chilling intensity, akin to a series of sharp daggers. In a corner of the modification shop, Queen appeared momentarily dazed, lost in uncertainty. Xingmeng noticed and gently squeezed Queen's hand in a gesture of comfort. James felt a bitter taste in his mouth, his brow furrowing deeper as he sighed. Mr. Suchun, I am aware of the profound friendship you share with Queen, and I can empathize with your anger. However, I was not present at that time. Had I been, I would never have permitted that fool to administer excessive memory training agents to Queen, a decision far too radical. Nonetheless, the group's modification direction is fundamentally sound. The tragedy has occurred, and it cannot be reversed. We will continue to reflect and refine our plans. To take 1,000 steps back, regarding Queen's current predicament. You too lack a solution, do you not? Why must you insist on opposing the truth? Truth? Suchun scoffed. After my modifications, Queen is now capable of activation. James abruptly lifted his head, staring at Suchun in astonishment. You. What did you just say? Queen is now capable of activation, Suchun reiterated. No. It is impossible. Her condition is beyond repair. Whether you believe it or not is your concern. Suchun gazed at James with indifference, asserting that there exists no absolute truth in this world. When the majority perceives a truth, it signifies that most have relinquished their capacity for independent thought. Yet, as a masterful modifier, You ought not to venerate truth. Instead, you should devote your life to questioning it. Much like centuries ago, when no one could have fathomed the emergence of beings such as mechanized maidens. However, the truths held by those individuals ultimately shattered. What of yours? When will you acknowledge its fallibility? When will you awaken? James remained silent for a considerable time, his gaze fixed on Su Chen's eyes, as if attempting to penetrate the illusions within. Yet, the steadfastness and confidence radiating from Su Chen burned fiercely. And to meet his gaze was to feel the searing pain of one's soul. He swallowed hard, a hint of supplication in his voice. May I observe Queen's activation state? Queen does not favor you, Su Chen replied, shaking his head. I have no desire to allow anyone associated with the Knight's voice to approach her. However, he shifted his tone, lifting his chin as though a sovereign dismissing his subjects. You shall witness it, the provincial qualifiers, where I will take her and utterly crush the truths you so proudly uphold. Chapter 132, To Become Steel. How about it? Has Su Chen agreed to my terms? No. What did he say? He stated, Queen has resumed activation. A brief silence enveloped the elongated luxury vehicle, soon shattered by a deep female voice. Impossible. Qin Xian furrowed her brow, her sharp eyebrows accentuating the flicker of shock and disbelief within her icy gaze. You and the Knight team must be more aware of Queen's condition than I am, she remarked coolly. Given such circumstances, a resumption of activation is utterly impossible. Surely, you do not believe his words? He likely uttered them merely to provoke us. Isn't that typical of the youth? James parted his lips, intending to concur with Qin Xian's assertion. Yet, an image of those piercing eyes involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Words merely meant to provoke. Could they truly carry such potent intensity? The determination and confidence reflected in Su Chen's eyes stemmed from a profound conviction. But where did that conviction originate? Undoubtedly, it derived from Queen herself. Sigh. What was on the tip of my tongue transformed into a mere exhalation. General Manager Qin, I have not witnessed Queen's activation, but Su Chen mentioned that he would bring Queen to compete in the upcoming provincial qualifiers. At that point, we shall discern whether he was merely bluffing. He has issued a challenge? Qin Xian raised an eyebrow. Consider it so, James nodded. He asserted that he would trample the group's modification plans underfoot with Queen's victory. Heh. The corners of Qin Xian's mouth twitched, as if recalling something amusing. Let us await the outcome. She turned her gaze towards the window, observing the dilapidated modification shop, and remarked, since he is unwilling to relinquish the technology for the adjustable rear wing modification, the responsibility for researching and breaking through this technology ultimately falls upon you, James. I can afford to grant you a bit more time. By the provincial competition, I expect to see you present the perfected core of the adjustable rear wing modification. Understood. James felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Even though Qin Xian had extended the timeline from 1 month to 6, he was acutely aware of the developmental challenges as a researcher, 100-fold more than Qin Xian. In truth, if only he could glean some technical details from Su Chen, everything else would fall into place. Alas, Qin Xian's proud nature would never allow her to bow to Su Chen, nor would she resort to threats or coercion. Currently, Su Chen and the Knight team were at odds over the matter of Queen. The technical details of the adjustable rear wing were beyond reach. A particular phrase from Su Chen lingered in James's mind. As a master modifier, one should not revere truth, but rather dedicate one's life to questioning it. Such words sent tremors through his soul. He began to reflect on his own existence. When did he cease to pursue new technologies? It seemed to have begun after he ascended to the rank of S-class modifier, becoming lost amidst the high salary offered by the Knight team and the chorus of masters surrounding him. Perhaps there truly was an issue with the modification plans of the Knight team? Yet, those plans were the result of countless generations of modifiers' trials and experiments. The performance-oriented mech girls indeed have a greater likelihood of securing victory in the World Championships. Throughout the annals of history, one can observe that the elite drivers have always been accompanied by mech girls who excel in every aspect. Is there truly any fault in emulating the successes of our predecessors? The cold voice of James Qin echoed in my ears, urging me not to succumb to self-doubt, for the organization would not err. Ah, yes. Suddenly, James snapped back to reality, realizing that he had been drenched in cold sweat without even noticing. In the all things modifiable shop, with the core modifications sold out, Su Chen was preparing to close up. What are you three lingering about for? He glanced at the 3 remaining proprietors and waved them off. It's time to go. I'm closing up. Old Lee swallowed hard, having witnessed James, that elderly figure, board the business vehicle of the Night Voice. It seemed like a theatrical performance. Yet who would hire bodyguards for mere theatrics? Moreover, there exists a certain resonance among modders. He could distinctly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from James' formidable stellar energy. As for the owner, Sue, he possessed a modicum of stellar energy, albeit not much. This was the reason he initially dismissed Su Chun as inconsequential. Yet, it appeared that this seemingly unremarkable Su was, in fact, a formidable crocodile. Su boss, do you know that S-Class modder from Night Voice? Su Chun regarded the pale-faced Old Lee and nodded. I suppose we are acquainted. Just an unremarkable old man. At his age, achieving mastery yet still clinging to rigid thought patterns, his life is destined to remain thus. Old Lee was taken aback. What a bold assertion. However, judging by James' demeanor towards Su Chun, it was certainly not that of a senior to a junior. It resembled an interaction between equals, even carrying a hint of respect. Who exactly is this Su boss? How could a mere D-class modder command the respect of an S-class master? Old Lee was utterly perplexed. Yet, he was not foolish. He understood that Su Chun was not to be trifled with. Determining whether that old man was indeed part of the Night Voice modding team was simply a matter of searching on his phone. The club's encyclopedia would document such information, complete with corresponding photographs and biographical summaries for reference. Su boss, I have gained considerable insight during my visit to your shop today. Old Lee forced a smile and offered a polite bow to Su Chun. I want to impose further. Do take care and rest well. Haha, rest well. He hurriedly exited the mod shop, as if pursued by a dog. The other two proprietors followed suit, exchanging a few pleasantries before making their swift exit. Su Chun shook his head as he watched the three owners flee in disarray. Although he held a dislike for James, it seemed that his presence in the shop had inadvertently alleviated several of his troubles. Master, those three owners have turned into good people, Xingmeng exclaimed, pointing at the fastest fleeing Old Lee, her big eyes sparkling. They haven't necessarily become good people. Su Chun patted Xingmeng's head with a smile. They simply encountered a formidable challenge. Wow, Master, we are that challenge. Xingmeng raised her arms to showcase her underdeveloped biceps and proclaimed with exuberance. We shall evolve into steel plates, meow? Su Chun, unable to contain his amusement at Xingmeng's adorable demeanor, pondered why she was so fixated on the distinction between iron plates and steel plates. Tilting her head in contemplation, Xingmeng replied slowly. Because the television series states that men should seek durability. Steel plates are more resilient than iron plates, hence, both Moss and I aspire to become enduring steel plates. Su Chun fell silent, walking over to Queen and softly inquired, You usually watch television dramas with Xingmeng. Do you recall which show she has been watching? Queen blinked and whispered back, The overbearing CEO falls in love with the repressed me. Chapter 133. A hasty half-month Star Dream has been prohibited from watching television dramas and can only indulge in children's animated DVDs. Fortunately, this is not a predicament for Star Dream. After relinquishing shows such as Two Broke Girls and The Boss Falls for the Repressed Me, she has found great delight in cartoons like Tom and Jerry. Previously, her sole source of entertainment consisted of curling up in the corner of her cramped apartment to sleep. For in slumber, she could dream. Dreams allowed her to experience the unattainable, visiting amusement parks, shopping, adorning herself in beautiful racing attire like other machine girls, and most importantly, racing alongside her driver, standing triumphantly on the podium of glory. However, these aspirations have transcended the realm of dreams and have genuinely become a part of her life. The instigator, Su Chun, has tirelessly devoted over 10 days to refining the core modifications. Through a series of material acquisitions and the subsequent reselling of the modified cores, he has established dominance in the modification core market within this commercial district, selling both white and green modification cores at a mere 50,000, regardless of their exceptional performance. The enterprise Anything Can Be Modified has successfully triumphed in this sector. Although Su Chun offers only green and white modification cores, the market potential is vast. While the owners of 3 nearby shops struggle to consistently produce even blue modification cores, let alone the elusive purple ones. With Su Chun monopolizing the market for white and green cores, their only option is to sell blue modification cores, which entails expending more effort and bearing greater risks. In less than half a month, Mr. Lee has aged significantly, his hair now half gray, his back hunched, seemingly a decade older. He gazes with profound trepidation at Anything Can Be Modified, which has already sold out of cores and closed its doors. Yet, he persists, waiting for others to falter first. Mr. Lee, we cannot endure any longer. At noon, the owners of the other two modification shops approached Mr. Lee, each wearing a grim expression. Since the inception of Su Chen's establishment, they have not enjoyed a single night of peaceful sleep, helplessly witnessing their revenues plummet to rock bottom. Attempts to sabotage Su Chen's shop were futile, as the enforcement team is not easily swayed. Any scheme to undermine Su Chen resulted in the revelation that he not only has ties to the Knight's Voice, but was also the first to unveil the adjustable wing modification core, regardless of whether he was the creator. With these facts, no one dares to confront Su Chen, particularly since they cannot afford to engage those capable of sanctioning him. Mr. Lee's hollow gaze rests upon the two owners, awaiting their next words, while his heart swells with secret delight. At last, it seems that the tide may be turning. If Su Chen cannot produce blue modification cores, the market for them will be theirs to divide. If these two owners cannot withstand the pressure and depart, he will monopolize the blue modification core market. Though it may be a bit exhausting, perhaps it yields greater rewards than before. Boss Lee, we can no longer persist. We are preparing to close the shop, lamented one of the proprietors with a grim expression. It is far too challenging. Initially, we believed that Boss Su was merely incurring losses to build a reputation, but how can one sustain such a strategy? Every 3 days, over 50 premium attribute modification cores are released, each priced at 50,000. In the past fortnight, our store has sold merely 2 blue modification cores. The shop is rented, and now, not only are we failing to turn a profit, but we must also subsidize the rent. Alas, my situation is quite similar. I have sold 3 blue modification cores, all courtesy of sympathetic regular customers. The white and green one simply refused to sell. Another owner despondently sank into a chair, rubbing his face. I too must close my doors, but Old Lee, you are different. He glanced at Boss Lee. Your establishment is your own, devoid of rental issues. It only incurs utility expenses. Selling just 1 modification core equates to profit for you. Once we close, the market for green and higher quality modification cores will be entirely yours. You must hold strong. Under no circumstances should you allow Boss Su's shop to flourish. Fear gripped them. Relocating would only yield limited options, as they could not abandon the city. Their established networks would be rendered futile. They could only move to areas devoid of Su Chen, such as other league academies within the Magic City. Yet, should Su Chen flourish, their businesses would inevitably be affected as long as they remained in the Magic City. Thus, they could only place their hopes on Old Lee to suppress Su Chen. Despite Old Lee's lack of scruples, witnessing the two owners relinquish their market presence and exit the competition stirred a sense of melancholy within him, as if he bore a newfound sense of responsibility. In that moment, they were no longer rivals, but comrades confronting a shared adversary. Farewell, gentlemen. Boss Lee clenched his fists and spoke coldly. Rest assured, I, Old Lee, shall inherit your resolve, seize the market for all blue quality modification cores, and utterly suppress that monster, Su Chen. With Old Lee's assurance, the two owners felt at ease to close their doors and transfer their thriving shop. They would venture into other commercial districts, armed with hope to initiate new market battles. Meanwhile, the monster they feared, Su Chen, had just emerged from the auction house. Returning to the drawing board, the intermediate star essences were indeed exorbitantly priced. Su Chen held 2 boxes, each the size of an infant's fist, before him, scrutinizing them closely. Inside were 2 intermediate star essences. One, a Thunder Star emblem suitable for Queen, priced at 6.78 million. The other, a Radiant Star emblem intended for Stardream, costing 1.02 million. These 2 intermediate star essences had nearly depleted half a month's earnings. He was left with merely over 100,000, which he needed to reserve for materials to craft modification cores. Initially, he had intended to purchase one, but considering the possibility of not winning the provincial qualifiers in 2 days, he decided to acquire both for Stardream. After all, these items would not go to waste. 3 such intermediate star essences were required to elevate from A to S rank. Master, I apologize. Upon exiting the auction, Xingmeng's spirits were somewhat diminished. What are you apologizing for? Su Chen inquired, astonished as he gently ruffled Xingmeng's hair. The little girl appeared listless, her ears drooping, seemingly lost in thought. Master, it seems I may have spent a bit too extravagantly, having disbursed a staggering 1.02 million. Xingmeng pouted, her eyes slightly reddened. All this money was painstakingly earned by Masta, who endures considerable toil after each modification session, often emerging with strands of white hair. Indeed, the task of refining the modification core was exhausting, a fact Su-Chen readily acknowledged. Yet, as for the white hair, he had not noticed any. Perhaps Xingmeng was mistaken. Although I am still quite youthful, even young people can experience premature graying, he remarked, pinching Xingmeng's soft cheek in an attempt to console her. As for the matter of money, we are a team, a unified entity. Why should we be so meticulous about such trivialities? When you secure the championship prize in the future, will you insist on dividing it down to the last cent with me? Xingmeng shook her head vigorously. How could that be, Miao? Everything belonging to Xingmeng is also Masta's. I wouldn't want to split it so precisely. I just feel a pang of sympathy. Sympathy for Masta's hard work. If Xingmeng does not achieve good results in the competition, the results of the competition are merely an outcome. Su-Chen stated, gazing into Xingmeng's eyes, his words intended for both her and Queen. What truly matters is what we gain from the experience. Beyond glory, we should also acquire invaluable assets such as synergy, racing experience, and deeper trust in one another, culminating in a higher degree of resonance. Most importantly, enjoying the competition. Xingmeng sniffled. Su-Chen had repeated these sentiments to her numerous times, yet she often felt a sense of indebtedness. In the past, she viewed Wang Tingting as somewhat miserly, feeling a twinge of resentment. Now, with Su-Chen's generosity, she found herself sympathizing with the resources he expended. If she could, she would wish for him to have a more relaxed existence, rather than waking each morning to the relentless task of crafting modification cores. Even if Masta says so. I still wish to do more for Masta, Miao. Su-Chen pondered for a moment, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. All right then. From now on you shall sleep with me every night, clinging tightly, hee Masta. Xingmeng regarded him with suspicion. You won't mind if I get too warm, Miao? Ahem, warm and joyous, Su-Chen replied, his cheeks flushing as his gaze wandered. How foolish he was. Xingmeng, apprehensive of overheating him, always retreated to a separate blanket after warming his bed, maintaining a respectful distance at night. Yet, he found himself reminiscing about the comforting sensation of sleeping with her, realizing that a little warmth was not unbearable. However, it felt inappropriate to voice such desires. Now that the conversation had taken this turn, it seemed the perfect moment to broach the subject. So sweet, Miao. Xingmeng took Su-Chen's hand, narrowing her eyes in a smile. Xingmeng enjoys being with Masta. It feels safe and comfortable. Su-Chen gazed at Xingmeng's radiant smile, feeling a warmth rise to his cheeks. It was as if a delicate feather had brushed against his heart. This sensation was reminiscent of times long past, like a return to his school days. When a female classmate leaned down to retrieve her eraser, her lustrous ponytail cascading over her shoulder. The wind rustled the pages of their books, and the afternoon sunlight illuminated her fair complexion in an ephemeral moment. He averted his gaze nonchalantly, turning to admire the distant twilight. What does Mas want to eat tonight? Xingmeng will cook personally. Then perhaps fried rice. Hee. Didn't Mas say he wouldn't eat that again? What do you know? Men are ever so fickle. Wow. Mas is a big eel. Xingmeng loves big eels. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their silhouettes stretched long upon the mottled pavement. The evening breeze carried the lingering warmth of the day, caressing them softly. Their shadows intertwined, extending beyond the cracks in the ground, reaching towards the deepening twilight. Queen trailed slowly behind, her gaze complex as she watched the two holding hands ahead. It felt as though there were numerous significant memories yet to surface, so many moments that had stirred her soul. Oh, star god above, she silently prayed, let me remember. Chapter 134, Refueling. Tukmala Mountain Race, live. Dear audience, it is a pleasure to reunite with you. I am your old friend, Brother Xiaoyi. What? When did I get to host the provincial qualifiers? Well, that is certainly a result of my promotion and salary increase. Brother Xiaoyi, clutching the microphone, wore a beaming smile. To be candid, I owe my advancement to Su-Chen and Xingmeng. The sensational material brought forth by these competitors has ignited fervor. Topics such as wall riding overtakes and adjustable rear wings have swiftly become the talk of the town. Naturally, whenever these subjects arise, thoughts of Brother Xiaoyi come to mind. Consequently, I have garnered substantial attention, leading the event organizers to invite me to continue hosting the provincial qualifiers. In this competition, a total of 10 contestants will participate. Among them are 5 competitors from the Knight's Voice T3 team, 2 from the Northern Wolves T2 youth training team, one from the Pinnacle Future T3 team, and two hailing from our Huachin Club and Rongxing Club. Now, let us direct the cameras to the entrance of the arena. Our contestants are about to make their entrance. The starting point of the Tukmala Mountain Race is situated within a grand circular stadium. At this moment, the audience stands are filled to capacity. However, half of these spectators are fans of the two premier clubs, Knight's Voice and Pinnacle Future. The Northern Wolves Club, after all, does not possess the same elite status. Moreover, the competitors are members of the T2 youth training team, resulting in a lesser turnout of fans. The remaining audience comprises supporters of smaller clubs and casual viewers who simply wish to enjoy the race. As the cameras shift to the entrance of the arena, the 5 contestants from the Knight's Hoof team, accompanied by their respective mecha companions, gracefully enter the venue. Both the drivers and their mechas are adorned in uniform black racing attire embellished with silver accents, proudly displaying the emblem of the Knight's Voice Club, a crescent moon entwined with a cross. At the forefront stands a strikingly handsome man with shoulder-length golden hair, fair skin, and a slightly intoxicated gaze. He is Ayano, the captain of the Knight's Hoof team. Though not a local from the Hua Zone, he possesses Nordic heritage, which bestows upon him a pair of sea-blue eyes. Yet, this dashing figure appears rather indifferent to his own looks, standing in stark contrast to his meticulously groomed teammates. Appearing somewhat dazed, he has been drinking, and he is the only contestant permitted to partake in alcohol during the race. Following extensive testing and assurances from the Knight's Voice judging panel, Ayano possesses a unique talent that sets him apart from other drivers. While alcohol typically hinders performance, it enhances his latent potential, providing him with superior track judgment and neural response. God of wine, God of wine. The audience gradually erupted in synchronized chants. Thanks to his alcohol-infused superhuman characteristics, Ayano has been affectionately dubbed the God of Wine by many fans of Knight's Hoof. The thundering support finally roused the man, who had been enveloped in intoxication. He grinned widely, raising his bottle towards the audience. Cheers. Haha. This gesture instantly ignited even greater enthusiasm among the fans in the stands. With beer cans held high, those without opted for soft drinks, and even those lacking beverages settled for mineral water and light sticks. They responded to Ayano's toast, exuberantly shouting cheers, igniting the atmosphere of the entire stadium with each jubilant cry. Lu Sun and other teammates gazed enviously at Ayano, basking in the cheers. Such is the influence of a super-popular racer. Though Ayano has yet to lead them into a provincial competition, his exceptional talent already hints at a potential to overshadow Jiang Huai, the captain of the Knight's Voice T2 team. Some individuals are simply born with enviable gifts, a gap that no amount of effort can bridge. After all, they cannot join Ayano in drinking, can they? Regardless, even if they cannot surpass the captain, they must strive to keep pace with him. Lu Sun silently encouraged himself. Ayano is undoubtedly one of the favorites to win this competition. He and the other 3 teammates primarily came to familiarize themselves with the track. Once Ayano clinches victory, they only need to secure top 2 positions in the remaining 4 provincial qualifiers. Come on, guys. Lu Sun felt a strong arm wrap around him, followed by a wave of intoxicating breath. Ayano's slightly tipsy face emerged in his view, his inherently handsome features taking on a captivating allure in his inebriation. Yet, what was even more captivating was Ayano's sunny and confident smile. Guys, his Chinese was somewhat awkward, yet his enthusiasm was palpable. Let us aim to sweep the top 3 in this competition. We cannot disappoint our esteemed boss. Oh, the teammates responded in unison. The hint of frustration and inferiority within Lu Sun dissipated effortlessly. He too broke into a smile. What does it matter? After all, Ayano will always be their captain. Why overthink it? They simply need to follow in their captain's footsteps. Following the Knight Hoof Racing team's entrance was a driver from the Peak Future T3 team. A girl who appeared somewhat timid, her head bowed as she walked with her machine girl to the starting platform, completely unresponsive to the cheers and spotlight surrounding her. In the locker room, Su Chun emerged from the restroom after washing his hands. The provincial qualifier track is long, despite the presence of rest areas. It is best to complete it in one go to maintain rhythm. This necessitates clearing out any excess weight prior to the race. In the secluded locker room, it was just him and Queen. Upon stepping out, he noticed Queen curled up in the shadowy corner, hugging her knees and staring blankly at the floor, lost in thought. She had seemed fine upon arrival. Could it be that her mood was affected by his refusal to let her share his bed the previous 2 nights? Ever since he bought the star element, Queen had frequently made this request, but Su Qin felt it was inappropriate to take advantage of her vulnerability. Thus he had gently declined. Even though Queen wore a pitiful expression, he resolutely rejected her. Could it be that Queen still harbored lingering feelings about this matter? Queen, what are you thinking? Su Qin approached and sat beside Queen, taking her hand in his. Whatever troubles you have, you may share with me. Queen met Su Qin's focused and gentle gaze, the emptiness in her eyes fading, gradually becoming clear. She shook her head slightly. There is nothing on my mind, master. I am merely a bit anxious. The former queen would never have uttered such words. She would have scrutinized each adversary with a cold, disdainful gaze. Su Qin felt a pang of sympathy for the shrinking and timid queen and spoke softly. This must be your first competition, right? It is entirely normal to feel nervous. When Xingmeng participated in her first contest, she trembled all over. Is that so? The image of Xingmeng meowing and shaking flashed through Queen's mind, and a subtle smile crept onto her lips. So, everyone experiences this. It seems. I am indeed not as anxious anymore. Next, let us welcome the players from the Northern Wolf T2 Youth Training Team. The voice of Brother Xiaoyi echoed through the speakers. Queen looked at Su Qin, aware that it was her turn to perform. Although she felt nervous, even a hint of fear of the unknown lingered. She saw encouragement and resolve in Su Qin's eyes. Master. She stood up, steadying her breath, her dark hair cascading down her shoulders. The tumultuous emotions within her gradually calmed. This time, in this competition, I will do my best. Chapter 135, Solo Venture. Meow. Master and Sister Queen are about to make their entrance. In the exclusive viewing area of the Northern Wolf T2 team, Xingmeng waved her two cheering sticks with such fervor that they resembled windmills. Li Yini had no doubt that if the cheering sticks had a propeller-like structure, Xingmeng might very well take flight at that moment. This time, Su Qin and Queen face formidable opponents. Noer, while stuffing her mouth with potato chips, remarked, "Let us not forget about Knight Hofes Ayano." And the rising star Lin Weiwei from Pinnacle Future T3, despite her seemingly shy demeanor, her driving skills are undeniably exceptional. Lin Weiwei? Yu Ming, sitting nearby, paused in confusion. Having never heard of that name. Who is she? How ignorant you are, my friend. Noah rolled her eyes, explaining that Lin Weiwei is a Prot G personally selected by Ferrati, the president and chief driver of Pinnacle Future, and thus far. This driver has yet to suffer a defeat, boasting a record of victories. Yu Ming was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. No losses, then what about the Urban King Championship? She participated in the European region's Urban King Championship. Oh, I see. Then it's all good. Yu Ming shrugged. Each country's competition features different tracks. However, this does not affect the scoring. The honors earned in the Urban King Championship in the Hua Zone or European region are equivalent. In that case, Lin Weiwei indeed possesses some remarkable skills. Master is here. Master looks so handsome today. Sister Queen is so beautiful today. Meow. Xingmeng's suddenly heightened voice jolted Yu Ming from his reverie. He glanced at the cat-eared girl, who was lost in her own world, before redirecting his gaze to the arena. Su Qin and Huang Shixuan had already entered the stage with their respective machine girls. Setting aside Huang's hair color, it was immediately clear that the pair on the left was Su Qin and Queen. The humanoid form of Queen's machine girl was truly striking, with long, jet-black hair cascading nearly to her waist, skin so fair that it seemed enveloped in a soft glow under the sunlight, and those garnet-red eyes reminiscent of precious gemstones. Yu Ming, with limited cultural exposure, struggled to articulate it. Yet, few machine girls could evoke jealousy from chasing shadow in terms of appearance, with only Queen and Xingmeng standing out. Even Fenghe, the dairy cow, had to take a back seat. As Su Qin and Queen made their entrance, a modest cheer arose from the audience. These were the fans that Su Qin and Xingmeng had gathered during the Urban King Championship. However, these fans now found themselves in a somewhat awkward position, as they were all holding posters of Su Qin and Xingmeng, yet the machine girl that appeared was one they did not recognize. Ordinarily, this would have sparked frustration and doubt. Yet, the moment Queen's close-up appeared on the large screen, all the fans fell silent. It was proven that when beauty reaches a certain level, even the staunchest of fans can have their perspective swayed by mere appearances. Such a beautifully exquisite Queen. They truly find themselves at a loss for words to criticize. Aside from the Northern Wolf T2 and a handful of fans, there are others who are intently observing Su Qin and Queen. In the VIP section of the Knight's voice, Qin Xian's fingers dug deeply into the armrest of her chair. She gazed at Queen's figure on the racetrack, her eyes filled with disbelief. Beside her, James was not faring much better, despite having mentally prepared himself in advance. He could not help but gasp when he saw Su Chun leading Queen onto the stage. Su Chun was not jesting with him in the knight's voice. He was indeed bringing Queen to the forefront. The fact that Su Chun could escort Queen onto the stage indicated one undeniable truth. Queen was indeed operational. It appeared that we had underestimated Su Chen's prowess in modification technology. Qin Xin took a moment to steady her turbulent emotions, casting a cold glare at James. As an S-level modifier and the chief of the Knight team, you are outperformed by Su Chen? I am beginning to think that granting you and the Knight team a high salary was a grave error. Her concern was not whether Queen could start, but rather that what the Knight team could not achieve, Su Chen had accomplished. Thus, Su Chen's worth had surpassed that of the entire Knight team. It was important to note that she had always taken pride in the Knight modification team of the Knight's voice, yet now she felt a profound sense of embarrassment, simultaneously reigniting her desire to recruit Su Chun. As for the conflict with Su Chun, there is no disagreement that cannot be resolved by profit. If it cannot be resolved, it merely signifies that the stakes are not substantial enough. She was confident that the Knight's voice could offer conditions enticing enough to capture Su Chen's interest. However, by that time, James and the Knight team would likely be relegated to the sidelines or entirely dismissed. The mantra remained: the Knight's voice does not harbor inefficiency. Losing value equates to losing status. James, under the intense scrutiny of Qin Xin's gaze, was drenched in sweat. He wished to argue, yet it felt as though a stone was lodged in his throat. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to utter, "Miss Qin, while Queen may be operational, it might have sacrificed considerable performance. Perhaps we should wait and observe Queen's performance before drawing conclusions." Qin Xin let out a cold snort, neither affirming nor denying his words. Regardless of Queen's performance, the undeniable fact remained that it was operational. Just this alone had relegated the Knight team's standing in her estimation to an all-time low. At the starting platform, the blonde-haired driver maintained a forward gaze, muttering, "Today, the Knight Hoof Racing team has 5 drivers, which puts us at a disadvantage. If you wish to collaborate, I can reluctantly acquiesce." As he lacked a second mech girl, he could only participate in 3 provincial qualifiers, making any wager against Su Chen a certain loss. Yet, surprisingly, Su Chen proposed to only consider the results of those 3 qualifiers, disregarding any he did not attend. Such gentlemanly conduct made him feel a twinge of embarrassment. However, he, Huang, was certainly not unreasonable, nor did he wish to owe anyone a favor. If, during this competition, Su Chen requires his assistance, there is no need. A detached voice floated over. Huang Mao turned his head, catching only a glimpse of Su Chen's profile and the slight movement of his lips. "Mind your own business." Huang Mao's face flushed with indignation. You bastard." He inhaled sharply, consumed by frustration, wishing he could slap himself. Why had he even spoken to Su Chen? Was he some sort of pathetic creature, clinging desperately for attention? In return, he was met with an icy rebuff. Huang Shixuan clenched his fists, silently vowing that in the future, even if Su Chen begged him, he would not collaborate with such an ungrateful wretch. Today, Su Chen had dismissed him. In the future, he could expect to be out of reach. Yet, Huang Mao remained oblivious. The indifference in Su Chen's gaze was not directed at him. Su Chen and Queen did not require any assistance today. Across the 100-meter-wide track, Su Chen's sharp gaze swept over the 5 members of the Knight Hoof team. These were his true targets for the day. He would confront them single-handedly, ensuring that each one would be thoroughly trampled beneath his feet. Chapter 135. Why do I feel a chill behind me on the 7th? Ayano scratched his head in confusion. Whenever he consumed alcohol, his mind would become exceptionally astute, and he would become acutely sensitive to the anomalies around him. Ayano turned his head and immediately met Su Chen's icy gaze, leaving him even more bewildered. "Hey, Lu Sun, do we have any grievances with other teams lately?" "What?" Lu Sun was taken aback, following Ayano's gaze, feeling utterly perplexed. "Why is that competitor staring at us like that? I don't even recognize him. Who is he?" Ayano inquired. Lu Sun quickly pieced together the information he had gathered before the match and the commentary from Brother Xiao Goose, regaining his composure. "He is the champion of the city championship, the one who decisively defeated our youth training team using wall-hugging turns and an adjustable rear wing." "Oh, Su Chun and Xingmeng," Ayano exclaimed, striking his palm with a fist as realization dawned upon him. He had completely neglected to review opponent data before the match. relying solely on Lu Xun and a few other team members to brief him. Additionally, he was generally indifferent to external news and the affairs of other competitors. Nevertheless, the names Su Chun and Xingmeng resonated loudly. Recently, it was impossible to avoid the incessant stream of wall-hugging turns and adjustable rear wings on his phone. Ignoring Su Chen's name was nearly a feat in itself. However, the mech beside him did not seem to belong to Xingmeng, did it? Lu Xun remarked with curiosity. If I recall correctly, the mech named Xingmeng is a specialized cat-girl model, characterized by its adorable cat ears. I have some knowledge about that mech. Ayano's gaze lingered on Queen for a moment, his expression growing more serious. She was previously General Qin's mech, known as Queen. Later, due to a failed modification, she could not be activated, and the contract with the group was automatically dissolved. Yet for some reason, she has again become Su Chen's mech, and it seems she can be activated once more. As the captain of Night Hoof, Ayano was privy to certain information the group deliberately concealed. However, he only had a general understanding of the situation and was not well versed in the details. Now that Queen had become Su Chen's mech, could it be that the matter concerning Queen was the reason Su Chen regarded them with such a gaze? Is there such a thing? Lu Xun and the other three teammates exchanged glances, realizing that this implied Su Chen's mech was formidable. After all, it had once been favored and meticulously cultivated by General Qin. It's hard to say. Ayano shook his head. I remember Queen was previously an SS-class mech. Did you notice any SS-class mechs on the participant list you reviewed yesterday? Lu Xun reflected for a moment, shaking his head repeatedly. No, there wasn't. If there had been an SS-class mech on the list, he would have certainly noticed. After all, the appearance of an SS-class mech in a provincial preliminary match would be a terrifying prospect. He might even lose the desire to compete altogether. The disparity would be insurmountable, rendering any comparison futile. Then I suppose my guess must be correct. Ayano continued to speculate. The modification plan for Queen had failed, rendering her performance entirely obsolete. In our group, we have previously encountered a similar mech, a rather unfortunate isolated case. Even if Su Chen were to devise a method for Queen to start normally, her capabilities would still be significantly diminished. Furthermore, he glanced at Lu Xun and the other three team members, offering reassurance. There is no need for excessive concern. Regardless of who our opponents may be, we must focus solely on our own competition. Win or lose, this experience is a gain for both us and our mechs. The captain is indeed correct, Lu Xun replied, turning to call for the other team members. Regardless of the origins of our mechs, we shall simply race well. During their conversation, the 10 competitors gradually ascended the launch platform, and the cheers from the audience reached a crescendo. Seasoned spectators were well aware that the launch order for the provincial qualifiers follows a rather unique mechanism. In the center of the launch platform, a cylindrical podium slowly rose, where Brother Roast Goose stood, his voice resonating throughout the arena. As participation in the provincial qualifiers was restricted to competitors affiliated with clubs, it inevitably resulted in multiple participants belonging to the same team. To ensure fairness in the competition, those with the largest team sizes would draw lots first, followed by the others, with the drawing order determined by team size. Those who drew later would have the opportunity to alter their launch order. To facilitate audience comprehension, the director had prepared a PowerPoint presentation displayed on the large screen. The 5 competitors from the Night Hoof team drew lots first, establishing their launch order. Su Chun and Huang Shixuan drew lots next, possessing a chance to modify their launch order, which would be finalized upon selection or alteration. However, their choice was subordinate to the 3 individual competitors, who had to determine their order before Su Chun and Huang Shixuan could make theirs. Although such arrangements seemed futile, as the larger team could easily employ underhanded tactics, they at least superficially reduced the likelihood of individual competitors being deliberately targeted from the outset. The 5 competitors from the Night Hoof team swiftly completed their draws, followed by the Pinnacle Future team and 2 other smaller clubs. A female competitor from Pinnacle Future drew number 1, securing her position as the leading pioneer without a second thought. She neither required nor seemed to care about the opportunity to choose again, perhaps appearing foolish or simply indifferent. The 2 drivers from the smaller clubs chose to swap their positions with Night Hoof, claiming the 2 optimal launch spots, numbers 9 and 10. Aware that they were not contenders against the Night Hoof team, they opted for a later start to avoid encountering them. Thus, the established launch order became apparent. Lin Weiwei from Pinnacle Future would start in position 1, while Ayano's initially drawn 10 was replaced with position 2. Lu Sun and another team member drew positions 3 and 4, respectively. The remaining 2 team members drew 8 and 9, with the latter being replaced by 6. Positions 3, 4, and 8 remained unconfirmed. Finally, it was time for Huang Shixuan, who drew number 5, and Su Chun, who drew number 7, to make their final selections. Huang Shixuan gazed at the remaining starting order, his expression darkening. The rules for the provincial qualifiers dictate that 2 competitors race every minute in pairs. Thus, to evade the Night Hoof team, the most advantageous positions would be either 1 and 2 or 9 and 10. Yet, regardless of how he and Su Chun strategized, they would inevitably be flanked by 1 or 2 members of the Night Hoof team. Huang Shixuan withdrew a piece of paper and meticulously sketched the current starting sequence, encircling and annotating it with care. Although he felt a surge of irritation towards Su Chun, he patiently handed the note over to him. Hey, pay attention. We should select positions 3 and 4 together. This way, the only challenge we face throughout the race will be Ayano from Night Hoof. If he behaves himself, we might avoid any targeting from Night Hoof altogether. Are you even listening to me? Huang Shixuan frowned. He noticed Su Chun was preoccupied with picking his nose. Here he was, discussing a matter of great seriousness, yet Su Chun chose to indulge in such a trivial act. How infuriating. Was he truly less significant than a mere booger? Huang Shixuan felt a fresh wave of irritation. He realized that his bias against Su Chun was not solely based on the latter's past follies, but also on the overall aura Su Chun exuded, which consistently provoked his vexation. Go ahead and switch with them if you want, Su Chun remarked nonchalantly, flicking away the offending booger from his finger. I shall take position 7. Chapter 136, quite unique indeed. The blonde-haired individual felt as though he had misheard. What did you say? He rolled up his sleeves, demanding, say that again? Su Chun cast a sidelong glance at him, his lips curling slightly. I shall take position number 7. Is there a more advantageous position than 7? For him, only from the 7th position could he systematically crush the Night Hoof team. Positions 3 or 4 would only pit him against Ayano, which held no thrill for him. He had come today to exact vengeance for Queen, and also to demonstrate to the Night team of the Black Knight Voice how ludicrous their so-called truths were. Even if he were to draw positions 1 or 2, he would still opt for the 7th position. However, Huang Shixuan could not comprehend this. He believed Su Chun to be deranged, seriously so. Chuan Yun, do not hold me back. Huang Shixuan angrily grasped Chuan Yun's arm, glaring at Su Chun with gritted teeth. I am determined to teach this arrogant fool a lesson today. Chuan Yun looked helplessly at Huang Shixuan's hand clenching her arm. She hadn't even attempted to intervene. Su Chun remained oblivious to Huang Shixuan's fury, merely engaging in calisthenics, stretching his muscles, and preparing for the race. Observing Su Chun's indifference, Huang Shixuan lost his patience. He released Chuan Yun's arm and scoffed. I never imagined you to be such an arrogant individual. Has the wall-bending and adjustable tail wings of the city championship completely inflated your ego? Su Chun, there are always greater talents and higher mountains. The Black Knight Voice professional team and the Black Knight Voice youth training team are worlds apart. Have you forgotten the captain's reminders before the race? Li Yini had specifically analyzed the capabilities of the 5 competitors from the Night Hoof team prior to the race, particularly focusing on the driver Ayano. The speed of Ayano's neural reflexes after consuming alcohol is nothing short of extraordinary. The Black Knight Voice had tested this driver. When sober, Ayano's neural reflex speed surpassed that of the average adult male by 30, and under the influence, it would exceed by 60. This was without any prior training. Now that the Black Knight Voice group is preparing to cultivate Ayano, they would undoubtedly tailor training to enhance her exceptional reflex abilities. In other words, Ayano of the future will only grow stronger. Su Chun recalled all that Li Yini had said. But what of it? He calmly took a sip of mineral water. Hey, are you even listening to me? Huang Shixuan was nearly beside himself with frustration. At that moment, a staff member approached them. Have you both finalized your starting positions? Are you confirming the current order or making changes? The positions available for change are 3, 4, and 8. Could we have a moment to discuss? Huang Shixuan began, but before he could finish, Su Chun promptly declared, I will not change. It stays as is. The staff member reacted swiftly, immediately signaling to Brother Xiao Yi on the platform. Su Chun has confirmed his starting position as 7. Okay. Brother Xiao Yi tapped on his tablet a couple of times. On the grand screen, Su Chun's starting number was confirmed. Mr. Huang, what about you? The staff member inquired with a cheerful smile directed at Huang Shixuan, who was intently gazing at Su Chen's com profile, his lips trembling. His fists clenched tightly, then loosened, only to tighten again. Finally, he exhaled deeply and told the staff, "Let it be then. I won't change." Huang Shixuan confirmed his starting position as number 5. Okay, with this, the starting positions for all competitors were firmly established and would not be altered. Regret was futile now, as the starting order had already been submitted to the event organizers. The provincial qualifying round at the Tokmala Mountain venue was about to commence. Brother Roast Goose raised the microphone and announced loudly, "All competitors, please proceed to your respective starting points and prepare for the race. This competition features group starts, with 2 competitors per group, each spaced 1 minute apart. Su Chen, I'm eager to see what you plan to do today." Huang Shixuan glared menacingly at Su Chen, pulling Chuan Yun's hand as they walked toward the 5th starting point. No matter how displeased he was with Su Chen, they were now teammates, members of the Northern Wolf T2 youth training team. Internal strife would only lead to defeat. To achieve better results, they needed to unite. The 5th starting position was indeed disadvantageous, but it could at least restrain one competitor from the Nighthoof team. Similarly, Su Chen's 7th position could also impede the 8th driver from Nighthoof. As for who would ultimately benefit from this restraint, it would depend on their respective skills. Why did Su Chen and Huang Shixuan not switch their starting positions? In the VIP section of Northern Wolf T2, Yuming looked perplexed. "I don't know," Li Yini shrugged. "However, both Su Chen and Huang Shixuan are seasoned competitors. As captain, I can offer suggestions, but I must not overly interfere with their decisions. As the saying goes, when one is outside, a commander's orders may not be heeded. We simply need to trust their judgment. Perhaps they have a special strategy." Yuming's mouth twitched. What kind of special strategy could there be? Su Chen's position was behind 5 Nighthoof drivers. If any of them targeted him, he would have no room to retaliate. He could not comprehend Su Chen's choice. Nevertheless, Xingmeng should know, right? After all, the one who understands the driver best is their machine girl. Just like how he was always caught by chasing Shadow during night raids these past few days. "Xingmeng, do you know what your driver is thinking?" He glanced at the cat-eared girl not far away. The next moment, his vision darkened. There was Xingmeng, resting her chin on her hands, gazing dreamily at Su Chen's profile on the big screen. Hee, Moss is so handsome, hee, Yuming thought. Never mind, asking Xingmeng is pointless. She's the type to drool, even when cured. At the starting point, all machine girls entered deployment mode. The drivers settled into the cockpit, checking the status of their machine girls, adjusting helmets, seats, and gloves. This was their final opportunity for adjustments. Once the race commenced, any discomfort would have to be endured in silence. The master vehicle system is functioning normally. The engine temperature is stable. The tire pressure is adequate. Su Chen gazed ahead at the graceful silhouette, clearly hearing the subtle tremor in the girl's voice. "Don't be nervous." He instinctively placed his hand on Queen's belief. Both of them were momentarily taken aback. Queen widened her eyes, a hint of bewilderment reflected in her wine-red irises, while Su Chen found himself completely at a loss. He reluctantly withdrew his hand and cleared his throat. "I apologize. I've grown accustomed to this when driving with Xingmeng." After a brief silence, Queen's charming face gradually flushed and then slowly returned to its normal hue. After a moment, she softly inquired, "Is this how Master encourages Sister Xingmeng?" "It's quite unique." Su Chen felt compelled to clarify. "Well, it's mainly that I couldn't reach her head, and over time, I just got used to it." Sigh. "Then, Master." Queen suddenly turned around, blinking at Su Chen with unexpected curiosity. "How does it feel?" "Huh. Su Chen's face turned crimson. He had not anticipated Queen's sudden question. Did she regain a bit of her former sharpness? Hadn't her memories yet to be restored? Is this a case of a leopard not changing its spots? "Master, please respond to the question." Su Chen looked into Queen's earnest wine-red eyes, clearly indicating her genuine desire for an answer. "The sensation is quite pleasant." He could not lie and had to avert his gaze from Queen. "That's good." Queen said no more, turning her attention back to the racetrack. "I am no longer nervous." Just as Su Chen released a sigh of relief, she seemingly casually remarked, "Master could squeeze a bit more in the future. It works wonders." Su Chen. At that moment, as the atmosphere shifted from awkward to slightly blush-inducing, a cold electronic voice crackled through the radio. 30 seconds until the race begins. Competitors 1 and 2, please prepare for the start. Chapter 137. Eager to serve with a thunderous roar from the engines, the air at the starting point ignited with a palpable intensity. Ayano piloted a mech named Nighthoof, which also inspired the name of her team. Notably, Nighthoof was not a product of the Knight's Voice group. Rather, it was a mech that Ayano had personally introduced to the organization. As there was no formal agreement between Nighthoof and Knight's Voice, Ayano was wholly responsible for its modifications and training. The Knight team could propose strategies, yet Ayano retained the authority to decline them. Instances like Ayano's were indeed rare. Most of the mechs belonging to other Nighthoof team members, such as Lucian, were provided by Knight's Voice, as not every mech met the stringent requirements set by the organization. Nighthoof, however, was one of the few mechs acknowledged by the analysts of Knight's Voice, boasting formidable capabilities akin to those of her driver, Ayano, who exhibited remarkable talent. The engine of Nighthoof roared like thunder, yet a sharper screech from beside her asserted itself defiantly. Squinting, Ayano turned her gaze to the adjacent competitor. Contestant number 1, Lin Weiwei, hailed from the Pinnacle Future Club. This was a relatively obscure competitor, even less renowned than Su Chun and Xingmeng. However, such obscurity was no justification for underestimating Lin Weiwei. Pinnacle Future Club stood as a premier establishment, rivaling Knight's Voice. Yet, in comparison, their recruitment standards were even more stringent. The basic assessments for their youth training squad mirrored those of Knight's Voice. Crucially, after passing these evaluations, candidates faced a trial against the chief driver and president, Paradise, of Pinnacle Future in a race. The pressure of such assessments was undeniably immense. Based on the final race outcomes, the chief would determine whether a driver could advance to the professional team. Clearly, Lin Weiwei had successfully navigated Paradise trials. Her mech, a blazing crimson vehicle named Crimson Star, was classified as an A-grade mech with an exceptionally high peak speed. It seemed she was indeed a formidable opponent. Ayano mused to herself, recognizing that the engine's roar could reveal a mech's true strength. However, to dominate the race, mere mechanical prowess was insufficient. The driver's skill must also be formidable. Let us go. Ayano tilted her head back and downed the last of her vodka, the intoxicating allure deepening in her enchanting eyes. A wicked smile curled at the corners of her lips. Pinnacle Future, Lin Weiwei, may you give me a thrilling contest today. 10 seconds to the countdown. The two drivers exchanged a glance through the window, as if a silent challenge had been issued. What else with that old-timer looking at me? Lin Weiwei, noticing something particularly off-putting, quickly averted her gaze and muttered under her breath, with hair that long, he can't possibly be straight. Hearing Lin Weiwei's comment, the corner of Crimson Star's mouth twitched, but she refrained from responding. If the long-haired enigma caught wind of her words, it would surely incite his ire. However, very few can comprehend Lin Weiwei's dialect. The red signal light extinguished. The green signal light suddenly illuminated. At that moment, the two machine girls, one silver and one red, shot forth like cannonballs, swiftly propelling themselves over 100 meters away. This terrifying burst of acceleration ignited the fervor of the spectators and fans in the stands, leaving the other competitors utterly astonished, their pressure mounting. This is the captain's remarkable launch technique. Truly astounding. Lu Sun was enveloped in a cloud of tire smoke. His hairstyle tousled by the force, yet he remained unfazed, admiring Ayano's prowess. Brother Lu, look over here. At that moment, a teammate called out to Lu Sun. What are you looking at? The countdown has already begun, and we have only 60 seconds left. Now is not the time to be distracted. However, sensing the urgency in the teammate's voice, Lu Sun patiently lowered the window to take a look. On the side of the track, 6 machine girls were in a state of readiness. Among them, one machine girl, entirely cloaked in black with crimson headlights, appeared strikingly familiar. The instant Lu Sun laid eyes on her, it felt as if a circuit in his mind had short-circuited. A chill crept from his heels along his spine to the crown of his head. It's her. Lu Sun's pupils constricted. It was the very machine girl who had crashed into the market that night. His voice was not low, and the machine girls possessed exceptional hearing. Queen distinctly heard Lu Sun's words. A blush crept across her fair face as she bit her lip, glaring fiercely at him. What are you saying? What do you mean by crashing into the market? You must not tarnish my image in Master's eyes. Yet, she hoped Master hadn't overheard. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Queen, what did that bob-haired girl just say? Did she say you crashed into the market? Suchin asked, looking bewildered. When did that happen? I was unaware. The blush on Queen's face deepened, and she lowered her head, torn between responses. Well, that night I went out alone, but Master, I didn't crash into the market. I just wanted to see if I needed to buy some vegetables. Oh, seeing Queen's expression, Su Chun instantly understood that she had indeed crashed into the market. It was likely that she had been driving too fast that night and lost control while turning, leading her to collide with the market. Such a scenario was entirely plausible. Queen, do refrain from going out to buy vegetables at night in the future. Su Chun advised earnestly. The market is already closed by then. I understand, Master. Then the pressing question arose. How did you end up in the market? Queen hesitated. Master, the competition is about to commence. She bit her lip, suggesting, let us focus on the race instead. Su Chun gazed at Queen's graceful silhouette, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Cherish these moments. Opportunities to tease Queen are few and far between. As Queen's memories began to resurface, so too did her formidable presence and striking prowess, leaving none other than him subject to her whims. Master, I cannot fathom why, but that particular contestant irks me immensely, Queen remarked, gesturing towards the inquisitive Lu Sun peering over. In a cold tone, she continued, during the match, would you indulge me in demonstrating a bit of my prowess? Of course, my lovely lady, Su Chun replied, deftly caressing his belief, a smile gracing his lips. It would be my utmost pleasure to serve. Chapter 138. The rending gale Lu Sun remained oblivious to the fact that he had been targeted by Queen. As he settled back into the cockpit, a lingering unease enveloped him, prompting reflections on the myriad coincidences of life. He had not anticipated that the unmanned drone he encountered that fateful night was none other than Queen, who had had her agreement revoked by the voice of the night. If Queen was unable to start due to modifications, then that night must have marked her emergence post-reconfiguration as she ventured out alone for rehabilitation. The recollection of Queen's terrifying burst of speed sent a shiver down Lu Sun's spine. He was dissatisfied with this fearful version of himself. Shaking his head, he slapped his cheeks and inhaled deeply, rallying his spirits. Lu Sun, what are you afraid of? Shadowblade is now an A-class drone too. Though that machine boasts remarkable acceleration, does Shadowblade not possess its own strengths? Moreover, the competitor is likely at a disadvantage on the curves. The performance of a drone on the track is also contingent upon the driver's skill. Do you truly believe your abilities pale in comparison? As the countdown to the race dwindled, Lu Sun gripped the steering wheel with determination. A formidable opponent undoubtedly brings pressure. Yet conquering such rivals can yield unparalleled exhilaration and a profound sense of achievement. Shadowblade, let us strive today, he declared. The drone, poised in front, offered no response, and the cockpit was enveloped in silence, save for the vibrations of the preloaded engine. The brilliance in Lu Sun's eyes dimmed slightly. Ever since Shadowblade had become his drone, communication between them had waned. Despite her impressive attributes, in comparison to the other drones outside the voice of the night, Shadowblade resembled a mere automaton, executing specific commands without deviation. Initially, Lu Sun appreciated this about Shadowblade. Other drones exhibited emotions, anger, and frustration, while she remained perpetually calm. Regardless of his actions, she executed his commands flawlessly. However, as time progressed, and as he increasingly regarded Shadowblade as an indispensable partner, almost akin to family, he realized that something vital was amiss between them. The essence of what was lacking eluded description. Yet every contemplation of this void brought a pang to his heart. Brother Lu, what do you think? Should I keep an eye on that kid? Came the voice of team member number 8 through the intercom. Having participated in the drills that evening, number 8 had witnessed Queen's speed firsthand. After a moment of silence, Lu Sun replied with a measured tone, no need for undue vigilance. In this race, we, the Night Hoof, must assert our own momentum and contend fairly for the championship on the track. Let's reserve those tactics for the team competition. Understood, number 8 acknowledged. In the Night Hoof team, aside from Ayano, Lu Sun was the leader, and naturally, he commanded respect. However, Lu Sun continued. Do keep me informed about Su Chun and Queen's starting positions, particularly the gaps between you and them. Brother Lu, you surely underestimate me. The team member, feeling indignant, exclaimed. What makes you think there's a gap between me and them? Could it not be that I leave them in my wake? Lu Sun chuckled at the remark. Very well. If you can indeed outpace them, I shall cover all the materials needed for the modification and upgrade of your mech. Brother Lu, you promised. Indeed, I stand by my word. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Provincial Qualifiers, the Tukmara Mountain Race. Did you think I was about to interrupt with an advertisement? No. That would be a narrow-minded thought. This competition features no advertisements whatsoever. All you need to do is recognize the esteemed Xiao Yi brand hemorrhoid cream. Xiao Yi displayed the cream for 3 seconds before deftly steering the conversation back to the race. Now, all 6 contestants have embarked. And next to set off is contestant number 8 from the Night Hoof T3 team, alongside contestant number 7 from the Northern Wolves T2 training squad. I need not elaborate on the identity of the 7th contestant. Those who have witnessed the Urban Championship are well aware of his prowess in wall riding and utilizing adjustable wings. However, today, contestant Su Chun will confront even more formidable adversaries. Will he once again emerge as the shining dark horse? We shall see. At the starting point, the officials held the starting sign firmly on the track. Su Chun guided his vehicle, Queen, to a gentle halt at the starting line. The engine of Queen emitted a deep, resonant growl, its black chassis glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Su Chun caressed the steering wheel with both hands, closing his eyes to meticulously absorb every vibration emanating from Queen. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a window rolling down. With one eye opened, he noticed contestant number 8 from Night Hoof gazing in his direction. "I've heard you're the one who wall rides and employs adjustable wings," remarked contestant number 8, sizing Su Chun up with a derisive smirk. "Not every race has tunnels for you to exploit. A provincial qualifier like this tests the true skill of a driver. Here, cunning tricks will not succeed. Soon, you will understand the disparity between you and our Night Hoof team." Su Chun remained silent, merely casting a steady glance at the individual before slowly raising the window. That gaze, calm as the depths of the ocean, was akin to observing a mere roadside distraction. Contestant number 8's smirk froze, an inexplicable fury surging from within. What does this kid mean? Is he looking down on me? "Hey," he shouted at Su Chun. "What kind of gaze is that? Prepare to be utterly defeated. Contestant, please refrain from making a commotion on the racetrack." The referee approached contestant number 8, tapping on the window and issuing a yellow card warning. "If you continue to disturb other contestants, you will face penalties." Startled, contestant number 8 quickly covered his mouth. Yet his furious glare remained locked on Su Chun. He was poised to showcase his training results before the captain and Brother Liu. Countdown to start. 10 seconds. Su Chun's breathing became elongated and rhythmic. His left hand gripped the steering wheel, while his right hand delicately caressed the gear lever. With an unwavering gaze and a heart as tranquil as still water, Su Chun suddenly spoke. "Queen." The young woman tilted her head slightly, her long, raven hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. "Roar," Su Chun murmured softly. "With your grievances, your reluctance, and your fury." Queen turned her icy, frost-like gaze toward the racetrack, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Then, the moment arrived. The red light extinguished, giving way to the brilliant green. In that fleeting instant, Su Chun's right foot darted from the brake pedal to the accelerator, while his left foot swiftly released the clutch. The accelerator was pressed down to the floor, launching the car forward. Queen's response was drowned out by the thunderous roar of the engine, lost amidst the sharp screech of tires against the asphalt. The engine's growl was condensed into a brief, violent howl, as if a slumbering giant had been instantly awakened. The immense torque was unleashed throughout the transmission system. The obsidian body of the car, as dark as the night itself, suddenly lowered, and the crimson headlights erupted with a blinding brilliance. A thick plume of white smoke surged upward in an instant. Then, this ebony steel frame broke free from all constraints. Propelled forward as if shot from an invisible giant's bow, it tore through the air, shattering the shackles that bound it. The gale surrounding it was the clarion call of freedom. With a thunderous roar, Queen transformed into a fleeting shadow, almost imperceptible to the eye, as she dashed past the Night Hoof number 8 racer. Her speed was so breathtaking that even the wind couldn't react in time, leaving only a scorching wave of heat and the acrid scent of burnt rubber in her wake. He could only watch in astonishment as Queen's crimson taillights receded into the distance until they vanished completely. And at that moment, he had only just begun to move.